My name is Jiang Yunpeng.
Originally an ordinary student from the Huaxia Empire, I woke up one day to find myself transported to a world similar to my own but ravaged by a cataclysm.
In this world, human culture has fractured, and demons run rampant.
Until someone discovered mythical artifacts from the ruins, formed a contract with them to gain divine power, and became a divine chosen. Mythical items are graded from C to SSS, with higher contract levels unlocking greater power. Although the Huaxia Empire has suppressed most of the demons, divine agents are still in urgent demand. However, most mythical artifacts are monopolized by powerful families. To break this situation, the government specially launched a nationwide live broadcast and invited experts to introduce these mythical artifacts. Outside the Divine Objects Hall, a young expert who introduced himself as Chen Wenjie emerged, wearing gold-rimmed glasses with an air of arrogance. He graduated from a prestigious foreign university and works at the Huaxia Divine Artifacts Research Institute, where he was invited to lecture on the information of mythical artifacts. Chen Wenjie condescendingly suggested, "I recommend you try to choose mythical items from the West, such as Greek mythology and biblical mythology. Generally, the divine powers there are stronger than those in Chinese mythology." Jiang Yunpeng furrowed his brows. It turns out that the myths of Huaxia, ancient China, in this world were largely driven by concerns for the common people and lofty ideals, such as Hui shooting down the suns and Yu the Great taming the floods, whereas Western deities were predominantly motivated by desires and faith. Researchers generally adopted Western emotional reasoning methods, making the deciphering of Huaxia's divine information difficult and leading to a disconnect in the continuity of Huaxia mythology.
There was actually a gap in our great Chinese mythology.
No, I absolutely can't stand by and do nothing. Jiang Yunpeng silently vowed in his heart.
Ding!
Detected strong emotional fluctuations from the host.
Congratulations on successfully binding to the Chinese Myth Awakening system. Beginner's Gift Pack delivered Omniscient Eye and Divine Favor Body. All-seeing eye, capable of viewing divine information within mythical artifacts.
Divine Blessed Body, capable of harmonizing all divine powers without causing conflict between them. The live stream and the students in the audience instantly erupted in an uproar, as Chen Wenjie's remarks sparked a fierce clash between supporters of Western deities and backers of Chinese gods.
Childhood friend Zhou asked in confusion, "Are our Chinese deities really inferior to Western gods?"
Jiang Yunpeng declared firmly, "Our Huaxia is the only civilization that has continued uninterrupted from antiquity to the present day. If we were weak, then our Huaxia would have perished long ago.
So, how could our Chinese deities possibly be weaker than Western gods?"
Seeing Zhou Yu's resolute expression, Jiang Yunpeng knew someone had to stand up and refute those pro-foreign sentiments, shouting loudly, "I disagree with you." The students below the stage dared not speak up for fear of offending Chen Wenjie, but Jiang Yunpeng, with the system by his side, was unafraid. In the live stream, supporters of Huaxia's deities praised him one after another. Jiang Yunpeng stepped forward, locking eyes with Chen Wenjie, and questioned, "You claim that our Huaxia deities are inferior to those of the West.
Then why have all other ancient civilizations perished, leaving only our Huaxia lineage enduring? Isn't this proof that our Huaxia deities are stronger than those of the West?"
As soon as these words were spoken, the live broadcast room instantly erupted, and those who had been glorifying the West gradually retreated like turtles withdrawing their heads. Chen Wenjie was stunned by the remark, then grew furious out of humiliation. A staff member from the Divine Artifact Research Institute stepped forward, hinting to Chen Wenjie not to bother arguing with Jiang Yunpeng and urging him to enter the Divine Artifact Hall.
Left with no choice, Jiang Yunpeng followed the crowd into the Divine Artifact Hall.
His all-knowing eye swept over the mythical artifacts, and information surfaced in his mind. Mount Shu Demon-Slaying Sword, S-grade mythical artifact, the personal sword of King Fengzi, the founding patriarch of the Mount Shu sect. The Iron Broom of the Comet Star, B-grade mythical artifact, a magical instrument belonging to the Comet Star deity. Chen Wenjie began explaining, pointing at a sword as he said, "Look at this sword, doesn't it resemble King Arthur's sword from the mythology of the empire that never sets? This must be an artifact from their mythology." Jiang Yunpeng was utterly baffled as Chen Wenjie forcibly linked every Chinese mythical artifact to Western legends. When Chen Wenjie pointed at a Toon Guardian beast, proudly suggesting his students form a contract with it and claiming it was a replica of Venice's St. Mark's winged lion, Jiang Yunpeng completely lost his temper.
"Enough!" Jiang Yunpeng directly cut off Chen Wenjie. "What the hell are you talking about? It's like comparing apples to oranges. You clearly described an item from Eastern mythology as if it were from Western mythology.
What you just mentioned is unmistakably an Eastern Toon Guardian beast." Chen Wenjie, repeatedly humiliated by Jiang Yunpeng, gnashed his teeth in fury and retorted sarcastically, "Look at you acting like you know better than this foreign-educated top graduate.
Fine, I'll hand the stage over to you. If you're so capable, then go ahead and take charge." Chapter 3, Pangu's Fluttering Banner. "Alright. I'll go. Jiang Yunpeng's eyes flashed with confidence. Chen Wenjie sneered coldly. "Oomph. Let's see what you're made of, making such bold claims."
Jiang Yunpeng ignored Chen Wenjie, grabbing Zhou Yu beside him.
"Zhou Yu, do you believe in me?" Zhou Yu met Jiang Yunpeng's unwavering gaze and nodded without hesitation. "I believe you."
The moment he entered, Jiang Yunpeng had noticed the massive broadsword nearby.
After all, it was simply too eye-catching. Cold Beauty saw SS-grade mythical item, also known as the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. It was the weapon of Guan Yu, the god of war. Jiang Yunpeng immediately shared a brief overview of Guan Yu's background with Zhou Yu. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu was utterly stunned. Though it seemed unbelievable, he chose to trust Jiang Yunpeng. He walked up to the Green Dragon Crescent Blade, silently reciting the details about Guan Yu that Jiang Yunpeng had shared. In the next instant, the Green Dragon Crescent Blade emitted a golden light that shot skyward. A voice, both majestic and arrogant, echoed in the minds of everyone present. "You insolent fool! Heroes across the land tremble at my name. Yet it is a pity that my Green Dragon Crescent Blade must now sever the head of a lowly rat like you. Pour the wine, for I shall be back shortly." Then, Guan Yu's figure appeared in the sky. He gave Zhou Yu a brief glance and slowly nodded. Then, the Green Dragon Crescent Blade flew automatically into Zhou Yu's hand. Those present gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Especially the students who admired Western culture, their eyes brimmed with disbelief. How is this possible? Jiang Yunpeng actually knows about these mythical artifacts? And judging by this phenomenon, it must be an SS-grade mythical item. He must have guessed it. It's just a coincidence that he happened to know about this mythical artifact. That's definitely it. Exactly. Jiang Yunpeng attends classes with us every day. Don't we know what kind of person he is? Someone in the crowd murmured. But if he only knew about one, why did he send Zhou Yu to contract this mythical artifact? That's an SS-grade mythical artifact. Instantly, the crowd fell silent. Angry stares fixed on the speaker. Not only were those present stunned, but the live stream's comments section exploded with frantic activity. Especially when Guan Yu appeared, the comments exploded. Holy! Mom asked why I was kneeling to watch my phone. This is way too cool. Where are all those doubters now? Come out here. Is this our Chinese deity? So terrifying. If I could contract this SS-tier mythical artifact, I'd dig up my ancestors' graves. They'd be so proud they'd be shouting from heaven. But those Western-obsessed dogs were still stubbornly denying it. This must just be a coincidence. It must have been pre-arranged. They deliberately chose an SS-tier mythical artifact for this student to uncover. Exactly. This is definitely a smokescreen from the Chinese higher-ups. They probably scoured the entire country to find just one of these. The West has piles of S and SS-tier mythical artifacts. Chen Wenjie's face darkened when he saw Zhou Yu successfully contract the mythical artifact. He never imagined that Jiang Yunpeng actually recognized these mythical artifacts. Still, he dismissed it as pure luck, just a fluke that he happened to know about this one. You just got lucky. Prove yourself by getting someone else to contract another mythical artifact. Jiang Yunpeng heard this and looked at Chen Wenjie with a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Fine. Then let me show you what I'm capable of. Classmates who were on good terms with Jiang Yunpeng looked at him with eager eyes. Jiang Yunpeng didn't hold back, revealing the details of each mythical artifact to them one by one. Zhao Mengyu, that long sword beside you, it's the sword once wielded by Qin Jianzi, the founding patriarch of Mount Shu. Zone, the one beside you. Those called stepped forward to stand before their respective mythical artifacts. Before long, several beams of light shot skyward. Ethereal figures appeared in the heavens, and behind them emerged terrifying visions. 10,000 swords return to the source. Purple chi rises in the east. Dragon and phoenix bring auspiciousness. All the surrounding phenomena merged into one, erupting in blinding radiance as the voices of the deities echoed ceaselessly. I, Qin Jianzi, vow to vanquish all demons and monsters for the common folk, restoring peace and prosperity to the realm. My name is. Those who had doubted Jiang Yunpeng now wore expressions of utter disbelief. This can't be possible. How could Jiang Yunpeng truly recognize these mythical artifacts? And how could China have so many powerful mythical artifacts? The atmosphere in the venue reached a fever pitch. Those sycophants who idolized foreign cultures vanished into thin air upon witnessing this scene. The live stream's chat exploded with comments. Damn, how old is he even? He knows so many mythical artifacts. I feel like he's destined to make his mark in China's mythical artifact research. That Chen Wenjie claims to be a graduate of a prestigious foreign university, yet everything he introduced was wrong. Did he buy that degree? This trash is still part of the Chinese Mythical Artifact Research Institute? Get lost. He can't even hold a candle to a student. Exactly. Chen Wenjie always raved about the West, now he can crawl back to his beloved beacon nation. Seeing that Jiang Yunpeng truly recognized these mythical artifacts, they swarmed around him. Brother Yunpeng, introduce me to a mythical artifact. I'll agree to any terms you set. Jiang Yunpeng, just help me contract a mythical artifact, and I'll give you 8 million yuan. Jiang Yunpeng, my dad is the director of the administration bureau in Tindu City. If you're willing, you can get a position there directly. A crowd swarmed around Jiang Yunpeng, offering all sorts of tempting deals to get him to reveal information about the mythical artifacts. Meanwhile, Chen Wenjie, upon witnessing the strange phenomenon, instantly sensed something was terribly wrong. He quickly dodged the camera and secretly pulled out his phone to check the live comments.
His face turned green with rage. That group was actually questioning whether he'd bought his diploma and claiming he'd gotten into the Mythical Artifact Research Institute through connections. Though what they said was true, having it exposed like this made him feel utterly humiliated.
Chen Wenjie felt he couldn't stay here any longer. He planned to slip out of the Divine Artifact Hall while everyone's attention was focused on Jiang Yunpeng.
But Jiang Yunpeng spotted him.
Mr. Expert Chen, weren't you supposed to be sharing information about divine artifacts? Why are you trying to sneak out now?
The moment Jiang Yunpeng spoke, the crowd of people who had sought his help in contracting mythical artifacts turned on Chen Wenjie with a barrage of insults. The welcome he had received upon his arrival was now replaced by a torrent of abuse.
Chen Wenjie's body froze instantly. His face darkened as if he'd swallowed a fly.
As the tirade grew louder, he scrambled through the crowd and fled in panic. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Huaxia Empire,
the 5-member Council of Elders watched the live broadcast. Noticing Jiang Yunpeng's performance, they nodded with satisfaction.
This young man is quite capable. The original plan was to sacrifice some national prestige to expose those corrupt elements.
Yet, unexpectedly, this lad has even managed to restore our nation's reputation.
And he's even found us several prodigies.
Hey! I recall you, Third Elder, have a secretary stationed in Tiandu City, right? That's right. He's the one in charge of this entire operation.
Have him meet this young man. At that moment, Jiang Yunpeng remained unaware that he had already caught the attention of China's highest leadership. His gaze was drawn to a tattered piece of cloth in the corner. Jiang Yunpeng stared at the rag, muttering to himself.
Who would have thought this thing still exists?
The information that flashed through Jiang Yunpeng's mind was
Pangu Banner Fragment, a component of the Pangu Banner, the divine artifact of the Jade Purity Primordial Lord. This object possesses supreme power. As Jiang Yunpeng walked forward, the crowd parted to make way for him. Jiang Yunpeng approached the Pangu Banner and silently recited in his mind. I invoke the Azure Mystic Primordial Chi Jade Purity Primordial Lord, the Marvelous Void Supreme Emperor, the Jade Purity Purple Void Sublime Supreme Sovereign, and the Jade Purity Primordial Lord. The moment the words left his lips, the entire divine artifact hall erupted in dazzling radiance. The surrounding mythical artifacts began to vibrate in unison, as if paying homage. Even the celestial anomalies were fiercely suppressed by the Pangu Banner. Chapter 4, What Now? Famous again. The celestial phenomenon abruptly shifted, waves of golden light surged forth. Above the 9 heavens, a crane's cry echoed from the depths of the marshes, while an intangible force enveloped all directions. In an instant,
within the divine artifact hall, every person trembled visibly, their minds shaken. Their knees buckled, and they all fell to their knees in unison. Those who had awakened mythical artifacts under this overwhelming pressure could not even lift their heads. Golden light enveloped the divine artifact hall, its radiant aura blinding to behold. Jiang Yunpeng stood alone to the side as a vast consciousness flooded his mind. I am the primordial chi of Azure Mystery, the Pangu Banner held by the Jade Purity Primordial Lord, the marvelous and supreme God. Startled, Jiang Yunpeng listened with utmost reverence. The Pangu Banner shattered the heavens and earth. Should its remaining fragments be gathered, it may be reassembled into a supreme treasure of force to awe the cosmos and bestow boundless merit. The voice seemed to echo from ancient times, sending a chill down Jiang Yunpeng's spine. As the sound faded, the strange phenomenon vanished. A faint white mist still lingered around them, transforming the divine artifact hall into an ethereal paradise. Everyone felt their spirits lift, astonishment washing over them. Good heavens! This mist actually enhances spiritual power? Unbelievable! Never in my life have I witnessed such an extraordinary effect. Is this the power of the Chinese deities? Even a mere fragment is this terrifying. Their expressions betrayed utter disbelief. The mere thought that Chinese deities might be several times more powerful than their Western counterparts sent their blood boiling. Zhou Yu's eyes widened in shock. He shot a scornful glance at the sycophants who had just been praising Western deities. What bull Western deities? They're not even worthy to tie the shoes of the Chinese gods. What deity could possibly match the power of a single Pangu fragment in their entire lifetime? The word stung like a slap, leaving them red-faced and wishing they could vanish into a crack in the ground. The humiliation came too fast, too sudden, utterly embarrassing. The live stream chat exploded with comments, filling the screen densely. This is insane. Whoever's there, grab some of that smoke for me. I'll pay for it. What's this kid's name? His power is insane. Never seen such an incredible display. Western gods? Trash. After being suppressed by Western deities for so many years, China has finally risen. You Western-worshipping beasts. Open your dog eyes and see who's truly in charge. The 3 elders of the Capital Elders Council were so agitated their veins bulged, their breaths came in gasps, and their voices trembled. What mythical artifact did that kid contract? Just a fragment possesses an SSS-tier phenomenon. We must send men to protect him immediately. If other nations find out. I've already instructed the Tiancheng city director to make contact with him. Quick! Shut down the livestream. Protect this genius first.
It was already too late.
Intelligence operatives from major foreign powers immediately picked up on this livestream. Gritting their teeth with hatred, they disseminated this critical intelligence. A SSS-grade mythical artifact has appeared in China. Jiang Yunpeng remained unaware that he had already drawn the attention of all factions. He was still immersed in the joy of contracting the Pangu Banner. The artifact of Yuanshi Tianzuan, one of the three pure ones of Taoism, was truly extraordinary. Merely a fragment could trigger such extraordinary phenomena. If this Pangu Banner were fully reassembled. Whoa! He sucked in a sharp breath. Wouldn't it shake the heavens and earth? Yunpeng, I never imagined you were this formidable. Zhou Yu was overcome with excitement, rubbing his hands together as he stared at Jiang Yunpeng, wishing he could gaze upon it once more. Just good luck, Jiang Yunpeng smiled. Just then, a middle-aged man in a black suit strode in. Mr. Jiang Yunpeng. Hello? I'm Wang Lin from the Tancheng City Administration Bureau. Might we speak privately? Jiang Yunpeng glanced at the ID card the man presented and nodded. The surrounding students were green with envy. He'd just contracted a mythical artifact, and now the bureau director had taken notice. Look! It's the eldest son of the Chongping family. Goodness! Even people from Longhai Group are here. Hearing this, Jiang Yunpeng turned to see several well-dressed young men striding toward them. Mr. Jiang. I'm Chang Tianyu from the Chongping family. Would you be interested in joining our family? The young man in the blue suit approached Jiang Yunpeng, his expression brimming with confidence. Our Chongping family is among the foremost in divine artifact research. With your abilities, joining us would be incredibly promising. Before he could finish, another young man interjected. Young Master Chang, you can't hog all the glory. Brother Jiang, our Longhai group offers better compensation, and... Students nearby watched the scene unfold, their jaws dropping in shock. Holy crap! These are all top-tier forces in Tiandu City. This is insane. You never get to see these big shots in person normally. No wonder he recognized an SSS-grade mythical item. As more and more representatives from prominent families swarmed over, Wang Lin's expression darkened. He knew the lengths these families would go to. If they succeeded, he'd be in serious trouble. Jiang Yunpeng gave a faint smile. Sorry, I'm not even considering it. He'd already decided how to handle this. Why would he join these families and work for them? He wasn't an idiot. Chang Tianyu's expression turned icy. He hadn't expected Jiang Yunpeng to dare refuse. Jiang Yunpeng, you'd better think this through. Crossing our Chongping clan will make life impossible for you in Tancheng City. Before he could finish, a sudden commotion erupted outside. A line of black-clad bodyguards cleared a path ahead. At this sight, everyone present instinctively parted to make way, and the bustling divine artifact hall fell abruptly silent. The middle-aged man surrounded by bodyguards was none other than the renowned chief secretary of the Elders' Council Fong Tao. Chang Tianyu, who had threatened Jiang Yunpeng, froze in place, hastily taking several steps back. Members of other clans fell utterly silent. Ahem. Secretary Fong, good. Secretary Fong, you've arrived. These young masters, usually arrogant and haughty, now lowered their heads submissively, bending over backwards to curry favor. Fong Tao shot them a cold glance, ignoring them completely as he walked up to Jiang Yunpeng. Mr. Jiang, on behalf of the Elders' Council, I extend a sincere invitation. We hope you will accompany us to the council. His tone was calm and measured. For a prodigy like Jiang Yunpeng, he adopted an exceptionally deferential attitude. Jiang Yunpeng had no objections. It spared him from being hounded by these family members, and the Elders' Council sought him out for the divine artifact anyway. Thank you for your trouble, Secretary Fong, Jiang Yunpeng replied, neither humble nor arrogant. Fong Tao's gaze held a hint of admiration. Bodyguards escorted the two men out of the divine artifact building. Just as Jiang Yunpeng was about to get into the car, his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure nearby. Chen Wenjie was sandwiched between two burly men, his face deathly pale and his spirit utterly broken. Come on, you're coming back with us to explain yourself properly. Buying diplomas, fabricating documents, and spreading false rumors, you're in for it now. Watching Chen Wenjie get shoved into the black sedan, Jiang Yunpeng felt a sense of satisfaction. The Administration Bureau had handled this matter well. Chen Wenjie deserved it. For a two-bit crook like him, not getting shot was the best luck he could hope for. Chapter 5, My Stance, Surrendering to the State. The vehicle sped into the underground parking garage of an office building. After coming to a stop, the bodyguards quickly exited and respectfully opened the door for Jiang Yunpeng. Jiang Yunpeng glanced around. Aside from a few black sedans, the entire parking lot was deserted. The security booth was deserted clearly, the area had been cleared. Jiang Yunpeng's suspicions deepened. For the Elders' Council to send a personal escort meant the chain reaction he de-triggered was no small matter. Fong Tao led him down a long corridor to a conference room. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only a conference table and several chairs. Sit down, Fong Tao said, pouring Jiang Yunpeng a cup of warm water. You must have a lot of questions. Jiang Yunpeng took the cup and sipped lightly. Is it because of the Pangu Banner?
Not entirely. Fong Tao sat down across from Jiang Yunpeng. Do you know why Qin Wenjie was assigned to explain today's live broadcast?
Jiang Yunpeng froze, suddenly realizing something.
So his sycophantic remarks were deliberately orchestrated by you? That's right. Fong Tao sighed deeply, his expression heavy with sorrow.
In recent years, many have been secretly undermining the development of Chinese mythological civilization.
They've used various methods to disparage Chinese deities while glorifying Western mythology.
What's truly terrifying are the parasites lurking within the upper echelons. They control vital resources, making their destructive power far greater.
Jiang Yunpeng understood, his voice turning cold.
Secretary Fong, your higher-ups have identified these individuals.
This unexpected appearance of mine during the live broadcast, you wouldn't be here just to tell me this, would you? The Elders' Council represented the national level. Sending Fong Tao demonstrated full sincerity, and his earlier remarks were also a test.
Jiang Yunpeng stared at Fong Tao, his mind racing.
Fong Tao froze, momentarily speechless. You've awakened an SSS-grade artifact. We were concerned. Secretary Fong, rest assured. We sons of China are born to fight and die defending our nation's borders. Betrayal is not in our blood. Jiang Yunpeng's gaze was unwavering. Fong Tao hadn't expected such words from a teenager, and his heart burned with emotion.
Rest assured, our Council of Elders will spare no effort to protect you.
Jiang Yunpeng smiled.
With abilities like his, protection was indeed necessary. Secretary Fong, I can hand my abilities over to the state.
The words struck like thunder, leaving Fong Tao speechless with disbelief. You intend to surrender the fragments of the Pangu Banner? No. Jiang Yunpeng shook his head. My ability. I can access the information of all mythical artifacts. I knew it. An SSS-tier artifact couldn't possibly. Fong Tao's heart pounded wildly.
Blood surged through his veins, his eyes nearly bloodshot.
He doubted his own ears. Jiang Yunpeng's gaze remained calm. I can see the complete information of all mythical artifacts. Clang! Fong Tao tumbled from his chair, his eyes bulging as he struggled to control his trembling body.
He scrambled to his feet, hands and knees scraping the floor, and pressed a button on the wall.
The entire conference room glowed with a faint blue light. Forgetting all dignity, his voice trembling yet eyes burning with excitement, he exclaimed, it's an anti-eavesdropping device.
In this world, information about mythical artifacts was the most valuable resource. To monopolize such knowledge, the great clans had committed countless unspeakable deeds. They guarded information like family heirlooms, preferring to let it rot in their hands rather than share it. Countless talented youths had to abandon their dreams of becoming divine mandate bearers simply because they couldn't access the knowledge. If Jiang Yunpeng's ability was genuine, it could single-handedly reshape the entire world's power structure. Fong Tao stared intently at Jiang Yunpeng, his breath catching in his throat. He pulled out a specialized communicator, took a deep breath, and said, I'll contact the elders immediately. This matter was too grave for a mere Secretary General to handle alone. The communicator was a palm-sized black metal box. When opened, it projected 5 three-dimensional images.
Jiang Yunpeng looked at the 5 venerable elders.
This was the legendary Council of Elders, guardians of the Huaxia mythic civilization.
The 5 old men in the projection displayed distinct expressions, each radiating an intimidating aura.
Anyone else would likely have trembled at the sight, but Jiang Yunpeng remained composed, his gaze unwavering.
The 5 elders felt a surge of approval. This Jiang Yunpeng was indeed extraordinary. Jiang Yunpeng, what ability did you mention? Asked the 3rd elder, his expression gentle. Fong Tao meticulously detailed Jiang Yunpeng's abilities. The expressions of all 5 elders shifted, their gazes filled with both astonishment and delight. The 1st elder suppressed his excitement and hurriedly asked, Can you demonstrate it? Jiang Yunpeng nodded, and an ancient bronze mirror appeared in the projection. This is the Kunlun mirror of the Queen Mother of the West, an SS-grade mythical artifact. It can reveal demons and exorcise evil, penetrating visions for 1,000 miles. To form a contract, one must silently recite, the pure chi of the immortal pool reveals divine traces, illuminating demons and evil to dissolve into the void. Now look at this. The 2nd elder eagerly displayed a broken jade pendant. A fragment of the Jade Emperor's imperial seal, an SSS-grade mythical artifact. Jiang Yunpeng answered without hesitation, this was the vital instrument governing the celestial court's decrees, though it was damaged during the ancient war. After testing over a dozen mythical artifacts, Jiang Yunpeng answered each one flawlessly, revealing hidden details even the elders didn't know. Watching their stunned expressions, Jiang Yunpeng smiled faintly. This move was an absolute game-changer. The 5 elders' expressions grew grave. Such ability surpassed their wildest imaginings. Jiang Yunpeng, the 2nd elder said gravely, do you realize how invaluable the information you just revealed is? Especially the binding incantation for the Kunlun mirror, even we were unaware of that. The 4th elder nodded. Indeed. We've studied it for decades and could only piece together fragments. Yet you can see the entirety. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating, muttered the 3rd elder, stroking his beard.
If this is true, it truly is heaven blessing our Huaxia. The first elder made an immediate decision. Fang Tao, arrange a special flight to bring him to the capital at once. We possess certain unique mythical artifacts that require your personal authentication, added the second elder. If you truly possess this ability, it would mark a monumental turning point for our Chinese mythological civilization. Fang Tao looked at Jiang Yunpeng, who spoke slowly. I'd like to bring a few of my classmates. No problem. Let him bring as many as he wants. Fang Tao, go make the arrangements. The Grand Elder stroked his beard, his voice brimming with delight. If Jiang Yunpeng possessed such abilities, bringing a few students was nothing. He could bring several platoons without issue. Jiang Yunpeng was a key figure under Huaxia's protection. Such a minor request was something they absolutely had to fulfill. After the video call ended, Fang Tao patted Jiang Yunpeng on the shoulder. Yunpeng, notify your classmates. I'll arrange your schedule for tomorrow. Jiang Yunpeng stretched lazily, feeling thoroughly content. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Zhou Yu. Yunpeng, are you okay? Jiang Yunpeng quickly replied, don't worry, everything's fine. Pack your things tomorrow, we're heading to the capital. Zhou Yu was stunned. A barrage of messages followed, shaking Jiang Yunpeng's hand until it went numb. Jiang Yunpeng only told him to pack his bags, leaving no room for further questions. Chapter 6, Special Summons from the Elders' Council. Fang Tao didn't send Jiang Yunpeng back to the dormitory. Instead, he personally escorted him to the city's most luxurious hotel. He had even arranged for 20 bodyguards to stand guard outside the door. Had Jiang Yunpeng not repeatedly refused, he would have assigned even more powerful third-tier divine mandate bearers for personal protection. Jiang Yunpeng's unique ability was akin to a national treasure. He absolutely could not be allowed to come to any harm. Phew! Jiang Yunpeng exhaled deeply as he surveyed the presidential suite, then opened his system panel to review his personal information. Too many events had unfolded for him to process them all yet. Host, Jiang Yunpeng. Strength, 38. Agility, 40. Mental power, 45. Constitution, Wuxi Yuqing Physique. Rank, first-tier divine mandate bearer. Contract mythic item, Pangu Banner. Reward mythical item, Wuxi Apricot Yellow Banner Absorbable. Skill Wu Ji Power, as long as the body touches the earth provides power to permanently enhance the body and allows the manipulation of earth elements to launch attacks. Whoa! Jiang Yunpeng sucked in a sharp breath. Rewarding mythical items? And it's one of Primordial Lord's treasures. This Wu Ji Power is ridiculously powerful. As long as he fought on the ground, he'd be virtually unbeatable. Divine mandate bearers could control mythical items bound by contracts to gain divine power. The divine power gained and used is not infinite. As a Tier 1 divine mandate bearer, Jiang Yunpeng currently draws 10% divine power from the Wu Ji Apricot Yellow Banner. Upon advancing to Tier 2, he would gain an additional 10%, with the percentage increasing incrementally thereafter. The stronger one becomes, the more divine power they can draw. A mere 10% of divine power is depleted after just 2 or 3 uses. With the added might of the Wu Ji energy, Jiang Yunpeng now felt confident enough to engage even 2nd or 3rd tier mystics in combat. With this power, formidable demons on future battlefields would pose no challenge. Jiang Yunpeng sat cross-legged, eyes closed. Within the darkness of his consciousness, a golden orb of light suddenly appeared. This was the divine power. Like threads woven together, the divine power separated at his mental command. A beam as thick as a finger split from the mass and flowed into his body. Boom! Overwhelming power erupted from every cell in his body. As dizziness overwhelmed him, his vision went blank. When he opened his eyes again, 2 beams of golden light shot forth from his eyes. Crackle! The television set before him was instantly pierced with 2 holes, its internal components completely melted by the beam. This is way too powerful. Jiang Yunpeng's mind was reeling. Even in his excitement, he didn't forget to withdraw his divine power. If he wasn't careful, he might destroy the entire room, and then he really wouldn't be able to sleep. He suppressed his racing heartbeat. If a first-tier divine mandate bearer could achieve this, what lay beyond? Wouldn't that truly mean ascending to immortality? Who didn't dream of becoming an immortal or a god? Roaming freely with sword in hand, traversing the 4 seas. The mere thought of possessing the power to stir up the seas with a mere gesture filled Jiang Yunpeng with longing. That night, he slept profoundly. A golden-scaled dragon was no mere pond creature encountering the right winds and clouds, it would ascend to the heavens. He could hardly wait to showcase his power in the capital. The next morning, Jiang Yunpeng rose and stepped out, followed by 20 bodyguards in single file. Such a display would make anyone unaware mistake him for some important figure. Jiang Yunpeng, however, felt no awkwardness. By the time he followed the bodyguards to the hotel's top floor, Fang Tao and the 3 students Jiang Yunpeng had specifically requested to bring were already waiting for him. Thanks to Jiang Yunpeng's guidance, Jia Menyu and his own had each contracted a mythical artifact. One wielded the Shushan demon-slaying sword, while the other commanded the Yin Yang Qi vessel, both S-grade legendary items. As for Zhou Yu, he had contracted Guan Yu's Green Dragon Crescent Blade.
With his imposing stature, he could only unleash its full power by borrowing the divine might of Lord Guan. Jiang Yunpeng was thoroughly satisfied.
Bringing these three along was a natural choice, given their closest ties to him. Leaving them in Tiancheng City, where they could be co-opted by other clans, would only lead to certain doom. Zhou Yu and the others followed Feng Tao, holding their breath in awe. Their hearts nearly stopped when they saw the Council of Elders' exclusive helicopter parked on the rooftop.
Yunpeng, anything else you need to bring? If not, board the helicopter. Feng Tao smiled warmly at Jiang Yunpeng.
Whatever request Jiang Yunpeng made, he would grant without hesitation.
Nothing else. We can depart now. After Jiang Yunpeng boarded first, Zhou Yu and the others followed cautiously.
Their luggage was loaded onto the escort helicopters following behind.
Zhou Yu sat beside Jiang Yunpeng, his expression tense as he whispered, Yunpeng, where are we headed? Is there some major event in the capital? Jiang Yunpeng remained calm. We're going to the Capital Elders Council. What?
Zhou Yu's voice nearly split the air. His body trembled as he met Feng Tao's gaze. His voice trembled.
We're going to the council? Jiang Yunpeng nodded.
Zhao Mengyu and He Zong both turned pale, while Zhou Yu fell completely silent. In the hearts of all divine mandate bearers, the Elders Council was sacred ground.
How could ordinary divine mandate bearers possibly qualify to enter?
The fact that Jiang Yunpeng could simply say he'd take them there spoke volumes about the terrifying power he wielded. Zhou Yu slapped himself hard across the face, his expression dazed.
No, this isn't a dream. I really get to go to the Elders Council. Mom, I've made it.
With that, he hurriedly pulled out his phone to share the good news with his parents back home. Zhao Mengyu and He Zong, once they regained their composure, also fumbled for their phones and started typing furiously. Jiang Yunpeng found their reactions rather amusing. Getting this excited over a trip to the Elders Council, these kids were so easily satisfied. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he remained far more composed than they.
Throughout the journey, Zhou Yu remained silent.
After over 3 hours of flight, the helicopter arrived at the capital's most prestigious building.
The building featured a dedicated helipad for the Elders Council. The moment the helicopter touched down, a line of bodyguards stood at attention on either side, presenting an imposing sight. An elevator on the rooftop led directly to the first floor. Feng Tao pressed his fingerprint. After recognition, he led Jiang Yunpeng and the others into the elevator descending. Ding! The elevator stopped on the first floor. The moment the doors opened, Jiang Yunpeng, Zhou Yu, and their companion collectively held their breath. Before them lay a vast, open-plan space spanning 400 to 500 square meters, enclosed by transparent glass walls glowing with a soft blue light. 81 white marble pillars encircled the space, each carved with a unique coiled dragon design. Each coiled dragon held a dragon pearl in its mouth, with the edges adorned by a ring of pale gold metal trim. The atrium featured an inlaid bagua diagram, while the walls depicted flowing streams and soaring cranes, creating a vivid, ethereal scene that seemed to leap off the walls. Jiang Yunpeng quickly snapped out of his astonishment. The place was solemn and dignified, with exceptional feng shui truly unlike any ordinary location. What was even more peculiar was that he sensed a very special power here. A thought flashed through his mind: could he use the all-knowing eye to probe its depths? He acted immediately. As soon as he activated the all-knowing eye, a prompt appeared before him. Target, Mystic Yellow Earth Formation. Grade, SSS. Type, Protective Formation. Effect, imbued with the essence of Shen Wang, it can block divine mandate holders below the 8th tier. Jiang Yunpeng understood. An SSS grade formation? The Elders Council truly possessed formidable strength. Chapter 7, The Birth of a Nation's Special Talent. Yunpeng, don't be nervous. Just perform to your full potential when the time comes. Feng Tao led them forward in a specific formation, fearing Jiang Yunpeng might be too nervous to perform at his best, and gave him a special reminder. Understood, Jiang Yunpeng replied. Feng Tao led them to a peculiar ancient gate flanked by divine mandate bearers on either side. Upon seeing Feng Tao nod, one of them made a gesture. A fiery red divine power erupted from his hand, striking the transparent archway. Boom! A distinct passageway suddenly materialized within the archway. Zhou Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement, his curiosity burning to explore. After Feng Yu led the way, the others followed. The light within the archway was extremely dim. As they passed through, the light ahead suddenly intensified. They realized they had arrived on a 100-meter-high stone platform suspended in midair. The platform was shrouded in a white mist, a gentle breeze caressing them as white clouds drifted past their hands. Jiang Yunpeng wasn't afraid of heights. The platform was ancient, and runes were still visible carved into its surface. The space was vast and open, with various divine artifacts displayed on either side. Stone chairs stood in each of the 5 cardinal directions: east, south, west, north, and center, marking the seats of the 5 elders. At the center sat the Grand Elder, appearing to be in his 70s, with snow-white hair and beard, clad in a deep black robe. At first glance, he resembled an ordinary elder, yet his eyes burned with an intense, piercing light, as if capable of seeing straight into one's soul. The other 4 elders rose from their stone seats upon seeing them approach. With each step they took, the colossal divine power emanating from them surged forth. This divine power surged like ocean waves, while Jiang Yunpeng and his companions were but tiny boats adrift in the current. They felt utterly insignificant, like ants shaking a tree, helplessly swept along by the overwhelming force. Zhou broke out in a cold sweat, while Zhao Mengyu's legs trembled so violently she could barely stand. His own kept his head bowed low, utterly unable to meet the gaze of the 5 elders. Jiang Yunpeng steadied himself, his heart pounding with terror. He had only experienced the power of a first-tier divine mandate bearer yesterday, yet before these 5, his own divine power felt as insignificant as an ant's. Truly, as the highest sanctuary of Huaxia's mythical civilization, the power of these individuals was not to be underestimated. Fong Tao clasped his hands. Greetings, elders. Jiang Yunpeng, Zhou, and the others also bowed their hands in unison and shouted in unison. Seeing their cautious demeanor, the Grand Elder chuckled, "No need to be nervous, young Jiang. The projection didn't quite reveal your full capabilities. Why not try again?" Certainly, Jiang Yunpeng agreed readily. At his consent, the burly second elder beckoned with a wave of his hand. A bronze artifact abruptly materialized before Jiang Yunpeng. Dragon Pattern Square Tripod SSS Grade Mythical Item, the sacrificial artifact of Emperor Wu Ding. It can communicate with heaven and earth to discern divine will above and absorb myriad malevolent spirits to fuse divine power below. It is the legacy of Emperor Wu Ding. The information about the Dragon Pattern Square Tripod floated before Jiang Yunpeng, leaving him somewhat stunned. He hadn't expected the Elders' Council to possess such a divine artifact. Noticing his expression, the third elder, who had been fingering his prayer beads, hurriedly asked, "Is there a problem?" Jiang Yunpeng shook his head solemnly. "This is Emperor Wu Ding's artifact, the Dragon Pattern Square Tripod, an SSS grade mythical item. Forging a contract with it is no simple matter, only one enveloped in purple aura can bind it. After all, it was an imperial artifact, how could an ordinary person possibly qualify to form a contract with it?" At these words, the fourth elder standing nearby suddenly lost his composure, utterly shocked. "Young Jiang, you mean this is true? The Dragon Pattern Square Tripod is the sacred artifact of the Shang dynasty's foremost sage king." The fifth elder circled the dusty, Dragon Pattern Square Tripod, examining it repeatedly, yet saw no trace of a divine artifact. He swallowed hard. "Young Jiang, are you certain?" All 5 elders present turned their gaze toward Jiang Yunpeng in unison. If confirmed as a divine artifact, it would completely transform Huaxia. Or rather, the entire world order would be upended. Once a divine artifact emerged, who could possibly stand against it? Looking around, the divine beings of China had already begun descending to save the world, while the Western deities were likely still playing in the mud. In this chaotic age of demons and monsters, the more divine artifacts China possessed, the greater its influence would be. To avoid being crushed by Western deities, the only option was to find more divine artifacts. Zhou Yu's heart pounded in his throat, and Zhao Mengyu and the others felt the same. They never imagined Jiang Yunpeng possessed such terrifying power. No wonder he earned a personal audience with the Elders' Council. Even Fong Tao could only serve as his chauffeur in his presence. Such power was truly terrifying. Fong Tao's entire focus was almost entirely consumed by the Dragon Pattern Square Tripod before him. His sharp gaze fixed on Jiang Yunpeng. Jiang Yunpeng met their gazes with an expression of calm composure. A swirl of divine power emerged from his hands as he chanted in a deep, measured voice. The mystic bird of heaven's mandate descended to give birth to the Shang, dwelling in the vast lands of Yin. The ancient emperor commanded Wu Tang to establish order across the 4 quarters. As Jiang Yunpeng finished his words, his gaze fixed intently upon the Dragon Pattern Square Tripod before him. Clang! 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 The Dragon Pattern Square Tripod trembled incessantly, a jade green light suddenly bursting forth from within. Roar! 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 Amidst the light, countless dragon roars echoed, causing excruciating pain in the eardrums of everyone present. Hum! An invisible force erupted from the Dragon Pattern Square Tripod, and the trembling vessel instantly fell silent. The overwhelming aura, blinding light, and dragon roars vanished entirely, as if it had all been an illusion. Jiang Yunpeng smiled bitterly inwardly. It was indeed impossible. He bore no mark of divine destiny, nor was he shielded by purple chi. The Dragon Pattern Square Tripod refused to bind with him, and even the divine favor bestowed by the system proved powerless. His recitation of the contract incantation had merely been to prove his words were true. The goal achieved, there was no need to force the issue. Before the 5 elders could recover from the scene, the Grand Elder had already rushed to Jiang Yunpeng's side. His face contorted with excitement and ecstasy. "Heaven blesses Huaxia! Heaven blesses Huaxia! Ha 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 ha! Who would have thought that in my twilight years, I would witness Huaxia rise again? Wonderful! Absolutely wonderful! China can finally rise again!" As he spoke, tears streamed down his aged face. Though over 70, he wept like a child. The other 4 elders were no different, weeping and laughing simultaneously. Fong Tao felt his blood boil with fervor. The pent-up frustration in his chest finally dissipated. The Western powers had suppressed them for so many years.
With Jiang Yunpeng here, the sword that had hung over their heads for so long had finally vanished. Zhou Yu and the others were mere teenagers, having never experienced China's most agonizing era.
Yet the elders' unrestrained emotions infected them too. China can finally rise again.
The elders who perished at the hands of demons can finally rest in peace. Zhou Yu's words suddenly silenced Jiang Yunpeng, a stinging sensation welling up in his eyes.
Once the Grand Elder regained his composure, he immediately declared, "This matter must remain absolutely confidential.
Jiang Yunpeng's abilities are China's highest state secret.
Fang Tao, you are now solely responsible for ensuring his safety. Should any harm come to him, I will hold you personally responsible."
Fang Tao stood at attention, his expression solemn.
"Understood. I will protect Jiang Yunpeng with my life."
The other elders then turned their gaze to Zhou Yu and his companions. Zhou Yu and his two companions solemnly swore in unison that they would never reveal a single detail of today's events.
Chapter 8, the young master of the Yi family appears in the capital. Fang Tao deliberately brought Jiang Yunpeng, Zhou Yu, and the others to the most secure residence within the Ministry of State Security. Jiang Yunpeng was the primary target of protection.
As for his classmates, they were naturally classified as level 1 targets and received the same treatment as Jiang Yunpeng. When Zhou Yu emerged, he seemed dazed.
Zhao Mengyu couldn't help but blurt out, "Today feels like a dream. I never imagined Yunpeng."
Before she could finish, He Zong clamped a hand over her mouth. Glancing around nervously, he hissed,
"Shut up. We can't reveal anything, it'll get Yunpeng killed."
Zhao Mengyu snapped back to reality, hastily covering her mouth. She shot He Zong a terrified glance before nodding.
Their reaction made Jiang Yunpeng feel a bit uneasy. He tried to reassure them, "Don't be so tense. Everyone, just stay calm."
Zhou Yu shot him a resentful look.
"Yunpeng, how can we possibly stay calm? We never imagined we'd be treated like this. From now on, I'm clinging to your coattails for dear life.
I'll be the first to stand guard. Anyone who dares touch you will have to get past me first."
Cough, cough, cough.
Zhou Yu pounded his chest a bit too hard, coughing awkwardly a few times.
Fang Tao couldn't help but smile at the sight of these teenagers.
He pulled 4 cards from his wallet.
"These are my supplementary cards. Take them. 1 million yuan will be deposited into each account monthly for living expenses. From now on, you'll be residing in the capital. Tell your families that the Elders' Council will personally train you. As for the rest, keep it to yourselves. Understood?"
Zhou Yu's eyes widened at the sight of the gleaming black cards.
He nodded vigorously. "Understood. Understood. Secretary Feng, you can count on us." In a high-cost city like the capital, 1 million yuan a month was more than sufficient. Jiang Yunpeng was satisfied. The council's treatment was truly extraordinary, no wonder so many divine mandate holders sought to join.
Each of them was assigned an apartment. As soon as Fang Tao left, Zhou Yu and the other two immediately surrounded Jiang Yunpeng. Zhao Mengyu's cheeks flushed bright red as she exclaimed excitedly, "Yunpeng, from now on, you're my big brother. You were the one who helped me contract my Shushan demon-slaying sword.
I'll have your back from now on. Hey, hey, hey! Yunpeng is my best bro."
Zhou Yu playfully shoved Zhao Mengyu aside, grinning.
"Since we're in the capital, why not go explore? I hear there are plenty of places selling divine artifacts here. We might even snag a bargain."
Divine artifacts were sold in major cities, typically obtained by divine mandate bearers within secret realms. While certain clans possess knowledge of specific divine artifact names and binding methods, most require pure luck to contract. It's also common for divine-bound individuals to sell them openly.
Sounds good. It'll be a chance to get familiar with the capital. After Jiang Yunpeng agreed, Zhao Mengyu let out a cheer.
As a high-profile protected individual, Jiang Yunpeng had Qin Zhan, the bodyguard captain assigned by Fang Tao, standing by. After clarifying Jiang Yunpeng's plans, he dispatched 2 armored vehicles, both forged from special high-grade steel. Each vehicle could withstand the power of a 5th-tier divine mandate bearer. Qin Zhan himself was a 3rd-tier divine mandate bearer, and he had also called in 6 2nd-tier divine mandate bodyguards. Qin Zhan didn't know why the Elders' Council valued Jiang Yunpeng so highly, but for someone so young to warrant 5 elders stepping in, he clearly wasn't ordinary. Seeing the scale of this escort, Jiang Yunpeng couldn't help but rub his forehead. Thankfully, this world was filled with numerous aristocratic families. The offspring of these families would only be more ostentatious than him when going out. Thinking of this, he felt somewhat relieved. What Jiang Yunpeng hadn't anticipated was that before the 3 vehicles even reached the commercial district, they were intercepted midway. 6 sleek black supercars were parked across the road, their streamlined bodies gleaming in the sunlight. From the lead car emerged a young man clad in leather jacket and pants, his features defiant and his gaze menacing. The moment he stepped out, he made a gesture. A dozen divine mandate agents in uniform combat gear emerged from the supercars, surrounding the 3 vehicles. Qin Zhan recognized the combat uniforms and roared with fury, "It's the Yi family! How dare they? Blocking the road here!" He rolled down his window and barked the order. "We're State Security Department bodyguards. Get out of our way, now!" The young man calmly lit a cigarette, strolling out to the window with a nonchalant air.
Well, if it isn't Captain Sheen. What's the rush? I heard Brother Jiang came to the capital, so I thought I'd invite him for a meal. Brother Jiang, wouldn't you do us the honor? I'm Yi Tianyun, the young clan leader of the Yi family in the capital. With such status, surely you wouldn't be so rude as to refuse?
Yi Tianyun finished speaking, his gaze challenging Jiang Yunpeng. Jiang Yunpeng was merely a teenager in his teens in Yi Tianyun's eyes, he was insignificant. Had Jiang Yunpeng not possessed something he desired, he would never have deigned to come here. Jiang Yunpeng frowned slightly, his gaze turning icy as he looked at Yi Tianyun. He had researched the capital's situation. The Yi family ranked second among the 4 major families, and these clans were far more arrogant than those in Tiancheng City. But, with the backing of the Elders' Council, what did the Yi family amount to? He scoffed, speaking with deliberate calm. Yi Yuntian, plenty of people want to treat me to a meal. What makes you think you're special? Here's the deal, if you kneel before me and kowtow 3 times, I might just deign to grace you with my presence. No sooner had Jiang Yunpeng finished speaking than Zhou Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. He nudged Jiang Yunpeng with his elbow and chuckled, if a 20-something guy kowtows to you, doesn't that make you way older than him? Xin Zhan had already called for backup. If Yi Yuntian dared to lay a finger on Jiang Yunpeng, he'd make sure Yi Yuntian died right here on the spot. Yi Yuntian hadn't expected Jiang Yunpeng to publicly humiliate him. Veins bulged on his neck as rage boiled over. You! Jiang Yunpeng, you're nothing but a little bastard. I gave you some face, but you actually think you're someone important? Let me tell you straight, if you don't hand over that SSS grade divine artifact today, don't blame me for being ruthless. He flicked his cigarette away and took several sharp steps back. The dozen or so divine commanders following him immediately tensed, ready for action. You have 1 minute to think it over. Don't make me force your hand. Captain Sheen, if you and your state security department don't want to die, get the hell out of here now. Yi Yuntian had always acted with utter disregard for the law. Stealing someone else's SSS grade divine artifact? He'd done it before. He had no idea how influential Jiang Yunpeng had become. He didn't want to provoke the state security department, otherwise he'd kill Qin Zhan too. Yi Yuntian. Qin Zhan roared, his expression savage. If you want to die here today, I'll grant you your wish. Yi Yuntian dismissed Qin Zhan's words entirely. He'd clashed with the Ministry of State Security before once, twice, and didn't believe they'd dare kill him. And all this over a mere Jiang Yunpeng? What did Jiang Yunpeng even amount to? He glanced at Jiang Yunpeng, but the expected look of dread and fear never materialized. Instead, Jiang Yunpeng's eyes held a hint of amusement as he spoke slowly. The young clan leader of the Yi family? What would happen if we killed him? Chapter 9, National Special Envoy, Who Dares Challenge? Yi Yuntian's rage boiled over. In all his years, he'd never encountered such brazen arrogance. Gritting his teeth, he roared in fury. All of you, attack. Whatever happens, I'll take responsibility. As soon as the words left his mouth, the divine commanders behind him launched their attacks simultaneously. Multicolored divine energies surged toward Jiang Yunpeng and his group. Xin Zhan seethed with rage, stunned that Yi Yuntian had grown so brazen. He burst through the car window, spreading his massive hand to unleash golden divine power that coalesced into a protective net enveloping the entire vehicle. The divine energy unleashed by the Yi family's divine mandate bearers collided with the shield, sparks flying in bursts. Zhou Yu and the others were all students. They'd never witnessed such a scene before. They quickly retreated back into the vehicle. Jiang Yunpeng examined the defensive net with curiosity as Qin Zhan and the other bodyguards charged forward, entangling themselves in combat with the Yi family's divine mandate bearers. Something was wrong. Jiang Yunpeng frowned, his keen gaze fixed on Qin Zhan. The bodyguards he brought weren't just second tier. Yi Yuntian's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. With each swing of Qin Zhan's fist, the divine mandate bearers near him were flung away, crashing into the supercars. One vehicle was instantly smashed into scrap metal. In the blink of an eye, Qin Zhan and his bodyguards had completely wiped out the Yi family's divine mandate warriors. Good. 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 Qin Zhan. You dare touch my Yi family members. I'll personally deal with you. Yi Yuntian's hair stood on end with fury as divine power surged skyward. A terrifying, boundless beam erupted from his body, the raw power unleashed without even activating his divine artifact. The surrounding air warped, yet Qin Zhan showed not a shred of fear. He sneered coldly, You're not worthy. Boom. 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 The deafening roar of propellers filled the air. Yi Yuntian looked up, his expression abruptly changing. The Ministry of State Security had actually deployed the capital's airborne forces. Yi Yuntian was enraged beyond measure, cursing furiously. Qin Zhan. You've gone mad. You dare deploy military forces against the Yi family. Anyone who dares touch Jiang Yunpeng will die. Qin Zhan stood before the car, his eyes blazing. Golden armor enveloped his body, making him resemble the war god Xingtian. The State Security Department members aboard the helicopter simultaneously aimed their weapons at the Yi family members. Their expressions were cold and hard, showing not the slightest regard for the Yi family. What a waste! Jiang Yunpeng surveyed the situation and silently shook his head. Yi Yuntian wasn't foolish enough to fight a losing battle. Sure enough, witnessing this scene, Yi Yuntian could only swallow his overwhelming rage, nearly choking on his fury. Jiang Yunpeng. Xin Zhan. I remember you too today. Yi family, retreat. The Yi family divine mandate bearers, knocked to the ground, helped each other up, staggering to their feet. Zhou, look at young clan leader Yi, he truly resembles a stray dog. How dare this defeated dog bark so wildly? Jiang Yunpeng's utterly scornful words shattered Yi Yuntian's defenses completely. How could he dare to be so arrogant when Qin Zhan, that bastard, had mobilized the army? Yi Yuntian gritted his teeth, swallowing his anger. He shot Jiang Yunpeng a look so filled with venom he could have torn him limb from limb. Watching the Yi family retreat in disarray, Zhou let out a wild cheer. Holy crap! Captain Qin was so badass just now. When will I ever be that strong? Jiang Yunpeng smiled, silently sizing up Qin Zhan. This man's strength was far beyond just third tier. It seemed the capital truly harbored hidden talents. He'd have to stay vigilant. Many heroes had stumbled in unexpected places. Once the military personnel confirmed Jiang Yunpeng was unharmed, Qin Zhan gave a signal and they finally withdrew. Now that the nuisances are gone, we can finally explore properly. Zhao Mengyu was already bursting with excitement. With Jiang Yunpeng and his bodyguards around, safety was the last thing they needed to worry about. Unfortunately, they were ultimately disappointed. Divine artifacts in the market cost at least hundreds of thousands, and many ran into the millions. With only 1 million yuan in monthly living expenses, it was nowhere near enough. In the end, the four could only stroll through the market once before settling on a well-regarded restaurant for a meal. Meanwhile, at the Yi family residence in the capital, Yi Tianyun pushed open the study door with a dark expression and called out, "Father!" Yi Changlong, the head of the Yi family, glanced at him with displeasure. How did the matter I assigned you turn out? Failed. I didn't expect Qin Zhan to personally guard him and even hire military personnel. Yi Tianyun gritted his teeth. He didn't even give our Yi family any face. Bang! Yi Chenglong slammed his fist on the table, his rage boiling over. Qin Zhan? How dare he? Who gave him the authority to deploy the military? Yi Tianyun took a deep breath and reluctantly recounted the entire incident. As Yi Chenglong listened, his brow furrowed deeper. He murmured, this doesn't add up. There have been SSS-grade divine artifact contractors before. Why protect Jiang Yunpeng specifically? The State Security Department isn't made up of fools. Could it be? His heart lurched violently. As he rose, books from the cabinet crashed to the floor with a clatter. Father, when do we go back to settle this? I won't let Jiang Yunpeng off the hook. Yi Tianyun's mind was consumed with thoughts of taking down Jiang Yunpeng, completely oblivious to Yi Changlong's unease. Shut it! You fool! Yi Changlong glared at him. We won't target Jiang Yunpeng anymore. The Yi family can't afford to cross someone like him. Yi Tianyun nearly thought his ears were deceiving him. In disbelief, he stammered, Father, what are you saying? Yi Changlong roared, the military has always been under the Elders' Council. Jiang Yunpeng has the council backing him. Yi Tianyun protested, but father, our Yi family. Enough! Yi Changlong massaged his temples. This matter ends here. Tomorrow's Elders' Council meeting won't be simple. Keep your head down. Yes. Yi Tianyun gritted his teeth and bowed his head. Yi Changlong's expression grew grave. The sudden national attention on Jiang Yunpeng meant something major had likely happened. Jiang Yunpeng wasn't idle either. Their residence featured a divine power training ground, constructed entirely from special materials on all sides. It was ideal for novices like them to hone and control their divine power. By the time he finished training, night had fallen. His phone buzzed with a message from Feng Tao. Yunpeng, tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp. Elders Council headquarters. Be there on time. Jiang Yunpeng frowned in thought. As a newcomer, he couldn't afford to expose his abilities too soon. Tomorrow's meeting was likely no ordinary affair. Could it be about the noble families? A sudden flash of insight struck Jiang Yunpeng. The clans had been giving him trouble, and the Elders' Council was seizing this opportunity to confront them. This time, it seemed certain lessons would be taught to certain individuals. The next day at 9, in the meeting hall of the Elders' Council headquarters. 5 elders sat flanked on either side, led by the venerable Grand Elder. Below them sat representatives from the 4 major families of the capital. Jiang Yunpeng, Zhou, and their group sat below the 5 elders, their status clearly evident. The Grand Elder clapped his hands, and the projector illuminated a display of all the gathered evidence of their crimes. The 4 major families of the capital, Yi, Zhou, Li, and Wang. They should be the pillars of the nation, yet they have become a scourge. The Zhou family monopolizes medicine, inflating drug prices. The Li family secretly colludes with foreign forces. The Wang family illegally seizes land, oppressing the people. As for the Yi family, the Grand Elder paused, his voice thick with loathing, they commit every conceivable evil. Yi Chenglong leapt to his feet. Elder, are Yi family?
Enough!
The Grand Elder slammed his hand on the table. I hereby announce the restructuring plan, effective immediately. The 4 great families are stripped of their status.
All assets are frozen and taken over by the state. What?
The representatives of the 4 families cried out in unison.
This era has no place for parasites living off ancestral glory, the Grand Elder declared coldly. True talent is what deserves to rise.
Yi Tianyun's face drained of color. Their ability to lord over others depended entirely on whether the state chose to crack down on them.
No matter how powerful they were, how could they possibly stand against the state? Chapter 10, The Underground Chamber, Ancient Divine Treasures. After the meeting adjourned, Jiang Yunpeng passed by Yi Tianyun and sneered, "You've truly become a stray dog."
Yi Tianyun gritted his teeth.
Jiang Yunpeng.
You just wait.
I won't let you off the hook. With that, Yi Tianyun stormed off.
Fang Tao led Jiang Yunpeng and the others to the Special Operations Group's temporary command center. In the vast command room, dozens of display screens hummed simultaneously, each showing different architectural layouts.
This is intelligence gathered from years of surveillance, Fang Tao pointed to the central display.
The 4 great families maintain secret warehouses throughout the capital. The Yi family alone has 7 locations. Jiang Yunpeng glanced at the map and coldly remarked, that ancient mansion the Yi family owns in the suburbs registers an unusually high divine power reading.
Something's off.
Exactly, Fang Tao nodded approvingly.
That's the Yi family's ancestral home.
It likely holds their most crucial assets. The screen switched to a detailed mission assignment chart. The operation will be divided into 4 teams, each assigned to one family.
Fang Tao looked at Jiang Yunpeng. Considering your connection to the Yi family, you'll be in charge of that sector.
Xin Zhan will lead the team, supported by 10 special operations personnel.
Zhou Yu and He Zong were eager to join in. We want to go too.
Agreed,
Fang Tao consented.
You've both seen the world and can help identify mythical artifacts.
This mission is critical, exercise utmost caution.
Understood, they replied in unison, their voices trembling slightly.
Zhou Yu's expression remained composed, though sweat beaded on his palms.
He stole a glance at Zhao Mingyu beside him, noticing she too looked tense.
This was their first time participating in a national-level operation. If they messed this up, wouldn't they bring shame upon Jiang Yunpeng?
Jiang Yunpeng wore an expression of calm detachment, exuding the air of a sage, something he himself needed to learn. In truth, Jiang Yunpeng was pondering something else entirely, which of the 4 great families of the capital was truly untouchable. To have their estates confiscated so effortlessly, it all felt too convenient. Jiang Yunpeng glanced at them and murmured, "Don't panic. The most important thing is to protect yourselves."
Fang Tao glanced at Xin Zhan, who was already armed. Jiang Yunpeng, don't act impulsively during the operation. I'll be right behind you.
Xin Zhan's mission this time was to protect Jiang Yunpeng. The safety of others fell within his scope of consideration. Except for Jiang Yunpeng, anyone could die, including himself.
Begin the operation. Fang Tao gave the order, and several units set out together.
The Yi family ancestral estate stood deep within the suburbs, an ancient, rustic manor with blue glazed tiles and dark green bricks. The character Yi carved above the gate with divine power shimmered faintly in the sunlight. Deep within the courtyard, several century-old locust trees rustled softly in the night breeze. This place must be at least 200 years old, Zhou Yu swallowed hard.
Just standing at the entrance feels oppressive.
The special forces team swiftly dispersed, sealing off every exit. Zhao Mingyu's palms were sweaty with tension.
Yunpeng, which direction should we enter from?
Jiang Yunpeng glanced at the satellite map and swiftly identified one entrance.
Follow me.
He led the team into the main house, with Xin Zhan bringing up the rear. Jiang Yunpeng's gaze fixed on a wall in the east wing. The wall was made of rustic blue bricks, supporting a display cabinet filled with various cultural relics.
Jiang Yunpeng's gaze fell on a dark-colored brick. Just as he was about to touch it, Xin Zhan beat into it. He pressed his divine power against it and whispered, "The divine power fluctuations here are terrifying. Your strength is too weak, don't act rashly." Hearing this, Jiang Yunpeng felt his whole body go numb. He never imagined he'd be looked down upon like this. First-tier strength really wasn't enough to impress anyone. With a crack, the floor slowly split open. A deep staircase extended into the earth below, ancient candlesticks embedded in the walls. A foul, putrid stench assaulted their noses, prompting everyone present to cover their faces. "I'll scout ahead. Stay close." Xin Zhan acted decisively, descending cautiously. Just as he reached the second step, a piercing whistling sound erupted ahead. "Watch out." Xin Zhan grabbed Jiang Yunpeng by the arm and swung his right hand. Thud. 2 black-clad figures slammed heavily into the wall. Weapons in hand, they were clearly prepared for this. More guards burst from the shadows, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. These were the Yi family's elite assassins. Zhou Yu and the others recoiled in fright, only to see a faint smile playing at Xin Zhan's lips. "Is that all?" In the blink of an eye, Xin Zhan became a blur. His fists struck in rapid succession, and before the guards could react, they lay sprawled on the ground. Jiang Yunpeng watched with a surge of fervor. When would his own strength ever reach such heights?
Let's go, Jiang said calmly, adjusting his collar.
There really are good things down below.
Zhou Yu and the others hurried to follow, their hearts pounding with both nervousness and excitement.
Jiang Yunpeng felt a surge of anticipation too.
The Yi family had gone to such lengths, there had to be something valuable inside. Passing through the dim passageway, they finally reached the deepest chamber. The heavy iron door was engraved with intricate runes, glowing with an eerie light in the gloom. 5 Directions Ghost Seal Grade A, forged from the souls of the dead in the ghost realm. Requires the righteous energy of heaven's way to break. Upon seeing the runes, Jiang channeled his divine power. A burst of golden light shot forth, only to be instantly absorbed by the inscriptions.
Let me handle this.
Jiang Yunpeng stepped forward, pressing his palm against the door.
He had contracted the Wu Ji apricot yellow banner, embodying the righteous energy of heaven and earth. Yellow divine power erupted from his palm.
With a creaking sound, the iron door slowly swung open.
The chamber's furnishings were sparse. At its center stood a bronze altar bearing a dragon-patterned jade box.
Jiang carefully opened the box to reveal a yellowed parchment scroll inside.
Is this pre-Qin script?
Zhou Yu leaned in for a closer look.
I only recognize a few characters. What do these other squiggly ones mean? Let me see. Jiang Yunpeng took the parchment.
Under the all-knowing eye, he comprehended every word and his expression shattered.
The scroll mentions the 4 sacred treasures and the national seal.
These 4 sacred treasures are precisely safeguarded by the 4 great clans.
Everyone present froze in shock. What kind of divine artifacts were the 4 sacred treasures? Just then, Fang Tao's call came through, his voice brimming with excitement. Yunpeng, how are things going?
The other teams discovered an ancient bronze mirror in the Zhou family's possession, a jade seal in the Li family's, and a bronze cauldron in the Wang family's.
Jiang Yunpeng's heart skipped a beat. Secretary Fang, could these 4 items be connected? It's been confirmed. Fang Tao's tone was urgent. These are all ancient artifacts.
Legend says combining them can break a certain seal.
Don't act alone. We've dispatched a team of experts. These artifacts aren't as simple as they seem. Fang Tao hung up after speaking. Jiang scanned the entire secret chamber, confirming no other traps were present before nodding. Fall back. Yunpeng, you and Zhou Yu stay right behind me. Chapter 11, The Blood Sacrifice Array, impossible to open.
Jiang beckoned, and the special ops team members following him formed a protective perimeter, shielding Jiang Yunpeng and the others within. The remaining team members immediately moved in to clear the area, carrying away numerous sacred artifacts from the chamber.
All such artifacts would be confiscated and turned over to the Elders' Council.
The 5 Directions ghost seals originally arranged by the Yi family had been broken by Jiang Yunpeng, otherwise, how could they have succeeded so easily? Jiang Yunpeng felt a lump in his throat. This sense of being protected was unbearably stifling.
He clenched his fists, exhaling a slow, heavy breath. Strengthening his abilities was urgent, there was no time to waste.
When they emerged from the Yi family ancestral home, the team members sent to assist them were practically layered in rows upon rows. Zhou Yu's jaw nearly dropped at the sight of this extravagant display.
Captain Qin, why are there so many people? Did something major happen? Jiang wiped the weapon in his hand and quipped, we're here to protect you national treasures. His own face flushed crimson.
They hadn't helped at all on this trip, yet so many team members had been mobilized.
For a moment, Zhou Yu and the others felt a pang of defeat.
The mythical artifacts they each contracted were of considerable rank, yet their actual strength left them no choice but to be treated like elementary school kids in need of protection. At 17 or 18, their pride was at its peak.
Strength was the only thing on their minds.
By the time they boarded the vehicle and returned to the Elders' Council, the Grand Elder was already waiting for Jiang Yunpeng in the conference hall. The hall displayed the 4 sacred artifacts of the Yi, Zhou, Li, and Wang families. Jiang Yunpeng's gaze immediately fixed on the bronze cauldron placed at the center of the hall. This bronze cauldron was so wide it took 10 people to encircle it. The Elders' Council had employed unknown means to bring it here.
Having sat untouched for years, its intricate patterns were now largely obscured by a layer of green patina.
Before Jiang Yunpeng could approach, he felt an ominous force invade his limbs and bones. Cold sweat broke out on his back and the hairs on his body stood on end. Zhou Yu stumbled back several paces, his face twisted with terror as he gasped for breath. His voice trembled.
Just now. Did you see it? Skeletal remains suddenly burst forth from this bronze cauldron. They charged at me, nearly choking me.
Zhao Mingyu's face drained of color, her voice trembling.
Zhou Yu, don't scare me. Don't joke like that.
The moment He Zong glanced at Zhou Yu's neck, he let out a startled cry.
Look!
Zhou Yu's neck, there really are 2 red marks.
Jiang Yunpeng frowned. Glancing over, he instantly saw several bone-like marks etched into Zhou Yu's neck.
Hearing He Zong's words, Zhou Yu panicked and immediately summoned his divine power, shouting, I possess the divine power of Lord Guan.
You demons and monsters, get out of my way. The Grand Elder found this scene even more peculiar.
With a wave of his hand, his divine power formed a protective barrier, enveloping all 4 sacred artifacts within it.
Besides Zhou, did any of you witness the scene he described just now?
Xinjiang, Fang Tao, and the others all shook their heads.
Jiang Yunpeng promptly activated his all-seeing eye. The instant he looked, he froze in place. The 4 sacred artifacts, sealed off by the Grand Elder's divine power, erupted with towering black mist. The utterly malevolent aura caused his head to throb violently, nearly making him vomit. Skeletal remains spread out from the bronze cauldron, their deafening wails shaking the very soul.
The piercing sound caused excruciating pain in Jiang Yunpeng's eardrums.
Blood sacrifice array SSS, to slay one is a crime, to slaughter 10,000 is greatness.
To slaughter 9 million makes one the greatest of the great. The greatest of the great walk a different path, a million hostages forged into withered bones, 1,000 years of infamy cast into immortality.
Warning! Warning! Sacrificial blood array cannot be dispelled. Divine martial information cannot be obtained. Put!
Jiang Yunpeng felt a searing heat in his throat as a mouthful of blood spurted forth.
His mind and spirit were shaken.
He had merely glanced at the sacrificial blood array, yet his dantian throbbed with agony, nearly crippling him.
What's happening? Young Jiang, what's wrong? The Grand Elder grew frantic, rushing to Jiang Yunpeng's side. With a flick of his wrist, a surge of emerald divine energy violently entered Jiang Yunpeng's body. This palm strike eased the agony in Jiang Yunpeng's body considerably.
With his current strength, he had no way to dispel this sacrificial blood array.
He wondered where the 4 great families had obtained such a bloodthirsty and utterly evil formation to imbue upon the 4 divine artifacts.
He took a deep breath and whispered the insights he had gleaned to the Grand Elder.
The Elder's face paled at the revelation.
Gritting his teeth, he growled, no wonder the 4 great families relinquished power so readily, they had a backup plan all along.
Very well indeed.
For the time being, the Elders' Council dared not take action against the 4 great families. They surely knew how to counter this spell.
Based on Jiang Yunpeng's earlier description, if this formation was mishandled, it could very well backfire on all the divine mandate holders. They couldn't afford to take that risk. Zhou watched Jiang Yunpeng anxiously.
Having recovered from the earlier shock, he was utterly panicked upon seeing Jiang spit blood.
Brother Jiang, are you okay?
He had come to rely on Jiang Yunpeng as their pillar of strength.
If Jiang Yunpeng was injured, what would become of them? I'm fine.
The Grand Elder has already treated my wounds.
Just need some rest.
Jiang Yunpeng composed himself and turned to Zhou. He was bound to Guan Yu's divine artifact, the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. This blade was highly sensitive to evil entities, which was why Zhou could perceive it. Had it been the complete Pangu Banner, or if it had fully fused with the Wuji Xinghuang Banner he had absorbed, this sacrificial blood array wouldn't have fazed him at all.
But alas, the timing was wrong.
Jiang Yunpeng felt profound disappointment. He still didn't know what the national seal mentioned in the Yi family's parchment scroll truly was. He had believed that finding the 4 sacred treasures would unlock its secrets, but it seemed he must spare no effort in gathering the fragments of the Pangu Banner.
Xinjiang, take them back to rest first.
I'll have the doctor examine Zhou and Jiang Yunpeng's conditions shortly. I will safeguard the 4 sacred treasures alongside the remaining 4 elders.
They absolutely must not fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives.
Zhao Mingyu's heart was filled with extreme worry. Once they returned to their lodgings, she paced anxiously.
Yunpeng, I've decided to stay by your side.
If you feel any discomfort, tell me immediately.
Zongren was stunned, stumbling back in horror. What kind of nonsense are you spouting?
Yunpeng is barely an adult, don't you dare corrupt him.
What nonsense are you spouting?
Zhao Mingyu stomped her foot in fury.
My Shushan demon slaying sword wards off evil spirits. What's wrong with me protecting Yunpeng? Zhao Mingyu, I don't see you as a woman. Yunpeng is my childhood friend and older brother, it's my duty to protect him. Zhou was the first to object. Are you kidding? How could the crucial task of protecting Jiang Yunpeng be entrusted to Zhao Mingyu?
Jiang Yunpeng knew their panic stemmed from worry.
He reassured them, don't be afraid. We're truly fine. Once the doctor examines us, you should all go home and rest. Chapter 12, Late Night Meeting, Preparing for School. Everyone's contracted divine artifacts are of considerable rank. We must make full use of them. Strengthening our power is the priority. Jiang Yunpeng's words left Zhou and the others speechless. Their gazes toward him held both admiration and awe. Though they were all the same age, Jiang Yunpeng handled matters with remarkable maturity and composure, making them seem like children in comparison. After the doctor arrived and used divine power to examine them all at once, finding no issues, Zhou and the others finally returned to their respective rooms. Jiang Yunpeng sat cross-legged, regulating his mind and spirit. Divine power circulated through his body, circle after circle, completely healing the internal injuries he had sustained earlier. How peculiar! How peculiar! Jiang Yunpeng muttered to himself. The senior elder's power is formidable, yet he couldn't dispel the lingering malevolent aura. My divine power circulated 3 full cycles, and this evil aura vanished instantly. This Pangu Banner truly suppresses all evil, truly remarkable. He exhaled deeply. With such a trump card, he feared no foe, no matter how formidable. Deep into the night, all was silent.
Jiang Yunpeng hadn't retired for the night when an extremely faint clicking sound reached his ears from outside the door. He glanced toward the doorway, a hint of resignation in his eyes. "Third Elder, you're already here.
Why not come in?"
The words had barely left his lips when the door burst open. The Third Elder, beads clasped in hand, regarded Jiang Yunpeng with keen interest. "You have sharp ears, young man.
How did you know it was me?"
Jiang Yunpeng glanced at the prayer beads in his hand. He had noticed before that the Third Elder liked to twirl them with divine power. Hearing the sound of beads outside, he knew immediately it was the Third Elder. The Third Elder saw Jiang Yunpeng staring at the beads in his hand and instantly understood. He smiled warmly.
"Young Jiang, I come bearing urgent matters, a plan unanimously agreed upon by our Elders' Council."
On the surface, the four great families have surrendered all their assets.
But over the years, how much have they secretly funneled into their own pockets?
His voice grew solemn as he continued, "I will arrange for you to attend Kyoto University, where Qin will secretly protect you." Capital University was the finest institution for divine mandate bearers in the capital, staffed exclusively by extraordinary individuals.
Sending Jiang Yunpeng for advanced studies was meant to rapidly enhance his abilities.
Simultaneously, it was for the backbone of the entire Huaxia nation. On the day of the live broadcast, Jiang Yunpeng had thoroughly humiliated various nations. According to intelligence reports, numerous eyes were already fixed on him.
That was secondary, however.
They dared not act recklessly on Chinese soil. The critical task now is to restore the confidence of China's divine mandate bearers, reminding them that China's deities remain the pinnacle of the entire world. Dispatching Jiang Yunpeng as the spokesperson for their Council of Elders proved exceptionally fitting, both in stature and capability.
Jiang Yunpeng understood this deeper meaning. Spiritual and cultural battles were wars without gunpowder.
As a member of China, he would not refuse to contribute his share. "Third Elder, I have no objections to any of this. I ask only one thing: what level of power does Captain Qin, who protects me, truly possess?" Jiang Yunpeng was genuinely curious. Qin Zhan's displayed power was astonishing.
"His strength is far weaker than ours. He's only at the 8th tier.
The Third Elder said this with a casual air, but Jiang Yunpeng was utterly stunned.
He never imagined Qin Zhan was only an 8th tier cultivator. No wonder he was so formidable. When in the distant future would he ever reach the strength of an 8th tier cultivator? After the Third Elder departed, Jiang Yunpeng found himself unusually unable to sleep. He didn't want to waste such a golden opportunity at Capital University.
Early the next morning, Jiang Yunpeng and Zhou Yu boarded the bus, their spirits soaring. The thought of successfully enrolling at Capital University as freshmen kept a permanent smile plastered on Zhou Yu's face.
These past few days have felt like a dream. Yunpeng, no. Brother Jiang, from now on you're my real brother. We're bound by a bond that transcends life itself.
Zhao Mengyu and He Zong nodded in agreement.
All three of them were fully aware.
Had Jiang Yunpeng not invited them, they would never have set foot in the capital in their lifetimes.
And not just any university, the legendary Capital University.
Their faces practically split from smiling. Jiang Yunpeng, however, bore a much heavier responsibility than they did.
He hadn't shared this news with the three of them, merely smiling.
The geniuses at Capital University are all arrogant and proud. Many come from the four great families.
Better to be cautious.
The four great families were purged, a warning to others.
Smaller clans in the capital won't dare make a move anytime soon.
Qin Zhan explained from the driver's seat, eager to ease their nerves on their first day of school.
Zhou Yu breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if the sky fell, the Elders' Council would be there to hold it up. The car pulled up at the entrance of Capital University.
As Jiang Yunpeng stepped out, his gaze fell upon the imposing university gates. The main structure featured blue bricks and stone tiles, with tiers of eaves and brackets rising and falling in perfect harmony. Layers upon layers resembled dragons and phoenixes spreading their wings, creating an atmosphere of solemn grandeur. Zhou Yu and his two companions perked up, suddenly feeling a surge of nervousness. Qin Zhan and the other Special Forces guards had already concealed themselves.
With their abilities, hiding their presence was effortless. Stop spacing out. Our enrollment ceremony is done. Let's go to class.
Jiang Yunpeng waved at the trio as he navigated to the university classroom using the map on his phone. The classroom itself was extravagant beyond measure. Nearly every chair was a one-to-one replica of the dragon pattern square chair.
These dragon pattern chairs were SSS-grade divine artifacts.
Divine mandate holders could sit upon them to meditate and regulate their qi, enhancing the strength they gained.
Ordinary schools couldn't possibly afford such chairs.
As the four entered, many eyes in the classroom turned their way. Jiang Yunpeng ignored them completely, finding the seat closest to the front and sitting down. Zhou Yu sat beside him, followed by Zhao Mengyu and the others. His butt hadn't even warmed the seat yet when whispers erupted behind him.
Holy crap! Isn't that the guy famous from live streams? What's his name? Jiang Yunpeng, right? How did he end up at Capital University? What's so hard to understand?
Words all over town, apparently the elders recruited him.
He's here at Capital University because he's exceptionally talented. What's so great about him? He just got lucky snagging an SSS grade divine artifact contract. If I'd been there, I could have done the same. Our school has plenty who contract Western mythological artifacts. Yet he openly discriminates, looking down on Western divine artifacts. He really thinks he's something special. Their whispered murmurs made Zhou Yu roll his eyes inwardly. These guys really have the nerve to compare themselves. With their abilities, they probably couldn't even name a divine artifact. Jiang Yunpeng wasn't about to indulge them. He glanced back at the classroom, where 40 or 50 people had already taken their seats. His voice carried loud and clear, reaching every ear in the room. Western mythological figures? They're not even worthy of polishing the shoes of our Chinese deities. Anyone disagree? Chapter 13, Classroom Brawl, no one backing down. The words sent shockwaves through the entire room. No one expected Jiang Yunpeng to be this brazen, let alone make such an outrageous claim. Zhou Yu's eyes widened as he immediately gave Jiang Yunpeng a thumbs up. Damn! That's our man Jiang. What a badass thing to say. The students who had been murmuring moments ago turned crimson with rage, yet none dared challenge Jiang Yunpeng. Who didn't know he was part of the Elders' Council? If they offended him, would they even want to live anymore? The Yi family, one of the 4 great families, had merely clashed with Jiang Yunpeng, and before long, all 4 families were raided. One student glared at Jiang Yunpeng with hatred. What the hell are you showing off for? If you've got the guts, let's settle this after class. Jiang Yunpeng narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping sharply across the student. The boy was gaunt and emaciated, looking like a dried-up husk drained of vitality. Fine. Jiang Yunpeng flexed his wrists, his voice turning icy. If I beat you to death, I won't bury you. He hadn't tested his Wu Ji power skill yet. Why not take care of this fool who'd walked right into his trap? At Capital University, he was going to establish his authority. The skinny monkey froze upon hearing Jiang Yunpeng's words. He hadn't expected Jiang Yunpeng to openly declare he'd beat him to death. Such brazen arrogance sent a chill down his spine. Could it be that Jiang Yunpeng truly possessed some special ability? The thought filled him with regret. If only he hadn't provoked Jiang Yunpeng. Seeing the monkey fidgeting nervously, his expression weak and insincere, Jiang Yunpeng knew instantly he was a hollow shell of a man. He sneered. Such a weakling would make the perfect sharpening stone for him. Zhao Mengyu gazed at Jiang Yunpeng with stars in her eyes. Yunpeng, you were so cool just now. You silenced all these people with just a few words. Jiang Yunpeng smiled noncommittally. It wasn't his strength that had silenced them, but the power of the Elders' Council behind him. Anyone daring to provoke him must have water in their brain. By the time the class bell rang, the entire classroom was packed with over 100 students. Only the 4 of them occupied their row, no one else wanted to sit with them. Jiang Yunpeng was too arrogant. Such people often invited disaster upon themselves. Now, the 4 great families and the Elders' Council had completely severed ties. Ordinary divine mandate holders couldn't afford to offend either side, so they preferred to sit on the sidelines and wait for the 2 factions to fight themselves to the death. Professor Huang Hao from Capital University came to teach their divine artifact recognition class. In his 30s, he wore glasses and looked quite scholarly. As he stepped onto the podium and scanned the room, his eyes nearly betrayed his disgust when he spotted Jiang Yunpeng and his 3 companions occupying an entire row. He cleared his throat lightly. Students, I am Professor Huang Hao, your instructor for divine artifact recognition. I graduated from Capital University and am also a fellow of the Western Divine Artifact Academy. If you have any questions regarding divine artifacts, feel free to ask me. In my class, I won't impose restrictions on you except for one rule. Those who can't sit still have no place here. If I catch anyone bullying a classmate, I won't care about their background. Get out of my classroom. After delivering this speech, Huang Hao scanned the room and found most students sitting with respectful demeanor. Only then did he feel satisfied. When his gaze fell upon Jiang Yunpeng, the latter remained as carefree as ever, deepening Huang Hao's displeasure. Students like Jiang Yunpeng had no place at Capital University. If not for his fame from live streaming, how could they possibly have admitted him? The Council of Elders must have lost their minds. He would never tolerate such a student in his classroom. With that thought, he resolved to find an opportunity to have all 4 of them removed. He opened his lecture slides, revealing a golden longbow standing nearly 2 people tall. The arrows for this bow have been lost. Preliminary analysis suggests this is the bow of Apollo, the Western sun god. Should we find his arrows, we could surely awaken this divine artifact. At this point, many students' faces lit up with longing. This divine artifact could attack at close range and defend at a distance. If they could obtain it, it would undoubtedly elevate their abilities to a new level. Professor Huang, I recall you authenticated this bow. How did you determine it belonged to Apollo? Another student, Luo Yutian, hastily raised his hand, eager to curry favor with Huang Hao. Luo Yutian was Professor Huang's favorite student, having contracted a Western divine artifact. Huang Hao was pleased with the question. He waved his hand, signaling Luo Yutian to sit down. He replied smugly, what else could it be? Such a formidable bow. How could it possibly belong to a mythological figure from our country? Luo Yutian chimed in from below, laughing heartily. Professor Huang is absolutely right. The only contribution of the Huaxia deities was preserving our lineage. There were no truly formidable gods. He spoke with utter pride, eager for every student to grasp just how formidable Western divine artifacts were. Ha ha ha. That's laughable. You dare claim this bow belonged to Apollo? The shrill laughter infuriated Huan Hao to the point of boiling over. He glared at Jiang Yunpeng, who was laughing wildly. Mr. Jiang, interrupting the teacher during class, was no one taught you manners? Luo Yutian, furious, couldn't resist sneering sarcastically. Jiang Yunpeng sneered. Who do you think you are? Do I need to lecture you on manners? You're a wild dog openly slandering Chinese deities in class, fawning over foreign things. You're not fit to bark here. The classroom erupted in an uproar at his words. They never imagined this madman Jiang Yunpeng would dare start a fight in class. Luo Yutian, a key operative under Huang Hao, had never endured such humiliation. His face flushed crimson with rage. You! Say that again if you dare. Zhou Yu slammed his fist on the desk and stood up. Luo Yutian's earlier words were nothing but hot air. With Jiang Yunpeng leading the charge, Zhou Yu now felt emboldened. Brother Jiang was just trying to help point out your mistake, classmate. You're wrong, yet you won't even tolerate others questioning you? You've got some nerve. Zhao Mengyu nodded in agreement beside him, while Li Zong chimed in with a sarcastic tone. The other students all fell silent, none daring to interject at this moment. These four were all madmen. Huang Hao's expression darkened, but as a professor, he couldn't argue with students. Frowning, he shot Luo Yutian a warning glance. Luo Yutian trembled with rage, instantly grasping his teacher's meaning. He seethed with the urge to crush all four of them with his divine power. Jiang Yunpeng. Don't think just because you're part of the Elders' Council I won't deal with you. I'm calling the president right now. If you're not expelled today, Luo Yutian, won't rest. The Luo family of the capital was an investor in the university. They couldn't refuse such a demand. Jiang Yunpeng sneered. Let me enlighten you. This bow is the sun-shooting bow of Hou, the ancient war god. If you lack knowledge, spend a couple more years in school. While Huang Hao lectured, Jiang Yunpeng had already activated his all-knowing eye. The sun-shooting bow was an SSS-grade divine artifact. Unfortunately, without the arrows, it could only unleash half its power. It was a treasured artifact of Capital University. Oomph. Stop your nonsense. Just wait until the president arrives. Luo Yutian's expression was indignant, while Huang Hao stood by as a spectator, waiting for his student to deal with Jiang Yunpeng. Chapter 14, Summoning the Principal to Uphold Justice. The entire class held their breath in silence. Who could have imagined things escalating to this point? Divine mandate bearers capable of contracting high-level divine artifacts were generally arrogant. While fights weren't unheard of at Kyoto University, someone as brazen as Jiang Yunpeng was truly unprecedented. Not only did he openly challenge authority, but he also insulted Luo Yutian, Huang Hao's student and heir apparent. As an academician of the Western Divine Artifacts Institute, Huang Hao was also a top-tier expert in artifact appraisal. As the saying goes, first, never offend the noble families. Second, never offend the scholars. The divine artifact knowledge held by noble families was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Scholars were the only ordinary divine-bound individuals who could access such information. It was precisely this reason that had long accustomed these professors to being fawned over. Luo Yutian's face darkened with fury. He had been struggling to find an opportunity to prove himself before Huang Hao, and now Jiang Yunpeng had handed him such a golden opportunity. Heaven wants him destroyed, so it makes him mad. He would make that beast Jiang Yunpeng understand what it meant to wish for death. Very well. When the chancellor arrives, I intend to ask you how a student like you earned the right to attend classes at Kyoto University, one of the world's most prestigious institutions. Jiang Yunpeng couldn't care less about Luo Yutian. These students who worshipped Western deities had their heads screwed on backwards. Once they hit the battlefield, they might even stab their own comrades in the back. This class was definitely not happening. Skinny Monkey was nearly beside himself with excitement, waiting to see Jiang Yunpeng's downfall. Jiang Yunpeng had been strutting around like a peacock moments ago, but soon he'd be utterly humiliated and kicked out of Kyoto University. The students' gazes, some filled with contempt, others with schadenfreude, didn't faze Jiang Yunpeng in the slightest. Possessing the all-seeing eye, he disdained engaging with such petty minds, relying solely on his strength to speak for itself. 3 minutes later, Kyoto University's president, Wang Guangchuan, hurried over, followed by 3 or 4 professors. Broad-shouldered and stout, with a kindly face, Wang Guangchuan immediately tried to smooth things over upon seeing Jiang Yunpeng. Gentlemen, what has happened? Why this sudden conflict? If there are grievances, we can sit down and discuss them calmly. Oomph. Luo Yutian snorted coldly, pointing at Jiang Yunpeng and shouting, he openly insulted me, President. Do we still care about Kyoto University's reputation when we make exceptions for students just because they're from the Elders' Council? Wang Guangchuan immediately turned to look at Jiang Yunpeng, clearing his throat twice. Ah, little squabbles between students are nothing serious. What's there to make such a fuss about? I say, let's just drop it. He shot Jiang Yunpeng several meaningful glances, signaling him to downplay the incident. Jiang Yunpeng understood Wang Guangchuan was offering him a way out, but Luo Yutian refused to budge. Principal Wang, Jiang Yunpeng must be expelled. If he remains at Kyoto University, I will have my family withdraw their investments immediately. The Luo family had cultivated extensive connections and nurtured numerous top-tier professors who formed the backbone of Kyoto University's faculty. Should the Luo family withdraw their funding, it would spell trouble for the university. Wang Guangchuan's expression abruptly hardened. He hadn't anticipated Luo Yutian's utter lack of gratitude. The Elders' Council had specifically instructed him to prioritize protecting Jiang Yunpeng, ensuring he suffered not the slightest injustice. Sacrificing a mere Luo family held no weight in his mind. Yet, with so many students present, he needed to devise a proper solution. Just as he hesitated, Jiang Yunpeng spoke up from the side. Principal Wang, isn't the Bao Professor Huang displayed kept in the museum? Just bring it over, and it will prove I'm telling the truth. Jiang Yunpeng's words rang out with conviction, leaving Luo Yutian seething with rage. He snapped, fine. Principal Wang, bring Apollo's Bao here immediately. Today I'll show him just how formidable Western artifacts can be. Well. Wang Guangchuan hesitated. If Jiang Yunpeng guessed wrong, he would be expelled. Principal Wang, what are you hesitating for? Jiang Yunpeng has gone this far, are you still siding with him? Li Shang rose from his seat, impatiently urging him on. As Luo Yutian's ally, he'd come to support him at the first opportunity. Principal Wang, since student Jiang has made his request, let's just comply. Huang Haofeng spoke with a calm, detached tone. He was genuinely curious just how much strength Jiang Yunpeng possessed to dare confront his student. By targeting Luo Yutian, he was targeting him. If Jiang Yunpeng dared to stir up such trouble, he must have a way to resolve it. Wang Guangchuan hesitated for a moment before finally gritting his teeth and nodding. Jiang Yunpeng better not make this difficult for him. The Elders' Council had chosen Jiang Yunpeng as their spokesperson for a reason. He must possess exceptional qualities. Zhou Yu puffed out his chest, glaring at Luo Yutian with smug satisfaction. Just wait and see. Soon you'll learn just how formidable Brother Jiang is. Zhao Mengyu and He Zong also nodded. They both knew Jiang Yunpeng's capabilities. He would never mistake a divine artifact. Today's battle was undoubtedly Luo Yutian's to lose. Luo Yutian didn't even spare them a glance. With the Luo family's extensive connections cultivated over years at the capital's university, applying a little pressure would suffice. So what if Jiang Yunpeng belonged to the Elders' Council? If the Elders' Council lacked their family's resources, knowledge of these divine artifacts would have vanished long ago. His haughty demeanor filled Jiang Yunpeng with disgust. He snapped at Zhou Yu, see this? Students who don't know there are always people better than them, skies beyond skies, can actually attend Kyoto University. Our nation's roots have rotted to this extent. Hearing this, Wang Guangchuan's face burned with embarrassment. He knew full well what the Luo family had done. But there was nothing he could do. Kyoto University was desperately short of faculty, especially from literary dynasties like the Luos, with centuries of accumulated heritage. To cultivate more divine mandate bearers, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and swallow their pride. Moments later, Li Shang watched in awe as a dozen students carried the ancient Bao into the hall. Bring it in quickly. Let everyone see what Apollo's divine Bao truly looks like. Hearing this, Jiang Yunpeng glanced at Li Shang. The greed and ambition in his eyes were plain for all to see. These students had absorbed countless superior Western theories over the years. Once Huang Hao was dealt with, it would be time to take care of them one by one. Luo Yutian circled the divine Bao again and again. Huang Hao gave him an almost imperceptible nod. His expression was confident and smug. Indeed, this is the divine Bao of Apollo, the sun god. Only the sun god himself could wield such a formidable weapon. His expression was deeply reverent, as if he wanted to kneel on the spot and kowtow to the Bao twice, begging it to form a contract with him. I told you, this is the sun-shooting Bao of Hui, the ancient war god, Jiang Yunpeng remarked casually after just one glance. Luo Yutian had known Jiang Yunpeng would be so stubborn. He looked down on him. Just because you say so doesn't make it true. Can you prove it? You're talking nonsense. Divine artifacts only fully reveal their true form during the binding ritual. Jiang Yunpeng had already contracted an SSS-grade divine artifact. Contracting another was utterly impossible. Even if Jiang Yunpeng spoke the truth, who would believe a first-tier divine mandate holder who couldn't bind it? Just as he gloated, Jiang Yunpeng curved his lips into a smile. Who said I can't prove it? Chapter 15, I'll prove it myself. Wang Guangchuan was stunned speechless by Jiang Yunpeng's words, his tongue stumbling as he spoke. Mr. Jiang, are you serious? That Bao has been in the museum for nearly 20 years, and no one has ever successfully contracted with it. Luo Yutian's eyes flashed with venom upon hearing Jiang Yunpeng's bold claim. Principal Wang, since Jiang Yunpeng claims he has the ability to contract it, let him try. Divine beings cannot casually contract divine artifacts. The divine power attributes between artifacts differ, and a reckless contract could easily result in explosive death.
That fool Jiang Yunpeng dared to make such a reckless move, truly beyond everyone's expectations.
Who would have thought someone would seek death so willingly? If I succeed in the contract, it proves my words are true. I demand Luo Yutian be expelled from Kyoto University. Jiang Yunpeng didn't rush into the contract.
He first negotiated terms with Wang Guangchuan, who had already sided with him.
Hearing this, Wang immediately turned to Luo Yutian. With the bet escalating to this point, how could Luo Yutian possibly let it go? If he can make the contract, I'll transfer schools on the spot. Fine. Everyone, step aside.
Jiang Yunpeng commanded, and everyone present parted to make a path. Taking a deep breath, he slowly approached the sun's shooting bow. When the divine bow appears, its arrow points to the heavens. 9 suns blaze across the sky, their flames scorching like fire. The hero draws his bow, his name immortalized for all eternity. I invoke the ancient god Hui, bring forth the sun's shooting bow. After Jiang Yunpeng finished speaking, the sun's shooting bow showed no reaction. Luo Yutian burst into laughter at Jiang Yunpeng's failed attempt to show off.
Jiang Yunpeng, is this the sun's shooting bow you boasted about? What nonsense about Hui? Nothing but hot air. This is clearly the bow of Apollo, the Western sun god. And you dared insult me? Well, that's it, you're expelled. Huang Hao was thoroughly satisfied. How could his judgment possibly be wrong?
Jiang Yunpeng was just a teenager, how could he possibly match Huang Hao's strength?
Wang Guangchuan broke out in a cold sweat. What was going on? Jiang Yunpeng had been so confident just moments ago, could he have been lying? This was getting messy. Mr. Jiang, you. No sooner had he begun speaking than the situation shifted dramatically.
The sun's shooting bow, sealed away for millennia, erupted in a blinding golden light. Golden light poured forth, piercing straight through the constellations of the Ox and the Dipper. A colossal, overwhelming pressure surged forth, like a dragon plunging into the sea, stirring up a raging storm.
From the heavens above, thousands of ethereal arrows descended, thick as clouds, obscuring the sky. The arrows flew, yet caused no harm to anyone.
Instead, the scorching heat waves that accompanied them nearly seared the souls of all present.
Whoosh!
A golden longsword pierced the primordial chaos, striking down the sun and moon, and came to rest steadily before Jiang Yunpeng. In the blink of an eye, a vast red land appeared before everyone's eyes, parched and cracked with countless fissures.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
From the parched riverbed, 1,000-meter-tall monolithic rock surged upward.
10,000 people gathered around it, weeping bitterly. Against the crimson sky, 9 blazing suns suddenly appeared.
Upon the colossal stone, a giant clad in battle armor and wielding a divine bow shattered the void. He raised his head and let out a piercing howl, his voice like the tolling of a great bell, shaking heaven and earth. Above the 9 heavens, the scorching suns blaze. Hui invokes heaven's way to draw his bow and shoot the suns, ending the calamity of 10,000 generations. If heaven is unjust, then Hui shall be just for all under heaven. These words shook every soul to its core. In that instant, they nearly collapsed to the ground.
The divine might of Hui, the ancient war god, how could these mere divine chosen ones possibly withstand it? Luo Yutian stared at the scene in disbelief.
Only when divine power crushed his body to the ground did he finally erupt. Blood welled in his eyes as he roared, "No!
Impossible! How could this be Hui's bow? This is clearly the bow of Apollo, the sun god."
His voice trembled to the extreme. Only through such denial could he cling to his last shred of dignity. Li Shang lay prostrate on the ground, trembling violently. Not a shred of greed remained in his heart. How could he possibly covet such world-shattering divine power?
Huang Hao was utterly incredulous. He never imagined Jiang Yunpeng could actually form a contract. "Shut up!" Wang Guangchuan roared.
As the most powerful individual at the capital university, he was least affected by this divine power.
He watched the scene before him with awe.
Jiang Yunpeng was bathed in golden light, the divine form of Hui behind him.
8 arrows shot skyward, leaving only the final fiery sun.
He was so overcome with emotion he nearly shed tears. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined the legend of Hui shooting the suns could be real.
That such a divine artifact could ever see the light of day again.
If not for Jiang Yunpeng, he truly would have believed Huang Hao's lies. To hand such a formidable national treasure over to the West would make him a traitor for the ages. Wiping away his tears, he completed the contract ritual. Jiang Yunpeng's power surged significantly afterward. From the information he had just contracted, he learned that the sun's shooting bow had no arrows at all. The arrows were formed by the condensation of divine power. The stronger the divine power, the more devastating the force unleashed.
This was Jiang Yunpeng's second SSS-grade divine artifact to achieve perfect fusion. The celestial phenomenon faded, yet the intense heat lingering in the classroom refused to dissipate.
Under this scorching warmth, impurities were strangely purged from his body.
"My body stinks. Ugh.
I can feel my body getting stronger, but I need to shower immediately. All the old injuries I'd been carrying were stagnating in my dantian.
I never thought they'd be completely purged now. Holy crap, is this Hui's power? It's astonishing. This is the true might of an ancient deity. Just now, I glanced at Hou Yi for a single second and nearly went blind. Terrifying.
Jiang Yunpeng actually managed to contract such overwhelming power.
It's no exaggeration.
I couldn't see clearly during the last livestream, but experiencing it firsthand reveals true terror.
Jiang Yunpeng was right. Western mythological figures aren't even worthy of polishing our shoes.
The students' expressions toward Jiang Yunpeng had already shifted. Previously brainwashed by Western-centric ideology, they'd believed China's deities were inferior. But now, witnessing the sheer terror of Chinese deities firsthand, they suddenly realized they already possessed the most formidable gods in the entire world.
This feeling was exhilarating. Inside, Jiang Yunpeng was suffering. Merging divine power was an incredibly arduous process.
Enveloped in searing waves of heat, his skin flushed crimson. Suppressing the excruciating pain, he turned his gaze toward Luo Yutian.
Hey, it's time to keep your promise. You should get lost. How dare you insult the divine beings of China? As he spoke, fiery divine power surged uncontrollably from his body.
This divine power carried near-apocalyptic destructive force. Even Luo Yutian, a fifth-tier divine mandate bearer, felt the overwhelming pressure. This was the power of Hou Yi's sun's shooting bow, utterly overwhelming. Were it not for the crowd, Luo Yutian would have struck Jiang Yunpeng down and seized the sun's shooting bow for himself.
But he couldn't. His expression twisted with venom as he gritted his teeth, scrambling to his feet. He shot Jiang Yunpeng a cold, piercing glare. Jiang Yunpeng, don't gloat. I merely stumbled. Do you think leaving Kyoto University means I have nowhere else to study? You're dreaming. Chapter 16, Advancing to Tier 2, Power Surges.
Jiang Yunpeng remained silent, merely fixing Wang Guangchuan with a faint, mocking smile.
Halt! Wang Guangchuan roared. Luo Yutian, you are suspected of slandering ancient deities. We have the right to investigate you. Luo Yutian stared at Wang Guangchuan in disbelief. What did you say? You're going to investigate me? That's correct. Wang Guangchuan nodded, instructing the two professors behind him to restrain him. Mr. Jiang, please continue your class.
We will conduct a thorough investigation and provide you with a satisfactory response.
Professor Huang, please continue with the class. Huang Hao's face darkened. How could he possibly continue teaching at this point?
Jiang Yunpeng had just slapped him in the face.
Jiang Yunpeng waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Wang Guangchuan finally exhaled in relief, while Luo Yutian continued to curse furiously. You bastards, let me go. Do you know who I am? I'm from the Luo family.
Dare to offend me, and I'll notify every Western divine mandate practitioner no support for you. To Jiang Yunpeng, these shouts were nothing but hot air. Western divine mandate holders weren't inherently powerful, they relied on all sorts of shady tricks.
Now that he could identify all divine artifacts, forget SSS-tier. Even for S-tier and below, he could arrange for a bunch of people to become divine mandate bearers anytime he wanted. By then, the entire populace would be armed. He refused to believe that when a major disaster struck, Western divine mandate holders would still be needed. How laughable.
Huang Hao had lost all patience. Pushing his glasses up his nose, he glared at Jiang Yunpeng with utter contempt.
Class dismissed, students. Free period. The moment he left, Zhou Yu erupted with excitement. Holy crap. That was absolutely badass. Jiang Yunpeng is the real deal. So freaking awesome.
The sun shooting bow had already been stored in Jiang Yunpeng's consciousness sea, leaving Zhao Mingyu filled with envy.
That sun shooting bow is an SSS grade divine artifact.
We're only at the first tier, yet Yunpeng already possesses 2 divine artifacts. He sighed heavily. It really makes you feel like you're dying when you compare yourself to others. The gap is just too huge. Despite their words, the 3 were genuinely happy for Jiang Yunpeng. With such extraordinary abilities, how could he possibly be like ordinary people? Skinny Monkey was utterly panicked. The moment Jiang Yunpeng formed the contract, he knew it was over. He desperately hoped Jiang Yunpeng would fail the contract, yet the man had succeeded. What could he possibly use to fight Jiang Yunpeng? His mind was in turmoil, and he trembled violently. The other students rushed back to the dormitory at top speed to shower. Their bodies were filled with expelled toxins that needed to be purged immediately. Simultaneously, they used divine power to nurture their bodies, certain their strength would advance further. The heat surge within Jiang Yunpeng's body hadn't yet subsided. He took a deep breath. Stay away from me. At this point, I still don't know if the divine power might cause a violent reaction. Hearing this, Zhou Yu and the others quickly moved farther away. Jiang Yunpeng sat on the dragon pattern square chair and immediately began regulating his breath, paying no heed to the grime covering his body.
Host, Jiang Yunpeng. Strength, 55. Agility, 70. Mental power, 60. Constitution, Wuxi Yuqing Physique, Primordial Flame Physique. Rank, First Tier Divine Mandate Bearer. Absorbed mythical items, Wuxi Yellow Apricot Banner, Sun Shooting Bow. Skill Wu Ji Power. As long as the body touches the earth provides power to permanently enhance the body and allows the manipulation of earth elements to launch attacks. Sunshot. Wherever sunlight reaches, divine power is drawn to restore vitality, and wind elements can be manipulated to launch attacks.
The system panel's contents left Jiang Yunpeng utterly astonished. After contracting Houyi's sun shooting bow, his strength, agility, and mental power surged comprehensively. He also gained the Sunshot skill, a long-range attack that proved remarkably effective. His eyes sparkled with delight as he channeled the earth-hued divine power within his consciousness, merging it with the crimson divine energy. The two beams of light clung tightly together, becoming an integral part of his mystique. Moreover, after absorbing divine power, the strength he gained surpassed that of ordinary divine-bound individuals. After all, they could only absorb one layer of divine power, while he could absorb two. After completing his breathing exercises, a layer of grime had already coated his body, the stench nearly making him vomit. He scrambled to his feet. Zhou Yu and the other two were in similar states. Class is out of the question. I need to go wash up, Jiang Yunpeng declared decisively, his gaze fixed on Skinny Monkey sneaking toward the back door. Stop. Weren't you going to challenge me? Why are you running? Jiang Yunpeng raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze on the student who resembled a skinny monkey. Hearing that menacing voice, he flinched, clenched his fists, and glared at Jiang Yunpeng, grinding his teeth. Jiang Yunpeng, don't think you're so tough. Like I'm scared of you? With that, he dropped to his knees before Jiang Yunpeng with a thud, standing tall and defiant. I'm kowtowing to you. Come on, hit me if you've got the guts. I'm kneeling before you today. Let's see what you can do about it. Jiang Yunpeng was utterly stunned. Attacking such a worthless piece of trash would be a complete loss of face. What a talent. Get lost. Jiang Yunpeng kicked him, and Skinny Monkey scrambled to his feet, bolting toward the door as he yelled, "Fine, I'll get lost." The other students witnessed the scene but dared not even smile. Zhou Yu was dumbfounded. What kind of people does Kyoto University recruit? On their way back, they were escorted by Qin Zhan, whose face was flushed crimson. He too had witnessed the terrifying scene during Jiang Yunpeng's contract formation. The Special Forces personnel had been too far away to grasp what had transpired. After learning the details, Qin Zhan felt his heart race. As an 8th-tier powerhouse, he was considered a prodigy by most standards. Yet compared to Jiang Yunpeng, he couldn't hold a candle to him. The journey back was agonizingly slow. Once they reached the State Security Department's residence, the four of them practically sprinted to the apartment and plunged into the shower with a vengeance. After Jiang Yunpeng finished his shower, he felt divine power surging wildly within him. The divine power he had suppressed throughout the journey now violently rushed into every bone and muscle of his body. It was a sign of breakthrough. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yunpeng made the decisive choice to break through right there in the bathroom. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Divine power vibrated relentlessly within him, a sensation akin to millions of silver needles piercing his pores. The pain was excruciating, yet the sensation was utterly exhilarating. Jiang Yunpeng felt every inch of his skin being fortified as divine power arranged itself, seemingly covering his surface layer by layer like scales. Thump! 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 He could even hear the rhythmic pulsing of the divine power within him. The two divine artifacts in his sea of consciousness and his divine opportunity bonded even more tightly. Boom! The water in the bathroom evaporated in an instant, turning into vapor. The moment Jiang Yunpeng opened his eyes, every object around him had melted away. 2nd-tier divine mandate bearer achieved. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, his entire body burning hot. He flexed his fingers, and an icy cold divine power spread over his entire body. He effortlessly manipulated both types of divine power, thoroughly enjoying himself. But seeing the bathroom he'd nearly torn apart, it seemed he'd have to have them renovated again. By the time he reached the living room, the Grand Elder was already seated on the sofa, waiting for him. His eyes lit up the moment he saw Jiang Yunpeng emerge, and he hurried over to him. Young Jiang, quickly show this old man the sun shooting bow you've contracted. Chapter 17, A Distinctive Quality. The Elder's gaze was urgent. This was the legendary sun shooting bow. To catch even a glimpse of its glory would make dying worthwhile. And it was the divine bow of the ancient war god's descendant. If only he were 40 years younger, he could roam this world freely alongside Jiang Yunpeng. Alas, he was too old. So old that he could only guard the entire land of Huaxia within the Elder's Council, unable to roam freely as he once did in his youth. Seeing the Grand Elder so moved, Jiang Yunpeng didn't want to disappoint him. With a flick of his wrist, a golden longbow roughly 2 men tall materialized before them. The moment the bow materialized, fiery crimson divine energy instantly filled the entire room. Only when Jiang Yunpeng willed it did the blazing flames retreat. The Grand Elder gazed at the divine bow with rapt fascination. Countless intricate patterns were engraved upon it, radiating an aura of sacred perfection, as if crafted by the heavens themselves. Marvelous! Marvelous! This is the sun-shooting divine bow. Such profound, ocean-like divine power only you, young man, could possibly wield it. But when he squinted to look again, he couldn't help but startle. Jiang Yunpeng was now a 2nd-tier mystic. By all accounts, he should be able to draw upon 20% of the divine power from his contracted artifact. Unlike ordinary divine mandate bearers, he had contracted 2 divine artifacts. This meant he could draw upon a total of 40% divine power during combat.
Whoa! The Grand Elder sucked in a sharp breath.
Such power could nearly match that of a 3rd-tier divine mandate bearer.
Young man, your progress is astonishingly swift.
You've only bound divine artifacts for a few days. Indeed, there remains an unbridgeable gap between geniuses and ordinary divine-bound individuals. He stroked his beard, his eyes brimming with admiration.
After the elder had finished his praise, Jiang Yunpeng finally stowed away the sun-shooting divine bow. Yet a hint of confusion lingered on his face. Elder, your visit today surely isn't solely about my divine artifact contract, is it? If the Grand Elder had no other business, why would he personally come to see him?
He had the 4 directions divine artifacts to guard.
You're quite right. The Grand Elder sighed.
Foreign forces have already begun their moves. Your binding of an SSS-grade divine weapon was alarming enough, but now you've bound Houyi's sun-shooting bow as well.
You're a thorn in their side. They can't wait to eliminate you completely. Is that so?
Jiang Yunpeng smiled, completely unfazed.
He had the protection of the Elders' Council. These foreigners would have to seriously weigh their strength before attempting anything against him. Plus, he'd only contracted the divine artifact a few days ago. They'd surely assume he was still only a 1st-tier divine martial artist. A mere 1st-tier divine warrior? These arrogant foreigners wouldn't give him a second glance, likely dismissing him entirely.
They probably thought he was nothing more than an insignificant insect, easily crushed with a casual flick of their fingers.
This thought filled Jiang Yunpeng with confidence. Are they planning to hire assassins, or just find some mercenaries to eliminate me completely? Ah!
The Grand Elder sighed deeply, patting his shoulder heavily.
If only it were that simple. Our intelligence reports confirm the blood cult has already mobilized.
The one hunting you is a 10th-tier expert. Jiang Yunpeng froze upon hearing this.
How could it be so different from what he'd imagined? Have they lost their minds? Sending a 10th-tier expert? They clearly don't hold China in any regard. Foreigners suspect you're the offspring of some hidden clan.
Your knowledge of divine artifacts far surpasses others. They've specifically studied the footage from your live stream back then. The words of the Grand Elder made Jiang Yunpeng twitch his lips. He had calculated everything, yet completely overlooked this crucial detail. He wasn't just a divine mandate bearer contracted to an SSS-grade divine artifact, he likely possessed knowledge of countless divine artifacts. Such a figure appearing in the West wouldn't be unusual, but the crucial point was that he had emerged in the great nation of China.
China was the West's foremost adversary. Dispatching blood cult operatives, even 10th-tier assassins, to eliminate Jiang Yunpeng wouldn't jeopardize diplomatic relations. Western nations were notoriously shameless, they could even shift the blame onto the blood cult.
Jiang Yunpeng's mind raced, swiftly piecing together every connection. He felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Elder, Captain Qin is only an 8th-tier assassin. Even with him guarding me closely, he can't stop someone determined to kill me.
Don't be so tense, the Grand Elder said with a smile. The Council of Elders has countless geniuses. How could Qin Zhan be the only one? I've arranged someone even more formidable for you.
Attend class tomorrow, and you'll meet your new bodyguard at 10th-tier powerhouse.
This development was within Jiang Yunpeng's expectations.
The elders wouldn't stand idly by, and for now, he remained safe.
Thank you for your kindness, Grand Elder. Jiang Yunpeng bowed slightly.
Only after settling this matter did the Grand Elder depart.
Jiang Yunpeng clenched his fists.
Even if hunted down, his 2 skills ensured he could escape unscathed. After all, as long as he stood on solid ground, he could draw upon the earth element endlessly. He hadn't mentioned this god-tier skill to the Grand Elder, fearing the Elder might treat him like a national treasure and put him on a pedestal. What difference was there between a warrior deprived of combat tempering and an ordinary person? He must fight. As Jiang Yunpeng finished packing, Zhao Mengyu's voice drifted in from outside.
Yunpeng, are you ready? Let's head to the training grounds and test it out.
Her voice carried a hint of excitement. After all this time in the capital, they still hadn't had a proper spar.
Having contracted divine artifacts, wouldn't it be a waste if they couldn't fight freely? Perfect timing.
Jiang Yunpeng was thinking exactly the same thing. He called out, "Alright, I'll be right there." By the time he reached the training ground, Hizong and Zhou Yu were already locked in combat. Hizong wielded the Yin Yang Qi vessels, while Zhou Yu held the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade, which could shift form with divine power. Both were first-tier divine mandate bearers, able to draw only 10% of divine power. The divine artifacts in their hands still glowed with a faint, ashen hue.
Ha! Take this blade. See how mighty Guan Yu the Great Emperor's strike truly is.
Zhou Yu roared with fury, and as he raised his arm, a burst of azure light erupted from the blade's tip. The Green Dragon Crescent Blade struck with overwhelming force. Zhou Yu poured every ounce of strength into the swing, his movements heavy and deliberate. Hizong, holding the Yin Yang Qi vessel, a Taoist artifact, quickly raised the waist-high jade bottle the moment the green light erupted.
Yin Yang Qi. Contain it.
As his words fell, a mass of chaotic energy erupted from the jade bottle, forming a barrier before him. As the green blade swung toward him, it was suddenly enveloped by this chaotic energy, striking as though against the softest, most elastic cotton. Seeing he remained unscathed, Zhou swung his Green Dragon Crescent Blade and slashed at him once more. The two exchanged blows back and forth, but their movements were so clumsy it resembled children playing house. Jiang Yunpeng rubbed his chin in puzzlement. It was baffling his own manipulation of divine power was as smooth as silk. Why were Zhou and Hizong so clumsy? Could it be that his divine favor body allowed the divine power to flow through him with such ease? Chapter 18, Combat Test Truly Powerful. Yunpeng, they're so skilled. Let's give it a try too. Zhao Mengyu couldn't hold back any longer. As she drew the Shushan demon-slaying sword, a surge of purple righteous energy erupted into the air. If she could fully fuse with the Shushan demon-slaying sword, she could summon its Dharma form. As for Zhou Yu's Azure Dragon Crescent Blade, once his strength reached the 10th tier, he could merge with Guan Yu's Dharma image. The Azure Dragon Crescent Blade wielded then would unleash tenfold power. Jiang Yunpeng and Zhao Mengyu also stood in the center of the arena. He looked at Zhao Mengyu's earnest expression and scratched his nose. Hey, Mengyu, give it your all when we fight. Don't hold back, got it? Zhao Mengyu hadn't expected Jiang Yunpeng to say that. He nodded blankly. Don't worry, I'll give it my all to defeat you. With that, she remotely wielded the Shu Mountain demon-slaying sword, striking toward Jiang Yunpeng. The silver blade shot from its scabbard like a water snake. Jiang Yunpeng stood immovable as a mountain, not even drawing his Wu Ji Xinghuang banner. With a stir of earth-hued divine power in his hands, he spread his arms wide. A deafening crash echoed through the air. A half-meter-high earthen wall abruptly materialized before Jiang Yunpeng, completely blocking the Shushan demon-slaying sword strike. The strike landed on the earthen wall, leaving only a shallow mark. Zhao Mengyu was stunned. How is this possible? She exclaimed in disbelief. I channeled every ounce of my divine power into that strike. How could this earthen wall possibly withstand it? Jiang Yunpeng felt even more frustrated. He had only exerted a fraction of his strength, yet the Shushan demon-slaying sword couldn't even pierce through that minimal divine power. Was he too powerful, or was Zhao Mengyu too weak? He couldn't bring himself to voice the latter, thought it was too crushing to his pride. Zhou and Hizong, who had been fighting nearby, froze upon witnessing this. Exchanging a glance, they charged forward with sudden, powerful strides. Let us try. Take this mighty blow. The Azure Dragon Crescent Blade swung with a long strike, carrying the chaos chi as it slammed toward the earthen wall. Boom! 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 Multiple strikes slammed into the earthen wall, yet it showed no signs of damage, only shedding a few crumbs of earth. Brother Jiang! You're way too strong. What's the point of us even trying? Zhou was completely stunned, having nearly depleted the 10% of divine power he'd absorbed. They knew Jiang Yunpeng was formidable, but never imagined he'd be this overwhelmingly powerful, so dominant it felt like a different league altogether. Zhao Mengyu gasped for breath, her face flushed. Yunpeng, you're cheating. Who could possibly beat you? Why does your power feel completely different from before? Jiang Yunpeng waved his hand, and the earth-yellow divine power instantly retracted. The earthen wall crumbled into dust. This divine artifact contract has successfully elevated my power to the 2nd tier. I never imagined advancing so swiftly. The gap between Tier 1 and Tier 2 was truly like crossing a chasm. Even the combined efforts of 3 Tier 1 practitioners couldn't defeat him. Ah! That explains it. I thought I was just too weak, but this is why. Zhou instantly regained his confidence, puffing out his chest. As long as it wasn't his own fault, he could accept it. Forget it, you 3 practice. Jiang Yunpeng's expression was tinged with disappointment. It wasn't satisfying, not satisfying at all. This sensation of wielding divine power felt like possessing superhuman abilities. The unique feeling when using it was utterly addictive. Unfortunately, these 3 were no match for sparring with him. With that thought, he suddenly turned his gaze toward Qin Zhan, who was watching from the sidelines. Captain Qin. You're incredibly strong. Why don't you spar with me for a few rounds? Go easy on me. Qin Zhan hadn't expected Jiang Yunpeng to make such a request. Frowning, he immediately refused. No way. My strength is formidable, I'd hurt you. Jiang Yunpeng rubbed his hands together eagerly. Just try it. I don't even have a proper opponent, it's frustrating. Qin Zhan shook his head, about to refuse again, when Feng Tao shot him a look. Go ahead. Yunpeng isn't an ordinary divine mandate bearer. If he never grows stronger, it won't be good for him either. With Feng Tao's words, Qin Zhan could not refuse and resignedly stepped onto the stage. He had only absorbed 30% of the divine power, keeping his strength at the 3rd tier. Come. Try attacking me. His expression turned cold as his entire aura abruptly shifted. Before him materialized a golden, circular shield. Zhurong's shield S rank, forged from the essence of the fire god Zhurong, this shield unleashes fiery attacks while repelling corrupting energies. Jiang Yunpeng glanced at it and instantly absorbed all the information about Zhurong's shield. Since both were fire-based, he decided to test his sunshot skill. With that thought, he exhaled deeply. His hand shot out, unleashing celestial flames from his palms. Within a 1-meter radius around him, roaring flames ignited, making him appear like a deity emerging from the very flames themselves. The sheer force of this flame nearly forced Zhou and his 2 companions to stumble back several steps. Its intensity matched the heat Jiang Yunpeng had felt when he successfully contracted Sunshot. Extremely formidable. Xinjiang's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected Jiang Yunpeng to have this move up his sleeve. Both wielding fire elemental divine power, a direct clash would reveal which was superior. Captain Qin, brace yourself. Jiang Yunpeng bellowed, propelling himself into the air with divine power. With a sudden swing, the flames in his hand instantly coalesced into an arrow, erupting toward Xinjiang with thunderous force. The towering flames reflected in Xinjiang's eyes. Raising the Zhurong shield, he roared, "Seal it!" The moment the raging flames struck the Zhurong shield, they did not merge but instead intensified, spreading along Xinjiang's arm and engulfing his entire body. The sheer force of this divine power nearly knocked Xinjiang off his feet. His expression turned horrified as he urgently drew upon an additional 20% of his divine power, finally absorbing the entire flame. "Well done, lad. Now taste this move." Xinjiang's eyes brimmed with admiration. He leapt forward, executed a somersault, and swung his shield toward Jiang Yunpeng. Boom! At the last possible moment, Jiang Yunpeng clenched his fists, conjuring an earthen wall fortress before his eyes. Alas, under the overwhelming force, the earthen wall crumbled instantly into dust, scattering across the ground. Jiang Yunpeng felt the overwhelming pressure of emotion erupting, pressing directly against his soul. Boom! 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 In a single second, Jiang Yunpeng conjured a total of 32 earthen walls, all of which were shattered by Xinjiang. The entire training ground was nearly buried in yellow earth. Emotion was beyond comprehension. By the time he had shattered every wall, Jiang Yunpeng had vanished without a trace. Amidst the swirling dust, he instantly sensed danger. Turning his head, he saw Jiang Yunpeng suspended midair. His entire body was engulfed in flames, his hands gripping the sun-shooting bow. A crimson arrow had already coalesced in his grasp. This arrow was aimed straight for his head. Jiang Yunpeng had expended considerable divine power. This would be his final strike. He had only managed to restrain Xinjiang by moving at his absolute fastest. Xinjiang's strength had surpassed his expectations. The moment he turned back, Jiang Yunpeng released the tension in his palm. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air like thunder, hurtling toward Xinjiang. Chapter 19, Can't help but admire the new bodyguard. Xinjiang wasn't one to be pushed around. He instantly condensed his divine power. The arrow was fast and deadly. He barely had time to dodge. He hadn't expected this kid, Jiang Yunpeng, to be this terrifying, forcing him to take things seriously. Thud! The immense force of the collision nearly overturned the entire training ground. The immense force also sent Jiang Yunpeng flying. He hastily stabilized himself with wind elemental energy before slowly landing. Gasping for breath, he looked toward the center of the explosion. Xinjiang brushed dust from his clothes and emerged unscathed. He lit a cigarette, flicked his fingers, and a cluster of flames danced onto the cigarette tip. His gaze toward Jiang Yunpeng was complex. "You're something else, kid. To push a second-tier divine mandate's power to this extent, that's no ordinary feat." He finally understood why the Elders' Council had invested such immense effort to protect Jiang Yunpeng. Given time to grow, Jiang Yunpeng would inevitably surpass all the elites. He'd seen his share of geniuses, but one defying the heavens to this extent? Only Jiang Yunpeng. Jiang Yunpeng felt utterly frustrated. He had given his all, yet hadn't even managed to scratch a single hair on Xinjiang. If an 8th-tier powerhouse was this formidable, what would happen against a 10th-tier opponent unleashing full force? He wouldn't even last a single strike. Zhou jaw dropped wide enough to fit his fist. He gasped, "Holy crap! Brother Jiang, you're a super saiyan. Your level of god-tier power is just insane." They were thoroughly entertained watching from the sidelines. This battle was nothing short of spectacular. Jiang Yunpeng, a mere second-tier fighter, holding his own against Xinjiang was impressive enough. In their eyes, this was already formidable. Jiang Yunpeng, however, was not satisfied. He sighed. "Alright, you guys continue training. Captain Qin, you've worked hard." Zhao Mingyu had expected Jiang Yunpeng to share their excitement, but instead, he wore a look of disappointment. It was one thing for Jiang Yunpeng to surpass them in natural talent, but how could he possibly outwork them too? This was truly unbearable. He gritted his teeth. "Train. Train harder. Train until we drop. One day, we'll catch up to Yunpeng." Zhou Yu and Zhao Mingyu nodded vigorously. They were genuinely shaken to the core. A gifted workaholic like Jiang Yunpeng was simply beyond their reach. For the days that followed, the four of them practically lived on the training grounds, pushing themselves to the limit. Jiang Yunpeng's divine power had fused almost completely with his being, while Zhou Yu and the others practiced manipulating theirs. Watching Jiang Yunpeng practically perform miracles with his divine power, they were nearly consumed by envy and rushed to seek his guidance. But Jiang Yunpeng knew next to nothing. He relied entirely on innate talent. This left them practically spitting blood. After the afternoon training session, Jiang specially arranged for the cafeteria to prepare nutritional meals for them. Jiang Yunpeng ate the most by far, needing 5 servings to feel full. Manipulating divine power was extremely taxing on the body. Without proper nourishment, a divine mandate bearer's physique would quickly weaken. He was utterly exhausted today, having tried countless methods to enhance his divine power's attack. The training ground was left in shambles by the 4 of them. Jiang Yunpeng collapsed into sleep the moment his head hit the pillow. The next morning, when Jiang drove the 4 of them to school, he gave a special reminder. Yunpeng, if anyone bullies you at school, don't try to handle it alone. Tell me, and I'll deal with them personally. He feared Jiang Yunpeng might get into trouble. Jiang's status was sensitive. Unless absolutely necessary, he couldn't make himself visible. Jiang Yunpeng rolled his eyes inwardly. They weren't elementary school kids. If he had the strength to handle any trouble, why would he need Jiang to intervene? But since Jiang had said it, he gave a perfunctory nod. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of Capital University, Wang Guangchuan was already waiting. His eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Yunpeng. Jiang, regarding yesterday's incident with Luo Yutian, we've handled it. Anyone connected to him or who made related comments has been expelled. We even posted a detailed explanation on the official website. Wang Guangchuan's actions had effectively cut off any escape routes. No university would openly accept students expelled from Kyoto University. Their dismissal clearly indicated serious misconduct and poor character. Jiang Yunpeng hadn't expected Wang Guangchuan to explain all this to him personally. Principal Wang, you handled this matter exceptionally well. There was no need to report it to me, a mere student. You're no ordinary student. Clearing out these cancerous elements on your very first day here, you're our lucky star. Wang Guangchuan's words were, of course, half flattery, and Jiang Yunpeng didn't take them entirely at face value. Principal Wang, I'm just an ordinary student. I don't need any special treatment. Jiang Yunpeng made his position clear. He didn't want special privileges. Wang Guangchuan understood the implication and promptly excused himself with an excuse, leaving with the others. He grasped that Jiang Yunpeng wished to experience life as an ordinary person. Unfortunately, after contracting the sun's shooting bow yesterday, Jiang Yunpeng had already become a celebrity at the Capital University. As soon as he entered the classroom, numerous students swarmed around him, eager to curry favor. Brother Jiang, seeing you take down Luo Yutian yesterday was incredible. You should teach us about the divine artifacts of our Huaxia heritage. If Jiang can take down an entire clan, what's a Luo family? Luo Yutian wasn't exactly a saint. His departure is a relief. Jiang, my name is Lu Heng. Would you be interested in becoming friends? My family holds some standing in the capital. These sycophants practically packed the classroom to the rafters. Jiang Yunpeng glanced at Zhou Yu, who understood immediately. Clearing his throat, he bellowed. Step aside. Step aside. Why are you blocking Brother Jiang from class? Who wants to meet my big brother? Come over here to sign up. Who dared stand in his way now? Jiang Yunpeng strode confidently to the center of the desks and sat down. Zhou Yu had already pulled out his phone and started registering them one by one. These people, desperate to connect with Jiang Yunpeng, had no choice but to comply. Oomph, so you're Jiang Yunpeng? Not much to look at. A clear, lark-like voice rang out behind Jiang Yunpeng. He turned to see a stunningly beautiful girl seated behind him. She was 18 or 19, her hair pulled into a high ponytail. Without any makeup, her snow-white skin glowed radiantly in the sunlight. Her face was small as a palm, with delicate features and an utterly pure aura. Her eyes, like pools of autumn water, fixed on Jiang Yunpeng with a gaze that was anything but friendly. With just one glance, Jiang Yunpeng immediately assessed that this girl's strength far surpassed his own and by a significant margin. Before he could speak, the girl added, I'll be your personal bodyguard from now on. I'm warning you, don't try to get my attention on purpose, understand? No matter how strong a man like you is, I'll never like you. Chapter 20, The New Bodyguard is Arrogant. Jiang Yunpeng glanced at the girl as she spoke. I wouldn't take someone like you even if you were given to me for free. Are you the new bodyguard the Grand Elder assigned? You. The girl gritted her teeth in fury, stunned that Jiang Yunpeng dared to look down on her. He was merely lucky to have contracted some divine artifacts. What gave him the right to despise her, a 10th tier powerhouse? There wasn't a soul in the entire capital who didn't know her name as a prodigy. Did this divine mandate user from the sticks really think he was something special? A smirk touched her lips at the thought. That's right. My name is Lu Xiao. From now on, you'll have to listen to me. Oh. Jiang Yunpeng responded dismissively, unwilling to waste any more breath on her. After Zhou Yu returned, he waved his phone in front of Jiang Yunpeng and leaned in close. Brother Jiang, all these people's information is entered. What should we do next? Jiang Yunpeng stroked his chin. Bundle all this data and send it to Secretary Feng. Many of them come from prominent families. Have him investigate thoroughly.
Got it. Zhou Yu flashed an OK sign.
As he bent over fiddling with his phone, a crisp voice cut through the air.
Move aside. I'm sitting here.
Zhou Yu looked up to see Lu Xiao standing there, arms crossed, a defiant look on her face.
Who are you? Why should I give up my seat for you? Zhou Yu's heart skipped a beat. Another person trying to muscle in on his protection. Jiang Yunpeng waved his hand dismissively. Let her sit.
She's the new bodyguard they sent.
Zhou Yu understood immediately and shifted over to make room for her.
Only the 5 of them were seated in the front row. Jiang Mengyu noticed Lu Xiao's haughty demeanor and whispered to his own beside her.
Why do I get the feeling this girl is impossible to deal with? She looks about our age. Can she really protect us?
Though her voice was low, Lu Xiao heard every word clearly. She shook her head gently, her expression pitying. For ordinary divine mandate bearers like you, just seeing me is a rare privilege.
My name is Lu Xiao. All of you remember it well.
At the mention of Lu Xiao's name, Jiang Mengyu covered her mouth in shock, her gaze toward his own filled with disbelief.
Zhou Yu was stunned. The reason was simple. Lu Xiao was a nationally renowned prodigy.
It was said that at 14, he had single-handedly contracted the SSS grade Western divine artifact, the Sword of Victory. After 4 years of arduous training, he had reached the 10th tier by the age of 18. She was a household name on the Chinese genius rankings. After savoring the admiration and shock on their faces, Lu Xiao felt thoroughly satisfied. She had already reviewed Jiang Yunpeng and the others' files. Hailing from Yun City, they had never received proper education or encountered divine artifacts. Jiang Yunpeng had single-handedly elevated all 3 of them. If Jiang Yunpeng earned her respect, she held Zhou Yu and the others in utter contempt.
The other students in the classroom also recognized Lu Xiao.
Her strength was such that she had no need to return to Capital University for classes.
Especially since she was seated next to Jiang Yunpeng.
The connections behind him were truly formidable. The Elders' Council had already come to endorse him so swiftly. Jiang Yunpeng paid it no mind whatsoever. At his current cultivation pace, reaching the 10th tier was merely a matter of time.
He didn't believe he was any worse than Lu Xiao.
His gaze remained impassive, and after class began, he didn't spare her a single extra glance. The professors who came to teach were all exceptionally cautious. Western mythology was covered less and less, with most of the time devoted to introducing Chinese mythology.
Huan Hao, still gloomy after the Lu Yutian incident, had simply taken a month off. With such a scandal unfolding, the professors had no choice but to teach obediently. Rumor had it that Luo Yutian couldn't find a school to accept him. Not even the most ordinary institutions dared to hire him. Jiang Yunpeng was a member of the Elders' Council, wielding too much influence.
The morning lectures were somewhat tedious, yet they greatly deepened Jiang Yunpeng's understanding of this world.
Currently, the frontline war was intensifying. Secret realms kept emerging, many now accessible to ordinary divine mandate bearers. Within these realms, slaying demons and monsters yielded divine artifacts.
The higher the artifact's grade, the more terrifying the realm. Rumors even spoke of SSS-tier realms appearing. Such places demanded extreme caution even from powerhouses above the 10th tier.
Jiang Yunpeng listened to the lectures with rapt attention, while Lu Xiao grew increasingly annoyed. What on earth were these professors teaching? She had attended lectures at Kyoto University before, but never encountered such a situation. Why was Western mythology being so heavily disparaged this year while Chinese mythology was being praised? What was the logic behind this? She had contracted an SSS-tier victory sword. She knew full well how powerful Western mythology was. How could it possibly be inferior to Chinese mythology? With that thought, she abruptly raised her hand. Su Ziming, still lecturing on Chinese mythology, looked puzzled at her gesture. Student, what is it you wish to discuss? Lu Xiao nodded, her gaze sharp. Professor Su, both Western and Chinese mythology possess powerful divine artifacts. But surely we shouldn't favor one over the other? Praising Chinese mythology while disparaging Western mythology, where did this trend come from? Su Ziming hadn't expected Lu Xiao, that genius, to speak up like this. Panicking, he quickly glanced at Jiang Yunpeng and cleared his throat twice, afraid of displeasing this formidable figure. Lu, this is the wisdom our ancient ancestors bequeathed to us. How vast it is. Western mythology is powerful, but it doesn't surpass our Chinese mythology. A few extra words of praise aren't such a big deal. Su Ziming's words pleased Jiang Yunpeng immensely. Lu Xiao shot Jiang Yunpeng a glance, instantly realizing he was the one behind this. She sat down resentfully, unwilling to publicly clash with Su Ziming, but determined to take it out on Jiang Yunpeng instead. Don't think the council's backing lets you run rampant at Capital University. Chinese mythology can't protect ordinary divine beings, let alone the common folk. Lu Xiao had lived over a decade. Countless warriors on the front lines had only excelled because they had contracted Western myths. Relying on Chinese mythology, she would have died 800 times over. Jiang Yunpeng ignored him, fixing his gaze instead on Lu Xiao. Under the all-seeing eye, a faint crimson glow enveloped her body, revealing the details of her contracted divine weapon. Sword of Victory SSS rank, possesses formidable divine power. This is the legendary sword wielded by King Arthur. Though damaged, it has been magically restored by Merlin. Its strength is now far diminished from its former glory. When contracted, it enhances the wielding of divine power. Simultaneously, due to Merlin's magical contract, it influences the transformation of divine power within the body, gradually absorbing the power of the divine mandate bearer to nourish the Sword of Victory. The Sword of Victory you've contracted is the legendary weapon of King Arthur, something you should never possess. Your divine power has begun to wane. Surely you've noticed this by now? Jiang Yunpeng spoke these words with casual indifference, while Lu Xiao's expression was as if struck by lightning. She never imagined Jiang Yunpeng would utter such words. She hadn't told anyone about her divine power's decline. How had he discovered it? How could this be? Chapter 21, His treatment has skyrocketed. Lu Xiao's heart raced with shock, though her expression remained composed. She sneered, how arrogant! What could a mere second-tier mystic possibly discern? Jiang Yunpeng had already seen the faint blood aura swirling around her body. If she continued her contract with the Victory Sword, it wouldn't be long before it completely drained her divine power. This was the true nature of the formidable Western divine artifact, nothing more than a vampire, feeding on the essence of divine commanders. Believe it or not, once your divine power is utterly depleted and your innate talents are ruined, you'll never bind another divine artifact again. Then you'll believe. Jiang Yunpeng stretched lazily as class ended. His devilishly low murmur sent Lu Xiao's heart into a whirlwind. At this moment, how could she dare to underestimate Jiang Yunpeng? This Jiang Yunpeng truly possessed some skill. But how could a genius like her possibly lower herself to ask him how to resolve this? She clenched her fists tightly, glaring at Jiang Yunpeng with resentment. Leaving her hanging halfway through the explanation wasn't enough. He had to dangle such a matter before her, clearly hoping she'd come begging. Jiang Yunpeng's warning was meant to protect her life. After all, Lu Xiao wasn't inherently evil, it was just that her heart had grown biased since binding herself to a Western divine artifact. She'd see for herself the consequences of binding a Western divine artifact, then she'd understand exactly what kind of entity she'd signed a contract with. Lunchtime. Qin Zhan deliberately invited the four of them to lunch, including Lu Xiao. She had no desire to go, but as Jiang Yunpeng's personal bodyguard, she had no choice. Moreover, Jiang Yunpeng knew such a huge secret. If he blabbed about it outside, wouldn't it ruin her reputation? Gritting her teeth, she had no choice but to follow along. But when Qin Zhan led them to the location, Lu Xiao was stunned. This was the exclusive dining hall of the Capital Elders Council. Only the 5 elders possessed the authority to enter, no one else was permitted. Layers of bodyguards guarded the entrance, and even the chefs preparing their nutritional meals possessed 6th-tier strength. Lu Xiao had only experienced a meal like this once in her entire life, when her father had the privilege of dining with the Grand Elder during formal business discussions. Not only did Jiang Yunpeng get to eat this every day, but he also picked and chose his food. Captain Qin, next time could you add more meat? I have a big appetite, and this portion is simply too small. Lu Xiao nearly screamed in exasperation. This special meat was cultivated edible demon flesh, capable of nourishing the divine souls of divine mandate practitioners. A single pound of this meat could fetch astronomical prices on the market. Jiang Yunpeng's life was far too luxurious, even she couldn't afford to eat it regularly. Qin Zhan heard her words without a hint of displeasure and nodded. Alright, next time I'll tell the cooks to add 10 pounds of meat to your daily portion. Is that enough? That'll do for now, Jiang Yunpeng nodded slightly. Qin Zhan, fearing he might feel awkward, urged him to voice any other requests. In that instant, Lu Xiao felt the world had turned surreal. Even a genius like her had never received such preferential treatment. Why should Jiang Yunpeng get it? She couldn't fathom it, truly couldn't. By the end of the meal, her appetite had vanished. That afternoon, back at Capital University, it was time for practical combat training. Students could spar with each other, but only a little. Both parties had to agree to the sparring, and no one was allowed to provoke fights on purpose. Everyone else present had found opponents. Zhou Yu sparred with He Zong, while Zhao Mingyu paired up with a girl from their class to practice together. Jiang Yunpeng sat alone on the practice field, feeling a bit bored. Not a single student in the class dared to lay a finger on him, not because of his strength, but because of the Elders' Council backing him. They all feared provoking Jiang Yunpeng's displeasure. If he decided to deal with them, they wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Lu Xiao watched him from the sidelines, her mind in turmoil. She longed to rush up to Jiang Yunpeng and ask him everything in detail. But she couldn't bring herself to lower her pride. Torn between conflicting emotions, she hesitated intensely. Jiang Yunpeng sat motionless for over half an hour while Yi Tianyun and another practiced Wang Shigao, a scion of the Wang family from the capital. After the assets of the 4 great families were completely liquidated, the 4 families were firmly bound together. They knew they couldn't fight a force greater than themselves. All they could do was lie low. Both Yi Tianyun and Wang Shigao were students at the Capital University. Yi Tianyun possessed greater strength, being a 5th-tier cultivator. Wang Shigao was only 4th tier.
They had both come here to keep a close watch on Jiang Yunpeng.
If anyone harbored hatred, none did so more intensely than Yi Tianyun. If not for that damned beast Jiang Yunpeng, the four great families wouldn't have ended up in this dire straits.
Brother Wang, Jiang Yunpeng isn't that strong.
Why don't you go exchange a few blows with him? Our four families have already fallen. Even if you take him on, the Elders' Council wouldn't dare do anything to you.
His words were pure bull.
Who knew how far the Elders' Council would go to protect their own? Wang Shigao was a fool.
Provoked by Yi Tianyun's words, his existing hatred for Jiang Yunpeng had already begun to boil over. He snorted coldly. Brother Yi, that bastard Jiang Yunpeng has brought such misery upon our four great families.
How could I possibly let him off? Just wait, I'll see just how formidable he really is.
With that, he strode boldly toward Jiang Yunpeng, his aura fierce.
Hey, you must be Jiang Yunpeng. I hear you're quite the fighter. Care to exchange a few moves with me?
Jiang Yunpeng glanced up at him. Wang Shigao was a towering figure, standing before him like a brown bear.
A spark lit in Jiang Yunpeng's eyes. He'd been bored stiff here, and now someone was practically offering himself up. He glanced at Wang Shigao and slowly walked to the center of the practice field. As soon as he stood still, the students instinctively took a few steps back. Whispered murmurs reached his ears. Damn, has Wang Shigao lost his mind? Why provoke Jiang Yunpeng out of nowhere?
The Wang family in the capital is finished, and it was Jiang Yunpeng who did it.
Don't you think he hates Jiang Yunpeng? Getting to beat him up in broad daylight is definitely a weight event. But if he beats Jiang Yunpeng, the Elders' Council will definitely investigate. If Jiang Yunpeng reports everything to the elders, what's the difference between him and a giant baby? Is he even a man? He has no backbone at all.
Jiang Yunpeng paid no heed to their words, whether scornful or gloating. So what if Wang Shigao possessed 4th tier strength? He could now draw upon 40% of his divine power.
In a direct confrontation, he didn't believe he'd lose.
Plus, he possessed 2 skills. While the Wu Ji apricot yellow banner was currently just a fragment he couldn't use, he still had the sun shooting bow in his hands.
Wang Shigao hadn't expected Jiang Yunpeng to be so decisive. He burst into laughter and leaped forward. Thud! The ground trembled slightly beneath him. His massive frame was nearly 3 times Jiang Yunpeng's size. One punch would surely crush Jiang Yunpeng into mincemeat. Yi Tianyun watched from the sidelines, his excitement palpable. Chapter 22, Asking for Trouble, starting with a beating. Zhou Yu remained utterly composed.
He had witnessed Jiang Yunpeng go toe-to-toe with Qin Zhan, an 8th tier divine mandate.
How could a mere 4th rank divine mandate bearer like Wang Shigao possibly threaten Jiang Yunpeng?
With that thought, he settled down nearby, summoning Zhao Mingyu and his own to watch the spectacle unfold.
Lu Xiao felt a surge of schadenfreude seeing someone challenge Jiang Yunpeng.
After all, this was a 4th tier expert. She couldn't wait to see how Jiang Yunpeng would handle it. She refused to believe that arrogant Jiang Yunpeng could possibly handle a 4th rank expert. On the training ground, Wang Shigang brought his hands together in a swift motion. In an instant, sand and stones flew, dark clouds obscured the sun, and a hammer as long as his arm appeared in his hands. The hammer had an odd shape, its head weighing roughly 100 jin.
Only someone with Wang Shigang's physique could swing it. Jiang Yunpeng activated his all-seeing eye and indeed saw fire elemental divine power surging around him. Hephaestus's hammer grade, the hammer of Hephaestus, god of fire and forging. A single strike can melt even the mightiest warriors. Its overwhelming fire elemental power is unstoppable. This artifact is immensely potent. Without a highly developed physique, one cannot withstand its fiery might. Jiang Yunpeng understood. The aristocratic families of the capital were truly formidable. He wondered where the Wang family had procured such an artifact perfectly suited to Wang Shigang's strength. Yet no matter how formidable this Western artifact might be, in his eyes it remained utterly insignificant. With this thought, he felt no urgency to act. Wang Shigang swung his iron hammer, unleashing a roaring gale that whipped his clothes into a fluttering frenzy and made his hair stand on end. Take this hammer! Wang Shigang roared, launching himself into the air. A fierce blow came crashing down toward Jiang Yunpeng, aimed squarely at his head. Such a blow would leave him dead or crippled. Lu Xiao cursed inwardly, preparing to intervene. Jiang Yunpeng smiled faintly, showing no sign of tension. He spread his left hand, and a layer of earth-colored divine power materialized above his head. A solid earthen wall instantly formed, shielding him completely. Boom! The iron hammer crashed down, barely managing to crack through half of his fortress. Even so, the shockwave made Wang Shigang's palms go numb. He stumbled back several steps, staring at Jiang Yunpeng in disbelief. How could this be? No defensive divine power could possibly withstand the force of that hammer blow. Jiang Yunpeng's bizarre divine power was beyond comprehension. Even stranger, as Jiang Yunpeng clenched and then unclenched his fist, over a dozen earthen walls suddenly materialized before him. These walls encircled him, rotating with his movements and shifting into new defensive formations at will. The scene made everyone present gasp in shock. Even Lu Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. How could such power reside within a mere second-tier divine mandate cultivator? What level of power was Jiang Yunpeng wielding? On the battlefield, demons wouldn't even get close to him. He's using earth elemental magic, right? But how could such a massive display not drain his divine power? He doesn't seem affected at all. Slap me, I must be dreaming. A second-tier powerhouse withstanding a fourth-tier sphere's strike? This world's gone mad. The other students gaped wide enough to swallow an egg whole. Zhou Yu chuckled at their pathetic expressions. He turned to Zhao Mingyu beside him and said if they saw Yunpeng and Captain Qin fighting, they'd be even more shocked. His own wore an inscrutable expression. Ah, those who've never been around masters before really are shallow. Jiang Yunpeng's technique kept Wang Shigang completely at bay. If he wanted to charge in and deal with Jiang Yunpeng, he'd have to completely demolish these earthen walls. Wouldn't that be a waste of his divine power? Red-faced with rage, he cursed. Jiang Yunpeng, if you've got the guts, stop hiding like a coward. Fight me fair and square. What kind of man hides inside like that? Yi Yuntian hadn't anticipated things turning out this way. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with jealousy. Jiang Yunpeng's power likely stemmed from that SSS-grade divine artifact he'd failed to seize earlier. Damn it, why did he get so lucky? His heart bled with envy. If only he'd snatched that artifact back then, he'd be the one wielding such power now. Jiang Yunpeng was testing his Wu Ji power and had been wondering why Wang Shigang hadn't attacked. Hearing Yi Yuntian's words, he suddenly felt intrigued. Fine. I'll grant your wish. With that, he stood at the center and raised a finger lightly. Dozens of earthen walls crumbled with a clatter, turning into yellow dust. This effortless mastery of divine power caused Wang Shigang's expression to darken. Even with his perfect synchronization with Hephaestus's hammer divine power, he could never hope to reach Jiang Yunpeng's level. Gritting his teeth, he reignited his divine power. He refused to believe that with his fourth-tier strength, he couldn't defeat a mere second-tier weakling. Alas, Jiang Yunpeng had now drawn the sun-shooting bow. The sunshot bow, towering as tall as two men, appeared, gleaming brilliantly under the sun. Its overwhelming heat threatened to incinerate everything in its path. The sun-shooting bow unleashed. Jiang Yunpeng rode the wind element, soaring effortlessly into the sky. His left hand gripped the bow while his right a divine power arrow. A fiery bolt instantly materialized in his grasp. This flame could incinerate the blazing sun itself. What kind of nonsense was Hephaestus? This was divine power capable of shooting down the sun. Whoosh! The fiery arrow tore through the air. With thunderous force, raging like a fiery dragon, it charged toward Wang Shigang. Its speed was too swift for reaction. Even with Wang Shigang's prowess, escape was now impossible. Wang Shigang swung his iron hammer wildly, smashing it directly into the arrow. The divine powers of fire collided, two divine forces clashing together. What? Impossible! Wang Shigang cried out in shock as his divine power was completely consumed by the arrow fired by Jiang Yunpeng. Stunned and terrified, he tried to retreat but it was too late. He could only channel every ounce of his divine power into a single hammer strike. Thud! Seeing the powerful shockwave, Jiang Yunpeng quickly retreated dozens of steps. He had channeled every ounce of divine power within him into that arrow, one that even the fourth-tier Wang Shigang couldn't withstand. He did not press his advantage. Sparring required restraint. Killing Wang Shigang would inevitably provoke retaliation from the Wang family in the capital. The four divine treasures were still unclear, and it was best not to stir the hornet's nest prematurely. He descended from the air, where the collision of two streams of fire elemental divine power had made the training ground so scorching it was nearly unbearable to stand on. Wang Shigang was hurled several meters by the shockwave, crashing to the ground where he coughed up blood, his face twisted in utter resentment. Yi Tianyun rushed over to help him up. As soon as Zhou Yu saw Jiang Yunpeng come down, he rushed over and shouted, "Holy crap, brother Jiang, you're so awesome. You beat that fourth-tier guy like a dead dog." Lu Xiao's gaze grew intensely complex as she murmured, "The sun-shooting bow. Is this the very bow used by the ancient god Hou to shoot down the suns?" Chapter 23, Cross-Tier Combat, Genius Among Geniuses. The other students stood frozen in place, staring at the scene before them in utter disbelief. Are you kidding me? Jiang Yunpeng was only a second-tier divine mandate, while Wang Shigang was fourth-tier. And yet he'd beaten Wang Shigang into this state. Am I seeing this right? Jiang Yunpeng is too godlike. Fighting above his tier is one thing, but 2 tiers above, against a formidable young master from a powerful family like Wang Shigang. Don't you remember what divine artifacts Jiang Yunpeng contracted? That's the sun-shooting bow of Hou, the ancient war god. He contracted 2 SSS-grade divine artifacts. It's no wonder he can win. Damn it, why does this kid have such incredible luck? An ordinary divine fate bearer couldn't handle contracting even 1 divine artifact, let alone 2. What gives him the right? I'd bet 80% it's because the elders backing him are pulling strings. Otherwise, how could he have gotten this far? While envy simmered among the students, admiration ran deeper. Who wouldn't want to be as powerful as Jiang Yunpeng? Gossiping and discussing was one thing, but they also speculated about Jiang Yunpeng's background.
Their theories grew increasingly wild, with rumors spreading that he was the illegitimate son of some elder. Jiang Yunpeng was so exasperated he laughed.
What nonsense was this? Wang Shigao glared at Jiang Yunpeng with venom. If it weren't for him, how could he have suffered such a humiliating defeat? He never imagined Jiang Yunpeng's power could be this formidable. This was the power of an SSS-grade divine artifact. His eyes burned with desire. He too wanted to grow stronger. If an ordinary man like Jiang Yunpeng could achieve such earth-shattering changes through a divine artifact, imagine what a powerhouse like himself could accomplish if he seized one. He concealed the ambition and greed flickering in his eyes, shifting his gaze to Yi Tianyun, who was supporting him. Brother Yi, help me back first. This matter must not be revealed to others. Wang Shigao hadn't just disgraced himself, he'd brought utter shame upon the entire Wang family. How could he allow such a scandal to spread? Yi Tianyun gave a bitter laugh. Brother Wang, I wouldn't dream of spreading it. But so many witnessed it, who knows what others might say. Damn Jiang Yunpeng. That bastard, I'll never let him off the hook. Wang Shigao clenched his fists, seething with rage, wishing he could flay Jiang Yunpeng alive. Seeing his reaction, Yi Yuntian's lips curved into a smile. Wang Shigao, that brainless fool, would serve perfectly as his tool. He wouldn't confront Jiang Yunpeng directly, but Wang Shigao was another story. Lu Xiao took a deep breath. With Jiang Yunpeng's power and the council's backing, perhaps her contract issue could indeed be resolved through him. But hesitation lingered in her heart. She fixed her gaze firmly on Jiang Yunpeng for a moment. She needed more time to consider. Zhou Yu was still joking around with Jiang Yunpeng. Brother Jiang, he teased, with your strength, you'd definitely make it onto the China Genius rankings. This wasn't the first time Jiang Yunpeng had heard that term. The Huaxia Genius rankings listed divine mandate bearers aged 18 to 22. The selection criteria were extremely stringent. Only those who reached the 10th tier of power within this age bracket could participate in the rankings. Once listed, such geniuses received preferential treatment wherever they won, a decent perk indeed. Jiang Yunpeng couldn't care less about such external trappings. In the end, it was all just empty fame. With sufficient strength, people would make way for him anywhere. Plus, as a member of the Elders' Council, what need did he have for a genius rankings? My strength is merely at the 2nd tier. I'll consider it when I'm stronger, Jiang Yunpeng said with a casual air, earning Zhou Yu's even greater admiration. Who among the divine mandate practitioners of Huaxia didn't view the genius rankings as their goal for advancement? Only Jiang Yunpeng could utter such words with such nonchalance. Jiang Yunpeng absorbed the lessons from the recent battle. This fight had also spread word of his unique abilities. Before this, who could have imagined such a cross-tier battle? After afternoon classes, Lu Xiao stayed by Jiang Yunpeng's side. A young woman approached him slowly. Her smile radiated gentle warmth, utterly infectious, making it impossible to guard against her. Hello, Jiang. My name is Li Qingge. A small secret realm has opened in the capital's suburbs. Would you be free to join our team? Before Jiang Yunpeng could respond, Lu Xiao refused outright. She snorted coldly. You're a Li family member. Stop trying to cozy up to me here. Get lost. Li Qingge heard her words but showed no sign of anger. She gave a light chuckle and turned her gaze to Jiang Yunpeng. I was asking Mr. Jiang, not Miss Lu, right? Jiang Yunpeng had no interest in associating with the 4 great families of the capital. He replied coldly, no need. When Captain Qin picked them up, Jiang Yunpeng finally asked, Captain Qin, did a small secret realm open in the suburbs? I'd like to go in for some trial training this weekend. His desire to train made sense. He was already at the 2nd tier, after all, and needed to properly enhance his strength. The key was not to fixate on students. Fighting them was a complete waste of time. A small secret realm has indeed appeared in the suburbs. With your strength, you should have no trouble there. With Qin Zhan's approval, Zhou Yu immediately latched onto Jiang Yunpeng. Brother Jiang, take me alone. I promise I won't slow you down. No way. All 3 of you are only stage 1 way too weak. Yunpeng's different, he can go. You guys need extra training this weekend. Qin Zhan's words crushed Zhou Yu's hopes. Extra training at the base? That was nowhere near as exciting as hunting demons in a secret realm. He could only stare longingly at Jiang Yunpeng, hoping for a word of support. Jiang Yunpeng patted his shoulder and said solemnly, train hard. Once you reach tier 2, we'll venture into the secret realm together. For now, Lu Xiao and I will test the waters first. Lu Xiao was his personal bodyguard, and since he was heading to the secret realm for training, she had to accompany him. Oomph. Jiang Yunpeng, I warn you, don't think you can run wild in there just because I'm protecting you. I admit you have some skill, but in my eyes, it's still not enough. Jiang Yunpeng heard Lu Xiao's sarcastic tone but paid her no mind, not even sparing her a glance. You should focus on yourself first. Have you resolved the issue of your divine power regressing? You. Lu Xiao choked on his words, her voice filled with resentment. As if you have any solutions yourself. Of course I don't, Jiang Yunpeng shrugged indifferently. Your immediate priority is to completely abandon the Victory Sword contract. That's your only chance for salvation. This is my final warning. If you remain stubborn, I have no interest in continuing to meddle. What?
If she hadn't been in the car, Lucia would have leaped to her feet.
Abandoning the SSS-tier victory sword from the contract? Impossible. This divine artifact had cost the Lu family untold effort to acquire.
She had shown extraordinary talent at 14, and the Lu family had poured nearly all their resources into her cultivation.
Asking her to give it up was simply impossible.
Zhou Yu and the others had no idea what was happening, but from Jiang Yunpeng's tone, it seemed Lucia was facing some kind of physical crisis.
Chapter 24. The Secret Realm opens, preparing for the trial.
They dared not pry further, instead shrinking back to the side, trying to make themselves as inconspicuous as possible.
It didn't matter if Jiang Yunpeng and Lucia were bickering. If they, mere nobodies, angered Lucio and got beaten up, wouldn't that be suffering for nothing?
Xin Zhan's heart skipped a beat.
Seeing Lucio's eyes widen in fury, he realized Jiang Yunpeng was probably telling the truth.
This pair arguing would only cause trouble later. He suggested, Xiao, if something's wrong with your body, I can have the Grand Elder take a look.
That's the only option now. Thank you, Captain Xin. Lucio shot Jiang Yunpeng a glare. That madman wanted her to give up the contract divine object? Was he trying to harm her?
Seeing her ungrateful attitude, Jiang Yunpeng didn't press the matter. After all, she wouldn't be the one suffering the consequences. He needed to prepare thoroughly. This was his first time venturing into the secret realm to slay demons.
After returning to the State Security Department base, Lucio left with Qin Zhan. As soon as the two departed, Zhou Yu immediately dragged Zhao Lingyu and he zoned to the training ground. We need to train hard. We can't hold brother Zhang back. We must reach the second tier as soon as possible. Then we'll have a say at the capital university.
In this world, strength reigns supreme. The Elders' Council couldn't shield them forever. Ultimately, they had to rely on themselves. Jiang Yunpeng hadn't expected the three to be so self-aware, so he let them be.
As for Lu Xiao, he guessed the Grand Elder's opinion would likely align with his own.
Sure enough, after meditating in his room for just over half an hour, his bodyguard summoned him to the conference hall.
When he arrived, the Grand Elder sat enthroned at the head of the conference hall. Fang Tao stood beside him, while Lu Xiao's expression was grim. The Grand Elder beamed at Jiang Yunpeng, beckoning him over. Young Jiang, come here. You're quite the prodigy, even spotting the issue with Xiao. Jiang Yunpeng remained composed. Elder, is there another solution to this matter? The Grand Elder sighed deeply. Xiao, you must give this matter serious thought.
The only course of action now is to follow young friend Zhang's suggestion.
Your talent is exceptional. How could you falter at such a critical juncture? Lu Xiao's gaze grew complex as she fell silent for a moment. Elder, thank you for your concern.
I intend to resolve this issue through my own strength.
With that, she turned and left the meeting hall. For years of effort, how could she possibly let it go to waste?
Young minds are so impatient, the Grand Elder muttered, stroking his beard.
The Elders' Council possessed numerous divine artifacts.
These divine artifacts weren't something ordinary divine mandate bearers could contract. Once Lu Xiao completely severed her connection with the victory sword, he wouldn't mind helping her reshape her bone structure.
By the way, young Jiang, I hear you're heading to the secret realm this weekend. I'll arrange for additional bodyguards to accompany you.
Jiang Yunpeng couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated at his words.
Elder, I must gain experience eventually. With a 10th tier expert like Lu Xiao as my personal bodyguard, venturing into the secret realm shouldn't pose any real danger.
That said, the Grand Elder still retained Xin Zhan, assigning him to secretly protect Jiang Yunpeng. Jiang Yunpeng's value to Huaxia was too great. He absolutely could not be allowed to suffer even the slightest mishap. By the weekend, Lu Xiao was already waiting for Jiang Yunpeng at the door. She had deliberately changed into a black combat suit that accentuated her figure to perfection. Seeing Jiang Yunpeng in his tracksuit, she frowned.
You can't even defend against demonic claws in that.
Their combat suits were made entirely of carbon fiber, a material that was flexible yet offered exceptional defense, capable of withstanding demonic attacks on the battlefield.
Jiang Yunpeng waved dismissively, yawning. Underachievers have too much stationery. You're already at the 10th tier, why bother with such trifles? With his mastery of earth elemental power, his defensive capabilities were unquestionable. Since he wasn't engaging in close combat, why bother with combat armor? You stubborn fool. If you run into trouble, I'll be the one cleaning up your mess. Lu Xiao's expression darkened. Jiang Yunpeng did possess genuine talent, but his arrogance was unbearable. Even in her prime as a prodigy, she'd never been as reckless as Jiang Yunpeng. Xin Zhan protected Jiang Yunpeng from the shadows, only revealing himself when absolutely necessary, a fact that pleased Jiang Yunpeng somewhat. By the time the two reached the entrance to the suburban secret realm, numerous students from the capital university had gathered there. Their combat strength generally ranged between tiers 3 and 4. Some of them shot disdainful glances at Jiang Yunpeng, a tier 2 divine mandate. A mere second tier dares to venture into the secret realm to court death? Once he sees the demons inside, he'll be crawling on the ground in terror.
One student shot Jiang Yunpeng a dismissive glance before muttering something to his companion, a knowing grin spreading across his face. The moment his companion caught sight of Jiang Yunpeng, his face drained of color. He quickly covered the other's mouth. "Shoo! Don't be ridiculous. That's Jiang Yunpeng from Capital University. Are you crazy? Who dares provoke him? Let's get far away from him." The commotion stirred up a storm. No one expected to run into him here. Jiang Yunpeng had become a household name in the capital. How did the four major families of the capital fall? It might as well be said he was responsible for their downfall. Such a plague of a man, they didn't even entertain the thought of currying favor with him. They'd avoid him if they could, never knowing if a single word might offend him. Soon, the area around Jiang Yunpeng emptied out. The moment the secret realm opened, a blood-red vortex formed in the air 10 meters tall and eerily unsettling. From within the vortex came the shrill, wretched howls of demons. The demons inside were generally ranked between Tier 1 and Tier 4. Whenever a new secret realm appeared, specialists would enter to investigate. Only after confirming it was safe would they mark its level and open it for divine mandate holders to enter and enhance their strength. Don't waste time. Let's go in. Lu Xiao stepped into the vortex first, her figure quickly disappearing within it. The instant Jiang Yunpeng followed, the world spun violently around him. Opening his eyes again, he was confronted with a starkly different scene. Yellow sand obscured the sky, and as far as the eye could see, everything was a sea of gold. For hundreds of miles, not a single plant was visible. Even the sand on the forest floor was covered with countless demonic bones. Jiang Yunpeng felt no anxiety. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings with keen interest. From the sky, 100 meters above, came the sound of chirping. Looking up, he saw a dozen winged beasts with 4 legs and pointed heads circling overhead. Their teeth glinted sharply in the sunlight. Desert winged beast, Tier 1. Skills, Storm Roar, Whirlwing Slash. Weakness, Throat. HP, 1000. Jiang Yunpeng glanced at them once, and the all-knowing eye instantly displayed all the desert winged beasts' information before him. Chapter 25, Killing Casually, Terrifying Others. These desert winged beasts bore a resemblance to ancient pterosaurs, though their appearance seemed far more sinister. Lu Xiao wouldn't intervene unless absolutely necessary. Seeing Jiang Yunpeng standing there in a daze, she grew impatient and urged, "What are you still doing standing around? The sun is scorching hot. These desert winged beasts could attack at any moment. They're fast and vicious. If they snatch you up with their claws, I'd like to see how you'd handle that." Her words were meant to scare Jiang Yunpeng. Newcomers entering the secret realm for the first time usually wet themselves in fear. Jiang Yunpeng's gaze remained calm, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Is that so? I'll see just how formidable they are." The moment the words left his mouth, the desert winged beasts circling overhead instantly locked onto their target. The other students who had entered earlier scrambled frantically to flee the attack zone. Only Jiang Yunpeng and Lu Xiao remained standing there, certain to become sitting ducks. They had already found some massive skeletal remains to hide behind, watching Jiang Yunpeng with schadenfreude. Over a dozen desert winged beasts charged straight at him, certain he couldn't handle them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A fierce sandstorm erupted as these beasts flapped their 4 to 5 meter wings, whipping up the yellow sand from the ground. "Get the hell away from here!" Jiang Yunpeng shouted urgently as he saw Lu Xiao's divine power surging. He didn't want Lu Xiao's help. With her 10th tier strength, she could reduce these desert winged beasts to dust in an instant. Jiang Yunpeng had come here to hone his combat skills. How could he let Lu Xiao ruin his plans? Lu Xiao's initial urge to intervene vanished instantly, replaced by boiling anger. Her kindness was being taken for granted. She'd been ready to assist, but with Jiang Yunpeng acting like this, she might as well let those desert winged beasts tear him apart. The explosive roar of the desert winged beast's flapping wings made Jiang Yunpeng's ears ring. Unfazed, he casually swept his hand, transforming the ochre sand into an impregnable fortress. The moment the desert winged beast slammed into it, they seemed struck by missiles. The thunderous crashes shook the ground beneath them. No matter how fiercely they attacked, the earthen walls seemed to regenerate automatically, impossible to breach completely. No matter how sharp their beaks were, they couldn't completely breach the walls several meters thick. Jiang Yunpeng sneered. In the blink of an eye, the walls were covered in earthen spikes. The desert winged beasts flew at incredible speeds, and the slightest miscalculation sent them crashing into the spikes. Piercing screams filled the air, and to Jiang Yunpeng, these sounds were incredibly pleasing. Spreading his hands, the sun-shooting bow materialized in his grasp. Without haste, he rode the wind swiftly to a vantage point high above. For these desert winged beasts to challenge him, and manipulating wind elements was like showing off a cleaver in front of Guan Yu. It was time for them to learn what true fear felt like. Amidst the swirling yellow sand, Jiang Yunpeng stood high above. The sky-darkening gale bowed before him, utterly obedient, unable to move him even an inch. His mastery of wind elemental manipulation was so refined it left Lu Xiao utterly awestruck. She had to admit that Jiang Yunpeng truly excelled in elemental manipulation. The thought that he was still only a second-tier divine mandate bearer left a bitter taste in her mouth.
For the first time, she truly grasped the meaning of being unable to look up to a mountain. Jiang Yunpeng's talent far surpassed hers by several fold. The desert-winged beasts, seeing Jiang Yunpeng suspended in the air, disregarded their wounded bodies and flew toward him like mad. This was precisely the moment Jiang Yunpeng had been waiting for. Divine power surged, and crimson arrows shot through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Every arrow found its mark, piercing the throats of the desert-winged beasts with deadly precision. Those struck by divine power fell like rain into the yellow sands. But it wasn't over. Their bodies were swiftly consumed by flames, reduced to white bones within mere seconds. Jiang Yunpeng descended from the sky, feeling wave after wave of divine power coursing through his body. Having slain over a dozen desert-winged beasts, his depleted power was now fully replenished. This is... His brows furrowed as he sensed an extraordinary surge coursing through his body. As long as a divine mandate bearer slays these demons, their power can be greatly enhanced. How about it? Can you feel it? Lu Xiao stepped before him, offering timely explanation. Jiang Yunpeng's strikes were too swift. If the sun's shooting ball proved so devastating against these beasts, what might he do if he truly resolved to kill a person? Lu Xiao's gaze toward Jiang Yunpeng shifted repeatedly, yet in the end, she said nothing. No wonder. I never imagined slaying demons could make one stronger. This is too simple. Jiang Yunpeng murmured softly, then tapped open the basic interface again. Host, Jiang Yunpeng. Strength, 69. Agility, 77. Mental power, 71. Constitution, Wuji Jade Purity Physique, Primordial Flame Physique. Rank, First Tier Divine Mandate Bearer. Absorbed mythical items, Wuxi Yellow Apricot Banner, Sun Shooting Bow. Skill Wuji Power, as long as the body touches the earth provides power to permanently enhance the body and allows the manipulation of earth elements to launch attacks. Sunshot, wherever sunlight reaches, divine power can be drawn to restore vitality, and wind elemental attacks can be manipulated. Strength, agility, and mental power all saw significant increases. Jiang Yunpeng's eyes lit up with delight. Moving forward, contracting more SSS-grade divine artifacts would be no easy feat. Even with his divine favor physique, it would be futile if his spiritual power and other attributes couldn't keep pace. Only when these stats reached a certain threshold could he accommodate another divine artifact. Each additional divine artifact placed under contract placed immense strain on the divine-bound individual's body. Lu Xiao snorted at Jiang Yunpeng's words. It's not as simple as you make it sound. If slaying demons made one stronger, the world would be filled with powerful divine mandate bearers. Each divine-bound individual can absorb different amounts of demonic power. Absorbing 10% of a demon's power is already quite high. You just killed over a dozen, you'll likely only absorb the power of one or two at most. Jiang Yunpeng froze upon hearing her words. He carefully recalled the situation with the divine power he'd just absorbed. He'd taken in at least 8 or 9 of them. He certainly wouldn't share this with Lu Xiao. Nodding slightly, he resolved to slay a few more to test his limits. Students who hadn't seen Jiang Yunpeng in action had only heard his reputation. Now, witnessing his true power, they realized just how terrifying he truly was. Damn it! When did a second-tier divine mandate bearer reach his level? This is bloody hell. Let's go. No time to waste. We can push deeper inside. Killing these first-tier creatures is just too boring. Jiang Yunpeng didn't say this to show off. He genuinely felt that killing first-tier creatures was no different from slaughtering ordinary animals, except they could fly and run. Lu Xiao nodded helplessly. She'd never seen a divine mandate user as monstrous as Jiang Yunpeng. After slaying over a dozen desert-winged beasts, his divine power remained untouched. How bizarre. Chapter 26, Assassination of the Twin Stars. Yellow sand stretched endlessly in every direction. The further they advanced, the more deep, sunken pits they encountered. Through the pits, faint traces of writhing movement could be glimpsed, stretching for miles. It seemed there were quite a few demonic beasts lurking beneath. Many students had noticed Jiang Yunpeng's decisive slaughter earlier. Some had already approached him, eager to curry favor. Jiang Yunpeng couldn't care less about such matters, leaving everything to Lu Xiao to handle. Lu Xiao shot him a fierce glare but dutifully resumed her role as his bodyguard. Her aura radiated icy coldness. Before she could utter a word, she unleashed her divine power, sending the students scattering like frightened birds and beasts. They finally realized that not a single person standing beside Jiang Yunpeng was ordinary. Lu Xiao was so stunningly beautiful and possessed such formidable power, yet she was merely a sidekick to Jiang Yunpeng. What kind of fate was this? They had hoped to piggyback on Jiang Yunpeng's influence and reap some scraps along the way, but now it seemed impossible. 50 miles away, 2 figures cloaked in blood-black robes watched them intently. Embroidered onto these robes in crimson gold thread were Western symbols, an inverted cross and a pentagram. These two were none other than Noah and Leo, the Snow Cult's assassin twins. Noah pursed his lips. Blood-red pupils swirled with divine power as his fangs extended involuntarily. He licked his tongue greedily. Leo, I can already smell the enticing scent of blood on Jiang Yunpeng. If we drain a genius like him dry, the Chinese Empire would surely be furious enough to wipe out our snow sect.
He spoke with casual indifference, showing no regard for the Chinese nation. Liu's gaze sharpened, his temperament was more composed. Standing beside him is Lu Xiao, ranked 59th on China's genius list. She's contracted to King Arthur's Sword of Victory. This mission also requires us to retrieve the Sword of Victory. Noah, already overwhelmed by the intensely sweet scent of Jiang Yunpeng's blood in the air, could no longer contain himself. His robes fluttered, and he vanished from his spot. Liu had no choice but to follow. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunpeng and Lu Xiao had arrived at a naturally formed canyon. After countless years of sedimentation and exposure to wind and sun, the center of the canyon had miraculously become an oasis truly astonishing. Be careful. Demons often lurk in oases like this, Lu Xiao warned, leading the way forward as her body floated lightly down. The other students, already exhausted under the scorching sun, now rushed toward the oasis like dumplings being tossed into boiling water. Jiang Yunpeng, however, showed no haste. He first swept the area with his all-seeing eye. Above the oasis, a surge of emerald divine energy pulsed. He was startled, never had he imagined a divine artifact concealed here. He circled the canyon, searching for several minutes. In the southeast corner, an immense green light radiated. The divine object was clearly there. Unfortunately, it lay buried beneath the earth. The overflowing divine power allowed his omniscient eye to detect it, but its grade and name remained unknown. He headed southeast, using wind elemental energy to descend lightly. The moment his foot touched the ground, a thunderous vibration erupted beneath him. Without hesitation, Jiang Yunpeng leapt back 2 steps, gathering divine power in his hands. Boom! The spot where he had stood moments before caved in, forming a long pit about 3 meters deep. Could it be hollow beneath? His brows furrowed as a sudden realization struck him. Damn it! He looked up toward the oasis. Sure enough, countless vines surged from the ground. Each vine was as thick as a man, twisting and writhing like giant worms. They charged forward, sweeping aside all the plants and trees in the oasis. Damn it, what the hell is this? This is an oasis. How could such a powerful demonic creature exist here? Judging by its strength, it's probably already at the 4th tier. Let's get out of here fast. I'm only at the 3rd tier, what chance do I stand against it? Run? Why run? There's no way we can't take it down with all of us together. Everyone, attack it. The students were thrown into chaos. Some fled, others fought, creating a momentary pandemonium. Vines whipped up the yellow sand, churning it into swirling dust clouds. Beyond the haze of yellow smoke, nothing was clearly visible. They could only instinctively dodge the vines snaking across the ground. Jiang Yunpeng, leveraging his wind elemental advantage, soared into the air, unable to discern which direction Lu Xiao had fled. The commotion below, calling out Lu Xiao's name, might not reach her clearly. He immediately activated his all-knowing eye to assess the demonic creature before him. Sand Vine Demon, Tier 4. Skills, Vine Charge, Twisted Bind. Weakness, Roots. HP, 5000. With its weakness lying in its roots, defeating this demon creature was utterly impossible, especially within this sea of yellow sand, where its root system had likely spread to unimaginable depths. Divine power coalesced in his hand as he prepared to strike. The next instant, before he could react, a white pillar of light shot skyward. An icy cold sword intent erupted from all directions. The swirling yellow haze instantly dispersed, revealing a suddenly clear view. Jiang Yunpeng focused his gaze. Within the white shockwave, Lu Xiao held the Sword of Victory. With a light swing, dozens of rampaging vines before her were scorched to ashes. The force of this assault hadn't yet subsided. Following the path of the vine spread, it had also drawn the massive creature lurking beneath the ground upward. Her divine power continued relentlessly attacking the Sandvine demon, allowing Jiang Yunpeng to finally discern the creature's true form. Standing dozens of meters tall, it resembled a colossal green heart, with countless roots extending from it in twisted, grotesque patterns. Green veins covered its surface, tightly entwining the heart itself. Such a colossal demonic creature couldn't withstand even Lu Xiao's light strike. Its roots trembled, and with a popping sound, the massive body instantly shattered into over a dozen pieces. Green viscous fluid sprayed everywhere. Wherever this viscous green substance touched, it corroded the yellow sand, binding it together. Lu Xiao took a deep breath and looked up at Jiang Yunpeng in midair. Seeing he was unharmed, she finally relaxed. Her earlier strike had drained even more of her already waning divine power, filling her with frustration. She had only just dealt with a 4th-tier demonic creature, yet her divine power already felt thick and sluggish within her body. What would become of her in the future? Leave immediately. Don't waste time here, Lu Xiao ordered sternly, her gaze turning to the students who had been frozen in shock. These students, with their mediocre abilities, had dared to venture here truly ignorant of their own limitations. Lu Xiao's words finally snapped the students back to their senses, and they scrambled to flee the area. Chapter 27, You've been spotted, get out of here. Who knew what other demonic creatures lurked below? Little did they expect this girl before them to be this powerful. With a single light strike, she had disposed of this 4th-tier demonic creature. Even someone of her caliber had to follow Jiang Yunpeng around. His background was simply too outrageous. Are you okay?
Jiang Yunpeng glanced at Lu Xiao, sensing something off about her state. The victory sword in her hand emitted an even more intense crimson glow. Jiang Yunpeng suddenly understood. The victory sword had absorbed even more of Lu Xiao's power. His gaze darkened. Such a divine artifact should have been destroyed long ago. Lu Xiao shook her head and snorted. Are you going to keep training here? There are plenty of 4th-tier demons around. With your strength? With my strength, dealing with these mere 4th-tier demonic creatures is no problem at all. Jiang Yunpeng wasn't exactly bragging. He'd been about to strike when Lu Xiao beat him to it. Lu Xiao was nearly driven to laughter by his words. If I hadn't helped you just now, you'd have been flung who knows where by that sandvine demon. Dealing with demons was entirely different from dealing with humans. Just because Jiang Yunpeng could handle a 4th-tier opponent didn't mean he could handle a 4th-tier demon. Before Jiang Yunpeng could respond, Lu Xiao's eyes flashed, and she thrust her sword toward his face. Clang! A silver poisonous scorpion was cleanly cleaved in two by her blade. Had her speed not been so swift, that silver scorpion would have sunk its fangs into Jiang Yunpeng's neck. Jiang Yunpeng examined the palm-sized scorpion. Its entire body possessed a metallic sheen. After being cleaved, it did not bleed. Instead, its internal organs were masses of black liquid. This black liquid proved even more corrosive, causing the yellow sand to sizzle and emit black smoke. Lu Xiao stood vigilantly before Jiang Yunpeng, scanning the surroundings. She coldly snapped, "You're here already. Why not show yourself? How long do you plan to hide?" Above the gorge, two dark figures materialized abruptly. Their robes flapped fiercely in the wind. The moment Lu Xiao saw the totem, her expression changed drastically. It's the blood cult. I didn't expect them to lose their patience so soon. Jiang Yunpeng was entirely unsurprised. The Grand Elder had already informed him that the blood cult had dispatched 10th-tier experts to hunt him down. These men wouldn't give him time to grow stronger. They intended to kill him outright. Step back, Lu Xiao whispered urgently, her gaze complex. These two are the blood cult's twin assassins, Noah and Leo. Both are 10th tier. I can't defeat them alone. You must flee now. Jiang Yunpeng didn't budge. Letting a woman protect him was out of the question. Captain Qin, notify the Elders' Council to send reinforcements here. Jiang Yunpeng addressed the heir, and Qin Zhan, who had been concealed, stepped forward. Yunpeng, this situation is far from simple. The power grows stronger with each tier. Captain Qin is only at tier 8. Even with me, we're no match for them. Lu Xiao gritted her teeth, urging Jiang Yunpeng to leave immediately. She despised his arrogance and conceit, but at a time like this, how could she let him stubbornly insist on staying? I've already notified the elders to hurry over. Yunpeng, you should leave now. Qin Zhan drew his Zhurong shield, radiating fierce combat intent. Standing there alone, he resembled a war god. Jiang Yunpeng felt his extraordinary fighting spirit and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Qin Zhan certainly hadn't bound just one divine artifact. He likely held more trump cards up his sleeve, otherwise, he wouldn't radiate such terrifying might. He sighed and shook his head. No, I can't leave now. Opening the all-seeing eye, he saw the valley's perimeter sealed by the twin assassins' forbidden spell. Blood-red runes now spread across the ground. Blood Banishment Decree S rank, forged from blood. This decree renders murder invisible. It seals off a 10-mile radius, breakable only with the caster's blood. Forced removal triggers backlash, draining divine power until death. The moment Jiang Yunpeng spoke, crimson patterns began to appear in the air, one after another. Lu Xiao, well-traveled and knowledgeable, instantly recognized the blood banishment order. Her expression darkened to the extreme. The blood cult has truly gone all out this time, even deploying an S-rank killing seal. Lu Xiao hadn't anticipated these fanatics reaching such heights of audacity. She certainly didn't want to die alongside Jiang Yunpeng in this place. Captain Qin, we must eliminate both Noah and Leo. Otherwise, all three of us will be trapped here. Qin Zhan's sole mission was to protect Jiang Yunpeng. For Jiang Yunpeng, he'd risk his own life. Nothing could come to harm him. His voice was deep and resolute. Rest assured. I won't let either of them get past me. As he spoke, the Zhurong shield in his hand abruptly transformed into a flaming spear. The weapon radiated terrifying power, with fiery dragons writhing along its length. Noah-san grinned coldly, his greedy gaze fixed on Jiang Yunpeng. The bloodlust in his eyes was almost impossible to conceal. Such sweet blood. Today, I'll drain every last drop from you all. His voice dripped with venom. As the words fell, a crimson divine power surged from his body. This divine power, viscous like thick blood, slid entirely into the silver Holy Grail held in his left hand. Blood Oath Holy Grail SS, the Holy Grail forged by Beelzebub, one of Lucifer's 12 demons after his fall. Only those of extreme wickedness can wield it, containing immense divine power of slaughter. Jiang Yunpeng hadn't expected the blood cult to possess such a divine artifact. These Westerners were truly no good. Noah leapt forward, enveloped in crimson divine power. His entire body surged like a bat, crashing toward Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao, gripping the sword of victory, spun on her heel and flicked her blade upward.
Instantly, a burst of white sword energy erupted, unleashing an overwhelming holy light that struck Noah.
Seeing Noah attack, Leo drew a cross-shaped long sword.
Its hilt was inlaid with red gems. The blade was slender and elongated, radiating in eerie power. At a single glance, Jiang Yunpeng felt uneasy, sensing something profoundly unsettling. Samel's blade SS, the long sword of Samel, the god of vengeance. It carries the shadow of the serpent god, burns with wrath, and forges divine souls.
The souls of the irreverent are the finest offerings to the god of vengeance.
Be cautious, Jiang Yunpeng warned, his gaze heavy. These two divine artifacts are no ordinary items. One wields the bloody grail while the other holds Samel's sword. Should you confront him, your divine power risks being corrupted.
In Jiang Yunpeng's eyes, these Western divine artifacts were no good.
Even the Sword of Physiology, King Arthur's legendary blade, still absorbed divine power.
Leo was locked in combat with Qin Zhan.
The instant he heard Jiang Yunpeng's words, his hand trembled, unleashing a surge of overwhelming black flames.
Chapter 28, He's too important to die. The flames surged toward Jiang Yunpeng.
He never imagined that this second-tier divine mandate bearer from China, whom they sought to kill, would even know about the divine artifacts in their possession. This was the blood cult's closely guarded secret. How could he possibly know? In the blink of an eye, it dawned on him, why would China designate such a person as a top priority protection target? If he were to leak the blood cult's secrets, wouldn't their entire school face utter annihilation? As the black flames surged toward him, Jiang Yunpeng leapt aside. Earth-yellow spiritual energy erupted violently, extinguishing the black flames entirely. This black flame was incredibly vicious, even Qin Zhan's Zhu Rong shield failing to completely block it. Leo had never anticipated Jiang Yunpeng possessing such bizarre offensive techniques, especially the earth-yellow divine power in his hands. Such divine power made his very soul tremble.
How was this possible?
His eyes widened in utter terror. Noah, consumed solely by slaughter, remained locked in combat with Lu Xiao, utterly oblivious to the disturbance unfolding near Leo. Not only Leo, but even Jiang Yunpeng hadn't anticipated this. The Pangu Banner, a divine artifact of the heavenly Tao, proved truly extraordinary.
Noah, this boy must die.
Otherwise, our blood cult will never know peace. He actually knows about the divine artifacts in both our hands.
Leo bellowed at Noah.
Qin Zhan, it was too late to stop him now. Qin Zhan roared in fury, his Zhu Rong spear obeying his command as it slashed diagonally toward Leo.
Oomph. You think such feeble power can breach my defenses? Dream on.
Leo roared, his Samel sword surging with black divine power, its momentum crushing like 1,000 pounds.
Upon hearing Leo's words, Noah's serpentine eyes instantly locked onto Jiang Yunpeng.
He roared, bloodline power. The holy grail in his hand surged with divine power, unleashing wave after wave of crimson storms that rose from beneath his feet.
Within the blood-red tempest, countless ghostly figures appeared, wailing and howling.
Lu Xiao hadn't expected him to unleash such an attack. This world-shattering assault enveloped the entire canyon. The sky darkened, winds howled, and countless skeletal specters enveloped Lu Xiao completely.
Darkness suddenly engulfed her vision.
In the chaos, she could see nothing, forced to swing the sword of victory relentlessly. Her divine power drained faster than ever.
Noah used this move to pin Lu Xiao down.
He chuckled coldly and maliciously. This attack had drained nearly half his divine power, but it was well worth it.
Next is Jiang Yunpeng. Anyone who knows the secrets of the blood cult deserves death. I'll see you off. He roared, sweeping his palm outward as thousands of bats surged forth from his body. Their shrieks sent chills down the spine. Qin Zhan was still locked in combat with Leo, unable to break free. He roared, Yunpeng, take cover behind me. God of war power. He let out a piercing howl to the heavens. The furious roar shattered every bat charging toward him into dust, forcing Leo to stumble back several steps. Leo stared at Qin Zhan in disbelief. What kind of power is this? How could he possibly harbor the power of the war god within him? Jiang Yunpeng leapt forward in a few strides to reach Qin Zhan's side. Sure enough, he saw a colossal axe protruding from his chest, the blade towering as tall as a man. Xingtian Battle Axe SS, the weapon of the war god Xingtian.
Wielding this sharp axe to cleave the heavens and hunt blades, its might shakes the 8 desolate realms.
Indestructible and fiercely unstoppable. A single strike strikes like thunderous wrath, shaking mountains and rivers. Jiang Yunpeng was startled by this divine artifact. He never imagined Qin Zhan had actually contracted the Xingtian Battle Axe. No wonder he possessed such profound battle intent. Ordinary divine mandate bearers could never withstand the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Xingtian battle axe. Only a born warrior like Qin Zhan could bind such a weapon. With Xingtian's battle axe in his left hand and Zhu Rong's spear in his right, he truly became an unstoppable force. Jiang Yunpeng glanced at Lu Xiao, now encircled by skeletal specters that had formed a thick black cocoon around her. He took a deep breath. Captain Qin, hold them off for me. I'll see if there's a way to rescue Lu Xiao. Understood. Do not act rashly. Lu Xiao's death is one thing, but you absolutely must not die. Do you understand? Qin Zhan spoke these words, having long prepared to sacrifice both himself and Lu Xiao. A mere Lu Xiao her death was acceptable. But Jiang Yunpeng's value was immeasurable. Jiang Yunpeng felt a mix of frustration and resignation. His power was too weak, utterly inadequate to stand against these two blood cultists. Sun Shooting Bow. Release. Liu and Noah were completely pinned down by Qinzhan. Though only an 8th tier cultivator, he had bound 2 divine artifacts. By unleashing his full power, he had genuinely managed to hold them off. I have no choice but to try this move. Jiang Yunpeng stared at the black cocoon as an immense divine power coalesced in his hands. The sun shooting bow could bring down the blazing sun. Breaking the demonic entity's attack should be possible, but his low cultivation level meant this would drain every ounce of divine power from his body. Success or failure hinges on this moment. An arrow thick as a child's arm coalesced in his grasp. As he released it, the bowstring snapped like thunder, the arrow piercing toward the heavens. The air vibrated with its force, forming visible ripples. The arrow sliced through the heavens, its golden trail illuminating the gloom. Noah and Leo's divine power burned under this force. The two watched in terror. Such divine power was utterly terrifying. Even they couldn't withstand it, and they were bound to SS-grade divine artifacts. Boom! The arrow collided with the black cocoon. Under its immense force, all the skeletal specters melted away. Lu Xiao felt a powerful surge of assistance, and suddenly, the path before her cleared. When she recognized the arrow charging toward them, she turned to Jiang Yunpeng. Jiang Yunpeng scratched his head in surprise. He hadn't expected that the sun-shooting arrow, fired at his 2nd tier strength, would have such a powerful deterrent effect on these dark creatures. This SSS-grade divine artifact was far beyond his expectations. Lu Xiao's heart raced. After swiftly dispatching the remaining skeletal phantoms, she dashed to Qinzhan's side at top speed. She shouted, "Jiang Yunpeng, keep firing arrows at those 2 blood cultists." Jiang Yunpeng gave a bitter smile as he descended from the sky, panting slightly. "I can't. I've completely exhausted my divine power." Lu Xiao felt a surge of frustration. She'd been counting on Jiang Yunpeng to show off his prowess, but it ended before it even began. She snapped, "Why did you help me just now? If you hadn't, you'd still have your divine power. You're such an idiot." Jiang Yunpeng laughed bitterly at her scolding. "Get this straight, if I hadn't saved you, you'd still be trapped inside that black cocoon, unable to escape." Lu Xiao could only swallow her anger. After all, it was her divine power that had regressed, allowing Noah to catch her off guard. She couldn't blame him. Chapter 29, a deadly stalemate he must not escape. With events spiraling to this point, Lu Xiao had no choice but to unleash her full power, yet her strength proved utterly inadequate. The victory sword in her grasp had been corroded by Noah's divine power. Its sacred glow had vanished, replaced by a layer of dark, sinister light. Her fingers trembled, her breath came in gasps, and her delicate face had drained to a deathly pallor. Seeing her state, Noah let out a sinister chuckle, his gaze darkening to the extreme. "For someone of the same 10th tier, your strength is truly pitiful," Noah declared, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Yunpeng. His sharp nails had already transformed into beast-like claws. The sacred grail in his hand granted him considerable strength once more. Jiang Yunpeng frowned. "Lu Xiao, can you still hold on?" Lu Xiao's strength had recovered somewhat, and Jiang Yunpeng's words ignited a surge of anger within her. She bit her tongue hard, the sharp pain making her grip the victory sword tighter. "Cut the crap. Do I need protection from a mere 2nd tier divine mandate user like you? Fine, fine. You fight. You fight." Jiang Yunpeng grimaced, barely holding on himself. Why was she trying to prove herself in front of him? He drew a deep breath. At this point, summoning the Pangu Banner was his only option. Alas, only a fragment remained, its power unknown. He drew in his breath as earth-hued divine energy abruptly coalesced at his fingertips. Within the ochre glow, a flash of golden light erupted. Like a startled dragon's shadow, the ethereal form of a golden banner materialized before Jiang Yunpeng. It revealed the very form of the Pangu Banner, its aura shimmering with points of light, radiating supreme sanctity. This force expelled the invading divine power from Lu Xiao's body, leaving her feeling refreshed and invigorated. Her recent injuries began to heal, though the victory sword in her hand remained unchanged. How could such power exist? Lu Xiao murmured to herself, then swung her sword. Divine power flowed freely within her body, a sensation that left her somewhat stunned. How long had it been since she'd felt such fluid divine power? Xinzhan's fighting spirit surged violently. The Xingtian battle axe in his grasp roared like a tiger, cutting through the wind. Liu hadn't anticipated Xinzhan's sudden attack. Caught off guard, he suffered a deep gash to his left hand. Raging with fury, he then saw the divine light radiating from Jiang Yunpeng's artifact and was utterly stunned. How could such a divine artifact exist? It actually enhances the power of divine energy wielded by the Huaxia people. Noah! This boy must not be allowed to live. Liu roared, while Noah, holding the holy grail aloft, seethed with fury. Need I say more? Today, I will make them all die. Ultimate secret art. Blood contract. His frenzied roar shook the very air.
From the once empty Holy Grail, thick, viscous blood suddenly began to gush forth. It flowed slowly down the sides of the vessel, an eerie and unsettling sight.
Noah's body visibly withered away, veins bulging beneath his skin.
Within mere breaths, he had transformed into a desiccated corpse, his eye sockets sunken so deeply his eyeballs nearly rolled out. A twisted grin spread across his lips.
Gak! 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 What formidable power! Now, I shall make you all die by this very blow.
His hands trembled, his expression bordering on maniacal excitement. The churning blood within the Holy Grail surged relentlessly, its foul, bloody stench assaulting the senses.
Lu Xiao hurriedly took several steps back. Boom!
The blood in the Holy Grail shot skyward, exploding into countless crimson sparks in midair. Each droplet carried the force of destruction, scattering in all directions. Wherever the sparks touched, the air instantly rippled with shockwaves.
Get out of the way!
Lu Xiao, closest to Noah, her pupils contracting, planted her feet and darted backward like a swift swallow.
Without hesitation, she shoved Jiang Yunpeng aside. Jiang Yunpeng, still gripping the Pangu Banner, hadn't even had time to react. He nearly got shoved several meters away by Lu Xiao's force. He grabbed her wrist with his free hand and pulled her into his embrace. His left hand spread wide, a layer of earth-yellow divine power emanating from his palm. Power of Wu and Ji. The apricot yellow banner's phantom form abruptly unfolded.
In an instant, earthen walls erupted from the ground like a deluge, forming a mountain-thick defensive barrier that shielded both of them. Exploding blood blossoms poured down like a torrential rain. The moment they touched the earthen wall, the dense divine power instantly dissolved, dissipating into wisps of black smoke that vanished into the air.
Alas, the blood possessed extreme corrosive properties, layer by layer eroding the earthen walls? Jiang Yunpeng's brow furrowed deeply, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His meager second-tier divine power was already severely depleted. With the earth element's inexhaustible supply, he couldn't hold out much longer. Fortunately, just as his divine power was about to dry up, all the blood was finally consumed. Noah, witnessing this, his eyes blazing with savagery, snarled, "You beast! I will have you dead."
His body trembled violently, his withered frame erupting with sudden force. Just as the earthen wall crashed down in a thunderous collapse,
Noah charged forward with blinding speed.
Just as Lu Xiao had regained a sliver of her divine power, she flickered forward, blocking Jiang Yunpeng's path.
Thud! Noah's claws pierced through Lu Xiao's chest.
Her body trembled as she spat out a mouthful of blood.
Noah paused, drawn by the scent of blood. In that split second, Lu Xiao spun and thrust her sword backward. That single strike drained every ounce of divine power from Lu Xiao's body.
Jiang Yunpeng hurriedly caught her in his arms. Seeing the bloody wound on her chest, he was furious.
Are you insane? Why did you block that for me? A searing pain shot through Noah's chest.
He stared down at the sword tip protruding from his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. His lips trembled, and a low growl escaped his throat. The last drops of blood in his body clung to the sword of victory, staining it a dark hue. The blade swiftly dimmed. Lu Xiao coughed painfully twice, spitting out more blood. I can die, but you can't. Jiang Yunpeng was furious beyond words. He could have easily blocked that strike with the apricot yellow banner. Why on earth did Lu Xiao have to shield him? The sword of victory was now completely corroded. Jiang Yunpeng had no time for further words. He roared. Quick! Sever the bond between the sword of victory and your contract.
Lu Xiao gritted her teeth, summoning the last remnants of divine power within her.
A white light surged from her palm, swiftly enveloping the victory sword. As the light swirled, the bond between the victory sword and her was forcibly severed. The instant the bond snapped, the sword of victory trembled violently. The dark black light erupted violently from its blade, shattering the magical array Merlin had imbued upon it. The once glorious victory sword emitted a mournful wail before shattering into several fragments that scattered across the ground.
Lu Xiao wept silently, her body trembling slightly.
This sword had accompanied her through 4 years of time. Forcibly severing the contract caused her divine power to plummet rapidly, leaving her so weakened she lacked even the strength to speak.
Seeing her state, Jiang Yunpeng offered gentle reassurance. It's all right. I'll find you another SSS-grade divine artifact contract in the future. Chapter 30. At the last moment, reinforcements arrive.
Lu Xiao lifted her head, her tear-streaked face set with stubborn resolve.
Her voice choked with emotion. Who asked for your help? Do you think SSS-grade divine artifacts are that easy to find?
The battle between Qin Zhan and Leo raged on. Witnessing Noah's death, Leo's crimson pupils burned with utter resolve as he spat forth a mouthful of essence blood. You forced my hand. His roar echoed like a beast's fury as his body swelled rapidly. A flash of crimson light erupted from his limbs, snapping them clean off. His body swelled into a massive balloon, the skin stretched nearly transparent, faintly revealing the swirling black divine power beneath. Save for his head, he bore little resemblance to a human. The sword of Samel in his grasp had fused completely into his body. He was no longer a creature that could be called human, reduced to a vessel for the sword. Jiang Yunpeng set Lu Xiao down safely and opened the all-seeing eye to observe. The sight before him was almost unbelievable. Thick, black divine power had solidified into tangible form, forming viscous tentacles across his body. These tentacles wrapped the sword of Samel tightly, and the connected blood-sealed killing command had become extraordinarily powerful. Jiang Yunpeng sensed faintly that at this very moment, Liu's power had likely surpassed the 10th tier. The immense pressure sent shockwaves through his very soul. Under this formidable pressure, even the ethereal image of the apricot yellow banner in his hand dissipated. Divine power was ultimately too weak. Jiang Yunpeng's gaze darkened, his expression grim. He shouted, "Captain Qin, we must leave now. There's no time. His power is beyond what you or I can withstand." No. Qin Zhan had sensed it too. His resolute gaze held unwavering determination. "You and Lu Xiao go. I'll cover your retreat." He had resolved to die here, determined not to let Jiang Yunpeng face even the slightest danger. Jiang Yunpeng gritted his teeth. The blood-sealed killing command is now linked to Liu. The three of us can try combining our strength to break the formation. If we don't, none of us will escape. Qin Zhan hadn't anticipated the situation becoming so complex. Before he could hesitate, Liu, suspended midair, suddenly burst into flames. Flesh exploded outward as the sword of Samel surged to a towering height of dozens of meters. Purple light swirled around the hilt, its malevolent aura causing Qin Zhan's fighting spirit to plummet. But it wasn't over. A massive purple eye opened on the hilt. "Ha ha ha ha. I have bound my soul to Samel's sword. I am the sword. The god Samel will protect me. You despicable Chinese shall all die." The colossal blade surged upward, striking toward them with thunderous force. Its momentum was unstoppable, evasion was impossible. Qin Zhan darted in front of Jiang Yunpeng at lightning speed, flinging his Xingtian battle axe. The axe formed a massive shield in midair, while Zhu Rong's spear transformed into Zhu Rong's shield. He would defend the glory of China with his life, never bowing to the West. "Ha! I'll fight you to the death." Veins bulged on Qin Zhan's neck as the sand beneath his feet melted under the immense flames erupting from his body. A fierce gale of force surged toward Jiang Yunpeng. Jiang Yunpeng nearly lost his footing. With Qin Zhan determined to fight to the end and escape impossible, he could only provide one last bit of support from the rear. Thud! Before Jiang Yunpeng could summon the sun-shooting bow, the scene before him abruptly shifted. A colossal force slammed into the Samir sword, crushing it into scrap metal. Liu's soul was torn to shreds by this force, his agonized screams echoing endlessly. The blood banishment order had been broken the moment Liu died. The once bloody, gloomy world instantly transformed. Yellow sand swirled in, and aside from the blood and scattered fragments of human tissue on the ground, there was no trace left of the battle that had just occurred. Saved. Jiang Yunpeng exhaled deeply, glancing upward. The third elder descended, fingers twirling prayer beads. Seeing Jiang Yunpeng unharmed, the tension finally eased from his face. Damn it, that Western blood cult dares to run rampant in China? I'll wipe them out to the last man. The third elder was truly enraged now. Had he arrived a moment later, Jiang Yunpeng might have met his end. This young man was a crucial opportunity for the nation's rise. How could he be allowed to meet his end? He glanced once more at Lu Xiao, who was coughing up blood, and shook his head. Another surge of divine power erupted from him, obliterating even the Holy Grail itself. Destroyed is for the best. Such an evil artifact should never have existed in this world. Qin Zhan sighed, then clutched his chest and gasped for air. He had overexerted his divine power too much, his body could no longer endure it. Third elder, we owe this victory to Captain Qin and Lu Xiao. Let them take some time off. The blood cult won't dare to cause trouble again anytime soon. Jiang Yunpeng's voice was deep and solemn. Any other teenager his age would have been scared out of their wits. Having survived such a life or death ordeal, he now grasped divine power on a deeper level. He couldn't help but marvel at how fortunate the other students who had entered the secret realm with him truly were. Had they faced such a catastrophe, those students would likely have fled long ago. Of course. Thankfully you're unharmed. Otherwise, 100 deaths wouldn't be enough for them. The third elder spoke with an expression devoid of emotion, cold and ruthless to the extreme. In the eyes of the state, 1,000 of them combined held less value than Jiang Yunpeng. It wasn't that he didn't care about their lives, it was just that compared to Jiang Yunpeng, theirs were truly insignificant. Lu Xiao, already furious over losing the divine artifact, nearly choked on her breath at these words. She shot Jiang Yunpeng a vicious glare before closing her eyes to rest. After exiting the secret realm, they boarded a helicopter. Escorted by bodyguards, they arrived safely at the Ministry of Defense. Lu Xiao and Qin Zhan had already been taken away, with specialists assigned to treat their injuries. Third elder, Lu Xiao possesses remarkable talent. I propose she contract the Kunlun mirror. As another SSS grade artifact and a fellow female, the mirror's extreme energy should complement her. Jiang Yunpeng's suggestion wasn't entirely self-serving. The Kunlun mirror, with its extreme energy, was ultimately the Queen Mother's possession. As for the divine artifacts collected by the Elders' Council, Jiang Yunpeng held no decision-making authority. He merely voiced the suggestion.
Should the third elder disagree, he would naturally seek another SSS grade artifact for Lu Xiao. Since you put it that way, how could we refuse? This misfortune has turned into a blessing for her. I was already inclined to do so. The third elder twirled his prayer beads. Once Lu Xiao's injuries heal, bring her here for the contract.
Jiang Yunpeng bowed his hands and nodded.
Thank you, third elder. After the third elder departed, Jiang Yunpeng visited Qinzhan and Lu Xiao in the medical ward. Zhou Yu had also heard the news. Forgetting his training, he rushed over to find Jiang Yunpeng. Seeing that Jiang Yunpeng was unharmed, he was on the verge of tears. Chapter 31, It's all his fault, ruining my little sister. Brother Jiang, you scared the hell out of me. I thought something terrible had happened. I heard the blood cult sent 2 10th tier assassins after you. Damn it, once I reach 10th tier, I'm going to the west myself and wipe out the entire blood cult. The two had grown up together since childhood, as close as brothers. Zhou Yu couldn't remain indifferent, and his boiling rage had nowhere to vent. It's fine. This time, thanks to Lu Xiao and Captain Qin's protection. As he spoke, Qinzhan, recuperating in bed, offered a faint smile. It's nothing. Protecting your life is my duty. Don't give it a second thought. Lu Xiao's wounds were slowly healing. The torn flesh on her chest was gradually closing. Hearing Qinzhan's words, she rolled her eyes at Jiang Yunpeng. If not for the deal between the Lu family and the Elders' Council, why would she have been near Jiang Yunpeng in the first place? Zhou Yu, you and the others continue training. I have some matters to attend to. He needed to stay and monitor Lu Xiao's condition, ensuring she was fully recovered before taking her to contract the Kunlun Mirror. He also wanted to see what changes would occur in Lu Xiao after she contracted the Kunlun Mirror. Zhou Yu nodded without asking further questions and immediately departed. He planned to inform Zhao Mengyu and Hizong that Jiang Yunpeng was unharmed. Both were deeply worried, but they were trapped by the fifth elder and unable to leave, so they had sent Zhou Yu instead. Jiang Yunpeng stood beside Lu Xiao's bed, his gaze fixed intently on her chest. Lu Xiao felt slightly embarrassed under his gaze. She forced herself to remain calm and said unhappily, "What are you looking at? This is my choice, it has nothing to do with you. I'm checking when your injury will heal. I haven't forgotten the promise I made to you." Hearing this, Lu Xiao recalled Jiang Yunpeng's promise to find her another SSS grade divine artifact. She didn't believe Jiang Yunpeng had the capability to do so, so she simply dismissed it as nonsense. Little did Jiang Yunpeng know that before Lu Xiao's condition improved, the Lu family would arrive first. "Little sister, how are you feeling?" His voice preceded his arrival. The man, clad in combat gear, burst into the medical room. With his sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes, he exuded an imposing presence, his power clearly surpassing Lu Xiao's. Spotting Lu Xiao lying on the bed, he shot Jiang Yunpeng a furious glare before rushing to examine her. The horrifying injuries made his hands tremble. He roared in rage. "Damn it! How could the council let you take part in such a dangerous mission? Protect Jiang Yunpeng? Bull! If he wants to die, let him die. What business is it of yours?" Qinzhan, lying in the adjacent bed, shot him a look of displeasure upon hearing this. "Lu Wushuang, as a National Reserve talent, how dare you speak so openly? To put it bluntly, it's Lu Xiao's honor to protect Jiang Yunpeng." Put! Lu Wushuang exploded at the remark. What makes Jiang Yunpeng so special? He's weak. Does that mean others deserve to die for him? You're not his sister, so it's easy for you to talk. Qinzhan sneered coldly, refusing to answer his question. Instead, he countered, "Your sister is a 10th tier powerhouse. If she hadn't protected Jiang Yunpeng today, she'd still have to fight demons on the battlefield tomorrow. We're all protecting the weak, not here to condemn them. With great power comes great responsibility. After all this time on the front lines, don't you understand that? Whose loved ones are you protecting? Whose children?" Qinzhan's words silenced Lu Wushuang completely. Deflated, he slumped down beside them. Lu Xiao felt a pang of sympathy and comforted him, "Brother, don't worry. I'm truly fine, just some superficial injuries." Jiang Yunpeng didn't argue back. Qinzhan was telling the truth, it was his own weakness that had led to this situation. Next time, he'd have to be more cautious. Now that Jiang Yunpeng has cost you your contract divine artifact, how can you still say such things? Lu Wushuang still felt a lingering discontent. He had sensed Lu Xiao's change the moment he arrived. Hearing this, Jiang Yunpeng perked up. While he couldn't refute Lu Wushuang's other points, what did this have to do with him? Her loss of the victory sword has nothing to do with me. That artifact was never suited for her. Had I not made her relinquish it in time, her divine power would have been completely drained by it. Lu Wushuang never expected Jiang Yunpeng to be such a scoundrel. Lu Xiao had sacrificed so much for him, and here he was making excuses. Are you even a man? If it weren't for my little sister protecting you, how could all this have happened? Lu Xiao felt her head spin at Lu Wushuang's words. Brother, stop it. Jiang Yunpeng had no interest in arguing with him here. He simply tossed out, "Come find me once your injuries heal. I'll compensate you." As soon as he left, Lu Wushuang was even more furious. He pointed at Jiang Yunpeng's retreating back and spat. What kind of person does he think he is? Compensation? Does he even have the means? What's so great about him contracting an SSS grade divine artifact? You were once considered a prodigy of the Lu family. Compared to you, what is he? A worthless failure who couldn't even make it onto the genius rankings. Enough. Xinjiang slammed his fist on the table, seething with rage. If his injuries weren't still healing, he would have given Lu Wushuang a proper beating. You don't know the situation. Stop slandering Jiang Yunpeng here. Since he said it, the Elders' Council will definitely compensate Lu Xiao. Just wait and see. Lu Wushuang didn't believe a word of it. He snorted coldly. Fine, I'll see what kind of compensation they give my little sister. Can he compensate her with an SSS grade contract divine artifact? If he can, I'll kneel before him right here. Lu Xiao hadn't expected Lu Wushuang to say that. By the time he tried to stop him, it was too late. Xinjiang shot him a cold glance and said nothing more. After returning to his residence, Jiang Yunpeng barely rested all night. He kept trying, absorbing more divine power. Only by gradually increasing his absorption of divine power could he advance to the next tier of strength. He refused to endure being constantly protected like this. The feeling was unbearably uncomfortable. With foreign powers lurking menacingly, if he didn't keep growing stronger, he would inevitably meet his end at someone else's hands. Early the next morning, Jiang Yunpeng arrived at the medical room. Xinjiang, having recovered sufficiently, had already departed. Lu Xiao was undergoing her final examination. If she passed, she too could leave the medical ward. Lu Wushuang gave Jiang Yunpeng a cold stare upon seeing him. With the Council of Elders backing him, Jiang Yunpeng had avoided a beating. Otherwise, he would have been beaten senseless long ago. Your divine power realm has dropped significantly. You currently possess only 7th tier strength. The most crucial thing now is to find a divine artifact to contract with as soon as possible. The doctor said this to Lu Xiao after completing the examination. Her expression unchanged, she nodded. I understand. I'll find one as soon as possible. Chapter 32, Give her a chance to contract. Lu Wushuang had long given up any expectations for Jiang Yunpeng. Hearing Lu Xiao's words, he sighed. Don't worry. Your brother is searching for a powerful divine artifact for you within the secret realm. Jiang Yunpeng frowned. Enough. Didn't I say I'd let you contract a divine artifact? If your condition stabilizes, come with me. Lu Wushuang was furious. Get lost. My sister's divine artifact is none of your business. Jiang Yunpeng had no patience for arguing with Lu Wushuang. He grabbed Lu Xiao and started walking forward. Lu Xiao looked bewildered as she pulled her hand free. Jiang Yunpeng, with my 7th tier strength, I absolutely must contract an S-grade or higher divine artifact. Otherwise, my divine power will keep declining. I know. Jiang Yunpeng said nothing, only gesturing with his eyes for her to hurry up. Lu Xiao couldn't do anything about Jiang Yunpeng. After all, she was his personal bodyguard, and once her injuries healed, she'd have to return to his side to continue protecting him. Lu Wushuang, seeing Lu Xiao so obediently following, seethed with anger. Little sister, do you really believe he has prepared a divine artifact for you? What could a mere student possibly prepare? Listen to me. Leave with me. As for protecting Jiang Yunpeng, I'll explain everything clearly to the Council of Elders. He refused to believe it. The Lu family had fought tirelessly on the battlefields of China. He couldn't imagine the Elders' Council would make things difficult for him over such a trivial matter. Forget it, brother. Going to see them won't hurt. After all, I'm practically useless now anyway. Lu Xiao's words were tinged with profound sorrow. No matter how angry Lu Wushuang felt, he could only silently follow behind her. Jiang Yunpeng walked ahead, almost able to feel Lu Wushuang's hate-filled glare. He didn't care, though. How could ordinary people possibly understand his abilities? By the time they reached the conference hall, Xinjiang was already waiting, holding a box. Seeing Jiang Yunpeng arrive, he looked puzzled. The Grand Elder told me to hold on to this and wait for you here. I have no idea what it is. The box stood nearly half a person tall, crafted from century-old sandalwood. Phoenix patterns were intricately carved across its sides and top. Jiang Yunpeng lifted the lid to reveal an ancient bronze mirror within. The bronze mirror was as large as a washbasin, heavy in his hands. Behind the bronze surface, celestial patterns were intricately carved. What is this? Lu Xiao frowned as she stepped forward to examine it. She couldn't discern anything unusual about it. It appeared to be just an ordinary bronze mirror. I found you an SSS grade contract divine object, the Kunlun mirror. Bind it to yourself. Jiang Yunpeng's nonchalant remark sent shockwaves through the conference room, leaving all 3 attendees staring blankly. Lu Wushuang snapped out of it first, glaring at Jiang Yunpeng with venom. Stop spouting nonsense. Do you think SSS grade divine artifacts are that easy to come by? I wasn't talking to you. Shut up, Lu Xiao. This artifact is an object of extreme energy. You are a woman. If you contract with it, it will undoubtedly restore your divine power to its original state. But, Jiang Yunpeng paused, explaining slowly, an SSS Great Divine Artifact contract isn't that simple. The Victory Sword's influence still lingers within you. It all depends on whether you can endure it. Lu Xiao stared at the plain bronze mirror, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it would leap from her chest. She could hear the low rumble of her blood boiling. Are you sure you're not lying to me? If I had no real power, why would the Elders' Council stand behind me? Jiang Yunpeng offered no further explanation, only uttering this single sentence. Lu Wushuang snorted coldly. Who knows what sweet talk you fed the elders? Maybe it's true, like the rumors say you're some elder's illegitimate child. Lu Wushuang. Don't be insolent. If the elders hear you say this, can you bear the consequences? Xin Zhan's expression turned cold. Lu Wushuang's words showed disrespect both to Jiang Yunpeng and to the Council of Elders. Lu Xiao pondered the words too. True, even if Jiang Yunpeng was a genius, it hardly warranted personal protection from the elders. A sudden shock gripped her heart. Could Jiang Yunpeng truly possess some earth-shattering, extraordinary quality? She fixed her gaze on Jiang Yunpeng. Desperate times call for desperate measures. What if he was telling the truth? Tell me how to form the contract? Jiang Yunpeng was pleased with her response. She knew when to back down if she kept arguing, the Kunlun mirror would never be hers. Silently recite, the pure essence of the immortal pool reveals divine traces, illuminating and dispelling demons to transform the void. Lu Xiao froze at his words. Is it really that simple? An SSS Great Divine Artifact contract, if it were that easy, wouldn't every divine-bound individual in the world be able to form one? Even the most powerful clans couldn't master such artifacts. Stop wasting time. Bind it now. Jiang Yunpeng sat down nearby, ready to observe Lu Xiao's binding process. Lu Xiao clutched the bronze mirror, eyes closed, silently reciting the 2 incantations Jiang Yunpeng had taught her. When she finished, the bronze mirror showed no change whatsoever. Lu Wushuang nervously wiped sweat from his brow. Seeing no reaction whatsoever, he instantly flew into a rage. Jiang Yunpeng, you bastard, you're not messing with my little sister, are you? Xin Zhan showed no surprise. Last time when Jiang Yunpeng contracted the sun shooting bow, it hadn't reacted immediately either. He sternly rebuked, shut up. Don't interfere with Lu Xiao's contract. Meeting Xin Zhan's gaze, filled with battle intent, Lu Wushuang could only sit quietly and wait. Lu Xiao felt the bronze artifact in her hands grow heavier and heavier. She tried to set the bronze mirror down, but couldn't break free. Suddenly, golden light reflected from within the bronze mirror. In an instant, her soul seemed to soar into the mirror's depths. Above the capital's elders' meeting hall, 9 golden pillars of light appeared. Above them, colorful clouds drifted, and celestial music filled the air. Countless passers-by stopped to watch, their expressions filled with shock as the gentle fragrance of lotus blossoms wafted through the air. Inhaling it refreshed the mind, cleared the spirit, and even accelerated the recovery of divine power. Outside the council, numerous divine mandate bearers had already gathered, seated in meditation. A divine artifact must have emerged, how else could such monumental signs appear? Within the chamber, supernatural phenomena surged. The 3 felt as if they were suspended in the heavens, upon a celestial island. A woman of extraordinary beauty descended slowly, flanked by 2 immortal crane children. Her dazzling, iridescent robe was so radiant it nearly blinded Jiang Yunpeng. Holding a golden lotus flower, she sat atop a blue bird, her voice echoing through the valley. I am the Queen Mother of the West, sovereign of the true jade pool of Great Hua. This object is my mirror for adornment. It can reveal demons and eliminate evil, penetrating visions for 1,000 miles. It is no ordinary thing. You must remember, when borrowing my power, do not dishonor my name. As the Queen Mother's words faded, the golden lotus petals in her hand scattered into nothingness. Lu Xiao's soul trembled as an intangible force poured into her body. The iron plates encasing the simple, unadorned bronze mirror cracked open. Golden light surged forth, its mystical power boundless. Chapter 33, Contract with the Kunlun Mirror, Kneel and Confess. The Kunlun Mirror revealed its true face, truly a masterpiece of divine craftsmanship, breathtakingly exquisite. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves back in the conference room, the entire scene from moments before vanished without a trace. Lu Xiao gasped for breath, her powerful divine energy causing her hands to tremble. My divine power has actually recovered to the 10th tier. It's even stronger than before. Is this the power of the divine artifact of China? It's too overwhelming. Overwhelmed by excitement, she immediately began practicing with the Kunlun mirror. Yet, to her utter shock, the moment she activated it, her body felt as though tens of thousands of needles were piercing her skin, the pain unbearable. Jiang Yunpeng, what's happening to me? The moment I use divine power, it feels incompatible with me. I already told you remnants of Western divine power still linger within you. Once you fully acclimate, this sensation will cease. Jiang Yunpeng hadn't expected Lu Xiao to form the contract so effortlessly. After pondering it, he arrived at an answer in his mind. Lu Xiao was a prodigy, having gained fame at 14. Her power must surely satisfy the Queen Mother of the West. Xinjiang's eyes widened in utter shock as he sucked in a sharp breath. This was an SSS-grade divine artifact truly terrifying.
And this was merely the Queen Mother's dressing mirror, possessing such overwhelming power.
At this realization, his eyes narrowed sharply. Jiang Yunpeng had contracted the sun shooting bow of the ancient war gods to send into a weapon through and through. If Jiang Yunpeng developed just a little more, the power he could unleash might even surpass his own. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. With such a young talent in Huaxia, the nation was finally poised to rise. Lu Wuxuan never imagined his little sister would have such an unexpected windfall. That Jiang Yunpeng was no ordinary lad. Where had he even learned the method to contract the Kunlun mirror? How could he even recognize it? The deeper he pondered, the more he grasped Jiang Yunpeng's extraordinary nature. No wonder the Elders' Council protected him so fiercely, even risking his little sister's life. It all made sense now.
Oomph. Lu Wuxuan, it's time to honor your promise. Don't forget what you said yesterday. Xinjiang's meaningful gaze fixed on Lu Wuxuan, and his words made Lu Wuxuan's face go pale. Lu Xiao snapped out of her excitement and asked curiously, "Brother, what did Captain Qin mean by that? Didn't your brother say it right in front of you yesterday?"
If Jiang Yunpeng truly finds you an SSS-grade divine artifact contract, he'll kneel before him.
Xinjiang was clearly waiting for the show to begin. He'd long been dissatisfied with Lu Wuxuan's attitude.
It was high time someone humbled him a bit. Better to suffer a setback at the hands of one of his own than at the hands of demons.
Jiang Yunpeng stared at Lu Wuxuan in utter bewilderment. Is this guy crazy?
He hadn't expected so much to happen after leaving the ward yesterday.
Lu Wuxuan took a deep breath, fixed his resolute gaze on Jiang Yunpeng, and suddenly dropped to his knees.
I was blind to see you wrongly.
From now on, I'll let my younger sister follow you and will never interfere in her affairs again. Jiang Yunpeng hadn't expected him to kneel so abruptly.
The Lu family truly had peculiar temperaments. He glanced at Lu Xiao, who stood nearby in utter shock. Quickly help your brother up.
I'm not a petty man, there's no need for this.
Just as Lu Wuxuan rose, the second elder rushed over in a panic.
He caught the faint, sweet scent of lotus blossoms wafting through the conference room and asked in shock, has Lu Xiao contracted divine power? There are strange phenomena outside.
We 5 elders never imagined the Kunlun mirror could unleash such terrifying power.
The celestial phenomenon outside lingered for over half an hour, showing no signs of dissipating.
The only phenomenon comparable to this was when Jiang Yunpeng twice contracted SSS-grade divine artifacts last time.
Lu Xiao felt somewhat embarrassed. This time, she truly owed it all to Jiang Yunpeng. She had once looked down on him, only to realize now how limited her own understanding had been.
Second elder, I have indeed formed a contract. The second elder was overcome with excitement. Excellent. Excellent. You must swiftly enhance your strength. Do not squander young friend John's earnest efforts.
I understand, second elder.
Lu Xiao's gaze was unwavering as she spoke.
Her fists clenched tightly. Eastern divine artifacts were several times more powerful than Western ones. No matter how foolish she might be, she would never squander this opportunity. News of this extraordinary event spread throughout the capital. The 4 major families of the capital took notice. The heads of the Yi, Zhou, Li, and Wang clans gathered to discuss the matter.
Yi Chenglong's expression was grim. From the intelligence we've received, it seems someone from the Elders' Council has successfully contracted an SSS-grade Chinese divine artifact. Its exact nature remains unknown. Damn it!
Wang Shi slammed his palm onto the table with such force that tea sloshed out of the cups. The Elders' Council is growing stronger.
Frankly, I have no confidence we can keep fighting them.
What are you afraid of?
Zhou Zichuan's gaze turned ruthless.
Don't forget, we still possess the 4 sacred treasures. As long as we keep our mouths shut, the Elders' Council can't touch us.
Li Ziwei sat silently beside them, clutching his teacup without speaking.
Yi Chenglong, seeing his expression, voiced his displeasure. Brother Li, don't you have any opinions at all? What could I possibly say? If not for Jiang Yunpeng, would the 4 great families of the capital have fallen into this predicament?
It's truly a pity the blood cult didn't kill him. Instead, they've brought nothing but trouble upon themselves.
The blood cult dared to send forces to invade Huaxia's territory. How could the Elders' Council possibly let that slide?
Seizing this opportunity, they launched a massive offensive, issuing bounties and dispatching numerous agents abroad to hunt down members of the blood cult. The blood cult suffered devastating losses, especially as the sacred relics carried by 2 10th-tier masters were destroyed one by one. The cult had intended to recover these artifacts, yet ended up with nothing.
With no other option, they've been forced to lie low recently. Rest assured, I won't let Jiang Yunpeng off the hook. I've already made arrangements. I guarantee this brat will be eliminated.
Yi Chenglong's expression was dark and ruthless to the extreme.
After another heated discussion, the 4 family heads finally adjourned the meeting. Late into the night,
Jiang Yunpeng felt 2 divine energies intertwining within his body. To his delight, he discovered that amidst the fiery red and earthy yellow mystical energies, a hint of emerald green divine power had emerged.
In the darkness of his spiritual sea, it shone brightly.
This emerald divine power was repairing his meridians, gradually strengthening the once fragile areas.
What is this?
Jiang Yunpeng froze in astonishment before immediately scrutinizing the emerald glow. He attempted to absorb it, only to find the divine power resisted his control.
Something was terribly wrong.
He activated the all-knowing eye to examine this emerald divine power. Golden Lotus of the Immortal Pool SSS, fragmented power of the Golden Lotus of the Immortal Pool, possessing healing properties. Obtaining its full power grants the ability to resurrect the dead, regrow bones, and reconstruct flesh with lotus petals, inheriting the divine power of the 9 Heavenly Kings' mother.
Chapter 34, Unexpected Gain, Meeting the Envoy from the Beautiful Country.
Jiang Yunpeng hadn't anticipated such an unexpected windfall. It truly caught him off guard.
He surmised it must have been accidentally absorbed when Lu Xiao formed her contract.
Combined with his divine favor body constitution, this sliver of the Golden Lotus of the Immortal Pool's power had surged into his system. The 2 remnants now residing within him would continuously aid in enhancing his flesh's capacity to withstand divine power. It seemed that if he ever assisted others in contracting SSS-grade divine artifacts in the future, he must remain nearby.
Who knows?
There might be more unexpected gains.
Early the next morning, Lu Xiao arrived at Jiang Yunpeng's side before dawn.
She had been too excited to sleep the night before, focusing instead on practicing the use of the Kunlun mirror. With a mere thought, the Kunlun mirror could reflect the surrounding environment. Should her power grow stronger, she could perceive events thousands of miles away. Such power was truly beyond belief. Compared to the Kunlun mirror, the Sword of Victory was like heaven and earth apart. Thinking back to how she'd felt sorry for the Sword of Victory, she felt a flush of embarrassment.
How dare a mere Western divine artifact try to compete with an Eastern one?
Jiang Yunpeng noticed her vibrant energy and obvious excitement, choosing not to pry further.
Her aura did seem significantly more potent than before.
Her heightened strength was a definite advantage, at least she could now protect herself while by his side.
Countless people harbored resentment toward Jiang Yunpeng. Who knew if someone might strike? A young girl like Lu Xiao, guarding him closely, wouldn't raise their suspicions. Where are Zhou Yu and the others?
Jiang Yunpeng hadn't encountered the trio during breakfast and casually asked.
You didn't know? Lu Xiao looked surprised. They went to class at Capital University. They went to class? Why didn't they invite me? Jiang Yunpeng was dumbfounded. What was going on with these 3?
Xinjiang explained quietly from the side, the senior elder instructed me not to notify you.
You have an important guest to meet today, a special envoy from the United States. They specifically requested to see you by name. If you went to class and missed the meeting, they'd likely find another excuse to criticize us.
Jiang Yunpeng suddenly understood.
Who would have thought the United States would send an envoy? What's this envoy's name?
What's his purpose here?
He wouldn't be coming all this way just to recruit me, would he?
Foreigners were notorious for their ruthless methods, and Jiang Yunpeng harbored no goodwill toward them whatsoever. Details remain unclear for now, but recent developments with the blood cult may have them feeling pressured. The blood cult was universally despised abroad, yet everyone knew it was essentially a dog they secretly kept on a leash. Every nation harbors such covert forces operatives kept hidden from public view. They're deployed to resolve international disputes and deal with those who refuse to toe the line.
Jiang Yunpeng finished eating and wiped his mouth. I'm heading to the reception hall. The elders probably won't show up, right? What are you thinking? How could the elders possibly show up?
A mere envoy from the pretty country isn't worthy of their attention.
Do you think everyone is as special as you? Lu Xiao shot Jiang Yunpeng a mocking glance. The 5 elders never met with ordinary people. If she hadn't been constantly by Jiang Yunpeng's side, how could she have earned the privilege of frequently seeing the Grand Elder and the others? I've already made arrangements. They're waiting in the conference room, all bodyguards.
If any of them dare lay a finger on you, I'll make sure they die right here.
Xinjiang wouldn't deploy them openly, of course.
These bodyguards would all observe from the shadows.
Being too conspicuous would only draw unwanted scrutiny into Jiang Yunpeng's abilities. Jiang Yunpeng's power was too low.
Exposing his abilities would spell certain death for him and prove a loss for Huaxia.
Understood. Let's go. We'll wait and see when he arrives. Jiang Yunpeng wasn't idle in the conference room either.
He took the opportunity to ask how Xinjiang and the others had managed to level up so quickly. It took Xinjiang a full 4 years to reach the 8th tier. Progress from Tier 1 to Tier 5 was relatively easy, but it grew increasingly difficult as one advanced. Later breakthroughs weren't so straightforward.
Those with average talent might need a year or two just to overcome a bottleneck. Lu Xiao occasionally chimed in on Jiang Yunpeng's questions.
Highly gifted in cultivation, she addressed his doubts with just a few words. They waited until noon before the envoy from the United States finally arrived, accompanied by 2 or 3 guards. The moment he pushed open the door, Jiang Yunpeng and the envoy exchanged a brief, appraising glance. The envoy was a young man with curly golden hair and piercing sapphire blue eyes. His complexion was unnaturally pale, giving him the appearance of a zombie.
You must be Jiang Yunpeng? Greetings, I am Alice, the envoy from the United States.
The instant Jiang Yunpeng shook his hand, an icy chill gripped his palm. He snorted coldly, instantly channeling his flame like divine power. The instant this supremely pure, world-defying divine power erupted, Alice's hand jerked back violently, the skin already blistered and peeling. His expression twisted into utter horror. Jiang Yunpeng's mind raced to a conclusion: this man must practice an equally sinister cultivation technique. Merely activating his divine power had delivered such a devastating blow to Alice.
Alice, are you alright?
My apologies, my hand slipped.
Jiang Yunpeng shrugged indifferently.
He hadn't been the one to deliberately unleash the divine power. It was Alice who'd been so damn nosy, testing him at such a critical moment. Alice grinned, revealing pearly white teeth.
Not at all. We folks from the beautiful country are all friendly and kind, you know.
Jiang Yunpeng couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense.
He simply asked, may I ask, Special Envoy, what particular matter requires you to seek me out by name on this trip? Jiang Yunpeng, your power is formidable.
To reach this level with mere second-tier strength. If you join our beautiful country, the resources we offer will rival anything you could gain in China.
His expression radiated absolute confidence as he spoke.
For ages, their beautiful country had stood proudly atop the world, and many in China had contracted Western divine artifacts. The entire world acknowledged that Western divine artifacts were the strongest. What difference did it make that Jiang Yunpeng had contracted an SSS-grade Chinese divine artifact? If he was willing to give it up, they could easily find him another Western SSS-grade divine artifact to contract. In his eyes, China's offerings were insignificant, and he was certain Jiang Yunpeng shared this view. After all, Jiang Yunpeng had joined the Elders' Council, proving his intense thirst for resources. This step of his was undoubtedly the right one. Hearing Alice's words, Jiang Yunpeng felt like laughing. Where did this guy get the nerve to make such a proposal? He snorted derisively.
Sorry, I decline. Your resources don't interest me. Besides, those Western mythological artifacts are all junk.
You can fool others, but not me.
Chapter 35, No deal, no interest. Alice hadn't expected Jiang Yunpeng to respond this way.
He snorted coldly.
How could a student who'd only recently contracted a divine weapon possibly understand the true power of Western divine artifacts?
He dismissed it as the narrow-mindedness of an inexperienced youth and saw no point in continuing the argument. Xinjiang frowned beside him. He hadn't expected Alice to come looking for Jiang Yunpeng just to publicly poach him.
What audacity! Poaching someone right in front of their elders' council? Didn't he have the sense to look in the mirror and see what he was? Jiang Yunpeng, I urge you to reconsider. You are still young. Once you regret this, it will be too late. Alice looked down on him with utter arrogance in his eyes. His sole purpose this trip was to persuade Jiang Yunpeng to join the Western Church.
If Jiang Yunpeng agreed, the Western Church would transform him into a super soldier exclusively for their Western faction.
Didn't you hear me? I said no. Get lost. Jiang Yunpeng's refusal was blunt, his expression dripping with contempt. When had Alice ever endured such humiliation?
His fists clenched.
This teenager was utterly arrogant beyond belief.
Alice possessed power beyond the 10th tier. He was in the transcendent realm.
A single slap could crush him to death right before his eyes. Did he really think he was something special just because he had contracted an SSS-grade divine artifact?
A cold smile curled his lips, his gaze turning vicious to the extreme. If Jiang Yunpeng couldn't be used by the Western Church, he wouldn't spare his life.
Since we can't come to an agreement, there's nothing more to discuss.
Goodbye, Alice said without hesitation, immediately rising to his feet. Staying any longer with Jiang Yunpeng would only fuel his murderous intent.
The moment Alice departed, Xinjiang withdrew all defensive forces. I think we should inform the Grand Elders about this.
The Western Church has set its sights on you.
If we don't fight back, we'll definitely suffer losses. Jiang Yunpeng shrugged indifferently.
In truth, the Western Church's greatest strength lay in their knowledge of divine artifacts.
In reality, the power of those artifacts couldn't hold a candle to those of China. As a 5,000-year-old civilization, China possessed divine artifacts that were truly unparalleled.
In recent years, the Western Church had been steadily encroaching upon smaller nations everywhere, and now they dare to set their sights on China.
It's just a minor matter.
There's no need to disturb the 5 elders. No sooner had Jiang Yunpeng finished speaking than Xinjiang cut him off.
Absolutely not. Who knows what other schemes the Western Church might have?
We must prepare thoroughly.
If they gain the upper hand, we'll be the ones suffering the consequences.
After speaking, he instructed Lu Xiao to escort Jiang Yunpeng away, taking the opportunity to relay the matter to the Grand Elder and the others. Fang Tao spent most of his time handling official duties abroad. If he learned of this, his reaction would likely be even more intense than Xinjiang's. Lu Xiao remained deep in thought throughout the journey. Only once they reached the outer courtyard did she quietly ask, I don't believe Alice will let this rest.
His strength surpasses mine. We crossed paths several times on foreign battlefields. The man is cunning and calculating. If he can't use someone, he won't hesitate to eliminate even his own blood brothers.
The Western Church's cruelty in their dealings was precisely what Jiang Yunpeng had anticipated.
Don't worry about my safety.
They wouldn't dare lay a finger on me in China.
While China's recent output of divine artifacts contracted through pacts couldn't match the Western Church's, one thing remained undeniable: China's sheer population gave it an absolute advantage.
With vast territory, abundant resources, and a wealth of talent, even if they were to fall behind, these nations would be powerless to threaten them in the short term.
Who cares about your safety?
Lu Xiao rolled her eyes. Thinking of the Kunlun mirror within her, she couldn't suppress her curiosity.
I'll ask you just one thing: how do you know so much about divine artifact contracts? Which family do you belong to?
She had already suspected Jiang Yunpeng belonged to one of the hidden clans. These families had always been active within the borders of China, operating discreetly and only emerging during moments of national peril or crisis. Though the nation hadn't yet reached that critical juncture, sending Jiang Yunpeng, a genius of extraordinary power, had resolved their immediate crisis.
Moreover, the methods of contract he knew were known only to those of the hidden families. Jiang Yunpeng froze for a moment, feeling both amused and exasperated. He hadn't expected Lu Xiao to think this way. In a flash, a brilliant idea struck him, and he adopted an inscrutable expression. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. All you need to do is stay by my side and protect me. Lu Xiao rolled her eyes at his words. Where are you headed next? Still going to Capital University?
If you're going, you might just make it to this afternoon's class.
No rush. Captain Sheen went to inform the elders about my meeting with Alice. I expect they'll come talk to me soon. We'll head to Capital University tomorrow. Jiang Yunpeng wasn't stupid. If the elders found out he might be recruited, they'd be frantic. Lu Xiao felt a pang of frustration upon hearing Jiang Yunpeng's words.
She had obtained the Kunlun mirror and yearned to unleash its full power on the battlefield.
Yet here she was, a prodigy of such formidable strength, confined to Jiang Yunpeng's side as nothing more than a bodyguard.
She was grateful to him, but this confinement was driving her mad. Helpless, she could only take out the Kunlun mirror and use her divine power to observe the surroundings, acting as a surveillance camera. Jiang Yunpeng sat quietly sipping his tea nearby. Before he could finish his cup, a vivid green ripple suddenly appeared before his eyes, and the figure of the fourth elder slowly materialized in front of him.
Seeing Jiang Yunpeng so unflappable, the fourth elder chuckled. You're something else, kid.
A mountain collapses before you, and you remain as steady as a rock. This remark left Jiang Yunpeng somewhat baffled. Eris merely tried to win me over.
He didn't do anything else to me.
There's no need to talk about being calm or not.
Are you genuinely clueless or just playing dumb? If Alice doesn't get what he wants, do you think he'll stir up trouble in China?
I'd say he's about to make his move. Lao Xizhang sat across from him, pouring himself a cup of tea without a word. His divine power was water-based. Without lifting a finger, the tea surged into the jade cup before him. We'll meet force with force, water with earth.
I don't believe he'll. Clang!
Before Jiang Yunpeng could finish, the teahouse door burst open. Elder 4 shot a piercing glance toward the intruder Fong Tao, drenched in sweat and shouting frantically, "It's terrible!
A major incident! An SSS-grade demon has appeared outside the capital's suburbs.
No one knows where it came from.
It looks like a fox but has 9 tails." Chapter 36, The Legendary Demon, the Nine-Tailed Fox.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunpeng immediately retorted, "That's the nine-tailed fox."
Why the panic? A nine-tailed fox? The fourth elder looked at Jiang Yunpeng with utter astonishment. You actually know the names of these monsters? I can't be certain yet. I'll go with you to take a look.
Jiang Yunpeng wasn't certain it was a nine-tailed fox. He'd need to activate his all-seeing eye to confirm the creature's identity. Truth be told, few of these demons and monsters that appeared were known by name. Their origins were even more obscure. All they could do was defeat the monsters with divine power. Even the names of ancient divine artifacts were largely unknown in Huaxia, let alone these legendary monsters.
Upon hearing Jiang Yunpeng's words, Fong Tao's expression turned grave as he firmly refused. No, it's far too dangerous. This is an SSS-tier demon. With only second-tier strength, the chaos of battle could leave him unprotected. The fourth elder stroked his beard, his expression grave as he looked at Jiang Yunpeng. Let him go. I will personally protect him. I will ensure nothing happens to him. With the elder speaking so decisively, Fong Tao could only nod slowly in agreement. As a member of the Elders' Council, he followed the commands of the 5 elders without question. The group boarded a helicopter and sped toward the battlefield on the outskirts of the capital. On board, Lu Xiao was overcome with excitement. She immediately retrieved the Kunlun mirror, finally, an opportunity to unleash her true power. As her divine power surged, the emerald green surface of the mirror vividly displayed the situation on the battlefield. High above, a colossal demonic creature materialized. Resembling a fox, it possessed 9 tails, stood atop auspicious clouds, and radiated a crimson glow from its forehead. Though not enormous, roughly 10 meters in length, the aura it emitted had already caused many 10th-tier experts to fall victim to its claws. Jiang Yunpeng, is this the so-called nine-tailed fox you mentioned? Lu Xiao handed the Kunlun mirror closer. Feng Tao watched Lu Xiao holding the Kunlun mirror, its aura vast as the sea, and felt an envy he couldn't express. He knew she had contracted the Kunlun mirror. When would such good fortune come his way?
Jiang Yunpeng fixed his gaze and instantly broke into a smile. What else could it be but a nine-tailed fox? Yet, to be certain, he activated the all-seeing eye.
Ding! Mythical tier demon detected. Contract system activating. Ding! Activation successful. Contract shop unlocked. Reward, contract gift pack X1. Nine-tailed fox SSS, transcendent realm. Level, mythical. Race, Yao clan. Form, beast can shapeshift into human.
Skills, Crimson Lotus Inferno, Blade Piercing, Divine Mandate, Enchantment, Shapeshifting.
Contract status, contractable. Weaknesses, none. HP, 100,000.
The system notification caused Jiang Yunpeng's eyes to light up. The interface panel had been completely revamped.
The newly opened contract shop offered 5 free S-rank contract talismans.
The success rate for these contracts was only 30%, while the rest of the rewards remained grayed out and locked. All these required contract points to exchange. Jiang Yunpeng stroked his chin and glanced at the contract gift pack in his backpack. The golden package shimmered brightly.
He immediately selected to open it. Ding! Contract gift pack successfully used. Obtained, SSS grade contract talisman 99% success rate, contract space, beast heart X1, beast transformation pill X1. Jiang Yunpeng's eyes widened at the 99% success rate. Didn't this mean the contract would succeed instantly? He knew the contract space was for storing contracted beasts, but what exactly was this demon beast heart? He tapped to inspect it and immediately sucked in a sharp breath. Demon beast heart SSS, upon consumption, allows one ordinary demon beast to advance to SSS rank.
This thing was too god tier.
He absolutely couldn't waste it. It was practically super evolution. Lu Xiao nudged Jiang Yunpeng, who'd been staring blankly. What are you thinking about? Isn't this the nine-tailed fox?
Jiang Yunpeng snapped back to reality, exhaling a slow breath of stale air as his eyes flashed with determination.
Of course it is.
Just watch me take down this SSS-tier nine-tailed fox.
Lu Xiao couldn't help but giggle at his words. Are you kidding me? How could that be possible? You're only a second-tier cultivator. How could you possibly subdue a nine-tailed fox? And how do you even know its name? Does it have some special trait or something? The fourth elder, hearing this, also looked at Jiang Yunpeng with curiosity, waiting for his explanation.
Jiang Yunpeng's abilities were extraordinary. He could see the status of all divine artifacts.
Could he also inspect the status of demons? The nine-tailed fox is a legendary mythical tier demon. Its transcendent realm alone is earth-shattering.
All you need to know is that it's a demon of our Huaxia.
Jiang Yunpeng's nonchalant explanation left Lu Xiao thoroughly dissatisfied. She snorted, a monster from our Huaxia, yet it specifically attacks Huaxia people? That's utterly heartless. Lu Xiao's mention of this matter caught Jiang Yunpeng somewhat off guard.
Logically speaking, a nine-tailed fox that had cultivated to the transcendent realm wouldn't just casually come out to harm people, especially in a place like the capital. The capital had no shortage of geniuses. A single punch from any one of them could knock it flat. And this nine-tailed fox's power wasn't exceptionally high. If it were captured, death wouldn't be far off. This thought sent a chill through him. He couldn't let this SSS-tier nine-tailed fox die. He still needed to capture it for his contract space. He urgently urged, speed up the plane. The pilot immediately accelerated the aircraft. Within half an hour, they arrived above the battlefield in the outskirts, where numerous renowned powerhouses from the capital had already gathered. Lu Xiao scanned the scene and gasped in shock. Even over a dozen experts from the genius rankings had arrived. It seemed this nine-tailed fox was as good as dead. Jiang Yunpeng had no time to care about geniuses or not. The moment the plane came to a stop, he burst out of the cabin. The fourth elder hadn't expected the young man to be so impatient. With a single leap, he rode the breeze and landed right at the center of the battlefield. His position was perfect. Should anything happen to Jiang Yunpeng, he could be at his side in an instant. The nine-tailed fox's howl reverberated painfully through the eardrums. In the sky, multicolored divine energies converged upon the beast. Jiang Yunpeng's fingertips flickered, and a golden contract symbol appeared in his hand. He was roughly 4 or 5 kilometers away from the nine-tailed fox. Just as he was about to unleash this SSS-grade contract symbol, he realized it was completely unusable. Upon closer inspection, his face darkened. It required a distance of less than 10 meters to activate. With only second-tier strength, how could he possibly fight a nine-tailed fox at the transcendent realm? He'd be swatted away with a single swipe. Chapter 37, Preparing the Contract, Risking His Life. Lu Xiao gazed at the nine-tailed fox soaring overhead, her fighting spirit ignited. This demon is truly breathtakingly beautiful. But daring to appear in the capital? One word, death. Jiang Yunpeng, stay right here. I'm going into battle. Captain Qin, please protect Jiang Yunpeng.
Qin Zhan said nothing more. He understood Lu Xiao's excitement at the prospect of a challenge. Faced with an SSS-tier creature, he himself would surely want to test his limits. Go ahead. With me and the fourth elder here, Jiang Yunpeng won't face any danger. Xin Zhan's words served as a reassuring balm. Lu Xiao bowed her hand, then leapt into the air.
Behind her, a massive bronze mirror spun into existence. The moment the bronze mirror appeared, gasps erupted from many present.
What divine artifact is that? Why has Lu Xiao never used it before? I thought her divine artifact was the Sword of Victory. How did it become a giant mirror?
The power of this mirror feels eerily strange.
I only met its gaze for a moment, yet a chill ran from my feet straight to my dantian. Did you notice this bronze mirror carries a peculiar fragrance, almost like the scent we smelled earlier?
One of them uttered these words, causing everyone's expressions to change instantly. The bronze mirror behind Lu Xiao was most likely a newly unearthed divine artifact. The terrifying spectacle that had appeared in the sky remained etched in their memories. At this point, there was no time for hesitation.
Jiang Yunpeng's gaze sharpened.
They absolutely couldn't let the SSS grade 9-tailed fox slip away.
Fortune favors the bold, they had to go for it. Before moving, he turned to Xin Zhan. Captain Qin, I'm counting on you.
Without waiting for a response, he spun on his heel and soared into the air. The moment the golden sun shooting bow appeared in his hand, everyone instantly recognized Jiang Yunpeng's identity.
A mere second-tier divine mandate user daring to meddle here? What audacity!
The fourth elder, caught off guard by Jiang Yunpeng's rash move, was startled.
His figure shot upward, instantly closing the gap behind Jiang Yunpeng. Shangguan Shuang, ranked 30th on the genius list, glanced over and sneered repeatedly. So this is the legendary Jiang Yunpeng, hailed as a genius? What a laughable joke.
A mere second-tier cultivator dares to show up on the battlefield.
If not for fourth elder protecting him, what kind of trash is he?
I could crush him with one hand. The speaker was Yi Sunhai, ranked 29th on the genius list. Yi Sunhai was none other than Yi Yuntian's older brother, and he had long harbored resentment toward Jiang Yunpeng. If the Elders' Council hadn't stubbornly listened to that beast, how could the entire Yi family of the capital have been destroyed overnight? It was all this beast's fault. He gripped his long sword tightly, but with the fourth elder present, he couldn't lay a finger on Jiang Yunpeng.
Shangguan Shuang sensed his anguish and quipped, "Don't give him the time of day." As the saying goes, pride comes before a fall. Just wait and see, I doubt the Elders' Council will keep cleaning up his mess forever. With that, Shangguan Shuang withdrew from the fray. He had no desire to become a tool for Jiang Yunpeng's grandstanding. With the fourth elder intervening, it was likely an attempt to spread Jiang Yunpeng's reputation as a prodigy far and wide. How could he possibly let the fourth elder succeed? Yi Sunhai instantly grasped Shangguan Shuang's meaning.
He exchanged glances with several others nearby, and they all withdrew from the battle zone in unison.
Jiang Yunpeng, a mere second-tier divine mandate cultivator, thought he could ride their coattails to fame? He should take a good look at himself and see if he was even worthy. Those who caught on all retreated, their expressions a mix of amusement and disdain. If Jiang Yunpeng was so formidable, let him subdue this 9-tailed fox on his own. Xin Zhan hadn't expected such disunity at this critical moment. Gripping the Zhu Rong shield, he soared into the air.
Lu Xiao hadn't anticipated that most of the fighters would flee mid-battle.
These bystanders had no intention of lending a hand.
Fuming with rage, she watched the 9-tailed fox's lightning-fast charge, its fiery streak slashing toward her face. She raised her hand, channeling the divine power of the Kunlun mirror to block it. The gentle divine energy instantly extinguished all the flames.
Whoosh! Golden arrows pierced through the cloud sea.
The fierce wind showed no sign of abating.
The arrows flew with unrestrained ferocity. Jiang Yunpeng deliberately aimed half an inch off target, yet the arrow still struck the fur of one of the 9-tailed fox's tails. The arrow grazed the fur, leaving a black mark on the fox's pale tail. Its fiery red eyes locked onto Jiang Yunpeng with vicious intent as it immediately turned to attack him. Fourth elder, don't move when it charges.
Jiang Yunpeng shouted urgently, terrified the elder might block the blow for him. His intention, of course, was to draw the 9-tailed fox's attack upon himself, creating the perfect opportunity to form a contract.
Young Jiang, what are you doing? The fourth elder hadn't expected Jiang Yunpeng's audacity to reach such heights. I have absolute confidence I can subdue it. Mind your own business. With that, Jiang Yunpeng stepped forward. He holstered the sun-shooting bow, standing before the 9-tailed fox with no divine artifacts in hand. His resolute, almost suicidal stance stunned even Lu Xiao. She rushed over at top speed, shouting, "Jiang Yunpeng, you're mad. Get out of the way."
Xin Zhan, however, remained unhurried. The fourth elder would surely intervene. He absorbed all the scattered crimson flames around him.
Yi Sunhai witnessed this scene and burst into laughter.
He never imagined Jiang Yunpeng could be this foolish, actually choosing to walk into certain death.
Has he lost his mind? Shangguan Shuang shook her head. This boy's character is truly mediocre. If he hadn't contracted an SSS-grade divine artifact, why would the elders even glance his way? Risking his life at a time like this, he must be thinking the fourth elder will definitely save him. His gaze brimmed with contempt. He had once regarded Jiang Yunpeng as a rival.
But now it seemed Jiang Yunpeng was beyond redemption.
He wasn't even worthy of tying his shoes.
The nine-tailed fox's speed was blinding, like a fiery cloud streaking toward Jiang Yunpeng with lightning-fast speed.
The overwhelming pressure nearly crushed Jiang Yunpeng's breath.
Had he not mastered the element of wind, the overwhelming force would have hurled him 100 meters away. Xinjiang stared at the fourth elder in disbelief.
What was the fourth elder waiting for? Why hadn't he intervened yet? No.
He had to reach Jiang Yunpeng, or the young man would surely die. Without a second thought, he charged forward.
Closer.
Jiang Yunpeng's eyes widened suddenly.
The fourth elder's hands trembled slightly.
If he didn't act now, Jiang Yunpeng would surely be finished. At the critical moment, Jiang Yunpeng watched the fox's head draw near.
His contract talisman flickered.
The instant the nine-tailed fox was about to touch him, the talisman shot into its body.
Ding! Successfully contracted mythical tier demon nine-tailed fox SSS.
Stored in contract space.
Host may summon at will.
Chapter 38, Subduing the Nine-Tailed Fox, Stunned.
Blazing golden light pierced the heavens.
Colossal beams of golden radiance descended from all directions, shaking the very soul. Jiang Yunpeng stood bathed in the golden radiance.
Where was the nine-tailed fox now? In that instant, he had unleashed a terrifying aura so overwhelming that even the fourth elder was forced back several steps. The divine mandate followers below stared in disbelief. Jiang Yunpeng radiated golden light, nearly merging with the golden glow itself. From afar, one might mistake him for a deity descending to the mortal realm.
The instant he forged his contract with the nine-tailed fox, his power surged to the third tier.
Such rapid advancement was nothing short of astonishing. Jiang Yunpeng descended slowly from midair.
With a flick of his thoughts, the golden light dissipated entirely.
Xinjiang rushed frantically to his side, frantically checking him up and down before finally exhaling in relief. You scared the life out of me. What were you and the fourth elder doing? I thought something terrible had happened to you both.
Lu Xiao also leapt down from the sky, casting a puzzled glance at Jiang Yunpeng.
Something she didn't know about must have happened. Otherwise, how could the overwhelmingly powerful nine-tailed fox have vanished without a trace? Could it have been when the fourth elder appeared?
She recalled the scene she had witnessed earlier.
No. Impossible.
The fourth elder had been knocked flying alongside her. It couldn't have been his doing. Before Jiang Yunpeng could explain, the fourth elder stood before him.
Enough. You two shouldn't be standing here. Since the nine-tailed fox has been eliminated, return to your posts.
The other divine mandate bearers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused by the turn of events.
Shangguan Shuang stepped forward, clasping her hands in a respectful salute. Fourth elder, has that nine-tailed demon beast been dealt with? The fourth elder's expression was gentle, though his smile didn't reach his eyes. It has been dealt with. When the elders' council intervenes, what is there to worry about? Of course not.
Shangguan Shuang took a step back, her lowered eyes brimming with disgust.
What did the elders' council think they were?
This bunch of ancient fossils, relying on their superior power to run rampant in the capital. Once his divine power grew strong enough, he would personally carve those 5 decrepit fools into 1,000 pieces.
The elders' council had ridden roughshod over the noble families for far too long. It was high time for a change of guard. The fourth elder didn't even glance at him as he boarded the helicopter with Xinjiang's men. After the helicopter departed, the other divine mandate holders murmured among themselves. What the hell just happened? I only saw a flash of light, and that nine-tailed fox vanished. Does the fourth elder still possess such power? Poof. Besides the fourth elder, do you really think a mere second-tier divine mandate like Jiang Yunpeng could pull that off? Don't you know what kind of person he is? After today, Jiang Yunpeng's reputation as a prodigy will surely spread far and wide. But pride comes before a fall. Let him wait and see. These divine mandate bearers were deeply unsettled. Their failure to intervene only underscored Jiang Yunpeng's extraordinary power. The nine-tailed demon they couldn't subdue, he had dispatched with effortless ease. It was a blatant slap in their faces. And with the genius rankings underway, numerous powerful figures were present. Yi Sanhai stomped his foot in rage, his dark eyes burning with hatred. Jiang Yunpeng. You'll pay for this. Brother Shangguan, I must return first. Today's events demand my report to the family head.
I was thinking the same, Shangguan Shuang said, turning to leave. They needed to discuss how to deal with Jiang Yunpeng next. The roar of the helicopter's rotors was muffled outside.
Fang Tao, the fourth elder, and the others all stared at Jiang Yunpeng, demanding an explanation.
Jiang Yunpeng spread his hands innocently.
Why are you all staring at me?
I already said I subdued the nine-tailed fox.
Fang Tao didn't buy it for a second. A demon at the SSS-tier transcendent realm just subdued it?
He adjusted his glasses. Enough with the suspense, kid.
Spill the beans. How did you deal with that fox demon?
I'm telling the truth, Jiang Yunpeng replied, sounding somewhat exasperated. He spread his hands, and golden light flared from them. In the next instant, a snow-white fox with streaks of fiery red fur appeared in his arms, transformed to the size of a cat. Its 9 tails swayed behind it, the tips of each a fiery red, like 9 flames. Seeing Jiang Yunpeng summon it, it glared at him viciously, then opened its mouth and bit him. Once bound by Jiang Yunpeng's contract, he could fully command the 9-tailed fox's abilities and even restrict its power. When summoned, he deliberately capped its strength at level 1, so the bite was merely a tickle.
Jiang Yunpeng ruffled its head. Stop fooling around. From now on, I'll call you Little Nine.
The fourth elder watched the scene, his jaw dropping in utter shock. A wave of overwhelming emotion swept through him, causing his hands to tremble slightly.
Young Master Jiang, how could you subjugate a demon beast? How did you manage that? Xinjiang and Fong Tao initially thought Jiang Yunpeng was joking.
But upon seeing the 9-tailed fox's true form, they were utterly stunned. The two exchanged a glance and instinctively slapped each other across the face. The sharp pain on their faces confirmed this was no dream.
Lu Xiao, seeing this adorable little fox, could barely contain her excitement.
She wanted to touch it, but the 9-tailed fox was remarkably perceptive. Its blood-red eyes glanced sideways at her, and the overwhelming aura instantly made Lu Xiao abandon the thought. She sheepishly withdrew her hand, thinking only Jiang Yunpeng could possibly tame this 9-tailed fox. Jiang Yunpeng scratched his head. He didn't know how to explain it, so he simply attributed it all to special abilities.
This is one of my special abilities. Oh, and here, take these. He produced the 5 remaining contract talismans in his hand, all of them purple.
These contract talismans can bind S-rank monsters, but the success rate is only 30%.
Be careful. He distributed the talismans one by one. The fourth elder, Lu Xiao,
Xinjiang, and Fong Tao each received one. Jiang Yunpeng handed the extra one to the fourth elder for his disposal.
The fourth elder held the contract talisman, sensing the divine power within.
This was a path he had never imagined.
Who could have thought that one day he would be able to contract monsters to fight alongside them? A 30% contract probability seemed pitifully low to Jiang Yunpeng.
He had no interest in such trash. This time, he had contracted a 9-tailed fox, earning 1,000 contract points, more than enough to exchange for a higher grade contract robe. The contract shop also offered numerous materials for purchase, so he felt no urgency.
Lu Xiao took several deep breaths to steady her emotions. Her gaze toward Jiang Yunpeng was complex.
He had no idea how valuable the items he produced truly were. If even one of these items leaked out, it would guarantee an absolute uproar in the outside world.
Not a word of this to anyone. Understood? Chapter 39, The 9-tailed fox takes form, bringing calamity to the nation.
The fourth elder's voice was deep and solemn as his piercing gaze fixed on Fong Tao's men.
Fong Tao nodded frantically. He and Xinjiang had just scored a huge advantage. Why would they ever spill the beans on such a golden opportunity? As for Jiang Yunpeng subduing the 9-tailed fox, that was absolutely off limits.
With the blood cult and the Western Church already fixated on Jiang Yunpeng, learning of his formidable abilities might just push them to take further, unpredictable actions.
Upon returning to the Elders' Council, the fourth elder hurried away as if his seat were on fire.
Before Zhou Yu and the others returned from class, Xinjiang immediately rushed off to seek out the demon beast, hoping to attempt a successful contract.
Lu Xiao gazed at Jiang Yunpeng with eyes brimming with anticipation. Jiang Yunpeng, don't wander off. It's perfectly safe here at the Elders' Council. I want to go to the battlefield.
Jiang Yunpeng understood her intentions, likely the same as Xinjiang and the others.
He waved her off. Go ahead. But if the contract fails, don't blame me. Why would I blame you? Lu Xiao was exceptionally kind to Jiang Yunpeng. If there's ever another opportunity like this, I won't let you off the hook. You can count on it. Once Lu Xiao left, the empty room held only Jiang Yunpeng. His living quarters were Spartan, devoid of much furniture, perfect for the 9-tailed fox to consume the shape-shifting pill. With that thought, he immediately released the 9-tailed fox. It leapt onto the table, gazing down at him with an air of utter arrogance. Smack!
Jiang Yunpeng patted its head and gave its fur a vigorous rub.
Though reluctant, the 9-tailed fox could only huff indignantly and let him touch it. You're bound to me now, little one. Aren't you happy?
He scooped the fox up. The fox's watery eyes conveyed utter despair, making Jiang Yunpeng chuckle helplessly. He retrieved the shape-shifting pill from his system backpack. The golden pill was covered in intricate patterns. The moment it caught the scent of the pill's extraordinary fragrance, the 9-tailed fox began squeaking excitedly. Its eyes brimmed with longing as it gazed at Jiang Yunpeng with an incredibly fawning expression, rubbing against his hand like a dog. I knew it, Jiang Yunpeng said, pleased with the little fox's behavior as he slipped the pill into its mouth. A fox as clever as you should know who truly provides for you. The instant the pill entered its stomach, the 9-tailed fox leapt away from Jiang Yunpeng's embrace. It curled into a ball, enveloped almost entirely in a white glow, transforming into a luminous sphere nearly half a person's height. Under Jiang Yunpeng's gaze, the orb stretched and elongated, reaching adult height in an instant. As the light slowly dissipated, Jiang Yunpeng's eyes widened in shock. Before him stood a completely naked woman, her snow-white hair cascading down to her toes.
2 fox ears quivered lightly.
Her skin glowed with a luminous whiteness, a beauty bordering on the supernatural. A fiery lotus mark adorned the center of her forehead. The instant she opened her eyes, her aura surged to its peak. With a flick of her wrist, all 9 tails vanished. A moon-white robe appeared on her body. She gave Jiang Yunpeng a wink, her voice clear as crystal.
"Humph, have you had your fill? It's your luck to be able to make a contract with this great demon."
With that, she spun around and sat down on Jiang Yunpeng's bed, stretching out her long legs to reveal her rounded toes. "Don't think your 3rd-tier strength means anything to me. You gave this great demoness a transformation pill, so this great demoness will protect you well."
Jiang Yunpeng wasn't about to indulge her.
He leaned in and pinched the ear on top of her head. It felt wonderfully soft and furry.
"Seems you still haven't grasped your place. You're my contract beast, you obey my commands. And how did you end up in the capital, anyway?"
"Oh, and your name is now Xiaojiu." Xiaojiu's round eyes narrowed like a cat's as she glared at him, then raised her paw to swat him before explaining the reason. In the age of decline, the gods had fallen, and her divine power dwindled. To avoid meeting the same fate as the other gods, she chose to fall into a deep slumber, a sleep that lasted over 1,000 years. Until her physical form was awakened by foreigners. Unaware of the world's changes, she didn't harm them, yet they screamed and shouted at her.
How could Xiaojiu understand what they were shouting? It wasn't until today that another foreigner brought her to the capital. Before leaving, those foreigners injected him with a drug.
She suddenly went berserk. Had Jiang Yunpeng not been present, the drug would have forced her body to explode.
After hearing her explanation, Jiang Yunpeng stroked his chin.
It seemed this affair was most likely the work of Alice and his crew. He hadn't agreed to Alice's terms, so naturally, Alice held a grudge against him.
"Oof, those beasts. If it had been a higher-ranking demon, wouldn't they have destroyed the entire capital?"
He'd have to inform Fong Tao about this.
How Fong Tao handled Alice was their business.
As a mere student, he wouldn't meddle in such affairs.
"You should return to the contract space. If you stay by my side, I'll have a hard time explaining things."
Jiang Yunpeng sat beside Xiaojiu. He'd never seen a woman more beautiful than her.
Truly, a 9-tailed fox, her allure was utterly captivating.
Anyone else would have lost control long ago.
Xiaojiu's sharp red nails tapped lightly against Jiang Yunpeng's cheek.
"I don't want to go back to the contract space.
It's rare I get to move around. I've slept long enough." She rose and stretched lazily, revealing vast swaths of her fair skin.
Jiang Yunpeng found it almost too much to look at. Suddenly struck by a thought, he asked, "They say the Shang dynasty fell because a 9-tailed fox brought ruin to the nation.
Could it be you seduced King Zhou of Shang?" Xiaojiu blinked twice at Jiang Yunpeng's words, then burst out laughing. "What nonsense are you spouting?
When I was born, there were plenty of 9-tailed foxes in this world.
How would I know which one did it?"
Her words gave Jiang Yunpeng pause.
She had a point.
He sat up straight.
"All right, you still have to go inside.
You're far too captivating. If you stayed by my side, who knows how many men would swarm around you."
"No, please. Master."
Xiaojiu wrapped her arms around Jiang Yunpeng's arm, her large, watery eyes making it hard to refuse. Her crimson lips nearly brushed against his face.
Jiang Yunpeng remained expressionless, gently pushing her away.
Xiaojiu tried her seductive charms on him, but alas, as her master, he was naturally immune to such wiles. Her pleas falling on deaf ears, Xiaojiu obediently returned to the contract space. Jiang Yunpeng sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed in meditation. With a single thought, he could observe the contract space. But he had no time for Xiaojiu now. He needed to check the progress of his divine power absorption. Within his sea of consciousness, the 3 streams of divine power were growing wider and wider.
Chapter 40, Zhou Yu and his 2 companions get beaten, trying sneaky tactics.
Compared to the 2nd tier, the 3rd tier allowed him to absorb more potent and abundant divine power. This strength wasn't confined to his soul, it permeated his physical form as well.
His explosive power was now extraordinary, and this sensation, far surpassing the 2nd tier, was utterly addictive.
In less than half a month, his strength had surged to this level.
Anyone else hearing this would be utterly shocked.
What took others a year or two to accomplish, he achieved in half a month.
Who wouldn't call that defying the heavens? After returning from the battlefield, Fong Tao felt profoundly disappointed.
Clutching the contract talisman, he searched high and low but found no suitable demon. With the 9-tailed fox as his benchmark, the subsequent demons simply failed to meet his standards. Upon hearing of his return, Jiang Yunpeng briefed him on the matter concerning Alice. Fong Tao hadn't sought out the Grand Elder, unaware that the Grand Elder and his group had nearly come to blows over a single contract talisman. After Fong Tao delivered his report, Zhou Yu and the other 2 returned from school. Their expressions were grim, and the bodyguards trailing behind them bore injuries. Jiang Yunpeng, dining in the cafeteria, was startled by their appearance. What happened? Zhou Yu, upon seeing Jiang Yunpeng, erupted into a tirade, spilling out everything that had happened that day in one breath. The 3 of them had gone to Capital University for class. With Jiang Yunpeng absent, Wang Shigao and Yi Yuntian had completely disregarded them.
After finishing the morning theory class, the two spent the entire afternoon deliberately targeting Zhou Yu. Yi Yuntian berated them, declaring that such losers had no business attending Capital University. If it weren't for Jiang Yunpeng, how could they possibly have gotten into the nation's top institution?
They were nothing but Jiang Yunpeng's lackeys.
Hearing Yi Yuntian's insults, Zhou Yu lost his temper and started arguing back. The verbal clash quickly escalated into a physical fight. All three were first-tier divine mandate holders, but Yi Yuntian dispatched them with ease. Ultimately, the bodyguards had to intervene, though all three sustained injuries of varying severity. Oomph. That Yi Yuntian has some nerve.
Tomorrow, I'll go with you to the university and help you get your revenge. Lu Xiao, his bodyguard, possessed 10th tier strength.
Taking down Yi Yuntian would be like beating a dead dog.
Zhao Mengyu clenched her fists and shook her head.
Yunpeng, we can't always rely on you. We've seen how weak we truly are. We deserve to be beaten when we fall behind. I'll personally avenge this humiliation against Yi Yuntian someday. Zhou Yu and He Zong shared this sentiment.
Their contracted divine artifacts were of considerable rank. They were confident their future strength would surpass that of a mere Yi Yuntian.
Jiang Yunpeng hadn't expected that their fight with Yi Yuntian would awaken something within them. That was a good thing. Good. Keep pushing yourselves.
When strength falls short, resorting to underhanded tactics isn't out of the question. His words stopped short, but Zhou Yu's eyes lit up.
Right. How could they have forgotten? Though revenge may wait a decade, Yi Yuntian would surely grow stronger alongside them. Better to play dirty, beat Yi Yuntian senseless first, and vent this pent-up rage.
At this thought, the three exchanged glances, their minds in perfect alignment.
Brother Jiang, it's gotta be you. That's a brilliant idea. Let's figure out how to give him a taste of his own medicine, ha ha ha.
Zhou Yu grinned darkly as he leaned in close to Jiang Yunpeng.
3 heads are better than 1. With the Yi family's downfall and Yi Yuntian's defeat, where was his former arrogance now? Don't rush. Head to the medical room first to recover from your injuries. After dinner, we'll discuss this properly.
Zhao Mengyu and He Zong immediately perked up.
How could they miss out on something like this? After their injuries were treated and they'd eaten their fill, they sat down to deliberate. Jiang Yunpeng had always acted without restraint, and the Elders' Council stood firmly by his side. Not only would disciplining Yi Yuntian be impossible, but even if he killed Yi Yuntian, the Grand Elder would applaud and declare it well done. These aristocratic families deserve to be eliminated. The next morning, Lu Xiao, who hadn't returned all night, arrived at Jiang Yunpeng's side looking wide awake, ready to serve as his bodyguard. Jiang Yunpeng glanced at her, noticing she was still wearing yesterday's battle gear. "You didn't just come straight from the battlefield, did you?" he asked in surprise. Lu Xiao nodded without hiding anything.
"I originally intended to go to the battlefield to capture some monsters, but I found nothing.
I could only keep your contract talisman for now." "Well, you're just in time." Jiang Yunpeng gave her a meaningful look.
That gaze made Lu Xiao stumble back 2 steps, instantly on high alert.
What do you want from me?"
"Let me tell you, I sell my strength, not my body."
Hearing her words, Jiang Yunpeng couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "Who asked you about that?"
"Come here, I'll tell you quietly."
Lu Xiao approached suspiciously.
After Jiang Yunpeng finished explaining his plan, her expression shifted to surprise before she nodded.
"No problem. Rest assured, I'll handle it." Qin Zhan drove them to Capital University.
Lu Xiao accompanied Jiang Yunpeng out of the car, while Yi Yuntian, who happened to be the family driver, had also brought him over. Spotting Zhou Yu and the others trailing behind Jiang Yunpeng, he smirked.
"Hey, isn't this Jiang Yunpeng?
You really made quite a splash yesterday. Heard even that 9-tailed demon was subdued by you.
With power like yours, why bother attending Capital University? Why not go shine on the battlefield?"
His tone dripped with sarcasm, his eyes brimming with unmasked jealousy and resentment. His words echoed the sentiments of the other students, whose gazes toward Jiang Yunpeng were filled with contempt.
They dared not mock Jiang Yunpeng as openly as Yi Yuntian had. Zhou Yu had specifically asked Jiang Yunpeng about the 9-tailed fox yesterday.
Jiang Yunpeng, not hiding anything from his childhood friend, told him the fox was now under his command. Zhou Yu hadn't expected Jiang Yunpeng to confide such a major secret to him. He'd immediately sworn not to breathe a word of it.
Now, hearing Yi Yuntian's words, he rolled his eyes. "If you're so capable, why don't you subdue that demon yourself? If you can't, what gives you the right to bark like a dog? Your Yi family is nothing special." If Jiang Yunpeng argued with Yi Yuntian, that was one thing. But who the hell was Zhou Yu? Yi Yuntian couldn't care less about him. He sneered. "Zhou Yu, what gives you the right to speak to me here? You were beaten like a dead dog yesterday. If you still want to mess with me today, I won't mind sending you to your death right now." Zhou Yu's eyes lit up. He'd been waiting for this. Rolling up his sleeves, he wore a look of utter defiance. "Go ahead, beat the crap out of me. Come on. Aren't you so tough?" Yi Yuntian's face turned ashen with rage. He ground out through clenched teeth, "You just wait, you bastard. I'll have your dog's life sooner or later." Chapter 41, Seizing the Opportunity to Beat Him Up. The first rule at Capital University was a strict ban on private fights. Anyone caught would be expelled immediately. Unless Yi Yuntian had lost his mind, he wouldn't dare beat Zhou Yu in public. Yesterday, he'd taken care of Zhou Yu and his two buddies during a so-called sparring session, a pretext that lacked legitimacy. The aristocratic families of the capital weren't like they used to be. How could they let Yi Yuntian run wild anymore? Lately, the aristocrats had to keep their tails between their legs. Seeing Yi Yuntian's incompetent government demeanor, Jiang Yunpeng's eyes betrayed a hint of contempt. All bark and no bite. Beyond being stronger than you lot, he's nothing but a hollow shell. Jiang Yunpeng's words were razor-sharp. Some students couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. They never imagined Jiang Yunpeng would say such things right in front of Yi Yuntian. Yi Yuntian was furious, yet he could only slink away. As he left, his gaze was filled with the darkest malice. Just wait, Jiang Yunpeng. The humiliation he suffers today will be repaid tenfold in the future. As soon as Yi Yuntian was gone, Zhou Yu burst into laughter. He gave Jiang Yunpeng a thumbs up. Brother Jiang, you're the man. If it were us, we'd never have been able to handle that little bastard. This is just the beginning. Why rush? Later, we'll do this again. Jiang Yunpeng leaned close to Zhou Yu's ear and whispered a few instructions. Zhou Yu chuckled twice, then relayed the plan to Zhao Mingyu and his own, instructing them to follow the strategy they'd discussed the night before. Upon entering the classroom, the arrogance practically radiated from Jiang Yunpeng and his three companions. This time, they didn't hog the front row seats but instead sat behind Yi Yuntian and Wang Shigao's group. As other students entered, they instinctively moved away, fearing a clash between the two groups. Who in the entire capital dared act so lawless besides Jiang Yunpeng? The scum surrounding him all rode his coattails, benefiting from his influence. Their gazes toward Zhou Yu and his two companions were a mix of envy and jealousy. They'd love to curry favor with Jiang Yunpeng, but how could they possibly lower themselves to that? Capital University was teeming with geniuses. How could their pride as prodigies permit them to show weakness to a worthless fool like Jiang Yunpeng? Those who gained admission to Capital University as divine mandate holders were almost universally ranked between 5th and 6th tier in strength. The university's curriculum consisted of 1 year of theory and training, followed by 2 years of field campaigns. Most of the awards offered by the university were based on students' practical skills and the number of battles they had fought. Even non-clan students received the finest education here. Zhou Yu and Zhao Mingyu were both Tier 1 divine mandate holders. Jiang Yunpeng wasn't much better than them. Yet such individuals dared to lord over them, and anyone would find it unfair. Especially since the Elders' Council had deliberately pulled strings and opened backdoors for them. The Elders' Council held the highest authority in all of Huaxia. That they could do such a thing, no wonder they were disappointed. Yi Yuntian and Wang Shigao hadn't expected Jiang Yunpeng and Zhou Yu to sit behind them. Their expressions darkened, unsure of their intentions. Once class began, Zhou Yu wasted no time in making his move. From the back row, he began muttering insults under his breath, targeting Yi Yuntian and Wang Shigao. He shot knowing glances at Jiang Yunpeng, his voice dripping with sarcasm. A rotten bunch, all of them. Brother Jiang, you're really something today. Even Yi Yuntian doesn't dare do anything to you? If it were me, I wouldn't have put up with it. What a shame. He's not even a real man. Any normal man would have faced him head-on. What a coward. Though he kept his voice low, Yi Yuntian and the others heard every word clearly. After all, Zhou Yu's words were utterly despicable. His own couldn't help but snort with laughter, then his expression turned serious as he shook his head. Zhou Yu, no offense, but how could you say such things? We're students, how can we expose others' shortcomings? Even if you know Yi Yuntian is a eunuch, you shouldn't go around saying it. It's so embarrassing for Yi. Zhao Mingyu feigned sudden understanding. No wonder he's always picking on Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu's more manly than him. A eunuch is neither male nor female, a hermaphrodite. He's jealous of you normal men. Yunpeng is the epitome of masculinity. He must be seething with jealousy. You guys better watch your backs. Who knows what that psychotic eunuch might do? He could kill you all in the dark. These words made all the other students perk up their ears. They never would have imagined Jiang Yunpeng and the others would drop such a bombshell. Yi Yuntian is a eunuch? Is that even possible? Mocking stares turned toward him. Yi Yuntian's clenched fists trembled, veins bulging violently on his neck. His features twisted with rage, his teeth grinding audibly as divine power surged violently within him. Wang Shigao, seated beside him, sensed the turmoil. Wang Shigao quickly grabbed his hand and coldly warned, "Don't act rashly. These beasts are deliberately provoking you." How could Yi Yuntian not know? But being called a eunuch, not a man, right to his face, how could he possibly hold back? Yet if he struck first, Jiang Yunpeng would surely seize another chance to attack him. Bastards! 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 Yi Tianyun spat the words from his throat, his eyes blazing with fury that threatened to consume the heavens and earth. Wang Shigao certainly didn't want Yi Yuntian to give Jiang Yunpeng another reason to attack him now.
He whispered, "Alright, go to the bathroom and calm down. One day, you'll settle the score with them." They didn't fear Jiang Yunpeng overhearing their exchange.
Yi Yuntian shot him a vicious glare over his shoulder before storming off to the restroom. Zhou Yu struggled to suppress the smile spreading across his face. The plan was working. Jiang Yunpeng immediately texted Lu Xiao, signaling her to move. Everything they'd said was designed to provoke Yi Yuntian. If Yi Yuntian fought them, his bodyguards could take him down on the spot. If Yi Yuntian tried to stay calm and avoid a fight, he'd fall even deeper into Jiang Yunpeng's trap. Lu Xiao had already been positioned within the university campus by Jiang Yunpeng.
The moment Yi Yuntian was alone, she would guarantee he'd get a brutal beating.
After all, Lu Xiao was a student at Capital University. She knew exactly where the surveillance cameras weren't and what methods would make Yi Yuntian suffer unbearably.
Zhou Yu and the others waited excitedly for over half an hour.
Before the class ended, a figure burst through the classroom door.
Staggering, he crashed to the floor with a thud, landing face first in the dirt. Before the students in front could react, the figure on the ground had already scrambled to his feet and roared at Jiang Yunpeng and the others.
"Jiang Yunpeng, I'll your grandmother.
Your mother.
You dare ambush me in the dark? I'll kill you today."
Jiang Yunpeng stared intently and finally recognized Yi Yuntian. It wasn't his fault. Yi Yuntian had been beaten to a pulp by Lu Xiao, his face swollen like a pig's head.
Who could recognize him looking like that? Chapter 42, Keep your discontent to yourself. Who dares offend him?
Before he could speak, Zhou Yu immediately stood up.
Slamming his hand on the table, he retorted indignantly, "What the hell are you babbling about? We didn't do anything. Who knows what's wrong with you? You're not trying to pull a scam, are you?" Zhou Yu's eyes flashed with provocation as he grinned.
Wang Shigao's blood boiled. They'd been feuding for ages. Everyone knew Jiang Yunpeng was behind this. But he never imagined Jiang Yunpeng would resort to such underhanded tactics.
Damn it, that bastard is truly vicious.
Everyone knew Jiang Yunpeng had personal bodyguards from the Elders' Council protecting him.
Any one of them could easily beat these students senseless. Yi, this is class. Stop causing trouble. Jiang and the others were just attending class here. How could they possibly have attacked you? Get back to your seat immediately. The professor for the next class will be arriving soon. The speaker was Professor Kim Hyun, lecturing on common monster types. Throughout the entire class, Jiang Yunpeng hadn't paid much attention. With his Omniscient Eye, attending lectures offered little new insight at most. He gained a deeper understanding of the world's underlying rules. You old fart. Stop spouting nonsense. If I want to beat him up, what business is it of yours?
Yi Yuntian, beaten into a state of utter madness, spoke with his face twitching in agony. Seeing Jin Xian dare to speak up for Jiang Yunpeng only fueled his rage further. Divine power surged in his hands, his 6th-tier strength erupting suddenly. Like a thunderbolt, a fierce blast of divine energy slammed toward Jin Xian. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yuntian had closed the distance, his fist packed with immense divine power slamming toward Jiang Yunpeng's face. The blow struck like a mountain crushing down, a raging dragon sweeping across the land. The overwhelming pressure froze all four in place. This was the crushing dominance of a 6th-tier divine mandate bearer. Jiang Yunpeng and his 3 companions, even tied together, couldn't stand against him for a single move. It was only because Jiang Yunpeng had pushed him to the brink that he had no choice but to unleash his full power. Zhou Yu's face drained of color. Jiang Yunpeng, however, showed no sign of urgency. A smirk played on his lips. Did that mere Yi Yuntian truly believe he could touch him? Boom! The fiery divine power collided violently with Yi Yuntian's attack. Jiang Yunpeng crossed his arms, his gaze utterly impassive. Yi Yuntian's gaze locked onto the source of the impact. His strike had struck a fiery shield. Standing before him was Qin Zhan, radiating overwhelming battle intent. Zhou Yu and the other two breathed a collective sigh of relief at Qin Zhan's appearance. They truly believed they were about to meet their end here today. Thankfully, Jiang Yunpeng was present. Seeing Jiang Yunpeng's expression, they felt nothing but utter admiration. Thud. 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 Qin Zhan gripped the Zhu Rong shield in his right hand. With each inhale and exhale, his divine power surged 3 times, unleashing 3 thunderous tremors that sent Yi Yuntian reeling back several meters. Yi Yuntian, stop your insolence. If you dare harm a single hair on Jiang Yunpeng today, I will cripple you. Qin Zhan stood before Jiang Yunpeng like a fire god descended from the heavens. His overwhelming aura radiated like a war god's presence. Wherever he stood, the air crackled with battle intent, causing the students present to shrink back in fear. Jin Xian, lacking true strength, slipped away the instant the fight erupted. He had no intention of serving as a shield here. If anything happened to Jiang Yunpeng and blame fell on him, he'd be in serious trouble. Creak! Creak! Yi Yuntian clenched his fist so tightly the cracking of his knuckles sent shivers down spines. Hair stood on end across his scalp. Violet lightning flashed in his eyes, his gaze cold as ice, filled with murderous intent. Qin Zhan might be strong, but he was only an 8th-tier powerhouse. Yi Yuntian was a 6th tier with hidden cards up his sleeve. If it came down to a direct confrontation, he wasn't afraid. Just as he prepared to unleash his full power, a thunderous roar erupted behind him.
Yun Tian. Stop this immediately. Who gave you permission to fight a classmate on school grounds? That familiar voice halted Yi Yuntian's movements. He whipped his head around to see none other than Yi Sunhai approaching. Yi Sunhai's hawk-like gaze swept over the scene. Spotting the scars on Yi Yuntian's face, he pieced together the situation. He had come to Capital University on business and happened to overhear the commotion. Upon arriving, he witnessed Yi Yuntian about to attack Jiang Yunpeng. Naturally, he had to intervene. He couldn't let Yi Yuntian bring trouble upon the Yi family at such a critical moment. Brother, you're here. Yi Yuntian rushed over excitedly upon seeing Yi Sunhai, his voice dripping with venom. Brother, Jiang Yunpeng dared to send men to ambush me. This isn't over. Jiang Yunpeng remained unfazed, shrugging indifferently. Looks to me like you're beating yourself up and trying to pin the blame on me. If you say I attacked you, then produce the evidence. Without proof, what nonsense are you spouting here? Yi Yuntian's rage boiled over. He hadn't even seen who attacked him in the men's restroom. Anyone capable of beating him up like that must be formidable. Besides that bastard Jiang Yunpeng, who else would dare lay a finger on him? Enough! Get out here! Yi Sunhai snapped, dragging Yi Yuntian out of the classroom with exasperation. They walked all the way to the luxury car parked outside his door. Only after Yi Yuntian got in did Yi Sunhai unleash his fury. I told you to hold your tongue. Jiang Yunpeng will be dead soon. Why the rush? Must you burn bridges with the Elders' Council right now? Those beasts in the Elders' Council have always resented the noble families. If we act rashly now, they'll definitely come after us. Brother, but I can't take it anymore. For what Jiang Yunpeng did to me, I'd kill him 1,000 times over. Let him be dismembered 1,000 times, condemned to eternal torment. Oomph. Yi Sunhai sneered coldly. You want to kill him? I'd like to ask how exactly you plan to do it? Jiang Yunpeng is surrounded by the council's elite bodyguards. You managed to take down Qin Zhan, but do you think you can handle Lu Xiao? Even if you manage to kill both of them, there are still stronger masters lurking in the shadows. You won't be able to touch a single hair on Jiang Yunpeng's head. Yi Sunhai's words plunged Yi Yuntian into utter despair. The wounds on his body throbbed painfully, while his heart felt as though it were being repeatedly fried in boiling oil. The agony was unbearable. Brother, are we just going to let this go? What about our family's vengeance? Avenge it? Of course we will. Yi Sunhai's expression was cunning, his tone sinister. The divine artifact auction is in 3 days. I've already made arrangements with Alice. Alice wants Jiang Yunpeng dead even more than we imagined. The Elders' Council of the Divine Artifact Auction won't miss it. Just wait and see. With Yi Sunhai's assurance, Yi Yuntian finally felt at ease. Inside the classroom, after Yi Yuntian left, Jiang Yunpeng saw Wang Shigao hurry away too, probably wanting to avoid these troublemakers. The commotion in the classroom soon subsided, but the murmurs of the students still reached Jiang Yunpeng's ears. Now possessing third-tier strength, he could hear them even as they deliberately suppressed their voices. I'd bet 80% that Jiang Yunpeng was behind Yi Yuntian getting beaten up. Besides him, who else would dare cross someone from a prominent family? Jiang Yunpeng handled this in such an underhanded way. He's a sneaky, cunning bastard. We should keep our distance from people like him in the future. Honestly, I don't blame Jiang Yunpeng. Yi Yuntian beat up Zhou Yu and his 2 buddies yesterday. Jiang Yunpeng is their big brother. What's wrong with him getting revenge? Neither side seems like decent folks to me. Let them fight it out. Chapter 43, The Auction Preparing to Snag Bargains. Jiang Yunpeng twitched his lips upon hearing their discussion. Forget it, arguing with these people was pointless. He turned to Qin Zhan standing nearby. Qin Zhan had already withdrawn all the divine power surrounding him. Captain Qin, thank you. This has been quite a hassle for you. Jiang Yunpeng's words were exceedingly polite, but Qin Zhan didn't seem to mind. He waved it off. Compared to the reward you gave me, what I did was minimal. Besides, protecting you is my duty and it's for the future of China. With that, Qin Zhan's form gradually faded, vanishing into the shadows once more. Zhou Yu and his 2 companions felt vindicated. Though their actions bordered on bullying under the protection of a powerful ally, they were satisfied as long as it felt good. Given Yi Yuntian's vindictive nature, Jiang Yunpeng had braced himself for a battle of wits and courage. Yet he never imagined events would unfold so differently from his expectations. Over the past 2 days, when he and Zhou Yu went to the school, they discovered that several young masters from prominent families had all taken leave. They chose to avoid confrontation, unwilling to share the same space as Jiang Yunpeng. Yi Yuntian's lesson had been a stark warning. Jiang Yunpeng was no ordinary kid. He even knew how to leverage the Elders' Council to solidify his position. If they actually clashed with him, it would be the aristocratic youths who suffered the losses. Zhou Yu sighed, his voice tinged with weariness. This is pointless, utterly pointless. I thought Yi Yuntian might still seek trouble with brother Jiang, but he just took leave instead. Ah, how lonely it is to be invincible. Zhao Mengyu slapped him playfully, frowning. It's a blessing he's not picking on us. Why must we fight him?
She was, after all, a girl. How could she harbor thoughts of constant fighting and killing? Besides, they were all fellow Chinese. Killing each other only meant slaughtering their own kind. With all that free time, it'd be better to focus more energy on the battlefield, killing monsters.
Zhou Yu snorted twice, raising an eyebrow smugly.
I'm already at the 2nd tier, Jiang Yu. I'm warning you, watch your tone with me, or I'll knock you flat with one punch.
What? You're already tier 2?
His own perked up the moment he heard this. With Jiang Yunpeng's help and a contract with an SS-grade divine artifact, Zhou Yu was no ordinary player.
His rapid leveling left both of them staring with envy. Jiang Yunpeng hadn't been paying attention to Zhou Yu and the others bickering.
He stroked his chin, feeling that this matter wasn't as straightforward as it seemed. These aristocratic scions were acting far too suspicious. On the surface, they were requesting leave, deliberately avoiding him.
Who knew what underhanded schemes they might be plotting behind his back? They could very well be brewing something sinister, waiting to take him down.
He needed to prepare for the worst. Upon returning, he immediately sought out Feng Tao.
After hearing Jiang Yunpeng's concerns, Feng Tao fell into deep thought. He nodded solemnly. You're absolutely right. These aristocrats aren't trustworthy.
If they target you, we need to prepare early. Rest assured, I'll have people thoroughly investigate their movements these past few days.
With Feng Tao's assurance, Jiang Yunpeng felt completely at ease.
With the weekend approaching and no classes at Capital University, Jiang Yunpeng welcomed the leisure time to focus on enhancing his abilities at home. Right now, there were only 2 places he wanted to go, the battlefield and the secret realm. Unfortunately, his current strength was too low for the battlefield. It wasn't even worth mentioning. As for the secret realm, the incident that nearly cost Lu Xiao her life last time had left him hesitant.
After some thought, he decided against it.
He'd wait until his strength grew stronger before venturing in for more trials. After meditating all day, late into the night, just as Jiang Yunpeng was preparing to rest, Feng Tao arrived bearing some rather unpleasant news. After a full day of investigation, he found that these families were all honest and upright. He uncovered nothing. This was actually the worst possible outcome. If even he couldn't uncover anything, it meant their operations were concealed to the utmost degree.
Regardless, Yunpeng, you must be extra cautious from now on. Also, the Grand Elder asked me to tell you, tomorrow, you'll accompany the Elders' Council to the auction.
Use your abilities to see if you can snag any special divine artifacts at bargain prices.
Auctions fell outside the Elders' jurisdiction, typically organized independently by private parties.
This created an awkward situation. With no restrictions on nationality, artifacts came from both China and Western nations. Whether one could discern true value depended entirely on their discernment. Jiang Yunpeng had heard of the auction, but beyond the pocket money Feng Tao had given him, he didn't have a single penny to his name.
He held out his hand, asking for money outright. If I go to the auction, the Elders' Council will have to reimburse me, right? Feng Tao couldn't help but chuckle at his words. You're always so crafty, kid. Why would I take your money?
I've already prepared the funds and handed them over to Qin Zhan.
He'll be by your side.
You bid, and he'll pay.
Deal. Jiang Yunpeng felt elated inside. If he found another SSS-grade divine artifact, he'd first see if he could contract it. Truthfully, so far, he'd only used his abilities to help Zhou Yu and the other 2, plus Lu Xiao. It wasn't that he was selfish. Lower-tier divine artifacts were one thing, but higher-tier ones? One misstep could mean instant death. Ordinary divine-bound individuals? They weren't qualified.
Moreover, divine-bound individuals across the land who hadn't yet contracted divine artifacts were as numerous as cow hair. Screening each one was impossible. He could only wait for others to prove themselves.
Take Jiang Yunpeng, for instance. When he saw the dragon pattern square tripod displayed at the Elders' Council, he knew it could only be contracted by someone radiating purple aura. No matter how covetous he felt, he had no choice but to let it go. This auction provided the perfect opportunity to see if any divine artifacts caught his eye.
Having reached the 3rd tier, contracting another divine artifact should pose little difficulty. Even if he couldn't bind it now, he could keep it and attempt the binding later when he grew stronger.
Early the next morning,
Zhou Yu and the other 2 were already participating in the grueling training regimen led by the 2nd elder. The 3 of them went to the auction house, but they couldn't be of much help.
So they decided to keep them behind for grueling training.
Once these 3 grew powerful, they would become the strongest support behind Jiang Yunpeng.
Zhou Yu and the others had no objections. This was personal guidance from the 2nd elder. Others would beg for such an opportunity. How could they possibly refuse?
Jiang Yunpeng made a grand entrance on his way to the venue, accompanied by 2 escort vehicles, a clear sign of his high status.
Who could have guessed that the person inside the black stretch limousine was an 18-year-old student?
When Jiang Yunpeng stepped out, many passers-by shot him contemptuous glances. Just another well-connected kid, they thought.
Such a young punk riding in an executive limo? If he didn't have connections, they'd eat that car right then and there. Chapter 44, The Powerful Yu Family.
Completely oblivious, Jiang Yunpeng removed his sunglasses under the scornful stares of passers-by and strode into the auction hall alongside Qin Zhan, followed by 12 bodyguards. Witnessing his brazen demeanor, the crowd grew even more vocal.
What spoiled brat is this? So arrogant, parading around the capital with 12 bodyguards. Even the old aristocratic families couldn't match his display of wealth. Keep your voice down. His background is even more formidable than the aristocratic families. Do you know how the 4 great families of the capital went bankrupt? He was behind it. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember. He's that Jiang Yunpeng student, right? Heard the kids under the elders' personal protection. That's something else.
Qin Zhan overheard the passers-by's chatter and frowned.
These commoners had no clue about Jiang Yunpeng's true worth.
Their gossip made him feel distinctly uncomfortable.
Jiang Yunpeng remained utterly oblivious. After all,
If you weren't envied, you were mediocre.
And with the vast resources he'd secured, how could ordinary people not feel envy and jealousy?
When he arrived at the auction hall, the organizer was a young man with a gentle countenance. Spotting Jiang Yunpeng, he offered a mild smile, his narrow eyes studying him intently. Jiang Yunpeng, this is Yu Buxiao of the Yu family from the capital. His cultivation has reached the transcendent realm, ranking 10th on the genius list. The Yu family of the capital was also a fairly prominent clan. While they couldn't match the prestige of the Yi, Li, Zhou, or Wang families, their influence was still considerable.
And this is Mr. Jiang. Truly, great talents emerge in youth. Should the opportunity arise, you are most welcome to visit our Yu family estate.
Yu Buxiao spoke with an extremely humble demeanor, even extending his hand to shake Jiang Yunpeng's. Jiang Yunpeng accepted without refusal, offering a perfunctory nod before entering the VIP box with Qin Zhan. As the plenipotentiary representative of the Elders' Council, he naturally secured the best seats.
The VIP box could only accommodate 20 people.
After Qin Zhan settled in, he arranged for the remaining bodyguards to sit in the back row.
With half an hour left before the event began, they had arrived rather early. Jiang Yunpeng, what do you make of Yu Buxiao?
Qin Zhan deliberately broached the subject in front of Jiang Yunpeng, wary that he might be deceived by Yu Buxiao's outward appearance.
Jiang Yunpeng toyed with the gold card in his hand, stroked his chin, and snorted derisively. Nothing but a smiling tiger. He's powerful, even used divine power to probe me during our handshake. Too bad he didn't find anything.
The instant Yu Buxiao activated his divine power, Jiang Yunpeng had deliberately allowed a trace of Xiaozhou's demonic energy to overflow from his contract space. The moment Yu Buxiao touched that energy, he ceased his probing.
He wasn't stupid.
Faced with such an extremely abnormal state, he naturally withdrew immediately.
What if it was a restriction set by one of the elders? Touching it could very well turn him to ash.
Qin Zhan hadn't anticipated Jiang Yunpeng uttering such words. It truly exceeded his expectations. At only 18 years old, Jiang Yunpeng possessed such insight into people, especially considering the Elders' Council stood firmly by his side.
To remain unpretentious, unhurried, and unarrogant was already exceptionally rare.
Had he received the same treatment as Jiang Yunpeng, who knew how high his head might have gotten? In his previous life, Jiang Yunpeng had endured over a decade as a corporate drone, long since growing indifferent to worldly matters. Having encountered every type of person imaginable, he'd seen demons and monsters of every kind.
Lu Xiao arrived at the auction venue with the clock ticking.
By the time she entered, only 3 minutes remained. Qin Zhan spotted her and scolded her with a cold expression.
Where the hell were you? As Jiang Yunpeng's personal bodyguard, how could you leave him? Jiang Yunpeng glanced at Lu Xiao.
Her exquisitely shaped brows were slightly furrowed, radiating an aura of low pressure. Whoever had provoked her was clearly in trouble.
She snorted. I'm here now, aren't I? Some reckless foreigners blocked my way outside, so I taught them a lesson. Don't forget your primary duty is to protect Yunpeng.
Conserving your divine power is essential to ensuring his safety. Qin Zhan strongly disapproved of her causing trouble outside.
Even though he disliked these foreigners, he knew now wasn't the time for confrontation.
Lu Xiao was more powerful than Qin Zhan, yet he remained her superior.
She couldn't argue back, only nodding silently.
The auction only had 3 VIP boxes available each time. Without connections or clout, it was nearly impossible to get in.
In the adjacent VIP box, number 2, the young heirs of Beijing's 4 major families had gathered. Yi Yuntian sat below Yi Songhai.
He whispered, "Big brother, none of the elders are here this time. Only Qin Zhan, Lu Xiao, and those useless ones remain.
When will Alice make her move? What's the rush?" Yi Songhai sneered, his gaze drifting toward the auction podium. Don't break the Yu family's rules. They're not just any ordinary clan. Yi Yuntian took a deep breath, clenching his fists as a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. I understand.
Once the auction ends, I'll make sure he has no place to be buried. The auction hall's large screen displayed the final minute countdown.
As the timer ended, a dazzling golden divine power erupted suddenly. 18 graceful beauties, each dressed in dark blue capeos, appeared on the auction stage. Each possessed unique charm, their every smile and frown utterly captivating.
Standing at the very center of the auction hall was a girl of about 18. Petite and adorable, she wore traditional Chinese attire, her long hair tied into two small buns. When she smiled, two adorable little fangs peeked out. Holding the microphone, her crisp voice echoed throughout the entire venue.
Welcome to the auction.
The auction catalogs have been distributed to all attendees. Please review the rules carefully.
Any violation will result in disqualification from participation. Repeated violations may result in removal from the auction. As she spoke, she bounced around playfully, winking mischievously at the crowd.
Jiang Yunpeng, however, keenly sensed her divine power. This girl was no ordinary girl.
She's Yu Linger from the Yu family.
Her strength is formidable, also a 10th tier cultivator.
Lu Xiao, I recall her ranking is even higher than yours, right?
As Qin Zhan spoke, he glanced at Lu Xiao beside him.
Though Lu Xiao was slightly older than Yu Linger, her strength couldn't match hers.
Lu Xiao, already seething from her fight with the foreigners, perked up at Qin Zhan's words. I contracted the victory sword back then, and my divine power has been declining ever since.
Otherwise, I would have knocked her off the genius rankings long ago.
Jiang Yunpeng paid little attention to Lu Xiao's defiant words, instead opening the auction manual to review the regulations. The rules were nothing new, no forcibly seizing items won by others, and even if conflict arose, it must never occur within the auction hall. No reckless bidding was permitted, nor could anyone bid beyond their means. Chapter 45, Aggressive bidding shocks the crowd. Violating any of these rules would result in permanent blacklisting, barring future auction attendance. Those seated in the VIP box required no financial verification, but all ordinary attendees had undergone a thorough screening and paid a deposit. This ensures that once a bid is placed, there is absolutely no chance of reneging on payment.
Very well, ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to today's first lot.
Yu Linger clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked toward the first beauty. This woman, with her delicate, willow-like grace, stepped forward.
As she moved, a platform rose abruptly from beneath her feet.
Upon the platform sat a massive tray bearing a divine artifact. Yet this artifact appeared utterly ordinary, a tattered piece of red silk. The silk was uneven in length, dusty and stained, yet faint crimson divine energy emanated from both ends. Wherever the divine energy touched, two clusters of fiery flames ignited. This was precisely why the artifact was being auctioned, though its true nature remained unknown. Perhaps someone knowledgeable would bid on it.
Lu Xiao frowned at the sight of the red silk. This tattered piece of red silk is considered a divine artifact? I've never seen anything like it before. Jiang Yunpeng, do you have any idea what it is?
It wasn't her fault. Scouring the entire Western world, one couldn't find a divine artifact this peculiar.
Its grade was certainly not very high.
The moment Jiang Yunpeng saw the red silk, he had a hunch. When he opened his all-knowing eye, his suspicions were confirmed. Chaotic Heaven Brocade SS, the divine artifact of Prince Neza, a supreme treasure of the immortals.
Possessing boundless divine power, it can bind demons and slay evil spirits. Light as a cicada's wing yet tough as steel.
When combined with the heavenly circles and the wind fire wheels, its quality can be upgraded to SSS. Reading the all-knowing eye's description, Jiang Yunpeng nearly gasped in astonishment. This heaven-shrouding brocade truly surpassed his expectations. It seemed he would need to gather the other two artifacts to unleash its full, most formidable power. He absolutely had to secure this heaven-shaking brocade.
Yu Linger, seeing little reaction below, was unsurprised.
She smiled lightly. The starting bid for this artifact is 1 million.
Gentlemen, the bidding begins.
Almost the instant Yu Linger finished speaking, Jiang Yunpeng raised his paddle.
2 million.
The VIP box seats were positioned at the front, offering a clear view of who occupied them.
Hearing Jiang Yunpeng's bid, Yi Tsunhai turned to look.
Yi Yuntian, hearing Jiang Yunpeng intended to spend money on this thing, couldn't resist mocking him.
He actually plans to spend 2 million on this piece of junk? Is he out of his mind? Lu Xiao hadn't expected Jiang Yunpeng to be so decisive. She hurriedly asked, Jiang Yunpeng, why on earth are you bidding on this? Do you even have that kind of money?
Jiang Yunpeng gave a devilish grin at her words, casually flashing the gold card in his hand before her.
See this? The elders gave it to me. They told me to spend it however I want.
You little cheapskate, move aside.
Lu Xiao never imagined the elders would actually give Jiang Yunpeng a gold card.
These gold cards could mobilize billions in funds.
Participating in this auction was pure gambling. Hadn't the elders spoiled Jiang Yunpeng a bit too much?
Though she thought this, envy welled up inside her. Her monthly allowance was a mere 100,000 yuan.
She couldn't bid on anything, forced to sit idly by Jiang Yunpeng's side. 3 million.
Zhou Ximin from the Zhou family immediately raised her paddle to match.
Wang Shigao was puzzled to see Zhou Ximin competing with Jiang Yunpeng.
Miss Zhou, there's no need to compete with Jiang Yunpeng over a momentary impulse.
This shoddy thing, even if we win it, we wouldn't know how to activate it. I guess its quality is only around A or B grade. Not so, Zhou Ximin replied, her gaze fixed on Jiang Yunpeng with a hint of scrutiny.
She patiently explained, don't forget what Jiang Yunpeng contracted during his livestream. It was also a piece of cloth like junk, yet it turned out to be SSS grade. If Jiang Yunpeng dared bid so high, this thing might actually hold some value.
Zhou Siming's explanation caught them off guard.
Li He, however, agreed wholeheartedly.
Then let's bid. The four major families shouldn't doubt it were no match for a single Jiang Yunpeng. It was no surprise to Jiang Yunpeng that the four major families of the capital would intervene. If they didn't cause him trouble, what kind of major families would they be?
Since these people were determined to go all out against him, he might as well skip the middleman.
He bellowed, 20 million. The moment that figure hit the air, every bidder seated in the regular sections gasped in shock.
They had planned to compete with Jiang Yunpeng in the middle stages, but who could have anticipated this madman throwing out such a staggering bid?
Yu Linger was startled too, instantly adding over 10 million. Could this red silk really be worth that much? Doubts began to surface in her mind. Lu Xiao's eyes widened. Jiang Yunpeng, you're insane. Spending 20 million on this thing? Do you even know how contracts work? I don't know.
Jiang Yunpeng shrugged indifferently, his voice dripping with sarcasm.
I just have money. What can I say?
When people have money, they tend to indulge in revenge spending.
You get it, right? Jiang Yunpeng's words left Lu Xiao almost speechless. Zhou Siming hadn't expected him to drive the price this high either.
The Zhou family had only prepared 100 million yuan, and they still needed to bid on other items.
If they continued to stall with Jiang Yunpeng, who knew how high he'd drive the price?
After a moment's thought, she tentatively offered a counter.
30 million. Jiang Yunpeng raised his paddle again. 50 million.
His bidding was swift and decisive, as if money were nothing more than worthless paper to him.
In truth, the price Jiang Yunpeng was offering was incredibly advantageous. If he could truly acquire an SS-grade divine artifact and learn its binding method, it would be practically free. Many noble families were selling their binding methods for far more than that. What was a mere 50 million?
Yu Linger was, after all, an 18-year-old girl.
She'd never seen anything like this before.
She stared at Jiang Yunpeng as if he were a madman. Only a madman would bid like that. Her gaze shifted toward the seats occupied by the four great families, and Zhou Siming hesitated.
If she raised the bid and Jiang Yunpeng dropped out, wouldn't she be throwing away over 50 million? She bit her lip, then ultimately abandoned her bid.
In her heart, Yu Linger gave the Zhou family members a mental thumbs up. Continuing to bid higher was clearly not a wise move. With this divine artifact, the Yu family had already screened everything. There was no way they'd miss out on anything worthwhile.
She shot Jiang Yunpeng a sympathetic glance. Spending 50 million on such junk? Ridiculous. Thoughts aside, she brought down the gavel.
50 million once, 50 million twice, 50 million 3 times. Congratulations to Jiang Yunpeng on securing the first divine artifact sold at this auction. Chapter 46, Securing the Heaven Chaos Brocade, the Eternal Spear emerges. After the auction concluded, the first beauty glided into the VIP box with a tray, placing the heaven-shaking brocade directly on Jiang Yunpeng's table.
Before departing, she blew him a kiss. Jiang Yunpeng didn't even bother to lift his head, instead scrutinizing the crimson silk with intense focus.
The red silk felt surprisingly light in his hand, yet its texture was remarkably stiff, truly peculiar.
Lu Xiao's eyelid twitched. She still couldn't grasp it. Jiang Yunpeng, what were you thinking? This thing isn't worth much. Why did you have to spend 50 million? You can't put a price on what I want, you understand?
With that, Jiang Yunpeng happily instructed Xinjiang to secure the heaven-shaking brocade. This must never fall into others' hands. For the next 4 or 5 divine artifacts that followed, Jiang Yunpeng didn't bid on any of them. They were all Western artifacts, which was fine enough, but the highest grade was only a class. Unless he'd lost his mind, he wouldn't continue bidding. Yu Linger had intended to urge Jiang Yunpeng to keep bidding, but he'd only made that one move. It seemed Jiang Yunpeng truly acted on impulse.
The four great families had already prepared to clash with Jiang Yunpeng to the death. Who knew he'd stop bidding, wasting all their scheming for nothing?
By the time the 10th item came up for auction, every breath in the hall was held. They never imagined such a breathtakingly beautiful divine artifact could appear. It was a gun of extraordinary design, standing roughly 2 meters tall and radiating a terrifying aura of power. Its handle was inlaid with over a dozen multicolored gems that shimmered brilliantly under the lights. The muzzle periodically erupted with bursts of divine energy and intensely concentrated force, dark purple in hue. The moment Lu Xiao saw this divine artifact, her eyes lit up. Good heavens, this divine power is terrifying. Even I can sense it. Jiang Yunpeng, are you going to bid? This is incredible. Yu Linger glanced at the auction hall, now in a frenzy, and a satisfied smile curved her lips. Truthfully, even the Yu family didn't know what this spear was, and given its distinctly sinister nature, they decided to auction it off. Hearing Lu Xiao's words, Jiang Yunpeng shook his head, his sharp gaze filled with disgust. I wouldn't want this thing even if it were given to me for free. He had already opened his all-knowing eye and knew exactly what this thing was. Eternal Spear SSS, commissioned by the dark god Loki and forged by dwarves as a weapon to be offered to Odin. Its hilt is crafted from the world tree. Having slumbered for millennia, it contains dark power that can only be contracted by descendants of the god King Odin. It absorbs the souls of failed contractors to nourish itself, with a limit of 3 souls at a time.
Otherwise, the spear's shaft cannot withstand the immense force and will shatter completely. Jiang Yunpeng's words caught Lu Xiao off guard. She immediately sensed something. Is this a Western divine artifact?
Only when confronted with Western divine artifacts did Jiang Yunpeng reveal such profound disgust.
He made no attempt to conceal it, simply nodding in acknowledgement. It is indeed a Western divine artifact. Coincidentally, I know its origins.
His voice was low, yet it carried clearly throughout the hall.
All eyes turned toward Jiang Yunpeng, including Yu Lingers.
She hadn't expected Jiang Yunpeng to know the origins of this object.
What utter nonsense!
Young man, you mustn't mislead others.
An elderly man with snow-white hair rose from VIP box number 3.
Xin Zhan was momentarily surprised to see this man.
Xin Changming, a retired professor from Capital University, what was he doing here? Wait, why were all the people seated beside him foreigners, members of the Alice Group?
A sudden realization struck him, and his expression darkened to the extreme.
Jiang Yunpeng's face mirrored his own.
A professor like Qin Changming, with his biased views, had surely joined the Western camp. Alice spotted Jiang Yunpeng and waved at him in a friendly manner, offering a greeting.
Jiang Yunpeng, what a surprise to run into you here. I'm curious, what insights do you have to share? Why not enlighten us all?
Yi Yuntian hadn't expected Alice to jump in at this moment.
Why was he asking Jiang Yunpeng something out of the blue? What kind of pearls could come out of the mouth of a beast like Jiang Yunpeng?
Jiang Yunpeng hadn't intended to say much, but seeing Alice gave them an excellent idea. He would not only reveal the origin of this gun but also tell them how to contract it. Using a divine artifact from Western mythology to utterly annihilate these Westerners, that would be the most brilliant outcome.
Fine, I'm not afraid to tell you.
This gun is the weapon of the god King Odin, known as the Eternal Spear. All you need to do is drip blood onto it to bind the contract.
Don't be shy.
After saying this, Jiang Yunpeng couldn't be bothered to notice the sudden change in their expressions. Xin Zhan, in particular, never expected that upon hearing the name Eternal Spear, his face would darken.
Yunpeng, how could you reveal such critical information to these foreigners? The Eternal Spear is rumored to be an SSS-grade divine artifact. This is practically handing Western forces a major advantage.
Jiang Yunpeng remained impassive, wearing an enigmatic smile.
Captain Qin, don't worry. They won't be able to keep it.
Never mind the improbability of Odin, the god king, having descendants in this world. Even if they did, by the time they found it, the spear of Odin would have been seized by other greedy individuals, leading to its complete destruction.
Lu Xiao had no clue what Jiang Yunpeng was playing at. She doubted, you're not just spouting nonsense, are you? How could it possibly be the Eternal Spear? Xin Changming burst into laughter upon hearing Jiang Yunpeng's words.
His face, etched with deep wrinkles, twisted into a repulsive grin.
This isn't Odin's spear at all, it's Athena's weapon. Purple is Athena's signature color. I knew it was a Western artifact all along. This information was readily available on the market.
Seen in this light, the spear did indeed resemble Athena's.
Jiang Yunpeng couldn't be bothered to engage with old Deng. Given the divine power of this artifact, a huge crowd would surely follow. Sure enough, just as he'd anticipated, Alice made his move.
The divine weapon ultimately sold for 280 million, and that was with only a handful of bidders competing. In the end, Alice secured the Eternal Spear. Such a divine artifact was beyond the reach of mortals. She could only arrange for a divine mandate bearer to carry it over.
Eris was ecstatic. He hurriedly asked, Professor Qin, do you have any method to help me form a contract with it? Its grade was undeniably high, certainly an SSS-tier divine artifact. How could Alice let it slip to another?
Qin Shangming stroked his beard with a smug look.
Athena is the goddess of war.
I suspect you'll need to battle this artifact. Use your strength to subdue it, and you'll surely earn the right to form a contract.
Eris couldn't possibly believe it entirely. He called over a nearby bodyguard. You hold this gun and fight it. Chapter 47, Truth Unmasked. After acquiring the Eternal Spear, Alice naturally wanted to test its divine power immediately. This was entirely within Jiang Yunpeng's expectations, though he hadn't anticipated Alice would be foolish enough to actually believe Qin Shengming's words. A meaningful smile spread across his face. The Eternal Spear was inherently vicious. Engaging it in combat would only lead to more casualties.
The VIP box where Alice and his group sat was adjacent to a vast plaza. The walls surrounding this plaza were all forged from special steel, making it the perfect location for testing divine artifacts. Each year, some buyers demanded on-site verification of the divine artifacts sold at the auction, necessitating the organizers to clear this venue in advance. Yu Linger continued hosting the auction, though most eyes were fixed on Alice. They too wanted to see whether this divine artifact was truly Athena's spear or, as Jiang Yunpeng claimed, the weapon of the god King Odin. The remaining divine artifacts all sold for millions, yet none had satisfied Jiang Yunpeng. Their grades were simply too low. Purchasing them would serve little purpose.
Following Alice's command, the bodyguards carried the spear onto the square, where it hovered mid-air. Its imposing aura was beyond description. This bodyguard was a 10th tier powerhouse. Dealing with a divine artifact should be a breeze. With that thought, he channeled the radiant divine power coursing through his body. A golden, gleaming armor appeared on his chest. This must be the divine artifact he had contracted.
Jiang Yunpeng glanced at it. Unfortunately, it was only S-grade armor. How could it possibly withstand the SSS-grade Eternal Spear?
Just as he suspected, the moment the bodyguard's divine power struck the Eternal Spear, it shattered like thunder cleaving darkness. The Eternal Spear instantly unfurled its black divine force field, enveloping the entire plaza. The overwhelming divine power unleashed a howling tempest within the chamber, where surging currents of air converged and compressed at the plaza's center. Even the floor, forged from the finest steel, began to crack, fissures spreading across its surface. Beneath this oppressive darkness of divine power, a towering figure suddenly materialized. Clothed in a long robe and wielding the Eternal Spear, the god of light, Fry, stood above him. Surrounded by his divine retinue, he was none other than Odin, the god king. Beneath his feet lay the world tree. Fenrir the giant wolf's earth-shattering howl summoned thunder to the world. The beast lunged at Odin, its jaws snapping toward him. In the rear, the world serpent Jormungandr battled the thunder god Thor, a true clash of the gods. Alice was utterly stunned.
How could he not recognize Odin, the king of the gods? The moment Odin appeared, the entire auction hall fell silent, filled only with the overwhelming aura emanating from the Eternal Spear.
They never imagined this could truly be the weapon wielded by Odin. The god king Jiang Yunpeng had guessed correctly. Yu Bushao stared at the vision unfolding in the square, filled with regret so deep it felt like his guts were turning green. Had he known this belonged to Odin, the god king, he would never have put it up for auction.
This was an SSS-grade divine artifact.
He must have lost his mind to put it up for auction.
Damn it all.
He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fury. Such an incredibly powerful divine artifact, and he'd let it slip away to those Westerners for nothing. Jiang Yunpeng remained impassive, his gaze sweeping past the square to the bodyguard pinned to the ground.
This bodyguard's 10th tier strength was utterly insignificant. His act of provocation only served to further enrage Odin.
Put! Before he could even scream, his body dissolved into a pool of blood, his soul absorbed into the Eternal Spear.
Jiang Yunpeng counted with interest. Number 1. Lu Xiao had just recovered from her shock when she heard Jiang Yunpeng's inexplicable remark. Suppressing her excitement, she whispered, Jiang Yunpeng, what do you mean, the first one? Honestly, I never imagined this bodyguard would be so bold. Even if Qin Changming guessed correctly that it was Athena's divine spear, he still shouldn't have provoked it like that. She muttered these words under her breath, while Qin Zhan sucked in a sharp breath. When Jiang Yunpeng learned the rank and name of the Eternal Spear, he chose not to intervene. Could this divine artifact hold some other peculiarity?
The bodyguard's death caused the Eternal Spear's manifestation to erupt with even greater ferocity. This heart-stopping, unsettling force spread throughout the entire venue. Alice could barely suppress her wildly racing heartbeat. Qin Changming's face drained of color. He never imagined that Jiang Yunpeng, that little bastard, had been right. He had gambled everything, his fortune and reputation, to finally stand on Alice's side.
Yet Jiang Yunpeng had meddled, failing before he could succeed.
Failing to discern even this divine artifact, he would never gain the favor of the Western Church backing Alice.
His hatred for Jiang Yunpeng boiled over to the extreme. He wanted to rush over and strangle the boy.
Yu Linger spoke up at just the right moment. If Alice and his group continued their antics, the remaining items for today's auction would surely be ruined. Mr. Alice, please consider how to return the Eternal Spear to its slumber.
We must proceed with the auction.
Only then did Alice snap back to reality, suddenly recalling Jiang Yunpeng's words. The contract required blood.
He certainly didn't want to be taken down by these people during the binding ritual.
After a moment's thought, he could only instruct Xiu Lai Si to intervene.
Su Lai Si, employ your sealing techniques.
Do not disturb the other auction guests. The man summoned wore a half-silver mask, revealing only blood-red eyes. Shrouded entirely in black robes, he strode slowly toward the Eternal Spear, his footsteps leaving trails of security guard blood in the mud. Su Lai showed no sign of tension. With a surge of divine power, over 100 silver chains erupted from behind him. At his command, they surged toward the Eternal Spear.
In an instant,
all the strange phenomena in the air vanished. The Eternal Spear's terrifying divine power was suppressed with a single, effortless gesture. Jiang Yunpeng immediately activated his all-seeing eye. He was genuinely curious, what divine artifact did this man wield to possess such power? Soul Binding Chains SSS, a family heirloom of the vampire hunter Van Helsing lineage. Baptized in holy water, they suppress demonic and divine powers. The more descendants inherit them, the greater the power they wield. Seeing the purpose of the soul binding chains, Jiang Yunpeng found himself genuinely impressed. What a pity! This item likely shared the same restriction as Odin's spear, only their descendants could inherit it. This was the limitation of Western mythology, its excessive emphasis on bloodline. In contrast, Chinese divine artifacts had only one condition for binding: the capable shall possess them.
As long as you possess the ability, you could form a contract.
For instance, Qin Zhan had contracted both the Shield of Zhu Rong and the Axe of Xing Tian, two incredibly formidable artifacts that ordinary individuals could never master.
Only someone with Qin Zhan's extraordinary talent could fuse them into his own power. Chapter 48, A Single Strand of Hemp Rope, The Binding of Immortals. The subsequent auction proceeded much more smoothly. Without the Eternal Sphere's interference, the participants could finally relax and continue bidding.
The four great families of the capital spent heavily, snagging numerous bargains. Unfortunately, in Jiang Yunpeng's eyes, everything they acquired was nothing but trash. By the time the final divine artifact appeared, everyone present had lost interest. The tray held nothing but a section of hemp rope, about the length of an arm. The rope showed no signs of being extraordinary, lacking even a trace of divine power.
Its only peculiarity was its ability to stretch and retract effortlessly.
Yu Linger, noticing the expressions on everyone's faces, looked slightly embarrassed.
Based on its properties, it is indeed a divine artifact.
Those interested may purchase it for collection.
Starting bid, 100,000.
Jiang Yunpeng was also taken aback the moment he saw the hemp rope.
What exactly was this thing?
Suspicious, he activated his all-knowing eye. When he saw the description, his lips twitched.
Binding Immortal Rope SS, one of the Supreme Elder Lord's magical artifacts. It can capture demons and evil spirits, seize the 5 great fiends, bind dragons, and subdue giant turtles.
Any living creature bound by the binding immortal rope will instantly lose its divine power. The description of the immortal binding rope was followed by the binding and releasing incantations. Finally, Jiang Yunpeng understood why so many divine artifacts in Huaxia remained unrecognized. If he hadn't possessed the all-knowing eye, who could have guessed that this humble hemp rope was actually the immortal binding rope? This SS-grade divine artifact had fallen into such a state truly pitiful and lamentable. This final divine artifact drew no interest whatsoever, with not a single bidder raising their hand.
Jiang Yunpeng calmly raised his paddle. 110,000. He certainly didn't want anyone else competing for such a small item. His bid drew many curious glances.
Lu Xiao asked, Jiang Yunpeng, could it be you know what this divine artifact is?
Others pricked up their ears as well.
They couldn't shake the feeling that Jiang Yunpeng was no ordinary man. How else could he have known with such precision that the previous shot belonged to Odin, the God King?
Jiang Yunpeng shrugged, wearing a carefree expression.
No idea. But this hemp rope looks pretty fun. I could buy it to tie up my dog.
His words instantly drained the others of any desire to compete. They didn't doubt Jiang Yunpeng was lying after all. Teenagers were at that age where they like to show off. Jiang Yunpeng had always acted flamboyantly, otherwise he wouldn't have casually mentioned the SSS Grade Odin Divine Rifle in front of so many people just now.
Seeing only Jiang Yunpeng bidding, Yu Linger asked again, does anyone else wish to bid?
Scanning the room and finding no further bids, she tapped the gavel 3 times, signaling for the item to be delivered to Jiang Yunpeng. Selling this divine artifact was a huge loss. Their costs alone had run into the millions. Most of the Yu family's resources were acquired through sheer financial investment, not to mention the exorbitant expenses of exploring secret realms to acquire such divine treasures. Once the heaven-binding rope was brought over, Jiang Yunpeng instructed Qin Zhan to secure it away.
He planned to present both items to the elders upon their return. Qin Zhan sighed. I'm sure the elders will ask you about the Eternal Spear.
You'd better think carefully about how to explain it to them. After all, Jiang Yunpeng had recognized what it was, and allowing Westerners to snatch such a treasure was simply unacceptable.
Don't worry. If the elders knew my intentions, they'd be grinning from ear to ear. I know my limits.
Jiang Yunpeng spoke in a voice so low only Qin Zhan could hear, piquing the latter's curiosity.
What exactly was Jiang Yunpeng up to?
He'd have to wait until they returned to find out. Alice was richly rewarded, clutching the eternal spear sealed by the soul binding chain with obvious delight. Once he boarded the plane with Xiu Lai Si, he watched Jiang Yunpeng and his group begin to walk away. A sinister smile spread across his face.
Tell him start the operation.
His mood was at its peak. Jiang Yunpeng would soon meet his end at their hands. Meanwhile, the bodyguards assigned to protect Jiang Yunpeng had already formed a line, escorting him personally to the car as they prepared to return. Lu Xiao sat beside him, twirling the binding rope like noodles. Her tone was mocking, tinged with smug satisfaction. Jiang Yunpeng, never thought you'd misjudge things.
Spending 110,000 on a piece of rope? I'm truly impressed.
It's too early to admire me, Jiang Yunpeng replied, adopting the air of a reclusive sage.
You'll understand my deeper meaning in time.
Lu Xiao snorted coldly. Stop trying to act superior in front of me.
You're just a student too. What are you trying to pull?
Before Jiang Yunpeng could retort, the driver up front suddenly let out a startled cry.
How can there be such thick fog on a clear day?
Jiang Yunpeng's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly glanced out the window. Outside, everything had turned into a white haze.
Thick fog seeped through the gaps in the car body. Bad news. Stop the cars immediately.
Qin Zhan shouted urgently, ordering all vehicles in front, behind, and beside them to halt.
Driving through such thick fog could spell disaster if anything went wrong.
Jiang Yunpeng pulled out his phone, only to find the signal completely gone.
Something was terribly wrong.
Such terrifying fog was impossible in this weather.
They were under attack. But who was behind it? The four great families? Or Alice's people? They still didn't know. Jiang Yunpeng frowned. The fog was thickening rapidly, reducing visibility to just a meter. In a few more minutes, they wouldn't even be able to see the people around them. Jiang Yunpeng, get over here. Don't wander off.
Xinjiang shouted, only to turn and find Jiang Yunpeng, who had been standing right behind him moments ago, vanished. Startled, Xinjiang nearly bit his tongue.
He immediately asked Lu Xiao. Where did Jiang Yunpeng go? Weren't you with him just now? Lu Xiao also began searching frantically.
She scanned the area around the vehicle but found no trace of Jiang Yunpeng. Oh no, Captain Xin, Jiang Yunpeng seems to have vanished.
Damn it!
Xinjiang exclaimed, his expression turning grim. Quickly use your divine power to dispel this mist.
Find a way to send a message to the Elders' Council. These beasts were targeting Jiang Yunpeng today. Xinjiang, what's not clear?
Most likely, Jiang Yunpeng had made too striking an impression today, earning the enmity of these men. Or perhaps the four great families had long sought his life. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunpeng found himself plunged into a pitch-black void where he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face. He stood motionless, scanning the area with his eyes. Not a sound reached him, nor did he see Xinjiang or the others. Chapter 49, Ambushed, Xiaojiu steps in. It seemed he was the only one brought into this space.
He immediately activated the all-seeing eye. Silent Space Technique SSS, a single-use consumable requiring immense divine power to activate.
Creates a 10-mile radius space.
Unless the caster is killed, all trapped within will be forged into the caster's puppets.
Jiang Yunpeng felt a chill run through him.
To deal with him, they'd even resorted to an SSS grade formation. What a grand gesture.
His sharp gaze swept the area.
Show yourself. How long do you plan to hide? Ha 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 ha. I never imagined you, boy, would be this perceptive.
Soon, all your divine power will be at this old man's command.
Hearing the deep, resonant voice, Jiang Yunpeng instantly realized. He frowned. You're Chinese?
Using such despicable, shameless tactics against your own kind, well done. This remark struck a nerve with the old man, who roared in fury.
What do you know? Oomph. You possess extraordinary talent, having contracted an SSS-grade divine artifact from the very start of your journey.
I've spent half my life striving to attain my current power. A genius like you, if I don't kill you, my hatred will never be appeased.
Jiang Yunpeng suddenly understood. So all this time, he's just a defense-breaking freak.
It all boiled down to jealousy of his power. And this was the only way he could prove his loyalty to his superiors.
Oomph. You old fool. Only your age saves you from my scorn. Otherwise, a traitor like you deserves 100 executions.
His words dripped with scorn, yet his gaze remained fixed on the shifting shadows around him. He still didn't know what tactics the old man would use to finish him off, nor from which direction he might strike. His position was utterly passive.
He could only hope this tactic would force old Deng out into the open. You insolent brat. Today you shall learn the might of this old man transcendence technique.
The voice in the void paused, then an endless torrent of divine power surged toward Jiang Yunpeng. He felt his very soul tremble.
This overwhelming divine force rendered him nearly immobile. This old man's cultivation level seemed to surpass even the 10th tier, his power likely reaching the transcendent realm.
Seeing Jiang Yunpeng still stubbornly resisting, the old man roared with laughter.
Ignorant brat. You dare rely on divine power to hold out? Little do you know, my transformation technique can seep into your divine energy itself, draining every last ounce of it inch by inch.
Soon, your body and memories will belong entirely to me.
What does it matter if you were once a prodigy?
In the end, you've merely served as a stepping stone for me. Jiang Yunpeng couldn't be bothered to listen to this nonsense any longer. It was time to test Xiaojiu's power. He had bound Xiaojiu to his contract, waiting precisely for this day. Xinjiang and Lu Xiao couldn't possibly stay by his side 24 hours a day, but Xiaojiu was different. Within his contract space, he could summon her at any moment. With a flicker of his thoughts, a fiery red orb suddenly exploded into the dark space. The orb dispersed, revealing a nine-tailed fox. Its form swelled dramatically as it yawned, then turned its gaze toward Jiang Yunpeng. Master, your power is far too weak. How could even a space like this bind you? Xiaojiu's 9 tails whipped violently, releasing 9 fox flames from their tips like crimson lotuses.
These fox flames landed in all directions, completely dissolving the divine power that had imprisoned Jiang Yunpeng.
The old man's voice trembled with disbelief.
He shrieked in terror, how is this possible? You! How could you possibly command this 9-tailed fiend to serve you? How ignorant! Jiang Yunpeng shook his head, issuing a command to Xiaojiu. Kill! Without mercy! Since transforming into human form, Xiaojiu's power had surged dramatically.
She'd been itching for a chance to unleash it, and now she'd finally get to stretch her legs.
Demons possessed innate physiques far superior to humans. Though Xiaojiu was only at the transcendent realm, she could easily overpower those above it. How could the old man possibly withstand her? Its massive form charged through the space with reckless abandon.
Within moments, the dark void shattered under its impact.
Within the void, the old man's voice roared with fury. I'll kill you. This is the culmination of my life's work, and you dare. As the words fell, a devastating gale of energy surged toward Jiang Yunpeng. Jiang didn't even attempt to dodge. Xiaojiu collided with blinding speed into his back. Crack! Xiaojiu's immense force sent the figure flying backward. As it charged forward, its tail swept out, sending the airborne figure spinning like a top.
The figure struggled to rise from the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. It was an old man with a face full of deep wrinkles, his skin almost piled up in folds, making him resemble a dried-out orange peel.
He opened his mouth wide and let out two hoarse cries of awe.
Only then did Jiang Yunpeng notice several chunks of flesh spilling from his mouth, likely shattering his internal organs in the collision.
Jiang Yunpeng couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, old fool, couldn't you have a shred of self-awareness? No real power, yet you let others use you as cannon fodder. You deserve to die.
Hearing this, the old man's blood surged, his eyes reddening.
The black cage shattered into countless fragments, and an intensely thick fog poured in. Jiang Yunpeng also heard Lu Xiao's voice. Where the hell did Jiang Yunpeng run off to? I'm worried sick. If anything happens to him, my life won't be enough to make amends.
Her words were sincere. Every member of the Lu family combined held less value than Jiang Yunpeng alone. Xin Zhan's voice remained steady. Alright, don't forget Jiang Yunpeng has the nine-tailed fox. It will protect him.
Let's not worry too much.
Lu Xiao was on the verge of tears, but hearing this calmed her somewhat. In the thick fog, visibility was nearly zero.
Jiang Yunpeng shouted to them. I'm here.
After saying this, he turned his gaze toward Xiaojiu, his eyes filled with murderous intent.
Xiaojiu, don't let him escape. And while you're at it, break the space for me. The old man fled the instant the black space shattered. Having lived most of his life, how could he possibly choose death? Xiaojiu gracefully spun once, instantly transforming into human form.
She fluttered her eyelashes at Jiang Yunpeng, her enchanting expression enough to make one's bones go weak. Clasping her hands together, she silently recited an incantation. 9 tails fluttered behind her, breathtakingly beautiful, as towering flames erupted from her fingertips. Xin Zhan and Lu Xiao heard Jiang Yunpeng's voice and noticed with astonishment that the mist swirling around them was being completely dispelled by the flames. Within moments, visibility cleared within a 10-meter radius. Seeing Jiang Yunpeng unharmed, Lu Xiao breathed a deep sigh of relief. Tears still glistened on her cheeks, making her look both pitiable and endearing.
Chapter 50, killed instantly, no clues left.
Seeing Lu Xiao like this, Jiang Yunpeng teased, what's wrong?
You weren't crying because you were worried about me, were you? Relax, with Xiaojiu protecting me, how could anything happen to me? Lu Xiao huffed indignantly, who cares about you?
I was worried we wouldn't get out, wasting my 10th tier power for nothing. Jiang Yunpeng knew she was just putting on a brave front and didn't tease her further. Xiaojiu had already finished chanting the incantation, and 2 golden lotus flowers suddenly appeared beneath her feet. Using the wind's force, she stepped onto the lotuses and soared upward. Spinning in midair, 9 fiery orbs erupted from her hands.
Break!
Her crimson lips parted as golden light flashed in her eyes. Behind her, a blazing orb brighter than the sun erupted. She dove through the air, her form already landing in the northwest direction.
The surrounding mist dissipated, revealing Jiang Yunpeng's actions in stark clarity.
5 fingers transformed into razor-sharp claws, effortlessly piercing the old man's chest. Jiang Yunpeng could almost hear the sound of flesh being pierced. The old man's eyes widened in utter shock as he stared in disbelief at his chest, now a gaping hole. He tried to fight back, but it was too late. Not a single drop of warm blood splattered onto Xiaojiu's body, it was all absorbed by her divine power. Her blood-red nails grew even more eerily beautiful, making her entire being utterly mesmerizing. The old man's body slowly collapsed, dissolving into a pool of bloody sludge within Xiaojiu's divine power. This blood-soaked yet eerily beautiful scene left the bodyguards present unable to look away. Their gazes froze. The moment they met Xiaojiu's eyes, they were all utterly bewitched. Jiang Yunpeng frowned, slightly displeased.
Come here.
Xiaojiu, engrossed in the exhilarating absorption of divine power, felt a pang of regret at Jiang Yunpeng's command. She brushed the filth from her hands and glided effortlessly to his side.
If you're going to kill, just kill. Why resort to enchantment?
Jiang Yunpeng showed no trace of being swayed by her allure.
Even Lu Xiao's gaze froze upon seeing Xiaojiu's face.
This enchantment truly knew no gender boundaries. Anyone weaker than Xiaojiu would fall under its spell. Master Xiaojiu swayed her 9 tails, her voice sounding almost like a whimper.
I just wanted to test my strength. If you're unhappy, I'll withdraw my divine power immediately.
As she finished speaking, the golden light in her eyes abruptly retracted. The bodyguards snapped out of their trance instantly, and even Xin Zhan had been affected. Jiang Yunpeng sealed Xiaojiu within his contract space. Xinjiang, having witnessed the nine-tailed fox's power, felt his heart tremble with fear. If such a demon were their opponent, they would have been killed 800 times over. In the moment he'd been enchanted, his mind had been filled solely with the image of the nine-tailed fox. If she'd charged at him then, he wouldn't have had the strength to resist.
Lu Xiao was even angrier.
She confronted Jiang Yunpeng. You killed the person before we could get any information out of them.
Their car was parked on the Ring Expressway.
Fortunately, there were no pedestrians around. If they had accidentally injured someone, that would have been a real mess. Jiang Yunpeng shrugged indifferently, a hint of wickedness in his eyes.
There's nothing to investigate.
Those who would attack me are either the noble families or the Western Church. Even if they don't come after me, I'll eliminate them sooner or later.
Too bad they didn't finish me off. I'll personally send them to their doom. Lu Xiao felt an indescribable pressure emanating from Jiang Yunpeng as he spoke.
She was deeply troubled. How could someone with only third-tier strength like Jiang Yunpeng radiate such overwhelming might? She must have misjudged. Or perhaps it was Xiao Zhou's power. How could it possibly belong to Jiang Yunpeng? Seeing the matter resolved so easily, Jiang Yunpeng exhaled deeply.
Alright, let's hurry back. No need to waste any more time. Once back at the sect, with the Elders' Council present, these men wouldn't dare come knocking.
After the group departed, the figure standing atop the mountain peak 10 miles away let out a long sigh.
Even an SSS grade formation couldn't trap that beast.
That nine-tailed woman is truly formidable. She looks like a demon in human form.
Who knows what methods Jiang Yunpeng employed to command a demon? We must report this news immediately.
Jiang Yunpeng grows ever more powerful, truly a formidable foe. The man's eyes blazed with murderous intent.
Eris deserved to die. He couldn't even handle such a trivial task. To think they could use these useless fools from Huaxia to deal with Jiang Yunpeng, utterly delusional.
They'd let such a powerful demon into the capital, yet none could touch Jiang Yunpeng.
And now they expected some useless fool to kill him? Absurd!
The man suppressed the savage fury boiling within him. His cloak flapped wildly in the mountain wind behind him. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the spot.
Half an hour later,
Jiang Yunpeng finally returned, and the second elder was already growing impatient. By all accounts, he should have been back by now. The moment he saw Xinjiang enter, he immediately unleashed a torrent of accusations.
What the hell took you so long? I thought something had happened to you. We did run into trouble, second elder. Lu Xiao sighed, then proceeded to recount every detail of their encounter on the road.
The second elder's eyes widened in shock, his tongue nearly tripping over itself. Furious, he stomped his foot.
Who dared lay a hand on Jiang Yunpeng under the emperor's nose? They clearly held the elders' council in utter contempt.
Fury consumed him, his beard trembling as he spoke.
Investigate. Investigate this immediately. Summon Fong Tao at once. If he doesn't get to the bottom of this, he can pack his bags.
Hearing this, Jiang Yunpeng quickly interjected, Second Elder, summoning Secretary General Fong won't resolve this matter.
The man is already dead, there's nothing left to investigate. Besides, that man was beaten into a bloody pulp by Xiao Zhou. Not even his final appearance remains. The trail has gone cold. They'll likely send reinforcements to deal with me soon. Right now, they're the ones who should be panicking. How can that be acceptable? The second elder immediately objected. Jiang Yunpeng's status was too high. If the mastermind behind this wasn't uncovered, wouldn't that be giving these people an opportunity? Seeing he couldn't persuade the second elder, Jiang Yunpeng relented. Once Fong Tao arrived, the second elder immediately issued orders. Fong Tao hadn't anticipated such perilous circumstances. If he'd known, he would have doubled the bodyguard contingent. By the way, young Jiang, did you find any useful divine artifacts at the auction this time? As he spoke, the second elder winked at Jiang Yunpeng, signaling him to quickly produce any valuable items. I actually found 2 usable items.
Jiang Yunpeng retrieved the box Xinjiang had carried with him, placing the length of hemp rope and the tattered red silk cloth on the table.
Ahem. Elder 2 cleared his throat. Xinjiang, you should leave first with Lu Xiao and the other bodyguards.
I need to discuss matters concerning these divine artifacts with Jiang Yunpeng. Chapter 51, The Contracted Heaven-Binding Rope, Obtaining the Power of the Tao.
Lu Xiao grew anxious the moment she heard this.
Second elder, I still want to know what these 2 divine artifacts are.
Is there something we're not allowed to hear? The second elder offered no explanation, merely giving Xinjiang a meaningful glance. Xinjiang immediately grabbed Lu Xiao and pulled her toward the exit.
So far, aside from the 5 elders and Fong Tao, only Jiang Yunpeng's 3 close friends knew of his abilities. The fewer people who knew about his abilities, the better. If complications arose, who knew what unexpected troubles might follow?
Lu Xiao was furious, but she couldn't disobey Xinjiang's orders.
She shot a pleading look at Jiang Yunpeng, only to find him ignoring her completely. Instead, he picked up the hemp rope from the table and handed it to the second elder.
Second elder, test this rope. After Xinjiang and Lu Xiao departed, the second elder cast another layer of divine power, sealing the area completely against any possibility of eavesdropping. He toyed with the hemp rope, murmuring in admiration. I wonder what material this rope is woven from. It's incredibly resilient, I couldn't even destroy it with my divine power. This is truly remarkable. Young man, what exactly is this?
Jiang Yunpeng smiled broadly at him, making no attempt to conceal it.
This is the Supreme Lord Lao Jun's Binding Immortal Rope, an SS-grade divine artifact. There are incantations for loosening and tightening it.
If the contract is successful when used, it can strip those weaker than oneself of their divine power, and even grant a buffer period against those stronger. The truly unnatural aspect of this thing is that without the incantation, it's utterly impossible to break free.
If the opponent is too powerful, it can also be used to buy time. What? This is the legendary Binding Celestial Rope.
The second elder sucked in a sharp breath, then quickly picked up the red silk ribbon beside it.
Then what is this? Surely it's another formidable divine artifact.
Jiang Yunpeng nodded solemnly, his gaze carrying a hint of reverence as he looked at the red silk ribbon.
This is the heaven-confounding brocade used by the third Prince Neza. It's also an SS-grade artifact.
However, if the other two items are gathered, it can reach SSS grade.
Whoa! Now the second elder truly lost his composure.
He never imagined Jiang Yunpeng could snag two such supreme divine artifacts at an auction, especially since this heaven-shaking brocade, as described by Jiang Yunpeng, was of the evolutionary type. Evolutionary divine artifacts weren't unheard of, but they were exceedingly difficult to assemble. He never imagined he'd witness one with his own eyes.
With Jiang Yunpeng's divine power, gathering the remaining two items wouldn't be a problem.
He felt a deep sense of regret. If only Jiang Yunpeng had appeared sooner. Who could have imagined that this tattered scrap of red silk was actually the third prince's heaven-shaking brocade?
They must have overlooked countless divine artifacts in the past.
The more he thought about it, the more he beat his chest in frustration, wishing he could slap himself.
Why had he been so foolish back then? Why hadn't he collected all these divine artifacts? Why had he only sought out those terrifying ones whose divine power radiated outward? Regret. He was truly filled with regret now. Jiang Yunpeng watched the second elder's face shift between tears and laughter, utterly bewildered.
He scratched his head.
Second elder, what's gotten into you? You haven't gone paralytic from excitement, have you? You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? The second elder's beard bristled and his eyes blazed with fury at the remark.
Having lived most of his life, with half his body already buried in the earth, he was now being mocked by Jiang Yunpeng.
I'm simply overjoyed.
It's truly a blessing for Huaxia to have a genius like you. He let out a long, drawn-out sigh before immediately sending word of this good news to the remaining four elders. The remaining four elders reacted exactly the same way. None of them had any intention of claiming these two divine artifacts for themselves. They all agreed to hand them over to Jiang Yunpeng.
If he could form a contract with them, that would be best.
Even if he couldn't form a contract, he could help Jiang Yunpeng find a suitable master for them. Especially the Binding Immortal Rope, it was a defensive divine artifact that Jiang Yunpeng could use to protect his life. As for the heaven-shaking brocade, Jiang Yunpeng had no intention of forming a contract with it. He hadn't yet found the other two divine artifacts, and even if he did form a contract, it wouldn't unleash much power. However, the Binding Immortal Rope did genuinely stir his interest. Following the binding method provided by the all-knowing eye, he grasped the binding celestial cord in his hand, cleared his throat, and spoke. I beseech the Supreme Lord of the five spirits and mysteries of the great purity to manifest his divine presence. Grant your disciple blessings from above, bestow the Lord's favor, and grant the heavenly scriptures for cultivation.
Boundless heavenly Lord.
As the words fell, a purple aura instantly cleaved through the cramped space, while ethereal mist enveloped the surroundings. Before his eyes materialized an elderly figure riding a peculiar azurox. He held a banana leaf fan, his countenance benevolent, with jade scrolls suspended above him and a crane guiding his path. I am Qinghui, the ancient sage, the lord of virtue and Tao. You hold my artifact. He who possesses this treasure shall gain the power of the heavenly way. The great way belongs to all. Take your time to comprehend it. With a sweep of his dust whisk, a golden thread of light flowed into Jiang Yunpeng's mind. His spirit platform cleared, yet the dizzying sensation from his soul nearly toppled him. Darkness engulfed his vision, yet he distinctly heard the old man's booming laughter as the vast daedajing drifted into his mind. That instant felt like an eternity, yet when he opened his eyes, only a breath of time had passed. Chapter 81, the entire Dao De Jing had merged into his mind, along with a golden light shielding his body and the heavenly Dao bestowed upon him. Jiang Yunpeng closed his eyes, examining the golden light in his mind, as thin as a strand of hair. Power of heavenly Dao, bestowed personally by the Lord of Virtue and Tao, possesses protective capabilities. Host strength is too low, other functions cannot be detected. Seeing those three question marks, Jiang Yunpeng knew this heavenly Dao power was no ordinary thing. His scalp tingled with excitement. He truly hadn't expected that binding a heaven-binding rope would yield such terrifying rewards.
It was like stumbling upon an unimaginable windfall.
The second elder watched the purple aura slowly dissipate, yet he still hadn't released his divine power.
He hadn't been present when Lu Xiao had contracted it last time, otherwise, how could he have allowed even the slightest hint of this extraordinary phenomenon to leak out? Only after Jiang Yunpeng completed the contract and the phenomenon vanished did he slowly withdraw the surrounding barriers. He sighed deeply. Young Jiang, your strength is too low. Though we have the Elders' Council here, there will always be moments we cannot foresee. In future, do not reveal your strength too openly before others. The more brilliant you appear, the more these people will target you. Jiang Yunpeng understood the second elder meant well. He nodded. Understood, second elder. Rest assured, I'll wield this binding celestial cord with caution. With that, he silently recited the incantation. The binding celestial rope, once resembling a simple hemp cord, now radiated golden light, appearing like a divine artifact woven from golden threads and silver yarn by the weaver girl in the heavens. As Jiang Yunpeng finished the incantation, the rope transformed into a streak of light in his hand, shooting toward the second elder. Before the elder could react, he was tightly bound by the rope. His divine power vanished instantly. The second elder hadn't expected Jiang Yunpeng to use him as the first test subject. The rope restrained him for only 5 seconds before Jiang Yunpeng sensed its limits and immediately reeled it back in. The second elder's power is truly terrifying. Even an SS-grade divine artifact could only restrain him for 5 seconds. Chapter 52, Gifting him a gold card, envy aroused. Jiang Yunpeng's exclamation made the second elder roar with laughter. Stroking his beard with a benevolent smile, he said, "You little rascal, 5 seconds isn't enough? With your second-tier strength, trapping me for 5 seconds is enough for you to escape. But even if second elder were to go all out, 5 seconds wouldn't be enough for me to escape." Jiang Yunpeng sighed. He really needed to strengthen himself. His current power was simply too weak. After binding the thread, he could absorb twice as much divine power. Unfortunately, his third-tier strength was still too weak. He had no idea when he could advance to the fourth tier. After the second elder led Jiang Yunpeng out, Lu Xiao immediately rushed to his side. She scrutinized him from head to toe, then furrowed her brow. "Why does your aura feel off? What were you discussing with the elder behind my back just now?" Jiang Yunpeng flicked her forehead lightly. Lu Xiao clutched her head and stumbled back 2 steps, muttering, "What's that for? As a bodyguard, you shouldn't pry into things you're not supposed to know about, understand? I'm doing this for your own good." His extraordinary abilities were best kept secret until he could fully protect himself. Otherwise, these people would inevitably target those close to him. "Fine, I won't say. Oomph, like I care anyway." Lu Xiao said this, but her eyes continued to scrutinize Jiang Yunpeng. After examining him thoroughly and finding nothing unusual, she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. "By the way, young Master Jiang, you still owe me an explanation about the Eternal Spear incident." The second elder hadn't forgotten the Eternal Spear either, and he too felt a pang of regret. SSS-grade divine artifacts were rare indeed. Even if this artifact originated from the West, it could still be brought back for the Chinese to contract. "Just wait for news. I'll have bad tidings within 2 days. That thing's no lucky charm, otherwise I'd have claimed it long ago." As Jiang Yunpeng spoke, he casually produced the gold card. Fang Tao gave him a 1,000,000 yuan monthly allowance, but he genuinely had no use for it. "Your word is enough. Keep the card. It has no spending limit, use it freely. Just one thing, no gambling, understand? You're still a student." The second elder was satisfied with Jiang Yunpeng's assurance. After giving him one final piece of advice, he strolled away leisurely. Lu Xiao eyed the gold card in Jiang Yunpeng's hand, her eyes practically popping out of her head with envy. She leaned closer. "Yunpeng, let me play with this gold card for a bit. It has no limit anyway. I want to buy a few more weapons." "Absolutely not." Jiang Yunpeng tucked the card away. "You little penny pincher who knows what you'd get up to with my card? If the elders ask about it, we'd be in trouble." Of course, that was just to fool Lu Xiao. The council had already given him the card, why would they care what he did with it? But why let the benefits go to outsiders? Lu Xiao was now his bodyguard, and the council had surely already started paying her. "Oomph, you cheapskate." Lu Xiao stuck her tongue out at him before asking the crucial question, "Is what you said true? Is there really something wrong with the Eternal Spear?" Jiang Yunpeng didn't answer, instead flashing an intensely mysterious smile. "You'll find out soon enough." This was precisely why he felt confident enough to disregard whether the assassination attempt had come from the Western faction. The grand gift he bestowed upon them would soon reveal its effects. He wouldn't spare a single member of the Western Church. For now, he'd give them a taste of his welcome gift. Lu Xiao, unable to pry any more information from him, could only glare at him. Early the next morning, Jiang Yunpeng had cultivated all night. Empowered by the force of Heaven's Way, he could almost feel himself nearing the threshold of the fourth tier. When he met Zhou Yu, he was startled to see Zhao Mengyu and his own looking utterly drained, as if their vitality had been sucked dry. Their faces bore fresh wounds. "What happened to you two? Brother Jiang?" Zhou Yu barely had the strength to speak. "Yesterday, second elder put us through hell. We never imagined his training would be so brutal. We're barely holding on.
There's no need to be so eager for glory and push yourselves too hard.
Remember, you can't bite off more than you can chew.
Just take it slow with the first tier. Jiang Yunpeng's words were meant to comfort them, but unexpectedly, Zhao Mengyu and Hezone perked up immediately, their spirits soaring.
Yunpeng, Hezone, and I have reached tier 2. We're no longer useless weaklings. Second Elder's training is strict, but the gains are immense.
As she spoke, Zhao Mengyu demonstrated her newfound strength to Jiang Yunpeng. Seeing both of them reach the second tier, Jiang Yunpeng felt deeply gratified. Zhou Yu chimed in from the side with a sly smirk. I reached the second tier ages ago. Now I feel even closer to third tier strength.
With the powerful backing of the Elders' Council, their advancement speed was indeed remarkable. For ordinary geniuses, receiving direct cultivation from an elder was practically a game changer.
Since arriving at the academy, Jiang Yunpeng had been approached by several times more enthusiastic classmates than before.
Even students from ordinary families were now seeking his attention to make their presence known.
The reason was simple: Jiang Yunpeng's performance at the auction had been nothing short of astonishing. The fact that he could identify the Eternal Spear alone spoke volumes. Perhaps he truly was the scion of some hidden clan, deliberately venturing into the mortal world for training.
The strength of China's hidden clans was certainly no less formidable than that of the Elders' Council.
Jiang Yunpeng had no time for such superficial niceties, leaving all such matters to his bodyguards. Lately, these young aristocrats had collectively stopped attending classes, robbing Jiang Yunpeng's campus life of its last shred of amusement. These aristocratic youths were his favorite targets to discipline. It was a pity that capital universities' professors no longer dared to cross him. Sometimes, when even the divine objects made mistakes, Jiang Yunpeng would correct them. Even if these professors harbored grievances, they dared not voice them publicly. After all, Qin Changming had merely sat with Alice and the others at an auction. Yet his alma mater and the several universities that had hired him as a professor jointly issued a statement: he would never be hired again, and his professorship was revoked. While professors had always been willing to seek positions in the West, never before had such terrifying chain reactions occurred. The root cause of all this was Jiang Yunpeng. These institutions had witnessed the extent to which the Elders' Council shielded Jiang Yunpeng, prompting them to distance themselves immediately.
Yet this left domestic scholars deeply disheartened.
If Jiang Yunpeng were some prodigiously talented genius, it might be understandable.
But he was just an ordinary student. What gave him the right to receive such preferential treatment?
The faculty at capital universities certainly had grievances, but none dared voice them. They weren't skilled fighters to begin with. It was their knowledge alone that had earned them positions as specially appointed professors at capital university.
They couldn't risk losing their livelihoods. Chapter 53, Taking Him Home. What? You mean you plan to send Jiang Yunpeng to the trial alone? No way. His current strength is too low, he can't possibly make it. Wang Wangchuan immediately rejected the proposal put forward by over a dozen teachers.
Frowning, he voiced his strong disapproval. The 100 Battles trial was an annual event held during the school celebration. Students competed in decisive battles grouped by strength level, with the top-ranked student receiving generous rewards.
New students admitted each year could only participate exceptionally if they possessed extraordinary talent. How could Jiang Yunpeng, a student not even reaching the 5th tier, possibly qualify?
This proposal had been instigated by Huang Hao, who had encouraged the other professors to voice it. Unable to confront Jiang Yunpeng directly, they resorted to using others to exert pressure. Seeing Wang Guangchuan's pathetic demeanor, Huang Hao felt nothing but contempt. Returning from his leave, he discovered Jiang Yunpeng had pushed aside all the other clan scions.
If this continued, wouldn't the entire capital university become Jiang Yunpeng's domain?
He offered insincere flattery. Principal, you needn't worry about this matter. We can assign Jiang Yunpeng to a lower-tier combat unit. It would serve as valuable training for him.
After all this time at our university, it's only right that the Elders' Council witnesses his progress.
Hearing Huang Hao's words, Wang Guangchuan hesitated for a moment.
You may all step out for now. I need to give this matter some serious thought.
The other professors turned to look at Huang Hao.
He gave them a meaningful glance, and they finally exited.
Huang Hao had already established connections with the Luo family, and these professors naturally followed his lead.
Gentlemen, wait and see. I will personally expel that black sheep Jiang Yunpeng from Kyoto University. Huang Hao's words rang out with conviction, easing the other professors' concerns. Jiang Yunpeng couldn't spare a thought for the undercurrents brewing at Kyoto University.
As he had anticipated, news had indeed come from the West. After Alice and his team photographed the Eternal Spear, they rushed back and immediately handed it over to the Western Church. Eris had initially intended to contract it himself, but the commotion it caused was too great. The Eternal Spear absolutely could not remain in his hands. The outcome was predictable. Not only did the binding fail, but it cost the lives of 2 extraordinary tier powerhouses.
An SSS-grade divine artifact was never meant to be bound so easily. The deaths were tragic enough, but to make matters worse, the SSS-grade Eternal Spear was utterly destroyed.
Word had it the Western Church was furious.
This news was relayed to Jiang Yunpeng by the second elder, who recounted it with great excitement. How the hell did you pull that off?
They suffered heavy losses this time, nothing was left behind.
Second elder, it was all thanks to my special abilities.
I sensed something amiss with that eternal spear from the start.
Since those Westerners wanted it so badly, I gave them a grand gift. Now that the Western Church has lost 2 transcendent realm powerhouses, they probably won't bother me again anytime soon. Jiang Yunpeng sighed.
It was a pity that it wasn't Alice who had died. Alice was a deeply scheming individual, and who knew how he might target him in the future.
Upon hearing this, the second elder immediately frowned.
Without giving Jiang Yunpeng a moment to hesitate, he dragged him to the training ground to personally oversee his training.
The Elders' Council's intent was crystal clear, they wanted to boost Jiang Yunpeng's strength as quickly as possible. After leaving the training ground, Jiang Yunpeng headed straight for the medical room. His body felt like it was about to fall apart. Under the intense training, his divine power had nearly achieved perfect integration. He was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the 4th tier. Yet, this very bottleneck remained elusive, and he had no idea how to overcome it. He had refined it hundreds of times, yet remained unable to unlock this shackle. It seemed he would have to set it aside for now.
Jiang Yunpeng let out a long sigh. By the time he finished his cultivation, it was already afternoon. Xinjiang had sent someone to deliver his nutritional meal to the dining hall.
When Lu Xiao returned, she found him tucking in heartily. Her expression was complex. Instead of greeting Jiang Yunpeng, she headed straight for the elder's quarters.
After finishing his meal, Jiang Yunpeng saw the second elder emerge with Lu Xiao, both wearing displeased expressions.
This won't work. Why did your father seek out Jiang Yunpeng out of the blue? Lu Xiao's expression was awkward as she stammered. It's because he assigned me this special task. My father somehow found out about it.
He's curious about Jiang Yunpeng, so he asked me to bring him back. Overhearing their exchange, Jiang Yunpeng instantly grasped the underlying implication.
Lu Xiao was considered a prodigy among prodigies in the capital.
If he had a daughter like her tasked with protecting some weakling, he'd likely find it incomprehensible too.
Second elder, my father said he'll ensure Jiang Yunpeng's absolute safety. You can rest assured. As she spoke, Lu Xiao's eyes flickered with a hint of hope.
It had been quite some time since she'd returned home herself, and bringing Jiang Yunpeng along wouldn't be such a bad thing.
The second elder stroked his beard, his brow furrowed.
For anyone else, he would have agreed to such a request long ago.
But Jiang Yunpeng's identity left him uneasy.
In the months since Jiang Yunpeng arrived in the capital, he had survived countless assassination attempts. Their expedition to the west to suppress the blood cult had only temporarily restrained them, and the Western Church's true intentions remained unknown.
Second elder, the capital university is holding its anniversary celebration and has granted a week's holiday. I happen to have time. Let me go.
Staying cooped up here is driving me stir-crazy.
Jiang Yunpeng stretched lazily.
He was indeed growing restless. He planned to wait until reaching the 4th tier before venturing out into the secret realm. With him speaking so plainly, the second elder couldn't really object. He merely reminded him, go early and return early.
Don't waste too much time. Lu Xiao's face lit up with excitement. Alright, I'll bring him back tomorrow. Come on, Jiang Yunpeng.
My place is close to the capital, just over an hour by car. Time for you to witness my driving skills. Before Jiang Yunpeng could react, Lu Xiao had already dragged him out the door. When they reached the parking lot, a sleek black sports car stood before them. The sports car's design was uniquely aggressive, its sharp lines hugging the ground with a low, crouched stance. The surface had undergone special treatment, making it exceptionally sturdy.
I never expected a girl like you to drive such a cool car. Jiang Yunpeng was utterly captivated by the sports car before him.
He had plenty of money in his pocket, getting one like this would be pretty sweet.
Of course. My brother built this one just for me. If you like it, I'll have him make you one tomorrow.
She waved the keys in her hand triumphantly, pressed the start button, and the door shot open like wings, radiating power and dominance. After settling into the passenger seat, Jiang Yunpeng fastened his seatbelt. The roaring engine revved restlessly, making his blood boil.
Chapter 54, Uninvited Guests, the Luo Family.
Lu Xiao slammed the gas pedal, launching the car forward like a black lightning bolt, thunderous and swift as the wind. Jiang Yunpeng had initially worried about Lu Xiao's driving skills, but it turned out he'd been overthinking it. She handled the wheel with the ease of a seasoned pro, drifting through curves with effortless mastery.
After over an hour on the road, they finally arrived at the Lu family estate.
The Lu family villa sat within an exclusive gated community. Lu Xiao instructed him to get out and wait for her at the entrance while she parked the car in the garage. Jiang Yunpeng glanced around the neighborhood. Those who lived here were either wealthy or influential.
As a decorated war hero, Lu Xiao's family enjoyed a respectable standard of living.
When she returned, he teased, I thought your family would live on a 1,000-acre estate. Why would we need that much space?
What kind of filter do you have on your perception of wealthy people? The bigger the estate, the more people you need to manage it. More people means more mouths to feed. Jiang Yunpeng understood her meaning and didn't press further. Lu Xiao stepped forward to scan her fingerprint.
Once the door opened, she gestured for Jiang Yunpeng to enter. Neither of them anticipated that another guest had already arrived at the Lu residence.
This must be Mr. Jiang. Xiui has mentioned you many times.
Greeted by a gentle woman in a qipao, her long hair pinned up with a jade hairpin. She appeared to be in her 30s, with soft, gentle features.
Lu Xiao introduced him. This is my mother, Du Qianxue.
Hello, Aunt Du, Jiang Yunpeng greeted her, his gaze then shifting toward the main hall. Seated there was a man in a zhongshan suit, and sitting opposite him was none other than an old acquaintance Luo Yutian. Luo Yutian froze the moment he saw Jiang Yunpeng, his eyes darkening with venom.
If not for Jiang Yunpeng, how could he have suffered such a terrible fate? Every school had rejected him. Well, that's beside the point. Whether he goes to school or not doesn't really matter. With the Luo family's resources, he'll be just fine even without an education.
Yet many had deliberately severed ties with the Luo family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deigned to approach the Luo family for cooperation. The Luo family sought to leverage the Luo family's influence, sending him to the battlefield to earn military merit. Once he returned victorious, he would surely humiliate Jiang Yunpeng. He gave a cold snort and turned his gaze to Lu Haishan before him.
Head of the Lu family, I wonder how you've considered our offer.
The terms the Luo family has laid out are absolutely generous. Seated beside Luo Yutian was none other than the Luo family's chief steward, Luo Changfeng. More composed than Luo Yutian, he produced a leather case and revealed its contents, a flawless emerald green whip radiating divine power. This divine power carried a peculiar medicinal fragrance.
Merely inhaling it cleared one's mind.
Lu Haishan's gaze shifted noticeably as he looked at Luo Yutian.
Young Master Luo, what might this be?
Du Qianxue invited Jiang Yunpeng and the others to take seats, even brewing a cup of tea for Jiang Yunpeng.
He sat directly below Lu Haishan.
Lu Xiao grew impatient seeing Lu Haishan show no sign of acknowledging her presence while continuing his conversation with Luo Yutian.
Dad, I even invited Jiang Yunpeng here. Why won't you even acknowledge him?
She spoke rapidly, drawing Lu Chengfeng's gaze toward Jiang Yunpeng as well.
Jiang Yunpeng remained impassive.
He sipped his tea, having realized that Lu Haishan was trying to intimidate him.
Interesting. Enough. Xiao, can't you see I'm discussing matters with Steward Luo? As for other unimportant people, I have no time for them right now. Lu Haishan showed Jiang Yunpeng no courtesy whatsoever.
His face flashed with irritation as he spoke. His brilliant daughter, perfectly fine on her own, had been sent by the Elders' Council to protect some greenhorn rookie.
How could he not be furious? Especially knowing Lu Xiao had been rejected upon her return.
The demand that she provide personal protection nearly drove him mad with rage.
Was this protecting Jiang Yunpeng or arranging a wife for him? A grown man needing a woman's personal protection? It was utterly disgraceful to the male honor. Du Qianxue hadn't expected Lu Haishan to treat Jiang Yunpeng this way. She frowned. With the Lu family still present, she couldn't say much. She'd have to properly apologize to Jiang Yunpeng after they left. Luo Yutian observed Lu Haishan's sharp rebuke of Jiang Yunpeng and smiled inwardly, feeling immensely satisfied. He then introduced the item before them. This is the Divine Farmer's Whip, an SS-grade divine artifact we acquired by chance.
When the divine farmer tasted hundreds of herbs, he used this very whip to ward off evil and avert misfortune. The divine power it contains is beyond words. If Lord Lu desires it, we shall gladly present it to you. The moment Lu Haishan heard the name Shen Nong's whip, his expression shifted. The Lu family relied on their distinguished military achievements when it came to resources. They simply couldn't compete with these ancient clans.
Compounded by his hidden ailment, successfully contracting the divine farmer's whip would not only greatly enhance his strength but also eradicate the lingering illness within his body. Jiang Yunpeng's interest was piqued upon hearing the name.
He immediately activated his all-knowing eye. Divine power infused whip no grade, a piece of junk. The information transmitted by the all-knowing eye nearly made Jiang Yunpeng spit out his tea. He never imagined this thing was nothing special. How could the Luo family have mistaken it for the divine farmer's whip? It wasn't their fault. With the divine power seeping from the whip, anyone would have made the mistake. Lu Haishan took a deep breath before speaking slowly. I can agree to your request, but let me make one thing clear. If young Master Luo chooses to join, he must start from the lowest rank of warrior. I'll give him one chance to train alongside me.
The Lu family will never open any other back doors. Luo Yutian was satisfied with this promise.
Once he entered the battlefield, the sky was the limit.
With the Luo family's backing, even without battle merits, opportunities would flow endlessly his way.
Agreed. Steward Luo explained the contract procedure to the Lu family head.
Luo Yutian beckoned, signaling Luo Changfeng to present the contract method.
A rare flicker of excitement flickered across Lu Haishan's stern face. With a sharp clap, Jiang Yunpeng slammed his teacup down, the noise drawing the attention of everyone present.
Lu Xiao's heart skipped a beat.
Before she could speak, Lu Haishan spoke first.
Jiang Yunpeng, what do you think you're doing? If you have any grievances, you may address them to me personally later.
Don't dare show such disrespect in my home. As a general who had earned his stripes on the battlefield, his words carried an outward aura of authority.
Yet the overwhelming pressure did not faze Jiang Yunpeng in the slightest. He scoffed. The esteemed General Lu actually believes the Luo family's lies?
If this thing is really the divine farmer's whip, I'll eat it right here on the spot.
Jiang Yunpeng's words instantly undermined Luo Yutian's credibility.
Having been humiliated by Jiang Yunpeng at school before, Luo Yutian trembled with rage at the memory of that embarrassing episode.
Chapter 55, a bet where Jiang Yunpeng is bound to lose. Jiang Yunpeng?
You can eat whatever you want, but don't spout nonsense. This thing cost our Luo family tens of millions to acquire.
What gives you the right to call it fake? He was bringing this item to curry favor with Lu Haishan. How could he possibly present a fake?
That bastard Jiang Yunpeng was deliberately trying to make things difficult for him.
Did he really think Luo Yutian could identify every divine artifact? Truth or fake? One test will tell. If you think it's genuine, then bind one to me and show me.
Jiang Yunpeng sat with his legs crossed, looking utterly nonchalant, which only fueled Lu Haishan's anger further.
Before he could explode, Lu Xiao quickly grabbed his arm.
Dad, don't act rashly. Listen to Jiang Yunpeng. She said this while winking at Lu Haishan. Jiang Yunpeng hailed from a reclusive clan, possessing extraordinary prowess.
If he claimed the whip was faulty, it must be true. Lu Haishan's raging fury instantly subsided. Given the gravity of the matter, it wouldn't hurt to ask for clarification.
He composed himself and sat down before Luo Yutian. Lu Haishan had been waiting for Lu Haishan to explode, but instead, he calmed down. Lu Haishan felt a surge of displeasure.
Head Lu, what does this mean? Could it be that after hearing Jiang Yunpeng's words, you've begun to doubt me?
You should know that once a contract is formed with the Shinong whip, breaking it becomes exceedingly difficult.
His words held absolute truth. Who would risk breaking a successful contract with the divine farmer's whip? It matters not. Lu Haishan waved his hand dismissively. What I require is the healing power of the divine farmer's whip. If you can bind the contract here and now, I promise to honor my agreement with you. Luo Chengfeng glanced at Luo Yutian and nodded to him. They had originally intended to give away the Shinong whip, but now that Lu Haishan was being so ungrateful, they might as well keep it.
Young master, I'll make a call to have someone come sign the contract. Mr. Lu, if you fail to keep your word, don't blame the Luo family for being impolite.
Luo Chengfeng shot Lu Haishan a cold stare before pulling out his phone.
After a brief call and a couple of simple instructions, the previously relaxed atmosphere between the two families froze solid, all because of Jiang Yunpeng. Lu Xiao harbored no affection for the Luo family. She knew full well how much funding the Luos had provided to the four great families of the capital in the past. The idea of her father partnering with such people filled her with utter reluctance. During the wait, Jiang Yunpeng remained utterly relaxed, sipping his tea. Lu Yutian's eyes darted about, and an idea instantly formed. He gave a cold snort. Jiang Yunpeng, since you dare question the authenticity of our Luo family's sacred artifact, how about a wager? If this whip truly is the divine farmer's whip, I demand you kneel before me, personally apologize, and shout 3 times, "Father, I was wrong."
By this point, Luo Yutian's expression twisted with fury.
He was determined to redeem himself. Jiang Yunpeng froze for a moment upon hearing this.
He never imagined anyone would willingly offer themselves up like this. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. He almost wanted to stand up and applaud Luo Yutian. But to Luo Yutian, that look was pure guilt. Pressing his advantage, he pressed, "What? You're afraid?" Lu Xiao hadn't anticipated Luo Yutian making such a demand. Frowning, she scolded, "Luo Yutian.
This isn't the place for your Luo family to run wild. Jiang Yunpeng would never agree to such a bet."
Lu Haishan silently observed Jiang Yunpeng from the sidelines.
He didn't believe Jiang could truly identify what this thing was, but Jiang's earlier words had reminded him. With his injuries, he mustn't risk entering into a contract. If the Luo family could cure him, he wouldn't recommend selling such a favor.
As for whether Jiang Yunpeng should accept Luo Yutian's wager, it was even less his concern.
How could a weakling like Jiang Yunpeng, who needed a woman's protection, possibly dare to agree to Luo Yutian's demand? The next moment, Jiang Yunpeng spoke.
"Sure thing.
If you lose, I won't need you to call me dad after all. I couldn't possibly produce a useless son like you. All you have to do is crawl out of here step by step."
"How about it? Pretty generous of me, huh? Ha 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 ha." Luo Yutian burst into 3 hearty laughs.
He never imagined Jiang Yunpeng could be this stupid, actually agreeing to such a demand.
"Fine, I accept.
Just wait, I'll show you what death means." Lu Haishan hadn't expected Jiang Yunpeng to agree so readily.
He sighed inwardly, an impatient, reckless youth.
If this thing truly was the divine farmer's whip today, let's see how he'd clean up this mess.
Lu Xiao's mouth fell open. She rushed to Jiang Yunpeng's side, exclaiming anxiously, "Are you out of your mind?
Why would you agree to such a demand for no reason?
What are you afraid of? I can kick him out of Beijing University. Do you really think I'll lose this bet?" Jiang Yunpeng's utterly confident declaration left Lu Xiao speechless. She whispered, "At a time like this, you're still thinking about showing off? What if you lose?" "There is no what if."
Jiang Yunpeng cut her off decisively, his gaze sharpening as he fixed it on Luo Chengfeng. Something about this man's aura felt profoundly off. When he activated his Omniscient Eye, he could see a layer of black divine power shrouding Luo Chengfeng. With that divine power obscuring him, Jiang Yunpeng couldn't discern anything clearly. He had only encountered such a sensation with the 4 sacred artifacts. It seemed Luo Chengfeng had deep connections to the 4 great families of the capital. He silently observed.
Unfortunately, the 4 great families were notoriously tight-lipped.
To this day, he still didn't know how to unlock the 4 sacred treasures.
If only he could infiltrate one of those families. Wait. Jiang Yunpeng's eyes suddenly lit up. How could he have forgotten this? There was still the art of disguise. With his abilities, he could easily use disguise techniques to infiltrate the 4 great families and probe their secrets. With disguise techniques, his comings and goings would be far more flexible.
The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, itching to rush back and share this idea with the elders. Such a technique might be something the elders would treasure. Lu Xiao saw Jiang Yunpeng had already drifted off into his own world.
With things as they were, there was nothing else to do but wait for the Luo family to arrive. Dejected, she made her way to the kitchen.
Du Qianxue had already sliced the fruit, arranged it on a plate, and handed it to Lu Xiao, instructing her to feed it to Jiang Yunpeng. She muttered, "Mom, I have no idea what Jiang Yunpeng was thinking. Why on earth would he agree to such a request?
He doesn't know everything.
Even if he's from a hidden clan, he couldn't possibly be that powerful."
"I don't see it that way," Du Qianxue replied with a gentle smile. "I think this boy is no ordinary child. He might just surprise us all."
Hearing her mother speak so, Lu Xiao felt a twinge of doubt.
Could it be that Jiang Yunpeng had truly discerned something else? Chapter 56, The Contract Fails, Proving the Words True. Just as Lu Xiao was bringing out the fruit, the doorbell rang. She hurriedly placed it on the table and went to answer.
Standing outside was a man of imposing presence, around 20 years old, radiating an aura of extraordinary power. His strength had reached the transcendent realm.
The man's eyes lit up upon seeing Lu Xiao.
He immediately introduced himself with gentlemanly grace. "This beautiful young lady must be Miss Xiao.
I am Luo Ran of the Luo family. I imagine you've heard my name before."
This man ranked quite high on the genius list, but Lu Xiao didn't have much of an impression of him. Upon hearing he was a member of the Luo family, however, her expression abruptly turned cold, and she gave a perfunctory response. Luo Ran entered the living room and immediately spotted Luo Yutian and Luo Chunfeng.
He looked puzzled. "Did the Luo family butler summon me here for a specific reason?"
Luo Yutian, thrilled to see Luo Ran, pushed the box in front of him toward him.
"Cousin, this is the newly discovered divine farmer's whip we found.
We hope you can form a contract with it and, while you're at it, heal the Lu family head's injuries."
The Shinong whip was an SS grade divine artifact, and only his extraordinary abilities could successfully contract it.
Luo Ran hadn't expected Luo Chengfeng to offer him such a significant benefit this time, and his eyes brimmed with delight.
"Alright, I'll personally attempt the contract." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Jiang Yunpeng.
Seeing the latter's slacker demeanor, he instantly recalled this individual, his eyes flashing with murderous intent.
"That damned beast.
He ruined my cousin's education, and last time, Jiang Yunpeng stole a show at the auction.
Poof. If Jiang Yunpeng were truly a genius, how could he have remained obscure for over a decade?
He was most likely a puppet put forward by the Elders' Council, specifically to target their noble families. The information he possessed had undoubtedly been leaked by the Elders' Council, all to build momentum for him. He had emphasized this point to the Luo family members before, and the various clans had exchanged letters confirming it. Regardless of whether Jiang Yunpeng possessed any real talent, his fate could be summed up in one word: death.
"Cousin, you absolutely must succeed in the contract.
I've already made a bet with Jiang Yunpeng." As Luo Yutian spoke, he casually revealed the terms of the wager to Luo Ran. Luo Ran hadn't anticipated the stakes were so high. He pursed his lips, a meaningful smile spreading across his face.
"Understood. I'll lend you my full support." Luo Chengfeng promptly produced a recording device. When clan descendants formed contracts, these prominent families would document the entire process.
This allowed them to evaluate the strength of their young members and pass down the methods of contracting from generation to generation. The clans would only grow stronger. Lu Haishan's face darkened with displeasure, but he couldn't bring himself to reprimand them. He disliked these clan members too, but with his current need for their assistance, he had no choice but to endure.
The method for contracting the Shinong whip was remarkably simple.
According to intelligence obtained by the Luo family, one only needed to grasp the whip tightly, use divine power to resist each other, and pass Shinnong's trial.
Luo Ran took a deep breath, suddenly mobilizing divine power throughout his body.
A vivid purple glow appeared in his palm as he gripped the divine farmer's whip with all his might. The clash of divine energies sent a stinging pain through his arms, leaving them numb. Luo Yutian's heart surged with excitement as he sneered at Jiang Yunpeng. "Jiang Yunpeng, watch closely.
Let me show you what a true genius looks like.
In his mind's eye, he already saw Jiang Yunpeng kneeling before him, bowing in submission, a grin stretching from ear to ear.
Far from nervous, Jiang Yunpeng felt a surge of curiosity.
He was eager to see how this trash managed to successfully contract.
Noticing his expression, Lu Xiao urgently interjected, Jiang Yunpeng, are you truly confident you can win?
This man is Luo Ran, a name renowned on the genius rankings.
Who cares who he is? He won't succeed in the contract anyway. Jiang Yunpeng's gaze didn't waver as he spoke.
As the words fell, the divine farmer's whip cracked and snapped several times, shattering into multiple pieces.
Boom!
The shockwave from the divine power explosion surged outward.
Trouble!
Lu Haishan acted decisively, enveloping Luo Ran in a thick wall of divine power that significantly cushioned the impact. Had he been a moment later, the entire living room would have been destroyed.
Luo Qingfeng's face turned ashen at the sight of the shattered divine artifact. The contract had failed. Luo Yutian's excited expression froze on his face, his pupils trembling. This can't be. How could it fail?
A worthless piece of junk, yet the Luo family treats it like a treasure.
Looks like you nobodies aren't much either. Luo Yutian, stop wasting time. Crawl out of here now.
Luo Yutian snapped back to reality at Jiang Yunpeng's words, his voice thick with venom as he hurled curses at him.
Stop showing off. Did you do this? My cousin is so powerful, how could the contract possibly fail? Stop beating around the bush.
Jiang Yunpeng crossed his legs.
You wouldn't be backing out of the bet, would you?
The outcome of this bet was clear, he had won.
Even Lu Xiao hadn't anticipated this turn of events.
She cleared her throat, suppressing the excitement in her eyes.
Dad, see? Jiang Yunpeng is impressive, isn't he? Lu Haishan said nothing, merely glancing at Jiang Yunpeng with a complex expression.
Jiang Yunpeng was too sharp, too aggressive for his age. Such an overbearing presence would only invite disaster. He didn't know how to hide his sharp edges and play it safe. Sooner or later, he'd bring major trouble to his daughter.
Luo Changfeng picked up the Shinong whip that had exploded on the ground and examined the cut surface.
While failed contracts weren't unheard of,
no divine artifact had ever detonated on the spot before.
Sure enough, upon carefully examining the cross-section of the divine farmer's whip, he found not a trace of spiritual energy.
This confirmed that the whip before him was a fake.
Cold sweat instantly drenched his palms. He had intended to use this divine artifact to curry favor with Lu Haishan.
If Lu Haishan discovered it was fake, what would become of the relationship between the Lu and Luo families? In hindsight, he owed Jiang Yunpeng a debt of gratitude for today's confrontation. Had he not intervened, they might never have uncovered the artifact's flaws. When had Luo Ran ever suffered such humiliation?
Especially in front of Lu Xiao, a woman whose looks appealed to him, the very type he favored.
He'd intended to make a good impression, only to have it all ruined.
Clutching his arm, which throbbed with pain, he felt his divine power churning violently, nearly making him vomit blood.
Luo Changfeng bowed his hands. My deepest apologies, Head Lu. This was an oversight on the part of the Luo family.
Upon returning, I shall report this to our head and request the finest physicians in our clan.
They will certainly cure General Lu's hidden ailment.
Lu Haishan waves dismissively, his gaze detached.
Enough.
No need to dwell on it.
The Shinong whip is broken.
It only proves our paths were never meant to cross. And in the future, do not come begging me over matters concerning Luo Yutian. This was a clear dismissal.
How could someone as proud as Luo Ran possibly linger here? He flicked his sleeves, gave a cold snort, and strode away. Chapter 57, leaving in a huff, treating him personally.
Luo Yutian trailed dejectedly behind Luo Changfeng, only to be called away by Jiang Yunpeng.
You lose and think you can just run away? No such luck. Crawl out of here on your own. Luo Yutian erupted in fury. Stop your whining. You got lucky. What gives you the right to pick a fight with the Luo family? Jiang Yunpeng, you just wait. One day, I'll kill you myself. You fool, get out of here. Luo Changfeng barked angrily. At a time like this, Luo Yutian was embarrassing him.
Once they returned, he would report this to the family head.
If it weren't for his hot-headedness, how could he have provoked another argument with Jiang Yunpeng out of nowhere?
Luo Yutian, standing nearby, dared not say more. He merely shot Jiang Yunpeng a fierce glare before leaving. After the Luo family departed, Lu Xiao grinned as she linked arms with Lu Haishan. Dad, thanks to Jiang Yunpeng just now, we easily saw through the Luo family's scheme. Lu Haishan remained silent, casting a cold glance at Jiang Yunpeng. I will request your removal from his protection immediately and assign someone else to guard him. Du Chen Xue frowned slightly at this, voicing her disapproval. Lu Haishan, if Jiang Yunpeng hadn't proposed those terms just now, you might have been injured again. Now, instead of thanking him, you're thinking of sending our daughter away.
You're the esteemed general of the Lu family, isn't this a bit too inconsistent?
Humph, Lu Haishan retorted, his voice tinged with displeasure.
What does a woman like you know?
I'm doing this for my daughter's own good. It's not that I look down on you, Jiang Yunpeng, but my daughter simply isn't suited to remain by your side. Upon your return, personally inform the elders to transfer her away from your side.
Is that clear? This is an order from General Lu.
Jiang Yunpeng dismissed his words entirely, waving his hand dismissively.
If your daughter wishes to leave, I can let her go anytime.
There are plenty who want to stay by my side and protect me. I don't need her. All he needed to do was give Qinzhan a nod, and he'd be guaranteed a steady stream of new bodyguards. It would give him time to screen other candidates.
Lu Xiao grew frantic the moment she heard Jiang Yunpeng wanted her gone. No. I won't leave your side.
I'll protect you forever.
If not for Jiang Yunpeng, how could she have contracted the SSS grade Kunlun mirror? After today's events, she was even more certain she needed to stay by Jiang Yunpeng's side. Stop this nonsense.
Since Jiang Yunpeng has agreed, from now on you'll stay by my side and continue training. Lu Haishan was a man of his word.
Lu Xiao's eyes welled up with tears as she pulled out her car keys and yanked Jiang Yunpeng up from the sofa. Jiang Yunpeng, we're leaving immediately. Since my father doesn't welcome us, let's not keep bothering him.
Lu Xiao stormed out in anger after speaking, but Du Qianxue hurriedly called after her.
Xiao, stop this nonsense. Your father only wants what's best for you.
His health won't hold out much longer. Your brother has already established his own power on the battlefield.
You are the only one who can take over. What? Lu Xiao stared at Lu Haishan in disbelief. Lu Haishan sat silently on the sofa, letting out a heavy sigh. Mom, what do you mean he won't last much longer?
Lu Xiao's voice trembled as she spoke. Du Qianxue pulled her down to sit, offering Jiang Yunpeng an apologetic smile as she personally poured him a cup of the special potion that restored spiritual energy.
Mr. Jiang, please don't take it too personally. Her father has always been like this.
Du Qianxue's smile was unusually gentle as she spoke, though tinged with sorrow. She carefully recounted everything that had happened recently to Lu Xiao.
Lu Haishan's injuries were becoming impossible to suppress otherwise. Why would he accept the Luo family's cooperation?
With the battlefield situation growing increasingly urgent, Lu Haishan intended to burn his remaining life to the very end. Only by doing so could he repay the nation's support. Jiang Yunpeng hadn't realized the battlefield situation had grown this dire. Regarding his injuries, Lu Haishan hadn't reported them to the Council of Elders. Those seeking his life weren't just demons, but also numerous enemies on the battlefield. Hearing this, Lu Xiao was overcome with grief, tears streaming down her face.
Mom, why didn't you tell me sooner? I thought you called me back just to assign me some other task. Jiang Yunpeng, is there any way you can save my father? Could you persuade the elders to intervene?
As she spoke, she pleaded incessantly, almost ready to kneel before Jiang Yunpeng.
Impossible.
Lu Haishan shook his head firmly.
The 5 elders of the council rarely leave the mountain. Their power isn't healing in nature.
My injuries are beyond what ordinary divine power can mend. His words piqued Jiang Yunpeng's interest. He possessed the power of the heavenly Tao, plus the emerald divine energy he'd absorbed when Lu Xiao formed her contract last time.
Why not let me try? His suggestion caught Du Qianxue off guard.
Jiang Yunpeng was far too young, his strength not even reaching that of a 4th-tier divine mandate bearer.
Wasn't attempting healing nothing short of a pipe dream? Lu Xiao's eyes brimmed with tears.
Jiang Yunpeng, if you have a way, I'll gladly serve you faithfully for the rest of my life. No need for such words. Let's discuss terms after I've healed her.
Would the Lu family head permit this junior to attempt it?
Jiang Yunpeng held deep respect for this great general who had defended the nation. Even if he had a fiery temper, it seemed entirely reasonable.
Before Lu Haishan could speak, Du Qianxue thanked him first. Mr. Jiang, proceed without restraint. Should anything occur, we absolutely will not hold you accountable.
She said this with Jiang Yunpeng's best interests in mind, worried he might feel constrained, so she decided to lay her cards on the table up front. Jiang Yunpeng hadn't expected Du Qianxue to be so understanding.
He nodded slightly and approached Lu Haishan's side. Head Lu, please bear with this for now. Do not resist my power.
As he spoke, a streak of emerald divine power abruptly appeared in Jiang Yunpeng's hand. He also drew out a sliver of the golden glowing heavenly Tao power. Fully integrating this heavenly Tao power was as difficult as ascending to heaven. He could only draw a hair-thin strand of divine energy. Even so, it left him drenched in sweat. With his all-seeing eye activated, he could clearly perceive Lu Haishan's physical condition. His meridians were damaged, his dantian corroded.
Without timely treatment, he wouldn't last 3 months. The SSS-grade divine power in his hands possessed the power to suppress these demonic energies.
With a flick of his wrist, he slowly channeled the divine power into Lu Haishan's body. In an instant, Jiang Yunpeng felt all his strength drained away. Simultaneously, Lu Haishan's complexion visibly flushed with color. To his astonishment, strength slowly returned throughout his body, a profoundly refreshing sensation washing over him.
Chapter 58, a life-saving favor, a great help.
This sensation felt like a spring breeze caressing his face.
A warm current surged into his dantian, dispersing all the evil energy within his body.
He felt like a drowning man, pulled to safety just as agony peaked, gasping for fresh air. This overwhelming sense of relief nearly made him roar to the heavens. His divine power surged violently, sending Jiang Yunpeng flying several meters away. Caught off guard, Jiang Yunpeng slammed violently into the wall. Thankfully, his reflexes were quick enough to shield his body with divine power, otherwise, his bones would have shattered on impact.
Lu Xiao rushed over upon seeing this and helped Jiang Yunpeng to his feet. Jiang Yunpeng, are you okay? My dad didn't mean to. Du Qianxue was also startled. Seeing Lu Haishan unharmed, she exhaled in relief while shooting him a glare. Why create such a commotion for no reason? All of Lu Haishan's previous suspicions and resentment toward Jiang Yunpeng vanished instantly. Jiang Yunpeng truly possessed genuine strength. He had completely misunderstood him before. His face flushed crimson. This feeling of being slapped in the face repeatedly was truly unpleasant.
Mr. Jiang, I apologize.
I lost control of my divine power just now. Now, he no longer carried himself with the air of a high-ranking general. He personally helped Jiang Yunpeng sit up. Jiang Yunpeng used his divine power to regulate his breathing, taking a long while to recover. Lu Haishan's power had already surpassed the extraordinary realm. Just that tiny burst of strength had sent him flying this far. Truly formidable.
It's fine.
I'll be back in shape in a couple of days.
No need to worry too much.
Jiang Yunpeng waved his hand dismissively, though he felt a dull ache in his chest and a burning sensation in his muscles. Seeing this, Lu Haishan felt even more remorseful, cursing himself for judging by appearances and treating Jiang Yunpeng so harshly. His injuries were nearly healed, and with daily training, he would soon regain his peak strength. Xiao, from now on, you'll stay by Jiang Yunpeng's side to protect him.
I won't interfere in your affairs anymore.
These words were his final concession.
Lu Xiao couldn't care less about that.
If the Elders' Council found out Lu Haishan had injured Jiang Yunpeng, they'd likely expel her immediately. At dinner that night, Lu Xiao was exceedingly attentive toward Jiang Yunpeng, serving him dishes and bringing him the finest restorative medicines, fearful he might report the incident to the elders upon returning. Jiang Yunpeng basked in her attentive care, thoroughly relaxed.
It was rare for Lu Xiao to stoop so low. Du Qianxue smiled gently from the side. Lu Xiao had truly matured a lot since being by Jiang Yunpeng's side. To make amends for his mistake, Lu Haishan presented Jiang Yunpeng with a large quantity of precious pearls as he prepared to depart the next day. These pearls emitted dazzling multicolored light, radiating an eerie aura. Jiang Yunpeng opened his all-knowing eye to inspect them, surprised that Lu Haishan would offer such items. Monster Core Tier 10, when consumed by monsters of equal or higher tier, it enhances demonic power.
Monster Core 6th tier, when consumed by monsters of equal or higher tier, it enhances demonic power.
Monster Core 9th tier, when consumed by monsters of equal or higher tier, it enhances demonic power.
Jiang Yunpeng scanned several in succession, discovering that these cores all belong to different tiers.
Perfect for feeding them all to Xiaojiu. Without hesitation, he stowed away the entire box of beads.
Lu Haishan hadn't expected Jiang Yunpeng to be so decisive. He'd been waiting for Jiang Yunpeng to ask about them, but instead, Jiang Yunpeng took them without a word.
Clearing his throat, Lu Haishan explained, "These are my spoils of war, dropped by demons I've slain. I wonder if you could use them."
Jiang Yunpeng possessed the ability to dispel the demonic energy of monsters, making him the ideal person to handle these items.
Thank you. Should any more such beads appear in the future, feel free to hand them over.
General Lu may make any request at any time.
Not at all. You've already done me a tremendous favor this time. Should any more come my way in the future, I'll hand them all over to you. Seeing Jiang Yunpeng's interest, Lu Haishan decided to sell him this favor outright. Jiang Yunpeng accepted without hesitation, bowing his hands in acknowledgement. Lu Xiao personally opened the car door for him, giggling beside him. "Young master, please get in."
Jiang Yunpeng shot her a disapproving glance. Once seated, he immediately stowed the entire box of demon cores into his contract space.
Xiaojiu's voice instantly flooded his mind. "Master, where did you get so many demon cores? They smell so good. So good. With all this demonic energy, I'll definitely evolve again after absorbing it all."
Jiang Yunpeng sensed her excitement and replied with a hint of amusement, "All right.
Cultivate diligently inside. Once you're done, I'll let you come out for a long time."
Xiaojiu was perfect in every way except for that face of hers, so stunning it could bring down a nation. Taking her out in public was simply too eye-catching. Her power far surpassed Lu Xiao's, and she came with no other complications.
The vehicle sped along the road. By the time they arrived at the Elders' Council, Lu Xiao's gaze was practically glued to Jiang Yunpeng.
The second elder personally came to greet Jiang Yunpeng, his voice warm and benevolent. "Young friend Jiang, Secretary Fang is already waiting in the conference room.
Let's discuss matters first."
Lu Xiao hesitated to follow, but the second elder motioned for her to leave. She silently prayed that Jiang Yunpeng wouldn't reveal what had happened in her family, otherwise, her position as his personal bodyguard would surely be lost. Upon entering the conference room, Fang Tao held a stack of documents, his expression grim. "Yunpeng, we've identified the man who attempted to assassinate you last time. It was the notorious Li Xingtian, a member of the Li family from the capital. Years ago, he was expelled from the Li family for being too weak and killing indiscriminately. In reality, he has deep connections with members of the four great families and intricate ties to the Western Church. I'd say there's an 80% chance this attempt on your life involves both of these factions.
What Feng Tao revealed was entirely within Jiang Yunpeng's expectations. He waved dismissively. Secretary Feng, I told you before, no need to investigate. Knowing they're behind it is enough. Even if they aren't, I'll eliminate both factions one by one.
Such words carried an air of utter arrogance.
Had anyone else heard them, they would surely have dismissed it as pure fantasy.
A mere divine mandate practitioner not even at the fourth tier dared to spout such arrogance.
The second elder, however, burst into laughter, slapping him on the shoulder. You've got some ambition, kid. Fine, I'll wait to see the day you wipe them all out. Jiang Yunpeng's eyes twinkled as he chuckled. Second elder, you've collected quite a lot of things. Do you happen to have any divine techniques for changing one's appearance?
With that technique, I could alter my looks at will.
Those aristocratic families wouldn't even be able to track me down. The second elder froze upon hearing Jiang Yunpeng's words.
When he finally processed what the young man had said, he sighed and pressed his hand to his forehead in exasperation.
You little rascal, where do you come up with these crazy ideas? Of course not. Divine power can only be used as a weapon. I've never heard of it altering a person's appearance. Chapter 59, Bargain Hunting in the Underground Black Market. Hearing the second elder's words, Jiang Yunpeng instantly deflated.
If even the renowned Elders' Council didn't possess such a thing, his plan was clearly doomed.
He'd been so eager to prove himself, only to fail before he even began.
Seeing him deflated like a punctured balloon, Feng Tao offered comfort.
Don't be too disappointed, Yunpeng. There's an underground black market tonight. I'll have Xiao accompany you to browse around. Maybe you'll snag a bargain divine artifact.
The stronger you become, the less the four great families in the Western Church can touch you. Jiang Yunpeng knew of the underground black market. Its operating hours were unpredictable, but this particular session happened to be held in the capital tonight. Everyone attending wore specialized garments designed to conceal their divine power aura. This ensured their strength and identities remained concealed during transactions. Through his original memories, Jiang Yunpeng knew his former self came from a poor family and had never been to such a place. It sounded like a good way to relax, and who knows, he might actually snag a few divine artifacts at bargain prices.
Alright, I'll leave the arrangements to Secretary Feng. By the way, can Zhou Yu and the others come too?
Jiang Yunpeng knew Zhou Yu and the others were all undergoing grueling training, so he casually asked.
They're unavailable.
After meeting with you, I must resume training them. Students who graduate under my tutelage will surpass those from Capital University by 1,000-fold.
The second elder spoke with a look of pride, genuinely holding no regard for those students from the capital's university. With his abilities, what kind of students couldn't he train?
Jiang Yunpeng silently lit a candle for Zhou Yu and the others.
The second elder was notoriously strict. Zhou Yu and the others were in for a rough ride. At midnight, Lu Xiao was ready.
She pulled out a black cloak and personally helped Jiang Yunpeng put it on.
We need to be discreet on this trip. Your identity is sensitive. If those people spot you, kidnap you, and use you to threaten the Elders' Council, it'll be trouble.
Jiang Yunpeng chuckled at her words.
Are they insane? Why would they openly defy the Elders' Council? We're just going to buy something. Why would any of those problems you mentioned arise? Jiang Yunpeng wasn't unfamiliar with the underground black market. How could Lu Xiao's words intimidate him? Lu Xiao gave a light snort.
Anyway, as your personal bodyguard, I have to prevent such things from happening.
If you happen to come across any decent divine artifacts that suit me, you can let me know. You won't have to pay for them.
All her earlier groundwork had been leading up to this one line. After the incident with the divine farmer's whip, she was utterly convinced Jiang Yunpeng was no ordinary man. His knowledge of divine artifacts surely surpassed even the established clans.
Jiang Yunpeng glanced at her. Want me to help you find divine artifacts? Fine. It depends on your performance. With that, Lu Xiao retrieved the silver mask and personally stepped forward to place it over Jiang Yunpeng's face. Understood. Master, rest assured from now on, I'll be your most loyal little sidekick.
She was quite attractive, and even though her movements were a bit overly eager, they carried a natural, endearing charm. Once both were dressed, Xinjiang personally drove them to the entrance of the underground black market. He lit a cigarette inside the car.
You two go in. I won't be joining you.
I'll wait for you at the entrance. His words were, of course, for Jiang Yunpeng's safety, especially since he had already contracted 2 divine artifacts. There was no point in him wandering inside. Not only would he be unable to pick out any truly powerful divine artifacts on his own, but even if he found one, he wouldn't be able to contract it.
One shouldn't be too greedy. Jiang Yunpeng and Lu Xiao got out and walked into the underground black market.
It was even livelier than he'd imagined. Held beside a remote garbage dump, the place reeked of foul odors, the air thick with the lingering blue haze of burning trash.
I really don't get what these people are thinking. Why on earth would they choose to hold an event in a place like this?
It's not like they're actually going to become ghosts by coming to some underground black market. Jiang Yunpeng couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Lu Xiao tugged his arm and shushed him. Anyone who comes here to sell divine artifacts probably got them through shady means. Most folks here are desperate. We need to watch what we say, don't want to draw unwanted attention. Jiang Yunpeng nodded slightly, hoping to find some useful divine artifacts so his time wouldn't be wasted. People trickled into the black market steadily, and the vast garbage dump soon bustled with activity. Jiang Yunpeng and Lu Xiao made their rounds. The vendors proved even more enthusiastic than he'd imagined, repeatedly reaching out to stop him and presenting divine artifacts for their appraisal. With his all-seeing eye, Jiang Yunpeng recognized most of these items as counterfeit or inferior. He had hoped the underground black market might hold some decent goods, but now it seemed utterly hopeless. With his omniscient eye, how could they possibly fool him? Jiang Yunpeng, look at that long sword, it's quite impressive. I just inquired about the price, it's only 2 million, cheaper than at the auction. Lu Xiao whispered, pointing toward a small stall in the northwest corner. 4 or 5 divine artifacts were displayed there, each radiating terrifying divine power of distinct attributes. Jiang Yunpeng had already noticed them and deliberately examined them with his all-seeing eye. They were all E-grade divine artifacts, not even reaching D grade. Such items were only good for swindling whoever could be fooled. No wonder they were sold on the underground black market. Even if someone was truly deceived, they'd never find these sellers' traces. If you're willing to shell out 2 million for junk, I've got no problem with that. Jiang Yunpeng's sarcastic remark made Lu Xiao puff out her cheeks as she protested. I'm just curious. Who would spend that much? Besides, my monthly allowance is only 10,000. Spending 2 million would require approval from my family. Lu Xiao's family certainly had the means to cover 2 million. Lu Haishan enforced strict discipline, limiting their spending beyond basic necessities to foster self-reliance. Otherwise, Lu Wushuang wouldn't have earned such a formidable reputation on the battlefield at such a young age. The two had nearly circled the entire ghost market, and Jiang Yunpeng was getting numb. How could there be nothing worthwhile here? Scoring a bargain in this underground black market proved incredibly difficult. His gaze swept over the small stalls scattered on the ground. One small stall had drawn a crowd. Jiang Yunpeng pushed his way through with Lu Xiao. On a burlap cloth lay a shield, 2 weapons, and a withered-looking willow branch. The divine power emanating from the willow branch was extremely faint, not even matching that of the shield beside it. Jiang Yunpeng activated his all-seeing eye and raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected the shield and the 2 weapons to be B-grade divine artifacts. He wasn't particularly interested in them, but the moment his gaze fell upon the willow branch, his body froze in place. He never imagined he could stumble upon such a massive bargain. Chapter 60, Guanin's Possession, a huge bargain. Willow Branch SS, an object held by Guanin Bodhisattva. Having lost the nourishment of the Jade Purification Vase, its effects have diminished to SS grade. Once the Jade Purification Vase is obtained, it can be used as a weapon. Willow leaves can be plucked for use, with a fixed refresh time. Possesses the Heavenly Gang's 32 transformations. Jiang Yunpeng sucked in a sharp breath. He'd been struggling to find a disguise technique, and now one had practically been delivered to his doorstep. Even downgraded by 1 tier, this willow branch remained formidable. If combined with the Jade Purification Vase, its power was beyond his imagination. Jiang Yunpeng suppressed his excitement as the crowd around him began bidding. Prices for the other 3 divine artifacts were steadily climbing, except for the willow branch. Lu Xiao noticed Jiang Yunpeng's hesitation and leaned closer. What's wrong? You wouldn't actually be thinking of buying it, would you? Ignoring her, Jiang Yunpeng pointed at the willow branch beside him and asked, how much for this, boss? The shopkeeper, currently negotiating prices with others, was taken aback by Jiang Yunpeng's voice. He hadn't expected anyone to take an interest in a willow branch he'd casually picked up by the riverbank. He held up 5 fingers. 50,000 for it. Jiang Yunpeng swiftly pulled out his black card. He wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. The vendor never imagined someone would actually take the bait. After collecting the money, he promptly tossed the willow branch into Jiang Yunpeng's arms. Young man, you must be out of your mind. What on earth do you need this for? For 500,000, you couldn't possibly get a decent magical artifact. A mere willow branch like this, you might not even manage to keep it alive once you take it home. This willow branch doesn't even emit any divine energy fluctuations. I think you've been scammed. Another man standing beside Jiang Yunpeng couldn't bear to watch any longer and kindly offered his advice. 50,000 yuan was no small sum for ordinary people. Hearing this, the vendor's expression darkened. He'd worked hard to con this item sold. Why let the fool catch on? Don't stand here interfering with my business. If you can't afford it, get lost. Jiang Yunpeng gave a slight bow toward the man who had spoken up for him. Thank you, but I have my own plans. His entire performance left Lu Xiao utterly bewildered. After all that browsing, the 2 of them ended up buying only this single branch. Jiang Yunpeng, you weren't traumatized by that Shin Nong whip last time, were you? You won't be able to keep this thing alive once you take it home.
She examined the arm-length willow branch he'd bought, scrutinizing it but finding nothing unusual.
I've never seen such an affordable divine object before, so I just bought it. I can study it back home. Captain Qin, please drive us back. He didn't reveal the specific function of this divine object to Lu Xiao. Once he formed a contract with it, it would become his ultimate life-saving trump card. How could he casually divulge its secrets? By the time they returned, it was nearly midnight. Jiang Yunpeng paused, then offered a warning. Lu Xiao, don't tell the elders about me buying this divine artifact. Just say we came back empty-handed. Lu Xiao hadn't expected Jiang Yunpeng to make such a request. She stretched lazily and yawned. It's just a minor detail. Don't worry, I'm very discreet.
After returning to his room, Jiang Yunpeng examined the willow branch. With his current cultivation level, only advancing to the 4th tier would allow him to accommodate more divine artifacts. He currently held the binding celestial rope and the sun shooting bow. Fortunately, the Pangu Banner was only a fragment, otherwise, his 3rd tier physique would have collapsed under the strain long ago. He wasn't trying to hide it from the elders, it was just that the willow branch's god-defying power meant the elders would never let him use it freely. He still wished to utilize it privately and with care. With this thought, he drew a deep breath, sat on his bed, and began meditation. Now, he was but a step away from the 4th tier. If he could successfully break through, contracting the willow branch should pose no further issues. As he meditated, divine power drifted ceaselessly within Jiang Yunpeng's consciousness. He absorbed it frantically, channeling it into every limb and bone. He had already reached his absorption limit. Currently, he could only absorb 30% of the power. To achieve the breakthrough, he needed to absorb 40%. The excruciating pain radiating from his body threatened to tear him apart. Jiang Yunpeng forcibly suppressed his physical discomfort, relentlessly attempting to absorb and release the divine power.
The sensation was unbearably agonizing.
Amidst this inhuman torment, his rationality grew increasingly sharp, his senses amplified countless times over.
A single second felt like years passing.
After enduring countless cycles of divine power, his face had turned deathly pale, and his back was drenched in a cold sweat. Veins pulsed beneath his muscles, blood surged through his arteries, and every fiber of his being twisted into a contorted mass.
Pop!
Like a balloon stretched to its absolute limit, Jiang Yunpeng finally burst. Streams of emerald divine power began to flow slowly through his meridians. The damaged pathways gradually repaired themselves, growing stronger and more resilient.
Finally reached the 4th tier.
Jiang Yunpeng exhaled a heavy breath, his body reeking of foul odor as viscous, filthy blood seeped from his capillaries. He hurried to take a bath, feeling his body grow lighter.
After reaching the 4th tier, his efficiency in absorbing divine power became extraordinary. He could effortlessly absorb 40% of the divine energy, a sensation akin to transforming from a stream into an ocean.
Jiang Yunpeng gripped the willow branch. Before the contract was sealed, Xiaojiu had already awakened from her slumber. The moment she came to, her voice brimmed with excitement as she called out within the contract space.
Master! Master! My power has reached the Holy Spirit realm. I've successfully broken through to transcendence. All thanks to this box of inner cores, otherwise, how could I have advanced so swiftly? Speaking of which, she felt a twinge of regret. Had she reached the Holy Spirit realm earlier, Jiang Yunpeng would have found it exceedingly difficult to contract her. Jiang Yunpeng's heart stirred slightly. He released Xiaojiu, and sure enough, he witnessed the overwhelming aura she radiated. Perfect timing. I'm about to contract a new divine artifact.
Use your divine power to shield me from prying eyes. He had no idea what might happen when contracting the willow branch.
He absolutely couldn't disturb the elders again in the middle of the night. Xiaojiu nodded.
With a flick of her fingertip, divine power flooded the room, sealing off a space from all directions. Jiang Yunpeng attempted to pierce this barrier with his own divine power. His 4th tier strength proved utterly ineffective, finally putting his mind at ease. Following the all-seeing eyes prompt, he recited the contract incantation. He braced himself for signs of a ritual manifestation, but nothing happened. The only sign of the contract's success was a faint, gentle chanting of Buddhist sutras that echoed in his ears, so soft he almost mistook it for an illusion. He examined the willow branch in his hand once more. It showed no further changes, not even its divine power seemed altered. It seemed that without the jade vase, the willow branch could not unleash its full potential. Chapter 61, The Leaf's Marvelous Use, Xiaojiu's Power Surges. Jiang Yunpeng pondered for a moment, plucked one of the leaves, and silently chanted, Alter Appearance. The leaf instantly transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from his hand. He felt a transparent membrane cover his face. When he looked into the mirror, the person staring back was utterly unfamiliar. The features bore no resemblance to his own. This face was the image he had envisioned in his mind. The willow branch truly could alter one's appearance, and it worked even better than he had imagined. Xiaojiu frowned upon seeing Jiang Yunpeng's new face. Master, what kind of divine object did you contract? How can it alter one's appearance? Don't ask what you shouldn't, Jiang Yunpeng replied. After marveling at the power of this disguise technique, he dismissed the willow leaf's effect with a thought.
By his estimation, a single leaf could last 15 hours. When he tried to pluck another leaf, he found it utterly immovable. This was rather peculiar. The plucked leaves would regrow, and according to the all-seeing eye's description, each leaf could be picked and used. Could it be that his cultivation was too low? Unable to resolve the question, Jiang Yunpeng decided to stow the willow branch away for now. Exhausted from the night's events, he was nonetheless filled with excitement. With this willow branch, his future endeavors would undoubtedly become far easier. Early the next morning, Jiang Yunpeng woke and immediately retrieved the willow branch to inspect it. The leaf he'd plucked yesterday had already grown back about half its original size. At this rate, it would take roughly 24 hours before another leaf could be used. Master, I've reached the Holy Spirit realm now. Could you please let me out for some fresh air? I'm going stir crazy being cooped up in here. I'm a mighty demon after all, how can I be locked in this contract space day after day? Jiang Yunpeng was dressing when he heard Xiao Zhou's plea. After pondering it, he realized the point was valid. I can release you, but you must obey my commands. Alright, I'll do whatever you say, Master. Xiao Zhou was nearly beside herself with excitement, her voice sweet as honey. The moment Jiang Yunpeng released her, she sat obediently on the bed, waiting patiently for him. After tidying up, Jiang Yunpeng glanced at Xiao Zhou. Her attire didn't resemble anything modern, and with her dazzling silver white hair, she was simply too striking. Your hair is one thing, but you absolutely must change these clothes. Also, hide your ears and fox tail. If others found out he was bringing a shape-shifting spirit creature, the entire capital would likely be turned upside down. Xiao Zhou spun around helplessly. But this is the only outfit I have. This posed no challenge for Jiang Yunpeng. He immediately called Lu Xiyao. As his personal bodyguard, Lu Xiyao was on call 24/7. But when she heard Jiang Yunpeng ask her to bring a set of women's clothing, she was completely dumbfounded. What kind of peculiar hobby was this? Could he possibly have a cross-dressing fetish? When she delivered the dress to Jiang Yunpeng's room and saw Xiao Zhou behind him, it all clicked. I was wondering why you suddenly asked me to bring clothes, turns out it was for her to wear. Xiao Zhou gave a soft snort upon hearing this. Of course. Master has permitted me to remain by his side. Once Lu Xiao entered the room, Xiao Zhou didn't hesitate. Right in front of both of them, she began undressing and swiftly changed. Before Jiang Yunpeng could even turn around, she was already fully dressed. It had to be said Xiao Zhou's face was truly breathtakingly beautiful. Lu Xiao saw her perfectly curvaceous figure and felt a wave of envy wash over her. This wasn't a figure ordinary people could possess, it was practically the work of the goddess Nuwa. Pointing at Xiao Zhou, she asked, Jiang Yunpeng, if you really plan to keep her by your side, just based on that face alone, I can see you getting targeted to death in the future. As she spoke, Lu Xiao's gaze drifted toward Xiao Zhou, almost imperceptibly. Even as a woman, she couldn't help but be drawn to that face. Then, as if remembering something, she hurriedly asked Xiao Zhou, you can't use any enchantment spells on me, okay? I don't want to fall for a monster. Xiao Zhou stuck out her tongue at her words. No way. I'm not interested in you at all. The only one I like is my master. As she spoke, her sharp red nails trailed across Jiang Yunpeng's chest. He swatted her hand away. Stop talking nonsense. Go wait for me in the car. Jiang Yunpeng didn't want Xiao Zhou appearing in the conference hall. If others saw her, who knew how enchanted they'd become? After Zhou and the others finished their meal and got into the car with Jiang Yunpeng, they nearly dropped their jaws upon seeing the peerless beauty seated in the back seat. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her silver white hair added an extra touch of allure. Her narrow, box-like eyes narrowed slightly as she spoke in a soft, velvety voice, smiling as she said, Master, why aren't you getting in the car? Zhou stammered, his voice faltering as he stared at Jiang Yunpeng in disbelief. Brother Jiang, this can't be your girlfriend, right? None of them had ever seen a nine-tailed fox in human form, so they naturally didn't recognize her as a supernatural being. Jiang Yunpeng rolled his eyes. Don't be ridiculous. She's my new bodyguard. Zhang's eyes widened with envy. Jiang Yunpeng's luck with women was unbelievable, first Lu Xiao, and now this stunning beauty. Zhao Menyu's reaction mirrored Lu Xiao's exactly, her gaze constantly drawn to the stunningly beautiful woman. She had absolutely no resistance to this woman's beauty, she was simply too stunning. Usually on the way to school, Zhou and the others would be bickering and messing around. Today, however, an eerie calm had settled over them. Unconsciously, they all wanted to present their best selves in front of Xiao Zhou. Jiang Yunpeng had already warned Xiao Zhou not to casually use her enchantment spells, and Xiao Zhou had agreed. As her master, Jiang Yunpeng was acutely aware of every flicker of her demonic power, detecting it instantly. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. After all, her face was simply too striking. By the time the school celebration arrived, who knew what other disturbances might arise? After some thought, he decided to reveal Xiao Zhou's true identity to Zhou and the other two. Upon hearing that this beauty was actually the nine-tailed fox, Zhou and Zong were stunned. Any lingering feelings vanished instantly. Seriously? This was a demon. No matter how beautiful she was still a demon. Besides Jiang Yunpeng, they couldn't handle it. After they got out of the car, Xiao Jiao linked arms with Jiang Yunpeng. As they walked toward the bustling school entrance, nearly every pair of eyes turned their way. Their group became the center of attention. Such a stunning beauty left everyone staring wide-eyed. Shangguan Shuang couldn't tear his eyes away. He'd never seen such a stunning woman in his entire life. Chapter 62, The Art of Seduction, the fight begins. Yi Sanhai's breathing grew ragged. The instant his gaze met Xiao Jiao's, dizziness washed over him. His heart raced wildly, his mind spinning in a haze. He yearned to claim this peerless beauty as his own at once, his hatred for Jiang Yunpeng boiling over. How did that beast get such luck with women? Xiao Jiao, being an exceptionally perceptive demon and a nine-tailed fox at that instantly sensed the desires burning between Shangguan Shuang and Yi Sanhai. She leaned close to Jiang Yunpeng's ear, her breath fragrant as orchids. Master, I recall these two are your enemies. Watch how I deal with them. Before Jiang Yunpeng could respond, she had already moved. Her eyes flickered, and a golden light erupted from her watery, shimmering gaze. For some reason, Yi Sanhai glanced at Shangguan Shuang beside him. She seemed utterly unbearable to him, especially since she was staring at Xiao Jiao with such an expression right in front of him. He had already claimed Xiao Jiao as his woman, how could he tolerate another man coveting her? His voice turned cold. Brother Shangguan, this isn't the place for you. Given your special status, you should hurry to the spectator seats. Shangguan Shuang, who had been about to approach her, wasn't about to give up so easily. Moreover, hearing Yi Sanhai's words stirred a wave of disgust within him. With a hint of impatience, he retorted, we're both geniuses ranked on the genius list. Where I go is none of your business. Stop putting on airs in front of me. If you think you've got what it takes, let's settle this with a fight. His voice dropped slightly as he delivered the taunt. Let me make this clear, I've set my sights on this woman. If you dare compete with me for her, don't expect any brotherly loyalty from me. Yi Sanhai hadn't expected him to say such things so brazenly. Normally, he would have remained perfectly rational, but now, for some reason, wave after wave of rage surged within him. Fine. If you've got the guts, let's fight. I'll see who's stronger, you or me. Divine power surged in both their hands as their interlocking gazes burned with hatred. In an instant, they stood facing each other. The students gathered around to watch the spectacle instinctively backed away. Zhou Yu witnessed the scene and found it utterly baffling. Scratching his head, he muttered doubtfully, why are they suddenly fighting? Have these two lost their minds? Jiang Yunpeng pressed his forehead, glancing at Xiao Jiao beside him, who wore an amused expression. I told you not to use your enchantment spells outside. They're weaker than you. What if someone stronger counters it? Xiao Jiao stuck out her tongue, her naturally alluring charm mixed with a touch of girlish innocence. I'm not that stupid. When I see someone stronger than me, I just behave myself and pretend to be human. Master, you don't need to worry. I've compressed my power to 10th tier, so I look exactly like your bodyguard. Lu Xiao, with her keen hearing, naturally caught her words and snorted. Don't think your power makes you special. Let me tell you, I'm his top bodyguard. Even if you try to compete with me for his attention, you'll always come second. Who wants to compete with you? Xiao Jiao leaned weakly against Jiang Yunpeng. I'm the master's beloved pet. He'd abandon you before abandoning me, because we've formed an eternal contract we'll never be parted. Her voice was soft and gentle, like a spring breeze brushing against Jiang Yunpeng's ear. Lu Xiao hadn't expected her to say that. Judging by this, she really was no match for the other girl. Frustration welled up inside her. She hurriedly asked Jiang Yunpeng, if only one of us can stay, which one will you choose? Jiang Yunpeng had no desire to get involved in the women's quarrel. He simply said, enough. Let's hurry. We need to get inside the arena. If we waste any more time, we'll be in trouble. By the time they entered the stadium, numerous platforms had been erected around the perimeter. Each platform bore the name of its respective group, all distinct from one another. Participants would be selected based on strength, with higher-ranked individuals receiving more generous rewards for first place. Professors Huang Hao and the others were already seated in the faculty section. Upon seeing Jiang Yunpeng arrive, security approached and handed him a numbered card. Not only did Jiang Yunpeng receive a number card, but Zhou Yu and the other two also got theirs. Zhou Yu looked at the card in his hand, feeling a bit confused. The circular card bore the number 07. What's this about? We're not even participating in the competition. Why give us number cards? No sooner had he spoken than Professor Luing, the referee for this event and also their low-tier group's team leader, called out. Jiang Yunpeng, you four come over here. We'll draw lots for your order shortly. Whoever gets picked has to compete. Zhou Yu was stunned. He immediately protested, Professor, but our strength is too low. How can we compete in the high-tier group? Isn't that like going to our deaths? Luing seemed taken aback. He explained earnestly, who said you're competing in the advanced division? This tournament has beginner, intermediate, and advanced divisions. Your skill level belongs in beginner. Don't worry, the competition there is on par with yours. This is just to give you a sense of participation. Watching others fight is nothing compared to the thrill of competing yourself.
After saying this, Luing immediately had them come forward to sign in. Jiang Yunpeng couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He had researched the university's anniversary celebrations and knew that ordinary students had never been allowed to participate.
Could someone be deliberately targeting him? The moment that thought surfaced, his unease deepened. Wang Wangchuan was the president of Kyoto University. Every single activity for the anniversary celebrations was personally reviewed by him. How could he possibly make such a rookie mistake?
For a moment, he felt thoroughly confused. Little did he know that Wang Guangchuan had arranged this competition specifically to curry favor with the Elders' Council, intending for him to secure a favorable ranking. This gave Huang Hao and his group an opening. Huang Hao gave a subtle nod toward contestant number 13 in the crowd, his sharp gaze hidden behind his gold-rimmed glasses.
Contestant number 13 was Luo Jin of the Luo family from the capital. Luo Jin's strength had already reached the 6th tier. A single strike would surely obliterate the 3rd tier Jiang Yunpeng in an instant.
He had even brought a magical artifact capable of concealing secret information.
Not only Jiang Yunpeng, but even Lu Xiao and the others wouldn't be able to detect it. Just wait. Today is the day Jiang Yunpeng meets his end.
Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to kill Jiang Yunpeng outright.
But crippling him, turning him into a complete invalid? That would be effortless.
After Jiang Yunpeng and the others returned to the contestant seats, Zhou Yu still felt a sense of unreality. Why does this feel so strange?
When they call me up next, won't they beat me to death? Chapter 63, Low-tier match, targeting him.
Zhong rolled his eyes at his words.
Don't try to play the innocent after getting the upper hand.
You're already at the 3rd tier, while Meng Yu and I are only at the 2nd tier.
We're the ones worried.
Jiang Yunpeng's draw had placed him at number 19. If these people truly intended to target him, they'd reveal their true intentions once his opponent emerged.
Principal Wang Wangchuan took the stage and placed the tournament's prize, a golden box, at the very top position. Only the first-place winner would be eligible to claim it.
After a few token remarks, he signaled the referees to begin. The 3 divisions commenced their matches simultaneously, a significant time-saving measure. Each division had 5 platforms, allowing 5 groups of contestants to compete at once.
The advanced division featured combatants mostly ranked 8th tier and above.
Many returning students were seniors who had dominated the battlefields, coming here purely to flex their muscles. Jiang Yunpeng had little interest in the intermediate group's matches, and the beginner group was nothing but elementary school kids pecking at each other, even less exciting. The high-tier division, however, was a battle of titans. Divine artifacts of every kind emerged one after another. Jiang Yunpeng seized the opportunity to use his all-seeing eye to scan the divine artifacts possessed by every participant in the high-tier division.
Not a single SSS-grade artifact was present.
He didn't believe these individuals lacked contracts. Most likely, they simply wouldn't reveal such trump cards at this stage. The S-grade artifacts they had brought out were certainly not few in number. Lost in his observations, Luing had already called his number. Number 19, Jiang Yunpeng, and number 13, Luo Jin, please proceed to platform 5 for your match. Before Zhou Yu and the others could step onto the stage, they spotted Jiang Yunpeng heading up and gave him a thumbs up.
Go for it, brother Jiang. Knock him down.
Jiang Yunpeng was already at the 4th tier now, so he wasn't worried if it came to a fight.
But was this Luo Jin perhaps from the Luo family of the capital? Jiang Yunpeng felt a twinge of doubt.
After stepping onto the stage, he scanned the audience and spotted the Luo family members. They had all come. The seats for the 4 major families of the capital were deliberately scattered. Luo Yutian saw Luo Jin had already stepped up and secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
Jiang Yunpeng was as good as dead. A 3rd tier fighter taking on a 6th tier? What was he thinking?
Now, Jiang Yunpeng was at least a 4th tier powerhouse. The moment he stepped onto the stage, he immediately sensed something was off.
This man's power felt utterly bizarre.
Though Luo Jinyan sensed only a 3rd tier aura emanating from him, the divine pressure radiating from him was more terrifying than his own 4th tier presence. This man was clearly stronger. His gaze turned dangerous as he sized up Luo Jin. Looks like he intends to finish him off right here on the stage.
Luo Jin was also somewhat surprised upon seeing Jiang Yunpeng. This completely contradicted the intelligence. Hadn't they said Jiang Yunpeng was only 3rd tier? How could he already be 4th tier?
He remained unconcerned.
After all, with his 6th tier strength, he was confident he could defeat a 4th tier opponent.
Luo Jin gave a slight bow, his expression contemptuous.
Go ahead.
As the words fell, he unleashed his azure divine power first. A colossal cross abruptly materialized behind him. Its intricate patterns radiated an overwhelmingly sacred light, within which hovered the shadowy form of a 16-winged angel. Jiang Yunpeng lowered his gaze slightly and activated the all-seeing eye.
Blood Cross SS, the cross left behind on Earth by the Seraph Raphael. Possessing unparalleled sanctity, it subdues all demons with holy light, wielding powers of illumination and purification. Once intent on killing arises, the blood cross transforms into an inverted cross, simultaneously granting the power of Satan and the ability to conceal the divine power of its contract holder. The description of this cross was utterly bizarre. Jiang Yunpeng dared not take it lightly. With a thought, the sun's shooting bow appeared in his hand. He had clearly sensed that Luo Jin's strength surpassed his own, yet the power Luo Jin unleashed remained firmly anchored at the third tier. It seemed this was the true force of the blood cross. When Zhou Yu and the others realized Luo Jin was a third-tier cultivator, they all cheered Jiang Yunpeng on. Lu Xiao and Xiao Jiao, however, keenly sensed something amiss. This Luo Jin was no simple foe. If Jiang Yunpeng acted rashly, he would be finished. Seeing the sun shooting bow gleaming golden in Jiang Yunpeng's hands, Luo Jin's eyes burned with greed. This was an SSS-grade divine artifact. If he could seize it, his power would undoubtedly surge to new heights. With that thought, he launched his attack first. Leaning forward, he channeled divine power into a barrage of razor-sharp blades, roaring with fury. Holy light impact! The azure divine energy in his hands transformed into countless streaks of light, hurtling toward Jiang Yunpeng. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yunpeng instantly channeled divine power to shift his body sideways, spinning into the air. His right hand gripped an arrow, his left held the bow. In the blink of an eye, an arrow shot skyward. The golden arrow shot forward, colliding with the bursting divine energy blades in the air. Luo Jin's expression froze momentarily. Despite his lightning-fast evasion, the powerful collision of divine energy still carved a deep gash across his chest. The wound pierced through his ribs, blood gushing out as the stinging pain shot straight to his brain. Luo Jin could scarcely believe his eyes. Jiang Yunpeng, a mere fourth-tier divine mandate bearer, had actually wounded him? What the hell? Jiang Yunpeng's gaze remained calm as he assessed Luo Jin's strength. This strike had only utilized half of his divine power. Had Luo Jin not dodged in time, it would have gravely wounded him. He drew a deep breath, his eyes flashing with ferocity. The cross's form abruptly shifted, materializing in his hand. Seraphim's Wrath. This strike was even more ferocious. Countless bolts of lightning erupted from a single point at the cross's center. He roared, "Die!" The bolts of lightning instantly descended from the heavens, nearly sealing off all of Jiang Yunpeng's escape routes. Unexpectedly, his form was as light as a feather, spinning effortlessly through the air. Facing this terrifying assault, he showed no haste. Instead, he drew forth a willow leaf and murmured, "Transform." The willow leaf spread like a vast canopy, engulfing every bolt of lightning in the sky within its surface. Boom! Like the shattering of bubbles, the divine power was completely absorbed into the leaf. Yet the leaf itself didn't last long before it shattered. How is this possible? Luo Jin exclaimed in shock. Such a technique was utterly unprecedented. Not only Luo Jin, but even the spectators watching the match were left trembling in their seats. What kind of divine artifact could produce such an effect? Even they couldn't break through that kind of power just now. They couldn't even begin to think of a countermeasure for this technique of using softness to overcome hardness. Blood surged in Luo Jin's veins as madness consumed him. He launched frenzied attacks, utterly stunned by Jiang Yunpeng's tenacity. With his current strength, he couldn't land a single blow. His sights were set on the genius rankings. If he lost now, he'd never hold his head high again. He couldn't afford to lose. Chapter 64, Settling Accounts Personally, Facing a 6th-tier foe. Holy Cross Light. Luo Jin spread his hands wide, swept his legs back, and leapt forward like a soaring dragon. He charged into the air, determined to close the distance and finish Jiang Yunpeng. Jiang Yunpeng hadn't expected him to be this foolish. His eyes narrowed as he swiftly completed the incantation for the binding immortal rope. Walls of earth rose around them, completely enveloping both combatants. Others could see nothing, and many were unable to stand. Perfect opportunity. Seeing Jiang Yunpeng offer no resistance, he was now at the peak of excitement. Just as his fatal strike was about to connect, a burst of golden light erupted, draining 60% of the divine power from his hands. Luo Jin's heart raced in alarm, cold sweat pouring down his body. Where had his divine power gone? Before he could dwell on it, Jiang Yunpeng's arrow was already locked onto him. Whoosh! The arrow surged forward, streaking toward Luo Jin's vital point with blinding speed. This arrow carried the might of the ancient war god Hui, overwhelming and crushing like a mountain collapsing from above. No! Caught off guard, Luo Jin was utterly immobilized. He frantically summoned his divine power, but the moment Jiang Yunpeng sensed Luo Jin was about to break free, he snapped the divine binding rope back. As the divine power surged through him, Luo Jin twisted his head to dodge, erecting barriers with his divine energy. But it was too late. The arrow struck with unstoppable force, warping the divine shield and piercing through Luo Jin's outstretched right hand. His entire right arm exploded into a bloody pulp, blood spraying like drifting cotton. Luo Jin's eyes bulged in fury as he howled in agony. Jiang Yunpeng! You beast! I'll kill you! He disregarded the constraints of his 6th-tier divine power, drawing upon nearly all his reserves. He could hear the shattering of his spiritual sea. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The cross in his hand grew enormous, swirling layers of energy converging between the two combatants. Luo Jin's hair stood on end as he hovered midair, now a one-armed figure. Jiang Yunpeng's expression remained calm. Aside from a dull ache in his chest from draining too much divine power, his body felt no discomfort.
Now, facing Luo Jin, determined to trade lives with him, blazing divine power ignited beneath his feet and within the air, giving birth to boundless flames. These flames enveloped Jiang Yunpeng completely, as if the fire god himself had descended.
Now you shall taste this arrow of mine. He drew his bow once more, this arrow channeling the power of fire, wind, and earth.
The act of drawing and releasing the bow caused him immense pain. Simultaneously, drawing divine power from his sea of consciousness was no easy feat. As the attack slammed toward him, Jiang Yunpeng drew his bow like a full moon. With a snap of his wrist, the arrow tore through the air like a tidal wave. The collision of the two divine energies erupted in an earth-shattering roar. Luo Jin, struck by this force, flew backward uncontrollably. He lay on the ground like a dead dog, still coughing up blood. Jiang Yunpeng felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, nearly losing control of the wind element's power and tumbling from the sky.
When he finally descended, his face was deathly pale.
Luo Lin was covered in blood, clinging to life by a thread. The instant Jiang Yunpeng's power struck him, it had nearly obliterated his consciousness. Luo Ran clenched his fists tightly, barely suppressing the urge to charge forward.
Wang Guangchuan had witnessed battles in the lower tier before, but compared to Jiang Yunpeng's fight, they seemed utterly mediocre. The clash between Jiang Yunpeng and Luo Jin? They could easily hold their own in the high-tier group. Especially that willow leaf technique he just unleashed, no one could fathom what it truly was. This kid's hidden cards were utterly unpredictable. Zhou Yu froze for a moment before bursting into cheers and applause. "Brother Jiang, you're so awesome." Lu Wing snapped out of her daze at the thunderous applause, hastily declaring Jiang Yunpeng the winner before instructing the Luo family to take Luo Jin away to rest. Luo Chengfeng glanced over, his expression darkening to the extreme. He sighed, "Luo Jin is completely finished." "What?" Luo Yutian stared in disbelief at the unconscious Luo Jin. "But Steward Luo, we have skilled physicians within the family. Can't they treat his injuries?" Luo Ran snorted coldly, his expression displeased. "Cousin, you're too naive. What means exist in this world to restore a person's consciousness? See, I suggest you focus on strengthening yourself quickly and inherit his divine artifact instead." He was furious beyond measure. He never imagined Jiang Yunpeng could be so formidable. Even Luo Jin, a 6th-tier cultivator, couldn't stand against him. Just how many divine artifacts did that brat possess? That willow leaf from earlier must have been one too. Huang Hao was so furious he nearly spat blood. The Luo family had fallen into such a deep pit this time they certainly wouldn't let him off the hook. He pinched his thigh hard to suppress his outward display of emotion. The other professors were filled with dread. Thankfully, they hadn't sent their own protégés to fight Jiang Yunpeng. If he'd crippled them, they'd surely regret it bitterly. After Jiang Yunpeng returned to the contestant seats, Lu Xiao hurried over to check on him. Xiao Jiao tilted her head and thoughtfully massaged his shoulders. "Master, you've worked so hard." Her soft, sweet voice made Jiang Yunpeng feel slightly uneasy. Lu Xiao shot Xiao Jiao a glare. "What's the occasion for this sweet talk? Jiang Yunpeng, you took too big a risk just now." Luo Jin's strength is definitely beyond 3rd tier. I'd guess he's already reached 6th tier. You should have challenged his eligibility outright. Why insist on fighting him? Jiang Yunpeng exhaled a heavy breath, his gaze complex. "There's no point in hiding my true strength. I wanted to test my own limits." From this perspective, the effect was absolutely perfect. Zhou Yu and the other two were already on stage. With Jiang Yunpeng setting such a high bar, no matter how brilliant their performances were, they couldn't overshadow him. In the subsequent matches, every opponent who faced Jiang Yunpeng surrendered. They'd witnessed Luo Jin's gruesome fate and had no desire to be crippled by Jiang. Surrender was the most expedient option. Zhou Yu and his two companions also advanced, but they too avoided facing Jiang Yunpeng. They knew he'd already expended a massive amount of divine power, and attacking him now would be taking advantage of his weakened state. They all chose to surrender, allowing Jiang Yunpeng to claim first place in the lower tier group without a fight. Such good fortune nearly caused Huang Hao, the mastermind behind it all, to choke on his breath and faint. At the awards ceremony, Wang Guangchuan slapped Huang Hao's shoulder hard, laughing heartily with a look of satisfaction. "Professor Huang, your plan worked like a charm. Jiang Yunpeng took first place effortlessly. He even showcased his strength. With someone like him at our university, we've got a promising successor." Huang Hao forced a smile, his anger boiling over internally. With no other choice, he suppressed his resentment and motioned for Jiang Yunpeng to come forward to receive his award. His performance did not go unnoticed by Jiang Yunpeng. It seemed the Luo family wasn't the only one after his life. Chapter 65, The Threefold True Fire, Acquiring the Technique. Constrained by the Elders' Council's authority, no matter how much they hated him, they couldn't eliminate him outright. Upon seeing Jiang Yunpeng take the stage, Wang Guangchuan handed him one of the boxes. Narrowing his eyes, he offered a look of genuine praise. "Jiang, you've done remarkably well this time. Truly worthy of Kyoto University. Keep up the excellent work. As for this reward, you can examine it once you return." Jiang Yunpeng understood the implication in Wang Guangchuan's words. The box likely contained something valuable. He wouldn't be polite about it. He gave a slight nod. Understood, President. Thank you.
Huan Hao, one of the referees, forced a smile and led the other professors in applauding Jiang Yunpeng.
Noticing his expression, Jiang Yunpeng gave a faint smile. Principal, I'll pass on future events like this. It's just too easy.
I expected my opponent to have some real skill after all. He was bragging so much, I figured he'd knock me flat on the court.
Turns out he was just average.
His words echoed through the venue via the microphone. The members of the prominent families hadn't expected Jiang Yunpeng to be this brazen. It was practically a death wish.
Luo Yutian glared at Jiang Yunpeng with venom.
While others might not have noticed anything amiss, they knew full well that the man who had just stepped onto the stage possessed 6th-tier strength. Jiang Yunpeng had beaten his 6th-rank opponent to a pulp. There was no way he hadn't noticed. Yet here he was, daring to show off in front of them, putting on airs.
He crippled Luo Jin.
Such a beast deserved no chance to live.
They'd have to figure out how to deal with him properly next.
As soon as Jiang Yunpeng returned to his seat clutching the box, Zhou Yu couldn't hold back and immediately approached him.
Brother Jiang, could this box possibly contain a new divine artifact?
I've heard that in past years, Kyoto University has used quite a few divine artifacts as prizes. The anniversary rewards were plentiful, and what one received depended entirely on luck. There was also a series of mini-games to participate in afterward, all focused on entertainment. Jiang Yunpeng opened the wooden box in his hands.
Inside lay a martial arts manual.
On its yellow cover, 4 elegant characters were written, 3 flame true fire.
Jiang Yunpeng's breathing quickened.
Wang Guangchuan really knew how to impress, handing him such a grand prize. Zhao Mengyu leaned in, her eyes glinting with envy at the characters. Jiang Yunpeng's sun shooting bow was fire attributed. Pairing it with this manual would surely double its effectiveness. In this world, those who had contracted divine artifacts could learn all manner of elemental cultivation manuals. The 3 flame true fire was perfectly suited to Jiang Yunpeng's sun shooting bow. Paired with it, the bow's power would grow ever stronger.
However, learning techniques must align with one's own elemental affinity.
Jiang Yunpeng now possessed the sun shooting bow and the Pangu Banner, along with his 2 innate skills, granting him mastery over fire, earth, and wind attributes simultaneously. It was already remarkable for an ordinary divine mandate bearer to master 1 attribute, let alone 3. As for the binding rope and willow branch, these were consumable divine artifacts without inherent attributes.
Even his emerald green divine power fell into the consumable category. Had he contracted Nez's heaven-shaking brocade, its fire attribute would complement the 3-fold true fire perfectly.
This cultivation technique utterly delighted Jiang Yunpeng.
Wang Guangchuan had truly hit the mark. Lu Xiao pursed her lips and sat down on a nearby chair. She genuinely wished to study this cultivation technique thoroughly, but alas. The Kunlun mirror she had contracted was inherently indominant, meaning she could only learn water attribute techniques. While water attribute cultivation methods were plentiful, they were almost exclusively found within secret realms, requiring immense manpower and resources to obtain. Ordinary divine mandate bearers, lacking vast financial backing and resources, could only risk their lives gambling in the divine wells. Who could be as fortunate as Jiang Yunpeng? Blessed by the elder's favor, even Wang Guangchuan had gifted him such a precious treasure as the 3 flame true fire. During the remaining time, Jiang Yunpeng kept himself occupied. Besides observing the strength of seniors competing in other matches, he also listened in on the gossip. Yi Tsunghai and Shangguan Shuang had truly lost face this time. They had intended to compete in the advanced division, but before even stepping onto the stage, they had beaten each other to a pulp. The rumor that they fought over a woman made their disgrace complete. In the end, they never appeared on the competition stage, being taken away by their respective families, a development that had caught Jiang Yunpeng off guard. He glanced at Xiaojiu, who was watching with keen interest, and sighed. Don't act so recklessly in the future. If my strength could match yours, I wouldn't mind how you dealt with these people. But now, circumstances are stronger than man. We'd better keep our sharp edges hidden for now. Open attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to guard against. He had made too many enemies now and needed to be more cautious. The 4 major families of the capital and the geniuses on the talent list alone were already difficult enough to deal with. Xiaojiu shook her head and nodded. Understood, master. Once my strength grows stronger, I'll slaughter every last one who dares defy you. She stuck out her tongue playfully. Of course, she was just teasing Jiang Yunpeng. She had no interest in killing people for no reason. Jiang Yunpeng smacked her head playfully. You little fox. If you get this mischievous again, don't blame me for dealing with you personally. Xiaojiu didn't resent Jiang Yunpeng's action. Instead, she actively rubbed her head against his palm. Jiang Yunpeng felt a tingling sensation in his palm, a pleasantly numbing, comfortable sensation. The school celebration lasted a full 3 days. All students were required to attend. Jiang Yunpeng had hoped to find an excuse to skip it, but no leave requests were approved. He had no choice but to endure 3 days of various activities. Once the 3 days concluded, a week-long vacation began. Jiang Yunpeng finally had time to properly study the 3 Flame True Fire manual.
In his private training room, he opened the first page of the 3-Flame True Fire manual, which contained the incantation for igniting the flames. Turning further, he found instructions on how to fully fuse and refine these flames, elevating them to the highest level of 3-Flame True Fire. The manual wasn't extensive, comprising only a few pages. After reading it thoroughly, Jiang Yunpeng committed the incantations and cultivation methods to memory before beginning to channel his divine power. Crimson divine power swirled within his hands.
Without summoning the sun-shooting bow, flames already appeared in clusters before him.
Each flame was fist-sized, and Jiang Yunpeng summoned over a dozen of them. The fireballs danced through the air, instantly raising the surrounding temperature by over 10 degrees. Within the training chamber, with its walls of refined steel, these flames posed little threat. Following the teachings of his cultivation technique, he steadily increased the flame's intensity. Within moments, he was drenched in sweat as the heat reached its peak. Just as he attempted to slowly merge the fireballs, a thunderous boom erupted. Chapter 66, Fusion Fails, Too Difficult. The two flames had barely touched when they began sizzling and merging together. Just as the sparks were halfway fused, they suddenly exploded. Fusion failed. Jiang Yunpeng refused to be discouraged, continuing to manipulate the fusion of other fireballs. This process was excruciatingly painful. It felt worse than being trapped in a fiery mountain, and the surrounding heat grew unbearable. The floor had become scorching hot, forcing Jiang Yunpeng to summon wind elemental energy to lift himself into the air. With the training room sealed off, it quickly transformed into a massive furnace. Jiang Yunpeng was nearly dehydrated inside. He exhausted all his divine power but still couldn't successfully fuse all the summoned fireballs. This process alone consumed the vast majority of his divine power. If the fusion failed, he'd have to wait until it regenerated before starting over. Jiang Yunpeng was so flustered he was scratching his head and pulling at his beard. He had thought synthesizing the 3-Flame True Fire would be easy, but putting it into practice proved incredibly difficult.
Forget it. No matter what, I have to figure out how to succeed today.
Jiang Yunpeng slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. After resting briefly until his body fully recovered, he resumed the refinement. The suffocating heat in the air was pushing Jiang Yunpeng to his limits.
Clang!
Xinjiang opened the training room door, only to be met by a wave of heat that felt like it could warp the air itself. Seeing Jiang Yunpeng suspended mid-air with roaring flames engulfing the floor below, he asked in disbelief.
Yunpeng, what are you doing? Releasing all that fire to burn yourself?
Jiang Yunpeng had been pushing himself all afternoon. Now, gasping for breath and pale as a sheet, he paused to catch his breath and licked his parched lips. I'm practicing a new technique here. Made a bit of progress. Will push harder tomorrow. As he spoke, his descending steps were unsteady.
He refused to admit defeat.
If this 3-Flame True Fire was too difficult to master, he would keep practicing up there. As long as it didn't kill him, he refused to believe he couldn't reach the required realm. Xinjiang hadn't expected him to push himself this hard. His jaw nearly dropped as he whispered, Yunpeng, you really should take it easy.
Your body isn't made of iron. Without inquiring further about Jiang Yunpeng's cultivation method, he relayed the notification in full detail. Yunpeng, the capital will be under martial law for the next period. I must lead my men to maintain security and won't be able to protect you as often. I'll have Lu Xiao take over my duties. For the next few days, you're to stay put at the Elders' Council. Don't wander off anywhere.
Jiang Yunpeng perked up at Xinjiang's words.
Why is the capital under martial law? Has something major happened? Xinjiang's face darkened with reluctance, ultimately keeping silent.
He only instructed Jiang Yunpeng to keep a low profile.
No sooner had he left than Lu Xiao arrived.
Jiang Yunpeng couldn't get anything out of Xinjiang, but Lu Xiao was a different story.
He questioned her thoroughly, and Lu Xiao revealed everything she knew.
He never imagined such a major incident had occurred. Frowning, Jiang Yunpeng sat down on the floor of the training room and settled in for the night. It seemed the 4 great families would be too preoccupied to bother with him now, meaning he'd be safe for the time being. Or rather, every aristocratic family in the capital would be mobilizing.
The reason was simple: an SSS-grade secret realm had opened.
This time, the SSS-grade secret realm had spawned right in the capital. No wonder even Xinjiang had been dispatched.
If order couldn't be maintained, it would spell major trouble.
Countless formidable divine mandate holders from across Huaxia would converge on the capital. Jiang Yunpeng, even my brother was recalled from the battlefield to help maintain order.
Lu Xiao said this with a look of pride.
Jiang Yunpeng immediately had an idea and beckoned her closer with a finger.
Come here. I need to talk to you. Seeing his meaningful smile, Lu Xiao leaned closer. But after hearing Jiang Yunpeng's proposal, she immediately refused. No way. If the elders find out I dared to do something like this, they'll definitely strip me of my position as personal bodyguard.
Jiang Yunpeng couldn't care less about her worries. He assured her, don't worry. Just give me a call when the time comes, and I'll be there immediately.
The elders won't find out.
His plan was straightforward. While the capital was bustling, he'd seize the chance to get some fresh air outside and observe the extraordinary talents of Huaxia. With the willow leaf in his possession, he could conceal his identity and alter his appearance.
How could anyone possibly discover he possessed such a divine artifact? Lu Xiao's task was straightforward: pretend he was still within the Elders' Council.
When the elders start looking for him, call him immediately.
How could I let you go out alone? If anything happens to you, the Elders' Council will skin me alive. Lu Xiao said this, stiffening her neck in a defiant stance.
Jiang Yunpeng knew her weakness and chuckled softly.
Your brother doesn't have an SSS grade artifact yet, does he? If you play nice and listen to me from now on, who knows? Maybe if I come across one, I'll give him a heads up.
Lu Xiao hadn't expected him to offer such a significant bargaining chip.
Ultimately, she couldn't resist and nodded, promising to cover for Jiang Yunpeng.
At the same time, she urged him to return early.
Don't stay out too late.
Be especially careful about safety, don't get into any conflicts with anyone.
Jiang Yunpeng knew all this already.
But just as the two were about to leave the training room together, the first elder, who had finally found a moment, came over personally to fetch Jiang Yunpeng.
He waved at Lu Xiao, who sensibly withdrew, closing the door behind her. Jiang Yunpeng was puzzled. What business does the Grand Elder have with me this time? The Grand Elder gave a slight nod, stroked his beard, and began to appraise Jiang Yunpeng with his gaze. Jiang Yunpeng's 4th-tier divine mandate strength was significantly below his own. While divine power could be concealed by those skilled in its use, it remained utterly transparent to masters of their formidable caliber. You're quite fast, lad.
Already at the 4th tier.
How long has it been? Your talent is nothing short of extraordinary.
Jiang Yunpeng smiled modestly. It's mostly good fortune that brought me this far, Elder.
Is there anything else you needed to discuss?
Of course, the Grand Elder nodded slowly, settling into a chair beside him. Your performance at the capital university was quite impressive.
But I don't understand what exactly is that Yanlu leaf? Why haven't I seen you bring it out before?
Jiang Yunpeng gave a wry smile, knowing he couldn't hide it from them.
He might as well bring out the willow branch. I snagged this bargain at the underground black market. It's a willow branch from Guanyin Bodhisattva.
It can serve as a weapon or for self-defense.
Chapter 67, SSS Rank Secret Realm, Capital Teeming with Talent. Jiang Yunpeng didn't elaborate further. The Grand Elder hadn't anticipated Jiang Yunpeng's luck could be this extraordinary. To casually stumble upon a divine artifact of Guanyin Bodhisattva during a trip to the underground black market. This wasn't just any sacred artifact, it was the kind that would make anyone green with envy. Good lad. I truly admire you. Xinjiang must have already informed you that we're quite occupied at the moment. You and Zhou Yu must train diligently in the meantime, understand? Jiang Yunpeng was practically bursting with impatience. As soon as the Grand Elder left, he called Lu Xiao inside. He had already moved to the window, his entire form undergoing a profound transformation. His face had transformed into an utterly ordinary set of features. In the teeming metropolis of the capital, this face would be one few would recognize. Wait for me in this room. I'll be leaving now. With Xiaojiu protecting me, you needn't worry about anything else. Lu Xiao reluctantly agreed. After watching him disappear through the window, she settled into a seated meditation within his room. This marked Jiang Yunpeng's first time wandering the streets alone. The capital was already teeming with people, every teahouse and restaurant packed to capacity. Even ordinary passers-by discussed the opening of the SSS grade secret realm. Such a high-level realm signaled countless powerful demons within. Ordinary divine mandate holders dared not venture into such peril. Only those who'd lost their minds would risk their lives here, where fighting demons was practically suicide. He arrived at the capital's most exclusive private teahouse. Such establishments were not open to outsiders. Upon seeing Jiang Yunpeng produce a gold card with unlimited credit, the attendant respectfully ushered him inside. Possessing such a gold card meant either extraordinary power or a family background so formidable it was terrifying. These attendants weren't fools, they dared not offend such a powerful figure. Upon entering the reception hall, Jiang Yunpeng had expected a crowd of patrons, but instead found the doors locked. He selected a spot in the farthest corner and ordered a cup of Longjing tea. But before he could settle in, a crisp female voice rang out above him. Hey, where did you come from? How dare you take my seat? I picked this spot earlier. Move it. Jiang Yunpeng turned to see a girl wearing a modified combat uniform. Her face was as delicate as a peach blossom, free of makeup, with long hair braided into thick plaits hanging down on either side. She was charmingly cute, though her tone was a bit too bossy. Jiang Yunpeng took a sip of tea, unfazed. You say this seat is yours? Then call its name. Will it answer? The girl hadn't expected such a response from the ordinary-looking man before her. Her cheeks puffed out in anger, making her resemble a scolded kitten. Are you genuinely stupid or just pretending? Do you know who I am? I'm Suta Waner, the 13th and only heir of the Suta family of Penglai. If you don't want to get beaten, move out of my way. Suta Waner folded her arms, her expression brimming with satisfaction as she watched Jiang Yunpeng freeze in surprise. She knew it, no one could remain indifferent upon hearing her name.
Instead, Jiang Yunpeng gently set down his teacup and shook his head.
I don't know you. If you want to sit, take the seat across from me. If not, leave immediately. Stop making a fuss here. Stunned by the man's outright disrespect, Stu Warner shouted in fury. Hey! How dare you speak to me like that, you fool? Fine. Today I'll show you just how formidable I am. With that, she lunged forward. Emerald divine energy surged into her fist as she struck toward Jiang Yunpeng's face. He neither dodged nor flinched. The punch carried considerable force. As it struck, Jiang Yunpeng's fist transformed into an earthen fist, colliding with hers. Boom! Both were sent reeling back several steps by the immense force. Stu Warner was slightly younger than Jiang Yunpeng, yet her cultivation had already reached the 5th tier. That fool! She had seen him earlier only a 4th tier cultivator. How could he possibly block her punch? Stu Warner couldn't fathom it, her hands still coated with the mud from moments before. What kind of divine mandate is this? How come I've never seen an earth element before? She muttered under her breath, her gaze toward Jiang Yunpeng shifting noticeably. The commotion between the two wasn't insignificant, drawing the attention of many onlookers. The moment they spotted Situ Warner, however, they dared not meddle in such a matter. Who didn't know how capricious and reckless Situ Warner was? Her grandfather, Situ Baiha, was rumored to have reached unparalleled heights of power. He was notoriously protective of his own, and these onlookers knew better than to cross this little tyrant. Hey, dummy, how did you master the earth element? What divine artifact did you contract? Just tell me, and I can offer you some serious benefits. Situ Warner had set her sights on Jiang Yunpeng's divine artifact. Since hers was also earth elemental, adding this fool's would surely elevate her power to new heights. Jiang Yunpeng coldly refused, not interested. Situ Warner remained undeterred. The Situ clan of Panglai would never stoop to the underhanded tactics favored by other noble houses forcibly seizing what they wanted. Her approach was different, she would use her personal charm. This fool before her would willingly, gladly offer up his divine artifact. This thought invigorated her, sparking a competitive edge within. Many had fawned over him before, but she'd looked down on them all. This was the first time she'd encountered someone whose temperament and tastes matched his own. She needed to probe his true intentions. Hey, you fool! Which noble house do you belong to? How did you end up here? Are you also participating in this SSS grade secret realm? Her words came in a rapid-fire barrage, leaving Jiang Yunpeng thoroughly irritated. He could only reply. I'm just here for tea. No clan, no sect, no family. What SSS grade secret realm? Do you really think a level 4 divine mandate like me could handle a place like that? Situ Warner curled her lip. I don't buy it. With your strength, how could you not have family backing? You're just lying to me. Even she had felt pressure when that fool first moved. How could an ordinary divine mandate bearer reach his level? He was definitely pulling her leg. Through their back and forth exchange, Jiang Yunpeng skillfully baited her into revealing everything. Before long, he had uncovered every detail of Situ Warner's background and her family's influence. He hadn't expected that this time, Situ Warner would also be participating in the SSS grade secret realm trial. With her formidable grandfather, Situ Baiha, guiding her, no other complications would arise. The Stu family members were inside a private room discussing matters with other clans. Finding it boring, Stu Warner had simply wandered outside to play. Chapter 68, Situ Baiha, Unpredictable. Little did she know that sneaking out would lead her to such an intriguing person. Leaning her head on her hand, her large, watery eyes fixed on Jiang Yunpeng, she asked. Hey, you dumbfounded fool. What's your name? Consider yourself lucky that I, Stu Warner, took notice of you. Jiang Yunpeng nearly spit out his tea. He stared at Situ Warner as if she were an idiot. You really are full of yourself. I told you I'm not interested. Alright, I get it. Guys like you love playing hard to get. You silly goose, with your little tricks, how could you possibly outsmart someone as clever as me? Her expression was haughty yet adorable, and it didn't come off as off-putting. Jiang Yunpeng twitched his lips, unwilling to waste another word on her. He'd originally intended to probe the current political landscape in the capital, but with Stu Warner disrupting everything, he'd gotten nowhere. She chattered incessantly in his ear like a mosquito. Jiang Yunpeng repeatedly asked her to sit at the next table, but she stubbornly clung to him, refusing to budge. She made one demand: unless Jiang Yunpeng voluntarily revealed the nature of the divine artifact he decontracted, she wouldn't budge. Jiang Yunpeng was utterly helpless. He'd never encountered such a stubborn young girl before. When you can't beat him, run him out. He didn't want to continue this entanglement with Situ Warner, but he hadn't managed to get up yet. A group emerged from one of the tea house's private rooms. Leading them was a man of imposing bearing, dressed in a Zhongshan Tangshuang. His snow-white beard nearly reached his chest, his face youthful beneath his silver hair, his eyes kind and benevolent. As Jiang Yunpeng studied him, Situ Warner stood up and waved at the old man. Grandpa, I'm here. Come on. You have to come play with me. As she spoke, she tugged Jiang Yunpeng up forcefully. Before he could refuse, she had already pulled him before Situ Baiha. Situbaiha glanced at Jiang Yunpeng and was instantly startled. He sensed the power of an SSS-grade divine artifact emanating from the youth. How could someone of mere 4th-tier cultivation have contracted such a legendary relic? He closed his eyes for a moment, performing a quick calculation with his fingers. Instantly, a stifling pain gripped his chest, his blood churned violently, and he nearly vomited blood. His eyes widened in utter terror. He quickly composed himself, ensuring no one noticed his momentary lapse. He forced a smile. "Wanner, who is this?" Situwana shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum, pouting as she declared, "I don't know either. I asked him his name, but he wouldn't tell me. I called him a dumb dummy. Grandpa, I want him to come play with me. I don't have many friends in the capital. I finally found someone I like. Grandpa, can I?" Of course, Situbaiha wouldn't refuse. He laughed heartily, his gaze toward Jiang Yunpeng brimming with affection. "Young friend, I'd be grateful if you'd keep my granddaughter company. She's always acting so impulsively. We're the Situ family, we won't cause you any trouble." Jiang Yunpeng had initially no interest in joining their affairs. But as his gaze swept the room, he spotted a familiar face, none other than Luo Changfeng, the Luo family's chief steward. "Ha! What a coincidence." It seemed he had no choice but to go. He nodded slowly, "Then I'll impose." As they moved forward, Situbaiha's expression darkened. Moments ago, he'd attempted to divine the youth's origins with his fingers, only to find even he couldn't peer into the boy's destiny. He'd grasped one thing clearly: this youth was no ordinary being. A dragon lurking in the depths and a dragon battling in the wild both aptly described his destiny. To say he was a purple star descended from heaven would not be an exaggeration. How could a mere 4th-tier divine fate bear such immense fortune? He couldn't fathom it. Could it be that his divination was flawed? One must not cast 2 hexagrams for the same day, nor divine 2 destinies for the same person. When he had attempted to read the boy's fate, he had already sensed a tremendous force obstructing him. If he had forced himself to peer further into that destiny, he might well have suffered backlash. With this realization, he could only abandon his pursuit. He remained uncertain whether his friendship with Situwana was ultimately a blessing or a curse. Luo Changfeng led the way, his flattery reaching new heights as he conversed with Situbaiha along the path. "Our family had heard of old master Situbaiha's reputation years ago. That the Situ family would now consider cooperation with the Luo family truly leaves us overwhelmed with gratitude." Situbaiha deflected his flattery with diplomatic grace. Behind him stood several other members of the Situ clan. As for Situwana, she naturally walked at the rear with Jiang Yunpeng. Situwana's mouth hadn't stopped chattering the entire journey, and even after they boarded the car, she continued her incessant chatter. "I can't stand these clan people. All they do is deceive my grandfather. They treat him like a fool, trying to exploit his power for their own gain." She didn't lower her voice at all, since everyone else in the car besides Jiang Yunpeng was from the Situ family. Jiang Yunpeng was nearly numb from her tirade and quickly cut her off. "Miss Situ, if you keep talking like this, won't you end up spilling all your family's secrets?" "As if." Situwana snorted. "Stop spouting nonsense. Do you really think I'd spill all our secrets to you? You take me for a fool too." She didn't seem offended by Jiang Yunpeng's remark. The Situ family had long grown accustomed to such remarks. Upon arriving at the Luo residence, besides the head of the Luo family, Luo Yuan, Luo Ran was also present. Even members of the Shangwan family had come, Shangwan Shuang looking coldly indifferent. As a junior member, he naturally had no opportunity to greet Situbaiha and remained standing at the back. After everyone took their seats, Luo Yuan motioned for the others to leave. His gaze then fell upon Situbaiha, lingering briefly on Jiang Yunpeng and Situwana. "Old Master Situ, this." Situbaiha understood his meaning perfectly. He waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. Speak your mind freely. They all have their own people here." Luo Yuan felt a pang of frustration. Situwana was one thing, but who was the man beside her? He couldn't pry too deeply. With Situbaiha having spoken, how could he possibly put on airs? Merely having some connection to the Situ family was already something to boast about. Since old Master Situ has spoken, I'll be direct. With the SSS secret realm now open, our clan alone lacks the strength to explore it. We must rely on cooperation between families. We've already united with the Shangwan family's strength. With old Master Situ's full support, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. Situbaiha stroked his beard, not rushing to answer the question but countering instead. "Cooperation is mutually beneficial, no need for such pretense. Since you've offered the Situ family such favorable terms, there's no need to hide anything. What exactly do you want the Situ family to do?" Chapter 69, discussing his execution face to face. With Situbaiha laying all cards on the table, Luo Yuan saw no point in further pretense. He gave a nervous chuckle. "The Panglai Siddha family is far from the capital and free from the Elders' Council's control. I want the Siddha family to kill Jiang Yunpeng." Jiang Yunpeng's heart jolted upon hearing his name. The Luo family clearly couldn't hold back any longer, no wonder they'd sought out the Siddha family. The name sounded vaguely familiar to Situbaiha too. But isn't that the kid who contracted an SSS grade artifact during that live stream? What's so special about him? He only contracted a divine artifact at 18. His strength must be negligible. Could your Luo family really fail to eliminate such a minor figure? Not so. Luo Yuan's expression grew grave. The 4 great families of the capital were utterly destroyed because of a single word from this boy. He didn't just contract one SSS grade divine artifact, he contracted the sun shooting bow of Hoi, the ancient god. He wields another divine artifact we've never seen before, one that can grow to block out the sky. Just days ago, I sent one of our 6th tier disciples to challenge him. That 4th tier kid utterly crippled him. Don't underestimate him just because he started late, he's a late bloomer. If we don't stop him now, his power will eventually surpass that of the great families. Then he'll turn his sights on us. Though these words were meant as praise, Jiang Yunpeng found them unbearably uncomfortable to hear. He sipped his tea, masking the expression in his eyes. Sita Wanner had initially been uninterested in their discussion, but upon hearing of such a prodigy as Jiang Yunpeng, she couldn't sit still. A 4th tier defeating a 6th tier, crippling them? Really? Could it be your family's 6th tier is just too weak to be beaten? I don't believe it. Sita Wanner was always blunt, and her words delivered a crushing blow to the already troubled Luo family. Luo Ran snorted lightly. Miss Situ, our Luo family is a well-known name throughout the capital. We cultivate exceptionally formidable warriors, yet even so, we cannot measure up to the Elders' Council. They poured everything into cultivating Jiang Yunpeng, how could we possibly defeat him? His words served both to salvage the Luo family's pride and to further emphasize just how overwhelming Jiang Yunpeng's strength truly was. Jiang Yunpeng silently pondered to himself. It seemed they still hadn't recognized the willow branch in his hand. Last time, he'd used the binding thread so swiftly that even Luo Jin himself hadn't noticed. These people still didn't know he actually possessed 4 divine artifacts. Situ Wanner curled her lip. I don't buy it. Once I see him face to face and beat him up myself, I'll know if he's really as powerful as you claim. She herself had contracted an SSS grade divine artifact. Contracting just one was already extraordinary. Jiang Yunpeng had contracted 2? She didn't believe it for a second. Wanner, don't be foolish, Situ Baiha sighed, his gaze halting her, fearful she might utter another wild notion. He personally didn't mind. Across the entire capital, anyone who dared to lay a finger on Situ Wanner would be crippled by him. But as newcomers, they had to show the Luo family some respect. Since Stu Baiha had spoken, Stu Wanner wouldn't dare contradict her grandfather. Bored out of her mind, she dragged Jiang Yunpeng into a game of rock-paper-scissors, with the loser having to pinch the other's cheeks. Jiang Yunpeng was thoroughly annoyed by her persistence. He played along while keeping an ear open for any news. Their little game didn't escape Luo Ran's keen eyes. He had initially assumed the man beside Situ Wanner was likely a younger generation member of the Situ family. But seeing how completely out of place he seemed with her, he felt completely at ease. Jiang Yunpeng also learned the specifics of this newly appeared SSS grade secret realm. Only those above the transcendent realm were qualified to enter. The myriad demons and monsters within were entirely unfamiliar to them. It even required several clans to join forces to stand a chance against the malevolent entities inside. Furthermore, nations worldwide had signed a unified agreement. Any SSS grade or higher secret realm that appeared would be open to individuals of any nationality or ethnicity. It wouldn't be long before highly skilled foreigners appeared in the capital, a prospect that deeply troubled the Elders' Council. If order cannot be maintained and these individuals are allowed to operate under their noses, Jiang Yunpeng is finished. It was one thing for foreigners to scheme against him, but now even his own countrymen were plotting against Jiang Yunpeng. How could the elders not be furious? During their discussion about whether Jiang Yunpeng should be killed or spared, Situ Baiha offered no definitive answer. He wasn't senile enough to nod along while being used as a pawn. He had plenty of time to maneuver. In fact, he found himself genuinely intrigued by the legendary Jiang Yunpeng. If such a formidable young talent truly existed, he wished to see him for himself. The Panglai Stu family, while not bound by the Elders' Council, still adhered to the laws of China. Cannibalizing one's own kind never ended well, especially when it involved slaughtering prodigies utterly despicable. Luo Yuan inwardly cursed Situ Baiha as a sly old fox. No offer could tempt him to speak. Once the conversation concluded, he had banquets and feasts arranged. In any case, it was best to cultivate relations with the Situ family first. If Jiang Yunpeng were allowed to continue unchecked, sooner or later he would turn his blade against these noble houses as well. Even if Situ Baiha didn't want to intervene, he'd be forced to. Luo Yuan used this leverage to pressure the Situ family, confident they wouldn't resist. When it came time to eat, several tables were set up, with the younger generation seated together at one. Situ Wanner glanced at the dishes and seemed quite satisfied. Jiang Yunpeng prepared to leave, needing to strategize how to respond to the intelligence he'd gathered. But Situ Wanner wouldn't let him go, insisting he stay and dine with her. Hey, you fool! Why walk away from a free meal? Look at all the premium ingredients they're using. This feast alone must cost tens of millions.
As she spoke, she served Jiang Yunpeng a piece of specially cultivated demon beast meat, a delicacy that replenished the vital energy of divine mandate bearers. Having grown accustomed to such fare from the Elders' Council, Jiang Yunpeng took a couple of casual bites before setting down his chopsticks.
Why stop eating? Is it not to your liking?
Sita Wanner, having rarely encountered someone to her liking, naturally felt compelled to ask questions. Before Jiang Yunpeng could explain, a tall figure seated beside Sita Wanner gave him a cold sneer.
Junior sister, ignore him.
As the saying goes, wild boars can't appreciate fine bran.
How could a mere 4th-tier divine mandate bearer possibly discern the taste of fine cuisine?
As he spoke, he deliberately began describing the dishes on the table.
This is 5th-tier demon beast meat.
Its market price alone exceeds $1 million per pound.
Chapter 70, a mere 4th tier, utterly worthless.
Ning Xiaoyao thought this remark would intimidate Jiang Yunpeng, but to his surprise, Jiang Yunpeng nodded in agreement.
True, just over $1 million per pound is a bit cheap. The taste isn't anything special either.
His pretentious remark only fueled the man's displeasure.
Sita Wanner's eyes lit up as she nodded in agreement. I feel the same way. Still, why not eat it if it's free? By the way, this is my senior brother, Ning Xiaoyao.
Ning Xiaoyao's cultivation had already reached the transcendent realm, so he naturally looked down on someone like Jiang Yunpeng.
Moreover, in his mind, Sita Wanner was his future wife.
Seeing her with any other man filled him with displeasure. Now, witnessing her show such concern for another man, he could no longer contain himself.
A mere 4th-tier divine mandate cultivator dared to show off in front of him? It was laughable.
He gave a cold chuckle, ignoring Jiang Yunpeng entirely as he placed an arm around Sita Wanner's shoulder.
Junior sister, how many times have I told you? Don't hang out with losers.
They carry germs that'll infect you.
What if you end up becoming a loser yourself someday? Stu Wanner frowned at his words, clearly displeased. She pouted and moved slightly away. Senior brother, how can you say that? I'm friends with that dimwit. You're not allowed to talk about him like that. I told you I don't like you touching me. If you touch me again, I'm sitting at the next table.
Ning Xiaoyao cherished Stu Wanner's innocent charm, but now she wasn't taking his side at all.
His expression instantly cracked.
Jiang Yunpeng hadn't expected Sita Wanner to speak up for him like that.
He chuckled. Since we're good friends, next time I'll treat you to a meal. I promise it won't be any worse than this place. Really? Then it's a deal. I want to make a promise with you.
As she spoke, Sita Wanner reached out and took Jiang Yunpeng's hand, her touch soft and supple. As he held her hand, Jiang Yunpeng caught a whiff of floral perfume wafting from her body. The sight of the two of them arm in arm and shoulder to shoulder made Ning Xiaoyao's blood boil. He'd longed for even a moment's interaction with Stu Wanner, but she'd always refused. Now she was openly flirting with this utterly ordinary-looking man. He wanted to tear the guy apart with his bare hands. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, Junior sister, if your grandfather finds out you're being so intimate with this man, won't it make him furious? As if. Sita Wanner declared, hands on her hips. I just enjoy hanging out with this simpleton. I've already told grandfather, and he even asked me to bring him along. After saying this, she ignored Ning Xiaoyao completely, instead chatting animatedly with Jiang Yunpeng. No matter what Ning Xiaoyao said, she merely gave perfunctory replies. Ning Xiaoyao grew increasingly frustrated. He couldn't influence Sita Wanner's thoughts, and could only watch helplessly as the two grew closer. Before the meal was finished, Jiang Yunpeng's phone rang. Lu Xiao's frantic voice came through. Jiang Yunpeng, where the hell have you been? Get back here immediately. Captain Qin is back and went straight to your room asking where you are. I made up an excuse that you were cultivating the three-flame true fire and couldn't be disturbed. Captain Qin said he'd come back in half an hour. You better hurry back. Hearing this, Jiang Yunpeng immediately replied, got it, I'll be right back. After hanging up, he turned to Sita Wanner. I have to go now. Something came up at home. Tell your grandfather later. Sita Wanner, hearing he was leaving, was far from willing. She pouted, why can't you stay a little longer? What could possibly happen at home? Jiang Yunpeng had no time to explain. He deftly slipped out and vanished from the Luo residence in an instant. Ning Xiaoyao, keeping his wits about him, followed Jiang Yunpeng out. But before he could catch sight of him, Jiang vanished. That bastard sure could run fast. He'd been hoping to see which family from the capital dared to mess with Sita Wanner. He'd find a chance to teach them a lesson. Jiang Yunpeng returned at top speed, leaping back through the window. Lu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him unharmed. You scared the life out of me. Where on earth did you go wandering off to? Jiang Yunpeng didn't hide anything from her, recounting his encounter with the Situ family members and specifically mentioning how the Luo and Shangguan families were plotting against him. Those bastards really won't give up. I have to admit, your trick worked like a charm. You found out their plans so easily. Lu Xiao's tone carried a hint of mockery. Jiang Yunpeng deliberately unleashed his fire element divine power, scorching the entire room for a moment. How could Lu Xiao endure such intense heat? She rushed out immediately. She decided to wait by the door. Sure enough, Xinjiang arrived shortly after. Possessing fire element divine power himself, this heat was no challenge for him. Jiang Yunpeng pretended to have just finished training. As soon as Qin Zhan arrived, he hurriedly asked, "Captain Qin, what brings you here?" "The Grand Elder sent me to inform you of an urgent matter. You need to head to the conference hall immediately." "Oh, and Xiao, you should come along too." Qin Zhan included Lu Xiao in his invitation. Lu Xiao hadn't expected to be included this time. The Grand Elder always kept them out of his discussions before. This truly seemed unusual. By the time they reached the conference room, the Grand Elder and Feng Tao were already waiting. Both men looked grim. Upon seeing Jiang Yunpeng, the Grand Elder sighed deeply. "Yunpeng, we must rely on you once more. Though we'd prefer you not be involved at this juncture, you alone can represent our Council of Elders. The situation in the capital is extremely complex right now. We need to suppress these external forces, and publicly, we can only send you to deal with them." Jiang Yunpeng understood the Elder's meaning. Wasn't this essentially making him a diplomatic envoy to negotiate with these people? Then what was the point of sneaking out? If he'd known this would happen, he wouldn't have gone through all that trouble. "No problem, Elder. Haven't quite a few newcomers registered recently? Visiting each household individually would be troublesome. Why not convene a meeting? That would be simpler. They all seek SSS-grade secret realms and have come here seeking powerful external allies. Let's simply give them an opportunity to form teams. Once they confirm their partners, we can send them all on their way." His suggestion made Feng Tao's eyes light up. "I think that's a great idea. This would also greatly ease the security burden on the capital. If they kept lingering here, who knew what trouble might arise? Fighting would only waste resources and cause suffering. SSS-grade secret realms weren't easy to enter. Casualties inside were their own problem. If they died, it wasn't our concern." Chapter 71, Organizing the Meeting. He was the representative. The Grand Elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Then so be it. Yunpeng, don't worry too much. Acting under the authority of our Elders' Council, they won't dare raise objections against you." His words also reflected concern that the external clans might give Jiang Yunpeng a hard time. After all, he was far too young, only 18. These aristocratic families had been arrogant and tyrannical for years. They needed a prodigy to properly humiliate them. "Elder, Lu Xiao can stay by my side as my bodyguard. As for Captain Qin, assign him to public security duties. I have Xiao Jiao protecting me. If anyone truly targets me, I can handle them with ease." Jiang Yunpeng wasn't boasting when he said this. With the willow branch and the binding celestial rope in his possession, he could buy himself a few seconds to escape even from a powerhouse like the Grand Elder. But only madmen would send such a peerless powerhouse to hunt him down. Such figures typically remain stationed at the nation's helm like the Grand Elder, rarely venturing out. After finalizing their plans, Jiang Yunpeng and Lu Xiao returned to their room together. Lu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief as if granted a pardon. "That scared me to death. I thought the Grand Elder and his people had discovered us. By the way, why didn't you tell the Grand Elder about the Situ family earlier? They're trying to kill you, why keep it hidden?" Jiang Yunpeng smiled. "What are you worried about? They want to kill me, not you." Now that he was personally representing the Elders' Council in negotiations with these aristocratic families, he didn't believe Situ Baiha would be foolish enough to openly defy the council. He'd already deduced Stu Baiha's intentions last time. Likely, he didn't want to take action against him either. This presented another chance to probe further. If the Luo family could be linked to the Situ family, why couldn't he? Lu Xiao couldn't fathom what Jiang Yunpeng was truly up to. Seeing his calm composure, she surmised he already had a plan in mind. She muttered under her breath, "Anyway, when the fighting starts, I'll be the one stepping in to protect you." On that note, Jiang Yunpeng made an arrangement. "Here's what we'll do. Over the next few days, make time to look after Zhou and the other two. The second elder has been intensifying their training. It's time to assess their progress, and having you arrange the evaluation would be best." Jiang Yunpeng's words were also meant to make full use of Lu Xiao. With a 10th-tier powerhouse by his side, he naturally wanted to maximize her value. Lu Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? You want me to be a sparring partner? Do you even know who I am? I'm from the Lu family. I've made a name for myself on the battlefield. No way. You'll have to pay me extra for this." Hearing her demand more payment, Jiang Yunpeng understood what she wanted. Stroking his chin, he negotiated, "How about this? I'll see if I can find a divine artifact suitable for you. If you satisfy me, you know what I mean." With that promise, I'm relieved. Lu Xiao grinned as she headed out. "I'll start their intensive training immediately. I guarantee you'll see results within 2 days." Over the next 2 days, Jiang Yunpeng needed to prepare thoroughly. Feng Tao had already issued orders to notify all clans and powerful figures present in the capital to convene a unified meeting at the Elders' Council for deliberation. Originally, many clans had planned to secretly collude and quietly amass wealth. Little did they expect the Elders' Council to suddenly come up with this scheme. For some powerful figures, this was actually advantageous. It allowed them greater freedom to choose whom to ally with.
The Yi family, having learned that the Luo and Shangguan families had already secretly approached the Sidu family, could no longer contain their impatience. This situation presented them with an opportunity.
2 days later, representatives from all the major families had arrived.
Notably, even some solitary powerhouses joined the elders' assembly.
The vast hall could comfortably seat over 1,000 people.
Most families had brought 3 or 4 representatives, leaving ample space to spare.
Situ Waner sat beside Situ Baiha, her displeasure evident.
Grandfather, you detest the elders' council the most. Why did you come here? Why should we listen to those elders' arrangements?
She'd been feeling stifled these past 2 days. That fool had left without a word last time and hadn't shown up since. She had planned to play with him, yet she didn't even know his name. Upon hearing her words, Situ Baiha gently stroked her head with affection.
We can't fight fate. We're on their turf, so naturally we must follow their arrangements. Waner, don't cause trouble later, understand? This time, the elders themselves won't be present.
I hear they've sent their representative, Jiang Yunpeng, to negotiate with us. Ning Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes at the name Jiang Yunpeng.
That brat's the one who made a splash nationwide before, huh? Thinks he can fly high just because he contracted an SSS-grade divine artifact? Oof.
To me, he's nothing but a flash in the pan, good for nothing.
Stu Baiha paid him no mind whatsoever.
He disliked arrogant youngsters like Ning Xiaoyao, but since the 2 families were allied and Ning Xiaoyao cared deeply for his granddaughter, he had no choice but to bring him along. Situ Waner pumped her little fist excitedly.
Is Grandpa really Jiang Yunpeng?
When he comes out, I'm going to challenge him properly. He's only a 4th-tier cultivator. My 5th-tier strength will crush him completely.
Hearing her words, Situ Baiha felt even more exasperated. Waner, haven't I just told you? You absolutely mustn't cause trouble. If you disobey later, Grandpa will have Xiaoyao take you back first. No. No.
Stu Waner clung to Stu Baiha's arm, pouting.
Grandpa, I'll be good. I promise I won't bother Jiang Yunpeng.
After waiting about 10 minutes, as more and more people arrived, Jiang Yunpeng finally stepped forward with Feng Tao and the others.
Lu Xiao followed Jiang Yunpeng into the venue.
Seeing the grand scale of the gathering, she felt a bit daunted. After all, she was only at the 10th tier of power. Facing so many powerful figures, it would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous.
She couldn't match Jiang Yunpeng's composure.
Despite being only a 4th-tier cultivator, he appeared far more unflappable than she did.
Across the venue, many eyes fixed on Jiang Yunpeng, some with contempt, others with curiosity or scrutiny.
Jiang Yunpeng paid them no mind whatsoever, following their gazes to take his seat at the head of the table. Buzz. He tapped the microphone, and the piercing noise instantly silenced the room.
Ladies and gentlemen, I represent the Elders' Council today. I trust you are all familiar with the procedure. The Council provides this venue for negotiations. Once agreements are reached, partnerships may be formalized under our witness fair and square, no deceit. This was precisely why these powerful figures had made the journey. With the Council's endorsement, even the most reluctant clans would have to offer them fair compensation. Chapter 72, Recognizing His Identity. SSS-grade secret realms were inherently perilous. To perish within without securing adequate compensation would be a colossal loss.
Only after Jiang Yunpeng finished speaking did scattered murmurs of discussion ripple through the crowd below.
The attendees showed little interest in the matter itself. Instead, many eyes were fixed on Jiang Yunpeng. Yi Yuntian watched Jiang Yunpeng's affected posturing with a wave of disgust.
Yi Sanhai scanned the crowd left and right but still couldn't spot that exquisite beauty from last time. Because of that woman, he and Shangguan Shuang had completely fallen out, severing ties between their families. This incident had also earned him a stern reprimand from Yi Changlong. Now that his brother was gone, he had to get his hands on that woman.
Last time, that beauty had appeared with Jiang Yunpeng, suggesting their relationship was far from ordinary.
Jiang Yunpeng sat bored at his seat, idly sipping tea. Lu Xiao stood nearby, her legs numb from waiting.
Seeing Jiang Yunpeng's calm composure, she felt an intense pang of envy.
Jiang Yunpeng, I am your personal bodyguard after all.
At least let me sit down.
Absolutely not, Jiang Yunpeng refused decisively.
Your job is to keep a close eye on these people.
If a fight breaks out, you need to step in immediately to stop it.
Lu Xiao stared blankly, pointing at herself. Ha? Me? You want me, a 10th tier divine mandate, to stop these transcendent beings masters above holy spirits? Are you treating me like some Japanese person? Mentioning these foreigners, Jiang Yunpeng felt annoyed too. Feng Tao had already sent word for them to attend the meeting, but they stubbornly refused, claiming their delegation wasn't complete. They'd formed a 7 nations alliance and insisted Feng Tao arrange accommodations for them, invoking their national status. Feng Tao couldn't refuse hosting the meeting, which would likely drag on for days. With these foreigners arriving, the situation in the capital grew even more unpredictable. While Jiang Yunpeng and Lu Xiao were joking around, he sensed a gaze fixed on him the entire time. He scanned the crowd and suddenly locked eyes with Situ Waner.
She tilted her head, her round eyes fixed on him like a kitten's, utterly adorable.
Jiang Yunpeng felt a tingle of unease. Could she have sensed something? Surely she wasn't that perceptive.
In truth, she had already begun to suspect. Her instincts about people never failed her. The man before her was undoubtedly the fool who had deceived her. She was determined to confront him later and expose him completely. As this thought crossed her mind, she spotted Situbaiha and felt a surge of excitement, ready to share her discovery with her grandfather. But then she suddenly remembered their last meeting with the Luo family, when the Luos had urged grandfather to kill Jiang Yunpeng. A silent curse escaped her lips. After a moment's thought, she decided to wait until after the meeting to speak with her grandfather privately.
In truth, Situbaiha had recognized Jiang Yunpeng's identity even before Situwaner.
The moment he sensed Jiang Yunpeng, his first instinct was to cast a divination for him. The same overwhelming feeling swept over him, and even he, as dense as he was, recognized the connection. That incident when they went to the Shangguan family together, this kid really kept his cards close to his chest. Attendees at the venue were free to mingle, and during this time, Ning Xiaoyao also became a target for recruitment. Flattered by their flattering words, he was floating on air. Just then, Situwaner strode confidently up to Jiang Yunpeng. Other clans had tried to recruit him before, but he'd rejected them all. She sat beside Jiang Yunpeng and chuckled, "Jiang Yunpeng, you actually lied to me.
Caught red-handed, weren't you? You're that fool. Miss Situ, I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean."
Jiang Yunpeng certainly couldn't admit his other identity, which had kept him safe and secure outside.
The more people who discovered it, the less secure he would be.
Stuwaner looked at him with solemn earnestness and whispered, "Rest assured, I won't breathe a word of this.
I'll have my grandfather ensure your safety."
She even patted her chest, solemnly pledging her assurance to Jiang Yunpeng. Lu Siyao overheard their exchange and felt a pang of displeasure. "Miss Situ, if you're here to apply for the bodyguard position, please step aside."
"I am Jiang Yunpeng's personal bodyguard." The spot beside Jiang Yunpeng was hers alone. This golden opportunity was absolutely non-negotiable. Situwaner felt a bit annoyed.
In her eyes, Jiang Yunpeng was her good friend.
She didn't even know Lu Xiao. Why was she constantly interrupting her? "You can protect him, so can I. I'm a 5th-tier fighter." She even lifted her chin proudly as she said it. Lu Xiao snorted derisively. "You dare show up in front of me with 5th-tier strength? I'm already 10th tier.
If you're not strong enough, you don't even have the right to stand beside Jiang Yunpeng.
Get out of the way." Situwaner's eyes widened in surprise.
She hadn't expected this girl to be so powerful, and she immediately perked up.
"Sis, you're amazing.
Then you protect me and Jiang Yunpeng."
Lu Xiao hadn't anticipated Situwaner jumping at the chance to curry favor.
Combined with her unconventional thinking, their argument quickly veered off in a different direction. Situbaiha had intended to keep Situwaner in line, but she'd already struck up a conversation with Jiang Yunpeng.
This was truly troublesome.
He sighed deeply. Jiang Yunpeng clearly knew about their plans to cooperate with the Shangguan family, yet his stance remained unclear. It seemed the Situ family would have to make their position known as well. Ning Xiaoyao, who had been networking, saw Situwaner running off to chat with another man and was furious. Last time it was just some ordinary guy, but now she's gone and run into Jiang Yunpeng again. It must be Jiang Yunpeng deliberately seducing her. He knew his little junior sister's temperament best. She was so naive. None of these men were any good. He approached her with a cold expression.
"Junior sister, you can't cause trouble at the Elders' Council.
Senior brother, Jiang Yunpeng, and I are good friends now.
I want to hang out with him."
Her radiant smile as she spoke made Ning Xiaoyao feel even more irritated. But he couldn't get through to Situwaner at all, so he could only let her be. For the entire morning, his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yunpeng, wary that he might make any inappropriate advances towards Situwaner. This job turned out to be far more leisurely than Jiang Yunpeng had imagined. All he needed to do was maintain a presence here.
These people were merely using the Elders' Council as a front and weren't looking for trouble. Unfortunately, by early afternoon, Fong Tao received a phone call.
Hearing Qin Zhan's report, his anger flared.
"What did you say? Those beasts from the Seven Nations Alliance have set up a challenge platform?
They clearly hold no regard for us Huaxia people."
"Fine, I'll take Yunpeng to see it immediately."
After hanging up, his expression darkened to the extreme.
Trouble's brewing.
This time, the Seven Nations Alliance is led by Alice, who's organizing a challenge tournament at the capital arena.
"Jiang Yunpeng, we need to go check it out." Chapter 73, The Seven Nations Alliance, The Challenge Arena. Jiang Yunpeng was currently in charge of the exhibition.
He had no choice but to attend. Eris was an old acquaintance.
It was a shame the Eternal Spear hadn't finished him off last time. He nodded thoughtfully. These foreigners have set up an arena in the capital.
They must have invited some powerful figures to back them up.
Otherwise, how dare they come to the capital to flex their muscles? Looks like they're here with the clear intent to strike against us Chinese. Jiang Yunpeng's analysis echoed Fong Tao's own thoughts. He gave a slight nod.
These foreigners won't give up until they've reached the end of their rope.
They've come knocking on our door.
I refuse to believe the capital aristocrats won't step in.
Fong Tao used the microphone to inform everyone present of the situation.
They had to go, whether they wanted to or not.
The Elders' Council had spoken. If they didn't go, were they even Chinese anymore? Situ Wanner hadn't expected to stumble upon such an intriguing affair. Excitedly, she tugged at Situ Baiha's sleeve. Grandpa! Grandpa! Let us come with you. I want to spar with these foreigners and take them all down. Situ Baiha, who always doted on his granddaughter, laughed heartily. All right, let's go. Jiang Yunpeng led the way in the front vehicle. Lu Xiao couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out, "Are these foreigners out of their minds? Acting up in the capital? Who gave them the nerve? I suspect this isn't as straightforward as it seems.
We should remain vigilant. Once we arrive, we'll see what they're really up to." Jiang Yunpeng was also curious about what these foreigners possessed that gave them the audacity to set up a challenge arena here. It would be a good opportunity to see what kind of formidable opponents they were, making it easier to target them in the future.
By the time they reached the arena, the surrounding area was already packed with spectators, including many curious onlookers from Huaxia. They craned their necks, hoping the Elders' Council would send formidable experts to thoroughly crush the Westerners' arrogance.
But when they saw Jiang Yunpeng step down, disappointment washed over them.
What could a mere student possibly accomplish? Have the Elders gone mad?
Jiang Yunpeng only contracted his divine artifact recently.
What's the point of sending him? Are they seriously going to have him fight in the arena?
That's ridiculous.
Well, you're out of the loop. Jiang Yunpeng's strength is actually quite impressive.
He's considered a representative of the new generation.
Ha! New generation? What kind of joke is that?
He's 18 and can't even crack the genius rankings.
Besides binding an SSS grade divine artifact, what else is he good for?
I see Jiang Yunpeng as nothing but a puppet of the Elders' Council, manipulated at their whim.
Who knew our nation had sunk this low?
The audience murmured among themselves, placing their hopes in the powerful clans.
Relying on the Elders' Council was hopeless. The clans were clearly more formidable.
As the organizer of the Seven Nations Alliance, Alice felt a tidal wave of hatred surge within him upon Jiang Yunpeng's arrival.
That damned Jiang Yunpeng.
The Western Church lost several powerful members last time, all because they believed his lies about using blood to forge contracts. Not only did they destroy the Eternal Spear, but he also got punished by the Pope.
You could say the kid had some talent, but not much.
He never imagined Jiang Yunpeng had deliberately set him up. Jiang Yunpeng was, after all, a Chinese man. How could he possibly be so well versed in Western mythology? He forced a smile and stepped forward to greet him.
Jiang Yunpeng, it's been a while.
This time, our Seven Nations Alliance not only intends to participate in the SSS grade secret realm but also wishes to spar with the Chinese masters present.
Surely the Elders' Council won't mind?
Before Fong Tao could speak, Jiang Yunpeng offered a faint smile.
Why would they mind?
I heard several Western Church elites perished last time. What a pity.
It just goes to show they weren't meant to survive, even with SSS grade artifacts at their disposal.
His words were like a dagger to Alice's heart. Xinjiang listened with great satisfaction. These beasts had come all this way just to provoke him. As if the capital's security wasn't already complicated enough, they had to come here and provoke trouble.
What else could it be but an insult?
Alice's face turned ashen, but his expression eased slightly when he spotted the four major families of the capital entering the venue. Bringing the Seven Nations Alliance here meant they were determined to thoroughly humiliate the Chinese.
The divine mandate bearers he'd brought from the Seven Nations Alliance were all young men in their 20s.
It was the younger generation who should take the stage. If any of those old monsters dared to step forward, they wouldn't be spared a thorough humiliation.
He had already devised a detailed plan. The capital's most formidable four great families would absolutely not intervene. They had secretly coordinated beforehand. As for the other aristocratic families visiting the capital, they certainly wouldn't risk their lives for a mere title. Their odds of victory were extremely high.
Once the attendees were mostly seated, Alice turned his gaze to the two representatives from the island nation, Sasaki Ichiro and Inoue Shuzen.
Sasaki, Inoue, your island nation and China have long-standing enmity.
Now is your chance for revenge.
Who will go first?
Sasaki Ichiro sneered coldly, drawing the long sword in his hand.
I possess extraordinary prowess. I shall go first.
With that, he leapt forward, landing at the center of the stage with a thunderous roar.
I am Sasaki Ichiro of the island nation. Who among you dares challenge me?
Jiang Yunpeng's gaze fixed on the Japanese man at the center of the ring. His all-seeing eye immediately discerned the divine artifact upon him. Stone Sword SS, forged from the bones of the Yamata no Orochi after it was slain by the sun goddess Amaterasu. This sword radiates demonic energy.
It requires daily nourishment of human blood, embodying profound darkness.
Infused with the power of the Yamata no Orochi, it gradually consumes the sanity of its wielder until they become nothing more than a feral appendage of the Stone Sword.
What a vile and treacherous thing. Jiang Yunpeng sighed inwardly. Truly, how many divine artifacts from that island nation could be considered good?
Sasaki Ichiro only carried the Sword of Gathering Clouds, suggesting he possessed only one divine artifact.
With his transcendent cultivation and an SS-grade divine artifact, such a man would be exceedingly difficult to confront.
Jiang Yunpeng scanned the crowd. Not a single soul dared to step forward. Eris was thoroughly pleased with this situation.
Cowardly Chinese, what could they possibly compare to Westerners? Sigh.
These people were forcing him to act. Why bother? Jiang Yunpeng sighed and turned to Feng Tao beside him.
Secretary Feng, did you bring the items I asked you to get?
Before they arrived, he had already instructed Feng Tao to retrieve it.
Feng Tao smiled.
The bodyguards have already transported it over.
Just wait. Sasaki Ichiro waited several minutes. Not a single Chinese person stepped onto the stage. He roared with laughter. And you dare call yourselves a warlike nation? Not one of you dares to come forward. What a bunch of useless trash. Chapter 74, The Battle for Honor, 7th Tier Combat Supernatural.
Sasaki Ichiro's gaze was filled with contempt. He didn't hold these Chinese in the slightest regard.
He even yawned boredom.
The aristocratic witnesses pretended not to hear.
Having attained their own power, what did the honor or shame of ordinary people matter to them? The ordinary spectators seated around the arena were all seething with rage.
They never imagined that in such a vast nation, not a single soul would step forward. Some could no longer contain themselves and erupted into curses.
What the hell are you masters doing? Why aren't you stepping in? You're letting Sasaki Ichiro humiliate us Chinese right here.
The Japanese have been our sworn enemies for generations.
They're practically ting on our heads right now, and you still won't do anything? Put. You strut around like you're the king of the world normally, but when it matters, you hide like a turtle in its shell. The divine mandate holders present rolled their eyes at the audience's curses. They weren't fools. Come on, Sasaki Ichiro was extraordinary. And it's the younger generation taking the lead. Aren't those on the genius rankings all sharp as tacks?
They might not even land 2 blows before getting sliced to pieces. A genius who survives against such power is bound for greatness. Who in their right mind would charge in just to prove a point against Sasaki Ichiro? Jiang Yunpeng scanned the crowd, inwardly sighing. These divine mandate bearers, after contracting Western divine artifacts, had lost even their basic fighting spirit.
How truly pitiful. Lu Xiao, standing nearby, could no longer contain herself. Rage boiled within her. How despicable.
If I weren't only at the 10th tier, I'd have charged in and slaughtered him without mercy.
If my brother were here, he'd never let him run rampant like this. Sitting in her seat, Situwana was equally furious.
She turned to Situbaiha, who sat as still as a mountain.
Grandfather, this man is utterly insolent. Why doesn't anyone else step forward? Situbaiha spoke calmly. Wanner, just watch from here. Don't act impulsively.
The situation in the capital isn't something our family can handle. He had already discerned the underlying truth. These foreigners could only act so lawlessly and orchestrate such schemes because certain prominent families within the capital were colluding with them. This was not the time for them to intervene. Among the younger generation of the Situ clan who had accompanied him this time, there were indeed many formidable individuals. But they would never throw themselves into the fray at a time like this. Their expertise lay precisely in the intricate games of power played between the great families.
As for reputation, a few insults wouldn't kill them.
Just then, the bodyguards arranged by Feng Tao arrived at the venue. Before Jiang Yunpeng could speak, an ordinary-looking man rose from the audience. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his arms as he roared angrily.
You scum from the island nation? Don't think China has no one to stand up to you. I'll teach you a lesson.
Jiang Yunpeng followed the voice and saw a young man in his early 20s standing up. Xinjiang glanced at the man inside.
His strength is far too low. He's only at the 7th tier. Challenging someone at the transcendent realm? That's nothing short of suicide.
The other spectators felt a wave of sorrow and resignation wash over them. The aristocratic families refused to intervene, choosing instead to stand by and watch. At this critical moment, to defend the dignity of China, only ordinary people like them could step forward.
Feng Tao's eyes brimmed with admiration. Compared to those noble families chasing fame and fortune, this young man is truly commendable. Yunpeng, take a look. Is this prospect suitable? Jiang Yunpeng nodded slowly. I was thinking the same thing. He opened the all-knowing eye, and all the man's information flooded back before his eyes. Name, Zhao Xiao. Strength, 57. Agility, 64. Mental power, 80. Constitution, average. Rank, 7th tier divine mandate bearer.
Bloodline, immortal physique unawakened, after fusing with mythical artifacts, increases strength by 100%. Absorbed mythical item, dog beating sticka. Jiang Yunpeng sucked in a sharp breath. He hadn't expected the immortal's physique to be this terrifying. Zhao Xiao, lacking backing from any noble house, had achieved 7th tier strength as an ordinary person, truly extraordinary. Unfortunately, his contract with the dog beating stick had suppressed the awakening of his bloodline all this time. Such a formidable talent could be recruited under his banner. He nodded with satisfaction and addressed Fong Tao. He's a promising prospect worth taking under our wing. At these foreign-hosted tournaments, Jiang Yunpeng, merely a 4th-tier divine mandate practitioner, didn't even qualify to enter the arena. His goal during the tournament was to scout promising talents and hand them over to the Elders Council for cultivation. Future conflicts wouldn't be confined to the conventional battlefield. Clans would also clash. Given today's situation, if the clans didn't intervene, Huaxia would truly be unable to hold its head high. Relying solely on the Elders Council wasn't impossible, but their strength would inevitably diminish over time. The current generation was young, and who knew what schemes these clans might hatch in the future. At this very moment, Zhao Xiao stood atop the arena, drawing a green staff. This staff was a dog beating stick he had accidentally contracted, perfect for dealing with the Japanese.
Sasaki Aikiru eyed him with contempt. A mere 7th-tier insect dared challenge an extraordinary being? This man was truly mad.
His eyes gleamed with wickedness as he licked his lips, his bloodlust making him impatient.
Killing this man would serve as a warning to others.
Let these Chinese watch as he slaughtered their comrade, utterly pulverizing him into a bloody pulp.
Clang!
He drew the Tsongyun sword from its sheath.
As the blade emerged, waves of bloodthirsty aura spread throughout the arena.
The sheer malevolence of this force made even Jiang Yunpeng feel a wave of nausea. Only when his crimson divine power surged did it dispel this strange force.
Under such overwhelming pressure, how could the 7th-tier Zhao Xiao possibly be his match? Zhao Xiao retreated instead of advancing, gritting his teeth.
Taste the 7th form of my dog-beating staff, turning the rivers and seas. The staff whirled menacingly in his grasp.
Sasaki Ichiro grinned wickedly, his form flickering like a striking venomous snake as he raised his hand and unleashed Lotus Inferno.
Take this. The sword met Zhao Xiao's staff head-on. His speed was blinding. As he swung again, his blade aimed straight for Zhao Xiao's chest.
No!
Xiao Xiong desperately summoned divine power to shield his body. How could he withstand the force of that strike? Instantly hurled backward, he crashed onto the stage over 10 meters away, unable even to crawl up. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes blazing with fury. This beast's tactics were truly vicious.
Crack! His dog-beating stick snapped clean in two. All its divine power vanished, the divine artifact was gone.
His heart ached with loss.
On the stage, Sasaki Ichiro roared with laughter, sneering, "Is this all he's got?
He dares come here to provoke us?
He's utterly pathetic." Chapter 75, Lending a Hand.
Zhao Xiao summoned every ounce of strength to crawl to his feet, wiped the blood from his lips, and roared.
"I, Zhao Xiao, will die standing rather than live on my knees." Clap! Clap! Clap!
Jiang Yunpeng was the first to applaud, praising, "Truly a son of China, full of spirit.
Your divine artifact is broken.
If you continue like this, you won't stand a chance against him. It wouldn't be worth it to just throw your life away.
I admire your fiery spirit. I happen to have a divine artifact prepared for you. Would you be interested?" As he spoke, bodyguards beside Jiang Yunpeng carried forward a box. As it opened, a fiery dragon shot skyward. This formidable divine power could be rated S-class. This was none other than Lu Dongbin's Fire Dragon Pure Young Sword, one of the 8 Immortals artifacts, which Jiang Yunpeng had discovered in the Elder's treasury. SSS-grade divine artifacts were rare, perhaps only 1 or 2 existed, but he had found quite a few S-grade ones. He had simply brought some along. Zhao Xiao, possessing an immortal physique, was the perfect candidate to contract this Fire Dragon Pure Yang Sword. Zhao Xiao was stunned by this unexpected windfall, his breathing becoming slightly ragged. This divine artifact is truly for me?"
His tongue stumbled over the words, and he completely ignored the dull ache in his body. Jiang Yunpeng nodded, motioning for him to come closer. With the aid of the all-knowing eye, Jiang Yunpeng knew exactly how to contract the Fire Dragon Pure Young Sword.
Sasaki Ichiro was a transcendent beyond the 10th tier.
After Zhao Xiao contracted the sword, he could unleash a 100% increase in power. Perhaps he really could defeat him.
The onlookers gaped in astonishment.
They never imagined the Elders Council would pull off such a grand gesture. Had they known about this opportunity, they would have jumped at it.
Some regretted their absence, others rejoiced wildly, and still others sighed in awe.
When Alice saw this divine artifact, he sneered.
What was Jiang Yunpeng pretending to be here? How could the Elders Council possibly part with a divine artifact worthy of a contract?
Most likely, they'd just offer some mediocre artifacts to win over hearts and minds.
The Western Church did exactly that. How could they let ordinary people possess supreme divine artifacts?
Zhao Xiao stepped forward, approaching Jiang Yunpeng. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "How does one contract this divine sword?" Jiang Yunpeng leaned close and murmured a few words into his ear.
"That's all. The binding may begin."
Zhao Xiao harbored no doubt about Jiang Yunpeng's words. He stepped forward, grasping the divine sword within the box. In the next instant, an illusionary realm suddenly materialized before him. This was precisely the dream of the yellow millet described by Jiang Yunpeng, the very trial set by Lu Dongbin, one of the 8 Immortals. Whoever could shatter this dream would inherit the Fire Dragon Pure Young Sword.
Seeing them begin the contract, how could Alice let such an opportunity slip?
He sneered coldly, since he's already stepped down from the stage, it's time for the next opponent. Jiang Yunpeng met his gaze with a challenging look.
What? Could it be that Sasaki Aikiru was afraid? Can't even wait for his opponent to switch divine artifacts for the contract? Or is it that he lacks confidence, fearing defeat at the hands of a 7th-ranked divine mandate?
Eris's plan, of course, was to battle through the crowd and trim down the strength of China's young generation. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the confidence of the island nation's people.
Sasaki Ichiro immediately bristled at Jiang Yunpeng's taunt. Mr. Alice, don't interfere with my fight here.
I will make the Chinese admit defeat wholeheartedly, showing them that in martial arts heritage, they will never match the Japanese. He spoke with brimming confidence, yet no one paid him any mind anymore. All eyes had shifted to Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao had been enveloped within a shimmering light barrier, obscuring his form. Members of the Yu family were present today, and Yu Buxiao couldn't help but wonder inwardly.
What are the Elders' Council up to? Why would they bring out such divine artifacts for these commoners? What gives them the right?
The aristocratic families monopolize the vast majority of divine artifact contracts, seeking to control the power of commoners and prevent them from surpassing the families.
The Elders' Council's decision to defy this principle had pushed their resentment to the brink. Situbaiha paid little attention to the commoners gathered nearby. Yet upon witnessing this scene, his thoughts deepened.
He snapped his fingers in calculation, his expression abruptly darkening.
He murmured inwardly, strange indeed.
This youth faced a great calamity in his destiny, yet Jiang Yunpeng had actually averted it. A calamity averted is like a carp leaping through the dragon gate of fortune beyond measure. His future will surely soar to new heights. Jiang Yunpeng kept surprising him more and more. He didn't believe Jiang Yunpeng knew Zhao Zhao's true strength. It was most likely just a coincidence born of a moment's whim. Zhao Xiao had certainly struck gold.
Lu Xiao gazed at the contract's glowing screen with keen interest. She whispered, Jiang Yunpeng, what exactly did you give him in that contract?
Jiang Yunpeng raised a finger to her lips.
You'll find out soon enough.
As the words fell, the scene before them abruptly shifted. A dashing, charismatic figure materialized within the arena, shrouded in ethereal mist. The fire dragon Pure Yang sword now rested in Zhao Zhao's grasp. I, Lu Dongbin, have seen through the illusion of the yellow millet dream. Slaying the flying dragon to save all beings, this sword is forged from my heart's blood and embodies my understanding of the Tao. Bestowing this sword upon you manifests the righteousness within my heart.
With these words, Lu Dongbin vanished abruptly.
Zhao Zhao's eyes burned crimson. In that dream, it felt like decades had passed, and he had even grasped the pure yang sword technique bestowed upon him by Lu Dongbin.
Boom!
His power surged dramatically, propelling him to the 10th tier of strength.
His immortal physique was fully activated, a bloodline he had never known he possessed.
It was only through his contract with the fire dragon Pure Yang sword that all his innate talents were unleashed. With the shackles cast off, the power surging through his limbs and bones transformed him completely. The injuries he had sustained moments before were now fully healed.
He clasped his fists toward Jiang Yunpeng, kneeling on one knee. I am profoundly grateful for the Council of Elders' benevolence. I shall never forget this great kindness. Once I deal with Sasaki Ichiro, I shall dedicate myself to the Elders' Council. I only ask for your acceptance. With that, his form shot upward, landing lightly atop the stage.
This sudden turn of events sent the entire audience into a frenzy of excitement, snapping them out of their stunned silence.
Holy! Did I see that right? That's Lu Dongbin, one of the 8 immortals. So Zhao Zhao's contract is actually Lu Dongbin's sword? Holy crap! I'm so jealous I could die. What kind of luck is this?
Zhao Xiao contracted Lu Dongbin's sword, boosting his strength from 7th tier straight to 10th tier.
That should get him on the genius rankings, right? What good is your envy? Who else has his guts? Challenging the transcendent realm at 7th tier? No wonder the Elders' Council took notice.
With such fiery spirit, anyone would respect him. Lu Dongbin's sword, even as an S rank, unleashed terrifying power, and it possessed the righteous energy of the heavenly Tao.
The Tsongyun sword, even as an SS grade artifact, was utterly corrupted.
And what corrupted energy fears most is the righteous energy of the heavenly Tao.
Chapter 76, Lu Dongbin's sword.
The moment Zhao Xiao stepped onto the stage, the sheer might of his sword strike made Sasaki Ichiro feel immense pressure. He never imagined that someone who had been at the 7th tier just moments ago could instill such a profound sense of urgency in him.
How could this be? Could it be that the divine artifact he had contracted was of a higher grade than his own?
The Japanese had heard of the mythical tales of Lu Dongbin and his kind, but how could they compare to their own sun goddess Amaterasu?
This thought filled him with fury. Bastard! I'll strip you of your power and sever your serpent's might.
Behind him, a colossal phantom of the Yamada no Orochi suddenly materialized, roaring as it lunged toward Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao had already seen through Huang Liang's illusion. These things no longer held even a shred of fear for him.
Facing the serpent bearing down on him, Zhao Xiao met it head-on.
A sword flashed from his hand, a blade like a mirage, its ethereal glow carrying a tangible edge. Countless sword shadows erupted from all directions.
Sasaki Ichiro couldn't make out the details until the sword light was already upon him. He scrambled to block, but it was too late. The illusions of the Yamata no Orochi were shattered by the sword light, scattering into the air.
The intensity of this clash surpassed everyone's expectations.
Jiang Yunpeng watched, utterly transfixed.
This was the clash between 10th tier strength and transcendent realms, truly unstoppable.
Lu Xiao's expression was one of utter disbelief as she rubbed her eyes repeatedly. Am I seeing ghosts? How could his 10th tier power possibly challenge the transcendent realm? And that S-grade divine artifact, how could it unleash power surpassing even S-grade in his hands? What on earth is going on?
Most remained baffled, but Jiang Yunpeng understood clearly this was the influence of his immortal lineage bloodline. Lu Dongbin's fire dragon Pure Yang sword was simply tailor-made for him. On the stage, Zhao Xiao was like a fish in water. Within 100 exchanges, Sasaki Ichiro had already begun to falter.
Zhao Xiao pressed his advantage, completely shattering Sasaki Ichiro's spiritual sea.
As divine power leaked out, Sasaki let out a pained cry. He crashed heavily to the ground, coughing up blood incessantly. The spectators in the stands erupted into frenzy, leaping to their feet in wild cheers.
A 10th tier ability utterly crushing an island nation's transcendent? What kind of power is this? It's too strong. Is this our China's divine artifact? Is it too late to join the Elders Council now? I want to contract a divine artifact too. With my 5th tier divine power, if I contract a stronger artifact, I'll surely be like Zhao Xiao. Looking at this, the Elders Council is far superior to those aristocratic families.
All those clans do is hide in the back like turtles with their heads tucked in. Xinjiang hadn't expected Zhao Xiao to be this formidable and immediately considered recruiting him. After stepping down from the stage, Zhao Xiao's divine power was completely depleted and his face still looked a bit pale.
Zhao Xiao, would you be interested in joining our state security department? Rest assured, the compensation won't disappoint you. Xinjiang stepped forward, offering him restorative medicine.
His words left Zhao Xiao feeling both honored and surprised. After all, under normal circumstances, he was just an ordinary divine mandate bearer.
Now that he had the chance to join the Elders Council, how could he refuse? He nodded vigorously. It is my honor to join the Elders Council.
Without them, I would likely have been beaten to death by now. As he spoke, the gratitude in his eyes toward Jiang Yunpeng was palpable. This time, Jiang Yunpeng had only contracted one divine artifact. With over a dozen more remaining, he could still select several exceptional talents. Fang Tao hadn't anticipated that Jiang Yunpeng's plan would prove so remarkably effective, suppressing the aristocratic family's arrogance while simultaneously screening out numerous talented individuals for them. The others had no idea Jiang Yunpeng had orchestrated such a major event. They simply assumed it was the Elders Council's decision. Inoue Shuichuan hurried to support Sasaki Ichiro, his rage boiling over upon seeing the destruction of his opponent's spiritual sea. A destroyed sea of consciousness meant he was now utterly ordinary. Sasaki Ichiro writhed in agony, blood spilling from his mouth. That Songyun's sword remains in my possession, Shuichuan.
From now on, this sword belongs to you. I am nothing but a cripple now, unable to serve the emperor any longer. A flicker of greed crossed Inoue Shusen's eyes as he swiftly led him away. Go tend to your wounds first, Sasaki. The emperor will be grateful for your sacrifice.
Alice was nearly boiling with rage. He shot a furious glance at Jiang Yunpeng. If it weren't for that damned beast bringing up some contract artifact out of nowhere, this Xiao Xiao would have been crippled long ago. And Sasaki Ichiro was nothing but a useless fool. He should have been made to challenge other opponents. Why did he have to fight Zhao Xiao? Great. Another capable fighter lost. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and wouldn't let Jiang Yunpeng have it so easy. He smiled faintly, stepping onto the stage one step at a time.
His gaze swept over the crowd, locking onto Jiang Yunpeng.
I hear Mr. Jiang Yunpeng is the representative of this exhibition.
We've always admired Chinese martial arts. Would he be so kind as to exchange a few moves with me? Rest assured, I am no match for Mr. Jiang.
I will arrange for a divine mandate practitioner of equal 4th tier strength to challenge you. After uttering these words, Alice stood smugly, certain Jiang Yunpeng couldn't refuse.
Zhao Xiao had already demonstrated the Chinese spirit of defying the impossible, defeating even a transcendent opponent.
Now, by arranging an opponent matching Jiang Yunpeng's strength, if Jiang refused, he could make a big deal out of it. If he accepted, even better, this was a death trap. Jiang Yunpeng hadn't anticipated Alice targeting him in this manner.
Fang Tao's expression darkened, his face twisted into an extremely grim look. Yunpeng, find an excuse to back out. They're up to no good. I don't think this tournament is as straightforward as it seems. Jiang Yunpeng disagreed. Secretary Fang, Zhao Xiao just set an example. If I back down now, what kind of man would I be? We must meet force with force, water with earth. You can't hide forever.
Seeing his resolve, Fang Tao sighed helplessly and instructed, then you must be extremely careful. If it comes down to it, call upon Xiaojiu.
Understand? Xiaojiu resided within Jiang Yunpeng's contract space, ever ready to protect him. Once the Holy Spirit realm manifested, dealing with these opponents would be a mere formality.
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Yunpeng strode onto the stage, his grin wildly confident.
Why should I hesitate? I wonder who Alice has arranged as my opponent.
Eris saw Jiang Yunpeng approach and grinned, his smile turning icy.
It's already been arranged for you.
He clapped his hands, and a figure seated among the Seven Nations Alliance slowly rose. It was an adult who should have been thin, yet his entire body was devoid of color. He resembled a desiccated corpse that had been dead for ages, radiating a chilling aura.
Eris beckoned him forward with a wave, signaling him to approach.
This is one of our Western Church's elite warriors, named Shugus.
He'll surely satisfy you.
Chapter 77, Shugus, the Power of Death. The moment Shugus approached, Jiang Yunpeng sensed something unusual. Though his cultivation was only at the 4th tier, Jiang felt an inexplicable, unsettling presence emanating from him. Master, there's a peculiar power within him, one that rivals my own.
Xiaozhou's voice echoed in Jiang Yunpeng's mind. He raised an eyebrow.
This Alice had truly prepared quite the gift for him, an attempt to kill him in this manner.
What are your odds of winning?
Jiang Yunpeng wasn't foolish enough to gamble with his life.
He asked. Master, I am a great demon. Moreover, his power is not yet fully developed.
If you release me, I can still crush him effortlessly.
Xiaozhou's words served as a reassuring tonic for Jiang Yunpeng. Alice stepped down from the arena.
As he brushed past Shugus, he murmured, kill him completely.
Leave no loose ends. Shugus' expression remained numb, as if he hadn't heard a word.
Like a walking corpse, he stood before Jiang Yunpeng.
Lu Xiao's heart was in her throat.
As a 10th tier cultivator, she couldn't help but notice something was terribly wrong with this man. She muttered under her breath.
Jiang Yunpeng is being far too impulsive. What's the point of fighting over this? What difference does it make if we don't fight them? Fang Tao sighed, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Yunpeng is doing this for the Elders' Council. Zhao Xiao already intervened earlier. If we stand idly by, how would we differ from the aristocratic families?
This battle is precisely about proving our difference from them. Yunpeng thought it through thoroughly, which is why he risked his life.
He represents the Elders' Council. If even he didn't step forward, the authority the council just established would collapse completely.
But Lu Xiao looked at Jiang Yunpeng with concern.
If we proceed this way, won't Jiang Yunpeng's safety be left completely unprotected?
Those beasts like Alice are notoriously cunning. Who knows what underhanded tricks they'll play on Jiang Yunpeng in the shadows. As Lu Xiao spoke, she yearned to rush forward and support him personally. Yet, since Alice and his kind had specifically targeted Jiang Yunpeng, even if she wanted to intervene, it wouldn't be convenient.
Don't worry about that.
Fang Tao had already relayed the message to several elders.
Should anything truly happen, they would be the first to confront these foreigners. After all, Jiang Yunpeng was a representative of the Elders' Council. How could they possibly let anything happen to him? Moreover, with Jiang Yunpeng's unique abilities, the elders had immediately activated a protection plan upon learning of the foreigner's intentions. There was absolutely no way he would suffer even the slightest harm. Seeing Jiang Yunpeng actually step forward, Yi Yuntian couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a fool he'd actually fallen for it. He had expected Jiang Yunpeng to make excuses, but the man actually took himself seriously. It seemed the person arranged by the Luo family last time had boosted Jiang Yunpeng's confidence considerably. Pity he was facing not a 4th tier cultivator, but a transcendent master beyond that realm, a super expert who had reached the Holy Spirit realm. This was none other than the Western Church's infiltrator, Shugs. The others might not recognize the impostor's name, but those from prominent families knew him all too well. Seeing Jiang Yunpeng step forward, they were overjoyed, practically begging Shugas to crush him into a pulp right then and there. Situ Baihe wore a heavy expression.
Jiang Yunpeng bore a peculiar destiny, and he still wished to probe deeper into it.
He had no intention of intervening. Jiang Yunpeng's destiny was too extraordinary to remain dormant in such a place. The question was, how would he turn the tables? Situ Weiner sat beside him, cheering Jiang Yunpeng on. He had to give these foreigners a thorough beating. So you're the so-called Jiang Yunpeng? Today I'll show you the true power of the Western Church. As Shug spoke, he bared his teeth in a chilling grin, his smile airy and terrifying, like a desiccated corpse that had drained the life force from its victims. Before Jiang Yunpeng could move, dark divine power surged through the air. Centered on Shugus, waves of frigid air surged upward, frost abruptly blanketing the entire arena. No! Jiang Yunpeng scrambled back 2 steps, leaping into the air before the frost could reach him. Sure enough, where he had just stood, over a dozen ice spikes, each over 3 meters long and as thick as a water barrel, had crystallized. Had he not dodged in time, those spikes would have pierced him through. His power was truly formidable, far beyond that of an ordinary 4th tier cultivator. With strength like yours, you can't even fake being a 4th tier cultivator. Jiang Yunpeng said coldly. Shugas didn't argue, only gave a sinister smile. You're not qualified to question me about this. We'll talk when you're still alive. He hadn't even deployed his divine artifact, yet with just a fraction of his divine power, he forced Jiang Yunpeng into the air. Jiang Yunpeng didn't hesitate either.
He immediately raised his hand, unleashing countless streams of earth yellow energy, the divine power of the Pangu Banner. As this divine power erupted, it enveloped the entire arena in yellow sand. The original frost abruptly receded, and within the swirling sand, earth-shattering waves of fire surged forth.
These flames melted the frigid air and the ice covering the arena. As the flames scorched toward him, Shugas made no attempt to dodge. He could feel the searing heat on his fingertips. His expression turned amused, and he let out a low chuckle. Interesting. Very interesting. Ha 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 ha. He cackled twice, his features contorted into a savage grimace. This is SSS Great Divine Power. Truly extraordinary. You're worth my effort. Jiang Yunpeng wasted no words. With a flick of his foot, his body somersaulted through the air several times. Earth-hued divine power surged forth, unleashing wave after wave of earthen spikes. Over a dozen earthen walls had materialized before him, completely blocking the surging darkness and divine power from outside. Both men were testing each other, neither revealing their full strength. Jiang Yunpeng didn't want to reveal his trump card first. He preferred to see what other peculiar powers this man possessed. It is your honor to fight me.
With these words, Shugas soared forward, his form already before Jiang Yunpeng.
Frost spread from his hands, crystallizing into ice blades. He swung his arm. A several-meter-long arc of icy light erupted. The air crackled with a hissing sound as an unstoppable divine force slashed toward Jiang Yunpeng. Oomph. Such petty tricks, and you dare show off in front of me?
Jiang Yunpeng executed a backflip, dodging two of the ice blades.
For the remaining blades, he swiftly plucked a willow leaf, roared fiercely, coalesce.
The willow leaf transformed into a vertical shield over 10 meters tall, glowing with emerald divine power that blocked every attacking strike. Before Shugas could react, the shield swept out with unstoppable force. The expressions of the aristocratic clan members darkened to the extreme.
What kind of divine artifact was this? Even the well-traveled and knowledgeable Situbaiha had never seen anything like it. Chapter 78, Strange Power. Is this 4th tier? Fong Tao was even more puzzled. Lu Xiao touched her nose, avoiding his probing gaze. This was Jiang Yunpeng's newest contracted divine artifact, and she had promised him she wouldn't reveal it. Shugas's expression froze in shock. What kind of divine artifact was this? No. This wasn't a divine artifact at all. What on earth was this thing? Doubts began to stir within him.
Such a divine artifact was unheard of in the West.
Little did he know it belonged to Guanyin Bodhisattva.
He tried to cleave the shield, only to find it possessed a hard yet yielding quality.
With an extreme yin-like softness, it deflected every strike of his attack. How is this possible?
His eyes widened in disbelief. He had summoned power far beyond the 4th tier, more than enough to kill Jiang Yunpeng.
How could he fail to breach even this shield? Astonishment surged within him, transforming his entire aura. He roared with fury. Shatter!
His body remained still as his right hand slowly rose. Above his head, a circular ring over 5 meters wide abruptly appeared. Golden runes shone upon the ring, and 9 skeletons leapt forth from within. Each wielded a scythe, cloaked in black, truly resembling the descent of the Grim Reaper. All 9 skeletons struck simultaneously, their scythes slashing viciously at the shield.
The defensive mechanism that had steadfastly protected Jiang Yunpeng was utterly shattered.
The shield dissolved into scattered starlight, drifting through the air.
Shugas felt a surge of satisfaction. This divine artifact had been destroyed with such ease.
Jiang Yunpeng remained unperturbed. After all, the artifact would regenerate in 24 hours. With a flick of his left hand, the sun-shooting divine bow materialized in his palm. As the bow emerged, flames blazed fiercely. Countless fire dragons coiled around him, formed from divine flames and infused with the power of earth and wind elements. In the blink of an eye, the air thickened with scorching heat. Jiang Yunpeng raised his hand, and the fire dragons surged forward, completely enveloping the 9 skeletons. Before Jiang Yunpeng even drew his bow, the flames had already set the 9 skulls ablaze, making them squeal in agony.
What was there to fear from mere death?
Under the divine might of the ancient war god's descendant, the purest, most radiant force in existence, the 9 skeletons were reduced to nothing, all turned to ashes. Witnessing this, Shugas did not grow angry but instead laughed. His gaze toward Jiang Yunpeng brimmed with murderous intent. A 4th tier cultivator possessing such formidable power, a genius who had contracted an SSS grade divine artifact, if allowed to grow unchecked, the Western Church would be in grave peril. Moreover, he had become the spokesperson for the Council of Elders. It seemed he had no choice but to get serious.
Now that you've revealed your divine artifact, taste the might of my Reaper's scythe. With that declaration, Shugas shifted his entire body.
Suddenly, a 3-meter-long black scythe erupted from his form. Jiang Yunpeng activated his all-seeing eye and found the situation rather.
Death Scythe SSS, the instrument wielded by the Grim Reaper to harvest souls, no ordinary weapon.
Imbued with the law of death, binding a divine contract means stepping into the abyss of mortality.
No resurrection is possible. The bearer becomes a walking corpse in the mortal realm. Its overwhelming dark power devours flesh and obliterates divine souls.
Once the wielder reaches their peak strength, the Death Scythe consumes them entirely, feeding back into its own essence. Jiang Yunpeng had already experienced the sinister nature of Western divine artifacts firsthand.
Even the blood cult from last time wasn't as outrageous as this death scythe.
The eternal spear could be inherited by any descendant of Odin, but this scythe of death was born solely for slaughter. Such a sinister and vicious artifact, it was a pity it couldn't be utterly destroyed. His eyes grew cold as he drew his bow. A fiery red flame erupted from his palm. The arrow's trajectory locked onto Shugus. Shugus wielded the death scythe with both hands, charging toward Jiang Yunpeng with a step, swinging it through the air. The blade unleashed an overwhelming, terrifying pressure.
As it swept through the air, it seemed as though countless souls wailed in agony.
The aura of death sent chills down the spines of spectators, paralyzing them in their seats.
They never imagined a Western divine artifact could be so formidable. By comparison, Lu Dongbin's fire dragon Pure Yang sword seemed almost bland. Their eyes burned with obsession. If they could contract such a formidable divine artifact, how utterly formidable would their power become?
Some could no longer sit still, murmuring among themselves.
How come Jiang Yunpeng's SSS grade divine artifact seems to pale in comparison after that single strike? Western divine weapons truly are formidable. Cut the crap. Jiang Yunpeng is only at the 4th tier. How could he unleash the full power of an SSS grade artifact?
You lot need to broaden your horizons. Both of them are 4th tier. Why can only Shugus unleash such power? It just proves Eastern artifacts are inferior.
I'm backing Western artifacts. The crowd erupted into heated debate while Lu Xiao watched the arena with a look of concern. How could Jiang Yunpeng possibly withstand the force of that strike?
This overwhelming might was definitely not 4th tier. A crushing aura of death descended like the weight of 5 mountains, pinning Jiang Yunpeng down. He could feel every bone in his body grow leaden, his movements slowing to a crawl.
Oomph. Thinking he'd submit to this? Dream on. Jiang Yunpeng's gaze sharpened to its absolute limit as he summoned every ounce of strength to draw his bow.
Behind him, the remaining 9 fire dragons encircled him, aiding him in drawing the bow and releasing the arrow. The arrow suddenly released, appearing utterly unremarkable as it shot lightly into the air.
The next instant,
a crimson flash erupted as the arrow pierced through Shugus's blade light. The massive barrier formed from the earthen wall blocked the remaining assault.
The collision between the arrow's force and the scythe of death unleashed a powerful shockwave that nearly engulfed the entire arena.
Jiang Yunpeng staggered back dozens of paces before regaining his footing. As Shugus swung his blade again, the 9 fire dragons behind him all shot forward.
Alas!
The moment the 9 fire dragons charged forward, Shugus swung his scythe, cleaving them all to pieces in a single stroke.
A look of contempt flashed across his face. Jiang Yunpeng's heart stirred, and the heaven-binding rope shot forth, binding him instantly. Now!
Jiang Yunpeng hesitated no longer.
Drawing his bow, he fired an arrow that drained his divine power.
The arrow struck like thunder, igniting a sea of flames.
Torrential fire erupted from Jiang Yunpeng's body, seemingly endless.
The flames enveloped him, making him appear like a war god descended into fire. A furious gale howled, nearly knocking Shugus off his feet.
His divine power was actually being restrained. He was already at the Holy Spirit realm. How could he lose all his divine power?
His eyes widened in shock and terror as he stared fixedly at Jiang Yunpeng.
He refused to believe a 4th-tier divine mandate bearer could unleash such a devastating strike. As he prepared to resist, arrows shot from Jiang Yunpeng's hands.
The air crackled and shattered beneath their force power so immense it pierced through the very atmosphere.
The howling gale surging across the arena was none other than Jiang Yunpeng's wind elemental power erupting in full fury. Chapter 79, Holy Spirit Realm, Strength Against Strength.
He amplified the flames to an extreme, the sprawling sea of fire spreading so far that even the spectators in the stands felt the suffocating heat, sweating profusely. Yet their eyes remained fixed on the arena, unblinking. This strike alone possessed enough power to obliterate Shugus. Fists clenched, their eyes blazing with excitement. Who could have imagined Jiang Yunpeng would pull off something this spectacular? Who could have predicted this sudden reversal? Jiang Yunpeng, who had been at a disadvantage moments ago, now seized the upper hand.
Indeed, Jiang Yunpeng was formidable.
He truly lived up to his reputation as the spokesperson chosen by the Elders' Council, no ordinary figure at all. Within a few breaths, as Shugus sensed his divine power stirring, the arrowhead had already reached his face. Jiang Yunpeng seized the moment to retrieve the heaven-binding rope. He could not allow this divine artifact to fall into foreign hands. Shugus erupted in a torrent of black energy, his profoundly dark divine power suddenly crushing the raging winds and flames. Even so, it failed to halt Jiang Yunpeng's arrow. The shaft pierced through Shug's chest. Fang Tao leapt to his feet in excitement, utterly stunned that Shugs had actually been struck.
The next moment,
before the stunned gazes of the crowd, Shugus's body split open, flesh and blood shattered, leaving behind a stark, white skeleton. Far from dying, he grew ever more powerful amidst the endless, eerie aura of death.
The black scythe made him appear even smaller, yet all the more terrifying.
Jiang Yunpeng's surging flames were completely engulfed by this black inferno, the hellish karmic fire. He intended to make Jiang Yunpeng taste the most excruciating torment imaginable.
With each step he took, death wails echoed.
Jiang Yunpeng, seeing his true colors finally revealed, sneered coldly.
Daring to masquerade as a fourth-tier cultivator while only at the Holy Spirit realm? Your audacity knows no bounds.
Having lost all his organs, could no longer speak. His hollow eyes flickered with a ghostly blue flame, filled with seething hatred. Eris immediately stood up, shouting angrily, Shugus, get down this instant. How dare you break the rules and try to harm Jiang Yunpeng? His words were clearly distancing himself, yet his eyes burned with excitement. Good. That beast Jiang Yunpeng has even forced Shugus into his strongest form.
How could a fourth-tier power possibly stand against a saint spirit? Impossible.
He intended to send Jiang Yunpeng to his death.
As for what happened afterward? That was none of his concern. He would ensure Shugs took full blame for the mess. Shugs was already a dead man. What difference did one more death make? He didn't believe China would dare go to war with the Western nations over some Jiang Yunpeng.
All the members of the Seven Nations Alliance were here, they could all testify for him. This incident had nothing to do with him.
At worst, it was a minor oversight in the contestant selection process. He could just be more careful next time. He was already basking in the thought.
Fong Tao and the others were all furious, while the Chinese spectators rose to their feet in unison.
Are they out of their minds? How could they let a Saint Spirit Realm fighter face a fourth-tier opponent? This is even more absurd than Zhao Xiao's match earlier.
At least Zhao Xiao was facing someone close to his level. Jiang Yunpeng is only a fourth-tier cultivator. Making him fight a Holy Spirit expert is like sending him straight to meet his maker.
The Westerners are shameless. Hold on, how do you know it's the Westerners? Didn't they say it was Hugh's own fault for underreporting his strength? Are you idiots? Can't you see?
Only a blind person would claim this has nothing to do with Alice.
If you love the West so much, why don't you just get the hell out of China?
The crowd erupted in heated debate, and Lu Xia was nearly driven mad with frustration. Gripping her Kunlun realm artifact, she lunged toward the stage only to be stopped by Fong Tao.
Don't panic. Haven't you seen the death aura enveloping us from all sides?
Shugs wants to block our path. Summoning a saint-level powerhouse now would be nearly impossible.
But why aren't the elders acting? What are they waiting for? Lu Xiao paced frantically, desperate to rush over and fight alongside Jiang Yunpeng. Jiang Yunpeng was her golden ticket. If he died, she'd never find another usable divine artifact. Situ Wanner was even more frantic. She pleaded, Grandfather, save Jiang Yunpeng.
Ning Xiaoyao watched with immense satisfaction. Jiang Yunpeng had dared to flirt with Situ Wanner, he deserved to die. He tried to calm her. Alright, don't worry too much, junior sister. Jiang Yunpeng had the strength to step up to this challenge. I'd say there's an 80% chance he still has some hidden cards up his sleeve. Of course, he was merely placating Situ Wanner. There was no way he would give Situ Baiha a chance to intervene. Situ Baiha, however, remained calm and composed.
Jiang Yunpeng couldn't possibly fall here.
Still, he was curious to see what tactics Jiang Yunpeng would employ to escape this seemingly fatal predicament. On the stage, Shugas had already struck. His skeletal frame, gripping a death scythe several times larger than himself, charged forward. One swing of the scythe struck Jiang Yunpeng. The force behind that strike was too swift, too unstoppable, sweeping in with the momentum of a storm.
Jiang Yunpeng showed no sign of panic.
Instead, he stood rooted to the spot, neither dodging nor flinching. The crowd screamed in panic, urging him to dodge, to not meet this blow head-on.
Standing there like a fool, letting himself be targeted, was he out of his mind?
Xiaojiu, it's time for you to step in, Jiang Yunpeng said slowly.
Boom!
The moment the two forces collided, the spectators dared not watch any longer.
Smoke billowed thickly across the stage, obscuring the scene entirely. At that very moment,
a burst of golden light erupted, sending Shugas flying backward.
Fong Tao and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief.
That kid Jiang Yunpeng had nearly scared the living daylights out of them.
As the smoke cleared, a woman of breathtaking beauty appeared beside Jiang Yunpeng.
The moment Yi Songhai saw her, his eyes widened in shock.
She was the peerless beauty he had longed for. How could she be standing beside Jiang Yunpeng?
Shujas, who had been knocked flying, heard his bones crackling and popping. He too was utterly incredulous at this scene.
He was a Saint Spirit Realm cultivator. How could this woman possibly block his attack? His divine artifact was SSS grade. What on earth was going on?
Alice's eyes widened even further as his gaze fixed on this demonically beautiful woman.
Could it be that she had just shielded Jiang Yunpeng from that attack?
Jiang Yunpeng descended from midair, flashing a smile at Xiaojiu before slowly uttering 3 words.
No mercy.
Daring to deploy someone at the Holy Spirit realm level gave him the perfect excuse to make these Western Church scoundrels suffer. Xiaojiu flashed Jiang Yunpeng a seductive glance.
Understood, master. Leave it to me.
With that, she formed hand seals. Barefoot, she stepped onto the death-filled arena, lotus blossoms blooming beneath each foot with every step, a sight of breathtaking beauty.
With each step, lotus flowers bloomed beneath her feet, a sight of breathtaking beauty.
The aura of death dissipated completely.
Chapter 80, One Move, One Death.
The audience stared in awe, mesmerized by the sight of such breathtaking beauty.
Compared to Xiao Jiao, celebrities from the entertainment industry seemed utterly lackluster.
As Xiao Jiao unleashed her enchantment, every man's gaze converged upon her. The more she enchanted, the stronger her demonic power grew. This was the unique trait of a nine-tailed fox. With a single flick of her delicate hand, boundless crimson divine power surged forth.
Even Alice was stunned speechless by this spectacle. As a 10th tier practitioner, he was barely affected by the enchantment, nothing like the extreme reactions of others. Yet this woman's power remained unfathomable even to him.
This sense of unease was deeply unsettling. It seemed even Shugs might be in danger.
No!
In that moment, he could think of nothing else. He urgently shouted, "Since Jiang Yunpeng is unharmed, Shugus, come down immediately."
Do you intend to push this to the point of no return?
His words were meant to offer Shugus a way out, to let him continue fighting this woman.
Who knew what might happen? Hearing Alice still chattering away, Jiang Yunpeng sneered, "Can't take a loss? You dared unleash a Saint Spirit Realm expert to deal with me just now, yet you're scrambling off the stage so quickly? Could it be that Shugus is a useless piece of trash?"
As he spoke, Shugus' skeletal form hovered mid-air, death scythe clenched in hand, showing no intention of retreating. Lu Xiao chimed in with a sarcastic tone, "Good thing you're so lucky and resilient, or you'd have been taken down by these schemers already.
These shameless Westerners.
What a joke, this so-called Seven Nations Alliance.
Nothing but a bunch of useless trash. They can't even beat a woman. It's laughable." These words jolted the audience awake, prompting widespread condemnation of the Westerners' shameless, underhanded tactics.
This only stirred up a hornet's nest further, even provoking some foreign onlookers in the capital to lose their patience.
If the Huaxia dared to accept the challenge, why couldn't the Seven Nations Alliance muster even a shred of backbone? Feng Tao turned to Qin Zhan beside him. "Qin Zhan, go arrange for the area around the stage to be cleared. Have the spectators step back. When two Holy Spirit Realm practitioners clash, it won't be a joke."
Qin Zhan immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and began directing the crowd to clear the area. He also used his divine power to create a barrier around the perimeter to prevent further casualties. Sugg showed no intention of stepping down, and Alice grew increasingly anxious. Beside him, Inoue Shuhuan offered reassurance, "Mr. Alice, don't worry. Lord Shugus is so powerful. A mere woman like her has no chance against him." His gaze toward Xiao Jiao was filled with hostility. A mere woman was hardly worth their concern. Eris felt a sinking sensation in his chest. If it truly were just a woman, that would be one thing, but he had seen it clearly just moments ago. This woman had completely suppressed all traces of death energy. On the stage, Shuga's skeletal frame was engulfed in eerie blue flames, radiating terrifying power like a soul-reaping messenger crawling out of hell. The divine power emanating from the two was starkly contrasting. One was eerily dark, sending chills down the spine, while the other was warm as spring, like a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. Every member of the noble families frowned deeply.
This woman clearly possessed no trace of living energy whatsoever. How could she wield such formidable divine power?
The foreign representatives from the West stared intently at the stage, afraid to miss even the slightest chance to gather intelligence. Little did they know that the woman before them was no ordinary human. She was a great demon who had lived for over 1,000 years.
Cultivating using death energy? Interesting. Taste my Crimson Lotus Inferno. I guarantee it will send your undead soul to the afterlife.
Shug's bones creaked twice, as if mocking Xiaojiu for uttering such madness. The scythe of death in his hand swung violently, cleaving the air to create a pitch-black fissure that stretched like lightning toward Xiaojiu's position.
A deafening explosion shook the earth.
Everyone's ears rang as countless black soul forms burst from the cleft in the sky. These specters moved with ghostly speed, swiftly surrounding Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu chuckled lightly, utterly dismissing such a tactic. She stood rooted to the spot, motionless, as boundless flames erupted from her hands. Behind her, 9 faint tails of light began to appear. With a swift swipe of her claw, she collided with these ghostly shadows, causing them to explode. Sparks flew everywhere, air currents surged. A single, light swing unleashed such immense force that everyone present was stunned into silence. They rose to their feet one after another. Even the aristocratic families hadn't anticipated that this woman, whose beauty seemed to reach the pinnacle, was actually at the Saint Realm. Yi Tsunghai and Shangguan Shuang stared at her with mesmerized eyes. In the past, they might have been captivated by her beauty alone. But now, possessing the strength of a Saint Realm cultivator, she proved herself worthy of their admiration. This single strike not only failed to diminish but completely obliterated the fissure that had appeared mid-air. Her form half stepped into the air before launching a sudden dive. Just as Shugas prepared to defend, in the blink of an eye, Xiaojiu vanished without a trace. Shugas dared not let his guard down, wildly swinging the scythe of death in an attempt to force Xiaojiu out. The vanished Xiaojiu reappeared, already charging behind him, golden lotus blossoms appearing in her hands. The lotuses barely made contact before shattering into scattered points of starlight. With a pop, every speck sank deep into the skeletal frame. Xiaoxia tried to react, but it was already too late. He swung his scythe in a backhand motion, desperate to halt the attack.
But how could his movements possibly match Xiao Jiu's? Xiao Jiu was born an animal. How could a mere human possibly match her speed? Boom!
His body spun out of control, only to be slammed face first into the bones by Xiao Jiu's palm. Her sharp claws dug into his skull. The bone, devoid of any flesh, was bone-chillingly cold like gripping a block of ice. The icy chill spread through his entire body. Xiao Jiu didn't let go. Flames erupted from her hand, completely erasing all traces of death aura surrounding the skeleton.
Trapped by the power of the crimson lotus flames of karma, Shugus was utterly immobilized. But it wasn't over.
She pressed down, her sharp nails tearing open the very bone of his skull. The crackling sound of bone snapping was crystal clear, sending a chill down the spines of everyone present. Shugus felt no pain. Only his soul seemed to be scorched, while his skeletal frame trembled uncontrollably.
Boom! 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 The arena floor shattered under Xiao Jiu's immense divine power, cracking into dozens of pieces.
5 attacks sliced through his entire body with a sharp, wet sound. The death scythe, once a divine artifact, lay discarded on the ground, its glow now dull and lifeless. Before Shugus could unleash his most powerful attack, he was instantly killed by her single strike.
The scene sent shockwaves through the crowd.
The Seven Nations Alliance members all leapt to their feet, eyes wide and jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Amidst Xiao Jiu's overwhelming crimson blow, a crunching sound echoed as Shugus's white skeleton shattered into a pile of dust, leaving only ashes behind.
Chapter 81, Too powerful, no one dares challenge her.
She casually snapped her fingers and stepped down from the stage. Behind her, the air scorched by the crimson lotus inferno had even pulverized bones. The rift in the air slowly closed, the last flickering flame extinguished.
The stage appeared untouched, save for the lingering death scythe.
The last remnants of bone ash scattered across the ground, filling the fissures.
Truly, not even a place to bury the dead. How utterly tragic.
This was the power of the sacred realm. Lu Xiao's eyes shone brightly, yearning to attain such power herself.
Seeing Xiao Jiu approach Jiang Yunpeng, she felt a pang of envy. When will I ever be as formidable as you? Demons are demons, their innate foundations are simply too powerful.
Xiao Jiu chuckled softly at her words. A mere human can't compare to me, of course.
But your innate talent is quite good. You should be able to reach my level someday. Too bad, by the time you catch up to me, who knows?
My divine power might already have reached its ultimate perfection. Lu Xiao snorted dismissively at this, unconcerned.
Demons are demons. I refuse to believe I won't surpass you someday. Lu Xiao's words carried a hint of rivalry.
The more formidable Xiao Jiu became, the more insignificant Lu Xiao felt in Jiang Yunpeng's presence.
How could that be acceptable? She would still need Jiang Yunpeng's support in the future.
Thinking of this, her heart filled with renewed determination to strive harder.
Zhao Xiao, having witnessed the earlier battle, felt his blood boil. His gaze fell upon Jiang Yunpeng.
The extraordinary talents surrounding him were simply too numerous.
Could this be the power accumulated by the Elders' Council?
It truly surpassed everyone's expectations. Even the prominent families of the capital would have to carefully weigh their options.
They simply couldn't believe that such an unparalleled beauty could be Jiang Yunpeng's own ally.
How could Jiang Yunpeng, a mere 4th-tier cultivator, possibly subdue a powerhouse above the Saint Realm?
They weren't fools. Naturally, their gaze turned toward the Elders' Council. As for Situ Baiha, his mind was churning with even more questions. If the Elders' Council had assigned such a formidable being to serve as Jiang Yunpeng's bodyguard, what extraordinary abilities did Jiang Yunpeng possess? What made the Elders' Council regard him so differently? He found it utterly unbelievable.
Meanwhile, Situ Wanner beside him was nearly beside herself with excitement.
She tugged at Situ Baiha's hand incessantly. Grandpa, Grandpa.
That beauty just now was so powerful.
Why did her divine power feel different from ours? She didn't even summon a divine artifact and still took down Shugus instantly. Grandpa, I want to go to Jiang Yunpeng.
Stu Baiha was headache-inducing from her clamor, yet he patiently soothed her. Alright, stop fussing. Wanner, the Elders' Council still needs to resolve matters with the Seven Nations Alliance. I imagine Shugus and the others haven't finished their sparring yet, but... He frowned, leaving the rest of his words unsaid.
With Shugus dead, unless Alice was an absolute fool, why would he send anyone else up to the stage?
This woman was so young, yet she gave off an eerie feeling, almost inhuman. He'd intended to perform a quick calculation to discern her origins. This was the first time he'd encountered someone who felt so unsettling. But before he could complete his divination, Alice's voice cut him off.
Alice roared from below, seething with fury. How dare the Huagui nation commit such a heinous act? I will seek justice. Don't think we'll let this slide. Fong Tao, hearing him dare to turn the tables, stood up as well.
I'd like to ask what your intentions are, challenging our Council of Elders representative and even using a powerhouse from the Holy Spirit realm. Don't think I'll let your Seven Nations Alliance get away with such treacherous schemes. If you've got the guts, come at us. Today, we'll fight to the death. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Inoue Shuhuan standing behind Shugus, letting out a cold laugh.
This one, then. What do you say? Inoue Shikawa's face drained of color.
The Chinese were utterly despicable. Damn them, they'd already crippled Sasaki Ichiro, and now they were targeting him, the sole representative from the island nation. But with the arrow already on the bowstring, he had no choice but to fire. His pleading eyes turned to Alice. Alice merely shouted, "Hurry up. They've called your name to challenge." His face flushed alternately crimson and ashen. He never imagined such a colossal blunder would occur today. Ultimately, it was his own fault. Returning now would surely spell his ruin. The Western Church had even sent an infiltrator to assist him, intending to eliminate the enemy in one fell swoop. Yet, who would have thought Jiang Yunpeng had such a capable ally by his side? If it had been one of the Elders' Council elders stepping in, that would have been one thing. But who the hell was this woman? If the council elders had intervened, they could at least have found some excuse. What a pity! Suggs, that useless fool. Rage boiled within him. Who cared whether Inoue Shuichuan lived or died? These islanders? Alice didn't give a damn about them. They were all mere pawns of the Western Church. If they disobeyed, they could simply be replaced. Inoue Shuichuan had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. Having already stepped onto the stage, he certainly wouldn't challenge it again. Besides, Inoue Shuichuan was at least a 10th tier. For this fight, Xinjiang decided to step up personally. Xinjiang's current strength had reached the 9th tier, more than sufficient to handle a 10th tier opponent. Fang Tao, however, saw him preparing to enter and hurriedly tried to stop him. Hold on, Xinjiang. We've acquired so many divine artifacts, yet we haven't given the others a chance to prove themselves. Our primary purpose this trip is to select talent. Hearing this, Xinjiang could only reluctantly descend. Secretary Fang, when will we finally get to have a real fight with these islanders? Those bastards. They're driving me absolutely mad. What's the rush? Fang Tao glared at him. They've been disobedient these past years. We'll get our chance sooner or later to deal with them once and for all. The other ordinary spectators were all itching to get involved, but when they saw Xinjiang about to take the stage, they all abandoned that thought. But just as it was his turn, Xinjiang was called away. Was it finally their turn now? The crowd was already buzzing with excitement. Zhao Zhao's selection was a testament to both his skill and luck. If they could show off their skills too, the Elders' Council would surely take notice. But even if it meant risking their lives, they had to rely on their own abilities. What good would it do to lose their lives and have nothing to show for it? With this thought, they all debated whether to step forward or not. Lu Xia was nearly driven mad with impatience. What were they still hesitating about? Inoue Shuichuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief when no one challenged him. Just then, a 19-year-old man stood up. He was Lu Qingchuan, a student from Capital University. The moment Lu Qingchuan rose, Jiang Yunpeng felt a pang of surprise. Wasn't this the skinny monkey who had provoked him back then? Lu Qingchuan swallowed hard and shouted at him, "Jiang Yunpeng. If I go up there and beat Inoue Shuichuan, will you find me a divine artifact to contract?" Chapter 82, Insatiable Greed, Let Someone Else Go Up. Lu Qingchuan's words echoed the sentiments of everyone present. Jiang Yunpeng cast a glance at Skinny Monkey through his omniscient gaze. He found the man utterly unworthy of cultivation, especially given his past close ties with professors at the Capital University. What if he turned out to be a fence-sitter, playing both sides? Handing him a ready-made divine artifact would be a waste. Moreover, every divine artifact he had selected was extraordinary, with exceptionally stringent contract conditions. If one didn't die on the arena but perished because of the contract, wouldn't that be a waste? He waved his hand dismissively. Of course not. You go fight yourself. Don't go and lose your life. Besides, divine artifacts aren't that simple. If the artifact doesn't acknowledge you, what good is forcing a contract? Now get off the stage. As Jiang Yunpeng had anticipated, Lu Qingchuan came from a prominent family. As the divine chosen one of the Wang family, he'd hoped to use Jiang Yunpeng as a stepping stone to wealth. But who knew Jiang Yunpeng would be so ruthless, denying him even the slightest chance? Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "Why did Zhao Xiao gain the artifact's recognition? Why can't we? Aren't you being a bit hypocritical?" Hearing him still dare to rant here, Jiang Yunpeng sneered. "Fine. Then go defeat Inoue Shuichuan up there. How about I give you a chance at a contract? Just remember, you're only at the 5th tier. Those islanders are notoriously treacherous and ruthless. If you dare challenge him and get killed, we won't be held responsible." Hearing this, Lu Qingchuan immediately backed down. Wang Shigao, standing nearby, jabbed him urgently. "What are you hesitating for? Get up there already." Wang Shigao relished the spectacle, unconcerned about the stakes. If Lu Qingchuan really died, he could extort a hefty sum from the Elders' Council, claiming they'd forced him into it. Lu Qingchuan swallowed hard, his legs trembling as he descended the steps. Seeing his pathetic state, the crowd erupted in laughter, then began jeering at him. "Don't go up. Don't go up. What's a useless piece of trash like you doing up there? Get down now. You're only a 5th tier powerhouse, how are you going to fight a 10th tier?
You don't have any super strong bodyguards, so I say just give it up. This guy clearly isn't a serious contender. He's just after the divine artifact. He doesn't even have the guts to fight. I say he should just leave. TSK TSK TSK. He dares to go offer himself up to those islanders? Doesn't he fear they'll just kill him outright? Inoue Shuichuan isn't a good man. I heard he was ruthless as hell back in the island nation, killing who knows how many people. Hearing the audience's murmurs, Lu Qingchuan grew even more terrified. By the time he shakily reached the edge of the ring, before he could even step onto it, a figure had already leapt down faster and fiercer than before. The arrival was none other than Ning Xiaoyao, brought by Situ Baihe. How could Ning Xiaoyao pass up such a chance to shine? He intended to impress his junior sister thoroughly, proving to her that he was the true prodigy. His strength far surpassed that of a useless fool like Jiang Yunpeng. With that thought, he flashed a smug, triumphant grin at Situ Wanner. Junior sister, wait here for now. I'll personally deal with Inoue Shuichuan. Inoue Shuichuan had expected to fight a weakling like Lu Qingchuan, only to find himself facing Ning Xiaoyao, a 10th-tier powerhouse. Ning Xiaoyao's strength had long surpassed the extraordinary. He deliberately suppressed himself to the 10th tier precisely to make a grand show. Otherwise, he feared others might perceive him as bullying a weaker opponent. Inoue Shuichuan didn't want to fight this man, but he had no choice. He could only bow his hands and say, during the match, let's stop at the first sign of injury. We're all divine mandate bearers, there's no need to push things to the point of mutual destruction. This statement made Sasaki Ichiro, who was lying below the stage recuperating from his injuries, tremble with rage. Inoue Koen, you're being far too greedy and cowardly. If you cannot devoutly offer your life to the emperor, what dignity do you Japanese even have left? Inoue Shusen pretended not to hear a word. Nonsense. What meaning is there in living without life? Especially Sasaki Ichiro, he still needed to inherit the opponent's Komajiri sword. That was an SS-grade divine artifact, how could it be wasted? He forced out a feeble defense, Sasaki, that's not what I meant. It's just, if even I perish, the emperor will be furious when he hears the news back home. This exchange isn't a suicide mission, will stop short of the finish line. His words satisfied Ning Xiaoyao. He had no desire to engage in life or death gambles with Inoue Shikawa. A bit of showmanship was acceptable, but nothing more. Their battle proved spectacularly entertaining, thoroughly satisfying the spectators' craving for spectacle. Lu Qingchuan breathed a huge sigh of relief. He couldn't defy the Wang family's orders, and now someone had bailed him out. It was like saving his life. He slunk back to the spectators' seats, his face ashen. Wang Shigao seethed with rage, wanting to slap him twice. What the hell were you thinking? You just handed over such a golden opportunity to someone else? Young Master Wang, I had no choice. That person snatched my spot. Lu Qingchuan struggled to keep his expression neutral, suppressing any hint of a smile. Yi Yuntian offered reassurance from the side, don't fret, brother Wang. The one taking the stage isn't just anyone, it's Ning Xiaoyao of the Ning family from Panglai. What? Him? Even Wang Shigao was taken aback. Jiang Yunpeng was engrossed in the spectacle when a sudden telepathic message from the Grand Elder echoed in his mind. Yunpeng, come to the backstage area of the arena immediately. We have urgent matters to discuss with you. Come alone and discreetly. Jiang Yunpeng hadn't expected the Grand Elder to summon him so abruptly. He glanced at Lu Xiao beside him and whispered a few words of instruction. Taking advantage of the moment when no one else was paying attention, he made his way toward the edge of the backstage area. By the time he arrived, the Grand Elder had already sealed off a divine energy space. Once he stepped inside, no one could detect their presence. What's going on, Elder? The Elder's expression softened slightly as he pulled out his phone and played a video. Take a look. This is intelligence, our undercover agent sent from the island nation. Jiang Yunpeng took the phone and saw the 7 Nations Alliance members on screen, with Alice standing among them, relentlessly disparaging the mainland Chinese. But that wasn't the crux. The key point was what Alice said next. Our investigation confirms an exceptionally powerful divine artifact has appeared within this SSS-grade secret realm. It has set up an arena to deliberately suppress the rising generation of China's strength. After this tournament concludes, we will recruit members of the noble families to join us in entering the secret realm. We are determined to obtain this divine artifact. After uttering these words, Alice produced a photograph of the artifact. Upon seeing it, Jiang Yunpeng was utterly horrified. How could it be the legendary golden monkey staff? Chapter 83, the legendary divine artifact too astonishing. Jiang Yunpeng felt his breathing quicken. Before he could even activate his omniscient eye, he already saw 5 intricate characters floating on the staff. The golden monkey staff. It was the weapon of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Jiang Yunpeng trembled with excitement. Seeing his state, the Grand Elder knew something was terribly wrong and urgently asked, "What's wrong? Did you notice something amiss?" Jiang Yunpeng took a deep breath, steadying himself. Wait, let me double check. He activated the all-knowing eye, and all the information flooded his vision. Golden monkey staff SSS, unawakened.
Forged by the Supreme Elder Lord. Used by you the Great to control floods. Weighs 13,500 gene. The divine artifact of the victor over demons Buddha, Sun Wukong. Dormant for 10,000 years. Upon contracting, it gradually awakens with the user's strength, evolving to its peak as a legendary SSS divine artifact. Contract conditions: 1 must personally activate ancient divine power to qualify for the contract, then pass the battle victorious Buddha's trial. Successful binding grants metallic attribute power and inherits the Buddha victor over demons divine power enhancement. Jiang Yunpeng's jaw nearly dropped upon reading the all-seeing eye's description. SSS-tier and still capable of evolution? If it fully evolved, how incredibly powerful would it become? His heart finally relaxed completely. He let out a long sigh. This is truly a stroke of incredible luck. The Grand Elder grew impatient. You brat, stop beating around the bush. Tell me what it is. It's the of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Jiang Yunpeng forced himself to suppress his surging emotions as he spoke. This time, it was the Grand Elder's turn to be dumbfounded. What? The Elder's vision darkened, blood rushed to his head, and his breathing became labored. This is the legendary ancient artifact. I never imagined it would actually be here. This SSS grade secret realm likely holds more than just this one item. This is too significant to keep to myself. I must inform the other elders immediately. The Grand Elder's reaction mirrored Jiang Yunpeng's. This was the legendary golden monkey staff. No one could remain calm upon discovering it. He feared the Westerners might seize it first, desperate to fly into the secret realm and claim it immediately. Jiang Yunpeng regained his composure and quickly said, Elder, it seems I must enter the secret realm. But my strength is weak. How should I proceed? The Grand Elder stroked his beard, his excitement undiminished. His blood surged through his veins as he paced back and forth for a long while before finally saying, Let me think. Even this old man can barely sit still with excitement. You're quite something, recognizing such a divine artifact. Jiang Yunpeng looked puzzled, pointing at the 5 characters in the photo. Elder, doesn't this say golden monkey staff? Surely the elders weren't illiterate? The Grand Elder froze upon hearing this. Those 5 symbols are characters? There's no research on this in the country. Hearing this, Jiang Yunpeng instantly understood why they didn't recognize such a divine artifact. These 5 characters were written in small seal script, combined with variations of oracle bone script. It was only natural they wouldn't recognize them. Very well, Grand Elder. You may return first. I await your report. Before departing, the Grand Elder glanced at Jiang Yunpeng. By the way, when I arrived earlier, what divine object erupted during your battle with Shugus? I recognize your heaven-binding rope, but that willow leaf was truly peculiar. Isn't it a pity it was destroyed? Seeing concealment was futile, Jiang Yunpeng decided to tell the Elder everything about how he and Lu Xiao had obtained the willow branch last time. Far from being annoyed, the Elder clapped his hands and laughed heartily, his delight palpable. Who knew you had that up your sleeve, lad? It makes for a splendid trump card, and what a crucial one at that. Stay here for now. You'll return with Fong Tao and the others shortly. Don't make any rash moves, those Westerners are watching you far too closely. With that, the Grand Elder's form slowly vanished into thin air, and the space sealed off by divine power abruptly dissipated. When Jiang Yunpeng returned to the stage, Lu Xiao was watching with such excitement she could barely contain herself, wishing she could climb up and give those Westerners a good thrashing herself. Spotting him return, she approached and whispered, How did it go? What did the Grand Elder want with you? Jiang Yunpeng didn't tell her the details, offering only a brief explanation. The Grand Elder discussed some plans with me. Also, it seems I might have to venture into the SSS grade secret realm this time. Are you out of your mind? Lu Xiao's eyes widened, her exquisite face etched with utter disbelief. Her mouth fell open. Why would they suddenly send you to the secret realm? You're only at the 4th tier, going there is suicide. Lu Xiao's heart filled with worry. She couldn't fathom why the Elders' Council, who always prioritized Jiang Yunpeng's safety above all else, would agree to send him into the secret realm. Could something have happened there? Her mind raced. Enough. Can we refuse the Elders' orders? We must simply follow their arrangements. Besides, if the Elders made this decision, they certainly wouldn't disregard my safety. Keep this matter confidential. If others find out, it won't be good. Lu Xiao nodded quickly. Understood. I'll keep it to myself. On the arena stage, Inoue Shuichuan had already finished his match against Ning Xiaoyao. The remaining fighters were merely sparring, with no bloody incidents erupting. Even Shugus had been dealt with. If any more Western Church members died, Alice would surely face severe reprimand upon her return. He wasn't mad enough to do that. Even if he were foolish, he wouldn't be foolish enough to voluntarily deplete his combat strength. Their goal this time was to enter the SSS-level secret realm. After Ning Xiaoyao finished his match, Situwaner didn't spare him a glance. The moment Jiang Yunpeng returned, she rushed eagerly toward him. Hey, Jiang Yunpeng. Where did you disappear to? I was looking for you. You're so amazing. Who was that big sister following you just now?
Jiang Yunpeng knew she was referring to Xiaojiu, who had already gone to sit nearby. After all, in public, he couldn't have Xiaojiu directly recall into the contract space. He could only let her get some fresh air outside. Yi Songhai and Shangguan Xuan, meeting as rivals in love, were intensely jealous of each other. Both were vying for Xiaojiu's attention, eager to shower her with compliments as if they could pluck stars from the sky for her.
Xiaojiu's expression remained as cold as ice, paying these men no mind whatsoever. Both harbored ulterior motives. Securing such a formidable woman would bolster their respective clans' power. As she refused them, Xiaojiu didn't forget to use her enchantment to make their quarrel even more fierce. This spectacle left Jiang Yunpeng feeling somewhat helpless. Xiaojiu's use of enchantment absorbed the divine power from these men, greatly enhancing her own demonic energy.
Chapter 84, The Plan to Enter the Secret Realm.
Xiaojiu could instantly kill Shugus precisely because the more people she charmed, the greater the power she gained.
Jiang Yunpeng gestured toward Xiaojiu seated nearby. She's over there. What business do you have with her? Situ Wanner waved her hand dismissively. I'm not here for her. I came to see you. Would you like to join our Situ family and accompany us to the secret realm?
My grandfather said that if you're willing, he's prepared to abandon our alliances with the Luo and Shangguan families and give the Elders' Council a chance.
Jiang Yunpeng raised an eyebrow, surprised by Situ Baiha's unexpected decision. It certainly had implications. He frowned and said,
"Tell him this, if he truly wants to negotiate, he must show genuine sincerity."
He wasn't a fool. Why would Situ Baiha choose a mere 4th-tier divine mandate bearer?
His strength wasn't particularly high either.
If he was being sent to his death, he wouldn't agree.
There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world.
Situ Baiha was likely plotting something sinister. Seeing Jiang Yunpeng's meaningful expression, Situ Wanner explained, Jiang Yunpeng, rest assured I won't send you to your death. This is my proposal, and both grandfather and I will protect you.
As she spoke, she unconsciously puffed out her chest, her face wearing a proud little expression.
Jiang Yunpeng didn't buy it for a second. That old fox, Situ Baiha, would never agree to Situ Wanner's absurd proposal. He didn't rush to agree. Tell your grandfather to come find Fong Tao at the Elders' Council tomorrow. My safety is the Elders' Council's responsibility. I can't guarantee anything.
Upon hearing Jiang Yunpeng's response, Situ Wanner returned with a look of half understanding, half confusion. When Ning Xiaoyao saw her come back, his anger flared even more.
Junior sister, not cheering for me is one thing, but going to Jiang Yunpeng? What were you thinking?
He's just a level 4 divine mandate user, not even as strong as me. Staring at him, Stu Wanner rolled her eyes.
Senior brother, you're shameless.
You didn't even give it your all against a 10th tier opponent like Inoue Shuhuan.
You're already transcendent, how can you even look at yourself? So what?
Jiang Yunpeng, a 4th tier powerhouse, paired with a Saint Spirit Realm bodyguard, was just playing dumb to catch the wise.
If he could use that one move to take down Shugs in an instant, why can't I?
His voice carried a hint of anger. This Jiang Yunpeng was no ordinary man. He couldn't stand the sight of the man, yet here was Stu Wanner, fixating her gaze on him.
It was infuriating. Situ Wanner ignored him, quietly relaying Jiang Yunpeng's words to Situ Baiha. Situ Baiha stroked his beard.
This kid was no pushover.
It seemed he'd have to visit the Elders' Council tomorrow no matter what. As for the Shangguan and Luo families, these two great clans were somewhat beneath his notice. Compared to the Elders' Council, they were a notch below. Though these families of Panglai weren't directly under the Elders' Council's jurisdiction, they still owed allegiance. Understood. We'll visit the Elders' Council tomorrow.
Jiang Yunpeng had no intention of giving the aristocrats any opportunities. He refused to accept the Situ family's proposal and certainly wouldn't exploit his council status to enter the secret realm. He had already made up his mind, once he returned, he would alter his appearance using the willow leaf. If his identity were discovered within the SSS secret realm, there was no telling whether Alice and her scum would turn on him. Only after the tournament concluded did Alice storm off, taking the 7 Nations Alliance members with her.
Their tournament today had yielded no victories. Instead, several contestants had been injured. He seethed with the urge to unleash a bloodbath in the capital, but the time for open confrontation had not yet come. For now, he could only grit his teeth and endure. After the event concluded, Jiang Yunpeng summoned Xiaojiu.
Once in the car, he stored her in his contract space before returning to the Elders' Council with Fong Tao. Xinjian had already taken Zhao Xiao back to the Ministry of Defense for training. The moment he arrived, the 5 elders wasted no time summoning Jiang Yunpeng to their usual meeting chamber.
The second elder, upon seeing him, practically jumped up and down with excitement. Yunpeng, are you certain that was the? This old man has been so anxious.
To glimpse such a legendary artifact, it would be enough to die content.
Alas, the 5 elders were powerless to move, bound to remain stationed here. Jiang Yunpeng smiled. Second elder, don't you trust my abilities? It truly is the. He wasn't something ordinary divine mandate bearers could lift.
Even if Alice and the others managed to seize it, they might not recognize it as the. The third elder slowly rose. Yunpeng, explain to us how to contract this golden staff.
Perhaps we can find some formidable geniuses to attempt it. That's unlikely to work. Jiang Yunpeng's gaze darkened, a hint of reluctance visible. One condition for the contract is that the person must possess ancient power.
Otherwise, they simply couldn't withstand the divine might of thee.
They'd be obliterated in an instant.
Upon hearing this, the first elder's brow furrowed, while the fourth elder's eyes lit up.
Wait. Didn't you bind the sun-shooting bow of the ancient god Hui? If you bind it, you'd definitely succeed. How about this you bind thee? Impossible.
The fifth elder immediately stood up, frowning. How could Yunpeng, with his mere fourth-tier strength, withstand such overwhelming divine power?
That's sending him to his death. The fourth elder sighed deeply. This won't do, that won't do. With thee alone, weighing over 13,000 jin, we can't even retrieve it. Only through binding can we control it at will. If we can't bind it, it'll just be wasted in those foreigners' hands. I think we need to deliberate further. The elders all fell silent for a moment.
Jiang Yunpeng, however, smiled, holding a different perspective from them.
If Alice and the others want it, why not give it to them?
If they can figure out how to retrieve thee from the secret realm, that's a good thing.
We can temporarily store it with them.
Once my power increases, I'll go retrieve the contract for the golden monkey staff.
That settles it. Find a way to keep them in the capital for now and prevent them from leaving. That's a brilliant idea. The Grand Elder's eyes lit up. Yunpeng, venturing into an SSS-grade secret realm requires at least 2 months of exploration. How perilous is that place?
If you can reach the 7th tier within those 2 months, then it might be worth the risk. The dormant for 10,000 years, one misstep could mean life or death.
Jiang Yunpeng's abilities were simply too extraordinary. They couldn't afford to lose such a formidable asset to the nation. Reaching the 7th tier within 2 months?
That could only be achieved through rigorous training within this secret realm.
It wasn't exactly difficult, nor was it simple.
With each tier breakthrough, the divine power absorbed became increasingly terrifying.
Chapter 85, 2 months to break through to 7th tier.
Whether it was the Pangu Banner or the sun-shooting bow, each 10% absorbed subjected his body to an extraordinary tempering.
I understand. I'm willing to give it my all.
Hearing Jiang Yunpeng's words, the Grand Elder patted his shoulder with a benevolent expression. Yunpeng, this mission falls to you. The Elders' Council will announce the formation of a national security team for exploration. As for you, you'll temporarily infiltrate their ranks undercover. The members are all elite warriors recalled from the front lines.
You'll be embedded with them.
It may be a slight inconvenience for you, but I'll only disclose your true identity to the core leaders.
Jiang Yunpeng understood the implication and shrugged indifferently. No problem. I'll mind my own business.
At worst, there might be some debate about my abilities. He understood the elders' concerns, but as long as he could enter the secret realm, he didn't care what they said.
Lu Xia would also be assigned to this mission. With only 10th tier strength, she was unqualified for an SSS-grade secret realm. Having an extra person to protect Jiang Yunpeng, why would the Elders' Council pass up that opportunity?
After concluding his meeting with them, Jiang Yunpeng returned to his room, where Zhou Yu and the other two were already waiting.
Zhou Yu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Jiang Yunpeng unharmed. Yunpeng, we were scared out of our wits.
Watching you fight the Seven Nations Alliance on TV nearly drove me mad. It's just, we're so useless. They had the will to serve their country, but their strength fell short. All three had now reached the 3rd tier of power, yet they felt bottlenecked in advancing further. Seeing Jiang Yunpeng struggle so fiercely on the front lines, they yearned to shoulder some of his burden.
Why bring this up? I'm fine, aren't I? And it's all thanks to Xiao Jiao.
He smiled reassuringly. You two focus on your classes and cultivation these next 2 months. I've got some matters to handle, so you won't be seeing me for a while.
He didn't tell them about going to the secret realm, it was too important.
Using Zhou Yu and the others to cover for him outside would also conceal his whereabouts.
Zhou Yu clenched his fists. Alright, I understand. We've intensified our training. Yunpeng, you must stay safe. The next day, Situ Baiha arrived as expected. Fang Tao personally received him, as he himself lacked the standing to meet the 5 elders. Fang Tao inwardly marveled only Jiang Yunpeng enjoyed such special privilege, able to meet with the elders daily. The elders' attitude only fueled more anger within Situ Baiha. Fang Tao smiled warmly as he served him a cup of tea.
Honorable Elder Situ, Yunpeng has stepped out for a stroll. I heard you were coming to discuss matters with the council.
Might I ask what brings you here? Without touching the tea, Situ Baiha offered a faint smile.
My purpose this time is simply to seek the council's approval for me to take Jiang Yunpeng to the SSS-grade secret realm. Safety need not be a concern, the Situ family will provide full protection for him.
How does that sound?
He had already lowered his stance as far as possible.
Now it was up to the Elders' Council to decide. Fang Tao hadn't expected him to stoop so low. Unprovoked kindness usually hides ulterior motives. What good family in Panglai was truly trustworthy?
He sighed, feigning reluctance. I cannot decide such a major matter on my own.
I must report it to the elders.
I suggest the old patriarch return home and await their decision.
If Yunpeng and the elders refuse, there's nothing I can do. Situbai shot him a glance before flinging his sleeves and storming off, fuming with rage. That Jiang Yunpeng daring to put on airs in front of him? Did he really think he was someone special?
At this thought, he too sighed deeply. His willingness to bring Jiang Yunpeng along stemmed from self-interest. He couldn't gauge Jiang's true strength, and the latter had a Saint Spirit Realm powerhouse by his side.
If he could win Jiang Yunpeng over, the Elders' Council would surely allocate more reinforcements for him.
This would greatly reduce the resource drain on his own Sita family that was his primary objective. As for Jiang Yunpeng himself, even he couldn't see the man's destiny, but he was undoubtedly blessed with immense fortune. Keeping him close would turn misfortune into fortune, exploiting that luck to its fullest. Ultimately, his admiration for Jiang Yunpeng was merely a means to an end. Had Jiang Yunpeng been ordinary, he would never have given him a second glance. After he departed, Fang Tao returned to the conference room and relayed the matter to Jiang Yunpeng and the elders, who were in the midst of selecting candidates.
Jiang Yunpeng scoffed. The Stu family had always been arrogant and haughty. Having been shut out once, they likely wouldn't return. Forget about them.
I have no interest in joining the aristocratic families.
Situbai's maneuvering among the capital's aristocratic families clearly signaled his desire to collaborate with them, showing utter disregard for the Elders' Council.
You youngster, quite a few have set their sights on you. The Grand Elder sighed with a wry smile, having already finalized the entire roster. Lu Wushuang has now reached the Holy Spirit Realm. I'll assign him as the leader.
With him there, it'll be easier for you and Lu Xiao to get in.
Jiang Yunpeng had crossed paths with Lu Wushuang before the man seemed capable.
He nodded. That works.
I've heard he's achieved remarkable feats on the battlefield.
He must be quite capable? Of course. Lu Xiao chimed in from the side.
My brother is formidable, but unfortunately, the divine mandate bearers on the battlefield aren't exactly easy to get along with.
At this point, she felt a headache coming on. Every divine mandate bearer on the battlefield was exceptionally powerful.
They were bound to look down on them in various ways. She feared Jiang Yunpeng and Lu Wushuang might clash again. Since Lu Wushuang was the expedition leader, any conflict would spell trouble for them. On the day of departure, Jiang Yunpeng had already used willow leaves to completely disguise his aura and appearance, blending into the background as an utterly ordinary figure trailing behind the group.
Lu Wushuang, the Elder Council's representative, led a group of 20 individuals, each of whom possessed extraordinary cultivation.
Learning that Lu Wushuang had also brought along 2 deadweights, discontent had already begun to simmer within them. One happened to be his sister, and the other her boyfriend. They had no choice but to bring them along. When they glanced at Jiang Yunpeng, their eyes were filled with contempt. Damn it, a 4th-tier leech was freeloading off them. Jiang Yunpeng's pretext was beyond reproach. Officially, they were going for training.
However displeased these divine mandate bearers were, they couldn't afford to snub Lu Wushuang outright. At most, once inside the secret realm, they'd ensure he stayed safely out of their way. Lu Wushuang eyed Jiang Yunpeng smugly.
Little brother-in-law, let me warn you, don't cross us battlefield-hardened divine mandate bearers.
One slap each could send you flying.
Hearing their captain speak so boldly, the other divine mandate bearers burst into laughter.
Lu Xiao scolded, brother, don't say things like that.
Last time Lu Wushuang had clashed with Jiang Yunpeng, it ended with her brother kneeling.
She didn't want their conflict to escalate again. Jiang Yunpeng couldn't care less.
He merely chuckled.
Why would I go out of my way to offend anyone? Getting slapped in the face isn't exactly pleasant. Chapter 86, The Special Secret Realm. Lu Wushuang nearly laughed in anger at Jiang Yunpeng's words.
The brat really knew how to rub salt in the wound. She had long since let go of any grievances against him. Besides, she wasn't the type to hold grudges otherwise. Why would she have knelt to apologize?
He scoffed. Enough of this nonsense. Keep it up, and I'll deal with you. As the squad leader for this operation, Lu Wushuang needed to maintain his authority. He had to project an air of impatience to quell any dissent among the other members. Since he'd stepped forward to reprimand his own man, the other divine mandate holders probably wouldn't dare say much. The group boarded the vehicle and headed toward the secret realm. This secret realm that had appeared in the capital was located within the primeval forest of Dongling Mountain. This pristine wilderness had once been the domain of mountaineering and exploration enthusiasts. However, the moment this SSS-level secret realm manifested, it was immediately cordoned off.
State security had taken full control, barring all tourists.
Stumbling into an SSS-grade secret realm by accident meant only one thing, death. Upon reaching the entrance to the Dongling district, Jiang Yunpeng and his group began to observe their surroundings.
The air here was incredibly fresh, still carrying traces of morning mist and a hint of dampness.
The soil beneath had been softened by yesterday's rain.
Stepping on it, their shoes sank in halfway, splattering mud everywhere.
Besides their group, representatives from the capital clans and the Seven Nations Alliance were present.
The previous Elders' Council meeting had already brought many formidable talents into these clans.
Situbai scanned the area but saw no sign of Jiang Yunpeng. He didn't mind, though. With the Elders' Council protecting Jiang Yunpeng so closely, why would they let him come out?
Beside him, Situ Wanner looked distinctly displeased.
She pouted, "Grandfather, that fraud Jiang Yunpeng. I absolutely detest him. He wouldn't even agree to come to our family."
Ning Xiaoyao sneered coldly from the side. "Junior sister, I told you a worthless fool like Jiang Yunpeng could never qualify for the SSS grade secret realm.
What good would a mere 4th-tier cultivator do in there? Don't be too upset.
Senior brother will stay by your side and protect you." The Sita clan had brought a large contingent this time, forming a tight alliance with prominent families like the Shangguan and Luo clans. Their combined strength was formidable, so they could afford to bring along juniors like him for training. Shangguan Shuang and the others couldn't really say much after all, he was family. Situ Baiha shot Ning Xiaoyao a dismissive glance before waving his hand.
"Let's go."
He looked down on Ning Xiaoyao as a sycophant, but he was content to have him by his granddaughter's side, where he could serve as an extra asset. The void passage connecting to the secret realm had already materialized, occasionally spilling forth waves of demonic energy.
Even a mere wisp of this overflowing demonic aura was enough to inspire dread. Clearly, the creatures within were no ordinary monsters. Situbai had gently admonished, "Don't wander off later, understand?" Situ Wanner nodded listlessly, her mood at an all-time low.
The 4 major families of the capital had also arrived. Jiang Yunpeng glanced over and saw Yi Yuntian whispering with Yi Sanghai, though he couldn't make out their conversation. Given Yi Yuntian's strength, he certainly had no right to enter. He kept his head bowed, his expression unreadable to others. He had used the power of the willow leaf to mask his aura, making it impossible for them to detect. It was a pity, however, that the willow leaves only refreshed once every 24 hours, and their effect lasted only that long. It could only be reused when no one was present. Qin Zhan was already waiting here. He had arranged for men to maintain order here, guiding them into the secret realm in an orderly fashion to prevent any demons or monsters from escaping. 5 elders personally reinforced the void passageway with seals. The demons within couldn't break them if they did, chaos would erupt across the entire capital. Alice scanned the crowd and, as expected, saw no sign of Jiang Yunpeng. He felt a pang of regret, having planned to deal with that beast within the secret realm. What a pity! After they entered the void passage one by one and reached the secret realm, Jiang Yunpeng finally surveyed his surroundings. This secret realm was quite different from the one he had entered last time. The previous secret realm had been a sea of yellow sand, yet one could still sense the clear sky and fresh air. This current secret realm, however, was filled with an overwhelmingly powerful demonic aura that nearly choked the life out of him. With only 4th-tier strength, he couldn't possibly match the resilience of the others. Frowning, he struggled to endure. Each step drenched him in sweat, as if a heavy burden weighed upon his entire body. Xiao Jiao hurriedly spoke up, "Master, fear not. I shall share some of my demonic power with you. It will blend with the external energies, easing your discomfort." Before Jiang Yunpeng could respond, an invisible force enveloped his body. This energy seamlessly merged with the surrounding demonic force, instantly bringing his body to a state of profound ease. It felt as effortless as walking on level ground. Others didn't notice Jiang Yunpeng's change. The air here was thick with demonic energy, and with the 9-tailed fox's power integrated, moving became remarkably easy. As far as the eye could see, ancient trees towered overhead, branches and vines intertwined, and boulders and strange forests stretched endlessly, resembling an untouched primeval forest. The trees here were towering to an extreme height. Aside from the intensely thick aura of demonic and evil energy, not a single sound could be heard. Occasionally, eerie ripples of energy rippled through the sky. The deeper the silence, the more unsettling the atmosphere became. The demonic activity, it seemed, was not centered here. This vast domain spanned 10,000 li. Searching for the divine artifact here would prove no easy task. Jiang Yunpeng recalled the information the Grand Elder had shared with him. Neither Alice nor the others knew the exact location of the divine artifact. They had only found this single staff through their previous detection methods. The image of the stick had been captured within a cliff ravine. That precipice soared thousands of meters high, its peaks layered and rugged, a place far from easily accessible. He scanned the area briefly, but all he saw were towering trees reaching 100 meters high. There was no trace of any cliffs or precipices. If he couldn't find it, how could Alice and the others possibly locate it? Eris, leading the 7 Nations Alliance, was now moving swiftly southwest. The other noble families had also chosen their paths. Lu Wuxuan glanced casually in both directions, showing no sign of urgency whatsoever. Years of battlefield experience taught him this was no place to be taken lightly. Only after the others had departed did he immediately order, "Bring out all our detection gear. We must proceed with utmost caution. We've been brothers in arms on the battlefield for years. Losing our lives here would be utterly pointless." The divine mandate followers behind him sprang into action. Having served under Lu Wuxuan for years, they swiftly produced an array of advanced reconnaissance devices. Jiang Yunpeng was stunned by what they produced: detection instruments, palm-sized drones for terrain reconnaissance. He assumed they were a bunch of brutes, but their meticulousness surprised him. Chapter 87, Demon Chi Support, 9 Netherworld Candle Dragon.
Jiang Yunpeng and Lu Xiao sat to the side. Lu Xiao gave Jiang Yunpeng a once-over and frowned. Hey, Jiang Yunpeng, what trick did you use? How come you're completely unaffected by the demonic energy? You walk around more easily than I do, while I can barely breathe here. Jiang Yunpeng smiled. You forgot I have little Nine helping me. Of course I'm different from you. Hearing this, Lu Xiao felt even more envious. The contract talisman Jiang Yunpeng had given her remained unused.
With only a 30% chance of forming a contract, she naturally wanted to find a demon as powerful as Xiaojiu. But no matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find a single one worthy of her contract. She couldn't help but urge him, Jiang Yunpeng, then find one for me. I want a powerful demon like Xiaojiu too. Jiang Yunpeng shot her a glare, utterly speechless. A 30% chance? Where the hell am I supposed to find one? Besides, your brother's still around, tell him to go find one for you. Jiang Yunpeng had no desire to hunt down high-level demonic beings for a contract. If the contract failed, he'd risk losing his life. Lu Wuxuan would surely kill him. Lu Xiao huffed indignantly. Seeing his refusal, she could only sulk quietly by his side. Meanwhile, Zhang Beichuan, who was operating the drone, watched Jiang Yunpeng handle things so effortlessly and sneered. Ah, I guess that's what happens when you've been living off others since childhood. Why didn't I think of it? Getting hooked up with a family at just tier 4, what a waste. Lin Shi, who was drawing maps nearby, chuckled. Stop spouting nonsense. He got the young lady's favor at 4th tier. You're a grown man, what kind of freeloading are you talking about? Put. Don't you remember? When we were at 4th tier, which clan would have taken us? It was all thanks to General Luo. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have gotten onto the battlefield. As they spoke, both felt a pang of nostalgia. They were, after all, capable lieutenants under Lu Wuxuan's command.
Thank goodness Lu Wuxuan had taken them in back then.
Otherwise, who knows where they'd be now, probably feeding monsters.
They didn't have much issue with Jiang Yunpeng's arrival. So what if he was dragging along 2 deadweights? They could put up with it. Got it. Got it. The map covering 10 miles is complete.
Lin Shi smiled as he handed the completed map to Lu Wuxuan.
Glancing at the transmitted imagery, Lu Wuxuan found it rather troublesome.
Across the entire 10-mile radius, not a single demonic presence was detected except for the colorful divine light barrier ahead. Proceeding deeper wasn't impossible, but the barrier ahead felt distinctly off. To proceed, they must cross this barrier. Otherwise, they'd have to find another route. He was acting on the Elders' Council's commission, and they had made it clear that their sole responsibility was to protect Jiang Yunpeng's safety. The council cared not what divine artifacts they might obtain. In other words, any rewards would be theirs alone. Such terms naturally tempted Lu Wuxuan, yet he was unwilling to gamble with his life. After hesitating for a long while, he finally looked ahead. Alright then, let's get through this forest first. We have to cross that barrier ahead to investigate. If we encounter any other demonic creatures, everyone will just have to prepare for battle. What's there to fear? I've never been afraid in my life. Besides, these demons are in an SSS-ranked secret realm. I don't believe their power could surpass mine. As he spoke, Lin Shi's face flashed with confidence. The other divine mandate holders nodded in agreement, quickly gathering their detection tools and moving forward. The small drones were useful, but their range was limited to about 10 miles. Beyond that range, they'd have to restart the scan, and there was always the risk of it being destroyed by demonic energy. It was better to rely on manpower. Jiang Yunpeng weighed the feasibility in his mind as he followed behind them. Lu Xiao spotted the colorful barrier ahead and whispered. Jiang Yunpeng, once you're inside, don't act rashly. If anything happens to you, how will I explain it to the Elders' Council? Hearing this, Jiang Yunpeng's ears were practically calloused from the repetition. He nodded absently while silently conversing with Xiaojiu in his mind, inquiring about the colorful barrier. Xiaojiu, using the information transmitted by Jiang Yunpeng, got a clear view of it within the contract space. Even she was stunned and quickly tried to stop him. No! Under no circumstances should you cross this barrier. This is the demonic force shield erected by the Nine Heavens Candle Dragon. It cannot be breached by ordinary beings. The Candle Dragon only seals itself off from the outside world during mating. They're likely mating now. Interrupting them recklessly could overwhelm even you. Jiang Yunpeng was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Legendary candle dragons existed? This was no joke. He hurriedly asked, so does that mean their power surpasses yours? Well. Xiaojiu hesitated for a moment. Master, I can't say for certain. I've been dormant for over 1,000 years, and my power has greatly diminished. With this little demonic energy, I can't gauge their strength. Otherwise, I could have killed them with one hand. Jiang Yunpeng understood. Their group was moving at breakneck speed, and they were now only a few miles from the barrier. After pondering, he spoke up, Captain Lu, I don't think we should press forward. We'd be better off finding another path. Forcing our way through this barrier, who knows what terrifying demons might be waiting beyond it? His words drew loud laughter from Zhang Beichuan and the others. Lin Shi patted his shoulder reassuringly.
What are you afraid of, kid? With us extraordinary missionaries leading the charge and Captain Lu backing us up, we've got this. He's at the Holy Spirit realm. If we pass through this barrier, we can find a way out. We can't just keep circling around here forever, right? They'd surveyed the other areas. Heading east led deeper into the forest, while west brought them to the murmuring sea. Neither direction offered easy passage. Better to try breaking through this barrier directly. They spoke these words thinking Jiang Yunpeng was cowardly, not taking his words seriously at all. What could a mere 4th-tier divine mandate bearer possibly say that would hold any weight? They might as well treat his words as nothing but hot air. Lu Xiao knew Jiang Yunpeng wouldn't speak without reason. She shot him an inquiring glance and saw him slowly nod. She knew deep down that something was seriously wrong. Most likely, there really was a problem beyond this barrier. She hurried to Lu Wushuang's side. Brother, maybe we should listen to Jiang Yunpeng. Should we find another path? Lu Wushuang hadn't expected his sister to be so timid. He waved his hand dismissively. Go on, go on. What are you worried about? Spending too much time with your little boyfriend? Now you're scared of this too? Lu Xiao's face flushed crimson, stunned that her brother would tease her about this. She took a deep breath. Brother, that's not what I meant. You've seen his abilities in these matters. Why must we gamble on this? Chapter 88. Ignoring advice, he went in first. Lu Wushuang knew Jiang Yunpeng possessed unique abilities, otherwise, why would the Elders' Council go to such lengths to protect him? Still, deep down, he couldn't quite trust Jiang Yunpeng. Jiang Beichuan teased from the side, alright, miss, just stay there and stop causing trouble. We'll see for ourselves once we get over there. Besides, if we can't win, we can always retreat. Who has time to dawdle here? The Seven Nations Alliance is watching us like hawks. If they beat us to it, we'll get nothing. Seeing her pleas fell on deaf ears, Lu Xiao stepped back 2 paces and chose to walk shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Yunpeng. She sighed. Jiang Yunpeng, what should we do now? With matters having reached this point, Jiang Yunpeng could only let them have their way. Even if he told them the candle dragon was behind them, they wouldn't believe him. Seeing was believing. He could only hope the all-seeing eye would reveal the candle dragon's weakness. If not, escape was their only option. With that thought, he browsed the contract shop for anything useful. With only 1,000 contract points, he wasn't sure what to buy. Jiang Yunpeng scoured the selection carefully. Even an SSS grade contract talisman cost 2,000 points, while an SS grade one required 1,000 points. That meant he could only afford one. As for other aura concealing pills, even the cheapest ones cost 500 points. His 1,000 points wouldn't buy him anything. He pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and exchanged for an SS grade contract talisman. There was no other choice. A 70% chance was worth the gamble. By the time he stowed the crimson contract symbol away, they had reached the edge of the barrier. The Yi family and the Situ family had also arrived here, and they exchanged greetings. Yi Sanhai's eyes darted around before fixing on Lu Wushuang. General Lu, what a coincidence. This barrier seems beyond our individual capabilities to breach. Why not join forces to break through it together? What do you say? Earlier, they had secretly tested the barrier with their divine power. The colorful shield felt like a writhing mass of slime. Any divine power sent against it was instantly repelled, making breakthrough impossible. The intensely concentrated demonic energy made Jiang Yunpeng stroke his chin. He sensed demonic power on par with Xiaojiu's level. This was clearly extremely dense demonic energy condensed into a tangible form. It must be the defensive measure erected by the candle dragon during mating. Wasting time here was pointless. Once the candle dragon finished mating, this barrier would collapse with a thunderous crash. Better to strike first and see if he could find an opening. Jiang Yunpeng had already made up his mind. With the 9-tailed fox pearl as precedent, he couldn't be bothered with the 9 netherworld candle dragon. Still, capturing it wouldn't be a bad haul. But he only had 1 contract talisman left. He truly couldn't bear to part with it. Lu Xiao ignored Yi Sanhai, instead urging Lu Wushuang, brother, should we wait for them to make the first move, or should we all strike together? Who was Lu Wushuang? What kind of rogue hadn't he seen? How could he possibly let others reap the rewards for his efforts? He offered a hollow smile. Whoever wants in can fight their way in. What, too scared to die now? Begging for handouts? Yi Sanhai gritted his teeth in fury at the remark, but he couldn't say much else. Situ Bai has swept a glance around, signaling for them to begin. Lu Wushuang's divine followers joined the fray. Instantly, multicolored divine energies coalesced in the sky, relentlessly pounding the iridescent barrier. Jiang Yunpeng pulled Lu Xiao back 2 steps and warned, once this barrier breaks, the monsters inside will surely surge out. We need to be careful. Also, if I make my move, you cover for me. I intend to contract this demon. What? Lu Xiao's eyes widened at his words. Are you crazy? You already have Xiaojiu. Can't you give me this binding opportunity? I get it. Is the monster inside about as powerful as Xiaojiu? Tell me now. Lu Xiao couldn't wait any longer.
Jiang Yunpeng, unable to shake her persistence, leaned close to her ear and whispered, "It's the ancient Nine Netherworld Candle Dragon." Lu Xiao's eyes flashed with excitement, her blood boiling with anticipation.
Really? Can I use my contract talisman to subdue it?
It could work, Jiang Yunpeng scratched his head, but your contract symbol only has a 30% chance of success.
So what? Lu Xiao charged forward, bold and defiant.
I'll use it the moment it emerges. With my incredible luck, even a 30% chance might just work. Seeing her determination, Jiang Yunpeng sighed helplessly.
Fine, fine. I'll let you take this contract opportunity. But first, I must warn you, prioritize your safety. Don't risk your life.
Got it. Lu Xiao snorted, rushing to the barrier.
To prevent her from acting impulsively, Jiang Yunpeng explained how to use the contract talisman. Lu Xiao listened with growing impatience. The contract required proximity within 10 meters. This wasn't child's play.
The slightest misstep meant losing everything. Jiang Yunpeng leaned closer to observe, but suddenly, an overwhelming suction force yanked him inside.
Whoosh! His figure vanished from where he stood, propelled into the barrier.
Lu Xiao turned pale with fright.
She screamed, "Brother! Stop fighting! Jiang, my boyfriend, got sucked in."
Holy! Lu Wushuang was also startled. No way, if he couldn't even guarantee Jiang Yunpeng's safety, he'd be beaten to death by the Elders' Council when he got back. This was truly disastrous.
Jiang Beichuan never imagined that after fighting for so long, it had all been for nothing.
How could a 4th-tier divine mandate user slip in so effortlessly?
He and Lin Shi exchanged bewildered glances, forced to join Lu Wushuang and the others in figuring out how to break the barrier and rescue the trapped man. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunpeng's body flew uncontrollably into the barrier.
The scene inside was utterly different from the outside. Gone was the lush, vibrant landscape. Instead, piles of skeletal remains littered the ground.
Every direction was drenched in blood and scattered flesh, while the colossal carcasses of demonic beasts lay strewn haphazardly about. Gusts of demonic wind lashed his face, while thunderous roars echoed from the sky above. He stood atop a sheer cliff, with only a few dozen meters of space to either side.
2 massive snakes, each over 100 meters long, writhed and coiled endlessly below the cliff. Both possessed candlelight like dragon heads and horns, their bodies pitch black.
Witnessing their mating ritual, Jiang Yunpeng felt as if his eyes were about to bleed.
Their hideously grotesque serpent heads flicked venomous tongues, licking each other incessantly. Shimmering black scales glinted in the light.
Before the 2 candle dragons noticed him, Jiang Yunpeng quickly found a massive boulder to hide behind. The overwhelming stench of blood seeped into his nostrils, making him nearly retch.
Chapter 89, Interrupting the Mating. Xiaojiao, what's going on? Why was I sucked in?
Xiaojiao let out a soft, seductive sigh.
Oh dear, master.
I forgot that the candle dragon's demonic energy and mine share the same origin. It will absorb theirs. The moment we touched, it was absorbed into me.
Master, you'll just have to endure it for now.
I'll increase my demonic energy to mask your scent. During mating, the candle dragons only smell each other.
They won't pay much attention to you. That said, this situation couldn't go on indefinitely.
Jiang Yunpeng surveyed the 100-mile radius, completely enveloped by the colorful barrier.
If he waited until they finished mating, who knew if they'd attack him immediately afterward? The commotion from these 2 candle dragons was immense.
As they entwined and rubbed against each other, they produced waves of thunderous roars. The massive rock walls beneath them began to tremble. The immense disturbance they created had already dislodged numerous boulders at the cliff's base. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the entire cliff was leveled.
Is there any way to let the people outside in?
Jiang Yunpeng had no desire to be here alone. As the saying goes, better a friend die than a monk. Besides, the imperial capital's noble families, along with the Situ clan and others, had all arrived.
With enough strength, perhaps they could even kill one.
His words made Xiaojiao pause for a moment. There is a way, but it requires expending demonic energy to completely melt a large hole through this colored barrier.
My demonic energy would also alert the candle dragon.
Jiang Yunpeng immediately agreed. Alright, let's go with that. With that, he shifted his stance and approached the barrier before him, placing his hand upon it, ready to begin the dissolution.
In an instant, Xiaojiao's demonic energy surged forth.
The overwhelming power of the 9-tailed fox instantly startled the 2 great candle dragons below. Before they could surge forward, the colorful barrier before them dissolved into a crack several meters long. Those attacking from outside, thinking their efforts were working, intensified their divine power.
With a loud crack, the entire colorful barrier shattered.
After completing her task, Xiaojiao's voice trembled slightly.
I've depleted over half my demonic power, and now I've drawn the candle dragon's attention. Master, you're on your own. Whatever you do, don't die. If things get too dire, run for your life.
The candle dragon is blind but has a keen sense of smell. It can only identify its prey through the scent of the divine mandate bearer.
I'll use my demonic power to mask your scent shortly. Jiang Yunpeng felt both amused and exasperated. But they can smell that the demonic energy belongs to you. Won't that be pointless? Master, with so many divine mandate bearers around, why would the candle dragon fixate on killing one demon? It'll go after humans first. Jiang Yunpeng thought it over and realized he was right. He promptly sent Xiaojiao to rest.
The moment the barrier opened, Lu Xiao burst in, nearly frantic with worry.
Seeing Jiang Yunpeng unharmed, she finally exhaled a long breath of relief.
Before she could recover, two colossal serpents shot skyward, nearly knocking her to the ground in terror.
As boulders rolled and crashed, the two colossal serpents reared upright.
Their enormous blood-red eyes blazed with crimson light, an utterly terrifying sight. The horns atop the candle dragon's head gathered swirling orbs of light, continuously erupting with waves of demonic power. Their gaping maws opened wide, revealing several meter-long forked tongues. The foul stench forced everyone to cover their noses and mouths.
Jiang Beichuan shuddered at the sight, yelping in shock, "Holy! What the hell is this? This monster looks terrifying."
Just one glance was enough to make him want to retreat.
He had been wondering how terrifying an SSS-grade secret realm could be. But one glance nearly made him faint. He regretted it deeply. No wonder that kid was scared. They were terrified too.
That enormous serpent head was nearly as thick as 10 men could wrap their arms around.
What chance did they stand against these two snakes?
Jiang Yunpeng seized the moment to open his third eye and assess the situation.
9 Netherworld Candle Dragon SSS, Holy Spirit Realm. Grade, Mythical. Race, Yao Clan. Form, Beast can shapeshift into human form. Skills, 9 Nether Flames, Serpentine Coil, Venomous Mist. Contract status, contractable. Weaknesses, none. HP, 100,000. As he processed the information, a chill ran down his spine.
He hadn't expected both serpents to be at the Holy Spirit realm. At this moment, these divine mandate bearers seemed utterly insignificant before the two colossal serpents. It was clear this entire domain belonged to these two candle dragons. Disturbed during mating, the male serpent had gone completely berserk. It charged forward with a deafening roar, its massive tail lashing out. The massive iron whip that swept across instantly flattened the entire cliff face. Holy, the crowd gasped, scrambling backward in panic. Jiang Yunpeng harnessed wind elemental energy to soar into the air, carrying Lu Xiao with him. The others scattered in all directions.
Situbai sneered coldly, "Such beasts dare cause trouble before me?" His gaze flickered as a colossal surge of divine power erupted, intercepting the attack. His gaze remained fixed on Situwaner, fearing she might come to harm. Moments ago, he had wondered why the barrier had suddenly opened. He had assumed it was the demonic power of those two giant serpents that had allowed them to break through. Little did he know it was Jiang Yunpeng's doing. Seeing Situbaiha move, Jiang Yunpeng knew victory was assured. Situbaiha's power far surpassed that of a saint spirit. He should easily handle two candle dragons. Lu Wushuan could no longer contain himself. He roared, "Everyone, attack! Seize this chance to hone your skills. With so many of us, we shouldn't be unable to handle two old snakes." Jiang Yunpeng grimaced inwardly. These weren't just any old snakes, they were the famed 9 Netherworld Candle Dragons. Lu Xiao seized the moment to rush to Jiang Yunpeng's side. As the others engaged the two candle dragons, she urgently asked, "Jiang Yunpeng, how can I form a contract with them? Which one should I choose?" Jiang Yunpeng felt a bit helpless. He hadn't expected Lu Xiao to be pondering such things at the brink of life and death. He pursed his lips and said, "If you're going to make a contract, it's best to choose the female snake. She's more docile. The male is fiercer, you won't be able to control him. Find your chance. The female is the slightly slimmer one." Jiang Yunpeng pointed to the one Lu Wushuang and the others had killed. Truthfully, he hadn't known the gender either. It was only after asking Xiaojiao that he could identify it for him. Besides, if you contract such a massive snake, what if it vanishes on the spot after binding? How would you explain that to them? Lu Xiao's eyes twinkled mischievously as she grinned. "What else could I say? Just claim it suddenly escaped. Who could possibly hold me accountable?" With that, she leapt forward, shouting to Lu Wushuan, "Brother, I'm here to lend you a hand." With that, she charged forward, the Kunlun mirror erupting from her hand. Chapter 90, The Shameless One, Bound by Contract. The Kunlun mirror hovered midair, while the water element in her grasp flowed ceaselessly, spreading downward. The ethereal fragrance of lotus blossoms faintly diluted the lingering scent of blood. Jiang Yunpeng, possessing only 4th-tier strength, chose not to intervene in the battle. He and Situwaner watched this epic battle from afar atop the cliff. The power of the Holy Spirit realm far exceeded Jiang Yunpeng's imagination. He had witnessed Xiaojiao's prowess, but never imagined Situbaiha could wield it to such an extreme. Situbaiha wielded power like the clouds and rain at his command. In his hand was a massive hammer. It was the very weapon of the thunder god. With each swing, rolling thunder echoed across the sky, its deafening roar unceasing. In moments, countless bolts of lightning scorched the giant serpent's body to a charred husk. Situwaner's gaze remained fixed on Situbaiha, completely oblivious to Jiang Yunpeng. Two powerful figures followed behind her, ensuring her safety. From the cliff's edge, she cheered relentlessly, "Grandfather, keep it up. Finish it off. Such demonic beasts yielded treasures from every part of their bodies once slain, the very reason they had ventured here. The higher the beast's rank, the more valuable every fragment became. These treasures were priceless, especially the scales covering this serpent. A single scale could be forged into armor to protect the wearer. Divine mandate bearers weren't omnipotent, their divine power inevitably depleted. When injured, these treasures could lend them a helping hand. Lu Wuxuan's group was locked in combat with another female snake when they spotted Lu Xiao charging toward them. Startled, they shouted, "Little sister, what are you doing here? Get out of the way." His words did little to dissuade Lu Xiao. She merely pursed her lips. "So what? I'm here to help you." As she spoke, she channeled the power of the Kunlun mirror, projecting a beam of golden light. To everyone's astonishment, the mirror's radiance immobilized the mother snake completely. Even Lu Xiao was astonished. She hadn't realized the Kunlun mirror possessed such power. Truly an SSS-grade divine artifact. Overwhelmed with excitement, she waved the mirror left and right, nearly driving the mother snake to utter fury. Zhang Beichuan and Lin Shi were utterly stunned by the divine artifact in Lu Xiao's hands. How bizarre. They distinctly remembered Lu Xiao contracting the victory sword, not some ancient bronze mirror. This bronze mirror seemed even more terrifying than the victory sword, capable of pinning a demonic creature in place. Lu Wuxuan, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of delight. He quickly ordered, "Hurry! Kill this snake as fast as you can. Don't let those aristocratic families come over to fight over it." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Sunhai, having seized the moment, charged forward. He grinned broadly, saying, "General Lu, we've come to lend you a hand." Since Situbaiha had personally subdued the male serpent, they could only hope for minor gains. But if they competed with Lu Wuxuan's group, it would be different. As members of the aristocratic families, they could at least secure the lion's share. If Lu Wuxuan refused to share, he wouldn't hesitate to call upon the Shangguan family to exert pressure. Shangguan Shuang, too, cast aside her rivalry with Yi Songhai. The two joined forces, determined to slay the mother snake as well. Lu Wuxuan gritted his teeth in fury. "Get lost. This is our prey. What are you fighting over here?" Both were at the Holy Spirit realm. Logically, taking down a mother snake shouldn't be this easy. But with the Kunlun realm's assistance, it turned into a one-sided slaughter. Jiang Yunpeng's gaze darkened. He hadn't expected the aristocratic families to be so shameless. Ning Xiaoyao and Situbaiha, busy with the male snake, watched their effortless success with growing envy. When he caught sight of the ancient bronze mirror in Lu Xiao's hands, his jaw dropped in astonishment. What kind of divine artifact is this? I've never seen anything like it before. Its grade must be SSS level. He never imagined that the small Lu family could possess an SSS-grade divine artifact. This revelation forced him to ponder many things. Situbaiha understood perfectly well. Most likely, this was a token of sincerity from the Elders' Council, to whom the Lu family had already pledged complete allegiance. A chill gripped his heart. The Elders' Council would inevitably turn their sights on the aristocratic families someday, a scenario he deeply dreaded. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao, harnessing the power of the Kunlun mirror, showed no mercy toward these aristocratic clans. With a flick of her wrist, the massive bronze mirror floating in the air instantly returned to her grasp. Deprived of the Kunlun mirror's aid, the mother serpent shot skyward, its eyes blazing with fury. Twisting its body with lightning speed, it opened its blood-red maw, spewing a cloud of venomous mist while engulfed in blazing flames. Even from dozens of meters away, Jiang Yunpeng could feel the overwhelming fury. Everything the venomous mist touched instantly dissolved into a foul-smelling liquid. Lu Wuxuan shuddered in fright, scrambling back several steps before shouting urgently, "Old Jiang! Quickly use wind element to disperse this poisonous mist. If it gets on us, it'll be disastrous." The scene was utterly terrifying. In an instant, panic swept through the entire team. Wind and earth elements erupted simultaneously, attempting to mask the mother snake's attack speed. They seethed with hatred. If it weren't for these damned aristocratic families causing trouble, they would have taken down the mother snake long ago. Amidst the swirling sand, flying rocks, and tumbling leaves, the stench overwhelming, Lu Xiao was utterly ignored. As Lu Wuxuan dodged, he bellowed, "Get over there and stand. Stop messing around here." Lu Xiao rolled her eyes. Seizing the moment while Lu Wuxuan charged forward to attack, she followed Jiang Yunpeng's instructions. Riding the whirlwind and flying stones, she ascended to the top of the candle dragon's head, now only 10 meters away from it. The mother snake's speed surpassed her expectations. It whipped its head around, its massive jaws snapping open as it lunged toward her. Seeing this, Lu Wuxuan screamed, "No! Little sister!" Furious beyond measure, he roared in rage, his mind boiling with fury. Why on earth did she charge him like that? In the blink of an eye, a blinding white light enveloped the entire mother snake. A powerful shockwave forced everyone back, the blinding light compelling them to retreat. After several breaths, Lu Xiao's figure slowly emerged. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, she approached Jiang Yunpeng, panting heavily, her face drained of color from fear. "Holy crap! Holy crap! Jiang Yunpeng, can you believe it? I successfully formed the contract. I nearly died of fright just now. I thought the candle dragon was going to devour me. Her heart pounded in her throat as she spoke, her entire body trembling. After binding the candle dragon, her mind flooded with all its knowledge. She never imagined this candle dragon would truly become hers. Now she possessed a formidable guardian at the Holy Spirit realm. Her excited expression made Jiang Yunpeng's face darken. He sighed. You really don't value your own life. What if you'd been devoured? Nothing would have been left. That 30% success rate was pure luck. Chapter 91, Nothing to show for it. As Jiang Yunpeng spoke, Lu Xiao waved it off unconcerned. Jiang Yunpeng, you just don't understand. Fortune favors the bold. Those of us with divine destinies have no choice but to fight and seize what we can. Once we're on the battlefield, far more terrifying scenes await. If I don't find a powerful way to protect myself, I won't escape certain death. Jiang Yunpeng fell silent at her words, stunned by the depth of Lu Xiao's resolve. Seeing the mother snake vanish completely from where she stood, everyone present was stunned. Where had she gone? Lu Wuxuang froze, frantically searching for his sister. Only upon seeing Lu Xiao, unharmed, did he exhale a long sigh of relief. That little brat. She'd nearly killed him with worry. Rushing over, he scolded her angrily. Lu Xiao, if you ever act on your own like that again, I'll break your legs first. And by the way, didn't you just charge at that snake? Where did it go? Lu Xiao quickly shot Lu Wuxuang a meaningful glance, signaling him to come closer. The others had already begun searching for the snake, fearing it might escape. As for the male snake, it was completely lifeless. The members of the noble families had all gathered around to begin dividing its remains. How exactly they would divide it was entirely up to Sita Baiha to decide. The other divine mandate holders could only follow Jiang Beichuan and the others back, heads hanging low. What the hell happened? Spit it out. Lu Xiao had already pulled him to a secluded spot, and he urgently demanded an explanation. Once she confirmed no one was around, she opened her hand. A black snake, about as long as an arm, coiled around her palm. This black snake was identical to the mother snake from earlier, though its aura was feeble and it was severely injured. This is. Lu Wuxuang stammered, utterly stunned that his sister had actually captured the snake's head. Lu Xiao's face beamed with pride. Brother, this is a 9 netherworld candle dragon. It now serves me as my beast companion. Lu Wuxuang sucked in a sharp breath, staring at Lu Xiao in disbelief. Are you serious? This is a 9 nether candle dragon? Of course it is. Jiang Yunpeng even gave me the contract talisman himself. Otherwise, why would I risk binding it? She deliberately omitted the fact that the contract symbol only had a 30% success rate, fearing Lu Wuxuang would berate her if he knew. Sure enough, Lu Wuxuang was utterly stunned, completely unprepared for such a monumental achievement being accomplished by Lu Xiao. He exhaled a heavy breath and glared at her. So you did bind it, but you've really screwed me over. Our team's divine mandate bearer was about to kill this thing, but you went and absorbed it all. Lu Xiao stuck out her tongue. What else could I do, bro? I finally found a way to boost my power. Otherwise, I'd have to beg Jiang Yunpeng to see if he had any more contract talismans to spare. You silly little sister. How could Jiang Yunpeng just hand out something this valuable? Lu Wuxuang was so exasperated by his sister he nearly laughed. His opinion of Jiang Yunpeng grew significantly. He'd assumed Jiang Yunpeng was all talk and no substance, but now it was clear that wasn't the case at all. The items in his possession were simply too tempting. Even Lu Wuxuang found himself yearning for a contract talisman. But how could he possibly bring himself to ask? By the time he returned, Jiang Beichuan and Lin Shi had already approached him. Lin Shi complained, "What's going on? Captain, why did that snake vanish out of nowhere? We've been hunting for ages and haven't caught a thing." Lu Xiao felt awkward and wisely kept quiet, standing obediently beside Jiang Yunpeng. Though outwardly composed, her face nearly burst with excitement. I don't know either. Lu Wuxuang could only play dumb. He scratched his head. Here's what we'll do after this, we'll split up and act independently. Don't let those aristocratic families take advantage of the situation. I'll bite the bullet and give up my share, every last bit of it, to everyone here. His words calmed the group's anger. Truthfully, the team members had some grievances against Lu Xiao too. So what if she gave it to the clans? If Lu Xiao hadn't gone and taken the bronze mirror for herself, they wouldn't have ended up in this mess and let that female snake escape. As they sighed and grumbled, Lu Wuxuang comforted them. Alright, the best thing is that no one was injured. Rest here for a while and replenish your divine power first. We still need to search deeper inside. We haven't found a single divine artifact yet. The mere mention of divine artifacts instantly perked everyone up. Demons and monsters were nothing compared to the real prize. Divine artifacts were the jackpot. Jiang Yunpeng hadn't lifted a finger, merely observing the situation from the sidelines. Sita Baiha directed his man, who had already dismembered the entire serpent and stored it within a spatial ring. His gaze fixed on Jiang Yunpeng and the others. Something felt off. That snake couldn't have escaped.
There was nowhere for it to burrow underground in any direction. It seemed to have vanished into thin air. Who possessed such power to make a Saint Spirit Realm demon vanish? If such a being existed, why hadn't they revealed themselves yet? The more he pondered it, the more uneasy he felt. It seemed their group truly harbored an extraordinarily powerful being. But who it was remained unknown. He didn't suspect Jiang Yunpeng in the slightest. Jiang Yunpeng was just an ordinary 4th-tier cultivator. Why would he be worthy of suspicion? Unless he was completely out of his mind. After everyone had rested, Lu Wuxuan shot Yi Sunhai a glare. If it weren't for that bastard messing things up, why would there be so much trouble? Before departing, he reminded Lu Xiao not to use the candle dragon in front of others. She should wait until it had fully recovered, otherwise, using it now would be a waste. Lu Xiao nodded frantically. Why would she use the candle dragon she just obtained? At the very least, she needed to properly familiarize herself with it. After setting off, Lu Xiao began mentally communicating with the candle dragon. But no matter how she spoke, the candle dragon remained indifferent. Unable to contain her frustration, she glanced at Jiang Yunpeng beside her and whispered, "Why won't it acknowledge me? Did I do something wrong?" She was starting to feel anxious, terrified that the contracted candle dragon might die. Jiang Yunpeng rolled his eyes. Think about it. Imagine you and your husband are in the middle of mating, only to be interrupted by a bunch of people. Not only that, but your husband dies and they capture him. Who would be happy about that? Lu Xiao angrily smacked Jiang Yunpeng. What nonsense are you spouting? Her face flushed as she muttered, "I don't even have a husband." But Jiang Yunpeng's words did leave her troubled. "But I can't help it. I didn't kill her husband." "Are you stupid?" Jiang Yunpeng chuckled. "Don't you know about transferring hatred? If you want to cultivate it into your weapon, you should focus on strengthening its power. If you let it develop a death wish, even if you bind it to you, it won't be of much use." Chapter 92, The Strange Place. Lu Xiao wasn't stupid. She understood the implication in Jiang Yunpeng's words. Her eyes lit up. "I get it. I'll tell it that the Seven Nations Alliance and the Sure family killed her husband. It had nothing to do with me anyway. I even saved her life." She said this with delight. Jiang Yunpeng looked at her with an expression of approval. "Seems you're not too dumb after all. You need to deepen your bond with it, of course steering the conversation in a favorable direction. Once its injuries heal, you can have it fight for you immediately. The deeper your bond grows, the less likely it will turn against you even if it tries." Lu Xiao pondered this thoughtfully before asking, "By the way, I noticed the 9-tailed fox you contracted can take human form. Can mine do that too?" Jiang Yunpeng hadn't expected her to bring this up suddenly. He scratched his head. "Of course it can. It's just, well, it depends on its power. If it advances further, it might be able to take human form too." Lu Xiao beamed at his words and quickly pressed, "Then how did your little 9 transform? Is her power exceptionally high, allowing her to take human form?" Jiang Yunpeng couldn't very well admit he'd used a shape-shifting pill to give Xiaojiu an unfair advantage, so he casually changed the subject to avoid the topic. Lu Xiao didn't notice his evasion at all, instead asking questions left and right all the way. After Jiang Yunpeng shared everything he knew, Lu Xiao's excitement subsided, and she grew curious. "How did you even know they were 9 netherworld candle dragons? I thought they were just 2 ancient serpents. If we'd captured them alive, wouldn't they be incredibly valuable for research? Thankfully, those aristocratic families in the capital don't know about them. Otherwise, they'd definitely use secret techniques to bring them back and train them into killing machines." Mentioning this, she felt a surge of satisfaction. The Sita clan boasted of being the sole outstanding family of Panglai, yet they couldn't even identify 9 nether candle dragons. Seems their strength is nothing special after all. Jiang Yunpeng also felt a pang of regret. 9 netherworld candle dragons were rare, ancient beasts at that. To encounter 2 of them here was truly fortunate. Throughout the journey, Lu Wuxuan kept glancing at Jiang Yunpeng out of the corner of his eye. Seeing him whispering and chattering with his own sister the entire way made his insides churn with curiosity. This kid had far too many hidden cards up his sleeve. Lu Wuxuan even suspected whether the contract talisman had been given to Jiang Yunpeng by the Elders' Council. But upon second thought, he dismissed the notion. Impossible. If the Elders truly possessed such valuable items, they would have used them long ago to win over these powerful figures. Why else would they still be humiliated by the worldly clan? In the end, it all came down to Jiang Yunpeng possessing extraordinary abilities. Just the contract talisman in his hand and his ability to identify the demonic entity before him were astonishing enough. No wonder the Elders sent him out for training. Without him, they'd have missed out on countless benefits along the way. If word of his abilities spread, it could easily draw the pursuit of these noble families and outsiders. Jiang Yunpeng's ability to conceal his aura was indeed a blessing. Lu Wuxuan turned to Lin Shi beside him. "Old Lin, you lead them forward. I'll go back and urge my sister and that little brother-in-law of mine to hurry up." Lin Shi chuckled at the suggestion. "Hey, Captain, you wouldn't actually approve of their marriage, would you? They're only 18.
Don't go stirring up trouble, we're not in a rush to attend a wedding banquet just yet.
Lu Wushuang slapped him on the head. Get lost. What nonsense are you spouting? He feigned anger, then waited until they had moved ahead before approaching Jiang Yunpeng and Lu Xiao. His voice was hushed. Brother Jiang, how did you know about the 9 nether candle dragon just now? Where did you get that contract talisman? Could you spare me one?
He felt a bit embarrassed saying this, practically begging Jiang Yunpeng with a thick skin. He too wanted an incredibly powerful beast companion to serve as his attack partner. Damn, unleashing that thing would be so damn cool. Jiang Yunpeng hadn't expected Lu Wushuang to have this idea.
He still had one SS grade contract talisman left, there was no way he'd part with it.
After a moment's thought, he declined politely, no, this contract symbol isn't a magic bullet.
It's genuinely dangerous. Let me be clear, Lu Xiao only had a 30% chance of success. It's not guaranteed for everyone. I only have one left, and I'm keeping it as my last resort. If I ever get more contract talismans in the future, I'll give you one.
Jiang Yunpeng didn't hide anything. If he ever encountered a demon he truly desired, he'd still need the contract symbol to bind it to himself. He knew he couldn't hide it from Lu Wushuang's keen eyes anyway, so it was better to be honest.
Hearing this, Lu Wushuang felt a pang of regret.
Seeing Jiang Yunpeng genuinely willing to give it, he quickly accepted.
Got it. I totally understand. Fortune favors the bold, right? If you ever need any help in the future, just say the word. I misunderstood you before. I never imagined the place you mentioned would actually be problematic.
If you encounter anything suspicious in the future, let me know in advance.
I'll have my team members be extra cautious. After all, this was an SSS grade secret realm.
They wouldn't let any exploration opportunities slip by, lest the Seven Nations Alliance and the noble families reap the benefits for nothing.
Besides, these are treasures of Huaxia, why should foreigners get them?
Jiang Yunpeng instantly understood the implication. This was a plan to fully leverage his abilities to the extreme.
He didn't object. Alright, I'll keep an eye out. If I spot any dangerous spots, I'll definitely give you a heads up. That assurance sufficed.
Lu Wushuang, who had worried he might harbor resentment toward his own team members, turned and walked back to the front of the group.
The capital's aristocratic families and Situbaiha's group were all within this territory.
The cavern carved out by those 2 9 netherworld candle dragons was enormous.
Simply traversing it took them over an hour. A foul, blood-curdling stench permeated the air from all directions, nearly making one retch. Before they could rest after traversing this section, they saw the 100-mile-wide barrier of demonic energy in the sky completely dissipate, its 7-colored radiance melting into the air. It seemed the demonic power had been exhausted. Upon witnessing this, Situbaiha grew more calculating. One of the 2 great serpents had escaped, and the other must still be alive, otherwise, how could the demonic energy barrier have vanished? Once back, he would pluck scales from that serpent to forge a gleaming suit of armor for Shangguan Wan'er. Lost in thought, he glanced back and caught sight of Lu Wushuang leading the way toward the southwest exit. Chapter 93, No Way Out. Ning Xiaoyao asked tactfully, Old Master, should we join them? If we travel with these aristocratic families, they'll likely come over to claim our share of the spoils. It doesn't seem worth it. Ning Xiaoyao's words weren't born of fear for Lu Wushuang's prowess, but rather a desire to sever ties with these aristocratic families. The aristocratic families in the capital were no pushovers. The Luo and Shangguan families, who had partnered with his Sita clan, had nearly stripped them bare of everything they'd acquired. After finally taking down a giant serpent, they still had to hand over half the spoils. Anyone would feel resentful in that situation. Though Situbaiha had taken the lion's share, Ning Xiaoyao had gained nothing, only expended effort for naught. He couldn't help but harbor some resentment. Situbaiha waved his hand dismissively, turning his gaze toward the representatives of the Yi family and other clans standing nearby. Xiaoyao, why bother with them? If they wish to follow, let them. In this SSS grade secret realm, who knows if they'll meet their end? It's not something we can dwell on. Situbaiha's words were bluntly transparent, and Ning Xiaoyao understood his meaning perfectly. If any other aristocratic families in the capital dared to obstruct them or interfere, they would be killed without mercy. Within the secret realm, anything was possible. Since they refused to cooperate, it was simpler to eliminate them outright. Yi Sanhai's gaze fixed intently on Lu Wushuang and his group. He couldn't shake the feeling that what had just happened wasn't as straightforward as it seemed. Could it be that Lu Wushuang had mastered some secret technique? Was that how he'd managed to make that giant snake disappear? He knew Lu Wushuang well. Would he ever pass up such an opportunity to gain an advantage? Lu Wushuang's expression had grown impassive, and Lu Xiao's behavior was particularly off. During the fight, Yi Sanhai had contributed his share of effort. Why should Lu Wushuang get to take the snake? He had to keep a close watch on them. Perhaps he could snatch up some other Lu too. All this commotion had made Lu Wushuang's group stand out as the most conspicuous presence among the various factions within the entire SSS grade secret realm. Almost everyone was now following them, and Lu Wushuang found this situation extremely frustrating.
Jiang Yunpeng hadn't anticipated these groups choosing to follow them either, and he felt a wave of frustration. His willow leaf spell had limited duration. If he couldn't evade these people's use of it within 24 hours, it would be a major problem. He had come to the secret realm specifically to find thee. With all these aristocratic families gathered here, wouldn't they all be competing with him for it? A wave of reluctance washed over him. He had to find a way to shake off these aristocratic families. He waited until they had traveled over 10 kilometers before finally halting. They were still navigating through this dense jungle, still unable to find their way out. Even Jiang Beichuan beside him felt helpless. He deployed his reconnaissance drone to scan the area, yet it detected not a single trace of anything unusual.
He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, this SSS-tier secret realm really is bizarre.
We've been walking here for nearly hours, and we still haven't made it through. I was even thinking about going to deal with some other monsters. Speaking of which, he still felt a lingering sense of dread. Truthfully, he'd expected to encounter some minor demons in an SSS-grade secret realm, but who knew the first creatures they'd face would be two enormous snakes? If not for Sitobaiha and the others stepping in, they wouldn't have been able to handle them so easily. What intrigued him even more was the Kunlun mirror in Lu Xiao's hands.
What exactly was that mirror? What was its origin? How could the light it emitted freeze even such formidable giant serpents?
The other clan members, upon seeing them, halted their progress and decided to set up camp nearby as well. After trekking for several hours, they too needed to rest their weary legs. They were divine mandate bearers, not made of iron.
With their divine power depleted, they needed to replenish themselves.
If they encountered real danger and faced life-threatening situations, it would be troublesome. Lu Wushuang deliberately distributed restorative pills to each of them. Upon ingestion, the pills brought an immediate sense of ease and comfort throughout their bodies. After they had recovered somewhat, Jiang Yunpeng, who was regulating his divine power, took the opportunity to ask about Xiaojiu's situation.
Xiaojiu, scan the surroundings for any traces of demonic energy. This place feels utterly eerie. I can't shake this sense of unease. He couldn't explain why it was just an instinct.
After hearing Jiang Yunpeng's words, Xiaojiu carefully sensed the surroundings and shook his head.
I can't detect anything unusual. Aside from the exceptionally dense demonic energy brought by the 9-nether candle dragon, this place is surprisingly clean. It doesn't even feel like a naturally occurring secret realm. Xiaojiu's words heightened Jiang Yunpeng's vigilance to the utmost. Just then, Jiang Beichuan turned his gaze toward Lu Xiao. Hey, young miss, what exactly was that bronze mirror you had earlier? I've never seen anything like it. And what about that divine artifact, the victory sword, you mentioned before?
Hearing this, the other team members present all turned their gaze toward her.
Lu Xiao gave a light snort.
The victory sword has been tainted.
I severed my contract with it. That SSS-grade divine artifact has been handed over to the Elders Council. As for what I have now,
she spoke with a hint of pride. This is the legendary Kunlun mirror, once used by the Queen Mother of the West. My power is still too weak to unleash even a tenth of its might, but once I grow stronger, it will be truly formidable. The other team members, already curious about her artifact, gasped in unison upon hearing her explanation.
They never imagined Lu Xiao could possess such incredible fortune. Not only had she contracted the Kunlun mirror, but its divine artifact grade was undoubtedly SSS-tier. Envy burned in their eyes.
Lu Xiao had told a small lie the Sword of Victory had long been destroyed, and she didn't want that information to spread.
Handing it over to the Elders Council meant they'd gain another SSS-grade divine artifact, strengthening their power. Why not? Jiang Yunpeng paid them no mind, though he sensed their gazes fixed on him, eyes tinged with mockery and amusement.
Lu Xiao possessed such formidable strength, yet she had set her sights on a mere 4th-tier divine mandate bearer.
It was utterly baffling to him. Jiang Yunpeng couldn't be bothered with them.
He merely glanced at Lu Xiao and murmured a quiet instruction. By the way, speaking of Kunlun realm, it's an object of extreme energy. The 9-netherworld candle dragon is also een. Try using your artifact to nourish it. It might hasten its recovery and bolster your power further.
Lu Xiao hadn't considered this angle at all.
She slapped her forehead, her expression brimming with excitement.
Jiang Yunpeng, it always comes down to you. I never would have thought of that. I owe you big time this time. Once I get back, I'll make sure to protect you even more.
Chapter 94, Heaven and Earth Turn Color, the Ruins of the Southern Heavenly Gate. Their affectionate display only solidified the team members' suspicions. Miss Lu Xiao, this spoiled princess, must be hopelessly infatuated, otherwise, how could she possibly fancy an ordinary 4th-tier cultivator? While the kid hadn't held them back, they genuinely disliked teaming up with such a low-level divine mandate bearer. Dragging along dead weight, especially unpredictable dead weight, was downright irritating. After a brief rest, before Sitobaiha could rise, the ground trembled faintly. His heart skipped a beat. Before he could utter a word, the entire ground began shaking violently, as if some colossal creature was about to burst forth from the earth. The moment Jiang Yunpeng sensed the tremor, he abandoned any pretense of concealing his power.
He immediately summoned wind elemental energy to propel himself into the air. His speed accelerated relentlessly until he pierced through the primeval forest.
In an instant, he soared 100 meters above the ground. From this vantage point, he gained a clear, unobstructed view, taking in every detail of the situation below. Spanning a 100-mile radius, all the demonic energy on the ground had solidified into tangible form, coalescing into a vast array pattern that coiled and intertwined across the earth. The very spot where they had camped along their path lay at the array's center.
How is this possible? Not only Jiang Yunpeng, but even Xiaojiu was stunned. She gasped aloud, "Good heavens! This is the legendary ancient forbidden formation. How could we encounter it here? Master, look quickly."
Through Xiaojiu's demonic energy, Jiang Yunpeng clearly saw the intricate network of veins, all interconnected and emitting streaks of blood-red light. At that very moment, the array's glow on the ground was gradually fading. Only then did he realize that after their group, led by Sitabaiha, had slain the candle dragon, the blood left behind had contaminated the formation, causing it to lose its ability to suppress the area.
His heart skipped a beat as he shouted urgently, "Everyone, move away. This entire realm is about to collapse."
His words, spoken from high above, were amplified by divine power and reached Lu Wushuang and the others with pinpoint accuracy. Lu Xiao hadn't expected Jiang Yunpeng to flee faster than they had in this situation. She scrambled to dodge. But the ground shook so violently they could barely stand. With no other choice, they too had to rely on divine power to fly skyward. Once airborne, a hair-raising spectacle unfolded before them. Without Xiaojiu's assistance, they couldn't make out the array's structure. Earth dragons churned violently, the soil across the entire expanse convulsing upward in frenzied tremors. The world itself seemed to invert. Such bizarre sights left them all dizzy and disoriented. Giant trees over 100 meters tall began toppling downward, sending mud flying everywhere. Heaven and earth seemed poised to collapse, the terrain twisted beyond recognition, as if space and time themselves had ceased to exist. In that instant, the entire realm threatened to crumble. It resembled the apocalypse descending. Before the other clans could comprehend what was happening, they saw Lu Wushuang and his group already soaring mid-air. Imitating them, they too gathered their elite warriors and all ascended into the sky. Soon, the entire ground shattered completely. The forests crumbled into dust, revealing layer upon layer of palaces slowly rising before their eyes. These palaces lay shattered beyond recognition, resembling scattered stars across a vast expanse stretching thousands of miles. The final seal guarding this place was finally broken. The dust and trees that had covered it turned into gravel and sand. At this moment, the land for 1,000 miles around lay utterly desolate. Nothing remained except the shattered palace before them. Even the surging demonic energy had vanished, replaced by an endless, bone-chilling stillness. After Jiang Yunpeng and Xiaojiu confirmed there was no danger, he descended, slowly stepping onto the vast expanse of white gravel. Upon landing, he gazed at the undulating, ruined palace. Countless shimmering points of light danced across the ancient ruins. Amidst the crumbling walls and broken pillars, bursts of divine power suddenly erupted. Someone gasped in shock, there's a divine artifact. There's a divine artifact inside this palace. The words ignited a frenzy among the crowd, though none dared to act rashly. In such a desolate place, any rash action could invite deadly intent. Lu Xiao turned urgently to Jiang Yunpeng. "Jiang Yunpeng, what should we do now? Is this place dangerous?" Before Jiang Yunpeng could explain, a crimson sun rose above the broken walls. In an instant, it plummeted, plunging the entire sky into night. Twinkling stars dotted the sky, while the ruins were enveloped in waves of white divine energy, radiating an ethereal, moonlit glow. Jiang Yunpeng drew a sharp breath, stunned by this extraordinary spectacle. He swiftly activated his all-seeing eye, scanning the scene. The text describing what he saw nearly stopped his heart. South Heavenly Gate of the 33 Palaces of the Celestial Realm, originally the dwelling place of the Jade Emperor and the 33 heavenly deities. With the disappearance of the divine beings, this place has become a ruin, the remnant site of the ancient celestial palace, possessing mysterious and unfathomable laws of power. A thunderous wave of shock surged through Jiang Yunpeng's heart. His blood boiled, and a buzzing filled his ears. The Southern Heavenly Gate truly existed? But what could have possibly caused the Southern Heavenly Gate of the 33 heavens to fall here? A terrifying thought suddenly seized Jiang Yunpeng's mind. Could it be that all these divine beings had perished? How else could such divine artifacts have scattered across the mortal realm? How could even the great sage Rui Jingu Bang be lost here? That was his personal weapon. If even the golden monkey staff was lost here, could Sun Wukong truly still exist in this world? Jiang Yunpeng couldn't help but let his mind wander. Seeing his face grow paler by the second, Lu Xiao quickly shook him, snapping him back to his senses. "Jiang Yunpeng, what's wrong? Don't scare me." His face was deathly pale. How could Lu Xiao not be frightened? Jiang Yunpeng shook his head and sighed deeply. "No, it's nothing. This place is beyond what you and I should venture into. We'd best be cautious." He didn't tell Lu Xiao what he'd seen. It was simply too shocking. Until he could confirm it, it was best to keep this suspicion to himself. He'd discuss it with the Grand Elder and the others once they returned. Perhaps they knew something else about it. None of the divine commanders present dared to make a move, for no one could predict what might happen.
Lu Wuxuan felt a chill run down his spine.
The sudden shift in time and space had left him reeling. Now, as the team leader, it was his turn to issue orders. He felt utterly uncertain, so he turned his gaze towards Situbaiha.
Situbaiha's gaze was heavy, seemingly pondering whether to take things further. Chapter 95. Everyone's here.
Lin Shi, Zhang Beichuan, and the rest of the team were itching to get started. No matter where they were, getting their hands on something was what truly mattered.
Jiang Beichuan turned to Lu Wuxuan with impatience. Captain, what's the plan? Are we going in or not? Or are we just going to wait here forever?
They were unwilling to waste any more time here.
What if the aristocratic families or the Seven Nations Alliance beat them to it and scooped up the good stuff?
With only their own people present now, they'd be furious if the Seven Nations Alliance arrived and let those foreigners get the upper hand.
Lu Wuxuan furrowed his brow, rubbing his chin as his gaze first fell upon Jiang Yunpeng.
Just as he was about to ask Jiang Yunpeng for his opinion, he suddenly sensed waves of divine power rippling through the air. Turning around, he saw that the Seven Nations Alliance had arrived. Alice gazed at the strikingly different, ancient-looking shattered palace and exclaimed excitedly, "Holy!
What incredible luck! God bless us!"
He muttered to himself for a moment.
Inoue Shuichuan, who followed him, also looked utterly enthralled. Such a colossal celestial palace ruin, who could have built it?
He knew little of the myths surrounding the deities of Huaxia, caring only whether they could actually enter this place. Lu Wuxuan saw that Alice and the others had indeed arrived one by one, likely stunned by the scene they just witnessed. Now that they were here, a showdown seemed inevitable. He assumed a defensive stance, while Lin Shi and Zhang Beichuan seethed inwardly.
Damn it, these bloody foreigners! Jiang Yunpeng glanced at Lu Xiao beside him. We must be extra cautious here. I'd bet 80 to 90% that something else will appear.
His words served as a timely warning. He recalled that the South Heavenly Gate was guarded by the 4 divine generals. If those 4 divine generals intervened, they might wipe them all out. Even if only ruins remained, the protective barrier from before could very well reactivate. With that thought, he signaled Lu Xiao to relay the warning to Lu Wuxuan. Given his status, the team wouldn't trust his words, but Lu Xiao's standing made her message far more credible.
Lu Xiao understood Jiang Yunpeng's meaning perfectly.
She immediately stepped forward and called out to Lu Wuxuan.
Brother, I think we should let them go first. We should retreat. They've been following us this whole time, we can't let them gain an advantage.
Her words stunned Lu Wuxuan. This must be Jiang Yunpeng's idea. His sister wouldn't have thought this through on her own. He nodded slightly, turning to the assembled team members.
Stand by here. No need to rush.
What's meant for us will come to us.
Charging recklessly for the divine artifact and losing our lives in the process? That's no bargain.
Hearing this, Zhang Beichuan felt a twinge of reluctance, but there was nothing to be done. The captain had given his orders, and they had no choice but to obey. Lin Shi and Jiang Beichuan retrieved their scanning equipment, preparing to conduct a thorough scan.
But just as he deployed the drone, guiding it into the air, disaster struck.
With a sharp crack, the drone shattered into pieces in an instant. The scene startled everyone present. The Eris clan, ever the opportunists, had never intended to enter early. They planned to wait for the Stu Baiha group to proceed first. Eris had inquired about the Situ family, the foremost clan of the Panglai tribe. If they advanced, Eris could surely follow in their wake and reap the leftover spoils.
Unfortunately, the drone's malfunction froze everyone in their tracks.
Everyone harbored hopes of snatching up leftovers, so they all stood hesitantly at the perimeter, too afraid to step inside.
What are we supposed to do now?
Lin Shi felt like crying.
This thing cost a fortune to custom make. Buying another set would easily run into the millions. Lu Wuxuan's gaze darkened. Nonsense. They're already ruined, why dwell on this? We're lucky we didn't lose our lives.
His words carried a hint of irritation. Only 2 paths lay before them now, advance or retreat. If they lingered here, who knew what else might happen?
Lu Xiao showed no signs of urgency.
Drawing upon the power of Kunlun realm, she thoroughly replenished the 9 netherworld candle dragon, allowing its injuries to slowly mend.
A wave of relief washed over her. Jiang Yunpeng wouldn't just sit here waiting for death.
He stared at the ruins of the southern heavenly gate before him, his mind racing for a way out.
That old fox, Situbaiha, would never let others gain an advantage by allowing them to sit idly here. Besides, these shattered ruins wouldn't vanish anytime soon.
They had all the patience in the world. Alice, seeing how utterly unmotivated these Chinese were, felt incredibly frustrated.
How much of his time would be wasted waiting here?
He cursed silently under his breath and turned to look at Inoue Shuichuan beside him. Shuichuan Kuan, I hear your little island nation and the great nation of China share ancestral ties.
Surely you know a lot about their myths. What do you think this place is?
To me, the architecture looks remarkably like the Forbidden City in China. Inoue Shuichuan's forehead broke out in a cold sweat.
How could he possibly know what this damn structure was? He knew little about Chinese history.
Hearing Alice speak so confidently, he could only swallow his frustration and reply, I don't know either.
I can only guess, maybe it's the tomb of some Chinese emperor. The more he spoke, the more plausible it seemed, and he grew increasingly convinced. Yes, that must be it. After Inoue Shuichuan finished speaking, Alice stared intently at the palace before them. We should investigate first, she said. If danger arises, we can retreat in time. He was prepared. Since these damned Chinese refused to scout for him, they would do it themselves. Should any hidden treasures be discovered, he would claim them first, not giving these Chinese the slightest chance. With that thought, he steeled himself against the pang of regret and pulled 10 smooth, black spheres from his pocket. Each orb was as large as his fist. Jiang Yunpeng's gaze remained fixed on Alice and his group. Seeing they were indeed about to move, he rose to his feet. If those beasts entered the southern heavenly gate first and snatched the treasures, wouldn't that be a shame? Yet, with only his 4th tier strength, shaking the entire southern heavenly gate was no easy feat. Alice flickered his hand. Under the catalysis of his divine power, the spheres in his grasp transformed into tiny bats, darting skyward. The gazes of the other clans turned to watch. Alice's methods were truly peculiar. Whatever substance these bats were condensed from, they could shrink into spherical shapes for convenient carrying. Before Jiang Yunpeng could activate his all-seeing eye, the 10 bats collided with a transparent membrane the instant they surged forward. Chapter 96, The 4 Heavenly Kings, Divine Artifacts Emerge. The next moment, a beam of white light shot skyward, accompanied by waves of unceasing zither music. A 2-meter-long jade pipa appeared in the air, its entire body a vivid emerald green, as if carved from a single piece of jade. The strings vibrated, spontaneously emitting ethereal melodies that sent listeners drifting into a trance-like state. Strange currents of power washed over them, lulling them into drowsiness. Jiang Yunpeng was affected by the pipa's melody for a single second before immediately biting his tongue to snap back to clarity. Something was amiss. This instrument was likely a divine artifact. He activated his all-knowing eye. Jade Pipa SS rank, a weapon belonging to the Eastern Guardian King. 1 melody shatters souls and extinguishes spirits. 2 melodies break formations and stabilize the heavens. Its power is terrifying beyond measure. This divine artifact was personally imbued by the Eastern Guardian King. Only a celestial being can form a contract with it, otherwise, it will shatter completely and perish. Gathering all 4 Guardian King's divine artifacts allows them to fuse into a super SSS rank divine artifact. Whoa! Jiang Yunpeng sucked in a sharp breath. Encountering an SS grade divine artifact right after stepping out? And if all 4 were gathered, they could forge a super SSS grade divine artifact? Such a divine artifact stirred a deep yearning within him. While binding all 4 at once was impossible for him now. Securing the jade pipa would be a golden opportunity. 10 bats charged forward, only to be shattered mid-air by the pipa's resonant notes, leaving behind trails of black dust. Everyone present stared in stunned silence. Lu Wushuang was particularly startled, then felt a surge of excitement. What kind of divine artifact is this? How come I've never seen it before? Judging by the design of this pipa, it must be a divine artifact from our country. The team members present were seasoned veterans who had seen it all. They had encountered countless sacred artifacts, and the East and West had crossed paths many times. This uniquely Chinese artifact must surely be a sacred object from their own country. Lin Shi hurriedly began searching through records. Let me look. I recall seeing something about a pipa-type instrument before, though I can't recall which one. Or could this be the burial site of some royal family? Could it be the pipa used by Yang Guifei? Hearing this, Zhang Beichuan rolled his eyes. Yang Guifei was a woman. Even if she played the pipa, she wouldn't have used one this size, right? Besides, there's no record of her ever playing the pipa. I'm sure it's not hers. As they sifted through the records, unable to recall which legendary figure might have wielded it, Jiang Yunpeng exhaled slowly. Stop searching. This item isn't something you can contract. Only someone with a divine artifact can bind it. Jiang Yunpeng's words drew the attention of all present. Lu Wushuang's heart stirred, and she hurriedly asked, "Brother-in-law, what do you mean by that?" "My meaning is quite clear. This is a celestial artifact. I can tell you its origin. It is the personal weapon of the Eastern Guardian King, the Jade Pipa. This pipa is no ordinary instrument. Unless you possess divine artifacts yourselves, mortals should not even dream of it." At these words, every member of the team present was utterly astonished. Lin Shi and Jiang Beichuan found it especially hard to believe. How did Jiang Yunpeng arrive at such a conclusion? Or did he know something? Their gaze toward Jiang Yunpeng had shifted completely. Gone was the earlier disdain, replaced instead by a hint of apprehension in each of their eyes. If it was the weapon of the Eastern Guardian Heavenly King, wouldn't that make it at least S rank? They had suspected it all along. Lu Xiyao might be foolish, but she wouldn't be foolish enough to fall for a mere 4th-tier divine mandate. Clearly, this young man possessed extraordinary abilities. Lu Wushuang hadn't expected it to be the Heavenly King Dongfang's weapon. At this moment, he made up his mind. Clenching his teeth, he declared, "Even if we can't form a contract with it, we must retrieve it. Are we just going to let outsiders take it?" He drew a deep breath. "Not a single word of what my brother-in-law said earlier can be leaked. Understood?"
The others weren't fools. The name of the divine artifact and the method of binding it were secrets of the utmost importance.
Not a single word would be leaked. Lin Shi and Zhang Beichuan were the first to pledge their loyalty. Captain, rest assured. We won't breathe a word. Besides, we absolutely must take this pipa back with us. Staring at the pipa suspended in midair, Situbaiha sensed it was no ordinary object.
With just a slight flick, it had stirred the surrounding divine energies, completely annihilating the bats that had flown out. It seemed they would have to work hard to get inside. Alice dared not act rashly when faced with the unknown. He always prioritized self-preservation.
He turned to the Knight of Great Britain standing nearby, Edward, and said, "Edward, go handle this matter." Edward immediately shook his head. As a knight of the royal household, how could he possibly risk his life for such a task?
He hurriedly protested.
No. I must return to swear allegiance to the Queen. How could I possibly risk my life here? Alice, you'd better find someone else. How dare you? Alice snapped coldly. How dare you disobey the Western Church's orders? When you return, how many lives will you have to offer the Pope?
Hearing this, Edward steeled himself and turned to Inoue Shuichuan beside him. Then let Inoue Shuichuan accompany me.
His strength surpasses mine. With him by my side, I'll feel more at ease. Eris nodded in agreement. Inoue Shuichuan's face drained of color.
As their plans unfolded, Jiang Yunpeng rose promptly. His mind racing, he turned to Lucio and leaned close to whisper in her ear.
Don't you possess the Kunlun mirror of the Queen Mother? Summon a bit of divine power and try moving it out. Jiang Yunpeng wouldn't risk Lucio.
He instructed her to channel a thread of divine power to envelop the Kunlun mirror in her hand, using that force to see if it could propel the mirror inside.
Lucio's eyes lit up. She grinned. Only you, Jiang Yunpeng, could think of such a brilliant idea. Since they're both Eastern divine artifacts, especially weapons wielded by the Guardian Kings, they must share the same origin. If they're guarding this place, it must be our territory.
With a flick of her finger, the Kunlun mirror materialized at her fingertip, its size shifting to suit her needs. Held in her palm, it resembled a bronze mirror. Channeling her divine power, she thrust it forward. The Kunlun mirror entered without encountering any resistance. Seeing Lu Wushuang and the others already in action, Situbaiha suddenly moved, his figure flashing as he arrived before the heavenly palace.
He recognized this transparent barrier of spiritual energy as something beyond ordinary humans' ability to break. He could feel the oppressive aura seeping from it, faintly carrying a sacred power. This force nearly compelled him to submit willingly. His heart sank with a chill. Having towered over the world for so many years, when had Situbaiha ever encountered such a situation?
Chapter 97, Far from Ordinary, the purple gold snow weasel emerges. Though they had never seen the ancient Chinese divine artifacts before, none had ever evoked such a profound sensation.
This place was clearly no ordinary realm.
As he pondered this, he watched Lu Xiao's bronze mirror soar into the barrier, then obey her command and fly back toward them.
It's working. It's working. It really can. Lu Xiao jumped up and down excitedly.
Lu Wushuang hurriedly said, "Little sister, see if you can envelop my body with divine power so I can try entering. If it doesn't work, don't panic. Let me test it first, then we'll proceed safely." His words earned nods of agreement from the other team members, sparing them all from rushing in recklessly. Jiang Yunpeng held back from acting immediately, deferring to Lu Xiao and Lu Wushuang's arrangements.
He absolutely couldn't reveal his strength. If possible, he wanted to try using Yang Liuye to see if he could slip through. However, the willow leaf was far too conspicuous. Anyone seeing it would immediately associate it with him. He decided it was best not to get involved in this mess. Lu Xiao enveloped Lu Wushuang in divine energy. With a light shift, Lu Wushuang leapt out of the barrier. The moment he entered, the rest of the team lost their composure. They immediately urged Lu Xiao to envelop them in divine power as well. Fortunately, enveloping them in divine power required little effort. Before long, their group had become the fastest force to enter the ruins of the Celestial Palace. Ning Xiaoyao, standing beside Situbaiha, could no longer sit still. If Lu Wushuang's group gained the lead, wouldn't they be left with nothing? After they entered, Jiang Yunpeng observed the pipa. Strangely, it hadn't attacked them. Did this pipa have a mechanism that triggered attacks only when provoked? Lu Wushuang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The jade pipa hadn't attacked them, proving Jiang Yunpeng's words exactly right. His admiration for Jiang Yunpeng grew even deeper. Meanwhile, Situbaiha and his group weren't idle either. They joined forces with Shanghuan Xuan, Luo Yuan, Yi Sanhai, and other members of the great clans to breach the barrier. Their divine power surged violently, taking several minutes to shatter the barrier and carve out a large opening. Before Yi Sanhai could breathe a sigh of relief, the jade pipa in the sky erupted with a terrifying aura. The pipa plucked its strings once more, but this time, the melody roared like 1,000 charging armies. The moment the array-breaking melody sounded, everyone present felt their bodies go limp and their souls drift away. Even Jiang Yunpeng and his companions were no exception. This sensation rendered their bodies utterly uncontrollable. As the melody stirred once more, they collapsed to the ground.
Alice and the others hadn't entered yet and were preparing to follow when they were struck down by the assault of the breaking formation melody. Edward and Inoue Shueichan hadn't even had time to exert themselves before they too collapsed to the ground.
By the time the melody ended, everyone's bodies were numb, utterly unable to move. At that very moment, streaks of spirit clouds began appearing in the sky.
These clouds obscured the moonlight overhead, trapping them in place.
Witnessing this, Lu Xiao cried out in panic. What the hell? Why is this Pipa attacking us too? Didn't I cover us with my spiritual energy?
Jiang Yunpeng lay on the ground, his weight pressing down on Lu Xiao's thigh. He felt no pain himself, but he murmured a warning.
Don't panic. I've already sensed the demonic energy.
He and Xiaojiao shared a contract bond. What Xiaojiao sensed, he could perceive too. The spiritual cloud erupted in bursts of white light.
Within its overwhelmingly powerful demonic energy, divine power was intertwined. This was no ordinary phenomenon. Lu Xiao grew tense upon hearing Jiang Yunpeng's words.
Within the spirit cloud obscuring the moonlight, a snow-white ferret, several zhang tall, suddenly materialized. The snow weasel darted through the clouds like a meteor streaking across the heavens. It gazed down at the group below and let out a furious roar. The beast's roar sent shockwaves through the souls of everyone present, even C2 Baihe was no exception.
What was this?
Jiang Yunpeng focused his gaze, and the snow weasel's information abruptly appeared before his eyes.
Purple Gold Snow Weasel SSS? Rank, mythical. Race, Yao Clan. Form, beast can shapeshift into human.
Skills, control of 10,000 demons, beast roar, shatter 10,000 evils.
Contract status, contractable. Weaknesses, none. HP, 100,000. This caught Jiang Yunpeng off guard. The Western Broad-Eyed Heavenly King's Purple Gold Snow Weasel possessed strength so profound that even the all-seeing eye couldn't discern it. Moreover, it was contractable.
A thought struck him, but how to approach the snow weasel became a problem. If he could contract it, it would be a huge gain useful for both offense and defense, and it could keep Xiaojiao company. Xiaojiao, sensing Jiang Yunpeng's intent to contract the weasel, immediately grew displeased. Master, I encountered this snow weasel 1,000 years ago and fought it several times.
I dislike it, and besides, we're currently immobilized.
We'll need the power of Kunlun Realm to escape, or we'll have to wait for the divine power of the Jade Pipa to dissipate. Xiaojiao's words left Jiang Yunpeng feeling rather helpless. For now, the purple gold snow weasel showed no signs of attacking them. Jiang Yunpeng pondered inwardly, since the Northern Guardian King and Southern Guardian King hadn't intervened, their divine artifacts must also be hidden within this place. The purple gold snow weasel and Jade Pipa showed no intent to attack them, suggesting their purpose was likely to guard this ancient celestial palace site. Jiang Yunpeng flickered his fingers, drawing upon the divine power of the Pangu Banner he had summoned.
In an instant, the restraints binding him dissolved, though he remained utterly composed.
As the snow weasel descended, his mind formed a plan.
The creature bore an imposing, majestic appearance. How could others possibly know what it was? As Alice watched the snow weasel approach, an overwhelming sense of pressure surged within him. Overcome with apprehension, he immediately summoned his divine artifact. The moment the artifact appeared, it abruptly summoned thunder from the 9 heavens. All the restraints enveloping them vanished. Thunder rolled across the heavens, and a bolt of lightning struck the snow weasel. The purple gold snow weasel erupted in fury. Though it had retained a shred of sentience, its demonic power now surged forth. Jiang Yunpeng cursed inwardly, calling himself a fool. To provoke the snow weasel at a time like this? Lu Wushuang and the others regained their ability to move, scrambling to their feet. He urgently cautioned Lu Xiao, "Sis, hold back your divine power. We're likely facing another fierce battle ahead." Roar!
The snow eagle bellowed again, and ghostly shadows began materializing from all directions.
Once outside the barrier, these shadows solidified into countless demons and monsters.
Their numbers were overwhelming, truly a force to be reckoned with.
Jiang Yunpeng knew full well that the purple gold snow weasel's abilities couldn't possibly be limited to just a roar. Moreover, as the beast companion of the Western Heavenly King of vast vision, if it possessed no real power, how could it have remained by the Heavenly King's side for so many years?
Chapter 98, Mysterious Space. He vanished. A newfound yearning stirred within Jiang Yunpeng. He must secure such a contract beast.
Once bound by contract, it would bolster his strength. But how to contract it? That was truly a difficult problem. Lu Wushuang and the others were also under attack from the swarming demons.
Now, forget about Lu Xiao. Even if she deployed her Kunlun realm, it likely wouldn't make much difference. The group had no choice but to summon divine power and engage in fierce combat.
Lu Wushuang urgently ordered Lu Xiao, "Hurry and protect my little brother-in-law. Don't let anything happen to him." Lu Wushuang was now utterly panicked.
If anything happened to Jiang Yunpeng, his life wouldn't be enough to pay for it.
He'd already witnessed Jiang Yunpeng's capabilities.
Jiang Yunpeng was likely the scion of some hidden clan. The knowledge stored within his mind was something Lu Wushuang could never hope to match in 10 lifetimes.
If he were to kill such a talent, wouldn't he face condemnation from the entire Council of Elders upon his return?
While swinging his weapon, he ordered Lu Xiao to rush and protect Jiang Yunpeng. In this situation, Jiang Yunpeng couldn't easily unleash his divine power, either its aura was far too conspicuous.
On one hand, he possessed the ancient Houyi's sun shooting bow and the mystic yellow Wuxi flag, both absolutely forbidden to reveal.
He also held the binding immortal rope and the willow leaf in his hands. Only the binding immortal rope could be of use here. If he unleashed his divine power, his identity would be exposed without a doubt. Lin Shi and Zhang Beichuan had already plunged into fierce combat, their multicolored divine energies spreading across the battlefield. The purple-gold snow weasel stood among these demonic creatures like a king of beasts, commanding all the demons. As for the Jade Pipa, it continued to play the array-breaking melody in support. The air was thick with the clamor of battle and the roar of combat. Lu Xiao harnessed the power of the Kunlun realm to shield Jiang Yunpeng completely. Seeing her wholehearted devotion, Jiang Yunpeng felt a touch of helplessness.
You don't need to treat me like a child. Trust me, I can protect myself. That won't do, Lu Xiao insisted, her resolve unwavering even at the cost of her own life. You mustn't reveal your identity. If those aristocratic families set their sights on you, who knows what trouble might arise. This is an SSS-grade secret realm. Even if we sought help from the Elders' Council, they couldn't assist us. It's best to keep a low profile.
As she spoke, she channeled Kunlun Realm's extreme yin energy to reflect the moonlight. The blinding white radiance engulfed and dissolved over a dozen demonic entities. Even Lu Xiao was stunned.
Holy crap, that was insane.
She truly hadn't expected the Kunlun mirror to handle these demons with such effortless ease.
The purple-gold snow weasel had already noticed them.
Upon seeing the Kunlun mirror in Lu Xiao's hand, its eyes flared with an intensely vicious killing intent. Their situation was far from easy, and for foreigners like Alice and the others, it was unbearably dire.
Who could have predicted that at such a critical juncture, so many demons and monsters would appear?
They had no choice but to summon their divine artifacts.
As Inoue Shikawa fought, curses of misfortune echoed in his mind.
They had barely explored a small corner of this SSS-grade secret realm, yet it had unleashed such a horde of demons and monsters.
How long would this slaughter last?
Zhang Beichuan and the other team members held no major grievances against Jiang Yunpeng. Seeing Lu Xiao protecting him with all her might, they could only channel their own power slightly toward Jiang Yunpeng. They feared the young lady and her boyfriend might both perish here. The battle illuminated the entire pitch-black night sky, with all manner of spiritual energies surging forth.
Situbaiha hadn't anticipated this.
Normally, a single strike from him would reduce these demons to dust.
Who knew today would be so terrifying?
No matter how he struck them down, these fiends kept spawning endlessly. It seemed this strange phenomenon was caused by that snow weasel.
His gaze locked onto the purple-gold snow weasel suspended mid-air.
The creature's eyes held a look of utter contempt.
How dare such a beast look at him like that? A surge of anger flared within him. He turned to Ning Xiaoyao beside him. Xiaoyao, keep an eye on Wanner. Don't let anything happen to her, understand?
Ning Xiaoyao wouldn't pass up such a golden opportunity to show off.
He immediately nodded. Understood, old master.
You go ahead and deal with this demon beast with peace of mind. They didn't recognize what this purple-gold snow weasel before them truly was, but as for Lu Wushuang, he had already guessed its identity with remarkable accuracy. Since the Jade Pipa of the four heavenly kings had appeared, this snow sculpture must be the beast companion of one of the four heavenly kings. Jiang Yunpeng watched as an eight-legged colossus lunged toward them.
Lu Xiao swiftly blocked the attack with the Kunlun mirror.
But they were surrounded on all sides. The demons here were simply too numerous. With no other choice, Jiang Yunpeng could only summon a thread of divine power. He intended to harness the might of the Pangu Banner to form a protective shield from earth elements. But no sooner had he channeled the earth-yellow divine power than a flash of white light erupted. Before the earthen wall could manifest, he was instantly enveloped by an overwhelming force. This force was beyond his ability to resist. Caught off guard, he was dragged and torn into a white glow. His vision blurred once more, and he found himself in a vast expanse of white. Celestial palaces swirled about him, ethereal music drifted faintly, and in every direction, graceful cranes danced through the air, a scene of breathtaking beauty. He gazed toward the distant sky, seemingly hundreds of meters above him. With each step forward, the sky receded a pace. Where was this? A chill gripped his heart. Staring into the distance, he saw nothing but this illusory, breathtaking sky. Jiang Yunpeng's breathing quickened for a moment before he forced himself to calm down. Seeing no one else around, he took the ancient god Houyi's sun's shooting bow into his hands. If any demons appeared, he could rely on his own strength to deal with them.
Outside, Lu Xiao was now utterly panicked.
She had only seen a flash of white light before Jiang Yunpeng vanished beside her. Terrified and trembling, her teeth chattering, she glanced at Lu Wushuang still fighting nearby. Tears streamed down her cheeks as her voice cracked.
Brother! Brother! It's terrible. He's gone. Lu Wushuang snapped back to reality upon hearing Lu Xiao's words and exclaimed in alarm, Who's gone? It's me. My boyfriend.
Her voice choked with emotion.
Lu Wushuang's heart lurched in horror. This was bad.
He drew the crimson spear in his hand and thrust it into the belly of the demon attacking him.
With a swift leap, he landed beside Lu Xiao. How could this be? How could he just vanish like that? Lu Xiao wiped away tears, pacing frantically as she recounted the events. Now it was Lu Wushuang's turn to feel terror. Damn it! Where the hell did Jiang Yunpeng go? Could it be these demons and monsters playing tricks?
Chapter 99, Great Opportunity, Effortlessly Seized.
Lu Wushuang was utterly panicked. But these demonic forces were blocking their path, leaving no room to search for Jiang Yunpeng.
They could only grit their teeth and focus on overcoming this immediate obstacle first. Meanwhile, within this spatial realm, Jiang Yunpeng unleashed his bone-chilling battle intent. The voice of Xiao Jiao echoed in his mind.
Oomph! That stinking snow weasel thinks it can deceive its master like this? Master, release me.
I can break this formation myself. This space was created by that snow weasel.
I can already sense its demonic aura.
Hearing Xiao Jiao's words, Jiang Yunpeng felt reassured and immediately released him. In the sky above, layer upon layer of white mist appeared in the distance. Within the mist, Jiang Yunpeng glimpsed the faint outline of a woman with a graceful, slender figure. She was breathtakingly beautiful. He couldn't yet make out her true features, obscured by the mist. With a flick of her finger, a blinding white divine light erupted before him, a force beyond ordinary.
An overwhelmingly powerful shockwave surged toward Jiang Yunpeng.
Had it not been for the woman, he would never have sensed it.
Jiang Yunpeng's pupils contracted.
When he looked back, the woman had vanished.
Who was she? His hand instinctively reached for his bow, and an arrow shot forth with a sharp whistle. The fiery arrow in Jiang Yunpeng's hand, enveloped in boundless flames, collided with the white divine light.
Xiao Jiao lent a hand, conjuring a ball of flame that shot toward the white divine light. A furious roar echoed as the white divine light vanished entirely, transforming into a petite little girl. This little girl was as cute as a snowball, barely 5 feet tall. Her snow-white hair cascaded down almost to her toes.
Clad only in a furry garment,
she let out a shrieking yell at Xiao Jiao, bearing 2 tiny fangs.
It's you! That stinking fox demon again! How dare you send humans into this realm? Damn you! Damn you all!
Jiang Yunpeng froze upon hearing her words.
Where had this little girl come from? Xiao Jiao glanced at the adorable little loli and turned to Jiang Yunpeng with disdain. Master, that's that stinking snow weasel in human form. Oomph!
Don't think being the Western Heavenly King's beast pet gives you free rein to act however you please before me. Mark my words, if you don't recall every last one of these beasts today, I'll kill you myself. Her words were pure bluff aimed at the purple gold snow weasel before her.
How could it possibly heed her threats?
It was an ancient demon who had lived for over 1,000 years.
How could it continue to tolerate Xiao Jiao's nonsense? In an instant, the two were locked in combat.
Xiao Jiao drew upon his divine power and shouted to Jiang Yunpeng, Master, retreat to a safe distance. Wait until I settle this with her. The two demons fought with frenzied intensity.
Jiang Yunpeng drew his SS grade contract talisman.
With a chance to bind this purple gold snow weasel, he wouldn't let it slip. Before he could act, the two demons were locked in an inseparable struggle. Red and white light orbs tangled in the air, making it impossible to distinguish one from the other.
Jiang Yunpeng felt dizzy from the spectacle. At this rate, he'd never get close enough. He called out urgently, Xiao Jiao, see if you can bring her closer to me. At his words, Xiao Jiao instantly ignited her demonic energy to its peak. A multicolored lotus blossomed gradually from her palm. The two chased each other through the air in a chaotic spectacle, sparks flying as fragments of demonic energy spilled out around them. Purple gold snow weasel gritted her teeth in fury, her demonic energy completely suppressed by Xiao Jiao. After all, Xiao Jiao was fire attributed while she was metal attributed. Fire overpowered metal, a conflict she simply couldn't withstand. After exchanging hundreds of blows, her arms were pinned behind her back. Xiao Jiao seized her and brought her before Jiang Yunpeng, who asked, Will you follow me? It's better than clinging to life in this shattered sky. The purple gold snow weasel shot Jiang Yunpeng a vicious glare. Pah! You damned human! If you hadn't trespassed into this domain, I'd never have been roused from my slumber. I'd have remained here in eternal rest. Xiao Jiao gave her cheek a light slap, a faint, mocking smile playing on his lips. You should thank my master for this. Had he not sensed your identity, you'd have been killed by those outsiders long ago. Times have changed. After 1,000 years of slumber, even the celestial court has crumbled into decay. If you remain in this world, your demonic power won't last much longer. Even one like me cannot withstand the force of heaven's will. Furthermore. As she spoke, Xiao Jiao's gaze grew wistful. Without finding a suitable master, you and I cannot escape the fate of death. The purple gold snow weasel fell silent upon hearing these words. She clenched her teeth and turned to look at Jiang Yunpeng. I have only one request. Should you ever encounter my master, I must sever our bond of allegiance. I must return to my master's side. Jiang Yunpeng's heart jolted at her words. What did this mean? Could it be that the Eastern gods still existed? He pondered for a moment, then nodded. Agreed. Rest assured, I'll protect you for now. Nothing will come to harm.
The purple gold snow fairy closed her eyes only after hearing his consent. Jiang Yunpeng then affixed the crimson contract talisman to her forehead. The next moment, the little girl was instantly drawn into his contract space. This world was gradually collapsing. Before Jiang Yunpeng could ask, Xiao Jiao let out an "oh my" with an utterly innocent expression. I forgot to tell you, master. Once this purple gold snow weasel is bound to you, this space becomes yours to control.
Master, try it out. See if you can easily take control. This is actually her space.
Jiang Yunpeng hadn't expected such an unexpected bonus. He tried moving his hand, and Fang Anti's power surged through him, instantly feeling an incomparable demonic force spreading from his palm.
This demonic power wasn't his own ability, it was borrowed from the purple gold snow weasel. With a single wave of his hand, the entire space instantly froze, no longer trembling as before. What surprised him was that all that remained was a vast expanse of pure white. Even the faint outline of the celestial palace in the distance had vanished. This was indeed a vast, unobstructed space, but what about the demons and monsters outside? He asked the purple gold snow weasel within the contract space.
She snorted. Those demons were summoned, so they must all be killed. They are all demonic beings once suppressed by the celestial court.
Now that they've been fully unleashed, they're beyond my control.
They'll likely be utterly savage.
Hearing this, Jiang Yunpeng immediately perked up. The lives of those foreigners and aristocrats meant little to him.
His sole concern was the safety of Lu Xiao, Lu Wushuang, and their group. Lu Wushuang, being at the Holy Spirit realm, would surely handle these demons with ease. Chapter 100, Taming the Beast, Securing the Divine Artifact.
Jiang Yunpeng inquired again, by the way, I never asked your name.
Oomph. The purple gold snow weasel snorted coldly. My name is Jin Lingxue. That name was certainly more pleasant than Little Nine.
Jiang Yunpeng scratched his nose.
He casually named Little Nine, and it did feel rather inappropriate.
But since it was already out there, changing it now felt pointless.
He'd just have to stick with it for now.
After exiting the space, he sent Xiaojiao back inside. Upon re-emerging, he saw the ground littered with corpses of all manner of demonic beasts. Given the monsters' massive bodies, each several meters long, the ground was covered in shattered blood and entrails. The corpses alone piled up like a small mountain. His sudden appearance went entirely unnoticed, especially by Lu Wushuang and Lu Xiao, who were still fiercely engaged in battle.
Jiang Yunpeng seized the moment to ask Jin Lingxue, may I subdue the Jade Pipa? Or borrow your power? I cannot intervene for now. See if you can store the Jade Pipa within your spatial realm. If it remains here and is stolen by those foreigners, wouldn't that be a waste of your master's artifact?
Jin Lingxue had initially been reluctant to assist, but his words stirred a flicker of interest within her. At the very least, leaving it with Jiang Yunpeng seemed a decent solution.
She sensed Jiang Yunpeng's potential. He'd forged a contract with Xiaojiao, wielded the ancient sun-shooting bow, and even possessed the primordial lord's mystic yellow wuxi banner.
That banner was no trivial matter. She decided to grant him a favor.
Alright, I'll help you.
But once I store this Jade Pipa in my spatial realm, I won't be able to retrieve it for a while.
Once we leave that realm, you'll need to form a contract to use it.
Given your current situation, with so many divine artifacts already bound to contracts, you probably won't be able to use it.
Jiang Yunpeng understood perfectly. He smiled. Don't worry. It's fine to keep it with you for now.
Once he returned, he could present it to the elders of the council to fulfill his duty. Jiang Yunpeng quickened his pace, swiftly flying toward the area where Lu Xiao and the others were. Seizing the moment, Jin Lingxue manifested her true form, bursting forth from Jiang Yunpeng's contract space and dashing toward the Jade Pipa. Having shared a bond for millennia, the Jade Pipa instinctively sensed her presence. It offered no resistance as she drew it into her space. Under the cover of the demon beasts, it transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the air. Lu Xiao nearly lost her mind with excitement upon seeing Jiang Yunpeng return. She rushed over, shouting, Jiang Yunpeng, where did you run off to? I was worried sick. Do you have any idea how terrified I was just now? What if you had died? How would we face the elders back home? Her eyes welled up as she spoke. Jiang Yunpeng smiled at her pitifully vulnerable expression.
I'm fine now, don't worry. I just stumbled upon a great opportunity. Besides, didn't you guys already kill most of the demons? If I'd stayed, I'd only have slowed you down and held you back.
Lu Xiao bristled at his words, spitting out, Pfft.
What nonsense are you spouting? How could we possibly think you're a burden?
By the time she spoke, most of the surrounding demons had been slain. The ground was drenched in blood, and even Lu Wushuang felt weary.
When Sittabaiha noticed the purple gold snow weasel and the Jade Pipa in the air had vanished, he roared in fury. That beast dared to take the items and flee. He had intended to finish off the purple gold snow weasel completely, but it vanished into thin air. When it returned, it had taken the Jade Pipa with it. That beast wouldn't let them get even a shred of advantage.
Alice gritted his teeth in fury. After all this time in the secret realm, they'd encountered 2 giant serpents earlier and gained nothing. It was only after overhearing the aristocratic family's conversation that he learned they had encountered such ancient, colossal serpents.
If they could have brought them back, wouldn't that have allowed the Western Church to advance their research even further? Yet they ended up with nothing.
He was furious, especially since Inoue Shuichuan and Edward had both been injured.
For now, they could only recuperate temporarily. Only after these demonic creatures were completely eradicated did Lu Wushuang finally turn to Jiang Yunpeng, panting heavily.
He hesitated, then, after arranging for Lin Shi, Jiang Beichuan, and the rest of the team to rest here, took advantage of the moment when everyone's attention was elsewhere to ask.
Yunpeng, you little rascal, where the hell did you run off to just now? Lu Xiao and I were worried sick. Don't you dare get yourself into any trouble.
Otherwise, once we get back, I'll probably be beaten to death by the elders of the council. Jiang Yunpeng thought for a moment before explaining in a low voice, don't worry.
It wasn't intentional. It was an emergency.
I've already made contact with that purple gold snow weasel. He quickly summarized the events, specifically mentioning to Lu Wushuan that he'd used his last contract talisman. Lu Wushuan was kicking himself in frustration, wishing he could go back in time to demand that contract talisman from Jiang Yunpeng. If he'd known this formidable beast companion could be contracted, he never would have let such a golden opportunity slip away. His eyes gleamed with envy.
Yunpeng, you must promise me no matter what happens, you have to get me a contract talisman. You've got several already, you owe us a way out.
Jiang Yunpeng couldn't help but chuckle wryly at his words.
General Lu, that sounds a bit harsh. Everyone relies on their own abilities.
Besides, I have no idea why it chose me. His words were half truth, half joke. Jiang Yunpeng could guess the reason. The Xianuang Wuji banner in his possession belonged to the primordial lord. Jin Lingxue must have sensed this, leading her to choose him. Speaking of which, Jin Lingxue felt a pang of frustration. She had sensed that among all those bound by divine contracts, he was the strongest. Little did she know he was only at the 4th tier. She'd intended to drive them out, but if it came to a fight, how could she, at the Holy Spirit realm, possibly withstand the combined might of Sita Baiha and Lu Wushuang? She'd resolved to eliminate as many as possible, one by one, only to end up sacrificing herself in the process. After finishing his explanation, Jiang Yunpeng also mentioned to Lu Wushuang that he had taken in the Jade Pipa. Upon hearing this, Lu Wushuang stroked her chin.
This matter, best keep it to ourselves. We can't leave the secret realm yet, and we still need to deal with these foreigners. After the fierce battle, everyone needed rest.
Lu Xiao, whose divine power had been drained by more than half, closed her eyes to recuperate for a long while.
Members of the other clans and the Seven Nations Alliance rested in the outer perimeter.
The ground was littered with corpses, a sight so revolting they dared not venture into the heavenly palace, fearing potential dangers. Jiang Yunpeng wasn't idle either, continuing to question Jin Lingxue about the celestial palace.
Are there any other spiritual treasures inside? If so, could you bring them all into your space? Don't waste that precious dimension of yours. Chapter 101, Sneaky Dates? Not a chance.
Jin Lingxue snorted coldly at his question.
Do you think every bargain is yours for the taking? Let me be frank, I've only established a connection with this Jade Pipa.
As for the other divine artifacts, I have no clue where they've scattered.
I've only just awakened myself.
Her voice carried a profound sense of melancholy as she spoke. Jiang Yunpeng wanted to ask more, but sensing her sorrow, he didn't want to bring up painful memories. Instead, he joined the others in meditation and rest. At that moment, the moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars, and the surroundings fell into a profound stillness. Save for the faint, lingering scent of blood in the air, the moon's radiance remained undimmed.
Whether dawn would break tomorrow remained unknown.
Jiang Yunpeng noticed the willow leaf pattern forming rapidly on his palm. The 24 hours were nearly up. He glanced at Lu Xiao, who was resting with her eyes closed nearby, and whispered, I'll find a secluded spot to deal with my identity first.
It'd be troublesome if it got exposed later.
At his words, Lu Xiao snapped awake.
No, I'm coming with you. If anything happens to you, I'll never forgive myself. Jiang Yunpeng was speechless. What could possibly happen to me? Besides, if I go to take a leak, are you going to tag along too? You!
Lu Xiao was so annoyed she smacked him.
Can't you be civilized? Her face flushed crimson. What kind of lewd remarks was Jiang Yunpeng spouting? Alright, I was just joking. I'm worried you'll disappear, and then your brother will have a hard time finding you.
I could just tell my brother I'm going, Lu Xiao pouted, then leaned over to whisper something in Lu Wushuang's ear.
Lu Wushuang's expression showed disapproval, but he eventually waved her off. Alright, I'm warning you now. You two better be careful.
If you run into any other danger, have Jiang Yunpeng release his purple gold snow weasel and fox.
At the very least, they can save your lives. Got it. Got it. Lu Xiao waved her hand impatiently at him before running over to Jiang Yunpeng. Together, they ventured deeper into the palace grounds.
This was the side not illuminated by the moonlight, right at the edge of the celestial palace. Seeing the celestial palace shrouded in faint mist, Jiang Yunpeng genuinely felt a surge of curiosity to explore.
Unfortunately, he still had to wait for the Yanlu leaf to refresh. Lu Xiao was already urging him, check if it's been 24 hours yet. This place gives me the creeps.
As she spoke, she kept watch for Jiang Yunpeng.
Ever since they'd split from the group, they'd drawn the attention of others. Before Situbaiha could dispatch anyone to investigate, Alice made his move first.
Eris shot a glance at Inoue Shuichuan, who understood the signal.
With an ambiguous expression, he approached Lu Wushuang. Mr. Lu, I'm Inoue Shuichuan. Do you happen to have any healing potions here?
My companion and I have been injured and would greatly appreciate some. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Lu Xiao and Jiang Yunpeng, who were lagging behind the group. Lu Wushuang caught his gaze and knew exactly what he was thinking, nothing more than keeping an eye on his sister, afraid she might stumble upon something valuable.
He snorted coldly. Cut the bull. I don't give a damn who you are, get lost. I hate those islanders the most. If you dare look over here again, I'll slice you open with my blade.
As he spoke, the divine spear in his hand pointed straight at the man's throat.
How could Inoue Shuichuan's cultivation level compare to his?
Terrified by this display, cold sweat poured from him as he wiped his brow and backed away trembling.
Smee maze. I didn't mean it like that.
He scrambled backward, retreating hastily.
Seeing his useless state, Alice cursed. Useless. Absolutely useless. Inoue shook and felt wronged. Mr. Alice, how could you speak to me like that? I'm afraid of Lu Wushuang too.
I heard he possesses the strength of the Holy Spirit realm.
How could I possibly compare to him?
As he spoke, his mind was already plotting. There was no way he'd risk his life in a place like this. Once he returned, he could contract the Cloud Blade and advance his power further.
Once his power grew, how could he possibly be held back by this heiress? He clenched his fists. Edward, standing nearby, spoke casually, Mr. Alice, why are you so tense? That girl over there is clearly on a date. What's wrong with young people dating?
That guy only has 4th tier divine power.
What are you worried about? You know nothing. Alice shot Edward a hateful glare. What a bunch of fools.
Once he returned, he'd report this to the Western Church.
They shouldn't recruit any more Alliance members, it was nothing but trouble.
His gaze grew icy, like a venomous snake fixated on its prey.
Something about these two feels off. We'll keep watching. Once Inoue Shuichuan had left, Lu Xiao finally wiped the sweat from her forehead. Damn these foreigners. What are they doing here? Do they think they get to watch our dates? Ugh, shameless. With that, she pulled Jiang Yunpeng several steps forward, plunging them completely into the darkness. The group led by Situbaiha couldn't sit still either.
He suspected that Lu Wushuang must have noticed something amiss, prompting her to send someone out.
Lu Wushuang was their leader, how could she possibly let her sister and a low-tier divine mandate user go out alone? Xiaoyao, go check the situation. Take men with you. Situbaiha ordered immediately.
Ning Xiaoyao wasted no words, leading his men deeper into the darkness.
Lu Wushuang was thoroughly enraged. Damn it, will these bastards ever stop?
They had to come mess with them at this critical moment. His team members grumbled incessantly.
Jiang Beichuan sighed deeply. Captain, what is the young lady playing at? Can't we get a moment's rest?
They'd finally managed to catch a brief break, only for these people to come stirring up trouble.
And it all started with the young miss, didn't it? What couldn't be said right here? Young couples are just so dramatic. Lu Wushuang snapped, cut the whining. He couldn't reveal Jiang Yunpeng's identity at the exit, so he simply said, once we're back, I'll make it up to you. There'll be plenty of perks, so don't worry. The Elders' Council had plenty of valuable items. He needed to ensure his team members seized the opportunity. Hearing his promise, the team members could only sigh heavily. They drew their divine artifacts and prepared to act. When both groups led by Situbaiha and Alice approached, Lu Wushuang stood poised with his spear, radiating overwhelming presence. Rage surged from him. Don't even think about taking another step forward. This is my territory. Situbaiha snorted coldly, stroking his beard. Lu Wushuang, I respect you as a formidable figure. But within this secret realm, might reigns supreme. Don't even think about monopolizing it alone. Chapter 102, Fight first, talk later. Enough talk. Get past me first today. Lu Wushuang stood his ground.
Jiang Yunpeng, seeing them on the verge of battle, grew even more anxious as he watched the willow leaf. Just as the final vein was about to be absorbed, he heard Xiao Jiu's voice in his mind.
Bad news, master. Enter the heavenly palace immediately.
I sense a strange force impacting the ground.
The usually taciturn Jin Lingxue spoke up. I never thought it would still be alive. Unbelievable. Don't listen to that fox. It's a good thing. Head 100 meters southwest and wait there. Jiang Yunpeng gritted his teeth, yanking Lu Xiao forward as they dashed 100 meters deeper into the forest. Enveloped in Jin Lingxue's demonic energy, they traversed the path unimpeded. Upon reaching the southwest location, before Lu Xiao could ask, the ground trembled. A tender green sprout burst through the soil at astonishing speed. Then, before their astonished eyes, it sprouted and grew, solidifying into a towering tree with lush branches and leaves, its flowers blooming and falling.
Under the moonlight's infusion, blossom after blossom condensed into fruit.
What is this? Lu Xiao was utterly stunned.
Jiang Yunpeng sensed the divine power circulating within the secret realm, frantically converging into the tree.
The peach tree has grown.
Jean Lingxue exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement.
Quick! Wait here. What?
Jiang Yunpeng was dumbfounded, feeling as if he were in a dream. The fruits on the peach tree grew larger and larger.
Counting the crystallized fruits, there were exactly 20.
Just as the peach tree neared completion, the last vestige of life within him vanished.
Lu Xiao urgently pointed at his face. Oh no! Your appearance has given us away. What should we do?
Just as Jiang Yunpeng reached to pluck a willow leaf, a thunderous crash erupted.
A powerful divine force surged toward them. Jiang Yunpeng swiftly yanked Lu Xiao backward, narrowly evading the strike.
Looking up, they saw a group of people closing in, already embroiled in a chaotic brawl outside. They too sensed something amiss, but Lu Wuxuan kept blocking their path, forcing them into open combat.
How could Lu Wuxuan and his band of divine mandate followers possibly withstand such an onslaught?
As they fought their way back, retreating to this spot, they witnessed an unbelievable sight. Perched atop a towering tree dozens of meters high, clusters of vivid red fruits hung in abundance.
Each fruit was as large as a fist.
A single whiff filled the body with blissful ease, the peach fragrance wafting from them lulling them into a drowsy haze.
With just one sniff, Situ Baiha determined these fruits were extraordinarily nourishing. He looked down at the blood spilled by the fallen demons on the ground. All of it had been completely absorbed, leaving not even a shred of flesh behind. Overwhelmed with excitement, he shouted, "Quick! Pick every single fruit from this divine tree. A great opportunity must have appeared in the world. It absorbed the essence of these demons. It's definitely no ordinary thing." Jiang Yunpeng and Lu Xiao stood hidden behind the tree, their presence unnoticed by the others. Lu Xiao was already panicking. "Jiang Yunpeng, should we leave? If a fight breaks out, we'll lose our lives."
Jiang Yunpeng took a deep breath, his eyes hardening.
"We can't leave. This is a peach tree. How could we let such a treasure slip away?" Lu Xiao's jaw dropped, almost doubting her own ears. She clenched her fists. "I'll kill those foreigners. No one takes the peach tree." She was prepared to fight them to the death. Jiang Yunpeng unleashed his divine power, so be it if his identity was exposed. He absolutely refused to hand over something so within his grasp to these people. His resolve hardened as streaks of earth-yellow divine power shot skyward. In an instant, the earth-hued divine power encircled a 10-meter radius. Both he and Lu Xiao were now enveloped within this earthen semi-barrier.
The sudden appearance of the earthen wall startled everyone present.
What was happening? Recognizing this familiar divine power, Yi Cunhai's rage boiled over. He roared, "Jiang Yunpeng? It's you! You bastard, you've come to the secret realm too!"
Hearing Jiang Yunpeng's name, the crowd froze, then turned their gaze to the earth-hued divine power.
Indeed, the unique primordial power permeating the earth-hued divine energy could only belong to Jiang Yunpeng. Situ Baiha suddenly understood.
No wonder Lu Wuxuan dared to bring a fourth-tier divine mandate bearer here.
No wonder. He felt utterly duped. Before coming, he had specifically inquired about Jiang Yunpeng, only to learn the Elder Council had dispatched him elsewhere. He never imagined Jiang Yunpeng would conceal his whereabouts and come here to conduct surveillance. Rage surged to the brink of boiling over within him. Alice, too, finally grasped the situation. Jiang Yunpeng must have employed some method to conceal his aura. The rest of the team snapped to attention as Lin Shi gasped in shock. "Holy, Captain! Could that be the young lady's boyfriend? Jiang Yunpeng?"
Lu Wuxuan nodded slowly, while Lin Shi was completely stunned.
No wonder Lu Wuxuan had been outrageously kind to Jiang Yunpeng all along.
He'd even gone out of his way to protect the two of them, not hesitating to confront the aristocratic families and the Seven Nations Alliance.
So that's why.
1,000 curses raced through the minds of the other teammates. Seeing that massive earthen wall, nearly 10 meters thick, left them utterly stunned. Despite being merely a fourth-tier cultivator, Jiang Yunpeng wielded his divine power with such unparalleled mastery. They had to get serious now. They still didn't know what that peach tree that had just appeared was, but it looked incredibly tempting. While Jiang Yunpeng waited for the peaches to ripen before harvesting them all, Ji Lingshua's voice suddenly rang out. "You can't pick the peaches by hand. You must store them in my spatial pocket. These peaches can't be touched directly. Avoid any contact with divine power. The moment they're touched, they'll melt away. After all, they were nurtured by demonic energy and possessed a unique power." Ji Lingshua's words served as a warning. The world held only the seeds of these peaches, now likely the last of their kind. Her heart grew increasingly sorrowful, and Jiang Yunpeng understood her feelings. The peach grew larger and larger, nearly the size of a soccer ball, nearing ripeness. Lu Xiao heard the sounds of battle outside and paced anxiously. "Jiang Yunpeng, wait here for me. Open a passage so I can go out. I must lend my brother and the others a hand. If the aristocratic families and the Seven Nations Alliance join forces, how can my brother possibly hold them off?" Jiang Yunpeng understood her concern.
Alright, go ahead. As soon as Lu Xia left, Jiang Yunpeng released Xiaojiu and Jin Lingxue. You two go and join the fight. As for this peach tree, don't worry about it. Both nodded in agreement upon hearing Jiang Yunpeng's words.
The battle situation shifted abruptly. After Lu Xiao burst through the earthen wall, she saw two exceptionally beautiful women leap out from within as well.
Xiaojiu's appearance confirmed Jiang Yunpeng's identity to everyone. But when Jin Lingxue emerged, everyone froze. How could there be an additional little girl? Who was this little girl? Chapter 103, The Peach Tree of Immortality. Take them all.
Before they could react, the white divine power in the little girl's hands surged, unleashing a ferocious assault.
What overwhelming power! Is this the strength of the Holy Spirit realm?
Lin Shi and Jiang Beichuan exchanged glances, inwardly cursing in shock.
So Jiang Yunpeng's two over-the-top bodyguards were already nearly as strong as the captain?
They'd been taunting each other the entire journey. How utterly humiliating. The rest of the team members were so flustered they couldn't even lift their heads. If they'd known they were following Jiang Yunpeng, they never would have said those things. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunpeng wasn't faring much better inside the fortress. His earthen wall was already under attack. He had to divide his spiritual energy to defend it, simultaneously channeling the fiery power of the ancient sun's shooting bow to envelop the earthen wall, desperately trying to slow their attacks. At this very moment, the peaches on the tree had fully ripened, their fragrance overwhelming the air. Jiang Yunpeng raised his hand and slashed, enveloping the peaches in a surge of ancient divine power. Yet the next instant, a scene unfolded that left him utterly stunned. As the peach landed in his hand, it began to slowly melt. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to hold on to it at all. Resolving himself, he shoved the entire peach into his mouth. It dissolved instantly, flowing like water into his stomach. The remaining pit shattered into fine dust. Frowning, Jiang Yunpeng realized ancient divine power wouldn't suffice. He'd have to use the willow leaf instead.
Jiang Yunpeng felt a lingering sense of dread.
Thankfully, the newly spawned willow leaves were useless, otherwise, he would have had to wait for Jin Lingxue's return to deal with the peach. The willow leaf unfurled in the breeze, enveloping all 19 remaining peaches within its folds and transporting them into the spatial pocket.
Jiang Yunpeng's body could endure no more.
The moment the peach entered his stomach, he felt waves of ferocious power burrowing through every part of his body. The excruciating pain nearly overwhelmed his divine power, threatening to shatter his defenses. He quickly assumed a cross-legged position, determined to fully absorb the peach. Yet he had underestimated its power. Waves of divine power surged within him like erupting volcanoes, coursing relentlessly through every limb and bone. In mere moments, the ferocious divine power converged within his dantian. His divine palace throbbed with excruciating pain, erupting wave after wave of divine power that shook the heavens and earth, its ferocity reaching an extreme.
The combatants outside halted their actions, all eyes fixed upon the earthen wall. A towering pillar of light shot skyward, its brilliance intensifying until it became blindingly bright. Jiang Yunpeng's limbs and orifices felt as if they were being hammered through. His meridians burned like fire, and just as he could barely endure it, a series of cracking sounds echoed. Every bone in his body cracked open. In the next instant, the unique power bestowed by the peach reconnected them, gathering within his bone marrow. His entire body shone like polished gold and jade, smooth and dazzling. The excruciating pain finally receded, but his skin oozed with repulsive blood. This blood was nothing but expelled impurities. The frenzied power unleashed his crimson divine might, illuminating the entire world. Is this ING breakthrough power really this terrifying? It's like 1,000 armies charging. Not just them, even Ning Xiaoyao couldn't help but curse at the absurdity. When he had pushed for the 5th tier, where had such power been? Then his eyes narrowed as a sudden realization struck him, filling him with uncontrollable rage. Damn it! That beast must have devoured every last fruit from earlier. How else could he possess such power? The moment those words left his mouth, everyone present nearly lost their minds. They'd nearly forgotten if that beast hoarded everything for himself, they'd get nothing. Everyone intensified their attacks, unleashing a torrent of divine energies. Jiang Yunpeng crossed the threshold into the 5th tier, letting out a long sigh of relief. Glancing at the peach still growing on the branch, he wasted no time. Harnessing the divine power of earth, he prepared to move it into his spatial pocket. His divine power penetrated dozens of meters away, but the peach tree's branches kept spreading at an astonishing speed. He nearly couldn't keep up. Jiang Yunpeng was sweating profusely with anxiety, channeling the divine power of the Wuxi yellow flag to its absolute limit. He roared, "Lift!" He raised both hands upward, lifting the entire 10-meter-tall tree. His legs trembled as he abruptly shifted his weight, feet together. With a thunderous crash, his feet sank deep into the ground. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he forced the colossal tree into his spatial pocket. The moment he relaxed, his arms went limp, unable to lift a finger. After dismantling the earthen wall, he saw the assault outside growing increasingly terrifying. Even Situ Baiha was preparing to intervene personally. He urgently sent a telepathic message to Jin Lingxue, can you bring everyone into your spatial pocket? If this continues, we won't hold out much longer. Lu Wuxuang held the front line, and even with Xiaojiu and Jin Lingshu as assistants, they couldn't hold out much longer.
The rest of the team members were already wounded.
No matter how they fought on, they would all be finished.
Jin Lingshua's voice echoed in Jiang Yunpeng's mind. If I envelop them with my demonic power, I can bring them into the spatial realm too. Before Lu Wuxuang could react, Jin Lingxua suddenly charged forward. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from her hands, instantly enveloping them all. Before Situbaiha's attack could land, Jiang Yunpeng, Lu Wuxuang, and their group vanished into thin air. Lu Xiao hastily stowed away the Kunlun mirror. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could react, they had vanished entirely. Alice nearly choked with rage, bellowing furiously, "Find them!"
I refuse to believe they dared take anything with them. Situbaiha's face darkened to an extreme. Something was terribly wrong. How could any secret technique possibly transport so many people away? They must have used some form of concealment technique.
Most likely, they were still here.
Search! Leave no corner of this heavenly palace untouched. His fury was genuine now. When had he, the esteemed Situbaiha, ever suffered such a loss? Situ Wanner was seething. Upon learning Jiang Yunpeng's identity, her displeasure reached its peak. Damn Jiang Yunpeng, he didn't even bother to tell her.
Meanwhile, the group that had entered the space was utterly bewildered.
What kind of place was this? Jiang Yunpeng cleared his throat. My apologies, everyone. For now, this is where you'll have to hide. Captain Lu, here are the 19 peaches from earlier. You handled the distribution.
With a wave of his hand, the willow leaves in midair drifted toward him, bearing 19 plump, juicy peaches.
He had already instructed Jin Lingxue to seal off a section of the peach tree of immortality. How could he not save some for them? What? These are peaches of immortality? The kind eaten by celestial beings in heaven?
Lu Wuxuang's voice trembled.
This was utterly mind-blowing.
The other team members nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief.
How did Jiang Yunpeng even know about this? Chapter 104, Sharing the Feast, His Unique Constitution. Jiang Yunpeng couldn't reveal his abilities. He gave an enigmatic smile. Captain Lu, don't worry about it. This is absolutely the real deal, a genuine peach of immortality.
I've already eaten one myself, I wouldn't cheat you guys. Lu Wuxuang could no longer contain himself.
He stepped forward, intending to take the peach. Hold on.
Jin Lingxue hurriedly stopped him, her voice cold.
This peach was nourished by the corpse of a demon beast and contains demonic energy. Ordinary divine mandate bearers like you absolutely cannot consume too much. Given your strength, each of you can only take half. Even you, she pointed at Lu Wuxuang before her, though you've reached the Holy Spirit realm, you likely can't handle much either. I'll share half with her. Her words weren't meant to spare Jiang Yunpeng any peaches.
The power within these peaches was far beyond what ordinary mortals could endure.
Back in the Celestial Palace, this was food for immortals. Lu Xiao froze in shock. She pointed at Jiang Yunpeng. Then he just ate one whole peach. Could that have any effect? Jiang Yunpeng was startled as well.
He hadn't anticipated such a situation.
He'd already eaten them all. Wasn't that a complete disaster? Jin Lingxue snorted lightly. Oomph, he's different. He can eat as many as he wants without issue.
He possesses several ancient divine powers, and these ancient divine powers are in harmony with the essence of the peach.
That's why there's no danger. You absolutely cannot consume a second one in the short term. Hearing this, Lu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Deep down, she didn't want Jiang Yunpeng to get hurt at all. With over 20 people present, there was more than enough to go around.
Lu Wuxuang had been itching to speak up.
He chuckled, "Hey, little sister, I've never seen you before. Are you Jiang Yunpeng's new bodyguard?" Jin Lingxue hadn't expected. How could Jin Lingxue even understand what a bodyguard was? Xiaojiu nodded beside her. You could say that. Zhang Beichuan and the rest of the team couldn't wait any longer, urging impatiently, "Captain, you hurry up and divide it. I want to taste what this peach actually tastes like." All right. Wait for it.
Lu Wuxuang stepped forward, his hand about to touch the peach when Jin Lingxue stopped him in time.
Your divine power will dissolve at the moment you touch it. Let me handle the cutting. With that, she manipulated her demonic energy, effortlessly plucking a peach from the willow leaf. With another flick of her demonic energy, the peach instantly split in two, even the pit neatly divided into halves, evenly portioned. She wrapped it in her demonic energy and handed it to Lu Wuxuang. You can take it now.
Lu Wuxuang took it, staring at the peach half the size of his head.
He swallowed hard before handing it to Lin Shi and Zhang Beichuan. These are for you too. Catch. After distributing them all, it finally came to herself and Lu Xiao. The others had already begun eating. The peach vanished in a single bite. Beyond the lingering fragrance on their tongues, it had dissolved into an essence that surged into their bodies. An overwhelming surge of power raced through their bodies, demanding immediate absorption. The team members swiftly crossed their legs, focusing all their energy on refining the energy. Lu Xiao felt a wave of intense heat wash over her body. She sensed the signs of an imminent breakthrough to the 10th tier.
Her expression filled with excitement as she exclaimed to Jiang Yunpeng. Jiang Yunpeng, I need to start pushing my cultivation now to break through to the 10th tier.
Whatever you do, don't go out alone. Jiang Yunpeng couldn't help but laugh bitterly. I'm not a child. Why would I go off on my own? You go ahead and break through. Lu Xiao nodded. Throughout the entire space, even Lu Wuxuan began meditating to absorb the energy. Xiao Jiu and Jin Lingxue each consumed half, showing no unusual reactions. Jiang Yunpeng scrutinized them closely, curiosity piqued. Why is everyone else meditating? You two don't need to. Did it absorb automatically after you consumed it?
Pretty much, Xiao Jiu murmured softly, her face radiating an enchanting allure. For creatures like us, consuming it only boosts our demonic power. Unlike you divine mandate bearers, it doesn't break through limitations or enhance our strength. A hint of regret tinged her words. Peaches of immortality were never meant for demonic beings like them, only divine mandate bearers could derive their benefits. Now that the peaches had been distributed, 7 plum peaches remained. 5 would go to the elders, leaving the last 3 for Zhou Yu and his companions. He pondered this internally before turning to Jin Lingxue with another question. By the way, after the peach tree bears fruit, could we use a demon beast's body to nourish it and make it bear fruit again? Jin Lingxue eyed Jiang Yunpeng as if he were a fool. You're being far too greedy. This peach tree was forged from the essence of heaven and earth. It was the last living sapling, and you dug it up. If you want it to bloom and bear fruit again, it will take years at the very least. Jiang Yunpeng was dumbfounded by this. What use would it be to him if it took years? He sighed deeply. Well, better than nothing. Just tell me if it's possible. Jin Lingxue nodded slowly. Of course it can. But when this peach tree bears fruit again, you won't be able to eat all of it alone. Jiang Yunpeng was satisfied with her answer. When the peach tree had appeared, he hadn't had time to inspect it with his all-knowing eye. With urgency, he'd swiftly moved the peach tree into this space. There's one more thing I almost forgot. Jiang Yunpeng recounted to Jin Lingxue what he had seen about that woman. There seems to be another woman in this space, he recalled her appearance. I didn't get a clear look at her features, but she must be quite beautiful. Her? Jin Lingxue's face flashed surprise, her small features tinged with arrogance. Couldn't care less about her. Jiang Yunpeng didn't press further, only saying, if she's in your space, it wouldn't hurt to share half the peaches with her. Once picked from the tree, peaches couldn't be stored for long. Even within this space, they'd last no more than 10 days or a fortnight at most. Jin Lingxue shook her head. No need. I never imagined she'd be slumbering in my space. It must be because of that accident years ago that she's hiding here. Hearing her words, Jiang Yunpeng felt a gnawing anxiety. Unfortunately, Jin Lingxue refused to elaborate further, instead sitting in meditation by herself. Seeing this, he could only let it go. He inquired, can you see what's happening outside? If they leave, we can escape this space. Jin Lingxue didn't answer. With a wave of her hand, waves of demonic energy spread out, forming a live streaming light screen before her that connected to the outside world. Situbaiha, Alice, and the others dared not rashly enter the celestial palace. They could only circle the periphery, searching for any trace of them. Chapter 105, watching from the sidelines, infuriating the noble houses. Upon seeing the massive, tens of meters wide crater left on the ground, Situbaiha erupted completely. His soaring aura pierced straight through the clouds. The murderous intent filling the air sent chills down everyone's spines. That beast. He dared to take away the entire tree. It seems they came fully prepared. The Elders' Council came prepared this time. I suspect they sent Jiang Yunpeng in to harvest our resources. Ning Xiaoyao had considered that peach tree theirs for the taking, only to have it snatched away. No one could stomach such a betrayal. Their only recourse was to track down this pack of beasts swiftly, lest nothing remained for them later. They searched the entire area but saw no sign of anyone. Even with Situbaiha's divine power scanning hundreds of meters around, there was still no trace. How could this be? An entire group vanishing without a trace? Could it be? Situbaiha's gaze shifted toward the celestial palace. He gritted his teeth fiercely. All men, heed my command. Enter the celestial palace and investigate thoroughly. Jiang Yunpeng might be hiding inside. Everyone in will catch them all in one net. This was now the only option left, however improbable it seemed. Situbaiha's words made Yi Tsunhai clench his fists. Damn it, that bastard Jiang Yunpeng. He constantly opposed the aristocratic families. Wherever Jiang Yunpeng was, nothing good ever happened. Gritting his teeth, he signaled the Yi family to follow. There was no way they'd give up now. Though the heavenly palace lay in ruins, it still commanded an awe-inspiring grandeur. Once inside, who knew what might unfold? Each drew forth the divine artifacts entrusted to them. Eris and the others followed cautiously behind the Yi family members. They intended to enter, but certainly didn't want to risk their lives. Staying behind to pick up the scraps was dangerous, but at least they could flee if things went south. This scene made Jin Lingxue's expression grow colder than ice. Oomph. What a bunch of suicidal fools. The southern heavenly gate is no place for ordinary mortals to tread.
Jiang Yunpeng, hearing her words, hurriedly asked, should we intervene? Stop them? How exactly would you do that?
Jean Lingxue met Jiang Yunpeng's gaze with a hint of resentment. Ultimately, she blamed all the fault on these humans.
If they hadn't disturbed her slumber, why would she have been forced into a contract with Jiang Yunpeng? Her anger grew with each thought.
Xiaojiu, however, spoke with a light-hearted tone.
Why the rush? Ultimately, this is the will of heaven.
This realm has already been exposed to the human world. If they gain something from this journey, more human divine fated individuals will venture into this realm in the future.
It's better to accept it sooner rather than later. Her words did nothing to quell Jean Lingxue's fury.
Jean Lingxue ignored her completely, merely pointing at the group of people. If they enter the southern heavenly gate, things might happen that even I couldn't stop.
Jiang Yunpeng chuckled at this. Well, that's just fine. Let them all perish inside. Saves me the trouble of doing it myself. Jean Lingxue, utterly baffled by human intricacies, found Jiang Yunpeng's words utterly perplexing. Aren't they the same species as you? Why would you want them dead?
Jiang Yunpeng shrugged and patiently explained, you just don't understand.
It's about siding with your own kind and opposing outsiders.
Those not of our race must have different intentions.
The human world is complicated. Weren't the immortals human once too?
Who knows what happened to them, leading them to this state today?
Jiang Yunpeng's words silenced Jean Lingxue completely.
What he said cut straight to the heart. She turned away in a huff, refusing to acknowledge him. Jiang Yunpeng stared intently at the light screen, genuinely curious about what would unfold next.
Situ Baiha led the group charging into the Celestial Palace. Without the Jade Pipa and Purple Gold Snow Weasel to obstruct them, their entry was remarkably smooth.
Yet the sight that greeted them inside left them utterly disillusioned. They had expected the Celestial Palace to hold at least some precious treasures, but instead, it was a scene of utter devastation, as if it had endured battle after battle. Many jade walls and jewels had crumbled into dust on the floor. Ning Xiaoyao, utterly disgusted, kicked a beam lying across the floor. With one powerful stomp, the beam snapped clean in two. Thought this was some mighty celestial palace, but it's rotted to pieces.
Looks more like some emperor's tomb.
His guess was pretty much the same as Alice and the others. Alice and the others relaxed completely. He waved his hand dismissively.
Alright, you guys check this place quickly. See if you can find anything useful.
Jiang Yunpeng observed the space, sensing something peculiar. This was the site of the southern heavenly gate.
If anything went wrong here, how could they possibly control it?
As this thought crossed his mind, he noticed faint streams of light rising from beneath their feet.
None of the others noticed it, only he could see it. What was happening? Jiang Yunpeng was startled. Could it be because he had consumed the peach?
The next moment, an overwhelming flood of light instantly engulfed them all. The scene before their eyes shifted like a rapid-fire slideshow, dizzying and disorienting. When they finally focused on the scene before them, they all gasped in shock.
Where were the crumbling ruins of moments ago?
Before them stood a majestic celestial palace, magnificent beyond compare.
Waves of colorful clouds drifted by, ethereal breezes wafting through the air.
For 100 miles in every direction, nothing but snow-white clouds stretched endlessly, with no exit in sight.
Situ Baiha and the others stared in disbelief, all of them in an uproar.
Xiaojiu, drawn by the commotion, approached and witnessed the scene. She giggled, "Oh, we're done for.
It seems the South Heavenly Gate has activated its defense mechanisms. We can't leave now either.
We might as well stay put in this space. If fighting breaks out, at least we won't get caught in the crossfire." Hearing her words, Jean Lingxue glanced over with her peripheral vision.
She sat cross-legged. The South Heavenly Gate's restrictions are now active. No one can break through them. We can only wait for this round of attacks to end.
Jiang Yunpeng saw Xiaojiu approaching and made room for her.
Sit here and watch. Outside the Southern Heavenly Gate, Situ Baiha and the others dared not make a move. Situ Wanner, however, froze in shock.
Staring at the scene before her, she gasped and pointed ahead.
There! There are so many warriors.
Following her gesture, everyone turned their gaze in unison. In the sky, auspicious clouds gathered in wave after wave. Above the clouds, warhorses neighed with overwhelming momentum. Before them emerged wave after wave of warriors clad in golden armor.
They stared intently.
Aside from their indestructible armor, these warriors were nothing but skeletal frames. Their hollow eyes coldly fixed upon the intruders, like undead knights guarding their ranks.
Chapter 106, Heavenly Soldiers and Generals, Fighting to the Death. What are these?
Ning Xiaoyao was stunned. Merely sensing the power radiating from the skeletons, he estimated them to be around the 10th tier.
With their own strength, how could they possibly suppress so many 10th tier skeletons? Who knew how many years these things had guarded this place?
Jiang Yunpeng swiftly activated his full-time eyes.
Remains of celestial soldiers and generals, deceased for 10,000 years, now weathered.
Through the will of heaven and earth, they continue to guard the celestial palace. Cannot be defeated by conventional means. The will of the heavenly Tao must be shattered. Seeing this information, Jiang Yunpeng sucked in a sharp breath.
He felt fortunate they weren't present, otherwise, these celestial soldiers and generals would be far from easy to deal with. He focused his gaze. Some celestial soldiers charged toward Situbaiha and the others atop warhorses, weapons raised.
They swept across the sky like dark clouds obscuring the sun, ferocious beyond measure.
Who among the others had ever witnessed such a spectacle? Edward gasped. Who knew China had undead legions too? This is incredible.
His eyes brimmed with awe and admiration, wishing he could snap a selfie with them.
Inoue Shuichuan, seeing his useless expression, roared in fury. What are you still standing there for? Get fighting.
If you get killed by all these skeletons, you'll be dead as a doornail right here. He had no time to think, quickly pulling out the divine artifact in his hand. Alice was so furious she nearly spat blood.
Damn it, what kind of hellhole was this? They couldn't run away, and there was no way out.
Before him lay only the distant celestial palace and these skeletal warhorses. The skeletons swarmed in countless numbers, charging forward with the momentum of 1,000 troops, an unstoppable torrent like a raging flood. Seeing this wave of skeleton warriors charging toward him, Situbaiha remained utterly unflustered.
He channeled every ounce of his divine power into a single punch, unleashing a thunderous boom.
Wherever his divine power struck, every celestial soldier in general was crushed into bone dust by the devastating blow. Sudawaner watched the scene unfold, her heart twinging with pity.
Grandfather, they seem like ancient warriors. Is it really right to kill them like this? Situbaiha's expression softened with compassion. They are already utterly dead.
Only this way can we send them to complete liberation. Ning Xiaoyao chimed in smugly from the side. Exactly, little junior sister.
Why bother with them? We just need to keep killing.
Watch closely, I've recently mastered some new moves.
I'll show them off for you.
With that, he leapt forward in a swift bound, raising his hand to unleash a strike of earth-shattering power, a force no mortal could withstand. His divine power overflowed, causing the heavens and earth to change color.
Streams of invisible golden elements spread from his hands, exploding like cannonballs wherever they touched.
The deafening roar shook the heavens as celestial soldiers were blown to pieces everywhere, their shattered bones littering the ground.
Witnessing this, Ji Lingxue could no longer contain herself.
Her eyes blazed crimson with fury.
Damn it! Absolutely damned!
They're rampaging here, turning these celestial soldiers into this.
Xiaojiao found her pouting expression utterly adorable and couldn't resist pinching her cheek. Alright, just watch quietly.
These celestial soldiers have been dead for tens of thousands of years. Besides, these celestial soldiers slaughtered countless of our demon kind in the past. Thankfully, you were clever enough to escape and become a capable servant by that heavenly king's side.
Otherwise, what would have become of you? Wouldn't it have been the same as us? I can't feel sorry for them. They're only hanging on by the thread of heaven and earth's will. Xiaozhou took it all in stride.
Surviving to this day was already a blessing. Who knew how many of her kin had perished? Of course I'm different from you, Ji Lingxue retorted, shooting Xiaozhou a sharp glance.
I fought alongside them for years, how could I not understand?
Seeing them weathered and decayed like this, yet still defending the heavenly palace, it fills me with an indescribable sorrow.
Jiang Yunpeng tried to comfort her. There's nothing left here anyway. What's there to grieve over?
Their lingering spirits remain because they were born for battle.
Why should you feel guilty?
Come to think of it, if we could harness all these celestial soldiers, that would be truly remarkable.
As he spoke, he silently lamented, what a pity.
It was just impossible to contract those 100,000 celestial soldiers. Otherwise, raising his arm in command would be a truly magnificent sight. A feeling he imagined must be close to that of the Jade Emperor himself. Even Xiaojiao was speechless at his words.
You're being far too greedy. You already possess more treasures than any ordinary person could ever hope to attain. How much more do you want?
It's called having more than one skill, Jiang Yunpeng quipped, then suddenly remembered something.
He hurriedly asked, right, they can fight all they want, that's none of our business. But I need to ask you one thing, do you know where the pieces of thee are scattered here?
At the mention of the golden monkey staff, Ji Lingxue froze.
You said what? The golden monkey staff? How could it possibly be scattered in this world? No. Impossible.
Panic surged uncontrollably within Ji Lingxue. She had been clinging to the delusion that her master was still alive. But hearing Jiang Yunpeng say even the victor over demons Buddha had perished, then her master must be. Her face drained of all color. Jiang Yunpeng recounted the photo he'd seen last time in detail.
I didn't mistake it. Thee is definitely here. Otherwise, why would I have come all this way? It seems you don't know either.
I'll have to find it myself. He sighed deeply. Xiaojiao blinked, utterly unfazed by such matters. After a moment's thought, she said, Master, thee is beyond your power to obtain.
There are still so many formidable opponents. What else can we do? Steal it. If we can't take it, we'll deal with it later. Such an important divine artifact, we must get our hands on it. Xiaojiao giggled. Too bad.
With the Rui Jingu Bang of the victor over Demon's Buddha, we'd only be missing his 72 transformations and his power to overturn rivers and seas, to destroy heaven and earth.
Jiang Yunpeng patted her head. What nonsense are you spouting? If I could just get thee, that would be rare enough. Why would I covet anything else? As for these people.
He glanced at the forces still locked in a desperate struggle with the remnants of the celestial soldiers, then stretched lazily. No need to worry about them.
They won't be finished off anytime soon anyway. Might as well catch some sleep.
After all that exertion, Jiang Yunpeng was exhausted. This place was far quieter than the outside world. The other team members were all meditating and practicing their arts, completely unaware of what was happening here. Once Situbaiha and the others finished off these celestial soldiers, they would surely break the restrictions of the southern heavenly gate and be able to leave. Jiang Yunpeng pondered inwardly, these celestial soldiers and generals wouldn't be easily dealt with. By then, they'd surely sustain injuries, and the aristocratic families and Alice wouldn't linger here any longer. He didn't want to find the only to have these people ruin his plans.
He had to be vigilant and prepare in advance. Lu Wushuang remained utterly unaware that chaos had erupted outside. He was still immersed in the strange power surrounding him. Chapter 107, Reaping Where They Did Not Sow.
Alice and the others were nearly cursing under their breath. These remains were incredibly difficult to kill.
Even when completely shattered, they would regenerate their bodies in the next instant.
If this endless stalemate continued, they would surely be overwhelmed.
Situbaiha caught his breath for a moment.
His divine power was draining rapidly after all, he could eliminate hundreds with a single strike. But if they kept this up, his divine power would inevitably dry up.
His brow furrowed.
Ning Xiaoyao had been fighting relentlessly, sweat pouring from his entire body.
Relying solely on their strength might not be enough. Situbaiha's voice grew solemn.
Xiaoyao, summon all the other noble families here immediately.
For now, we have no choice but to unite.
And inform Alice if he's willing to cooperate. I wouldn't mind having the Seven Nations Alliance join us. Ning Xiaoyao immediately felt displeased at Situbaiha's words. Originally, he had been counting on sharing whatever spoils came from this old man's strength.
But now, with the Seven Nations Alliance and other clans added to the mix, what share would be left for him? Daring not defy the Elder's command, he can only nod. Understood, Elder. I'll notify them immediately.
The others were fighting to the point of despair. These damn things kept multiplying, no one knew how they formed.
Edward let out a wail. If we keep fighting like this, I'll lose my life here. Mr. Alice, you must think of a way. I still need to return and pledge my loyalty to the Empress.
His face was etched with bitter regret as he spoke.
If only he hadn't come on this mission.
He'd gained nothing, yet risked his life for it.
Inoue Shuken was especially cunning.
He retreated while fighting, having actually slipped far back earlier. He relied entirely on the other's strength, not expending a shred of his own divine power.
Eris looked equally troubled. Just then, Ning Xiaoyao approached and relayed Situbaiha's message.
Eris, hearing this, had no reason to refuse and nodded eagerly.
All right, we'll follow Old Master Situ's plan. Rest assured, we'll send reinforcements immediately.
There was no other option but to cooperate.
If they didn't resolve this crisis, they'd be trapped here for good. Who knew if they'd end up as part of these ruins?
With only 5th tier strength, Situ Wanner had no chance to join the battle. Soon, the group had completely surrounded the celestial soldiers and generals.
She sat sulking on the sidelines, still deeply dissatisfied with Jiang Yunpeng. He'd sneaked here without telling her, and now he'd vanished again.
Little did she know that Jiang Yunpeng was using the light screen to observe their every move. Several hours had passed. Lu Wushuang and the others had fully recovered from their state of absorbing power. The scattered members of the team were all seated around Jiang Yunpeng. Watching the situation unfold on the light screen, he couldn't help but marvel.
Lu Xiao still showed no signs of waking.
A faint divine power enveloped her entire body, and she was on the verge of breaking through to the 10th tier.
Jiang Yunpeng paid her no mind. Lu Wushuang glanced at the light screen and remarked curiously, why can't these remains be killed? Relying solely on people like Situbaiha, they'll likely drain half of their divine power. If that's the case, we should be able to leave this place soon.
Jiang Yunpeng had been thinking the same thing.
After all, the restrictions here couldn't be broken anytime soon.
Their only option was to wait for Situbaiha and the others to finish off the celestial soldiers and generals, break the restrictions, and then quickly leave while they were still weakened. They needed to sever ties with this group completely. If they were caught again, they'd be stuck like a pack of clingy leeches, impossible to shake off.
But what exactly are these things? How can they keep generating these remains endlessly? It's truly bizarre.
Jiang Yunpeng explained upon hearing the question, these are the remnants of celestial soldiers and generals left behind in this place. His words left the other team members exchanging incredulous glances.
How could celestial soldiers and generals possibly end up like this? Brother Jiang, don't try to fool us.
If these are celestial soldiers and generals, then this must be the Jade Emperor's heavenly palace. At this thought, Zhang Beichuan wrapped his arm around Jiang Yunpeng's neck and chuckled.
Lin Shi added from the side, you don't get it, do you? Heavenly soldiers and generals are beings of such stature, how could they possibly end up as mere remains? If you ask me, you've miscalculated here.
I'd say there's an 80% chance some demon devoured all these divine mandated beings, leaving only a pile of bones behind. Jiang Beichuan's overly familiar demeanor left Jiang Yunpeng speechless. He recalled how Jiang Beichuan had rolled his eyes at him earlier, dismissing him as dead weight, yet now they were acting like brothers.
He didn't hold it against him, merely replying calmly, "Now that we have the Jade Pipa and the 4 Heavenly Kings Purple Gold Snow Weasel, what do you think this place is? Need I remind you?" The moment he spoke, everyone present sensed something extraordinary. Could it be? Lin Shi snapped to realization and gasped, This can't possibly be the Jade Emperor's celestial palace, right? Holy! Holy! Holy!" He let out 3 consecutive expletives, his heart already trembling. What kind of unimaginable place had they stumbled into? The others were even more terrified. Lu Wushuang's fingers trembled. You're not pulling our leg, are you? Holy! If this really is the Heavenly Palace, what the hell happened to make it end up like this? Jiang Yunpeng retorted, "I'm not a god, how could I possibly know everything? Besides, there's nothing left here. Forget about divine artifacts, I'd say it's 80% likely just ruins." Hearing this, everyone present felt a bucket of cold water dumped over their hearts. They'd been hoping to find some divine relics left behind by immortals, but it turned out there was nothing. Lu Wushuang cleared his throat and offered reassurance. "Alright, everyone, don't be too disheartened. We still got the peaches, right? These peaches are incredibly nourishing. Where else could anyone find such a blessing? As for the remaining peaches, let Jiang Yunpeng deliver them to the Elders' Council. We can't absorb that many anyway. It's best to put them to good use." The other team members raised no objections. For one, they'd already received their share of the spoils. For another, it was only right to show respect to the Elders' Council after all, without them, they'd never have earned the privilege of coming here. Moreover, without Jiang Yunpeng, they wouldn't have seen even ordinary peaches, let alone the divine ones. It was thanks to him that they'd been pulled into this realm. Otherwise, they'd be fighting down below like Sitobaiha and his crew. They weren't about to exert themselves for that, better to stay put here. It must be said, Sitobaiha truly was a battle-hardened fox. By leveraging the power of the noble families and foreigners, he employed a strategy of encircling the stronghold to draw out reinforcements. Soon, harnessing the divine power of the entire group, he wiped out every celestial soldier in general in this region. Chapter 108, Breaking the Seals, Reaping the Rewards. This approach saved time and allowed everyone to conserve their divine power, preventing excessive depletion. Lu Wushuang watched the scene unfold and whistled in admiration. "Humph, that old fox certainly has his tricks. If it were me, I'd probably just have to fight them head-on." Before Jiang Yunpeng could respond, waves of surging divine power washed over them. The sheer intensity nearly knocked everyone off their feet. The moment Xiao Jiao sensed this divine power, she too was taken aback. All eyes turned to Lu Xiao, whose body erupted in a blaze of 7-colored golden light. The next instant, the surging divine power around her erupted completely. The shockwave shook the entire sky, causing it to sway violently. The multicolored bronze mirror radiated dazzling brilliance. The Kunlun mirror grew larger, erupting behind Lu Xiao with a sky filled with radiant light and waves of colorful clouds. All eyes widened in awe. Bathed in a sea of radiant light, Lu Xiao resembled a goddess descended from the heavens. Her aura surged rapidly, reaching the transcendent realm. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw everyone present holding her. With a wave of her hand, she drew the Kunlun mirror into her body. Overwhelmed with excitement, she exclaimed, "Brother! Jiang Yunpeng! This is incredible! I've finally reached the transcendent realm today. From now on, I'm part of your team too." Lu Xiao spoke with unmistakable pride. Had it not been for the half-peach Jiang Yunpeng had shared with her, she never could have crossed this threshold so easily. Lu Wushuang patted her shoulder, his face brimming with envy. "It had to be you, little sister. Your talent truly is extraordinary, you're the genius of our Lu family. When I was your age, I was still struggling to even touch the threshold of the 10th tier. Who'd have thought you'd be so much luckier than your brother?" His eyes brimmed with envy as he spoke. His own divine artifacts were merely S-grade, he'd never even laid eyes on an SS-grade one. And here was Lu Xiao, bound to an SSS-grade artifact. Lu Wushuang's mind began to wander. Perhaps if he protected Jiang Yunpeng, the Elders' Council would recognize his efforts and grant him some high-grade divine artifacts too. Little did he know that the Elders' Council entrusted Jiang Yunpeng with the entire distribution of these divine artifacts. If he truly desired one, he'd likely have to approach Jiang Yunpeng directly. Lin Shi stepped forward, scrutinizing Lu Xiao closely before letting out a startled gasp. "This is strange. I sense an extremely bizarre divine power emanating from you, a power so profound even I cannot fathom it." Both were at the transcendent realm, yet in Lu Xiao's presence, he inexplicably sensed an overwhelming, oppressive pressure. Such power made even him feel a chill run down his spine. He had only ever encountered this sensation before with Jiang Yunpeng, a divine power carrying the weight of ancient might, one that could crush their entire group. Lu Xiao snorted lightly, a smug look on her face. Of course. Haven't you seen what divine artifact I've contracted? But when will we finally get out? Being trapped here is suffocating me.
I want to test my 10th tier power.
Soon. Very soon.
Jiang Yunpeng pointed at the light screen before them. They've nearly finished the slaughter.
Within the light screen, the celestial soldiers and generals hadn't even had time to breathe before being shattered time and again by the combined assault of Situbaiha and the others. Their divine power was rapidly draining away.
Though none were injured, such power couldn't be sustained much longer.
Seeing this, Lu Wushuang immediately ordered everyone, get ready.
Once they finish fighting and the restrictions are broken, we'll break out and shake them off.
We can't let them take advantage of us anymore. With a formidable weapon like Jiang Yunpeng at their disposal, exploring this SSS grade secret realm felt like swimming in water.
Understood, Captain, the group shouted in unison. Strong figures like Situbaiha and Alice raised their hands, channeling divine power from all directions into the celestial soldiers and generals.
A thunderous explosion erupted.
The celestial soldiers and generals were obliterated into debris.
Tens of thousands of black ash swirled upward as a blinding white light flashed. Cracks began appearing one after another in the celestial palace. It worked. It finally worked.
Ning Xiaoyao exhaled deeply, his divine power nearly depleted. He wiped sweat from his brow. Seeing the exhaustion creeping into Situbaiha's expression, Situwana hurried forward, producing a pill she carried with her.
Grandfather, take these to replenish your strength. Situbaiha accepted it, but before he could take it, the sky began cracking faster and faster, the constant sound of cracking echoing in their ears. The next instant,
an overwhelming surge of divine power erupted across the heavens. With a thunderous boom, the sky seemed to be torn apart by a colossal hand.
Everyone was violently thrown backward by the immense force. Now, Jiang Yunpeng ordered Jin Lingshui to release them all.
Enveloped in blinding light, no one could open their eyes. When the glare faded and they opened their eyes again, they found themselves back in the same desolate ruins. Here, the breeze was light and the clouds were calm, the bright sun still hanging high in the sky, indistinguishable from before. Exhausted from the battle, everyone was about to rest when they suddenly saw Jiang Yunpeng and his group abruptly appear in the same spot. Each of them radiated a vibrant glow, showing none of the others' dishevelment or exhaustion.
Ning Xiaoyao roared at them the moment he saw them. Jiang Yunpeng, you damned bastard. Did you take the peach tree? You lackeys of the Elders' Council.
Yi Sanhai rushed over, but his divine power was nearly depleted. He was no match for Lu Wushuang and his group, who had already surrounded Jiang Yunpeng.
Lu Wushuang roared with laughter, his expression wildly unrestrained. That's right. We've already devoured every last peach. You won't get a single bite now. Let me tell you straight, we ate peaches from the immortal peach garden. Pissed? Well, I ain't got time to play with you lot now. See ya. With that, Lu Wushuang channeled his divine power.
A fiery red light erupted from his spear as he swung it upward.
Boom!
The divine power slammed into the rocky ground before him, cleaving a trench dozens of meters long.
This chasm blocked anyone else attempting to charge forward. Eris wasn't one to back down.
As soon as he charged forward, Lu Wushuang unleashed a strike toward him.
The power Lu Wushuang unleashed was even stronger than before. Unable to withstand it, Alice flipped mid-air and retreated.
This only solidified Situbaiha's conviction, they had indeed consumed the peaches.
Don't waste time. Let's go.
If you insist on following, don't blame me for my sword having no eyes. Let me be clear, within this secret realm, no one can protect you. His expression was contemptuous as he spoke, the final mask of civility torn away.
Chapter 109, Shaking Them Off, the Great Demon appears.
All team members simultaneously unleashed their divine power, pushing their speed to the absolute limit. In an instant, they vanished from their original positions. By the time Situbaiha and Alice tried to pursue, it was already too late. Inoue Shuichuan was so furious his fingers trembled, cursing inwardly with several bastards. Why the hell did that damned Jiang Yunpeng get to reap all the benefits? Not only did Lu Wushuang and his group escape unscathed, but they also devoured all those peaches.
Damn it! Absolutely infuriating.
While the foreigners remained oblivious to the significance of the peaches, the expressions of Situbaiha and the other aristocrats shifted dramatically.
Peaches of immortality. Those legendary peaches. How could this be? Situbaiha's breathing grew increasingly ragged. He never imagined this peach tree could be the legendary peach tree. Could this sky be?
In a flash, a bold conjecture formed in his mind, linking the jade peepa and the purple gold snow weasel.
As members of a prestigious family, they possessed far more information than ordinary people.
Instantly, they deduced the significance of this place.
Such a conjecture seemed utterly fantastical. Situbaiha couldn't voice such a notion aloud.
His fingers trembled slightly. Ning Xiaoyao, seeing his state, asked urgently.
Old man, is something wrong? Should we chase after Jiang Yunpeng's group immediately? If they still have the peaches, we could snatch a few too.
Ning Xiaoyao was now utterly frantic.
He had once looked down on Jiang Yunpeng, but hearing that he'd gotten his hands on the peaches? Hell no, he couldn't stand that. Catch them, beat them to a pulp, make them cough up the goods. If that didn't work, kill Jiang Yunpeng outright. Why should he get what Ning Xiaoyao couldn't?
Staring blankly at the spot where Jiang Yunpeng had departed, Sitowaner felt a wave of frustration wash over her. He'd left again without calling her. She was nearly boiling with rage.
Why did Jiang Yunpeng hang out with Lu Xiao and ignore her? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She vowed never to speak to Jiang Yunpeng again. Situbaiha and the others had already depleted most of their divine power. Pursuing them now would be nothing but a suicide mission. He waved his hand, forcing down the rage boiling in his chest. It's unnecessary. Let them go for now. We'll catch up eventually and finish them off completely.
Eris and the others shared this sentiment.
Pursuing them now risked certain death.
Fortunately, the group sat in meditation at the spot, gritting their teeth as they restored their divine power. Jiang Yunpeng and his group pressed northward. The farther north they traveled, the more they felt an intensely biting cold wind lashing their faces. If this place were above the 33 heavens, it would surely be the legendary palace of broad coldness.
I wonder if we could catch a glimpse of Chang'e. She said to be a true beauty.
Jiang Beichuan spoke with excitement radiating from his face.
To catch a glimpse of the immortal Chang'e, what a blessing in 3 lifetimes.
Lin Shi rolled her eyes at his words. This place has been abandoned for tens of thousands of years.
How can you tell it's the palace of broad cold? There's nothing up ahead.
Who said there's nothing? The team member leading the way asked in confusion. Up ahead used to be a vast, sprawling mountain range, truly spectacular.
Lu Wushuang cursed under his breath. You're hallucinating, aren't you?
There's nothing but broken rocks and empty ground for miles around. The scolded team member felt a bit wronged.
Captain, you must be mistaken. It's definitely not. Jiang Yunpeng finally understood.
He strode forward, and the scene before him abruptly transformed. The barren wasteland dissolved into towering mountains and colossal boulders, with cascading waterfalls plunging endlessly.
It resembled a fairyland, yet it was desolate and barren, devoid of any human presence.
He took another step back, and before him lay a vast expanse of white emptiness, dotted with the crumbling ruins of palaces.
Unbelievable. Try it yourselves, you'll see 2 different landscapes.
As soon as Jiang Yunpeng spoke, his teammates rushed to try it themselves, gasping in astonishment.
Lu Wushuang rubbed his hands excitedly. What are we waiting for? Let's go see. If we run into any demons or monsters, just kill them. We're here to find divine artifacts in this secret realm, don't forget that.
The group, already bursting with anticipation, couldn't wait a moment longer and rushed forward.
Lu Xiao waved to Jiang Yunpeng. Jiang Yunpeng, I'll scout ahead for you. With that, she vanished from her spot in a flash. Lu Wushuang panicked. He shouted, little sister, don't be reckless. Just because you've ascended to the supernatural realm doesn't mean you're invincible. With that, he hurried after her, while Jiang Yunpeng trailed behind at a leisurely pace. This place felt eerie, and they weren't sure if other dangers lurked. After traveling dozens of kilometers forward, an endless lake spread out before them.
From its depths, wave after wave of white mist was rising. Lu Wushuang instantly grew alert, shouting to the group, everyone grab your weapons and get ready. If anything dangerous happens, don't let your guard down.
Dying here would be a waste. Lin Shi and Jiang Beichuan were already tense.
Lu Xiao rushed to Jiang Yunpeng's side, her voice resolute.
Let me protect you, Jiang Yunpeng.
Jiang Yunpeng was at a loss for words.
Go, go, go. Don't get in my way. I need to see what this thing is.
Invisible currents of air carrying the scent of sand and earth surged into their nostrils, sweeping through every fiber of their being. Jiang Yunpeng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if his brain had been punched.
He nearly collapsed from the vertigo. The others weren't faring much better than Jiang Yunpeng, each grimacing in agony. Jiang Yunpeng's vision blurred.
Through the haze, something seemed to emerge from the mist. A sharp pain shot through his head, prompting him to swiftly channel his divine power. The moment the sun-shooting bow's divine energy surged, it instantly incinerated all traces of his discomfort. He could even hear a crackling sound within his body, like beans popping in a pan.
Realizing something was terribly wrong, he urgently asked Xiaojiu. Did you feel anything eroding in just now?
Xiaojiu and Ji Lingxue remained within her spatial realm, not returning to the contract space so they could readily join him in battle if needed.
Xiaojiu's voice carried a hint of surprise. After all these years, I never imagined encountering such an interesting tactic. Master, we won't intervene. You're facing a major demon of the demon clan.
If we wait for it to reveal itself, we can't very well turn on each other. Hearing this, Jiang Yunpeng nearly spat blood.
Stop trying to fool me. What exactly is this demonic entity that's appeared?
Oomph.
Useless fox, I never thought you'd be afraid of this. Ji Lingxue ruthlessly exposed Xiaojiu's lie. The great demon ahead is Xiang Lu. His power is formidable. You must be cautious.
Our demonic energy is ineffective against him and will backfire on us.
Therefore, we cannot assist in battle.
Jiang Yunpeng's gaze turned icy at the name Xiang Lu, a legendary super demon. Clenching his sun-shooting bow, he turned to look at Lu Wushuang.
Chapter 110, Xiang Lu's clone, no ordinary foe. Lu Wushuang and the rest of the team all wore expressions of extreme agony as they activated their divine power for defense. How could their divine power compare to Jiang Yunpeng's?
The effect was significantly weaker. Jiang Yunpeng possessed ancient divine power, and especially the Hui divine power had the effect of dispelling evil. He swiftly raised his hand, and waves of fiery divine power surged forth, instantly dispelling the entire area of mist. Lu Wushuang and the others immediately felt much better.
Jiang Yunpeng exhaled a long breath of relief.
Lu Wushuang, the strongest among them, had been tormented the worst.
His face contorted as he cursed, "Damn it! What the hell was that thing that burrowed into my body? It messed up my divine physique. Thank God Jiang Yunpeng was here. I'm aching all over now."
Meanwhile, the thick fog around them grew denser by the moment. The air thickened with the stench of blood and carnage. The entire lake and surrounding jungle were now shrouded in impenetrable darkness, so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face.
Lu Xiao scanned her surroundings with heightened vigilance. As visibility plummeted, she couldn't help but recall the incident where Jiang Yunpeng had been attacked.
Jiang Yunpeng continuously burned away the surrounding mist with his spiritual energy, but the thick fog kept pouring in.
If this continued, the situation would become extremely unfavorable for them.
He hadn't even caught sight of Xiang Lu yet, and now he risked being consumed by the demon's power.
How could he accept that?
Gritting his teeth, he raised his hand.
"Everyone, step back. I'm about to shoot an arrow." "Why on earth are you shooting arrows?"
Lu Xiao scolded playfully.
"We don't even know what we're dealing with. If you hit something forbidden, we're done for." "You don't understand. This thick fog is no ordinary mist.
Only Houyi's sun's shooting bow can counter it.
Step back for now."
Hearing this, Lu Wushuang hurriedly directed the other team members to scatter. Jiang Yunpeng had been using his divine power to burn away the thick fog, but he couldn't sustain it much longer.
If this continued, who knew if Xiang Lu's demonic power would further invade their bodies, corroding their divine power completely? Wouldn't they become useless then?
Jiang Yunpeng gripped the sun's shooting bow, standing nearly 2 meters tall. His aura surged to its peak, and thick divine power overflowed from his hands, emitting faint fiery light. This blazing inferno made everyone feel their bodies grow hot, even raising the temperature slightly in this frigid place. Jiang Yunpeng was now entirely enveloped in blazing flames. Born from ordinary fire, his eyes glowed like blood, leaving even Lu Xiao stunned.
Goosebumps rose on her skin.
Though Jiang Yunpeng was only a 5th-tier cultivator, the divine power he unleashed sent shivers down her spine.
The gap between them was simply too vast.
With a sharp whistling sound, Jiang Yunpeng released his grip, unleashing a 3-finger-wide arrow of fire that streaked across the sky.
With thunderous force, it swept across the entire lake.
Wherever it passed, mist evaporated instantly, and the lake water parted into 2 channels. This divine power strike wasn't particularly powerful, yet Jiang Yunpeng gasped for breath. He'd drawn upon 50% of his divine power to test whether he could achieve complete destruction.
Boom! The arrow instantly erupted with sparks of starlight in midair.
This spectacle made everyone present stare wide-eyed. Where the explosion had occurred, a shadowy figure materialized.
Upon closer inspection, its form was utterly terrifying.
The demonic creature before them stood roughly 5 meters tall, hideously ugly. Its body was neither insect nor bird nor beast, seemingly composed of fragments from various monstrous creatures, fused together. Even more bizarrely, it bore 9 long, flattened head snake-like necks with human faces. The flesh-colored necks writhed in unison, like a swarm of snakes in chaotic dance. The moment the demonic creature emerged, the crystal-clear lake on the ground instantly transformed into a foul, stinking pool of muddy water. It swam slowly through the murky water, which bubbled and gurgled with green foam.
The entire lake had been utterly corrupted by this demonic creature. This was its true form.
What they had seen earlier was merely an illusion designed to blind their eyes.
What the hell is that thing? Holy, it's disgusting. Lu Wushuang quickly covered his nose, the foul stench clinging to his nostrils.
Lu Xiao felt nauseous, and the other team members looked even worse, spitting in disgust.
That monstrosity must have released poison earlier. Its demonic energy feels extremely ominous.
"Everyone, be careful," Lu Wushuang warned the group. Jiang Yunpeng activated his all-seeing eye for a closer look.
Xian Lu SSS? Rank, mythical. Race, demon clan. Form, clone.
Abilities, corruption, erosion, metamorphosis.
Contract status, cannot contract. Weaknesses, none. HP? Jiang Yunpeng felt a pang of surprise. How could there be question marks? What made him feel uneasy was that its form was listed as a clone. Clearly, this wasn't Xiang Lu's true body. That must be why it couldn't be detected. If a clone could be this powerful, who knew how formidable the true body was? Should the real Xiang Lu appear, they'd surely meet their end here. He composed himself and hurriedly asked, "Xiaozhou, this is merely Xiang Lu's clone. Do you know where its true body is?"
Xiaozhou's voice echoed in Jiang Yunpeng's mind, tinged with alarm.
"I don't know either. Xiang Lu is so formidable and cunning that it would never reveal its true form to fight you.
It has been dormant for thousands of years.
Don't worry, its true form is likely hiding away in some other dimension. Jiang Yunpeng pondered this. It seemed escape was impossible today. If they clashed head-on, who knew what tactics Xian Lu might unleash? Retreating and finding another path was the only option. Just as this thought crossed his mind, strange demonic energies suddenly enveloped them from all directions. Countless filthy, putrid vines surged up from the ground. The vines seemed to crawl out of a stagnant pool. The thick fog already obscured their escape route, and now these repulsive tendrils closed in step by step. As far as the eye could see, the ground was densely packed with vines, leaving no possible path to flee. Wherever the vines touched, the stones on the ground were corroded clean away. Touching them would likely cost one their life. Lu Xiao swallowed hard. What do we do? We're completely trapped now, and there's that hideous monster right in front of us. Jiang Yunpeng, do you know what this thing is? No one dared make a move, fearing the creature might unleash another attack. Jiang Yunpeng felt a chill run down his spine. This was a fight to the death. He exhaled a heavy breath. Of course I know. This is Xiang Lu, the ancient great demon. With our current strength, we'd be hard-pressed to defeat it. We'll have to pool our efforts and see if we can slay Xiang Lu. Chapter 111, Fighting to the Death, a hard-fought battle. The moment he said that, everyone present was stunned. Lu Wuxuan was utterly incredulous. Jiang Yunpeng, you're saying he's Xiang Lu? Holy? How are we supposed to fight that? Isn't Xiang Lu a legendary ancient demon? Looks like we're going to die here today. A wave of despair washed over him. If only I'd known we'd take this route. Who'd have guessed we'd run into a monster like Xiang Lu? An SSS-tier secret realm, it's no joke. Jiang Yunpeng rolled his eyes at Lu Wuxuan's defeatist attitude. Captain Lu, you're at the Holy Spirit realm. Don't undermine morale like this. Don't worry too much, this thing is just Xiang Lu's avatar. It shouldn't be as powerful as the main body. Let's give it our best shot. He had no intention of dying here. The peaches in his hands hadn't been retrieved yet. As the vines closed in behind him, he drew his bow and let loose a volley of arrows. With a series of whistling sounds, he burst forward. These vines, forged from extreme demonic energy, were utterly malevolent. Encountering the primordial, supremely young divine power ignited them instantly, engulfing them in roaring flames. Jiang Yunpeng's heart leapt with hope. It seemed there was a chance. But before his joy could last 2 seconds, more vines poured forth in droves, completely engulfing the area that had just been ablaze. Xiang Lu seemed to sense something too. Its 9 heads bellowed incessantly in the air, sounds less like human speech and more like the roars of beasts, shaking the eardrums painfully. The sonic assault from the 9 heads never ceased, relentlessly targeting the group. Amidst the sound waves, the 9 massive mouths belched forth waves of black smoke. The dense, demonic energy within the black smoke surged toward them. This peculiar black mist defied ordinary divine power. Lu Wuxuan wasted no time, launching his attack immediately. He channeled divine power through his flintlock rifle, but it proved utterly ineffective. Jiang Yunpeng attempted to disperse the black smoke using wind elemental energy, but his wind proved utterly ineffective against it. Instead, the black mist thickened, darkening the sky and obscuring the world. Lu Wuxuan could no longer hold back. His gun erupted with terrifying divine power as he roared. Everyone, charge the hell forward. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. With so many of us, we can't take down one Xiang Lu? Charge. At his command, the group immediately broke formation. Lu Xiao drew the Kunlun mirror in her hand. As the mirror's light shone forth, the spread of the passionate darkness suddenly slowed. Jiang Yunpeng channeled the divine power of his sun's shooting bow, its energy piercing through the black smoke. Yet it failed to dispel the darkness, a testament to the terrifying demonic power bound within those fumes. Jiang Yunpeng, we'll take down Xiang Lu. You just secure our rear. The vines are yours to handle. Lu Wuxuan roared. After all, Jiang Yunpeng only possessed 5th-tier divine power. He simply couldn't match Xiang Lu in a direct confrontation. Xiang Lu's 9 heads launched simultaneous attacks, spewing poisonous gas projectiles in 9 different directions, each head employing a distinct assault method. You damned beast, take this. Behind Lu Xiao, the Kunlun mirror expanded to 3 or 4 meters wide, its divine light radiating to save all beings. Upon sensing the Kunlun mirror's divine power, Xiang Lu immediately plunged into the lake depths, its entire body encased in black sludge. The multicolored radiance of the Kunlun mirror, while invigorating the spirits of those present, failed to inflict even the slightest damage upon Shangliu. The multicolored radiance could not penetrate Xiang Lu's body. He moved freely beneath the water, using the black mud as concealment. His massive form twisted and writhed as he launched a frenzied attack upon the crowd. A relentless chill swept through the air, its overwhelming demonic power nearly suffocating them. Boom! 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 Over a dozen attacks struck toward them in an instant. Holy! Zhang Beichuan yelled, pulling out a brush, his divine artifact. Jiang Yunpeng swept away the trailing vines behind them. If he was even a step too slow, those vines would rush forward. Seeing Zhang Beichuan's action, his eyes lit up. He had never seen such a peculiar divine artifact before. He immediately activated his all-knowing eye.
Judgment Pan S, the tool of Lu Pan, the underworld judge, capable of determining life and death and seizing the heavens. If paired with the Book of Life and Death, both the Judgment Pen and the book ascend to SS rank.
Only those with an extreme constitution can contract it. It was the judge's pen.
Jiang Yunpeng was somewhat astonished.
It seemed Jiang Beichuan was also a person of special constitution. Such a promising prospect, perhaps he could be recruited.
It was a pity he lacked the Book of Life and Death, otherwise, this judge's brush could have ascended to SS rank.
Jiang Beichuan moved with lightning speed.
He raised his brush and wrote several strokes in the air, unleashing a golden Shenkuan Bagua formation that crashed towards Xiang Lu.
Xiang Lu's defenses were exceptionally high, compounded by his bizarrely resilient physique. The moment the golden light touched his body, it dissolved completely. Could it be this easy? Jiang Beichuan was stunned.
Before they could even catch their breath, the scattered body parts, like a pile of sludge, began to fuse back together, emitting a sickening, dripping sound.
It never ends.
Lin Shi was losing his composure.
Their relentless attacks had thoroughly enraged Xiang Lu.
Xiang Lu's 9 heads and 18 eyes blazed with an eerie, cold light. The ominous demonic power grew heavier and heavier, yet no matter what tactics they employed, they couldn't sever the connection.
Jiang Yunpeng knew Xiang Lu was no easy foe.
He couldn't spare himself to fight, needing to keep an eye on the vines behind them.
No one else could restrain Xiang Lu.
Only by harnessing the power of the sun-shooting bow had their arrows shattered the lake's formation, revealing Xiang Lu's duplicates. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Step aside, everyone.
If it comes to it, I'll handle this."
Lu Wushuang and the others had expended untold divine power, yet they still couldn't inflict significant damage on Xiang Lu, who continued to vastly increase his demonic power.
Rolling black smoke seeped into their divine palaces, threatening to corrode them completely. Lu Wushuang roared furiously.
The fire gun in his hand erupted with blinding light, its flames bursting forth.
The flames engulfed the entire lake.
He barked, "Jiang Yunpeng, just cover the rear.
Leave the rest to us. Your top priority is staying safe. If anything happens to you, we're in deep trouble." As he spoke, the intense heat from the flames seared Xiang Lu.
Its piercing howls caused the temperature across the entire lake to plummet rapidly.
Perfect timing.
Jiang Yunpeng fired an arrow, intensifying the flames. The lake blazed like it had been doused in oil, burning wildly.
Chapter 112, Emergence of the Azure Mystic Fire Phoenix. Xiang Lu erupted in fury.
Its 9 heads shot upward like 9 long serpents. In midair, each head swelled to monstrous proportions, soaring over 10 meters tall in an instant. The sheer scale of this transformation stunned even the battle-hardened members of the team.
Xiang Lu opened its mouth, spewing waves of foul water and flames from each head. The terrifying demonic power completely engulfed the surroundings in darkness.
Except for the divine light still blazing in the sky, the others were barely holding on. Xiang Lu's attacks grew faster and fiercer. They had to evade while simultaneously launching counterattacks. Lin Shi had already unleashed his signature moves, yet still couldn't budge it an inch. Lu Wushuan gritted his teeth, while Lu Xiao found herself in constant peril, barely managing to dodge the onslaught.
Could it be that Jiang Yunpeng would have to intervene?
But with only 5th-tier strength, even if he acted, he couldn't possibly counter Xiang Lu.
Jiang Yunpeng remembered something. Right, he wondered if his binding immortal rope could work. And what about the willow leaves? If they could bind Xiang Lu, perhaps there'd be a chance for a fatal strike. With that thought, he hurriedly called out to Lu Xiao, "Stay here and deal with these vines. Let me try something."
With a flick of his wrist, a burst of green divine power erupted from his hand.
A willow leaf danced through the air, unfurling to dozens of meters in length mid-flight.
In an instant, it wrapped around all 9 heads, binding them together.
The willow leaf was a sacred object of Guanyin Bodhisattva. How could it be so easily broken?
He then chanted an incantation, and golden light flared from his hand.
The golden radiance surged forth, tightly binding the Shangxiang willow. All its demonic power vanished.
Jiang Yunpeng hadn't expected the binding immortal rope to work on monsters too. His heart leapt with joy as he urged the others, "Attack now." He drew his bow and shot an arrow. Given Shangliu's power, the immortal binding rope could only hold for a mere breath. Jiang Yunpeng swiftly released his grip. The arrow shot forth with a crackling thunderous roar, hurtling forward to strike one of the heads squarely. With a wet pop, the arrow instantly shattered the head. Seeing the broken skull, Jiang Yunpeng finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Eliminating one head was better than nothing. Whoa! Xiang Lu broke free from the binding rope.
Jiang Yunpeng hastily reeled it back in as the creature violently whipped its 9 heads, sending splatters of black blood flying everywhere.
Jiang Yunpeng scrambled back dozens of steps.
Every drop of that black blood carried Xiang Lu's terrifying venom contact meant trouble.
He dared not underestimate it. The others hadn't expected Jiang Yunpeng to instantly blast off a head with his first strike.
They were utterly stunned. Lu Wushuan gave him a thumbs up and praised. "Jiang Yunpeng, we've been struggling to take down Xiang Lu's head for ages, and you solved it with one strike.
That SSS grade divine artifact is seriously awesome.
His words also served as a reminder to Jiang Yunpeng, who had nearly forgotten to test the power of the Pangu Banner. He raised his hand once more. The willow leaf had been utterly shattered by Xiang Lu. With a series of popping sounds, it dissolved into specks of light, scattering in the wind. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yunpeng felt a pang of regret. With only one leaf available every 24 hours, he could only wait until then to use it again. Borrowing the power of earth elements, he instantly raised the surrounding earthen walls, which offered excellent defense. With the divine power of the Pangu Banner infused into them, the vines that had been so brazen moments before dared not advance. The moment they touched the walls, they melted away with a hissing sound.
With the vines no longer a threat, Lu Xiao was completely freed. Wielding the Kunlun mirror, she struck at Xiang Lu.
One of Xiang Lu's heads opened its massive jaws, lunging to bite Jiang Yunpeng. Its furious gaze seemed to demand Jiang Yunpeng be torn limb from limb. Recognizing him as the greatest threat, it locked onto him immediately. Seeing Xiang Lu fixated on Jiang Yunpeng, Lu Xiao charged forward without hesitation, instantly shielding him with her body. She could only muster every ounce of strength, shielding her body with the Kunlun mirror to avoid being swallowed whole by Xiang Lu. Jiang Yunpeng raised his hand instantly. 3 beams of light already rested on the sun's shooting bow. 3 arrows shot forth simultaneously, all aimed at the gaping maw. Pop! 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 The sound echoed as the gaping head exploded into a bloody mess. Boom! Shattered flesh and blood rained down. Lu Xiao shrieked, scrambling back 2 steps. Jiang Yunpeng, what the hell are you doing? Look, you nearly splattered me. If that blood had gotten on me, it would have ruined my face. It's highly corrosive. She glared at Jiang Yunpeng. If this girl, who cared so much about cleanliness and beauty, ended up disfigured because of his actions, what then? Jiang Yunpeng couldn't help but laugh at her words. Even now, she was still fixated on her appearance. He was genuinely speechless. Of course I saved you. If I hadn't, you'd be in its stomach right now. Lu Xiao snorted. Who asked you to protect me? I can perfectly well protect myself. As she spoke, she quickly added, we need to find a way out. If we keep fighting like this, something bad is bound to happen. Just then, a phoenix cry pierced the air. A crack appeared in the sky, now completely shrouded in black smoke. Streaks of multicolored light instantly tore through the dark canopy. 2 phoenixes, each several meters long, plunged in like shooting stars. The 2 phoenixes differed in color, one azure, one crimson, sweeping upward as they unleashed azure yellow flames from their beaks. This display surpassed even the divine power of Jiang Yunpeng's sun's shooting bow. Xiang Lu could not withstand the onslaught and soon began to sizzle and scream in agony. The 2 divine birds unleashed another torrent of flames, setting the entire lake ablaze, a truly terrifying sight. Jiang Yunpeng's heart stirred. He shouted to the others, follow them and attack together. With these 2 unique phoenixes joining the fray, the battle quickly turned into a one-sided affair. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yunpeng activated his third eye. Xingshan, Fire Phoenix SS, manifested from the wind fire wheels beneath Neza the Third Prince's feet. Possessing fierce power, it is the form of a divine artifact. Only the purest, most supreme yang divine power in the world can forge a contract with it. The contract conditions have been fulfilled. After gathering the heaven-shaking brocade and the heaven-earth ring, its rank will evolve to SSS. He hadn't realized until now Jiang Yunpeng was startled to discover these were the wind fire wheels. He still held the heaven-shaking brocade. If he could find the heaven-earth ring, he could assemble a full set of equipment, all SSS-tier. His heart raced with excitement. The fulfillment of the contract conditions likely meant it had detected the divine power of his sun's shooting bow. No, he had to find a way to bind the wind fire wheels to him. The immediate priority was to deal with Xiang Lu. With Qingxian and Huafeng's support, they quickly forced Xiang Lu into retreat. Qingxian and Huafeng's overwhelming suppression instantly severed all of Xiang Lu's remaining heads. Soon, only pools of pus and corpses remained. With Xiang Lu dead, everyone gasped for breath. Before anyone could question Jiang Yunpeng, he soared into the sky alone, drew his bow, and released an arrow. Chapter 113, Taming Qingxian and Huafeng, Acquiring the Wind Fire Wheels. Jiang Yunpeng, you're mad. What are you doing? Come down immediately. Lu Wushuang was frantic. He never expected Jiang Yunpeng to suddenly attack these 2 special phoenixes. These phoenixes had just aided them and showed no intent to attack. Why kill them now? Fearing Jiang Yunpeng might face danger, Lu Wushuang gritted his teeth, ready to follow. But before he could move, Jiang Yunpeng's fingers released the arrow from his grip, sending the long, sharp shaft hurtling toward the 2 phoenixes. Seeing Lu Wushuang move to intervene, Jiang Yunpeng urgently shouted, "No, don't. I'll handle them myself. These are 2 divine artifacts. I must form a contract with them." What? At those words, every member of the team looked up in unison. Divine artifacts? You've got to be kidding me. They were clearly 2 genuine phoenixes. Their mouths gaped open, yet none dared question Jiang Yunpeng. Throughout their journey, Jiang Yunpeng had been like a treasure trove, seemingly knowing everything. If these truly were divine artifacts, it would be the first such item they'd encountered since arriving in this secret realm.
A flicker of urgency flickered in their eyes. If Jiang Yunpeng could form a contract, could they too?
They were itching to rush over and vie with him for it.
But they dared not. First, they didn't want to offend the Elders' Council.
Second, Jiang Yunpeng had already helped them immensely. To fight him over an item now would be nothing short of ingratitude.
Moreover, with Lu Wushuang and Lu Xiao holding sway, if they did fight, they might not even stand a chance against Lu Wushuang. They could only let it go.
Alas, the true grade of this divine artifact remained unknown. Jiang Yunpeng's arrow streaked forward, sending the azure mystic fire phoenix into a panic. The two divine birds flapped their wings frantically, circling the sky as their phoenix cries carried a hint of fury. They hadn't expected this human to dare attack them. Especially upon sensing that primordial power, a fierce glint flashed in their eyes as they charged toward Jiang Yunpeng. Jiang Yunpeng wasted no time, harnessing the earth elemental power of the Pangu Banner to conjure a 100-meter-tall earthen formation. Without a great demon like Xiang Lu to contend with, divine artifacts were now within easy reach. His movements were lightning fast. Soon, harnessing the combined power of wind, earth, and fire elements, he trapped the azure fire phoenix within the formation. As they struggled to break free, Jiang Yunpeng's arrows flew once more.
Thud! No matter how swiftly the azure mystic fire phoenix flew, it still took the strike.
The blade pierced through its chest.
Enraged, the phoenix opened its beak and unleashed a torrent of flames toward Jiang Yunpeng. Perfect opportunity.
Jiang Yunpeng activated his divine power, rolling sideways before raising his hand.
A massive net of flames surged toward the phoenix. Intense flames engulfed the phoenix, forcing it back into its original form. The phoenix's head and tail retracted, transforming into a golden iron ring.
The crimson flames surged skyward. It was the windfire wheel. With this one dealt with, the Qingxian Jiang Yunpeng had struck had also reverted to its original form. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yunpeng harnessed the ancient divine power and successfully forged a contract with them. The pacts formed with astonishing speed. Jiang Yunpeng breathed a deep sigh of relief. After descending from the sky, the two distinct fire wheels erupted with terrifying heat in midair. Witnessing the divine power unleashed by the two fire wheels, everyone present stared wide-eyed. What were these? They had never seen such extraordinary divine artifacts before.
Lu Xiao couldn't contain herself any longer. She exclaimed in astonishment, Jiang Yunpeng, are you sure these are divine artifacts? How do they attack? They look so strange to me, like two wheels. As Lu Xiao spoke, Jiang Yunpeng nodded with a smile. Of course. These are the wind fire wheels of the third Prince Neza. Step upon them, and you can travel 1,000 miles. With a thought, Jiang Yunpeng stepped onto the wheels. They shot skyward, soaring through the air. Fortunately, his ancient divine power made subduing them far easier. He soared upward at breakneck speed, his form quickly reaching 100 meters high before diving back down. This daring maneuver sent Lu Xiao into a fit of screams. Once Jiang Yunpeng landed, she blasted him. What the hell were you thinking? You nearly scared me to death. What kind of acrobatics were you performing up there? If those windfire wheels failed, you'd have crashed from over 100 meters and been smashed into mincemeat. Jiang Yunpeng found her flustered expression somewhat amusing. Did you forget I can manipulate wind elements? I can stabilize my form mid-air. There's absolutely no problem. Besides, I've fully subdued them and made them my own. The windfire wheels were now his. With just the Qiankuan ring left, he could gather all three artifacts and unleash SSS-tier power. Lu Wushuang watched with envy, sensing the overwhelmingly fierce flames emanating from the windfire wheels. This flame was different from that of the sun's shooting bow. It was innate to the divine artifact itself, terrifying in its very nature. He hurriedly asked, Jiang Yunpeng, what grade is this divine artifact you've contracted? Jiang Yunpeng didn't hide it from him. The rank isn't particularly high SS grade, I suppose. What? That's not high? Lu Wushuang gasped, then banged his chest in frustration. Jiang Yunpeng, after all I've done for you, how could you keep such a good thing from me? How many divine artifacts have you contracted? All SSS grade? Why didn't you consider me? He emphasized his role as Jiang Yunpeng's brother-in-law, feigning heartfelt regret. If my sister ends up with you, I won't say a word. Think about it, with me helping smooth things over, she'd be your wife for sure. Jiang Yunpeng was stunned speechless by the accusation, scrambling to deny it 3 times over. No. Absolutely not. Impossible. I don't feel anything for her. How could I possibly like her? She's just my little bodyguard. Sure, he liked teasing Lu Xiao sometimes, but he had zero romantic feelings for her. Lu Xiao was even more furious at Lu Wushuang's meddling matchmaking, her face flushing crimson. When she heard Jiang Yunpeng's denial, she punched him in the arm, her embarrassment turning to anger. Put. If anyone should be denying anything, it's me. What business is it of yours? Jiang Yunpeng waved his hand dismissively. Fine, then you deny it. Lu Xiao snorted. Listen up, big bro. There's absolutely nothing between us. I'm just responsible for keeping him safe. He's my cash cow, that's all. Fine. Big bro doesn't care about that.
I'm only interested in this miracle called Jiang Yunpeng.
Next time something this good comes up, you'll remember me, right?
All our team members are here working hard."
As he spoke, he shot Jiang Yunpeng a knowing wink.
The words "I want that divine artifact" were practically written across his face.
Jiang Yunpeng felt both amused and exasperated. He explained to them, "It's not that I'm unwilling to give this to you.
It's just that these windfire wheels can only be contracted by those with ancient divine power.
If you don't believe me, you can try using your divine power to test it. I won't stop you." Chapter 114, Drawn into Hell.
As he spoke, he suspended the windfire wheel in midair, its ferocious flames spreading in all directions.
Lu Wushuang refused to believe it.
He condensed a surge of divine power in his hand and struck the windfire wheel with all his might.
With a crackling roar, the flames engulfed him like oil set ablaze, surging outward in all directions.
Lu Wushuang, who had unleashed the divine power, found himself chased by the flames. Seeing this, Jiang Yunpeng urgently restrained the divine power of the windfire wheel, lest the entire area be engulfed in flames.
He remarked calmly, "See?
I told you it required ancient divine power." As he spoke, he unleashed his earth-yellow divine power. Yet when it enveloped the flames, it failed to cause even the slightest change.
This is precisely why I can form a contract, but you cannot unless you too possess an ancient divine artifact.
His gaze swept around the room. Lin Shi and Jiang Beichuan were utterly speechless. They had indeed felt a pang of envy moments ago, but now, hearing Jiang Yunpeng's explanation, they realized he was remarkably straightforward, not hiding anything from them at all.
Instantly, their faces flushed crimson. Hadn't they just been judging a gentleman by their own petty standards? Their admiration for Jiang Yunpeng surged even higher. Lu Wushuang couldn't care less about their feelings. Still shaken, he patted his chest. "Holy crap, that SS-grade artifact is insane. Jiang Yunpeng, I'm telling you straight, if you ever come across anything suitable again, you better give me first dibs, got it? I'm the captain. After I get my turn, then it's your turn. That way, I can be fair and impartial." Jiang Yunpeng didn't argue with this, merely nodding. "All right. If I come across anything suitable later, I'll show you guys." After all, Jiang Yunpeng wouldn't pass up any chance to strengthen his faction. All his team members were at the Transcendent Realm level. While Lu Wushuang was at the Holy Spirit Realm, there were several members with excellent intentions and decent character. Like Lin Shi and Jiang Beichuan, who showed him considerable goodwill.
Though they occasionally grumbled about him along the way, they didn't target him like the other members did.
Instead, they constantly kept an eye on his safety. Before learning his identity as Jiang Yunpeng, they had even shown him extra care.
Reflecting on this, Jiang Yunpeng paid them extra attention.
The Elders' Council possessed numerous divine artifacts that could be fully exploited.
As he pondered this, Lu Wushuang scanned the surroundings. The mist had dissipated, revealing the hideous reality of this place. He had imagined a place filled with ethereal beauty, only to find it reeking with foul odors. Now that the illusion had shattered, the land lay desolate and barren, littered with the corpses of all manner of demonic beasts. The decaying corpses emitted an unbearable stench.
Lu Xiao pinched her nose. "Brother, we shouldn't linger here any longer. Who knows what else might be drawn here? Let's get out of here fast. In this secret realm, we still don't know what else we might encounter. Don't worry, with me here, how could I not protect you?"
As they spoke, the earth began to rumble violently. A deafening roar shook everyone present, as if something was breaking through the soil. All felt unsteady on their feet. Jiang Yunpeng quickly regained his balance, recalling the previous incident. Last time, the ground had also trembled, leading them to the territory of the southern heavenly gate.
Could this be happening again?
Just as he prepared to take flight, he saw the sky darken with rolling clouds.
Thunder roared overhead, its crackling flashes blinding everyone. Lightning bolts, each hundreds of feet wide, crashed down, blinding them almost completely.
As panic swept through the group, a blood-red pillar of light shot skyward from 100 miles away, piercing the heavens. The crimson pillar spread with terrifying speed, expanding relentlessly until it enveloped them all in an instant.
What on earth was happening?
Before they could flee, the crimson light engulfed them.
Jiang Yunpeng was no exception.
The intense light pierced their eyes, forcing him to summon divine power to form a protective barrier around them. When they finally opened their eyes again, the scene before them was beyond anyone's imagination. The land was drenched in blood, filled with endless wails of agony. Endless waves of terror rolled across the landscape, while blood pools of all sizes stretched out in terrifying abundance. It was a hellish scene unlike anything they had ever witnessed. The corpses of demonic beasts littered the ground, while charred rocks and rotten wood lay scattered before them. Within the pools of blood, demonic beasts still clung to life, their blood flowing freely. They emitted horrifying, rasping growls. What is this place? Lu Xiao was on the verge of losing her mind. For 100 miles in every direction, there was no exit to be found. Nothing but this utterly gruesome landscape stretched out before them, even the sky itself had turned blood red. This was nothing like where they had been moments ago.
Jiang Yunpeng was equally bewildered.
The conditions within this secret realm had surpassed his wildest imaginings. Along the way, they had not only witnessed the ruins of the southern heavenly gate but also encountered all manner of strange demonic creatures.
Even Xiang Lu was present. There was absolutely no room for carelessness.
He immediately activated his all-knowing eye.
The moment he saw the name of this place, he blurted out in shock, "Holy? We've actually ended up in hell." "What?"
The others froze upon hearing this. Bloodpool Hell, a gathering place for countless souls and demons, condemned to eternal confinement without reincarnation or salvation. The blood pool is filled with severed limbs and arms, it's so thick it pierces the heavens. It corrupts the minds of divine mandate bearers, driving them to slaughter and mental chaos. After reading the all-knowing eye's description, Jiang Yunpeng steeled himself and addressed the group.
"This is the Snowpool Hell. If we advance recklessly, we risk being consumed by the overwhelming. This is no joke."
At the southern heavenly gate, they'd only face divine artifacts blocking their path. Here, it was different. A horde of deceased demons and fiends lay in wait, ready to devour their very bones and marrow. Jiang Yunpeng could already feel the bone-chilling cold here. Hearing his words, the others gave nervous chuckles, while Lin Shi's back was already drenched in sweat.
"No, impossible. What era is this? How could hell still exist? Don't scare me, I'm a materialist, damn it." Seeing his terrified expression, Lu Wushuang shot him a glare. "Cut the bull. Couldn't they be spirits? Scared? Scared of what? Bull. We've all contracted divine artifacts. How could we not handle mere demons, ghosts, and undead? Right? Right, Jiang Yunpeng?"
He stumbled over his words a bit as he spoke. After all, people naturally fear the unknown, and Jiang Yunpeng was actually a bit unsure himself.
Everything here felt utterly bizarre.
He couldn't shake the feeling that some unseen force was guiding them towards something.
Chapter 115, Bloodpool Hell, encountered again. Jiang Yunpeng sighed. "I'm not sure either. We'll just have to take it one step at a time and be extra cautious."
As he spoke, something suddenly occurred to him.
He hurriedly addressed the others. "Right. You should bring out the divine artifacts. We were pulled in from over 100 miles away. The Seven Nations Alliance and the Worldly Clan must be here too, though we don't know where. Running into them would spell big trouble." At his words, the group instantly forgot their fear of ghosts. Ghosts weren't as terrifying as humans after all. Ghosts could only drive them mad, but humans could take their lives. They hurriedly produced their divine artifacts, each adopting a defensive posture. The group proceeded cautiously, carefully treading along the shore to keep as far as possible from the blood pool. Along the path, dozens of pools, large and small, had been constructed. The air was thick with an unbearably foul stench of blood, nearly making them vomit. This sensation was unlike anything they'd experienced with Xiang Lu.
Shang Liu had inflicted physical wounds at most, but this was pure psychological torment. The scene here was more horrifying than anywhere else they'd seen. Blood, corpses, and rotting flesh piled nearly as high as mountains.
Yet they could do nothing about it.
Jiang Yunpeng sensed he could harness Hui's divine power to incinerate this place entirely, dispelling the. But the cost of divine power would be too great, and it wasn't necessary. After advancing another few dozen meters, they unexpectedly came upon a stone bridge. The bridge was drenched in blood, its sides densely covered with clusters of red spider lilies, also known as the Manjasaka flower, the flower of hell.
The vivid red expanse made Lu Wushuang grimace. "This can't be the bridge of no return, can it?
Crossing that bridge, who knows if we'll live or die.
I'm not walking over it, way too unlucky." Jiang Beichuan shot Lu Wushuang a mocking glance. "Captain, didn't you just say you weren't afraid? Why the sudden panic now? Get lost." Lu Wushuang kicked him. "Go stand over there. If you wanna go, go ahead. I'm just gonna observe for now." They certainly didn't want to rush into danger first thing, especially with the blood-bubbling water churning beneath the Naiha bridge. If something truly went wrong, who knew what might happen?
Jiang Yunpeng remained calm, gazing at the sprawling fields of blood-red, eerily beautiful flowers as he pondered. The flowers growing here are all nourished by resentment. There probably aren't any living demons left, but I wonder if these dead ones might transform into something to attack us. We should still be careful. As he spoke, he instructed, try to use divine power to block out these external energies.
Don't let them cloud your mind.
The all-seeing eye's intelligence warned him that lingering here would only deepen the confusion. For now, sealing off the external energies with divine power was the only option. As he spoke, he slowly spread fiery divine power around him, setting the surrounding air crackling and sizzling. The group halted here, arguing back and forth about who should cross the bridge first, since the path ahead had ended. Before they could advance, a group suddenly appeared from the northwest.
Upon closer inspection, they recognized them as members of the aristocratic families and the Seven Nations Alliance.
Spotting Jiang Yunpeng and his group, Yi Sanhai lost his temper first, bellowing, "Damn it!
Finally caught you bastards.
Jiang Yunpeng,
I warn you, hand over every single peach, or I'll kill you right here today. Don't even think about escaping."
As for Lu Wushuang and the others, he was confident they could kill Jiang Yunpeng if they worked together.
Yi Sanhai's demeanor didn't faze Jiang Yunpeng. What threat was Yi Sanhai? The real danger was Situ Baiha.
If Situbaiha decided to move against him, they might not make it out alive, especially given this peculiar location.
If they really started something here, who knew what other complications might arise? Situbaiha merely shot Jiang Yunpeng a cold glance.
The divine power surging around him spoke volumes: surrender the peach, or face a fight to the death.
Lu Wushuang roared with laughter, pointing at Yi Sanghai. You're an idiot. I already said it's all been divided up. There are over 20 of us here, not enough to go around. You think there'd be any left for you? Absurd.
Mark my words, if you want to deal with Jiang Yunpeng, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Truthfully, he wasn't afraid of clashing with this man. If push came to shove, he could summon divine power, scoop up a ladle of the blood on the ground, and drench them in it enough to thoroughly disgust them. Beside him, Sita Wanner pursed her lips, glaring at Jiang Yunpeng, hoping he'd offer her an explanation. But Jiang Yunpeng didn't even glance at her, instead scanning the surroundings intently. A nagging doubt gnawed at him. He sensed an invisible force closing in on them, though the others felt nothing. He turned to Jin Lingshui.
This is the blood pool hell. Do you and Xiaojiu know why we were dragged here?
Jin Lingshui, trapped within the spatial realm, heard his question and sighed helplessly.
You trespassed into this domain without permission. Moreover, even I don't fully understand all the restrictions binding this place.
Not only is there the southern heavenly gate, but also hell itself. What lies ahead is likely far more complex than this.
Perhaps you should consider leaving first. Jiang Yunpeng immediately objected. No way. I came here to find thee. I haven't even found it yet. How could I possibly leave? Something feels off. Use your demonic energy to sense it. An invisible force is rippling toward us.
I can't see it, but if we fight here, who knows what other dangers might lurk. Upon hearing Jiang Yunpeng's words, Jin Lingshui and Xiaojiu examined the situation through the spatial light screen. What they saw sent a chill down their spines. Dense swarms of demon beast spirits attacked them, their souls radiating sky-piercing resentment. Their spirit bodies had turned pitch black, an utterly terrifying sight.
Only demonic power could perceive them. As human divine chosen ones, they naturally couldn't sense this. Without a word, Xiaojiu enveloped Jiang Yunpeng in her demonic energy. Look quickly. This is bad. Master, how can you possibly handle so many demonic souls?
As soon as Jiang Yunpeng heard her words, Xiaojiu's demonic energy enveloped his vision. He closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, his pupils dilated in shock. Hundreds of blood pools were erupting with wave after wave of black souls.
These dark spirits were closing in, with only the stone bridge remaining safe. No demonic entities had appeared there.
Jiang Yunpeng moved with lightning speed, leaping directly to the stone bridge. He shouted to them, "Hurry over here."
Chapter 116, No Escape.
Jiang Yunpeng had already made the leap.
How could Lu Wushuang and Lu Xiao dare delay?
They hurriedly rushed over with the others, having witnessed Jiang Yunpeng's abilities firsthand along the way. If Jiang Yunpeng had ordered them to cross, something serious must have happened.
If something truly happened, they wouldn't even have the strength to fight back.
Only Jiang Yunpeng knew what lurked in this place. By the time they rushed over in a flurry, Situbaiha still hadn't grasped what was happening. The other clan members were utterly bewildered, and even Alice and the others were completely at a loss.
What was so different about this place? It was just a blood pool. Could it be that something peculiar lay beyond the bridge?
They began to ponder this, hesitating to act rashly.
Lu Xiao scanned left and right, her voice trembling. What's going on? Why did you have us run to this side of the bridge? All these red flowers look terrifying.
As she spoke, her body shuddered.
After all, no matter how you looked at it, this place was eerily reminiscent of the road to the underworld. Walking here while still alive gave them an unsettling, ghostly feeling. Jiang Yunpeng chuckled. What are you afraid of? I'm right here. If anything happens, I won't let it harm you.
Lu Wushuang glanced around, seeing nothing unusual. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Yunpeng suddenly bellowed.
It's coming. What's coming? Everyone looked utterly bewildered.
At that very moment, a scene that made their scalps crawl unfolded. From the hundreds of blood pools before them, countless crimson afterimages began to swarm densely. As they drew nearer, dark clouds obscured the sun.
An overwhelming aura of resentment engulfed the entire area.
Light dimmed abruptly as a terrifying, oppressive force swept toward them. Thousands upon thousands of vengeful spirits and demonic souls surged forward like a dark army.
They completely engulfed the entire area.
In every direction, as far as the eye could see, were souls of all manner of demons and spirits.
Seeing them approach, Lu Xiao shrieked in terror. Holy crap, what are these things? They can't be spirits, can they? How can there be so many? What demons and monsters hadn't they seen on the battlefield? Yet the scene before them was utterly terrifying.
The sheer number, tens of thousands, made their scalps crawl. Lin Shi's face drained of color. His voice trembled.
What is this? Boss, are we really going to have to kill all of them?
By this point, he was completely dumbfounded.
How could he not be terrified?
Jiang Yunpeng tried to reassure him.
Don't panic. We have the strength to deal with them.
Situ Baiha and Alice, their expressions equally grim, had been planning to take advantage of this moment to eliminate Jiang Yunpeng. But now these meddling creatures had appeared.
Seeing them, they felt a pang of regret.
With the remains of the celestial soldiers and generals before them, they assumed these ghostly things were utterly indestructible. Yet facing the surging tide of souls, not a single gap appeared. They were completely surrounded.
Trapped at the center of the encircling circle, the spirits closed in relentlessly.
Yi Sanhai realized with astonishment why Jiang Yunpeng had led his entire group to the opposite bank of the stone bridge.
Above the stone bridge, a patch of space remained utterly void of souls.
Whether these spirits were afraid or simply avoided that area remained unknown. Without a word, they hurriedly crossed over as well.
Facing this tidal wave of spirits, even sacrificing their lives might not be enough to eliminate them all. The only option now was to fight. Seeing them all charging toward them, Lu Wuxuan quickly drew his flintlock and bellowed. "Get out of the way. This is clearly our spot. What gives you the right to be here?"
The stone bridge wasn't large enough to hold so many people.
Wasn't the city pushing them into the fire pit? How could he possibly tolerate such behavior?
Yi Sanhai unleashed a burst of azure divine power, striking first.
"Damn it, this place isn't yours to decide. Stop spouting nonsense here.
If you dare block our way, I'll kill you first." His words were accompanied by a swift, vicious strike aimed squarely at Lu Wuxuan. Zhang Beichuan saw the escalation and unleashed his own divine energy.
Chaos erupted instantly.
Now they not only had to eliminate the souls but also fend off the Seven Nations Alliance's aristocratic families.
They were completely desperate. Outnumbered, they were quickly pushed back.
Without a word, Lu Xiao drew the Kunlun mirror. As it emerged, its light radiated in all directions. The charging army of souls was shattered by this golden light, emitting a series of popping sounds as they vanished into thin air like bubbles.
Zhang Beichuan watched the scene, his jaw dropping in shock. Holy crap, this Kunlun mirror is insane. Holy moly. No wonder it's the divine artifact of the Queen Mother of the West. His expression was pure envy as he spoke. Pretty impressive, huh? Lu Xiao beamed proudly, seizing the moment to brag. If you tag along with me from now on, I might take you on as my little sidekick. We can protect Jiang Yunpeng together. Once he's in a good mood, he might even reward us with a divine artifact or two. At her words, Jiang Beichuan scoffed dismissively. Get lost. I'm a man, for crying out loud. How could I ever be anyone's lackey?
Mark my words, I'm destined to become the greatest warrior on the battlefield.
Small-minded, aren't you? Lu Xiao shot him a look and teased. Do you even know where this divine artifact of mine came from? You think it was the Elders' Council's idea? Wrong. It was Jiang Yunpeng's idea. Don't you get it?
The moment he heard this, Zhang Beichuan was utterly floored. If what Lu Xiao said was true, if Jiang Yunpeng held such immense power, then forget everything else, he'd gladly count himself as his brother.
He shouted toward Jiang Yunpeng, "Little brother Jiang, hide behind me. Let me personally protect you. From now on, I'm your top bodyguard. You can fire Lu Xiao, huh?" As he spoke, Lu Xiao shot Jiang Beichuan an incredulous glance.
She flashed her golden light, dispelling several lingering spirits behind him, and cursed loudly.
"I introduced you here, not so you could steal my job. Get out! Get out! Get out!" Amidst their quarrel, the tension eased slightly.
Jiang Yunpeng didn't use the windfire wheels but instead drew the sun shooting bow.
The sun shooting bow gently released an arrow. Its power cleaved through heaven and earth, sweeping everything in its path. Puff, 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 the incessant sounds echoed as golden arrows, like dancing dragons, pierced through the air, carving a path across the vast expanse. Witnessing this, Jiang Yunpeng finally exhaled in relief. It seemed not so difficult to handle after all. He raised his gaze. The other souls had already charged toward the aristocratic clan members. The stone bridge could barely hold a dozen or so ordinary souls simply couldn't squeeze onto it. Chapter 117, Slaughtering All, Infuriating the Enemies. The Seven Nations Alliance members weren't having it nearly as easy as Jiang Yunpeng. His effortless victory alongside Lu Xiao stemmed from a crucial advantage: they possessed ancient divine power. Without it, how could they have prevailed so easily? Ultimately, it came down to their divine artifacts being truly unique. As for the others, they were nearly being driven to exhaustion by these frenzied spirits. They discovered their divine power was utterly ineffective against these spirits. Having just witnessed Jiang Yunpeng and Lu Xiao's actions, they assumed it would be effortless, only to realize these two were simply monstrously powerful. They fought and cursed, seething with the urge to snatch every divine artifact from Lu Xiao and Jiang Yunpeng. Lu Wuxuan let out a wail. "Jiang Yunpeng, shoot an arrow my way. I can't hold out much longer." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yunpeng tossed him a lethal willow leaf, to be precise. Its refresh time had ended, so he'd plucked it immediately. "Here, take it. My gift to you for defense." Seeing the palm-sized emerald leaf flying toward him, Lu Wuxuan gasped in astonishment. "What is this?" Jiang Yunpeng smiled indifferently. "It responds to your thoughts. In other words, have you heard of Guanyin Bodhisattva? The willow branch from the jade vase she holds in her hand. With a single thought, it can sweep away everything before you. Seriously? Holy crap, you're freaking awesome. Lu Wushuang was genuinely stunned.
Grinning, he clutched the willow leaf and silently chanted, grow larger, transform into flames. Burn these souls to ashes. As soon as the words left his mouth, he channeled his divine power. Under his incantation, the willow leaf grew rapidly, flames spreading across it as it expanded. Lu Wushuang swiftly hurled it forward.
As the flaming leaf charged forward, it emitted a sizzling sound.
The sky-darkening black mist vanished completely under the overwhelming divine power of the willow leaf. This spectacle stunned not only them. Even the aristocratic families were stunned.
Just how many more tricks did that bastard Jiang Yunpeng have up his sleeve? Exchanging glances, they knew exactly what to do next.
Taking advantage of Lu Wushuang's team members' inattention, they launched coordinated ambushes, nearly costing those soldiers their lives. Facing the enraged expressions of these members, Yi Tsunghai gloated, "You bunch of beasts, come fight me if you dare." They stood on the stone bridge watching, never intending to intervene. After dealing with those celestial soldiers and generals, it was now Jiang Yunpeng's turn. Jiang Yunpeng merely glanced at them without a word.
Once they dealt with these vengeful spirits, they could easily fight their way through. As for the fate of these aristocratic families and the Seven Nations Alliance members, that was none of his concern. He exchanged a glance with Lu Wushuang.
Their thoughts aligned, and they silently forged ahead to clear the path.
Alice, standing on the bridge, sneered. Jiang Yunpeng, you'd better start working for us quietly now. Don't think you can hide like last time. Your turn has come.
As he spoke, his expression brimmed with smug satisfaction. Yet the very next moment, he nearly cursed himself. Without a word, Jiang Yunpeng summoned two fiery wheels beneath his feet, blazing like scorching suns. The wheels propelled him skyward. A colossal divine power erupted from his hands, a searing, earth-hued force that shattered the stone bridge.
No one would escape unscathed. The fiery wheels beneath his feet made Situbaiha's eyes narrow instantly. He instantly recognized such a divine artifact as belonging to Jiang Yunpeng, none other than the wind fire wheels of the third Prince Neza. The reason was simple, the image of the wind fire wheels was simply too deeply ingrained in the collective consciousness. They recognized it instantly, and Yi Tsunghai's heart seethed with hatred. Jiang Yunpeng had never used the wind fire wheels before. Clearly, this divine artifact was newly acquired here. At this moment, their desire to kill Jiang Yunpeng burned even fiercer. Why was it that whenever they came here, it was either to fight or on their way to a fight? Jiang Yunpeng, on the other hand, seemed blessed with luck, snatching up every valuable item in sight. His speed was astonishing. After destroying the stone bridge, he soared into the air atop the windfire wheels, drawing his bow and releasing an arrow. Golden light blazed from his hands as 10 beams erupted, cleaving through the air like the opening of heaven and earth. Instantly, they carved a path dozens of meters wide. Wherever the arrow struck, the land was obscured, the pools of blood swept clean by the golden light. The aristocratic clan members watched in disbelief. Such terrifying power could actually be unleashed by someone of only 5th tier strength. Lu Xiao stood behind them, aiding the attack. With a single strike from the Kunlun mirror, the remaining souls were swiftly and continuously vanquished. Lu Wushuang saw the path ahead was nearly clear. He bellowed, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. Or do you actually want to keep fighting?"
Hearing this, the team members quickly followed behind them. The endless stream of black souls surged like a torrent, replenishing themselves as they were slain. Impressive as it was, this battle was utterly draining their divine power.
They wouldn't waste any more time here. Best to put distance between themselves and the aristocratic families.
Seeing them about to leave, the aristocrats and the Seven Nations Alliance weren't about to stand idly by. Ning Xiaoyao charged ahead, bellowing, "Don't even think about escaping." With that, he grabbed Situ Wanner and dashed away. Before Situ Wanner could react, her body was already lifted into the air.
Situbaiha roared furiously, "Everyone, move out." The entire group followed suit. Witnessing this, Lu Wushuang gritted his teeth in fury. These people were like stubborn leeches, impossible to shake off. He cursed, "You beasts! Just you wait. I'll deal with you sooner or later." The souls of demonic beasts kept pouring in, growing ever more numerous. If this continued, how long would the slaughter last? Jiang Yunpeng's divine power was limited.
After a moment's thought, he could only turn to Xiaojiao.
"Xiaojiao, you need to come out and help. Incinerate all the souls in this area for me." Xiaojiao snorted lightly. "I haven't even had a proper rest yet, and now I have to come out and do your bidding? Fine, master. Release me."
Jiang Yunpeng didn't call upon Jin Lingxue as she had already assisted him greatly.
Xiaojiao, a fire elemental nine-tailed fox, could certainly harness the power of foxfire to eliminate these souls.
A flash of golden light erupted, and Xiaojiao suddenly materialized among the crowd. Her beauty was both exquisite and alluring, instantly drawing the attention of many the moment she appeared.
The moment Edward saw Xiaojiao, he couldn't help but let praise slip from his lips. "Oh,
this young lady is truly breathtaking.
She's like a rose of France, utterly enchanting."
Hearing his teeth-grindingly sweet words, Inoue Shikawa sneered coldly. Women like her are a dime a dozen in our island nation.
If you introduce me to the Western Church today and bring me to Japan, I can introduce you to plenty. Chapter 118, he actually summoned him. Inoue Shikawa's words showed he held Edward in utter contempt.
What he truly sought was a place within the Western Church. Once his strength advanced further and he inherited the Tsungyun sword, the Western Church would surely accept him. Edward curled his lip.
Mr. Inoue Shikawa, don't try to fool me. How could your island nation possibly have such an incredibly enchanting beauty? I don't believe it.
Get out of my way, move aside a bit, don't obstruct my view of the beauty. His own strength was mediocre, but thanks to the assistance of powerful allies like Alice and the others, coupled with their position shielded behind Jiang Yunpeng, they managed to avoid danger.
Jiang Yunpeng was utterly helpless against these clingy parasites and could only let them tag along. Their group moved with lightning speed, swiftly breaking through the encirclement.
Yet they had still underestimated the power of this world. What they witnessed was even more terrifying. This scene seemed to truly trap them here for eternity. The moment this thought surfaced, Jiang Yunpeng's heart jolted in alarm. Something was wrong. This place had already begun to warp his mind. Sure enough, when he looked at Lu Xiao, her face had turned deathly pale.
She was muttering incessantly, "Kill! Kill! Kill! I'll kill every last one of you." Her actions were almost instinctive.
Jiang Yunpeng knew that the longer they stayed here, the more it would erode their sanity. With no other choice, he struck Lu Xiao across the face with a sharp slap.
"Lu Xiao, snap out of it."
The blow left her cheek flushed red.
Furious, she snapped, "Jiang Yunpeng, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me out of nowhere? Don't you know you shouldn't strike someone's face? It hurts their pride." After speaking, she felt a bit more lucid. Strange. What was I muttering about just now?
She looked at Jiang Yunpeng, who sighed. "If you keep being influenced like this, you'll go mad."
"Thankfully, I helped you. We've been here too long, it's affecting our state of mind."
Hearing this, Lu Xiao felt a wave of fear wash over her.
She immediately turned and slapped Lu Wushuang across the face.
Lu Wushuang hadn't expected this turn of events. Thanks to his superior strength, he was affected much less severely.
Panicking, he hastily used his divine power to slap each of them back.
Lin Shi and Jiang Beichuan covered their faces in bewilderment.
Jiang Yunpeng urged.
"At this moment, we must find a way to leave this place. If we still can't discover an exit, all of us will be swallowed by this terror. I suspect most of the demons and spirits that came here met their end after being tortured like this." Hearing this, the others present paled in shock. As for Situbaiha and the others, they were currently entangled in battle with other spirits. Without Jiang Yunpeng and his group contributing, the others had no choice but to rely on themselves. The only option now was to escape as quickly as possible. Lu Wushuang was so anxious he was scratching his head and pulling at his beard.
"But we can't get out.
How are we supposed to escape this cursed place?" He was nearly boiling over with frustration. Their section had been nearly cleared of spirits, yet they couldn't stand or sit. Everywhere they looked, it was either spirits or blood. This was no longer a normal place.
Jiang Yunpeng remained silent, unable to think of any solution. He knew this was hell, but how could one escape hell?
As he pondered, a phrase suddenly flashed through his mind. "The sea of suffering has no shore, turn back and find the shore."
Wasn't this very hell the sea of suffering? An idea formed in his mind, and he quickly addressed Lu Wushuang. "See if we can recite Buddhist scriptures. This is a Buddhist realm after all, the 18 layers of hell were created by them. But I've never heard of any Buddhist scriptures in my entire life."
Lu Wushuang was utterly stumped. The others shared his perplexity. Jiang Yunpeng slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting this world altogether.
Their restoration of ancient texts and manuscripts was inherently inferior to that of his own era.
He sighed deeply.
Could it be, we're truly doomed here?
"Master, I never thought you'd get flustered. If you had the golden monkey staff, you'd have flattened this place ages ago."
Xiaojiu murmured, and this offhand remark sparked a new idea in Jiang Yunpeng.
He shouted toward the sky.
"Sun Wukong, victor over demons, come to my aid."
After shouting this, the sky remained utterly still. Jiang Yunpeng showed no sign of discouragement, repeating the call over and over. The others watched the scene with puzzled expressions. The great sage Jiang Yunpeng knew was no ordinary being. By invoking his sacred name, he believed the Monkey King would hear his golden staff and come to his aid. He was betting on this one slim chance. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Jiang Beichuan shot Jiang Yunpeng a look and raised his hand to slap him, only to be stopped by Lu Xiao.
"What are you doing?
Why hit Jiang Yunpeng for no reason?"
Lu Xiao blared at him. Jiang Beichuan looked slightly aggrieved.
"I was worried he'd lost his mind, that's why I was going to hit him."
"What good does it do to randomly shout Sun Wukong's name? You know it's useless?" Lu Xiao blared at him. "If you really want to help, you should join in and shout too. But that's so embarrassing."
Lin Shi scratched his head.
They weren't elementary school kids anymore, how could they possibly shout such cheesy lines? Nonsense. Lu Wushuang couldn't think of any other solution. "Shout. All of you, shout now.
If Jiang Yunpeng did this, he must have his reasons. With no other choice, the group roared in unison. Soon, their deafening shouts pierced the heavens, leaving the other clan members utterly bewildered. Yi Sunhai sneered. Looks like they've completely lost their minds. They had already cleared away the majority of these souls, yet more kept streaming toward them endlessly. Hearing their shouts only made them feel intensely irritated. Just then, a flash of golden light streaked across the sky. To the astonished gazes of the crowd, a colossal iron rod suddenly appeared atop the mountain range, obscuring the sky. The iron rod pierced through the heavens and earth, connecting the blood pool to the sky. With a single swing, it pierced right through the entire blood pool hell. Countless souls, surging like a tidal wave, were reduced to dust in a single strike. Powerful. Absolutely overwhelming. Even Jiang Yunpeng felt a surge of awe witnessing such power. His breath quickened when he saw the 5 characters engraved upon the rod. It has truly been summoned. Jiang Yunpeng uttered these words with a hint of surprise. He had shouted the invocation with the resolve of a man facing certain death, never expecting it to actually work. Holy! Lu Wuxuan gasped. What is this thing? Jiang Yunpeng, hurry up and check any clues? Chapter 119, No One Escapes. Lu Wuxuan stared at the colossal iron rod, powerful enough to tear apart space and shatter the heavens, utterly stunned. What the hell is this thing? Damn it! Now, his only hope rested on Jiang Yunpeng. Jiang Yunpeng stared at Lu Wuxuan with a dumbfounded expression. Captain Lu, have you lost your mind? Who did I just call out? Who just arrived? Can't you connect the dots? Holy! His words sent shockwaves through the team. Lin Shi slapped his forehead, staring at Jiang Yunpeng in utter disbelief. You mean this is the Monkey King Sun Wukong? Holy! Jiang Beichuan rushed over and carefully encircled the iron rod, which was thick enough for 10 men to wrap their arms around. They reached straight up to the heavens, its height impossible to gauge. Roughly estimating, it must have been over 1,000 meters tall. His voice trembled slightly. Jiang Yunpeng, you're not pulling our leg, are you? This really is Their breathing quickened. Holy cow! This was the legendary super divine artifact. They actually got their hands on it. No, none of them present could wield it alone. Though they could grow and shrink, it wasn't something ordinary divine fated individuals like them could control. Only in the hands of the great sage could it be wielded with such ease. Otherwise, how could it have flown here while still maintaining its original form? Members of other clans and the 7 Nations Alliance had already turned their gaze toward them. Situbaiha was the first to notice this iron rod piercing heaven and earth. His sharp eyes lit up instantly, filled with extreme excitement. Who would have thought that after living so many years, I would actually witness the legendary SSS grade divine artifact, It was simply too incredible. If one could contract such a divine artifact, how terrifying would that be? The entire power of the Situ clan would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. The golden monkey staff pierced through the entire blood pool hell in a single strike. The surrounding pools of blood receded completely, quickly restoring the area to a vast expanse of white. Nothing remained in the vicinity, as if every object in the heavens and earth had vanished, leaving only these standing like a pillar of heaven. The crowd had no time to ponder what had transpired. Before them lay the legendary divine artifact they must now vie for. Alice had no idea what exactly they were so excited about. He knew nothing of the sacred artifacts of China. Yet, upon seeing this divine artifact, he too felt its world-shattering, heaven-defying pressure. It was terrifyingly magnificent. Even the mightiest artifacts of Western mythology, like those wielded by the mighty Odin himself, paled in comparison to this heaven-piercing, earth-shaking golden staff. Jealousy and excitement surged within him. He never imagined China possessed such a formidable artifact, and he had stumbled upon it. His luck was off the charts. The others' faces twisted with greed. Just as they halted their fighting and prepared to advance, Lu Wuxuan blocked their path. With a single glance from Lu Wuxuan, Lin Shi and Jiang Beichuan sped forward, producing their divine artifacts. The rest of you can stay, but you foreign devils get as far away as you can. This divine artifact is China's treasure. Don't even think about taking advantage of it. Situbaiha raised his hand slightly, unleashing a ferocious surge of spiritual energy toward them. The sheer force of this strike was staggering, instantly hurling both men backward. He barked coldly. How dare you? You still wish to obstruct me? Let me tell you plainly, you have no right to guard thee. Strength reigns supreme. Who dares challenge me? The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Jiang Yunpeng now understood clearly, Situbaiha and the 7 Nations Alliance had fully united. Jiang Beichuan landed hard on his backside, scrambling to his feet and cursing the old fool. Everyone knew thee was no ordinary weapon, it demanded a true bond. Moreover, without ancient power, did they even deserve it? Jiang Yunpeng remained silent, quietly observing their movements. Many were tempted to step forward and test thee. Lu Wuxuan was thoroughly enraged. That old dog, Situbaiha, possessed greater strength than him, making him a formidable opponent. He turned to Jiang Yunpeng. Jiang Yunpeng, what should we do next? Fight or not? Jiang Yunpeng raised his hand. Enough.
Stop fighting. No one will get that. Let's wait here. The moment he'd spotted he'd already scanned it with his all-seeing eye. Imbued with ancient divine power, it was incredibly difficult to even form a contract with it. To take thee away, one must reach the 7th tier. Currently only at tier 5, he was still far from tier 7. For now, his priority was to rapidly enhance his cultivation. Seeing Jiang Yunpeng make no move to stop them, the other team members grew even more eager to try their luck. Jiang Yunpeng had come here for one thing and one thing only, thee. He could easily forego any other divine artifacts, but they must fall into his hands. Lu Wushuang, hearing his calm tone, knew he was likely correct. He too felt a surge of anticipation. Then I'll try to see if I can form a contract with it. Hey, Jiang Yunpeng, if I try, it won't be dangerous for me, right? This hadn't crossed Jiang Yunpeng's mind. Startled, he scratched his head. I don't know. Go ahead and try, but I can't guarantee there won't be risks. Hearing this, Lu Wushuang immediately felt his resolve waver. His eyes lit up as he glanced at Lin Shi beside him. Lin Shi, come here. You try to see if you can contract this. Lin Shi pointed at himself, his face filled with confusion. Me? Captain, I know you don't like me, but you can't just blatantly send me to my death like this. No way am I doing that. It wasn't something an ordinary divine mandate bearer could contract. Attempting it could easily end in a gruesome death, a complete disaster. Seeing no one dare defy him, Situbaiha felt deeply satisfied. Within this treacherous space, all three factions silently observed. He strode forward, arriving first before thee. Raising his hand, he unleashed a powerful surge of earth-colored divine energy, striking toward thee. This was the first step for those of noble lineage, testing whether a contract could be formed, probing with divine power. If the divine power could merge with the divine artifact, the second step of the contract could begin a continuous attempt to breach the artifact with divine force. Situbaiha was brimming with confidence. Yet, the moment his divine power struck, a thunderous hum erupted. The outer layer of defense on the remained utterly intact. Crackling sounds filled the air as golden light surged forth. The divine power erupted, unleashing a golden shockwave that sent Situbaiha flying backward. Struggling to steady himself midair, Situbaiha plummeted downward, staring in disbelief at the divine artifact before him. Chapter 120, A Special Opportunity. Situbaiha found himself utterly powerless against this force, stunned that it had sent him flying. How could someone of his strength, beyond the Holy Spirit realm, be thrown about so pitifully? His heart surged with excitement. The harder it was to contract, the more it signified the divine artifact's formidable power. Situbaiha exhaled deeply. If he himself couldn't manage it, then perhaps someone else present could shake this golden monkey staff. His gaze shifted to Jiang Yunpeng, who sat meditating quietly nearby. Upon seeing thee, he had pieced together some clues. The Elders' Council weren't fools. Sending Jiang Yunpeng here likely meant they had prior knowledge of a super divine artifact emerging. Thee was the prime example. Jiang Yunpeng's presence here was likely for this very reason. What if Jiang Yunpeng truly knew some method of binding it? No. He had to get there first. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Jiang Yunpeng clearly couldn't be spared. He had once admired Jiang Yunpeng, but since he couldn't be used, he would have to die. Situbaiha absolutely could not allow Jiang Yunpeng to strengthen the Elders' Council and threaten their noble families. As this thought crossed his mind, just as he was about to act, Situwaner suddenly cried out in alarm, "Grandfather, look! Thee is glowing!" What? Hearing her words, Ning Xiaoyao and Situbaiha turned urgently to look. The entire golden staff erupted with a blinding, earth-shaking golden light. The golden radiance bathed the entire space in a dazzling, golden glow so brilliant it made it impossible for them to open their eyes. Jiang Yunpeng felt a warm glow envelop his entire body, an indescribable sense of ease washing over him. The golden light showed no intent to harm them. Just as he prepared to wield his divine power, a dizzying sensation swept over them, plunging everyone into darkness. When the golden light finally faded and they opened their eyes again, they found themselves sealed within a separate space. A vast, white expanse rose up, layered with one golden barrier after another, completely sealing them all inside. The space was subdivided into tiny squares, each barely a square meter in size. They were each trapped alone within their own square. Though they could see each other's states, they couldn't touch one another. Lu Xiao panicked at the sight. She touched the golden barrier before her and pounded on it forcefully, producing a buzzing vibration. She turned to the adjacent compartment where Jiang Yunpeng was and called out, "Jiang Yunpeng! Jiang Yunpeng! Can you hear me?" Jiang Yunpeng turned at the sound and saw Lu Xiao's face had gone pale. He sighed. "Don't panic. First, activate your divine power to protect yourself. Don't move around recklessly. If anything dangerous happens, it'll be trouble. Understand?" Hearing his words, Lu Xiao felt her heart settle. With a sorrowful expression, she asked, "Do you think we're in danger?" I've never been in a relationship before. I don't want to die here." Her face flushed slightly as she spoke. Jiang Yunpeng hadn't expected that to be her first thought and couldn't help but scoff. "Seriously, can you be serious for once? Or is that all you can think about?" I'm trying to figure out how to escape, and you want to talk about dating? I despise you.
As soon as Jiang Yunpeng finished speaking, Lu Xiao immediately started arguing with him. Everyone else was trapped within this confined space. Jiang Yunpeng listened carefully to the soundproofing.
Even Lu Xiao's voice carried only faintly.
It seemed this was a space designed for complete isolation.
He was isolated in the farthest corner.
Besides Lu Xiao, Zhang Beichuan was positioned directly to his left. As for the others, he couldn't make out their features clearly, only shadowy figures blurred into indistinct shapes.
What should we do now? Jiang Yunpeng, I'm counting on you.
Zhang Beichuan spoke as if he'd give his life and fortune to Jiang Yunpeng. After all, in his eyes, Jiang Yunpeng's abilities were extraordinary. With all the treasures he possessed, perhaps some ingenious scheme could finally free them from this predicament.
Jiang Yunpeng shrugged helplessly. I'm not a god. How could I have a solution for everything? We'll just have to wait and see.
After saying this, he turned to ask Xiaojiu, do you know why we're trapped here? As he spoke, only a faint, fragmented voice echoed in his mind.
Xiaojiu's words seemed to come from a million miles away. I don't know either, master. My connection to you is too weak. I'm afraid I can't help you break this formation. Jiang Yunpeng understood immediately.
As members of the demon clan, Jin Lingxuet and Xiaojiu were likely suppressed by this force as well. He tried to ask more, but Xiaojiu's voice in his mind faded completely. It seemed he had to find a way out of this place. After a moment of deep thought, Jiang Yunpeng channeled the divine power of the Pangu Banner. The earth-colored divine energy erupted, striking the golden wall with blinding force. The moment the divine power entered the wall, the attack was instantly absorbed. Before he could react, the released divine power rebounded from the golden wall and struck him back. The space here was far too cramped to dodge, leaving Jiang Yunpeng no choice but to take the blow head-on.
A dull ache shot through his chest, yet a strange force surged through him. What was happening?
Jiang Yunpeng closed his eyes and urgently scanned his body. To his astonishment, the divine power he had just unleashed had returned to his body, only to find its density multiplied several times over.
This rate of amplification was far more terrifying than the usual gains from combat.
For divine-fated individuals like them, the only ways to enhance their strength were through meditation, arduous training, or combat, battle being the fastest method to boost divine power. The more meridians expanded by divine power, the greater the capacity to absorb it, naturally elevating one's cultivation realm. Without hesitation, Jiang Yunpeng unleashed another barrage of fire elemental divine power. Repeating this process left his entire body covered in wounds. Fortunately, a thread of 9-colored lotus divine power remained within him, healing most of his wounds.
Lu Xiao, witnessing his seemingly self-destructive frenzy, was utterly dumbfounded. Her jaw dropped in utter shock. Jiang Yunpeng, you're insane. Why are you showing off like this?
If it can't be shattered, then it can't be shattered.
Why must you torture yourself like this?
Lu Xiao paced frantically, but Jiang Yunpeng had no time to argue with her. This self-inflicted assault had caused the divine power within him to surge to the brink of overflowing.
The sensation was utterly extraordinary, barely painful, really.
He shouted excitedly at Lu Xiao, stop wasting time with nonsense.
Try hitting it like this too. I guarantee you'll gain something extraordinary.
Zhang Beichuan froze upon hearing Jiang Yunpeng's words.
It's over.
Jiang Yunpeng has completely lost his mind.
We're all going down with this.
Chapter 121, The experiment begins, the fan of the banana tree emerges. Lu Xiao also heard Zhang Beichuan's voice, though it came through muffled and buzzing from the distance. She snapped, enough, Zhang Beichuan.
Stop talking like a pessimist.
Lu Xiao cautiously released a sliver of her divine power, directing it at the barrier. When the force rebounded, the pain made her collapse to the ground, tears welling in her eyes.
Jiang Yunpeng, you weren't lying to me, were you? This divine power rebounding back into my body hurts like hell.
She rubbed her reddened skin, her eyes filled with resentment. Just then, the divine power circulating within her grew slightly denser than before.
Lu Xiao's complaints abruptly ceased as astonishment washed over her. This is strange. Why does my divine power feel more potent than before? No, wait, let me try again. She swiftly began striking again.
Witnessing this scene, Zhang Beichuan grew puzzled.
Could there truly be some hidden mechanism at play?
He hastily copied their actions.
In an instant, the two men flanking Jiang Yunpeng were both engaging in self-inflicted attacks.
To anyone watching, the scene looked like they'd all gone mad.
This is it. This is it. Holy crap. Zhang Beichuan, now reaping the benefits, fought even more fiercely.
Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yunpeng also noticed the interconnected golden light walls, each dimming slightly with every strike. Wherever this golden light shone, it seemed to connect the entire space. He had to absorb as much of it into his body as possible before it vanished. Jiang Yunpeng unleashed all three divine powers simultaneously, earth, fire, and wind elements all converging on the light wall before him. Under the fierce impact, the divine power within his body surged and churned, growing ever more potent. His body was already stretched to its absolute limit. If this continued, his body would surely explode. Yet he pressed on regardless, his veins straining until they crackled.
The onlookers finally caught on. They too attempted attacks. This truly was a great opportunity.
The divine power of all present erupted simultaneously. Viewed from midair, the spectacle was breathtaking. Divine light pierced the heavens, and space was neatly divided into 81 small compartments. Within each compartment, a divine fated individual raged, frantically pounding the surrounding walls of golden light.
Soon, the golden light was completely drained by their relentless assault. Jiang Yunpeng absorbed the most.
His 3 divine powers attacked simultaneously, and soon his body could no longer withstand the strain. Before he could fully dissipate the divine power within his body, he found himself on the brink of a breakthrough. Using this surge of divine power to break through to the 6th tier seemed the optimal choice. Yet before he could begin his meditation, the golden staff standing tall at the center began shaking violently.
In the next instant, scenes unfolded before all their eyes, scenes of utter terror. A monkey clad in purple gold armor, wielding a golden staff, rampaged with reckless abandon.
He stormed the 9 heavens, assaulting the celestial palace, then plunged into the 18 layers of hell, striking down the king of hell himself. One by one, each scene revealed the deeds of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. His aura radiated terrifying power, his voice boasting with unrestrained arrogance.
Ha 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 ha.
I am the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong.
Hey! Grandpa Sun is here. You demons and monsters, dare you still run wild in this place?
The golden monkey staff in his grasp whirled like a dragon, its golden light flashing as it soared and twisted. The heavenly palace shook, the 9 heavens shattered.
The great sage equal to heaven's colossal demonic power threatened to shatter the heavens and earth. Wherever he struck, destruction followed. Such heroic spirit and overwhelming battle intent threatened to overturn the very heavens and earth.
Witnessing this torrent of power, Jiang Yunpeng's heart surged with excitement.
This was the legendary great sage equal to heaven. Even Alice and the other foreigners, unfamiliar with Chinese history, watched with hearts pounding. Terrifying.
As Jiang Yunpeng watched, he keenly sensed that the divine power within his body, which had been strained to its limit, was slowly subsiding. Like clouds and seas, this divine power circulated through his limbs and bones. Waves of intangible force assaulted his consciousness and bones, causing his body to alternate between cold and heat. A radiant divine light erupted from him, blazing with terrifying golden brilliance. His entire body felt scorched by fire. As the radiance swirled, his eyes grew intensely painful. The burning made it nearly impossible to keep his eyes open, tears streaming down his face. Jiang Yunpeng could see countless golden needles of light darting into his pupils. The agony nearly made him scream through gritted teeth.
The scene before him grew increasingly blurred, impossible to discern clearly.
The golden needles stabbed him with a searing, unbearable pain. Jiang Yunpeng strained every ounce of his divine power to resist, yet he couldn't stem this utterly bizarre sensation. He could only confront this force head-on. Soon, the light before his eyes grew brighter and brighter, and the earlier stinging pain faded from his awareness. As he blinked, golden light erupted from his eyes.
What was happening? Before he could process it, the additional skill granted by the all-seeing eye appeared before him. Fire eyes and golden vision SSS, capable of illuminating the heavens and earth, distinguishing between sun and moon, discerning demons and monsters, and stabilizing the cosmos. When cultivated to its peak, it unleashes an overwhelmingly formidable aura. 1,000 horses galloped through Jiang Yunpeng's mind. He never imagined such a benefit existed. As he looked up, the golden light illuminated his surroundings. Sun Wukong sat beside a golden Buddha statue, seated upon a lotus pedestal, none other than the victor over demons Buddha, Sun Wukong. As Jiang Yunpeng gazed upon this dazzling divine spectacle, Sun Wukong opened his eyes and fixed them directly upon him. Then, the heavens and earth collapsed, all creation was destroyed, and Sun Wukong's form vanished into the wind, leaving behind only this heaven-shaking, earth-shattering golden monkey staff. His remnant soul remained within it, and a voice echoed in Jiang Yunpeng's mind. "Youngster, I bequeath my fiery golden eyes to you. Your unique power truly satisfies this old monkey." Ha ha ha. With that, the voice faded away. Amidst the void, a voice boomed forth like the tolling of ancient bells, its resonance shaking the ages. "This golden monkey staff of mine shakes the heavens and earth, dispels calamity and misfortune. For 10,000 years, no hero could master it. Today, I shall grant you an opportunity. Whoever can forge a contract with this staff, I shall bestow upon them another treasure." As he spoke, Sun Wukong's figure swirled ceaselessly in the air, radiating an overwhelming divine light. As the radiance faded, a majestic fan floated in his hand. Jiang Yunpeng recognized it instantly. Opening his all-knowing eye confirmed his suspicion. Rui Banana Leaf Fan SSS, this fan is a divine treasure formed by heaven and earth since the dawn of chaos, beyond Kunlun Mountain. Crafted from the essence of the sun's leaves, its power is extraordinary. With a single wave, it can summon the divine might of heaven and earth to vanquish evil spirits. Also a fire element divine power. A surge of excitement coursed through Jiang Yunpeng's heart. Though he couldn't use it himself, he could offer it to someone else. "Captain Lu, do you want the divine artifact Sun Wukong holds?" Chapter 122, from now on, serving under him. Jiang Yunpeng possessed far too many divine artifacts.
With so many contracts bound to him, his current strength was insufficient to handle them all.
Greedily hoarding them would only hinder his future growth.
His first instinct was to offer the fan of the Holy Palm to Lu Wushuang.
Gaining another loyal protector was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. Upon hearing this, Lu Wushuang nearly leapt with excitement. Of course I want it. What else do I risk life and limb for day in and day out if not for a top-tier divine artifact? Jiang Yunpeng. Quick. Tell me in secret what kind of divine artifact is this fan-like thing?
If Sun Wukong pulled it out, it must be something extraordinary.
Lu Xiao immediately crowded close to Jiang Yunpeng.
Knowing him as she did, she was certain he must know something.
It's the Supreme Elder Lordess and SSS grade divine artifact.
The moment Jiang Yunpeng finished speaking, Lu Wushuang nearly gasped aloud. He never imagined the item produced would be such a legendary treasure.
Lu Xiao, whose contract artifact was the Kunlun mirror, was unfazed by such wonders. She smirked triumphantly. See? I told you Jiang Yunpeng was formidable. But if you'd been any slower, you wouldn't have gotten this either.
She gestured toward the others present, whether from noble families or foreign lands, all divine mandate bearers. Each of them was itching to act, yet none had any idea what this divine artifact truly was.
Acting rashly would mean death or injury. Alice's gaze fixed on Jiang Yunpeng, filled with venomous hatred.
He still remembered the incident with the eternal spear last time, when the church had suffered heavy losses.
Once this trial concluded, he would absolutely not let Jiang Yunpeng off the hook.
Edward stared at the banana fan in the sky with rapt fascination, his mouth constantly chanting, "My God! The divine artifacts of Huagua are truly magnificent.
My God, I wonder which deity wields them."
Hearing this, Inoue Shusen felt a pang of displeasure.
He snorted coldly. What's so great about that? Our island nation's deities are far more powerful. Any single divine artifact left behind by the great Kami Yamada no Orochi could shake the entire world.
Edward paid no heed to his words, instead asking in confusion, "Mr. Inoue, I recall your island nation was once a vassal state of China.
How could it possibly surpass China?
I know you love your country deeply, but don't try to deceive me with such crude lies." With that, he returned his attention to the divine object floating in the air. Edward had come on this trip merely to polish his credentials. He had no ulterior motives whatsoever.
Inoue Shusen was furious.
Lies may not wound, but truth cuts like a sharp blade. Without a doubt, Edward's words had completely enraged Inoue Shusen.
In a sense, China is the birthplace of the island nation.
Both its culture and writing system bear the influence of the Great Eastern Power.
What they truly despise is that damned China. Why hasn't it collapsed yet? If China endures, how can they ever seize its territory under the pretense of representing it?
Just pondering this made him nearly spit blood in frustration. These foreigners had no idea that the super divine artifacts they'd never even seen were, in the hands of China's deities, nothing more than fuel to stoke the fires of alchemical furnaces.
The gazes of Situbaiha and the others remained fixed, unblinking.
Not a single soul dared make a rash move. Lu Wushuang, seeing their useless expressions, quickly asked Jiang Yunpeng, tell me the method for the contract.
Once I've contracted it, I'll reward you handsomely. Generous reward? That's nothing. I want your entire Lu family at my service. How does that sound? Rest assured, your family will reap immense benefits in the future. Lu Wushuang couldn't care less.
He had once doubted Jiang Yunpeng's strength, but now, with opportunity staring him in the face, seizing it was the only sensible choice.
No big deal. Not just the Lu family, even the brothers under my command can serve you. Satisfied? Deal. After Jiang Yunpeng agreed, Lu Wushuang finally exhaled in relief. He rubbed his hands together eagerly, waiting for Jiang Yunpeng to explain the contract method. He has two sides, one for wind, one for fire. If you can endure 3 strikes from each side and gain its recognition, you can successfully contract it. Upon seeing the conditions, Jiang Yunpeng realized this was no simple task. The power of thee was far beyond what an ordinary divine mandate bearer could endure. And to endure both wind and fire? Thankfully, Lu Wushuang possessed the strength of a Saint Spirit realm cultivator. As for the other extraordinary team members, they could only watch from the sidelines. What? These conditions are ridiculously harsh. Lu Wushuang froze upon hearing Jiang Yunpeng's words. 6 strikes from an SSS grade divine artifact? Would he even survive? Lu Xiao overheard and muttered, "Brother, fortune favors the bold. You know that, right? This is an SSS grade divine artifact. Need I say more about its value? If you don't want it, plenty of others will." Hey! Stop slandering me. When did I say I didn't want it? Let me think. I'll see if anyone else steps up first. Lu Wushuang wasn't foolish enough to charge in alone. If no one else stepped forward, he'd be the first to get shot. If he got injured, the elders wouldn't let his team off the hook. The other team members were one thing, but if Jiang Yunpeng got hurt, the elders' council would skin him alive. Seeing these useless fools too scared to move, Yi Sanhai's mind raced. While others cowered, he was greedy. If not now, then when? He glanced at Elder Feng Wenqing, whom the Yi family had specially brought along. Feng's expertise in divine artifacts far surpassed everyone else's, otherwise, he wouldn't have personally accompanied them into the secret realm. Elder Feng, what do you think? Have you found any clues? We can't let others beat us to it. Yi Sanhai's only concern was the Situ clan. As for Lu Wuxuan and Jiang Yunpeng, what did they know? With the Lu family's meager resources, they weren't even worthy of polishing the Yi family's shoes. Well, young master, I haven't yet identified any divine artifact that could match the one before us. Since it was brought forth by the great sage equal to heaven, it's likely no ordinary item. Perhaps we should gather more intelligence first. There's no need to rush. Yi Sanhai couldn't bear to hear this. He tugged at his hair in frustration, gritting his teeth. No. You cover me later. I'm charging in myself. If we can't bind it, we'll take it back for the Yi family. Why let other clans profit from it? The others present weren't fools. Judging by the divine power erupting from that fan alone, it was clearly S grade or higher. If it turned out to be SS or even SSS grade, that would be a bloody steal. Understood, young master. I'll make the arrangements. Feng Wenqing had no objections whatsoever. After all, he wasn't the one going in. If anything went wrong, it wouldn't be his problem. With that thought, he felt completely unburdened. If the plan succeeded, it would even give him a chance to study the fan. Chapter 123, Madness for Divine Artifacts. Yi Sanhai's group's movements didn't escape Jiang Yunpeng's notice. The Yi family members had already begun spreading out into positions, most likely preparing to act. He whispered to Lu Wuxuan, get ready. If Yi Sanhai charges over later, use him as your shield. The power of that fan is extraordinary. The more people we can get to share the blow, the better. Lu Wuxuan's eyes lit up. He slapped Jiang Yunpeng's shoulder excitedly. You're the man, kid. You've got the plan. Don't worry, no matter how rich I get, I won't forget you. Once I get my hands on it, I'll make sure you get out safe and sound. He could have slapped his past self twice over. Why had he acted so pretentious? If he'd built a relationship with Jiang Yunpeng sooner, why would his most powerful artifact still be only S grade? Look now, barely a moment after befriending Jiang Yunpeng, an SSS grade artifact was already within reach. Charge! Yi Sanhai roared. All the Yi family members gathered around him, surging forward as one to block the path of the. Yi Sanhai had already soared into the air, standing directly before it. Alice was furious. He barked orders, what are you all standing around for? Go grab it. We absolutely cannot let those damned Huagua people beat us to it. Ning Xiaoyao also panicked, abandoning any concern for Situ Wanner as he charged upward. Situ Baihe, being a seasoned veteran, immediately sensed something amiss and barked, Xiaoyao. Get back here. But it was too late. Lu Wuxuan followed close behind. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen figures filled the air. Yi Sanhai gritted his teeth, he hadn't expected these beasts to move so fast. He was the first to reach the, so close now. A surge of triumph filled his heart. Just as his fingers were about to touch the handle of the divine artifact before him suddenly stirred. A terrifying golden light erupted from the sky. The fan began to grow larger and larger in midair. In moments, it had grown large enough to cover a small patch of the sky. With a whoosh, a single sweep descended, unleashing a howling gale that swept across the entire space. The unrestrained wind was utterly overwhelming, they couldn't resist it. In an instant, everyone present was blown dozens of meters away by this violent gust. All the divine mandate holders were utterly disheveled, tumbling through the air like balloons. Even Jiang Yunpeng, who could manipulate wind elements, found himself as light as a floating duckweed, swaying helplessly in the tempest. He used the wind's momentum to charge forward, grabbing Lu Xiao along the way. The combined weight of both of them sent him stumbling. Only when the gale subsided did they all come to a halt. Jiang Yunpeng stared at the banana fan, now dozens of miles away, still trembling with fear. Thankfully, it wasn't in its complete form. Otherwise, with their strength, they would have been flung 10,800 miles away. It would have taken them years to return. The team members behind Lu Wuxuan were in agony. Only Jiang Yunpeng and Lu Xiao remained standing, the others staggered to their feet. Lin Qies but felt like it was about to fall apart. Ouch! What kind of force is this? I even channeled my divine power, yet I still couldn't resist it. Zhang Beichuan wasn't much better off. He stumbled again as he tried to rise. Lu Wuxuan, at least, was in the Holy Spirit realm, far superior to them all. Gritting his teeth, he asked, Jiang Yunpeng, should I go again? We're only a few miles from the fan of the banana tree. If I borrow divine power for a sprint, I could gain a huge lead over the others. All right. The next fan is fire. Be prepared, and don't let the others notice. Jiang Yunpeng gave his warning. Lu Wuxuan took a deep breath. Don't worry. Let's see if those useless fools can even keep up with my speed. With that, he roared, a measly little fan? I refuse to believe I can't subdue you. Before the others could react, Lu Wuxuan had already launched himself forward. The other clan members were utterly bewildered. Had Lu Wuxuan suddenly gone mad? They had already tested it, there was no way to touch it.
Yi Sanhai felt as if his internal organs were shifting out of place from the fan's impact. The discomfort from his viscera made him gasp for breath, but he still managed to ask Feng Wenqing, Elder Feng, could it be that Lu Wushuang and his crew beat us to it?
Absolutely impossible. Divine artifact contracts aren't that easy to obtain. Lu Wushuang is just a brute. What does he know about divine contracts?
Young master, we should stand back a bit, lest we get another blow from that fan. Feng Wenqing's words carried clearly, reaching all ears among the group scattered by the fan's blast. They sneered inwardly. Lu Wushuang must be mad to covet a divine artifact. Sure enough, Lu Wushuang appeared like an ant in the distance. The overwhelming inferno, more terrifying than a raging storm, engulfed him completely. Ning Xiaoyao watched the world-devouring flames and sucked in a sharp breath. What terrifying power! Looks like that peculiar divine artifact held back earlier.
Not so.
Stu Bai has stroked his beard, his gaze deepening. This divine artifact can unleash two distinct attack methods truly rare.
Its grade is undoubtedly SSS-tier.
He paid no heed to Lu Wushuang's reckless charge. Such headlong rushing only hastened death without gaining anything. Lin Shi witnessed the horrifying scene and couldn't help but shiver.
Jiang Yunpeng, what the hell is the captain doing? Has he lost his mind? Look at how badly he's been burned. And he's still charging forward.
As the words fell, another violent gust of wind struck the third already. This time, Lu Wushuang had figured out the trick, ensuring he wouldn't be blown back when lifted by the wind. He needed to pick up speed. Time was running out. If those idiots reacted and tried to it from him, trouble would ensue.
Jiang Yunpeng shook his head and sighed. I don't know either.
We should wait here for him. If he dies, at least we can look out for each other.
Don't talk about my brother like that. Lu Xiao protested, playfully punching Jiang Yunpeng's chest. After their little charade, when the fifth fan appeared, Yi Sanhai suddenly sensed something was amiss. He blurted out, something's wrong. How can Lu Wushuang still be charging forward like this? Wait. Why is the fan's glow fading? No. That bastard Lu Wushuang is about to form a contract. By the end of his sentence, he roared in fury, dashing forward to stop him. They'd witnessed contract formations before and knew this was an urgent matter. The others finally snapped into action. Jiang Yunpeng smirked. The sixth fan had already been struck. There was no room for anyone else to intervene now. What a bunch of fools. Lu Wushuang's body was covered in wounds. After the sixth fan strike, golden light danced in the heavens. The enormous banana leaf fan slowly shrank to the size of a palm and landed in his hand. Buzz! 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 All who charged forward were repelled by the golden light. A laugh of pure exhilaration echoed from the heavens. Purple chi surged eastward, spanning the entire space. Within the illusion, an old Taoist riding a blue ox appeared before the crowd. With a sweep of his dust whisk, all the wounds on Lu Wushuang vanished. Chapter 124, Without Jiang Yunpeng, he's worthless. Purple chi sweeping eastward for 30,000 li. It's the Supreme Lord Laozi. Situbai, his usually composed expression twisted in shock. He never imagined it would be the Supreme Lord Laozi. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The beginning of heaven and earth. 100 characters from the Tao Te Ching transformed into a purple light, merging into Lu Wushuang's brow. Instantly, the incantation to control thee filled his mind. His spirit trembled with awe. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt with a thud. This disciple humbly thanks the Supreme Lord of Virtue for his teachings. It is fate and destiny. What role you can play depends entirely on your own abilities. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun gazed at Lu Wushuang with benevolence before slowly fading into the vast white mist atop his azure ox. Holy crap! Jiang Yunpeng! I did it! Ha 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 ha! Thee is mine!
Overcome with excitement, Lu Wushuang didn't hold back, generously expressing his gratitude to Jiang Yunpeng, the primary architect of their success.
Lu Xiao was dumbfounded.
She quickly shouted, Brother!
Brother! Don't get Jiang Yunpeng into trouble!
The rest of the team stood frozen in shock, their eyes fixed on Jiang Yunpeng. Everyone knew the captain's ability to form a contract was undoubtedly thanks to him.
Lu Wushuang, you bastard!
I spotted that divine artifact first. How dare you steal it from me? Yi Sanhai erupted in fury, nearly driven mad by rage.
So close, so very close. This divine artifact should have been his.
He too had thought to touch it, but never imagined he'd get slapped so many times. He regretted it so much his guts turned green.
Oomph! I took it with my own skills. Come and try to take it back and I'll wring your neck. Lu Wushuang's words were blunt and unapologetic. What kind of strength did Yi Sanhai have? What kind of strength did he have? How dare he bark like a dog in front of him? Yi Sanhai dared not utter a sound, clenching his fists, eyes bloodshot. The others felt the same. Lu Wushuang had snatched every last scrap of advantage. Right. It was Jiang Yunpeng. That bastard Jiang Yunpeng must have tipped him off. How else would Lu Wushuang have known? Without Jiang Yunpeng, Lu Wushuang wouldn't be worth a damn. Situbai, his cold, calculating gaze fixed on Jiang Yunpeng. He had already pieced together most of the puzzle in his mind.
If he wasn't mistaken, the reason the Elders Council treated Jiang Yunpeng differently, specifically assigning Lu Wushuang to form a team and escort him into the secret realm, was because Jiang Yunpeng possessed the ability to recognize divine artifacts. The mere thought of it made his blood run cold.
What kind of power was this?
Throughout their journey, he had observed Lu Wushuang.
While Lu appeared to be the leader, in reality, he followed Jiang Yunpeng's lead in every matter. It was clear beyond doubt, Jiang Yunpeng was the true core of their team. The other team members were already beside themselves with excitement.
Ignoring the disapproving glares from the nearby noble families, they crowded around Jiang Yunpeng, chattering away. Jiang Yunpeng, did you know what the divine artifact was all along? That's not fair at all. You only gave it to the boss. Next time there's a divine artifact, Jiang Yunpeng, could you please consider us too? We followed your lead the whole way, give us a chance too. Hearing their pleas, Jiang Yunpeng didn't deny it.
He patiently explained, rest assured, everyone.
As long as there are more divine artifacts, I'll prioritize giving them to you. An SSS grade divine artifact's power is no joke and will face continuous attacks.
Your strength won't last that long.
Even Lu Wushuang, a Saint Spirit Realm cultivator, nearly died. How could anyone else possibly survive? Lin Shi and Jiang Beichuan leapt with excitement at Jiang Yunpeng's promise. His assurance was enough better than others getting nothing at all.
Alice gritted his teeth.
Keeping Jiang Yunpeng alive would only invite trouble.
He couldn't be allowed to serve the Holy See. Die. All of you, attack. Kill Lu Wushuang. We must seize that divine artifact.
Alice roared furiously. Another SSS grade divine artifact in Huaxia meant its power now surpassed the Holy Seas. He would never allow it.
Alice, if you've got the guts, you foreign devils, come and try to touch me.
Lu Wushuang drew his banana fan, chanting the incantation that instantly transformed it into a 3-meter wide colossal blade.
This spectacle only fueled the envy of the other clans. Ning Xiaoyao clenched his fists.
Old master, aren't we going to act?
With that, Situ Baihe wiped his face. All members of the Situ clan, hear me clearly, Lu Wushuang and his group killed him without mercy.
Cripple Jiang Yunpeng and capture him alive. Once crippled, Jiang Yunpeng would be at his mercy.
He had countless ways to make him wish for death yet deny it, ensuring every ounce of his worth was squeezed dry. His mind held far too much. Once they'd squeezed every last drop from him, Jiang Yunpeng could die.
Situ Wanner paled and cried out, Grandfather, don't cripple Jiang Yunpeng. Enough, Wanner. This isn't your concern. Step aside.
Ning Xiaoyao had long been seething. Jiang Yunpeng had constantly flaunted his abilities before him. Now, it was time for Jiang Yunpeng to learn what true power really meant. Especially since Jiang Yunpeng had dared to seduce Situ Wanner.
Oomph. He wouldn't let Jiang Yunpeng off easy. Yi Songhai, hearing this, beamed with delight. He waved his hand. All of you, attack. Kill them all. As for Jiang Yunpeng, he didn't mind doing Stu Baihe a favor.
He intended to capture Jiang Yunpeng alive and negotiate with that old fox. He was certain that scum like Jiang Yunpeng knew just as much about the divine artifacts as the aristocratic families did.
Lu Wushuang instantly flew into a rage, stunned they dared to attack. Fine then. No more holding back. Today, it's kill or be killed. Each of us will die by our own skill. He waved his banana fan. Its power was weaker than before, but it was enough to temporarily halt their attacks.
Lu Xiao stood before Jiang Yunpeng, her voice cold. Jiang Yunpeng, I'll protect you.
Jiang Yunpeng rolled his eyes. Not needed. They can't catch me. Wind fire wheels. As the words fell, 2 multicolored phoenixes appeared in the sky.
Descending, they transformed into fiery wheels, charging forward and unleashing terrifying heat. Jiang Yunpeng leapt gracefully into the air, landing steadily on the windfire wheels. His form blurred into a mere afterimage as he drew the Hui Bao. The first arrow, wrapped in fiery momentum, shot toward Alice.
Lord Alice. Beware. Inoue Shrikawa moved with blinding speed, drawing his sword of gathering clouds to block the strike.
He had expected to intercept it effortlessly with his own power, but the overwhelming flames scorched away his hair.
Had he not swiftly channeled his divine power, he would have been engulfed in flames, reduced to charcoal.
Jiang Yunpeng proved to be a formidable opponent indeed.
Jiang Yunpeng wielded numerous magical artifacts. What threat could these men possibly pose? Without slowing, he unleashed dozens more arrows in the blink of an eye.
Lu Xiao fought alone as several divine mandate bearers charged toward her. While her Kunlun mirror was effective against demons and monsters, it lacked the power needed against human foes. Chapter 125, The 9 Netherworld Candle Dragon appears. It was her all alone.
Lu Xiao was furious.
She wasn't as powerful as Jiang Yunpeng, who could manipulate wind elements and even borrow the power of the windfire wheel for both offense and defense. Her only remaining useful weapon was the 9 Netherworld Candle Dragon.
Oomph. Since you seek death, I'll grant your wish.
The dark purple decorative snake coiled around her forearm suddenly sprang to life. It soared into the air, transforming within moments into a colossal serpent over 100 meters long.
The sight left everyone utterly stunned. Lu Xiao didn't forget to command, they are all murderers who killed your mate. Kill them all.
The 9 netherworld candle dragon roared, its twin horns erupting with waves of blood-red light. Jiang Yunpeng hadn't expected Lu Xiao to unleash the 9 netherworld candle dragon.
It seemed there would be no peaceful resolution today. Impossible. That's the giant serpent we failed to kill last time.
A divine mandate bearer from the Yi family shouted.
Situ Baiha also recalled the incident.
When they first entered the secret realm, they had discovered 2 colossal snakes mating. They had slain the male, but the female had vanished before their very eyes.
Never did they imagine it had been in Lu Xiao's possession all along. Everyone present lost their composure. Every strike from the candle dragon felt like the end of the world. A single sweep of its tail unleashed a devastating hurricane.
Jiang Beichuan had completely lost his mind.
He looked at Lu Wushuang, who was now reveling in the power of her banana fan. Captain, could the giant serpent in the young lady's hands be that very one? That's right. We'll discuss the details after we finish them off. Lu Wushuang aimed her banana fan at Alice and his group. Flames surged skyward, and the temperature in the white space skyrocketed. Jiang Yunpeng was astonished to discover he could effortlessly control the intense flames produced by the banana fan.
It seemed that mastering the fire element granted control over all flames in the world.
Excellent.
Jiang Yunpeng raised his hand, fusing one fireball after another.
With thunderous booms, the fireballs exploded, crashing down upon the members of the noble family.
Most of the divine mandate attackers targeting Lu Xiao were dealt with by the candle dragon. Situbaiha remained unengaged, his gaze fixed intently on the rampaging serpent. His fists clenched tightly.
How could such formidable techniques exist in this world to command demons and monsters as one's own tools?
The mere thought made his heart race uncontrollably. Ning Xiaoyao was scorched and in agony. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Old master." With Lu Wushuo wielding the banana fan and that serpent, if this continues, the divine mandated warriors of the Situ clan will suffer injuries.
Nonsense.
I shall teach him a lesson myself.
With that, Situbaiha soared into the air, his body swift as lightning, landing between the horned dragon's horns. Oomph! A mere demon dares to act so brazenly? How audacious!
A ball of divine power coalesced in his hand, crashing down with a thunderous boom onto the candle dragon's head. The blow sent the massive dragon crashing to the ground. Lu Xiao's heart ached as she cried out, "Candle dragon, come back!"
Candle dragon? Standing atop the creature's head, Baiha finally heard Lu Xiao's words clearly. His expression twisted in shock. He never imagined the creature in her grasp was the ancient demon, the 9 nether candle dragon.
At that moment, his laughter rang out with wild arrogance.
Ha 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 ha! Heaven truly favors me. I've lived over 70 years, yet never imagined encountering an ancient great demon. What a pity!
The one belonging to the public had been killed by them. Now, this one he must capture it alive. The candle dragon refused to heed Lu Xiao's words.
It was already teetering on the edge of fury.
The old man before it was none other than the divine mandate bearer who had slain its mate. As the man and serpent fought fiercely, the other divine mandate bearers retreated to the rear, fearing collateral damage. The surrounding battle temporarily ceased.
Lu Xiao watched the candle dragon covered in wounds, tears streaming down her face. She looked up at Jiang Yunpeng in the sky. Jiang Yunpeng, think of a way. I don't want it to die.
This beast companion, which she had worked so hard to tame and had grown attached to, was the last thing she wanted to lose. Jiang Yunpeng glanced around. It seemed the time had come to unleash the demonic power. He called out, "Xiaojiu, go assist Candle Dragon and bring it back."
Xiaojiu emerged instantly from Jin Lingshua's spatial pocket.
Stretching her limbs, she purred seductively, "Rest assured, master.
I'll personally bring it back."
But, her gaze shifted to the old man in the sky, Situbaiha.
"This old fellow's strength is no ordinary matter, master. I fear even I might not be his match." "Never mind that. Just bring it back first." Jiang Yunpeng's thoughts deepened upon hearing Xiaojiu's words.
It seemed this old fox, Situbaiha, possessed strength surpassing even the Holy Spirit realm. Yet, just how formidable he truly was, even Jiang Yunpeng couldn't say for certain. After Xiaojiu joined the fray, she made no effort to conceal her identity, her 9 tails fully revealed. The demonic energy here was so thick it made even divine mandate users struggle to wield their divine power smoothly. None of that mattered now. All eyes were fixed, mesmerized, on the 9-tailed fox in the sky. Her beauty was breathtaking. They had never witnessed such a magnificent great demon before. Yi Sanhai had seen Xiaojiu before, but he never imagined she was the incarnation of a demon fox. With the power of this great demon alone, no wonder Jiang Yunpeng dares to run rampant.
Damned beast! Yi Sanhai cursed furiously. Alice's eyes burned with intensity.
Jiang Yunpeng's power had surpassed all their expectations. Jiang Yunpeng must die. Mid-air, Situbaiha struggled to handle both the 9 netherworld candle dragon and Xiaojiu simultaneously. It was proving quite a challenge.
"Oomph! Old man, taste my karmic fire red lotus."
Xiaojiu's 9 tails suddenly stirred, unleashing countless fiery lotus blossoms into the sky.
As they descended, they exploded in a series of deafening booms.
Seizing the moment, she swiftly grabbed the candle dragon's twin horns. With a surge of demonic power, she forcibly sucked all the demonic energy from its body into her own. The candle dragon's form shrank rapidly.
She then yanked the 3-meter-long serpent and flung it onto Lu Xiao's body. It's badly injured. You'd better keep it locked up properly.
Lu Xiao nodded frantically, inspected the candle dragon, and finally breathed a sigh of relief upon finding no major issues. Taking advantage of this moment, Alice fully unleashed the divine artifact in his hand. His extraordinary power now far surpassed that of his subordinates. He charged forward, gripping the white bone spike and thrust it toward Jiang Yunpeng suspended midair.
Jiang Yunpeng, die. His movement was too swift for the others to react. Lu Wuxuan, who was still far from Jiang Yunpeng, was now utterly enraged. Damn foreign devil. Jiang Yunpeng. Get out of the way.
Lu Xiao shouted, her panic palpable. Her entire focus had been on the candle dragon, leaving her oblivious to Alice's maneuver.
Jiang Yunpeng didn't dodge or retreat.
He merely smiled faintly.
He can't kill me.
The other team members were furious.
Jiang Yunpeng was practically courting death.
Chapter 126, each with their own skills, kill Alice. Zhang Beichuan and the others rushed forward to intercept the attack.
An extraordinary realm opponent wasn't something to be taken lightly.
Jiang Yunpeng was only at the 5th tier. He was clearly outmatched.
Alice hadn't expected Jiang Yunpeng to stand his ground.
Contempt filled his heart. Just as the spear tip closed in, a flash of golden light flickered in Jiang Yunpeng's hand. The next moment, everyone's jaws dropped. There stood Alice, once so fierce, now trapped mid-air by the golden light, utterly immobilized. All his divine power had vanished.
Panic gripped his heart. What on earth was happening?
Before he could break free, Jiang Yunpeng drew his bow and released an arrow. His eyes blazed with 1,000 rays of light, illuminating the sun and moon. Golden light transformed into thousands of steel needles, shooting toward Alice. With a sharp whistling sound,
the flaming arrows pierced through Alice's abdomen.
The instant his divine power recovered, countless golden needles riddled him like a sieve, reducing him to a pile of flesh on the spot.
Jiang Yunpeng's divine power plummeted by half. He had just unleashed the fire-eyed golden gaze, truly an SSS-tier skill.
Yet the drain on his divine power exceeded his expectations, consuming a full 50%. Even the Hui Bao hadn't demanded such a toll.
Ah! Lord Alice!
Inoue Haikawa screamed upon witnessing this. Throughout their time in the secret realm, the three factions had maintained a delicate balance of power. Never did he expect Alice to fall at Jiang Yunpeng's hands.
Situ Wanner breathed a sigh of relief.
Just now, she had been terrified out of her wits, nearly calling on Ning Xiaoyao beside her to intervene. Strangely enough, she and Jiang Yunpeng had known each other for less than a month combined, yet she found herself deeply concerned for him.
Situ Baiha's expression darkened completely.
He had intended to claim the candle dragon. Such a powerful demon could surely be broken and made useful through torture, only to have Jiang Yunpeng snatch it away.
The nine-tailed fox demon in Jiang Yunpeng's possession could cultivate into human form, exactly as described in ancient texts.
Jiang Yunpeng truly kept surprising him more and more, especially just now when Alice had tried to eliminate him, only for him to defuse the situation with ease. What a pity! Such a prodigiously talented, heaven-defying genius was ultimately beyond his grasp. He turned to Yi Sanhai.
Today, eliminate Jiang Yunpeng at all costs. Dead or alive, it matters not.
Originally, he had intended to capture Jiang Yunpeng alive to serve his purposes. But now, it seemed impossible. Jiang Yunpeng possessed too many formidable abilities, they simply couldn't counter them all. The optimal solution was to eliminate the threat at its root. As for the Lu family members present, they would be slaughtered without exception.
You're utterly despicable. Lu Xiao spat angrily. Yi Sanhai had already grasped Situ Baiha's intent.
With the foreign leaders dead, the treasures that followed would surely be shared among the Situ clan.
He let out a sinister chuckle. Now, Jiang Yunpeng, I'll see who can save you. Charge!
Once Jiang Yunpeng's divine artifact is destroyed, I'll bestow it upon every disciple of the Yi family. These words instantly ignited their morale. Whether true or false, even if the promise went unfulfilled, they stood to lose nothing. With decisive resolve, they charged toward Jiang Yunpeng. Hundreds of elite warriors from the gathered clans, each a formidable opponent, surrounded him. Jiang Yunpeng could fight 1, 10, 20, even 100, but eventually, he would fall.
Lin, she roared in fury, brothers! For the sake of that divine artifact, protect Jiang Yunpeng. He must not be harmed. Jiang Yunpeng couldn't help but twitch his lips. Damn it, the sentiment was sound, but the delivery was way too blunt. So his value was less important than the divine artifact? But these men clearly didn't take him seriously. Today, they were here for a bloody fight. Jiang Yunpeng's arrows flew faster and faster, slowing down the charging divine mandate warriors below. Useless trash. Can't even kill someone without me stepping in.
Ning Xiaoyao channeled his divine power, instantly closing the distance to Jiang Yunpeng. The divine artifact in his hand was bizarre, a black, icy chain.
Jiang Yunpeng glanced at it.
Yangsha Soul Binding Chain SS Class. This artifact, wielded by the sun roaming god, radiates malevolent energy that pierces the heavens.
It specifically counters dark spirits and ghostly entities.
Those bound by this chain suffer their 3 souls scorched and 7 spirits shattered.
An SS-grade divine artifact, quite interesting.
Jiang Yunpeng saw no point in fleeing. Given his opponent's power, running around would only waste divine energy. Now that the chain in his hands specialized in subduing demons and monsters, it wasn't wise to call upon Jin Lingxue for assistance.
Xiao Jiao had already gone to kill Inoue Hidekoa and couldn't spare attention for this front. With that, Jiang Yunpeng drew a dusty yellow banner, the Pangu Banner. You think you can kill me with that divine artifact in your hand? Jiang Yunpeng's contemptuous expression completely enraged Ning Xiaoyao. Who do you think you are? Die! The chains lashed out instantly, transforming into countless bolts of lightning. The bolts intertwined in the air, weaving a vast net that enveloped Jiang Yunpeng. Earth barrier! Jiang Yunpeng roared. The Pangu Banner whirled downward, instantly summoning a 100-meter-thick defensive earthen wall from the ground. Boom! Ning Xiaoyao's Yangsha Soul sealing chain shattered 3 layers of the earthen wall. Lightning bolts surged toward Jiang Yunpeng's face. Truly, an SS-grade divine artifact was extraordinary. Split form technique. Ning Xiaoyao roared, causing the chains to multiply into hundreds. They tightly bound every defensive earth wall surrounding Jiang Yunpeng. With the walls breached, Jiang Yunpeng had nowhere to hide. 3 chains instantly pierced his left arm, the excruciating pain making him grimace. He wrenched the chain through his right arm out with sheer force. Ning Xiaoyao's assault continued unabated. The gap in power was undeniable. Jiang Yunpeng's divine strength couldn't match his opponent's. The heaven-binding chains could only restrain him momentarily. Could it be that he needed to rely on his divine eye once more? While dodging, Jiang Yunpeng plotted his counter. Seeing his disheveled state, Ning Xiaoyao roared with laughter. How does it feel? I thought you were something special, but you're nothing special at all. Ning Xiaoyao pressed relentlessly. Jiang Yunpeng, however, had devised a countermeasure. He sneered, cut the crap. Beneath his feet, the wind fire wheels transformed into azure mystic fire phoenixes. The twin birds attacked from afar, refusing to draw near, severely restricting Ning Xiaoyao's movements. Break the evil. Jiang Yunpeng stood poised in the wind, his sun-shooting bow curved like a full moon. This single arrow nearly drained every ounce of divine power from his body. You worthless trash, think you can hurt me? Ning Xiaoyao knew this arrow was no joke and tried to dodge without a word. But Jiang Yunpeng wouldn't give him that chance. The emerald willow leaves in his hand fluttered out, surrounding both of them tightly. Catch this. Jiang Yunpeng thrust his palm forward. The arrow struck with earth-shattering force, whipping up a howling gale. Ning Xiaoyao clenched his teeth so hard they nearly shattered. He swiftly drew his chains to strike back. The collision of the 2 forces erupted in a ring-shaped shockwave. Over 20 clan members below were sent flying. Ning Xiaoyao's palms split open. Rage and shock surged through him. Jiang Yunpeng, you beast! How can you wield such power with only 5th tier divine strength? Chapter 127, Breaking Through to 6th tier, Escaping Successfully. Blood trickled from Jiang Yunpeng's lips as the lotus energy within his body steadily healed his wounds. This was... His expression brightened with delight. He never imagined that through relentless combat, the shackles of his 5th tier were beginning to loosen. Since that was the case, he would use Ning Xiaoyao as a test run to push himself smoothly into the 6th tier. The willow leaves remained intact, still trapping both men. Jiang Yunpeng sneered coldly, Ning Xiaoyao, you worthless piece of trash. If you're so capable, kill me. These words ignited Ning Xiaoyao's fury. He frantically channeled divine power, the black chains now edged in gold. Don't think your divine artifacts grant you free reign. I'll teach you a lesson in humility. The chains lashed out. Jiang Yunpeng's divine power was nearly depleted, yet he pushed his body to its limits, heedless of the cost. Borrowing the might of Hoi's divine bow, he shattered the chains time and again. With the Pangu Banner in hand, his offense and defense were both formidable, more than enough. Ning Xiaoyao fared no better, his entire body severely scorched by the flames. Jiang Yunpeng's SSS-grade divine artifact proved utterly overwhelming. As a sun-roaming god embodying the ultimating force, he could unleash barely half his usual power against the supremely young and pure Hoi Bao. His divine power was stretched to its absolute limit. At that very moment, a golden light erupted violently from Jiang Yunpeng's body. Under that golden radiance, his divine power surged explosively. Within mere breaths, Jiang Yunpeng had successfully broken through to the 6th tier. With divine power flowing endlessly, Jiang Yunpeng instantly swung the sky-shrouding willow leaf, enveloping Ning Xiaoyao tightly. Trapped inside like a silkworm cocoon, Ning could only curse furiously, Jiang Yunpeng, you bastard. This isn't fair. If you've got the guts, let me out. Jiang Yunpeng ignored him. As the willow leaf's power faded, he glanced at the battle outside, his heart pounding with fear. Lu Wushuang clashed with Situbaiha, beaten nearly to the point of vomiting blood. Xiao Jiao had slain numerous divine mandate bearers, yet even with his superior numbers, he still couldn't gain the upper hand.
Lu Xiao was simultaneously entangled by 3 or 4 divine mandate bearers and couldn't hold out much longer. Spotting Jiang Yunpeng emerge, she cried out in distress, "Jiang Yunpeng! These beasts are about to beat my brother and me to death." A chill gripped Jiang Yunpeng's heart. If this continued, they would surely be wiped out.
Zhang Beichuan and Lin Shi had exhausted their divine power, fighting on meant death was near. For now, retreat was the only option. His gaze flickered as he pulled Ning Xiaoyao suspended midair, bound tightly toward him. He gathered his chi in his lower abdomen and shouted, "Everyone, stop fighting! Old man Situ, if you don't want Ning Xiaoyao dead, let us leave immediately." As he spoke, the grip on Ning Xiaoyao tightened. The pain made Ning Xiaoyao grimace and scream, "Old man, save me! Save me! This beast truly intends to kill me." As the pride and joy of the Situ clan, he had never faced such a predicament. No divine mandate bearer had ever dared treat him this way before. The fear of death now filled his mind completely. Useless piece of trash. Situ Baiha's face darkened.
He could have wiped out Lu Wushuang and the others, but Ning Xiaoyao proved utterly incompetent, allowing Jiang Yunpeng to capture him.
He took a deep breath. "Fine. I'll let you go. But first, hand over Xiaoyao."
It was uncertain whether they could escape the space. Lu Wushuang had contracted the Rui Fan, which might hold the key to breaking through the spatial confinement.
With no other options left, it was worth a shot. "Old fool, do you take me for a fool? Release us first, let our team retreat safely behind me."
Jiang Yunpeng's burst of authority made him seem more like the captain than Lu Wushuang. Jiang Beichuan, clinging to his last breath, tearfully pleaded, "Jiang Yunpeng, if you can get us out safely, I'll immediately support you as the new captain." Lu Wushuang nearly choked on his own blood at their words. He'd risked his life for this, only to be rejected by his own teammates.
"Master, you may enter my space. I'll carry you both out."
Jin Lingshue's voice nearly made Jiang Yunpeng forget about this option.
If he could summon both Xiao Jiao and Jin Lingxue, her spatial pocket should be spacious enough. This thought bolstered his confidence. "Old man Situ, I'll count to 3. If you don't let my team leave, Ning Xiaoyao, I'll crush him to death right now." Jiang Yunpeng meant every word. The pressure on Ning Xiaoyao's neck intensified relentlessly.
The young man was too weak to even moan anymore, blood continuously spilling from his mouth.
"Enough!"
Stu Baiha gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed fiercely on Jiang Yunpeng. He had underestimated this kid. If he'd known, he would have handled this personally instead of letting Lu Wushuang distract him, wasting precious time.
"Yi Sanhai, order your men back immediately," Situ Baiha commanded.
Had he not still needed the Ning family for his purposes, Ning Xiaogao's fate would have been of no concern to him whatsoever.
Yi Sanhai truly didn't want to let this hard-won opportunity slip away.
If not for this fool, he would have already killed Lu Wushuang, and they would surely be back in his hands.
Useless. Useless. Absolutely useless.
He cursed inwardly, but could only order the Yi family members to clear the way, not obstructing Lu Wushuang's team.
Lu Wushuang fought back the urge to spit blood, flipping off Situ Baiha with a middle finger. "What are you staring at? You dare to strike me so viciously? Once I get out of here, I won't let you off the hook."
He couldn't touch the Stu family, but he had plenty of ways to deal with these aristocratic families in the capital. At that moment, a wave of dread washed over him. Thankfully, Jiang Yunpeng had intervened. Otherwise, every member of his team would have been lost. They were all extraordinary individuals, the loss of even one would have torn him apart.
The entire team scrambled behind Jiang Yunpeng, only venting their curses once safety was assured. "You useless pieces of trash! Bastards! Come kill us if you dare! Jiang Yunpeng, you're our new captain from now on." Captain Lu really was useless. Yeah. From now on, we're counting on Captain Jiang. Everyone shouted out, "Captain Jiang is awesome! Captain Jiang is awesome! Captain Jiang is so amazing!" Lu Xiao sighed at their jubilant outburst.
"Could you hold the celebrations until we're out of here? If we get stuck, we'll all die right here." After Jiang Yunpeng saw all the team members gather, he waved his hand. The willow leaf vanished instantly, and Ning Xiaoyao, suspended mid-air, began to fall.
Situ Baiha hurried to catch him.
A flash of white light swept over Jiang Yunpeng and the others, and they vanished into thin air, all entering Jin Lingshue's spatial realm simultaneously. Once inside the space, Xiao Jiao could hold on no longer. Leaning weakly against Jiang Yunpeng, she gasped, "Master, my demonic power is completely depleted."
Chapter 128, The Thief's Heart Remains Unbroken, Scheming to Escape.
Jiang Yunpeng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Xiao Jiao's words. He quickly turned to Jin Lingxue beside him.
"Lingxue, could draining her demonic energy like this affect her body?"
Jin Lingxue shot Xiao Jiao a glance. Her adorable, childlike face held a hint of contempt.
"Overdrafting demonic energy? Just meditate to recover. What's with the pity act here? So useless.
If it were me, I'd have taken care of all these people ages ago."
Xiao Jiao leaned lazily against Jiang Yunpeng, unfazed by Jin Lingshue's taunt.
Instead, she flashed a seductive smile.
"Why didn't I see you fighting earlier? Besides, I don't think you're any stronger than me."
At least I'm already at the Holy Spirit realm now, and your strength is still below mine.
Xiaojiao shot Jin Lingxue a defiant glare.
Jin Lingxue gritted her teeth in fury.
You stinking fox. Just wait until I recover. I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Enough, everyone. Stop arguing.
Since nothing serious happened, you should all rest properly.
Recover your divine power first, otherwise, things will get troublesome later.
Jiang Yunpeng's expression grew somber as he spoke. By now, the others likely realized his abilities were no ordinary feat. Even if they didn't know he could discern all divine artifacts, the knowledge stored within his mind alone was enough to make them covet him.
Especially that old fox, Situ Baiha. Jiang Yunpeng remembered him all too well.
The old bastard never acted unless absolutely necessary, but when he did, he could easily trap them in a desperate situation. If not for him capturing Ning Xiaoyao, they would have all been captured alive by Situ Baiha by now.
Jiang Beichuan cleared his throat, remembering his promise to Jiang Yunpeng. He called out loudly, Captain Jiang, don't be so polite. From now on, you're our new captain. Captain Lu, oh no. Brother Lu, you'll just have to make do as one of our team members. He said this with a laugh, completely unconcerned about Lu Wushuan's anger.
At this moment, Lu Wushuan was in excruciating pain all over his body.
How could he possibly have the energy to bicker with him here? Lu Wushuan rolled his eyes.
I can't be bothered arguing with you animals. I'm nearly beaten to death, and you're still discussing changing captains. But I agree with this change. After all, Jiang Yunpeng has sacrificed so much for our team.
Not letting him be captain would be unfair.
Hearing this, the man immediately objected.
Captain Lu, you're still the strongest among us right now.
You bear responsibility for all our safety.
You even accepted the banana fan, how can you step back now?
Brother Jiang, stop joking around. This responsibility must fall to Captain Lu.
Jiang Yunpeng's words silenced all objections.
Besides, he possessed the authority to deliver on his promise. He guaranteed he could select suitable divine artifacts from the Elders' Council for them to contract upon returning.
As for the binding method, they needn't worry at all.
He would personally provide it, guaranteeing no complications whatsoever.
With Jiang Yunpeng speaking so decisively, how could they refuse him? Wouldn't that make them look like cowards? Jiang Beichuan grinned, slinging an arm around Jiang Yunpeng's shoulder. Yunpeng, you've called me brother now. How could I not protect you?
Rest assured, if you help me successfully contract, I swear allegiance to the Elders' Council from this day forward.
Loyalty to the Elders' Council? That's nothing. I'll become Jiang Yunpeng's most loyal subordinate. Lin Shi immediately chimed in, not wanting to be outdone.
The others quickly followed suit.
The flattery flowed freely, and Lu Xia was speechless hearing their words. These people were going all out for the divine artifact.
But then again, she had to pay a price to her transcendent cultivation level, and becoming Jiang Yunpeng's personal bodyguard had only earned her the Kunlun mirror. These guys should at least pay some kind of price.
Jiang Yunpeng, what should we do next?
I wonder if our spatial portal is still at the original location.
Lu Xiao feared encountering Situ Baiha again after exiting.
They had barely managed to evade him once. Venturing out now would be like walking into a trap.
Don't worry. I've already instructed Ling Xue to begin shifting her space. It should be operational. The most urgent task now was to ensure they recovered properly.
Jiang Yunpeng needed to advance to the 7th tier as quickly as possible so he could seize the golden monkey staff upon their return.
Even Jiang Yunpeng wasn't entirely confident about this super SSS grade divine artifact.
Though he knew the binding method, attempting it with insufficient strength would surely lead to trouble. He hadn't shared his plan to contract the golden monkey staff with the others present.
Everyone understood this artifact wasn't something ordinary people could handle. Even that old fool, Situ Baiha, had been powerless against it. They certainly weren't any better. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the very space where they resided.
This expedition into the secret realm had claimed the lives of most of the foreigners. With Alice dead, they were leaderless. The remaining members were generally weak, especially those like Edward who were merely there for prestige. They had hoped that by collaborating with China this time, they could safely exit the secret realm unscathed.
Who could have foreseen that Alice would be killed, along with Inoue Shueichan?
The remaining members trembled in fear, leaving Edward no choice but to personally negotiate with Situ Baiha.
They demanded nothing and pledged not to interfere with Situ Baiha's team plundering other divine artifacts. Their sole request was to be escorted out. If they could be safely escorted out, they guaranteed they would not pursue any consequences for today's events. Upon hearing this, Situ Baiha shook his head. Impossible. If you won't hold anyone accountable, why should I protect you? Once you're out, I want you to coordinate your testimony. Jiang Yunpeng is the mastermind behind this. He's the one who destroyed relations between Huagua and the West. I hope you'll seize this opportunity. Situ Baiha's words were a clear directive. He wanted Edward and the others to drag Jiang Yunpeng down completely. With this charge, even the Elders' Council wouldn't be able to protect him. The SSS secret realm would remain open for no more than 15 days. With only a few days left before its closure, most of the divine artifacts within this realm had already been snatched up by Jiang Yunpeng.
If they couldn't even secure thee, wouldn't their entire journey have been for naught?
Just then, a series of cracking sounds echoed around them. The white void began to split open, revealing fissure after fissure. Beyond the cracks lay landscapes they had never seen before. Along their journey inward, they had witnessed the ruins of the treasure-shattering realm and traversed endless dense forests. Now, beyond the cracks, lay a place of birdsong and blossoms, serene and tranquil. The sheer divine energy radiating from this realm was enough to leave them utterly awestruck. Chapter 129, Absorbing Spiritual Energy at the Immortal Pool. Old man, should we go out and take a look? As soon as Ning Xiaoyao finished speaking, the white space shattered with a thunderous roar. They found themselves standing at the foot of a green mountain. The, spanning heaven and earth, stood silently in place. Only now, it was coated layer upon layer with moss and rust, as if tens of thousands of years had passed within this space. Jiang Yunpeng and his crew must have arrived here too.
Find him. Find Jiang Yunpeng.
That beast must have a way to contract thee. Situbaiha's words thrust Jiang Yunpeng squarely into the eye of the storm.
Situwaner, too, keenly sensed the implication. Her grandfather wished Jiang Yunpeng dead. Why couldn't Jiang Yunpeng coexist peacefully with the Situ clan? Why must they be locked in this bitter rivalry? She could have been good friends with Jiang Yunpeng.
She closed her eyes, suppressing the sorrow welling up inside.
Her cultivation was simply too weak.
No matter how much grandfather doted on her, he could never compromise the family's major principles for her sake. At this juncture, all she could do was hope for Jiang Yunpeng's good fortune. Yi Canhai and the others, hearing Situbaiha's words, grew restless with their own schemes. If Jiang Yunpeng knew how to contract thee, they would be the first to find him.
They absolutely couldn't let the Situ family get their hands on it.
Once he successfully bound thee, they would slaughter Jiang Yunpeng.
If not for Jiang Yunpeng's emergence, how could the Elders' Council have repeatedly trampled them underfoot?
The noble families were now in disarray, and it was all Jiang Yunpeng's fault.
Situbaiha and the other clan leaders shared an unspoken understanding.
They each dispatched divine mandate enforcers to scout the area, confirming it was safe before launching a large-scale search. Wherever Jiang Yunpeng was, they were determined to capture him. Simultaneously, they stationed guards to secure thee. If Jiang Yunpeng desired thee, he would return sooner or later. They had all the patience in the world to wait. At that very moment, within Ji Lingshua's spatial realm, Jiang Yunpeng and his companions felt the world turn upside down. The space trembled incessantly, the very heavens and earth inverted. Lu Xiao quickly grabbed Jiang Yunpeng's arm, terrified she might fall. In truth, their bodies remained firmly anchored. No matter how violently the space shook and inverted, they did not budge an inch.
This eased Lu Wushuang and the others' minds somewhat.
Amidst the dizzying whirl of the world, Jiang Yunpeng gradually made out the figure of one woman, the same woman he had seen in Ji Lingshua's space last time. He had once asked Ji Lingshua about her, but she had refused to speak of it.
He never imagined she would be here.
The woman also sensed his gaze.
The instant she turned her head, a blinding white light filled Jiang Yunpeng's vision, obscuring everything. All right, the space transfer is complete. We can exit now. For some reason, Ji Lingshua's voice sounded slightly urgent.
Jiang Yunpeng didn't press her on it, assuming the woman's appearance had unsettled her. Everyone, come out and assess the situation first.
Don't split up until we're certain there's no danger. Lu Wushuang gave the order.
When they emerged and saw the scene outside, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets.
Who could have imagined that before them lay a vast lotus pond?
Within it, golden lotuses blossomed and swirled, releasing streams of green mist. The moment they stepped out, the mist enveloped them, seeping into their divine palaces.
Instantly, it healed their physical exhaustion and internal injuries. Holy crap! Where is this? Mist that actually heals injuries? This is insane.
Zhang Beichuan was so excited he was practically going crazy. If he'd known about such a place, he wouldn't have feared getting injured.
I wonder if we could pick all these lotuses. Just looking at them, you can tell they're no ordinary flowers.
He reached out to pluck one, only to be sharply reprimanded by Ji Lingshua.
Don't pick it. These are the last remaining Yaoqi golden lotus.
If you pluck one, none of these lotuses will be usable anymore.
Ji Lingshua's explanation instantly stunned everyone. They never imagined this was the legendary Yaoqi.
The sheer concentration of divine energy here alone made Jiang Yunpeng feel his body relax and grow comfortable. If he could cultivate here, it wouldn't take long before he smoothly broke through to the 7th tier.
Alright, everyone stay put. Heal your wounds here quietly.
Once we're done, we still need to stay vigilant. Lu Wushuang gave the order, and everyone quickly found a suitable spot to sit and slowly absorb the energy. Xiaojiu transformed into a fox and curled up on Jiang Yunpeng's shoulder.
Master, I'll just sleep leaning against you.
The divine energy emanating from you feels incredibly soothing.
Jiang Yunpeng made no objection.
From where he sat, he could see one of the golden lotuses. Ji Lingshua returned to the spatial realm. Lu Xiao, utterly exhausted, leaned against the edge of the Yaoqi pool and fell asleep. As Jiang Yunpeng absorbed the energy, a faint green glow emanated from his body. The divine power suddenly surged forth, attaching itself to the golden lotus beside him. As if imbued with some special divine force, the golden lotus abruptly expanded several times in size. The other team members, all eyes closed, absorbed divine power to heal their wounds, completely unaware of the commotion occurring near Jiang Yunpeng. By the time Jiang Yunpeng realized it, the overflowing thread of divine power had already thickened to the size of a fist, surging relentlessly toward his divine palace.
The potent divine power had now connected to Jiang Yunpeng's divine palace.
He tried to sever the connection, but it proved futile. The divine power flowing from the golden lotus only accelerated its circulation. It seemed impossible to sever it with divine power alone.
But if this absorption continued, how could his body endure?
Gritting his teeth, Jiang Yunpeng swiftly channeled all the divine power into his limbs and bones. With each breath, the potent divine energy caused Jiang Yunpeng's body to swell relentlessly, like a balloon stretched to its absolute limit, forcing him to continuously transform the surging power. Xiaojiao, perched on his shoulder, also sensed this anomaly. When she opened her eyes, she witnessed this scene. Jiang Yunpeng's entire body erupted with blinding radiance as spiritual energies surged endlessly toward him. The sheer speed of this absorption astonished even Xiaojiao. She had never witnessed such terrifying might. Having formed a contract bond with Jiang Yunpeng, she knew he would surely be torn apart by this divine power if it continued. Without hesitation, she immediately split off a thread of her demonic energy from her monstrous form. Merging with the divine power, she joined Jiang Yunpeng in absorbing it. Even with her absorption speed reaching its absolute limit, it made not the slightest difference to Jiang Yunpeng. The divine power surged forward with undiminished speed. Jiang Yunpeng inwardly cursed his misfortune. He tried to speak, but his entire body was pinned down by the overwhelming force, leaving him utterly immobilized. Chapter 130, Smooth Breakthrough, terrifyingly so. It was Lu Wushuang, who had awakened first from meditation, who noticed his unusual state. By the time he rushed over, he was already filled with terror.
Holy, Jiang Yunpeng, what trick did you use? How did you absorb so much divine power? This is bad, your body can't handle it. I'll lend you a hand.
As soon as Lu Wushuang finished speaking, he swiftly diverted a thread of the divine power Jiang Yunpeng had drawn, channeling it continuously into his own body. He had assumed that with his own power at the Holy Spirit realm, he could steadily transfer all this divine energy over.
Knowing Jiang Yunpeng's strength, he figured Jiang couldn't hold on much longer.
But no matter how much divine power he channeled over, it showed no sign of diminishing.
He could only shout. No more resting. Hurry over and absorb divine power.
At this rate, Jiang Yunpeng's body will be torn apart. The other team members snapped awake at Lu Wushuang's words. They opened their eyes to witness the earth-shattering might of this divine power, leaving them utterly dumbfounded.
Damn it, what did Jiang Yunpeng do?
If all that terrifying divine power gets absorbed into his body, it'll turn him into mincemeat.
We shouldn't waste this chance either. Hurry over and grab our share.
Otherwise, if Jiang Yunpeng dies, we'll get nothing when we return.
Damn it! At a time like this, you're still thinking about divine artifacts? Save his life first.
Zhang Beichuan and Lin Shi flanked him, drawing all the divine power surrounding Jiang Yunpeng toward themselves.
Lu Xiao, drifting in a hazy dream, was jolted awake by the commotion. Hearing the team's urgent words, she frantically joined them in absorbing the energy.
With over a dozen people absorbing simultaneously, the divine power's flow slowed considerably.
Jiang Yunpeng finally regained movement.
After this frenzied surge, he now touched the threshold of the 7th tier. Breaking through 2 realms consecutively was too much for his body to handle, even with his extraordinary constitution. Fortunately, the Lotus Shield protected him. Forcing the breakthrough would have left his body with lasting damage. Without delay, Jiang Yunpeng compressed his divine power to its absolute limit and launched a frenzied assault on the bottleneck. Only through such relentless effort could he finally step over the threshold into the 7th tier. The other team members had already sensed Jiang Yunpeng's impending breakthrough. They weren't surprised under such a torrent of divine power anyone could break through. They seized the opportunity to harness the divine power absorbed from outside, raising a barrier before their bodies to prevent Jiang Yunpeng's breakthrough from severely injuring them. The divine energy fluctuations here were even detected by Situbaiha, who was over 100 miles away.
Situbaiha's strength was truly terrifying.
Sensing the divine power rippling through the air and swirling across the sky, he looked up. Golden divine energy appeared in the heavens, all converging toward the southwest.
Something's happening. Xiaoyao, gather the clan's divine mandate bearers.
Follow these divine energies and see if Jiang Yunpeng is stirring something up there, or if another divine artifact has appeared. After Stu Baiha issued his orders, the others were nearly beside themselves with excitement. At the mere mention of a divine artifact emerging, they were more anxious than anyone else. They feared Jiang Yunpeng might have contracted another valuable artifact this time.
Ning Xiaoyao's eyes were fixed solely on Jiang Yunpeng.
Jiang Yunpeng had humiliated him so thoroughly. The only way to quell the rage burning within him was to kill Jiang Yunpeng. If Jiang Yunpeng managed to escape and return to the capital, he would have no chance to act.
The Council of Elders, those beasts, were all protecting Jiang Yunpeng.
With so many extraordinary talents surrounding him, unless the Council of Elders declared all-out war against the Situ family, there was no way to act. But the elders wouldn't be that foolish. At this very moment, he absolutely wouldn't let go of his only chance. Hurricane force winds howled around the edge of the Jade Pool. Jiang Yunpeng stood at the eye of the storm, while the rest of his team struggled under the crushing pressure of this violent divine power. Holy crap, Jiang Yunpeng's breakthrough is terrifying. Even when I broke through, it wasn't this exaggerated. Zhang Beichuan sucked in a sharp breath. When had a breakthrough from 6th to 7th tier ever unleashed such terrifying power? Truly, the gap between people is wider than a dog's. Lu Wushuang barked in order. Stop wasting time here. The divine energy around us is already dwindling. The rest of you patrol the perimeter. If you spot any of Situ Baiha's men, stall them. Under no circumstances must they interrupt Jiang Yunpeng's breakthrough. Zhang Beichuan, Lin Shi, and their group nodded urgently. Severing their divine power connection, they charged forward. Lu Xiao also rushed out, clutching the Kunlun mirror. She had absorbed too much divine power, and her body ached from the strain. He had to expel this divine power, otherwise, his body would surely collapse. Jiang Yunpeng's internal organs throbbed with excruciating pain. After reaching the 5th tier, each subsequent tier represented a physical tempering. The more intense the agony, the greater the power gained upon successful breakthrough. He clenched his teeth so hard they nearly shattered, feeling as though millions of ants were relentlessly gnawing at his flesh. Lu Xiao and her group had been patrolling outside for barely half an hour when they finally spotted Ning Xiaoyao and his crew. Those beasts were moving fast. She was the first to draw the Kunlun mirror. Stop them. Don't let them break through. The moment Ning Xiaoyao spotted Lu Xiao, he was filled with both surprise and delight. He had finally found Lu Wushuang and the others. Those bastards sure could run fast. The moment the two sides met, combat erupted instantly. Before long, even the Yi family's divine mandate bearers heard the commotion and rushed over. This time was different. The team members' bodies had recovered far better than those of the divine mandate bearers, allowing them to fight with ease and superiority. In no time, the divine mandate bearers from the noble families found themselves completely overwhelmed. Boom! Several deafening explosions echoed through the sky. While the other divine mandate bearers were confused by the commotion, Lu Xiao's heart leapt with joy. Jiang Yunpeng had successfully broken through. After completing his breakthrough, the intense concentration of divine power would trigger an explosion, producing such terrifying noise. She was about to turn back to check on Jiang Yunpeng when she saw Lu Wushuang leading the remaining divine mandate bearers charging toward them. You beasts! Don't even think about advancing. Today, you'll see just how formidable I am. Without another word, Lu Wushuang began wildly fanning his banana leaf fan, glancing briefly at Lu Xiao as she approached. He murmured, Jiang Yunpeng has already infiltrated the location of the. He instructed us to stall here while he secures the golden staff first. Also, Jiang Yunpeng said to have you submerge the 9 netherworld candle dragon in the Yaoqi pool to enhance its demonic power. Chapter 131, Luring the Tiger Away from the Mountain. Really? Brother, wait here. I'll be right back. Without waiting for Lu Wushuang's response, Lu Xiao dashed toward the Yaoqi pool. She swiftly tossed the 9 netherworld candle dragon into the waters, allowing it to recuperate and heal. This would ensure it could lend a hand in the impending battle. Jiang Yunpeng intended to fight alone. Their only option was to buy him time. With 2 powerful demons, Xiao Jiao and Jin Lingxue, by his side. That should be enough to protect him. After settling the 9 nether candle dragon, Lu Xiao returned to Lu Wushuang's side. Lu Wushuang's arrangements were cunningly devised. He had all his team members rotate shifts, ensuring no one could determine whether Jiang Yunpeng was actually present in this region. Regardless of Jiang Yunpeng's presence, Lu Wushuang and his group were doomed. Ning Xiaoyao and the divine mandated agents of the clans were determined to eliminate Lu Wushuang and his group. Unfortunately, Lu Wushuang's power had reached the Holy Spirit realm. Forcing their way through his defenses was impossible. Ning Xiaoyao gritted his teeth and barked at the divine mandate bearer beside him, go fetch the old man immediately. We've located Lu Wushuang and his group, they must be captured at all costs. Yes, sir. The divine mandate bearer by his side dared not delay. Capturing Jiang Yunpeng alive meant he would become the Sita family's prize. The mere thought sent shivers of excitement through his body. Upon reaching Sita Baiha, he hurriedly reported the news. Just as I suspected. Where could Lu Wushuang and his group possibly flee? They're all within the secret realm. How dare they activate such formidable divine power? Have they discovered a new divine artifact? Or has some extraordinary treasure emerged? Hearing this, the divine mandate bearer hastily recounted what they had observed. No, Elder. We found no divine artifacts, nor any traces of other treasures. They merely seemed to be channeling divine power to heal themselves. When we arrived, their divine power was already exceptionally potent. Impossible. Stu Baiha dismissed this explanation outright. From what I know of Lu Wushuang, he's not the type to abandon everything. There must be a precious treasure there, something that can help them restore their divine power. A flash of gold gleamed in his eyes.
Take me there immediately. Whatever that treasure was, he, Sitobaiha, would get his hands on it.
Neither of them noticed Jiang Yunpeng lurking a mere 100 meters away. With his keen senses, he had clearly overheard every word Sitobaiha had just spoken. He thought to himself, just as I suspected, a cunning old fox.
He hadn't expected Sitobaiha to deduce the matter of the jade pool from such subtle clues. It matched Sitobaiha's own speculation almost perfectly. The golden lotus at the Yaoqi pool would lose all its potency once picked. If he intended to harvest it, then so be it. Jiang Yunpeng couldn't care less.
His gaze was fixed on the Rui Jingu Bang standing tall between heaven and earth.
With Sitobaiha gone, the other noble families saw no reason to linger. They casually left behind a few low-ranking divine mandate bearers to hold the fort.
They were certain Jiang Yunpeng must have obtained some incredibly powerful treasure.
Otherwise, why would that old fox Sitobaiha personally intervene?
This thought spurred them to hasten their departure. If the Situ clan beat them to it, they'd be left with nothing. Seeing most of the clan members depart, Jiang Yunpeng smiled with satisfaction. It unfolded exactly as he'd anticipated. These greedy fools, abandoning the treasure right before their eyes to chase after some other phantom treasure, what a bunch of useless trash. Jiang Yunpeng had to act swiftly.
Every minute delayed only deepened the predicament facing Lu Wushuang and the others. With that thought, he released Xiao Jiao and Jin Lingxue. You two go first. Lure all these people over for me. I'll handle the contract personally. During the process, you must protect me. Understood, master. Watch closely now. My power has nearly fully recovered.
These divine mandate bearers will soon meet their end.
Let them taste my might.
Xiao Jiao spoke these words before instantly revealing her true form as a nine-tailed fox demon. She charged toward the divine mandate bearers. Most of those left behind were low-level divine mandate bearers, along with the foreigners.
Led by Edward and his group, they had been isolated dozens of miles away.
Though these foreigners had ostensibly pledged allegiance to the aristocratic families like the Stu White Crane clan, the locals still distrusted them. They preferred to keep the foreigners as far away as possible. Just then, they witnessed the colossal demon beast emerge into the sky. The mere sight of the beast sent them reeling backward. Only madmen would dare confront such a creature.
Trouble. A demon beast is attacking. Defend yourselves immediately. We absolutely cannot let this beast break through.
The divine mandate bearers panicked instantly. None had ever seen such a terrifying beast, one with 9 tails. They had indeed encountered Xiaojiao before, but she had always appeared human.
Who could have imagined her true form was this monstrous?
In their panic, none connected the 9-tailed fox to Jiang Yunpeng. Xiaojiao's massive form charged wildly, instantly scattering over a dozen divine mandate bearers. Spotting his chance, Jiang Yunpeng sprinted forward, leaving only an afterimage behind as he closed in on the golden hooped staff.
He swiftly channeled waves of earth-hued divine power, primordial energy inherent within the Pangu Banner. Only primordial power could awaken thee.
True to form, as he unleashed this surge of divine energy, the rust and moss covering the golden monkey staff vanished instantly.
Humming.
The ground shook violently as if an earth dragon had turned, causing all the divine beings to stagger.
Slowly, the, which had once bridged heaven and earth, rose into the air.
The 5 characters engraved upon the staff erupted with dazzling golden light. Jiang Yunpeng nearly had his soul shattered by the overwhelming divine power that threatened to shatter the heavens and earth.
Put.
Jiang Yunpeng spat out a mouthful of blood. The excruciating pain twisted his features.
What overwhelming power!
Before his eyes, an illusion materialized. In an instant, a towering mountain of the 5 elements, 1,000 zhang high, crashed down from the heavens, crushing him beneath its weight. Jiang Yunpeng was utterly immobilized, pinned to the ground in an excruciatingly uncomfortable position.
This must be the test of thee. Yet he never imagined the trial would take this form, leaving him utterly speechless. Most people would have been utterly helpless against such a 5 elements mountain. But who was Jiang Yunpeng?
He possessed profound knowledge of every divine artifact in the world.
Chapter 132, Personal Contract, B.
Plus, he had the system. More importantly, he had thoroughly studied the entire journey to the west. He drew a deep breath as the 5 elements mountain violently poured divine power into him. He sensed that within half an hour, he would likely be utterly crushed into mincemeat.
Great sage, great sage. Who'd have thought you'd test me with this? This is a piece of cake for me.
Jiang Yunpeng, pinned beneath the 5 elements mountain, actually managed to smile before chanting the 5-syllable mantra.
Om, Ma, Ni, Ba, Mi, Hum. As the sacred mantra echoed, the heavens darkened and the earth trembled. Within Jiang Yunpeng's body, a golden thread of divine power suddenly emerged. The divine spirit connected with his divine palace, shattering the 5 elements mountain into dust. A wild, untamed voice echoed in his ears, ha ha ha. Who would have thought that after tens of thousands of years, someone still remembers Old Sun's deeds? Marvelous. Marvelous. Old Sun S is yours. Within it lies a fragment of my soul. If you can release this remnant of my spirit, Old Sun will bestow upon you the 72 transformations of the earthly fiends as well. Ha 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 ha.
Jiang Yunpeng felt a wave of disorientation at the voice. He never imagined such a turn of events. The moment he rose and raised his hand, a sharp crack echoed as the bones in his left arm shattered instantly.
Damn it!
Jiang Yunpeng cried out in shock. The had already flown into his hand, its terrifying weight overwhelming his arm. Fortunately, the lotus shield protected him, and he quickly began healing his injury. Even though the golden staff had successfully bonded with him, the sheer number of entities he had contracted with was overwhelming. His body simply couldn't handle it. Jiang Yunpeng felt a wave of dread wash over him. Thankfully, he had already broken through to the 7th tier. Had he been even slightly greedy, he would have lost his life? Gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his severed hand, he forced the into his inner realm. The moment it entered his body, his movements grew sluggish, making even walking a struggle. Overwhelmed by this sensation, he had no choice but to call out to Jin Lingshuet, come quickly and pull me into your space.
I can't hold on any longer.
He needed to tend to his injuries immediately. The might of the far exceeded his expectations, and he had foolishly bound it to himself. Once bound, a divine artifact fuses with the divine vessel's divine palace. Severing that connection while still alive would leave one crippled, if not dead.
Jiang Yunpeng let out a bitter laugh. The price he'd paid was truly enormous.
Ji Lingxue wasted no time. Hearing his plea, she leapt toward him. She didn't want Jiang Yunpeng to die. Having just awakened after so many years, she at least wanted to enjoy a period of freedom.
As she approached, she sensed the abnormal phenomenon within Jiang Yunpeng's body and gasped in horror. It's over. After the contract, you can't enter my space. Thea's power is too overwhelming, even I can't resist it.
By this point, she was already sighing with regret. She never imagined that his reunion with Thea would occur at such a moment.
What? Jiang Yunpeng was completely numb.
Other divine mandate holders had already launched their attacks, leaving him no choice but to stay put and tend to his injuries.
Go help Xiaojiu for now. I'll recover here.
His hands still throbbed with pain. If he pushed on, his left hand would be completely ruined. Jin Lingxue nodded, about to retreat, when a thunderous roar shook the heavens.
Jiang Yunpeng, you damned beast. Hand over that golden monkey staff this instant. It was none other than Situbaiha. The moment Jiang Yunpeng saw Situbaiha, his heart sank. Could something have happened to Lu Wushuang and the others?
The thought barely formed when he saw a group trailing behind Situbaiha. Besides Yi Tsunghai and the other clan members, there was Lu Wushuang and his crew. Seeing that Lu Wushuang and the others were unharmed, Jiang Yunpeng breathed a sigh of relief.
Lu Wushuang roared furiously, old bastard Situ, you think you can just run away? If you've got the guts, keep fighting.
Earlier, they had heard earth-shattering sounds, especially the celestial phenomenon accompanied by multicolored auspicious clouds, knowing something major had occurred. The location of the phenomenon coincided with the sight of the
Situbaiha and Yi Tsunghai had no interest in continuing their fight with Lu Wushuang and his group.
It was clear Jiang Yunpeng had acted, and they had fallen victim to a diversionary tactic. But by the time they arrived, it was already too late. They witnessed the Five Elements mountain, which had been trapping Jiang Yunpeng, shatter instantly.
The earth shattering effortlessly shrank and merged into Jiang Yunpeng's body. Wasn't this a clear sign of a contract?
Ning Xiaoyao was nearly driven to fury. Why? He was born Ning Xiaoyao. Why did the heavens have to create Jiang Yunpeng too? He had always believed himself the pinnacle of prodigies.
But now, this peerlessly brilliant prodigy had appeared. How did he know about so many divine artifacts? He even suspected Jiang Yunpeng might possess some special means, or perhaps he was a disciple of some hidden clan?
But none of that mattered now. If Jiang Yunpeng dared to steal his spotlight, there was only one outcome: death.
With so many attacking him, he couldn't believe Jiang Yunpeng would survive.
Lu Xiao rushed frantically to Jiang Yunpeng's side, still clutching the Kunlun mirror.
Lu Wushuang and the others quickly descended as well, forming two opposing sides. Jiang Yunpeng, are you okay? You scared the life out of us.
The moment we arrived, we saw that colossal Five Elements mountain crushing down on you. Lu Wushuang still trembled slightly as he spoke. If it had been him, that mountain would have crushed him flat. Yet Jiang Yunpeng wasn't just unharmed, he'd shattered the entire mountain.
But what exactly was that 5-word mantra he'd been chanting? Nothing. Just an illusion. Only by overcoming the illusion of breakthrough can one earn the recognition of the.
Jiang Yunpeng's words caused Lu Xiao's face to turn pale beside him.
What time is it now, and you're still trying to comfort us with such words? Don't you know how dense the spiritual energy was just now?
We were each locked in combat, yet this invisible force pinned us down.
Even Situbaiha couldn't move, otherwise he'd have rushed here long ago. Do you really think you could have successfully contracted it?
This truly caught Jiang Yunpeng off guard. He had created such a spectacle. It wasn't merely to intimidate others. It seemed to be a test of the divine mandate itself, not reliant on external forces.
For now, I can only rely on you all. I can no longer enter Lingshue's space.
As Jiang Yunpeng spoke these words, every member present pounded their chests in solemn assurance that they would ensure his safety.
Even if it cost them their lives, they would never hand Jiang Yunpeng over to Situbaiha and his group. Their admiration for him had grown significantly.
Chapter 133 One man holds the pass, 10,000 cannot pass. That Jiang Yunpeng, a mere 7th tier divine bound, dared to seize an SSS grade Rui Jingu Bang was awe-inspiring enough. Especially since he was a treasure among treasures. Having worked alongside Jiang Yunpeng for so long, they knew his character well. Entrusting it to someone as exceptional as him brought them peace of mind. They feared not the gifted, but the gifted with corrupted hearts, for such talents could destroy the future of China. What they were doing now was protecting China, and each of them felt immensely proud. After their sacrifice, each would surely earn a dedicated page in the clan's genealogy. After sitting down, Jiang Yunpeng swiftly channeled his divine power to heal his wounds. Even with his body saturated in potent divine energy, he couldn't easily control this force that carried the might of 10,000 armies. Moving forward, he would likely need to break through to a level beyond the extraordinary to fully master the. Truly, the road ahead was long and arduous. To be fair, at 18 years old, Jiang Yunpeng had already achieved what many people never attain in a lifetime. His breakthrough to the transcendent realm was merely a matter of time.
The place where Situ Wanner currently stood was perfectly safe.
She simply stared fixedly at the scene before her, her eyes filled with sorrow. He hadn't expected Jiang Yunpeng to be this formidable, no wonder grandfather had resolved to kill him.
Just as tensions reached a boiling point, a series of multicolored beams of light suddenly appeared in the sky.
Longtime participants like Lu Wushuang recognized these beams immediately. They signaled the emergence of the secret realm's exit portal, meaning this realm would soon close. If they failed to exit before the beams vanished, they would be trapped within this realm indefinitely.
Who knew how long they'd have to wait for the next opening? The quickest reopening might be in a year or two, but it could easily be decades.
Lu Wushuang's heart skipped a beat as he swiftly turned to look at Jiang Yunpeng.
Jiang Yunpeng, based on my years of experience, these beams will likely last only half an hour. We must break through within that time. We absolutely cannot be left behind here. Can you still hold out? Lu Wushuang's expression grew grave.
This was a life or death moment demanding utmost caution. He had barely managed to contract an SSS-grade divine artifact and refused to die so soon. He drew a deep breath and charged forward, his Rui banana fan unleashing a fiery inferno stretching dozens of miles. The moment the flames surged forward, they were largely extinguished by the water elemental wielding divine mandate bearers among the noble families. Such an assault to deplete their strength was sufficient. Situbaiha had completely lost his temper. He had never before revealed his divine artifact to others, but now Lu Wushuang and his group had thoroughly provoked him. If he couldn't finish Jiang Yunpeng today, once they emerged from the secret realm, it would be too late to act.
Jiang Yunpeng must die. Boom! 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 Imperial might surged from around Situbaiha's body. Even Jiang Yunpeng sensed this aura.
His left hand, just healed from injury, caught sight of a giant sword's afterimage before him. Situbaiha's divine artifact bore an ancient appearance, seemingly forged from bronze. Its blade was exceptionally unique, resembling a treasure passed down from primordial times. Xianyuan Sword SSS. In its fragmented state, this weapon was forged by the Holy Emperor Xianyuan, gathering the destiny of the human race and fusing the essence of sun and moon. A single strike could cleave mountains and rivers, the supreme artifact of the human path. Jiang Yunpeng sucked in a sharp breath. Since entering the secret realm, he had closely observed Situbaiha, eager to uncover the true nature of the artifact in his grasp.
Now he finally saw it, but never imagined it would be the Xianyuan sword. This was an ancient artifact. No wonder Situbaiha possessed such formidable strength.
At this moment, Jiang Yunpeng felt fortunate that his Pangu Banner surpassed the Xianyuan sword in power.
After all, it was also an ancient treasure.
Otherwise, the ownership of thee would have been uncertain. With the Xianyuan sword unleashed, Lu Wushuang, already struggling to hold his ground, found resistance even more impossible. With a mighty swing, the sword unleashed a roaring blade energy that sent them all flying backward in a single strike.
Jiang Yunpeng, this is where you meet your end. Standing mid-air, Situbaiha declared before slashing his sword toward him once more.
Jiang Yunpeng's body felt incredibly heavy and sluggish. Resisting was now utterly impossible. He urgently channeled earth elemental energy, summoning a rumbling wall of earth to block the attack before him.
Boom! 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 How could these earthen walls withstand the might of the Xianyuan sword?
They were all shattered into dust.
Jiang Yunpeng, run! I'll hold him off here. Lu Xiao gritted her teeth as the Kunlun mirror behind her transformed into a massive shield.
The sword struck the shield, causing Lu Xiao's body to tremble violently as she coughed up blood repeatedly. She and the Kunlun mirror were bound by a contract, fused as one.
When the mirror suffered heavy damage, she naturally felt the impact too. Jiang Yunpeng was truly enraged now. He stepped forward and caught Lu Xiao's body. Are you stupid? Why are you protecting me? I don't need your protection. Nonsense.
I'm your personal bodyguard, Lu Xiao gritted out, her face growing even paler.
Jiang Yunpeng hurriedly helped her sit down to the side.
Jin Lingxue and Xiao Jiu had already gone to intercept the other divine mandate bearers to ease Lu Wushuang's burden. At this critical moment, Jiang Yunpeng had no time for hesitation. He drew his Rui Jingu Bang, the only weapon capable of truly standing up to the Xianyuan sword.
Captain Lu, retreat with everyone. I'll hold them off.
As Jiang Yunpeng spoke, the burst forth from his body.
Grow.
At Jiang Yunpeng's command, the rapidly expanded, draining every ounce of divine power from his body. Its terrifying scale surpassed even the fiery golden eyes. Once again, Jiang Yunpeng stepped forward. Lu Wushuang clutched his excruciatingly painful wound, his heart filled with mixed emotions. The other team members wasted no time, dragging the wounded toward the Pillar of Light.
Now was the moment to place their faith in Jiang Yunpeng.
Other divine mandate holders attempted to charge forward, only to be blocked by Jiang Yunpeng. His staff stretched across the path before everyone. His body, unable to withstand the relentless pressure, continued to spew blood. Even so, he stood rooted to the spot like a mountain, not budging an inch.
Come at me if you dare.
One swing of this staff will crush every last one of you. Jiang Yunpeng's words halted all the divine mandate bearers present. Facing the legendary treasure, they truly possessed no means to resist.
Ning Xiaoyao stared at the creature in his hand, consumed by greed. This should be his.
Kill Jiang Yunpeng, and they would be his.
Situ Baiha's face had turned ashen.
He never imagined Jiang Yunpeng, with only 7th tier divine power, could wield such a terrifying divine artifact.
Chapter 134, Manifesting Divine Might. Jiang Yunpeng. Situ Baiha roared furiously. Do you think wielding the means I can't touch you?
Today, I'll show you the true might of the human emperor. Stu Baiha raised the Xianyuan sword in his hand. The imperial might emanating from the blade alone suffocated all the divine mandate bearers present.
The human emperor's Xianyuan sword? It's been ages since I last saw it.
With the combined strength of me and Xiaojiu, we can hold him off for a while.
You go.
Jin Lingshua's voice was icy cold as she stood before Jiang Yunpeng.
With his current strength, he stood no chance against Situ Baiha. Master, if you forcefully wield thee, your body won't withstand it.
You'll die. Xiaojiu's gaze was filled with concern. One by one, the other team members left the Pillar of Light. Lu Wushuang handled the aftermath, taking the opportunity to carry the gravely injured Lu Xiao.
Jiang Yunpeng. Hurry. Don't waste time.
Lu Wushuang's plan was straightforward: have Xiaojiu and Jin Lingxue hold off the enemy for a while. The combined strength of these two powerful demons far surpassed Jiang Yunpeng's.
Why should he risk using me? Don't worry about me. You two get out of here. Jiang Yunpeng knew full well that Situ Baiha and the others couldn't hold out much longer. Once the light pillars vanished, they'd be trapped here. If trapped, the elders would seize the opportunity to strike. The fate of the clans would be uncertain. They had to escape.
Jiang Yunpeng held his horizontally before them, forcing a decision. Situ Baiha, of course, refused to yield. Dragon Chi sword strike, he roared. The Xianyuan sword in his hand erupted with waves of dragon's roar, the sound shaking everyone present until their heads spun and ears rang. Golden dragons surged forth from the sword, charging toward Jiang Yunpeng. Without giving Xiaojiu and Jin Lingxue time to react, he shouted, "You two, get inside. I have a way out." Ignoring Xiaojiu and Jin Lingxue's objections, he forcibly pulled them back into the contract space.
As their demon beast contract master, he held absolute authority.
Once inside the contract space, Xiaojiu screamed in fury, "Jiang Yunpeng, you're insane.
Do you realize this will kill you?"
Jin Lingxue hadn't expected Jiang Yunpeng to go to such lengths for them. A complex mix of emotions flooded her, and she couldn't help but blame herself for being so useless. If only her strength were greater, if she could withstand the divine power of she could have brought Jiang Yunpeng into the space by now. They would have escaped this place safely.
Alas, such thoughts came far too late. Snap. Crack. The muscles on Jiang Yunpeng's hands split open, bones cracking audibly. He hoisted which spanned mountains and rivers, his eyes bulging with fury. "Get out of my way," he roared, his strength capable of uprooting mountains. The golden staff was raised with brutal force, crashing down toward them with a thunderous boom.
The force of the strike was like a meteorite impact, turning the heavens and earth pale.
The divine mandate holders nearby dared not meet the blow. A single strike would cost them their lives.
They retreated frantically, no longer caring whether Jiang Yunpeng escaped.
Situ Baiha's sword strike collided with the rod's descent. Thud.
The collision of two colossal divine energies unleashed a terrifying shockwave, erupting into a blinding white light that shattered the ground beneath. Jiang Yunpeng was hurled several meters by the blast, his body throbbing with agony. His hands hung limply at his sides, yet with his last ounce of strength, he managed to stow the golden hooped staff back into his divine treasury.
Lu Wushuang rushed over to catch Jiang Yunpeng's body. Seeing his state, she felt both furious and anxious. "You stubborn brat, always showing off. Come on, we can't stay here long."
His divine power was severely depleted, but he mustered his last ounce of strength to drag Jiang Yunpeng into the fading light pillar.
Its glow was growing dimmer by the second, and it would close soon.
Ning Xiaoyao and the others were sent flying several meters by the shockwave. Yi Tsunghai gritted his teeth in fury, unable to believe that Jiang Yunpeng, that bastard, had actually escaped. After unleashing that earth-shattering attack, he still had the strength to escape them. They hadn't seen Lu Wushuang intervene, assuming Jiang Yunpeng had done it all on his own.
Situ Baiha was knocked back dozens of steps.
Compared to Jiang Yunpeng's injuries, his own were mere trifles. He had come so close to finishing off that worthless piece of trash.
What a pity the teleportation beam appeared just then.
Otherwise, Jiang Yunpeng would have met his end here today. He exhaled deeply, stowing away the Xianyuan sword, his heart twinging with pain. When he had forged the contract with the Xianyuan sword, he had known it was incomplete, a fragment of its former self. The imperial might and aura within it diminished with each use. That was precisely why he rarely drew the Xianyuan sword, relying instead on other divine artifacts. He glanced at the foreigners and beckoned to Situ Wanner, who stood among them.
Wanner, we can't stay here long. Let's get out of here.
The others scrambled to rush into the light pillars, preparing to depart this secret realm. Outside the secret realm, a large crowd of divine mandate bearers had gathered. They had come upon hearing that the SSS grade secret realm was about to close. Such a legendary secret realm was beyond their reach, they could only watch from afar.
The entire delegation from the Elders' Council waited here, tense and anxious.
The Grand Elder paced back and forth, his heart filled with unease. Seeing his state, the Third Elder impatiently remarked, "Brother, stop pacing. Your pacing is making me even more anxious."
They were all worried about Jiang Yunpeng's safety.
Even if he fell into the hands of other foreigners, they wouldn't be overly concerned after all, those outsiders wouldn't know how to contract it.
But if anything happened to Jiang Yunpeng, that was another matter entirely.
The Fourth Elder twirled his prayer beads at the side, smiling broadly.
Do you still doubt my divination skills?
I already cast a fortune for Jiang Yunpeng earlier. He would encounter some troubles along the way, but nothing life-threatening.
Lu Wushuang is at least at the Holy Spirit realm. Even if the Situ clan comes after them, they won't lose their lives. The Fifth Elder sighed.
Everyone knows that much, but my heart still races with anxiety. It had been over half a month since Jiang Yunpeng and the others entered the secret realm. Shortly after their entry, the realm closed, leaving only guards stationed here.
Should any signs of its reopening appear, they would be notified immediately. Upon learning of its reopening today, they all rushed over in excitement. The elders hadn't notified Zhou Yu and the others.
On one hand, Zhou Yu and his group were too weak to be of any real help here.
If the clansmen started fighting, they wouldn't be able to protect them. On the other hand, they still didn't know how Jiang Yunpeng was faring.
Bringing Zhou Yu and the others along would only add to their worries.
Chapter 135, He's truly powerful.
Representatives from all four major families of the capital had arrived in force, entering alongside the Stu family.
It was unclear how things stood internally. This venture was fraught with danger. If they returned empty-handed, it would only weaken their combat strength. Numerous foreign journalists waited at the perimeter.
They had long prepared for the Seven Nations Alliance's entry. If the Seven Nations Alliance secured valuable treasures and could strike a blow against China's arrogant posture, the mere thought of it brought them satisfaction.
Xinjiang stood guard with his personal escort, keeping all outsiders at bay. Yi Yuntian clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the secret realm.
His brother had gone in this time, he was sure to bring back many divine artifacts. Just then, a young noble spotted the bursting rainbow light columns outside and gasped.
It's the teleportation channel. Looks like the people inside are coming out.
All eyes turned toward the multicolored pillar of light piercing the sky, a sight of breathtaking beauty. The next moment, within the dense forest where the secret realm lay, waves of powerful divine energy rippled out, causing everyone present to feel their hearts skip a beat.
This is the divine power unique to an SSS-grade secret realm. They must be emerging.
The senior patriarch's heart clenched.
Suddenly, over a dozen figures streamed out in succession.
The elder and the others stared, their hearts pounding in terror.
None other than the team led by Lu Wushuang.
Every member bore significant injuries, and Lu Xiao lay unconscious. Jiang Yunpeng was covered in blood, his injuries gruesome beyond description. Lu Wushuang held him in her arms, barely able to keep her strength. Spotting the Grand Elder and the others, she cried out. "Elder, don't just stand there. Come help me." The other clan members, seeing Lu Wushuang's group in such a pitiful state, all wore satisfied smiles. Unaware that Jiang Yunpeng was among them, they mistook the blood-soaked divine mandate bearer in Lu Wushuang's arms for one of his own team members. Yi Chenglong watched the scene unfold and sneered coldly, "Damn it, not all of them died inside. What a pity." The fourth elder nearly crushed the Buddhist beads in his hand. How could this be? He had clearly divined that Jiang Yunpeng would be fine. Why had it turned out like this? He urgently ordered Xinjiang to bring all the injured members to the Elders' Council. With the council's most advanced medical technology, they would surely be healed. Xinjiang was also startled. He had never seen Jiang Yunpeng in such a disheveled state. Without hesitation, he ordered his men to clear a path, determined not to let the aristocratic families obstruct them.
Only after most of the Elders' Council members had departed did the group led by Situbaiha and the other aristocratic families finally emerge. They looked far better than Lu Wushuang's group, showing not a single trace of injury, though their numbers seemed somewhat reduced. The waiting clan members all breathed sighs of relief. Yi Changlong, seeing Yi Sanhai alive, felt immense pride surge through him. Truly, he was his son. Unfortunately, the expressions on the faces of those who emerged were grim. There was no trace of celebration. This entire journey had merely served as a backdrop for Jiang Yunpeng. They had gained nothing. Jiang Yunpeng alone had secured one divine artifact after another from the contract, and he had even helped Lu Wushuang obtain an SSS grade Supreme Lord Lao Jun's. Just thinking about it made them want to tear Jiang Yunpeng limb from limb. How could they possibly celebrate with the Sure family now? Foreign journalists craned their necks, peering inside. As the Seven Nations Alliance members emerged, cameras clicked furiously. Edward, still reeling from shock, burst into tears upon seeing the foreigners after stepping outside. To be alive felt so good. Heaven knew that when he had glimpsed that world-shattering, he'd even written his suicide note. Though he served the Holy See, a terrifying thought had taken root in his heart. Even a being as great as God could not create a divine artifact like the in Jiang Yunpeng's hands. He was certain that even if God himself arrived, he would be struck dead by that golden staff. This thought filled him with dread and fear. Upon returning, he would report this information truthfully. Stu Baiha glanced at the remaining foreigners. Edward understood perfectly. Even if Stu Baiha didn't say anything, he would make a big deal out of this matter. China was far too powerful. He absolutely could not allow them to grow stronger. By leveraging international public opinion to force Jiang Yunpeng to his death, he could at least mitigate the influence China posed. The moment Situ Baiha and his Situ clan entourage departed, Yi Yuntian rushed to Yi Sanhai's side, his voice trembling with excitement. "Brother, did you get the divine artifact? If we can obtain it, the Yi clan's power will surely soar to new heights." Yi Chenglong stood nearby, his eyes fixed on Yi Sanhai with hopeful anticipation. Hearing their words, Yi Sanhai's expression darkened further, his teeth clenched in frustration. "Oomph! What could I possibly obtain? That beast Jiang Yunpeng took everything with him. Damned bastard! What?" Yi Chenglong and Yi Yuntian stared in disbelief. What did this have to do with Jiang Yunpeng? He hadn't even entered the secret realm this time. The reactions from the other clans were identical. They couldn't believe that their own formidable divine mandate bearers had come back empty-handed. When exactly had Jiang Yunpeng slipped into the secret realm? One question after another surged through their minds. It wasn't until Yi Sanhai briefly explained the situation inside and revealed that Jiang Yunpeng hadn't just taken one divine artifact, he might have even snatched the legendary golden monkey staff, that Yi Sanhai's composure finally shattered. This news sent Yi Chenglong into a complete frenzy. Yi Yuntian's jaw dropped in shock. He never imagined Jiang Yunpeng had sneaked into the secret realm and stumbled upon such an extraordinary encounter. Rage burned fiercely within him. If he'd known, he would have gone too. Why should Jiang Yunpeng reap all the benefits? Damn the Elders' Council! Lu Wushuang and the others were clearly just a diversion. The real target was Jiang Yunpeng. Damn it! Why the hell didn't that bastard Jiang Yunpeng die? Yi Yuntian cursed loudly. Other families, having learned the full story from other divine mandate bearers, joined in the chorus of curses. Within moments, curses against Jiang Yunpeng and the Elders' Council echoed throughout the secret realm's outer regions. Meanwhile, the entire council descended into utter chaos. They rushed Jiang Yunpeng into a medical pod. Jiang Yunpeng's injuries were so severe that even Qin, standing nearby, felt his heart race with dread. Both his arms and numerous bones throughout his body were shattered beyond repair. It would likely take months before he could recover. Chapter 136, Standing Up for Him. Foreigners dare to make false claims. Lu Wushuang, how did he end up like this? Didn't I order you to protect Jiang Yunpeng properly? The Grand Elder's voice trembled with suppressed fury. Jiang Yunpeng was pivotal to Huagua's future. Had he not insisted on going, the Grand Elder would never have permitted it. Elder, I swear I'm innocent. Do you have any idea how bizarre things got in there? Lu Wushuang felt like crying but had no tears left. The other team members were still unconscious, leaving him alone to speak while healing his wounds. The 5 elders waited for his continuation. Even Xinjiang sat down. They too were eager to know what had transpired within the secret realm. Lu Wushuang didn't hold back, recounting their entire journey into the depths in meticulous detail, including the divine artifact Jiang Yunpeng had bound to him through a contract. That's how it went. When we were leaving, Situ Baiha rallied everyone to ambush us. Jiang Yunpeng had no choice but to use the. His power had broken through to the 7th tier, but how could 7th tier strength be enough? That's why he suffered such severe injuries. It was all to protect us. Who knows what divine artifact Situ Baiha wielded? It was clearly formidable. Yet even that couldn't harm Jiang Yunpeng. He is truly incredible. His words left the entire council of elders stunned. They never imagined Jiang Yunpeng had actually contracted the and even acquired divine artifacts like the Windfire Wheels. Not to mention capturing a 9 netherworld candle dragon as a beast companion for Lu Xiao. Just imagining it filled them with unbearable envy. Goodness gracious, what kind of extraordinary encounters had Jiang Yunpeng and his group had inside?
This was just too awesome. The Grand Elder's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Not only had Jiang Yunpeng exceeded the mission objectives, but he'd also acquired countless unexpected treasures.
Thank goodness Yunpeng made it back safely. If something had happened to him, wouldn't the future of Huagua have been buried by my own hands?
The Grand Elder was still trembling with fear, while the Fourth Elder kept patting his chest.
I told you so. Jiang Yunpeng is incredibly lucky and resilient.
He'll be fine, but his injuries might be another story. The Third Elder could only hope Jiang Yunpeng would awaken soon. He longed to see the true form of that.
What terrified them even more was Lu Wushuang's claim that this secret realm was the ruins of the Celestial Palace. How had the gods vanished tens of thousands of years ago? They couldn't fathom the answer, only sensing it must be something truly extraordinary.
After regaining some strength, Lu Wushuang glanced at Qin Zhan and declared smugly, "Humph.
This time I've obtained an SSS grade divine artifact. From now on, the Lu family will be Jiang Yunpeng's most loyal faction."
Qin Zhan paid no heed to Lu Wushuang's boast. While he genuinely disliked her, he had no objection to her declaration.
The more people protecting Jiang Yunpeng, the better it would ensure his safety. Fang Tao also hurried over, his face cold after handling matters outside. Those Seven Nations Alliance members are shameless. They're collectively pressuring our elders to hand over Jiang Yunpeng. Lu Wushuang was baffled by this statement. Didn't they all leave? Why are they pressuring the Elders' Council out of nowhere? Fang Tao took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, before recounting the entire incident in detail. Foreign journalists interviewed some foreigner named Edward. Edward cried pitifully on camera, blaming our sent divine being, Jiang Yunpeng. He ran amok inside, even killing their Seven Nations Alliance members like Alice and Inoue Shuichuan. The United States specifically issued a statement abroad, sternly demanding we release the murderer, Jiang Yunpeng. With that, Lu Wushuang leapt to his feet in fury. Damn it, these foreign devils are utterly shameless.
They were the ones who shamelessly demanded entry into the secret realm.
They attacked Jiang Yunpeng, yet now they won't let him fight back? Oomph.
I should have killed them myself back then, just to show them what I'm capable of.
The Grand Elder, already seething over Jiang Yunpeng's injury, slammed his fist on the table upon hearing of the foreigner's audacity. Those bastards. Trying to pressure us with such tactics? Go issue a statement. Even if Jiang Yunpeng killed their men, they'd need proof. And even if he did, so what? In the secret realm, life and death are determined by fate and skill. If their men want to fight, they'd better ask if we'll let them. At this point, since these aristocratic families have witnessed Jiang Yunpeng's prowess, there's no need for secrecy. Release every detail of his actions within the secret realm. Let the entire nation see how repulsive the true face of these aristocratic families truly is. The senior patriarch's rapid-fire barrage left Fang Tao reeling. He had no idea what exactly had transpired with Jiang Yunpeng in the secret realm. The Fifth Elder sighed. Secretary Fang, I'll accompany you to handle this.
I'll explain Jiang Yunpeng's situation to you later.
With the Fifth Elder's support, Fang Tao felt reassured. But, Fang Tao pondered for a moment. I think we should do this. Instead of issuing a statement, we should go live. That way, we can clarify things faster and let our compatriots know what really happened. Online discourse is too chaotic. Those from the United States love to play dirty tricks, planting spies and stirring up online sentiment. It's time for us to set the record straight. The Fifth Elder hadn't expected Fang Tao to propose such a sound idea. He smiled. All right, let's proceed as you suggest. Jiang Yunpeng suffered such severe injuries protecting others. He's a good kid. The Grand Elder listened without objection. Online discourse had already erupted. After all, the SSS-tier secret realm had opened earlier, and netizens were well aware of that. As for the conflicts between the Seven Nations Alliance and the noble families, they knew little about those matters. Now they learned that Jiang Yunpeng, a low-tier cultivator, had dared to venture inside. Even if he had contracted an SSS-grade divine artifact, what good was it? Without real strength, he had the audacity to show off. And he dared to kill people, forcing the nation to clean up his mess? They were furious. I support the US stance. Hand Jiang Yunpeng over immediately. What a shameless act. Why would he go barging in for no reason, thinking he's going to polish his resume? I bet Jiang Yunpeng pulled some strings. After his SSS-grade divine artifact contract went viral online, I heard he pulled some strings in the capital. What a shameless bastard. What good does all your yelling here do? The Elders Council's official account is live streaming now. Let's all flood their comments section and kick Jiang Yunpeng out. After causing such a huge stir, the Elders Council can't possibly keep covering for him anymore. With that, the netizens swarmed into the livestream like a swarm of bees. Chapter 137, Greatness Needs No Words. Within moments, millions flooded the official livestream. The chat exploded with relentless questions from viewers. Shouldn't the elders give an explanation? Why should our frontline soldiers pave the way for him?
I heard they even sent General Lu Wushuang over this time just to protect Jiang Yunpeng.
Why? Does he even deserve it? How did such a useless person even get into the Elders' Council?
I suspect he might be some elder's illegitimate child.
This is utterly disgusting. I always thought the Elders' Council was a fair and just institution, but look at the mess they've created. The netizens' resentment was palpable.
After all, not everyone was cut out to be a divine mandate bearer. The vast majority of ordinary people held divine mandate bearers in the highest regard.
Without them, how could they possibly survive in this chaotic world overrun by demons and monsters? Fong Tao's expression hadn't even recovered yet.
The fifth elder had just informed him of Jiang Yunpeng's actions within the secret realm, leaving him utterly stunned.
Who could have imagined Jiang Yunpeng would excel so remarkably?
Now, seeing these malicious comments from netizens, a surge of anger welled up within him. The fifth elder did not appear publicly. As the most formidable guardians of the upper realms of Huaxia, the 5 elders of the council rarely made themselves known.
Dear netizens, I am Fong Tao, Chief Secretary of the Elders' Council. I will address your questions today. It is true that we personally requested Jiang Yunpeng to enter the secret realm.
As for Lu Wushuang, he was also personally dispatched by us.
There is no doubt about that. The moment his words fell, the comments section erupted in chaos.
They never imagined the Elders' Council would actually pull off such an absurd maneuver.
Are you out of your minds?
Jiang Yunpeng is an 18-year-old divine mandate bearer who just entered university.
What possible contribution could he make? I was already skeptical about him joining the council in the first place, and now they're openly admitting it? Did you all die before the Secretary General finished speaking? Jumping to conclusions this fast? There must be something fishy going on. The elders aren't fools.
The barrage of comments from both sides didn't stop for a second, the arguments raging fiercely.
Fong Tao shot a glance, and Xinjiang understood immediately, promptly muting all the viewers in the livestream chat. This livestream is primarily to address the Seven Nations Alliance issue. First, whether Jiang Yunpeng committed the murder remains debatable. After entering the secret realm, the Seven Nations Alliance pursued Jiang Yunpeng with relentless ferocity. There is no doubt we will formally pursue accountability from the Seven Nations Alliance.
Furthermore, we warn all foreign nations, Jiang Yunpeng stands above the Elders' Council as the future leader of China.
Should we uncover any nation daring to harm him, we will declare war without hesitation.
This resounding declaration sent shockwaves through every netizen gathered before their screens.
China's long-standing approach had always emphasized diplomacy over force. It was absolutely unthinkable for them to initiate war so lightly. Given the current situation, China's divine artifacts were dwindling. If war broke out, they would lose foreign reinforcements.
Facing the demonic hordes in the future would become extremely difficult. They had always relied heavily on the power of foreign divine mandate holders, but now, to go to war with foreign nations over a mere Jiang Yunpeng? They all suspected the higher-ups had lost their minds.
What gave Jiang Yunpeng such preferential treatment? Was he even more powerful than the 5 elders?
They were tearing their hair out in frustration, itching to bombard the Elders' Council with hundreds of questions. But they were silenced, forced to wait helplessly for Fong Tao to provide answers.
Fong Tao wasted no time in keeping them in suspense.
What he said next would go down in history.
Jiang Yunpeng's abilities are extraordinary.
Within the secret realm, he not only assisted General Lu Wushuang in successfully contracting the SSS-grade divine artifact of the Supreme Moral Heavenly Lord, the Rui Banana Fan. He also successfully contracted the legendary Golden Monkey King's Golden Monkey Staff. This is precisely why the Seven Nations Alliance sought to eliminate Jiang Yunpeng at all costs. Fong Tao's words ignited a firestorm across the internet. Foreign diplomats, who had been gloating and preparing to confront Huagua, were stunned by this unexpected turn of events.
China dared to declare war over a single Jiang Yunpeng. Just as they prepared to mock China's overreach, this bombshell dropped.
China had suddenly gained 2 more SSS-grade divine artifacts, one of which was the legendary treasure itself.
Even if they didn't know the power of these 2 SSS-grade divine artifacts, their rank alone was extraordinary.
No wonder Fong Tao had the audacity to declare war on them, so that was it. The diplomats of the United States were nearly driven mad with fury. Alice was the Holy See's divine mandate bearer. They would have to account for this to the Vatican. Their original plan was to force China to hand over Jiang Yunpeng. They intended to personally bind him and deliver him to the Holy See, presenting him to the Pope so that the Pope could punish this heretic in the name of God.
But now China was turning the tables and holding them accountable. With 2 SSS-grade divine artifacts already in their possession, who knew what other surprises Jiang Yunpeng might bring?
Now that the matter had truly concluded, whether they could retract the condemnation statement they had issued was another matter entirely.
Fong Tao didn't lift the comment ban on netizens.
Instead, he walked while holding his phone, openly explaining the various situations within the secret realm without holding back. It could be said that if Jiang Yunpeng hadn't entered the secret realm, Lu Wushuang and the others would have been in grave danger.
How could everyone have emerged unscathed otherwise?
He deliberately filmed Lu Wushuang and the others with his phone, even inviting Lu Wushuang to say a few words. Upon learning that these netizens dared to speculate about Jiang Yunpeng like this, Lu Wushuang's face darkened with fury.
Don't let malicious people manipulate you. Jiang Yunpeng is the most open-hearted divine mandate bearer I've ever met. Though his power is weak, he risked his life to shield all of us. Look at what he's become now. Yet you still listen to these online rumors to condemn Jiang Yunpeng?
I'm truly ashamed of you all. Lu Wushuang spoke without holding back, then walked over to the medical pod with her phone in hand.
Jiang Yunpeng still lay in the medical pod.
The camera swept over the horrific wounds covering his entire body. His 2 torn arms alone hadn't fully healed, exposing the stark white bones beneath. Countless wounds across his body had split open from the strain of divine power.
The sight alone was enough to leave anyone stunned.
Seeing him like this should be enough to shatter your doubts.
If Jiang Yunpeng truly wanted an easy life, why would he risk his own life? Chapter 138, Apologize to Jiang Yunpeng.
As Lu Wushuang spoke these words, his voice choked with emotion. A man doesn't shed tears lightly.
He never imagined.
Jiang Yunpeng truly regarded him as a brother who would risk his life for him.
By the time Xinjiang lifted the chat ban, netizens had gone absolutely wild. Wah!
I'm so sorry, Jiang Yunpeng.
I had no idea.
I never imagined he'd be hurt this badly. I even cursed him before. I'm such a monster.
Secretary Fang also said that Jiang Yunpeng's power was fundamentally incapable of binding thee.
He forced the binding to deny foreigners any opportunity, which is why this accident happened. I'll never trust any online rumors again.
If anyone dares to badmouth Jiang Yunpeng one more time, I'll slap them right then and there. Jiang Yunpeng is a genius among geniuses.
No wonder the Elders' Council named him one who could guide China's future.
That alone makes it all worthwhile.
But this wasn't enough for netizens.
Countless netizens, tears streaming down their faces, placed orders to buy gifts and send flowers to the Elders' Council.
They were filled with guilt. Jiang Yunpeng lay unconscious now. If he were awake and saw all this online backlash, how heartbroken he'd be. As for those damn foreigners, Chinese netizens grabbed their keyboards and, without a second thought, flooded the official accounts of the United States with comments until they were overwhelmed. The profanity unheard of before nearly overwhelmed the foreigners managing the US government accounts.
Who knew the psychological assault from Huagua netizens could be so terrifying? Within just half a day, a large crowd of netizens had gathered outside the Presbyterian Church. The flowers alone had already piled up to fill the entire lobby. Fang Tao was thoroughly satisfied. He wanted this matter to end here. He wouldn't tolerate Jiang Yunpeng being slandered in any way. As for these foreigners, they'd better brace themselves for the full force of China's wrath. Soon, all parties in Huagua took action. Figures including Lu Wushuang, Xinjiang, and others issued statements in support of Jiang Yunpeng while holding the Seven Nations Alliance accountable. As for the aristocratic families in the capital, they were not a priority for now. Dealing with these foreign troubles came first. Edward never imagined that merely shedding tears before reporters would spark such a global media storm. He was dumbfounded. How could this happen? Jiang Yunpeng remained unaware of these developments. He had been unconscious for 3 full days. When he finally regained consciousness, the wounds on his body had healed completely. Yet his body still felt incredibly heavy, forcing him to expend more divine energy just to move with any degree of agility. Lu Xiao had been keeping vigil by his bedside. Seeing him awake, her eyes brimming with tears, she exclaimed, "Jiang Yunpeng, you're finally awake. You nearly scared me to death." "I'm not dead. Why are you crying?" Jiang Yunpeng felt both amused and exasperated. He couldn't believe such a minor incident could have frightened her so badly. "You were unconscious for 3 whole days. How could that not be frightening? We were all nearly driven mad with worry, fearing you might never wake up." Lu Xiao was still visibly shaken. Over those 3 days, they'd tried countless treatments, yet Jiang Yunpeng's injuries healed at an agonizingly slow pace. In the end, it was only when a faint green divine energy spontaneously overflowed from within his body that his injuries were finally fully healed. Jiang Yunpeng was also somewhat surprised. He had thought it would only take a day or 2, but unexpectedly, it had been 3 whole days. "What's the situation outside? Since we returned, have those noble families been spreading rumors?" Jiang Yunpeng knew full well that the matter of him contracting the Rui Jingu Bang was impossible to conceal from these people. It was bound to leak out. "You bet they have. You're now the most famous person in all of China," Lu Xiao said, handing him her phone to look. Jiang Yunpeng skimmed through it and was stunned to discover how much Fang Tao had accomplished during his unconsciousness. All the foreigners from the Seven Nations Alliance had issued sincere apologies, responding that their accusations within the secret realm claiming he had killed Inoue Shuichuan and Alice were nothing but slander. The matter finally concluded amidst the scathing criticism of Huagua netizens. Fang Tao even hosted a special livestream for him, and now all of Huagua knew he had contracted the golden monkey staff. "This is really troublesome. With my current strength, forget about fighting others. Even summoning a bit of divine power is a struggle." Jiang Yunpeng spoke between heavy gasps. This sensation was unbearably painful, the golden monkey staff weighing on him like the 5 elements mountain. "Don't worry.
Since you saved my brother this time, this lady will reluctantly stay by your side and protect you closely.
I won't let a single hair on your head be harmed.
My brother has already returned to the battlefield, ready to unleash his full might.
Lu Xiao spoke with unwavering confidence.
After all, she possessed extraordinary power. Even if the aristocratic families of the capital saw trouble, she had nothing to fear.
I'll go see the elders. I need to discuss something with them. Jiang Yunpeng awkwardly climbed out of the recovery pod. No, don't move around. In your condition, it's better if I personally summon the elders. They'll be here much faster than you can get there. Lu Xiao muttered under her breath before immediately notifying the Grand Elder about Jiang Yunpeng's awakening.
Within 5 minutes, all 5 elders were seated around Jiang Yunpeng, accompanied by Feng Tao and Qin Zhan. Upon seeing him awake, they bombarded him with questions until they confirmed he was unharmed, then breathed a collective sigh of relief.
The Grand Elder wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Yunpeng, there's absolutely no way we're letting you take such risks again. That was terrifying. The third elder couldn't wait. Yunpeng, could you please bring out thee for us to see?
I'm genuinely curious to witness what a legendary artifact truly looks like. The other elders all turned their gaze toward him, eager to catch a glimpse of its splendor.
Jiang Yunpeng nodded, gesturing for them to step back. With a wave of his hand, a golden, gleaming staff materialized in his grasp. He hadn't even tapped into the staff's divine power, yet merely holding it was nearly overwhelming.
The Grand Elder reached out and took the staff.
As he held it, his expression darkened.
The golden monkey staff radiated auspicious light. Even the cloud-like patterns on its surface were formed by divine power, creating a swirling effect when held.
Good. Good.
Truly a legendary treasure. Such power is beyond even this old man's control.
Yunpeng, you must never wield it again.
Given your current physical state, you must focus solely on enhancing your strength. Otherwise, this golden staff will only become a burden to you. Jiang Yunpeng knew this all too well, and a bitter smile touched his lips. Elder, I broke through 2 tiers consecutively within the secret realm.
My body can't endure it anymore. I'll likely need some time to recover.
He yearned to boost his strength swiftly. Only around the 10th tier could he fully restore his body's natural resilience.
Chapter 139, Jiang Yunpeng Awakens. After the Grand Elder examined it, the third elder eagerly snatched it away, unable to put it down.
Such a treasure belonged to their Huagwa. The thought alone made his smile stretch wide.
Elder, the members Captain Lu brought this time all seem to possess commendable character. We could select some S-grade divine artifacts for them to contract.
This would also bolster Huawei's strength.
Jiang Yunpeng felt a pang of regret.
He had already secured Qingxian and Huafeng, and now possessed the wind fire wheels. Only the Qiankuan ring and the heaven-shaking brocade remained elusive. He had already placed the heaven-shifting brocade with the Elders' Council. Unfortunately, his current physical state made it impossible to contract another divine artifact. He would have to wait until he reached the 10th tier before making further plans. I'll arrange this matter, it's not difficult. However, you'll inevitably need to personally select these divine artifacts.
Only Jiang Yunpeng possessed the ability to identify divine artifacts.
Their repository held numerous such treasures, most radiating potent divine energy, indicating they were likely of high grade, at minimum A-rank divine artifacts.
Just send me the photos. I'll take a look when I get them.
Oh, and I brought back another divine artifact this time. Jiang Yunpeng hadn't forgotten the jade pipa stored within Jin Lingshua's spatial realm, a SS-grade divine artifact. Even without gathering the divine artifacts of the remaining 2 heavenly kings, it could unleash ferociously powerful energy. Jiang Yunpeng instructed Jin Lingxue within his contract space to hand over the jade pipa. Jin Lingxue had no objections and promptly retrieved the jade pipa from her own spatial pocket.
Alright, take it then. With a flicker of thought, Jiang Yunpeng's hand closed around an exquisitely ancient-looking pipa.
The instrument seemed carved from Kunshan jade, yet also forged from the very stars of the heavens, clearly no ordinary artifact.
What is this? Feng Tao's eyes widened in astonishment.
The pipa seemed to possess a magical aura, radiating a divine power that drew the gaze of everyone present.
They couldn't resist its divine power, a surge of reverence welling up within them, almost compelling them to kneel before it.
Their expressions grew even more peculiar.
What on earth was happening?
This is the Jade Pipa, the weapon of the Eastern Guardian King, one of the 4 heavenly kings.
It's an SS-grade artifact.
Once the weapons of the remaining 2 heavenly kings are found, we'll seek someone to fuse them.
Jiang Yunpeng remained unhurried. The Grand Elder gazed at the jade pipa, tears streaming down his aged face. I never imagined I would live to see the rise of Huagwa. How wonderful!
Jiang Yunpeng, it is Huagwa's honor to have you. Feng Tao had thought it was already remarkable enough that Jiang Yunpeng had brought back the Rui Jingubang.
Who could have imagined he wouldn't hold back at all, handing over the jade pipa without hesitation? The second elder brought all the images of divine artifacts from the storeroom for Jiang Yunpeng to identify one by one.
Jiang Yunpeng scanned them with a glance, his heart sinking with disappointment.
Apart from that great cauldron encountered last time, not a single item reached SSS grade. The highest was merely S grade. Jiang Yunpeng's expression of disappointment caught the first elder off guard. What's wrong? Could there be something wrong with the divine artifacts today?
No, it's just that they're all S grade.
That really is a bit too low. Jiang Yunpeng's words left even the fourth elder feeling both amused and exasperated.
He sighed and explained, Yunpeng, if you add up all the divine artifacts from every country in the world today, there are only a few dozen SSS grade artifacts.
They're extremely rare. It's a stroke of luck that China possesses so many. When an SSS grade artifact is pushed to its absolute limit, it can turn the tide of battle.
That's precisely why the United States backed down so swiftly. The SSS grade artifacts you've brought back already surpass theirs naturally, they're afraid.
Jiang Yunpeng suddenly understood.
No wonder the Seven Nations Alliance placed such importance on the secret realm this time, so that was it.
No wonder Lu Wushuang even knelt before him when he contracted an SSS grade divine artifact for Lu Xiao.
After Jiang Yunpeng selected the divine artifacts to bestow upon Lu Wushuang and her team members, the Grand Elder instructed Feng Tao to personally deliver them.
As for what followed, they would deploy every defensive measure to safeguard Jiang Yunpeng's safety.
For now, Jiang Yunpeng would be best off staying indoors. He needed to build his strength and allow his body to adapt to this point held little weight with Jiang Yunpeng anyway. His injuries had only just healed. How could he possibly muster the energy to continue clashing with those aristocratic families outside? Zhou Yu and the others waited until after class to return to the Elders' Council before hearing that Jiang Yunpeng had awakened. They rushed over without delay. Zhao Mingyu, seeing Jiang Yunpeng finally awake, felt the weight lift from her heart.
We were worried sick. We couldn't even focus on our classes lately.
Yunpeng, Hezong, and I have both reached the 3rd tier. We still can't match your strength yet, but we'll keep pushing ourselves. As Zhou Yu spoke, Hezong nodded in agreement. Because of Jiang Yunpeng's situation, no one at Capital University dared to give them any trouble anymore.
Members of prominent families now tiptoed around them, for who didn't know Jiang Yunpeng was China's foremost hero? So what if his current strength was a bit lacking?
Once he matured, his future potential would be boundless.
No rush. Take your time. You've both contracted S-grade divine artifacts. Don't rush the process.
It's best to achieve complete fusion with your artifacts. Jiang Yunpeng had reached this conclusion after contracting with himself.
The deeper the fusion, the more effortless its use became.
Given his current level of fusion with he had mastered less than 10% of its power, hence his discomfort. After over a month apart, the three shared a heartfelt reunion. Meanwhile, unrest swept through every aristocratic family in the capital.
Situ Baiha hadn't returned to Panglai. Given the current situation in the capital, escape was no longer an option for him.
The Elders' Council had chosen to publicly expose Jiang Yunpeng and confront the situation head-on. This development had completely surpassed his expectations. He never imagined these 5 old men would ultimately take such an aggressive stance. This move had shattered all his plans, though he didn't particularly care.
What could he possibly expect from these foreigners?
If they were truly formidable, they wouldn't have been killed by a lowly scoundrel like Jiang Yunpeng. Since taking action against Jiang Yunpeng in the capital was impossible and force wouldn't work, Baiha planned to adopt a conciliatory approach. He recalled that Wanner had a good relationship with Jiang Yunpeng. Perhaps he could have Wanner attend the Elders' Council more often to make contact with Jiang Yunpeng. As for Ning Xiaoyao, he held him in utter contempt. What kind of person is Ning Xiaoyao? If it weren't for the Ning family's usefulness, he would never have allowed such a good-for-nothing to remain by his granddaughter's side. With that thought, Situba called out to Situ Qingshan, who was stationed outside the study.
Qingshan, fetch Wanner. I have something to discuss with her.
Yes, sir. This time, Situ Qingshan had also entered the secret realm alongside Situ Baihe and was well acquainted with Jiang Yunpeng. His lingering in the capital likely meant the old master intended to take action against Jiang Yunpeng. How exactly he would proceed depended entirely on the old man's plans.
Chapter 140, Visiting him personally. As soon as Situ Wanner entered the study, she saw her grandfather deep in thought. She looked puzzled. Grandfather, when you sent my cousin to notify me, was there something important?
I recall you and Jiang Yunpeng seem to have a decent relationship. Since you refused to let me kill him, take on the task of maintaining your connection with him.
Go visit him at the Elders' Council. After all, he was injured by me.
If you go, it would also represent our Situ family.
Situ Baiha's expression was filled with tender affection.
He had always cherished Situ Wanner, and under normal circumstances, he would never have asked her to take on such a risky mission.
Really? Stu Wanner's expression flashed with excitement.
She hadn't expected her grandfather to truly change his mind. She didn't want Jiang Yunpeng dead at all.
Alas, the conflict between the aristocratic families and the Elders' Council had reached an irreconcilable point.
Now, her initiative to visit Jiang Yunpeng could be seen as the aristocratic families taking the first step toward reconciliation.
Grandfather, should I go immediately?
I wonder if Jiang Yunpeng has regained consciousness yet. His injuries are severe. The worry on Stu Wanner's face was nearly impossible to hide. Seeing her like this, Stu Baiha waved his hand.
Have Qingshan prepare some medicinal herbs for you before you go. Don't go empty-handed. I know, grandfather. I'll definitely select some of the finest herbs for Jiang Yunpeng. Situwaner bounded out lightly like a young deer.
Her heart and eyes were filled with concern for Jiang Yunpeng's safety, and she longed to see him. As soon as she left the study, she rushed straight to find Situ Qingshan and relayed Situ Baihe's instructions to him.
Cousin, hurry and prepare them. I'm going to see Jiang Yunpeng right now.
Situ Qingshan hadn't expected the old master to issue such an order. He felt a twinge of doubt.
Wasn't the plan to eliminate Jiang Yunpeng? The Situ clan was a family of warriors, how could they possibly compromise?
The old master must have his reasons for this. He went to the storeroom and selected several extremely precious herbs, rarely seen even in ordinary times, which the Situ family had retrieved from secret realms. Among them is a 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, obtained during our last expedition into an S-class secret realm. When you give it to him, make sure to instruct him to consume it raw, never boil it.
Situ Qingshan gave his earnest instructions.
Situwaner, unable to contain her excitement, clutched the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng in her hands, nodding repeatedly.
Got it, cousin. I'm off.
As she spoke, she failed to notice someone standing at the doorway and collided with them with a thud. The person caught her, steadying her with concern.
Waner, where are you rushing off to? Why the hurry? Xiaoyao, I'm heading to the Elders' Council. Grandfather asked me to check on Jiang Yunpeng, he's seriously injured after all.
After giving a casual explanation, Situwaner hurried off without noticing Ning Xiaoyao's expression had darkened to the extreme.
Ning Xiaoyao never imagined that Situ Baihe would actually submit to the Elders' Council. Wasn't this a brutal slap in his face? Jiang Yunpeng had already taken so many valuable items, why on earth should he now submit to Jiang Yunpeng? What kind of nonsense was this? Brother Qingshan, why aren't you resting? Sending Waner alone to the Elders' Council is far too dangerous. What if they capture her and use her to threaten us?
Ning Xiaoyao's words were pure suspicion, but Situ Qingshan shook his head.
The council wouldn't stoop to such underhanded tactics. While he disliked their methods, the Elders' Council was incapable of such underhanded tactics.
They operated with integrity and transparency. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoyao clenched his fists, determined to confront Situ Baihe himself.
Meanwhile, with the items in hand, Situwaner arrived at the Elders' Council's main hall, guided by the driver. The receptionist in the hall was somewhat surprised to see Situwaner. You're the young lady of the Situ family? What brings you here? Situwaner smiled sweetly. I'm a friend of Jiang Yunpeng. After his ordeal, I'm deeply concerned about his injuries. Please inform him that if he regains consciousness, he must come see me.
Hearing Jiang Yunpeng's name, the receptionist wasted no time, rushing off to the room where Jiang Yunpeng was staying.
Jiang Yunpeng was currently in his room practicing how to fuse with the.
Thanks to his relentless efforts over the past few days, his body had become noticeably more agile than before.
Though he still couldn't match his former self, he was quite satisfied.
It was all thanks to Xiao Jiao and Jin Lingshua's guidance. Otherwise, with his current abilities alone, who knew how long it would take to master it?
Knock. Knock knock. Several knocks sounded at the door, followed by the receptionist's voice. Brother Jiang, a divine mandate bearer named Situwaner is here to see you.
She says she's your friend and wishes to visit.
Would you like to meet her? Situwaner?
Why is she here? Jiang Yunpeng was puzzled, but he nodded nonetheless.
Have her wait in the reception room. I'll be right there.
The receptionist hurried out upon receiving the order, guiding Situwaner to the reception room. After waiting over 10 minutes, Situwaner was bored to tears when Jiang Yunpeng finally strolled over. Just walking that distance had left her drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted.
The power of thee was indeed beyond ordinary humans.
Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Jiang Yunpeng sat down beside her.
How come you have time to visit me now? Or is it that your grandfather has some special request again? He silently cursed old man Situ, in his mind utterly shameless. If it had been Situ Baihe coming today, he wouldn't have met with him at all. But he had specifically sent Situwaner instead. While he wasn't particularly close with her, they had crossed paths a few times. Refusing her outright would be awkward. Since Situ Baihe had shown such sincerity, he reluctantly agreed to hear what she had to say. Situwaner tilted her head, glancing at Jiang Yunpeng. Are you okay? Why do you look so exhausted? Or is it that your injuries haven't fully healed?
As she spoke, she quickly placed the herbs she'd brought before Jiang Yunpeng. These are all rare herbs our Situ clan brought back from the secret realm. Take this 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, for instance. Remember to eat it raw.
Never boil it. She introduced each one in turn.
Just listening, Jiang Yunpeng could tell these were all exceptional medicines.
But why was she giving them to him out of the blue?
Jiang Yunpeng picked one up and sniffed it carefully. There was indeed no trace of poison.
He raised an eyebrow. Was this your grandfather's idea? Why would he want a truce with our Elders' Council? Chapter 141, Terms of Peace. Jiang Yunpeng couldn't possibly believe in such appeasement tactics. His severe injuries were all thanks to that old bastard, Situ Baihe. If not for Situbaiha's insistence on fighting him, why would he have risked his life to activate the? How could Jiang Yunpeng possibly trust someone who wanted him dead? It was indeed my grandfather's idea, Situwaner admitted without concealment, relaying Situbaiha's thoughts in full detail. Both the noble families and the Elders' Council are Chinese. Why slaughter each other and give other nations an opening?
Grandfather hopes both sides can cooperate and set aside past grievances.
Jiang Yunpeng grunted in acknowledgement. He knew that old fox Situbaiha never had anything good up his sleeve.
Not to mention how these clans had monopolized divine artifacts for so many years, denying ordinary divine-bound individuals any chance. Had he not risen to prominence, these clans would still be calling the shots across all of Huagua. I absolutely refuse to agree to this proposal. Unless the clans are willing to hand over all their monopolized knowledge of divine artifacts, there's no deal. Situwaner hadn't expected Jiang Yunpeng to propose such an unreasonable demand. The very foundation of the clans rested on this knowledge of divine artifacts.
If they surrendered at all, what purpose would the clan serve?
Jiang Yunpeng's demand wasn't about cooperation at all, it was an attempt to uproot the entire foundation of the clans.
Jiang Yunpeng, your demands are excessively harsh.
We share a common enemy resisting demons and monsters.
This isn't about who's more noble than whom. Situwaner simply couldn't fathom why Jiang Yunpeng was targeting their clan so relentlessly.
Jiang Yunpeng took a sip of tea from the table.
When words fail to connect, even half a sentence is too much. Having enjoyed the privileges of the clan for so many years, how could Situwaner possibly be willing to surrender everything? You may leave. Unless you accept this condition, I won't entertain any terms of surrender. As for the medicinal herbs you brought, I'll take them. Should you need anything else, you may request it from the elders. Stick and carrot. Jiang Yunpeng wouldn't push the clan members to the brink. His strength hadn't fully recovered yet.
If the clan exploited his weakness, it wouldn't be worth the cost of his life.
Alright, I'll leave now. Don't overexert yourself.
Look at you, barely a few steps, and you're already so drained. I suggest you pick a cultivation technique and focus on refining it to compensate for your low fusion rate.
Situwaner didn't linger.
Her suggestion cut straight to the heart of the matter. Jiang Yunpeng had genuinely forgotten this crucial point.
Right.
Perhaps an external cultivation technique could enhance his strength and facilitate smoother integration with the. But after walking this distance, he was already exhausted.
He decided to pull out his phone and call Lu Xiao. As his personal bodyguard, Lu Xiao now functioned almost like a nanny. With Jiang Yunpeng's limited mobility, she handled most tasks for him.
The moment the phone rang, Lu Xiao answered it instantly, her voice brimming with impatience on the other end.
Jiang Yunpeng, I just got back to my room for a 1-hour nap. 1 hour. And you call me? Even a nanny wouldn't treat me this badly. Her voice dripped with resentment. Jiang Yunpeng cleared his throat. I'm in the reception hall. Come pick me up soon. I can't walk anymore. Jiang Yunpeng's tone was utterly righteous, driving Lu Xiao to the brink of fury. She could only pound the bed in frustration and huff. Fine, I got it. I've really landed myself a living ancestor.
She tried to console herself. If Jiang Yunpeng hadn't helped her so much, how could she possibly put him first in everything?
Lu Xiao rushed to the reception room as fast as she could, bringing a wheelchair for Jiang Yunpeng along the way. When Jiang Yunpeng saw the wheelchair, his face darkened. What the hell? I'm not disabled. Why did you bring a wheelchair over? Lu Xiao's expression was smug. Aren't you having trouble getting around? You'll use this wheelchair from now on. I think it's pretty nice. Look, it even has remote controls. You can just sit down and it moves on its own.
Ignoring his protests, she pushed him into the seat as he tried to stand.
Truth be told, the wheelchair's design was surprisingly comfortable. Once seated, Jiang Yunpeng quickly familiarized himself with the controls. It worked well enough, but it was utterly humiliating. Just sitting there, he could feel the stares of numerous staff members around him. The staff looked over, but their gazes held no mockery or contempt, only pity.
They knew Jiang Yunpeng had sacrificed himself, binding the contract within his body.
Otherwise, how could he have ended up like this? Hee. Alright, everyone, stop staring. Get back to work. I'm taking Jiang Yunpeng for a little stroll. Jiang Yunpeng felt both amused and exasperated. Lu Xiao really was treating him like a cripple. Enough. I'm not a dog, why walk me? Push me to the Elders' Library. I want to personally select some cultivation techniques. The Elders' Council possessed an immense collection of books.
Most were freely accessible to powerful divine mandate practitioners, but a portion was personally guarded by the 5 elders.
These secret volumes remained unknown to the elders, so they were temporarily shelved.
If any divine mandate practitioner were to practice them and fall into madness, it would spell trouble.
Jiang Yunpeng had no such concerns. The elders granted him extensive privileges, allowing him unrestricted access to any location within the council. When he arrived at the guarded library, the divine mandate bearers on duty saluted him in unison upon recognizing Jiang Yunpeng, signaling to Lu Xiao that she could push him inside. Jiang Yunpeng felt even more exasperated.
Ever since he gained fame online, everyone who saw him now felt compelled to offer a compliment or two, or else stare at him with solemn, reverent expressions. He could only sigh inwardly. Being a celebrity was truly something he hadn't grown accustomed to. Wheeled into the restricted area, Jiang Yunpeng was immediately halted by an invisible barrier. He paid no heed to this barrier. The Grand Elder had given him a token earlier. Simply presenting it would dissolve the barrier.
Poor Lu Xiao.
Lu Xiao watched helplessly as he entered, furious that he hadn't brought her along, stomping her feet in frustration outside.
Jiang Yunpeng, you're being way too stingy. I only asked to borrow your wheelchair for a bit and you callously left me behind? I wanted to go in and see what secret manuals were inside too. Jiang Yunpeng dismissed her with a casual wave. What's the point of letting you in? You wouldn't understand it anyway. Why waste your time? Hey! That's way too offensive. What do you mean I wouldn't understand? Who do you think you are, looking down on me? Chapter 142, Discovering the Technique, the 8 Trigrams Innate Formula. Lu Xiao chattered on as Jiang Yunpeng's wheelchair turned a corner, arriving beside another bookshelf.
Unable to see him, he vanished from her sight. Fuming, she could only browse the general section, searching for any suitable cultivation technique. Jiang Yunpeng scanned the shelves meticulously but found nothing suitable for himself.
That was until his gaze landed on an ancient-looking text. The yellowed cover bore strange, abstract characters resembling oracle bone script.
The moment he pulled it out, the details of this cultivation technique suddenly appeared before his eyes. The 8 Trigrams Primordial Art SSS, created by the ancient Emperor Fuxi after observing the river diagram in the Book of Luo and contemplating the mysteries of heaven and earth. The 8 trigrams Qian, Koan, Jin, Sun, Kan, Li, Zhen rotate in sequence, evolving the primordial chaos and deducing the birth and death of the universe.
Whoa!
Jiang Yunpeng sucked in a sharp breath. This was beyond incredible, capable of manifesting primordial chaos and deducing the universe's birth and demise. If he could master the 8 trigrams primordial formula to its ultimate limit, he might even deduce why the divine beings vanished from this land. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. How could such a formidable technique as the 8 trigrams primordial art have been left here gathering dust all this time? Or did others simply fail to recognize the sequence of oracle bone script? When he opened it, his suspicions were confirmed. To the divine mandated beings of their world, these characters were utterly incomprehensible, like hieroglyphs from another realm.
Yet to Jiang Yunpeng, they presented no difficulty whatsoever.
The 8 trigrams primordial art channeled the divine power of sacred artifacts, fusing it with the practitioner's body.
Once fully integrated, it could push that divine power to its absolute limit.
In other words, while divine-bound beings typically relied on the divine power generated by sacred artifacts, the 8 trigrams primordial art allowed them to fight alone, wielding power akin to that of a deity. This technique was ridiculously powerful. The more Jiang Yunpeng studied it, the more excited he became, itching to start practicing the 8 trigrams primordial technique immediately. As for whether any other undiscovered super techniques existed here, that could wait. Greedily devouring too much at once would only lead to indigestion.
Besides, these books weren't going anywhere. He'd focus on mastering the 8 trigrams primordial art first.
After stepping out of the barrier, Lu Xiao immediately noticed the ancient text in his hands. She snatched it away, flipped through the pages, and muttered, "The writing in this book is so abstract.
How can you even read it? Jiang Yunpeng, what kind of cultivation technique is this? You wouldn't understand even if I explained it. You'll see once I've mastered it. Alright, hurry up and push me back. This wheelchair's battery's running low. Next time, I won't need your little babysitting services. Once I recharge this wheelchair, it'll be far more useful than you." Lu Xiao was so enraged by Jiang Yunpeng's words that she swung her fist and smacked it right into his chest. "Fine. You dare say that? Today I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget." The two bickered their way out of the library. Meanwhile, Situwana returned to the Situ family's temporary lodgings in the capital. Situ Baiha was sipping tea outside when he noticed Situwaner's troubled expression. Concerned, he asked, "What's wrong? Did the negotiations fall through?" "No," Situwana replied in a muffled voice as she sat beside Situbaiha. Jiang Yunpeng went too far.
He demanded that we noble families hand over every divine artifact and secret manual as a condition for peace talks. All this knowledge about divine artifacts has been passed down through generations of the Situ clan.
How could I possibly agree?
Resentment toward Jiang Yunpeng had already begun to take root in her heart.
They had already gone this far, why must he impose such harsh demands upon them? Situ Baiha wasn't surprised at all.
He had investigated Jiang Yunpeng before. Jiang Yunpeng never played by the rules, especially when it came to these noble families. He had zero tolerance for them.
Why would an ordinary divine mandate bearer join an aristocratic family if they could serve the Elders' Council? Ever since Jiang Yunpeng joined the Elders' Council, the number of divine artifacts bound to them had skyrocketed. How could those useless elders possibly know the methods for binding divine artifacts?
After much thought, the only answer was Jiang Yunpeng. Stu Baiha sipped his tea, calm and measured.
"Wanner, don't be hasty.
If Jiang Yunpeng says that, he must know the method for contracting divine artifacts. Over the next few days, try to draw him out when you're near him. See if you can get him to reveal how he knows these methods for contracting divine artifacts. Situwaner hadn't expected her grandfather to assign her such a task. She pressed her lips together, hesitating. Grandfather, Jiang Yunpeng is very clever. He absolutely won't tell me anything about this. Silly girl, that's precisely why you must observe him closely. Staying by his side long enough, I don't believe he'll reveal nothing. Situwaner remained silent. Deep down, she resisted such actions. In her eyes, Jiang Yunpeng had always been her friend. How could she treat a friend with such insincerity? Ning Xiaoyao listened from the sidelines, his anger boiling over. In his heart, Situwaner was his future fiancé. For Situbaiha to openly order her to curry favor with Jiang Yunpeng, wasn't that practically putting a green hat on him? He had already argued his case with Stubaiha, but the elder remained completely unmoved. He'd even casually suggested that if Ning Xiaoyao didn't want to stay in the capital, he could return to Panglai first. How could he possibly agree? He was certain that the moment he left, Jiang Yunpeng would make a move on Stuwaner. By evening, consumed by rage, he sought solace alone at the capital's largest bar. Though surrounded by women vying for his attention, an emptiness gnawed at his heart. What you can't have is always the best. Right now, his heart was set solely on Situwaner. If he could just get his hands on that woman, he'd die happy. Hey, isn't this brother Ning? Why drinking alone like this? Got something on your mind? A sudden voice rang out behind Ning Xiaoyao. He turned to see none other than Yi Songhai approaching. Ning Xiaoyao's gaze held a hint of contempt. The Ning family of Panglai held no regard for these aristocratic families of the capital. Yi Songhai, how did you know I was here? Did you follow me? As Ning Xiaoyao spoke, a dangerous glint of murderous intent flared in his eyes. His strength far surpassed Yi Songhai's. Even if he killed Yi Songhai in the bar today, the Yi family wouldn't dare retaliate. Don't misunderstand. This is Yi family property. When you arrived, I naturally received notification immediately, so I came to see. His explanation was flawless. Ning Xiaoyao couldn't discern his true intentions, so he simply stopped drinking. Spit it out. What brings you here? Chapter 143, Luring Him Out. Yi Songhai showed no urgency, instead pouring him a glass of wine. We share a common enemy. I hear Jiang Yunpeng has awakened and is running around freely lately. I simply can't stand by and watch. Countries abroad have their eyes on Jiang Yunpeng. Even the Holy See sent a Saint Spirit Realm expert to deal with him. Guess where he is now? Ning Xiaoyao's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected Yi Songhai to state things so bluntly. Yi Songhai, your Yi family's audacity knows no bounds. Harboring foreign assassins is a capital offense. Though he spoke thus, Ning Xiaoyao had no intention of exposing him. He was eager to see just how far Yi Songhai would go. If they could successfully eliminate Jiang Yunpeng, that would be ideal. Capital offense? Jiang Yunpeng took so many valuable things, he's the one who deserves to die. Brother Ning, shall we bring you into this operation? Find any excuse to lure Jiang Yunpeng out, whether he lives or dies, we hold the final say. Yi Songhai's words were smooth and persuasive, but his true intent was to drag Ning Xiaoyao into the scheme. Relying solely on the power of the Yi family in the capital, how could they possibly take on the Elders' Council alone? If too many clans participated this time, even if Jiang Yunpeng met with misfortune, blame couldn't be pinned solely on them. The law doesn't punish the masses. The Elders' Council couldn't possibly slaughter them all. They were fellow citizens of Huagua. Could the council really be so brazen? Ning Xiaoyao reasoned similarly. After a moment's hesitation, he finally nodded. Alright, let's proceed this way. As for luring Jiang Yunpeng out, I have a brilliant plan. His eyes gleamed with cunning. The clans already held many secrets, exploiting them would be effortless. By the time he finished his whispered instructions, Yi Songhai was stunned and overcome with elation. Ha ha ha, never expected brother Ning to have that up his sleeve. Truly worthy of the Ning family of Panglai, quite formidable. No need to flatter me. Do what must be done. I will kill Jiang Yunpeng. Ning Xiaoyao's gaze turned ruthless. Only with Jiang Yunpeng dead would Situwaner shift her attention back to him. Early the next morning, Jiang Yunpeng remained in the secret chamber, 8 distinct formations now swirling around his body. This was the power granted by the 8 trigrams primordial art. Yesterday's cultivation had stirred a roaring divine force, compelling him to choose the seclusion of the chamber. After a full day and night of cultivation, when he finally finished, his body felt smoother than ever before. It was as if the shackles binding him had been completely shattered. This 8 trigrams primordial technique is incredibly powerful. My body now feels several times stronger than before. An SSS grade technique truly is something else. Even now, his affinity with thee had reached 30%. Wielding it felt effortless, completely free from the previous sensation of being pinned down by Mount 5 Fingers. It was incredibly easy. With that thought, a flash of golden light erupted from his hand, and they materialized in his grasp. He began twirling and juggling it with ease. It felt slightly heavier, but its power and presence were vastly superior to before. Now, he could finally claim the right to wield the. After stowing the golden staff away, he stepped outside, intending to inform the elders. After all, he had taken such an important manual with him yesterday and practiced all day long without having the chance to report back to the elders. Upon stepping outside, he intended to seek out the Grand Elder directly, only to encounter Feng Tao instead.
Feng Tao's expression was grim. He cursed angrily, "Those damned demons! To resort to such tactics! It seems they're far more cunning than humans ever imagined." Jiang Yunpeng keenly sensed something was amiss. "Secretary Feng, what's happened?" Seeing Jiang Yunpeng arrive, Feng Tao's expression eased slightly. "A major incident has erupted on the battlefield. For reasons unknown, 3 demonic portals have suddenly opened in the outskirts of the capital city.
All divine mandate holders in the capital have been deployed to the front lines.
Everyone ranked 7th tier and above must go."
Jiang Yunpeng scanned the room.
No wonder the usually bustling Elders' Council was now so sparsely attended. So that's it. 3 demonic portals appearing at once? This won't be easy to handle. I'll join your operation. No way. Feng Tao refused without hesitation. How could they possibly let Jiang Yunpeng join them on such a dangerous mission? His injuries hadn't even healed yet. Taking him along now, wouldn't that make them monsters? These demonic passages pose no real threat to the Elders' Council. Even if trouble arises, the elders will intervene.
Rest assured.
No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Xiao rushed over. "Secretary Feng, it's bad.
I heard from Captain Qin that those bastards from the clans aren't planning to lift a finger.
They're counting entirely on the Elders' Council to resolve this mess." "What?" Feng Tao was utterly enraged.
He never imagined the clans could be so shameless.
"What a bunch of bastards.
I recall your strength has already reached the transcendent realm.
Come, you're coming with me to investigate." Jiang Yunpeng wouldn't miss such a golden opportunity.
He'd been practicing the 8 trigrams primordial technique but hadn't yet tested its full power.
Even at only 30% fusion, it would show no mercy against these demons. It was, after all, the treasure of the great sage equal to heaven. "Secretary Feng, sooner or later I'll have to join the battlefield. I can't hide forever."
"Rest assured, I'll have ways to protect myself." He still had the willow leaf and Mr. Luo at his disposal.
At the very least, he had the wind and fire wheels. Any one of these alone could guarantee his safety on the battlefield. "Alright, just one thing: if you ever face real danger, don't try to be a hero. Understand?"
He feared Jiang Yunpeng might throw caution to the wind to protect others, just as he had done in the secret realm.
"I understand."
Jiang Yunpeng now possessed the 8 trigrams primordial technique.
With arrogance practically written across his face, how could he possibly fear these demons and monsters?
When their group reached the outskirts of the capital, they saw numerous divine mandate holders engaged in combat along the perimeter, most of them from the Elders' Council. They charged forward, using their flesh and blood to block the 3 demonic passages, relentlessly slaughtering these grotesque, monstrous creatures.
Fortunately, these demons weren't particularly powerful.
Jiang Yunpeng released Xiao Jiao and Ji Lingxue, saying, "Go lend them a hand. Killing these demons will also help restore your demonic power."
As fellow great demons, Xiao Jiao and Jin Lingxue could also enhance their demonic power by slaying these creatures.
Hearing this, they wasted no time, charging forward and joining the fray.
Chapter 144, The Grand Finale.
Having been confined to the contract space for too long, they were accustomed to battling only divine mandate bearers.
Now, upon seeing these demons, they couldn't resist the urge to fight. Xiao Jiao and Jin Lingxue's entry into the fray instantly relieved most of the pressure on their allies.
Only when the situation eased did Feng Tao turn his furious gaze toward the divine mandate bearers of the noble families.
"You beasts! Have you any humanity left? To cause such chaos at a time like this? Once the capital falls, where do you think you'll run to?"
Ning Xiaoyao couldn't care less about Feng Tao's rant. The moment had come for them to act. He shot a glance at Yi Sanghai beside him.
The 3 demonic portals were created by Ning Xiaoyao.
Jiang Yunpeng had been lured out by them, and his death was imminent. Their gazes were utterly cold-blooded. Just as Jiang Yunpeng drew his Rui Jingu Bang to deal with the demons, a blood-red inverted pentagram formation suddenly materialized beneath him.
The inverted pentagram was the emblem of demons Westerners. Jiang Yunpeng instantly recognized it.
He summoned his divine power, yet his body remained frozen in place.
What the hell? Everyone present paled in shock.
The next moment, a blood mist coalesced in the air. When the figure materialized, its appearance was utterly terrifying. Wings sprouted from its ribs, and its skull was half exposed, its brain modified with an unknown metal. The sight was utterly horrifying. The sheer malevolent divine power emanating from his body alone made all the divine mandate bearers present feel uneasy.
Trapped within this strange force, Jiang Yunpeng neither dodged nor retreated. Instead, he let out a cold laugh. "Assassin sent from the west? To dare lay a hand on me, you truly have some nerve. Hadn't Feng Tao just declared that any nation daring to attack him would face immediate war?
Yet these fools showed no sign of learning. Did they truly believe a mere ominous formation could trap him? What a joke!
The Western assassin before him erupted in a terrifying cackle.
Ha ha ha. Your time is up. Even if we kill you, what difference would it make? Once you're dead, China's power will never surpass our beautiful country. Come on then, start a war if you dare.
With that, he lunged at Jiang Yunpeng first. Without a word, Jiang swung his golden staff with all his might, smashing it down on his attacker.
In his grasp, the golden staff transformed into a colossal form that seemed to pierce the heavens and anchor the earth. What did it matter if the opponent possessed the strength of a Saint Spirit Realm cultivator? If struck by Jiang Yunpeng's staff, they would be either dead or crippled for life. Fang Tao, stunned, immediately dispatched messengers to alert the 5 elders. Rage boiled within him. Knowing these clans well, he suspected their involvement.
To protect Jiang Yunpeng's safety, they had kept him confined within the Elders' Council these past days. Yet the moment he stepped outside, he was ambushed by Western Church forces. If this wasn't connected to the clans, he'd chop off his own head on the spot.
Lu Xiao gritted her teeth in fury beside him. Spit! These people are shameless.
I'll go lend Jiang Yunpeng a hand.
The Kunlun mirror in her hand could subdue all evil spirits in the world. What could the Western heretical arts possibly do?
Without a second thought, she ignored Fang Tao's protests and charged forward. But the moment she stood before Jiang Yunpeng, before she could even wield the Kunlun mirror, an invisible force bound her in place.
You're such an idiot. What are you doing down here? Don't you know his power far surpasses yours? Jiang Yunpeng shot Lu Xiao a helpless glance. Lu Xiao hadn't anticipated this outcome either, and she was furious.
This Western Holy Spirit powerhouse had delivered such an unexpected surprise. He dove toward Jiang Yunpeng with lethal intent, but Jiang Yunpeng was already prepared to meet the challenge.
The next moment, everything blurred before his eyes as an incredibly gentle force gently released him and Lu Xiao. Pop! The Grand Elder appeared before Jiang Yunpeng. With a mere flick of his wrist, he crushed the man to death in an instant. What kind of Western Holy Spirit realm expert? Nothing special. Oomph.
The Grand Elder sneered coldly, his icy gaze sweeping over all the noble families present.
We'll investigate today's events thoroughly. I demand absolute clarity.
Any clan found connected to foreigners or involved in today's 3 demonic passages, execute them all without exception. Ning Xiaoyao trembled in terror, his face drained of color.
He never imagined the Grand Elder would be this ruthless. He wanted to flee, but with so many eyes fixed on him, where could he possibly run? Yi Sanhai was also overcome with terror, shaking like a leaf.
Their unusual reactions alone had already drawn the Grand Elder's attention. The 3 demonic passages were swiftly sealed off, though the situation on the battlefield likely held no promise of relief. After Jiang Yunpeng and the others returned, Fang Tao immediately declared war on the United States. Simultaneously, he recalled every divine mandate holder stationed in the United States. The Vatican representatives were utterly horrified, never expecting China to be truly enraged this time.
It was too late for regrets. Before China could even act, the demonic war erupted in full force.
Jiang Yunpeng wielded his terrifying divine artifact, slaughtering enemies across the battlefield. Over the next decade, Jiang Yunpeng ascended to the realm of Holy Spirit and commanded an entire legion. The powerful warriors born under his command were almost invariably equipped with S-grade divine artifacts. Rumors spread that Jiang Yunpeng was the spokesperson of the gods, possessing the all-seeing eye, a power that could identify all divine artifacts and their binding methods. Within 50 years, all 5 elders passed away from illness, leaving the council under Jiang Yunpeng's sole leadership. As nations worldwide descended into chaos during the demonic wars, Jiang Yunpeng rallied his forces and formally embarked on a campaign of conquest. Every nation he liberated was incorporated into Huagua, ushering in an era of great unification. The demonic war raged on for 300 years. Throughout this period, while humanity underwent continuous evolution, the demons and monsters never ceased to grow stronger. Jiang Yunpeng's collection of divine artifacts grew to dozens, and he gradually unraveled the mystery behind the departure of the local deities. It was ultimately discovered that the deities departed tens of thousands of years ago, as if summoned by a force beyond the heavens. To follow the deities, Jiang Yunpeng left dozens of divine artifacts within his body to his most loyal subordinate. His power had reached its absolute limit in this world. Only by following the deity's path could he find a glimmer of hope for dawn and the sole chance to destroy the demons. Over thousands of years, Jiang Yunpeng traversed chaotic temporal currents, passing through countless worlds until he reached the deity's realm of extinction. There, he obtained the ultimate inheritance of life, wielding the power of cosmic laws to seal the demons and monsters once and for all. Add me on WeChat, MMY66618. More book recommendations in my moments, Tomato, Tushio, Shuchi, Jihu, Story Club, and various other platforms.